you find yourself transmigrated into a high martial world, accidentally possessing the body of a worthless orphan. After squandering 3 million in settlement funds, you barely manage to advance to a low-tier martial artist, a level easily attainable by ordinary people. Your school's popular girl and her friends mock you for being neither attractive nor useful. When an alien race launches a massive invasion of Blue Star, even high-tier martial artists turn pale with fear at the sight of the swarming alien beasts. Yet, despite your pitifully poor innate talent, you remain utterly unfazed. Your smirk harder to suppress than an AK-47. Little do they know you've awakened the ultimate life consumption system, which allows you to infinitely simulate martial techniques and supernatural abilities by consuming the lifespan of these beasts. Every bit of progress and achievement gained in the simulation sinks directly to reality, and slaying beasts grants you their entire remaining lifespan. In this high martial world where wealth and resources reign supreme, the one thing never in short supply is monstrous beasts. With enough accumulated beast lifespans, even a pig could ascend to godhood. At this moment, you're training in a mini wilderness zone where the highest tier beasts are at the first rank, 9th level. Just as you arrive at the outer perimeter, you encounter a first rank, 6th level beast, far beyond the usual first rank, 3rd level creatures found here. Such a beast typically appears only in the central or inner regions. From the original host's memories, you realize its presence here is no accident. The severe injuries you carry were inflicted by this very beast during its relentless pursuit. Clearly, someone orchestrated this. You've already deduced the culprit, most likely Gu Yang. The original host had a long-standing feud with him, and before entering the wilderness, he'd spotted Gu Yang lurking nearby. Now, you finally understand the meaning behind that cold smirk Gu Yang had given you. As you ponder this, a cold, mechanical voice echoes in your mind. The life consumption system has awakened and successfully bound itself to you. Its host. You can now simulate martial training by expending your own lifespan, gaining corresponding real-world progress. Your stats are as follows. Name, Chen Mo, age, 18, rank, 1st tier, 4th level, remaining lifespan, 33 years, techniques, none, mastered skills, F-rank flame fist, proficient, F-rank basic spear arts, beginner, F-rank light wind steps, beginner. As a transmigrator who just obtained a system cheat, you can't feel excited. The thought of consuming your lifespan to simulate martial arts training makes your lips twitch. Right now, all you want is to survive. But the system demands you spend your already limited lifespan. How are you supposed to live like this? At that moment, the low growl of a demon beast echoes. Your pupils constrict. It's the sound of the tier 1, level 6 demon beast that's been chasing you all this way. The growls grow louder and closer, igniting fury in your heart. You think, chasing me this far and still coming? Do you really think I'm an easy target? Without the system, you might have endured it, but now that you have it, how could you let this beast keep hunting you? You'd rather trade your life for its. A ruthless glint flashes in your eyes as you look at your remaining 33 years of lifespan. Gritting your teeth, you say, System, leave me 1 year, use the rest to simulate training for Flame Fist. Your lifespan on the data panel plummets to a single year. Immediately, the system notifies you, host has consumed 32 years of lifespan to begin simulating the F-rank martial art Flame Fist. The first year, you train hard with Flame Fist, which you've only recently reached the proficient level in. Due to poor talent and lack of insight, you can only follow the online training tutorials, repeatedly punching into a pit of burning flames. This continues until the 3rd year, when Flame Fist finally reaches the mastery level. By the 8th year, still unable to grasp the essence of Flame Fist due to poor comprehension, you keep punching. In the 10th year, after a decade of relentless training, you finally experience your first epiphany, a flash of inspiration, and Flame Fist ascends to the subtle level. By the 18th year, after 18 years of grueling training, you finally grasp the key to mastering Flame Fist and elevate its proficiency to the perfect level this year. In the 31st year, you fully grasp the essence of Flame Fist cultivation. After 31 years of practice, your Flame Fist finally reached perfection. Every punch you threw was like a blazing inferno striking your enemies. In the 32nd year, you continued to practice the already perfected Flame Fist, though no new insights were gained after a year of training. Your martial arts level soared to a terrifying 1st tier 7th rank due to the mastery of Flame Fist. As the system's voice faded, you felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. With the rise in your martial arts level, your wounds had also healed. Raising your right hand into a tight fist, flames seemed to dance upon it as countless techniques of Flame Fist flooded your mind. You wielded the Flame Fist as naturally as if you had truly devoted 32 years to its practice. Feeling the scorching fire energy within your body, you lifted your gaze toward the cave entrance. Outside the cave, the silhouette of an upright demon ape gradually emerged, its low growls emanating from its throat. The ape's crimson eyes locked onto the dimly lit cave, having already detected your presence. Meeting its gaze, a cold glint flashed in your eyes as you swung your right fist and strode forward with steady steps, taking the initiative to confront the demon ape. Seeing the human who had previously been running from it now daring to approach head-on, The demon ape roared furiously. After pounding its massive fists against its chest, it charged forward with all four limbs. In the blink of an eye, it closed the distance to less than 5 meters, leaping high into the air and bringing its clenched fists down like a meteor. Your expression remained calm, showing no trace of panic as you raised your right fist. Violent flames surged forth, enveloping it like a miniature sun, casting a brilliant crimson glow that illuminated the surroundings. Flame fist, you muttered under your breath, swiftly swinging your right fist upward. The punch was so powerful it seemed to tear through space itself, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom as it struck the demon ape's chest midair. The ape's raised fists never completed their descent, its face twisted into a human-like expression of terror as it stared at you in disbelief. Your fist had already pierced through its chest, the flames on your hand igniting from within its torso. The demon ape let out another roar, but this time it was not one of rage, it was a shrill, agonized scream that sent chills down the spine. With a forceful swing of your right arm, you hurled the demon ape, which had been impaled by your punch, away. As you flung it, the remaining flames on your fist clung to the ape's body. The demon ape crashed beside a massive boulder. Before it could react, the flames at the gaping wound in its chest erupted, engulfing it in an instant. It let out its final, mournful cry before perishing. Just after slaying the demonic ape, the system's notification echoed in your mind. Killed a Tier 1 Level 6 frenzied ape. Total lifespan, 102 years. Remaining lifespan, 41 years. All remaining lifespan acquired. Beast lifespan can now substitute host lifespan for martial arts simulation training. After a brief moment of stunned silence, your face lit up with joy. The fact that beast lifespans could replace your own for simulating martial arts training was incredible. The gloomy mood caused by your dwindling lifespan instantly vanished. So this life-consuming system could expand not just your own lifespan but also that of demonic beasts. You couldn't help but mentally applaud this feature. With this ability, why worry about lifespan consumption? Just go all out without hesitation. Now with an additional 41 years of lifespan, you once again felt the urge to simulate martial arts training. By now, the flames on the demonic ape's body had died out, revealing its charred corpse. Shichen looked around and turned around to walk back inside the cave. He sat on the ground and began to ponder in his mind which of the remaining 2 martial arts he should simulate cultivating. The remaining 2 disciplines are light wind steps and basic marksmanship. Basic marksmanship requires the use of a gun. Guns, if you will, were available to Zidane when he entered the wilderness area, only to lose it on the run. So no strawn, practicing basic gunnery doesn't come in handy for now. Thus, Shichen decided to simulate practicing the light wind steps. After making up his mind, Shichen immediately began to communicate with the system. System, consume 30 years of a demonic beast's lifespan to simulate the cultivation of light wind steps. She Dusted kept an eye out this time, and in order to avoid wastage, he didn't use all of it in one brain like he did the first time. Ding! The host has consumed 30 years of demonic beast life to begin deducing the F-ranked martial skill light wind step. In the first year, you started practicing the light wind steps, and since you had already practiced for 1 year previously, you had a grasp of the method of practicing the light wind steps, and in accordance with the method, you endeavored to practice it up. Without the supernatural attributes enhancement, plus your talent is poor to the extreme, your light wind step has only reached the proficiency level after 5 years of hard training, and when you run on your feet, it has already begun to vaguely give birth to wind. Since you only grasped the cultivation method and did not master the cultivation tricks, the cultivation speed was very slow, and it was only in the 13th year that the light wind steps made another breakthrough, and the light wind steps succeeded in reaching the proficient level. You, who are extremely poorly endowed with enlightenment, only ushered in your first epiphany when you reached your 19th year of cultivation, and your light wind steps succeeded in reaching the subtle. After your last epiphany, you managed to get the hang of practicing the light wind steps, and it's a lot easier to practice, and in the 30th year of practice, your light wind steps managed to reach the perfect level. Due to the consummation of your light wind steps, your martial arts rank has followed suit, reaching the terrifying 8th level of the first rank. Shichen was a bit speechless in his heart as he listened to the system's words. Actually, the last word horror could be removed. Also, 30 years, from initiation to perfection, that's a hell of a lot of talent. Zidane was all a bit puzzled. With such poor talent, I really don't know how the original body insisted on cultivating all the time. If he were, he'd have found a factory to get into. Shichen shook his head and thought no more about it. There were still 11 years of demonic beast life left, and the light wind steps had yet to be perfected. Shichen simply said, "System, with 11 years of demonic beast life remaining, give me the opportunity to continue simulating the cultivation of light wind steps." Ding! Consuming 11 years of demonic beast life, simulated cultivation continues. In the 31st year, you continue to cultivate the light wind steps that have reached perfect proficiency. In the 39th year, thanks to your cultivation talent of shocking the ancient and modern, your cultivation progress has been very slow. You seem to have been favored by the goddess of fortune. On the occasion of the 41st year of practicing the light wind steps, you once again had an epiphany, and the light wind steps were perfected. Due to the consummation of your light wind steps, your martial Dao rank has followed suit, reaching the terrifying 9th level of the first rank. Note, since the host does not have a breathing method, continuing to deduce martial arts will only increase the proficiency of the martial arts, and will not be able to increase one's level. Who? Feeling the energy in his body that had become even stronger, Chi-Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He couldn't help but sigh. This is the 9th level of the first rank. The original body had previously cultivated hard for a year, and still only reached the 4th level of the first rank after using a lot of resources to pile up. Now on the other hand, it took a few minutes to reach the 9th level of the first rank from the 4th level of the first rank. It's just cool to have it hanging. Chi-Dian opened his data panel. Host, Chi-Dian. Ability, Microflame Grade E. Level, First Order 9. Remaining life, 10 years. Remaining lifespan of demonic beasts, 0 years. Breathing method, no. Martial arts, Level F Inflammatory Fist complete. Level F Basic Gunnery Introductory. Level F Light Wind Steps complete. Looking at his life expectancy that had grown to 10 years, Chi-Chen had a relaxed expression on his face. Luckily, the increase in strength also increased his lifespan. It would be really ed up if the strength increase lifespan didn't increase. Chi-Chen stood up from the ground and took a step outside the cave. Looking at the deep and silent forest, Chi-Chen decided to leave the wilderness area first. Without the breathing method, continuing to simulate and deduce other martial arts would only increase the proficiency of the martial arts, but would not be able to continue to increase one's strength. This was definitely a big loss for Chi-Chen. Therefore, he decided to leave the wilderness area first and return to the city to get a copy of the breathing method. Chapter 3 Gajan's Self-Abuse. Being chased all the way, Chi-Chen had already been chased to an area extremely close to the interior of the middle of the wilderness area. Now that Chi-Chen possessed the strength of the 9th level of the first rank, walking out from the central region was as easy as crossing the road in the early morning. The demonic beasts that he encountered simply did not have the ability to carry a single shot of his Inferno Fist. Boom! 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 With this kind of second killing along the way, Chi-Chen returned to the supply base of this miniature wilderness area at around 7 o'clock in the evening. On this journey, Chi-Chen had killed a total of 11 demonic beasts and harvested 501 years of demonic beast life. A supply base is a building that resembles a base. Chi-Chen walked into the hall of the supply base and prepared to take a ride back to the city. The wilderness area is far from the city, with a distance of 30 kilometers. She dust? Chi-Chen had just walked into the hall when he heard a surprised voice ring out. Chi-Chen followed the sound and saw that the person who had spoken had a strong body and was covered in toned muscles. This person is Gu Yang. Gu Yang stared at Chi-Chen with an expression of disbelief, and subconsciously, he exclaimed, "You actually came out alive." Hearing this, Chi-Chen's gaze instantly condensed slightly. He looked at this person, his eyes flashing. "Oh? You're quite surprised that I can come out?" This performance of Gu Yang was already very telling. The original's guess was right. That first order 6th level demon ape, it was this Gu Yang who was up to no good. The feud that the two have formed begins with a woman. The woman's name was Lang Ruoli, and Chi-Chen belonged to a childhood friend. It's just that, as they got older, the two became less and less likely to talk or anything. By the time they reached high school, Chi-Chen and Lang Ruoli weren't exactly cold to each other, but they weren't much better either. Sort of a casual friendship that speaks for itself. And it was because of Lang Ruoli that he had a grudge against Gu Yang. Gu Yang desperately pursues Lang Ruoli, but Lang Ruoli simply does not see Gu Yang and completely ignores him. And Gu Yang saw Chi-Chen and Lang Ruoli walking the closest. So then, he attributed all the reasons why Lang Ruoli ignored him to Chi-Chen. The duo's bond was thus formed. During his time at school, Gu Yang didn't target Chi-Chen much on account of his high talent and good family. However, because there was the relationship of Lang Ruoli in place, coupled with Lang Ruoli's intention to protect Chi-Chen. Lang Ruoli has a better family and higher talent, not something Gu Yang can mess with. Therefore, Gu Yang had only dared to come secretly when targeting Chi-Chen. But also because of this, Gu Yang looked at Lang Ruoli actively protecting Chi-Chen, jealousy arose in his heart, and he became more and more hateful towards Chi-Chen. Gu Yang was only flustered for a moment by Chi-Chen's rhetorical question before he hugged his arms and laughed. Yes, I was quite surprised that you, a waste of space who only reached the 4th level of the first rank after a year of cultivation, actually managed to come out alive after entering the wilderness area. Gu Yang didn't care that Qi Chen knew the truth of the matter. With Qi Chen's background as a fatherless and motherless orphan, what could he do if he knew? What does he have to fight himself with? The only backer, Lang Ruoli, had also been admitted to Kyoto University, the top university in China, and had traveled to the university as early as a week in between. Right now, Qi Chen had no backing, so he didn't have to take anything too seriously at all. After completely confirming that the demonic ape was Gu Yang's trick, Qi Chen let out a cold laugh and said, "You're not even dead, how can I die first?" Hearing that Qi Chen actually dared to dislike himself back, Gu Yang froze. When was the previous Qi Chen ever like this? But he had been hiding behind Lang Ruoli and not saying a word. Gu Yang's surprise was mixed with anger. How dare you dislike him? If you are a loser, you must be aware of being a loser. You who? You punk who only hides behind women, are you possessed by a ghost today? How dare you talk to me like that? Qi Chen coldly said. She dust is really feel Gu Yang. Lang Ruoli ignored him and actually didn't look for the reason in herself, but instead looked for the reason in him. What else could this be if it's not a sign of a brain disorder that belongs on? Gu Yang's heart was even more shocked when he heard Qi Chen scold him for those 2 words. This punk is so different from before. Before dislike did not dare to dislike a word back, today not only disliked him, but also opened his mouth to scold him. After being scolded, Gu Yang instantly burned up in anger. His hallowed second-rank first-weight martial artist was pointed at his nose and cursed by a first-rank fourth-weight waste? If this can be tolerated, it can't be tolerated. Gu Yang forced himself to hold back the anger in his heart and gritted his teeth. Rubbish, if you have the ability to repeat what you just said. Qi Chen repeated without hesitation. After saying that he added, being scolded and asking others to repeat the scolding, like such a request is the first time in my life that I have seen. What? Gu Yang felt that he had been teased by Qi Chen. He raised his right hand to make a fist, and the muscles on his arm bulged, so he swung towards Qi Chen. However, Qi Chen stood still without dodging. He wasn't afraid of Gu Yang making a move. Inside the supply base, martial artists are not allowed to take matters into their own hands. Those who disobey will be met with severe consequences. If Gu Yang's punch really hit him, it would be a good show. Even his old man, who was a 3rd-ranked martial artist, couldn't protect him. Unsurprisingly for Qi Chen, Gu Yang's swinging fist stopped at a point 20 centimeters away from Qi Chen. He really didn't dare to do it. Qi Chen glanced at his stopped fist and said indifferently, "Don't pretend if you don't dare to make a move, making it seem like you're so powerful." The plain words were like a sharp thorn that pierced deep into Gu Yang's heart. Being humiliated so successively by the trash he looked down on during the day, Gu Yang already hated Qi Chen inwardly and wanted to tear him into pieces. Rubbish, next time you'd better not let me know when you enter the wilderness area again. Gu Yang uttered a naked threat to Qi Dust. Qi Chen sniffed and was happy. The next time he entered the wilderness area, his strength would metamorphose again. The second order, the first, is just a starting point for the next one. At that time, he couldn't wait for Gu Yang to follow him into the wilderness area. Gajan wants him dead. Why wouldn't he want Gu Yang's life? Not letting you know? Qi Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Yang. I'm just afraid you won't dare to come with me if you know. I don't dare to go? Hearing that Qi Chen still dared to provoke himself, Gu Yang laughed back in anger. I'm not cowering like you, a punk who only hides behind women. But anytime you let me know you've been in the wilderness area again, just you wait, huh? Zidane shrugged. Let's hope you're as good as you say you are. After saying that, Qi Chen didn't bother to continue wasting his words with Gu Yang, swept past him and headed straight to the back of the supply base to leave by car. Gu Yang's eyes stared grimly at Qi Chen's distant back, and he murmured under his breath. A demonic beast of the 6th level of the 1st rank didn't even manage to slaughter you. This time, I will definitely do it myself. If it wasn't for you, worry wouldn't have been so cold to me in high school. Gu Yang was secretly fuming inside. Qi Dian, you must die. Chapter 4 Cultivating the Breathing Technique, 2nd Order Triple. Qi Chen boarded a special vehicle within the supply base and returned to his city, Qingyu City. On his way home, he passed by a store that sold martial arts and breathing techniques. Entered the store and stopped by to buy a door of F-rated basic breathing. This F-ranked basic breathing method cost Qi Chen 100,000 Chinese coins. The original body's parents were both martial artists, and when they were out on a mission in their early years, they accidentally died in the mouth of a demonic beast. The original body also became an orphan. However, since the original body's parents were working for the Demon Beheading Bureau, an official organization in China, the Chinese government gave Chi-Chen a pension of $3 million to live on. What's more, he let Chi-Chen go through elementary school, middle school, and 12 years of high school without compensation. It's just a pity that the original body's talent is extremely poor, and the awakened psychic ability is even more garbage of garbage. E-rated microfires are basically useless. A year of hard work, plus 2.5 or so million, all of which goes to purchasing resources to practice. However, as a result, the martial arts rank could barely reach the 4th level of the 1st rank. And the college entrance exam held half a month ago, the original body had unsurprisingly failed to get into any of the martial arts universities. Even at the lowest level. Taking the purchased breathing method, Chi-Chen went straight back home. System. Going home and sitting on the sofa, Chi-Chen silently communicated with the system in his mind. Ding. Accompanied by a crisp ringing sound, Chi-Chen's personal data panel surfaced before his eyes. Host, Chi Dian. Ability, Microflame Grade E. Level, First Order 9. Remaining life, 10 years. Remaining lifespan of demonic beasts, 501 years. Breathing technique, Level F basic breathing technique uninitiated. Martial arts, Level F inflammatory fist complete Level F basic gunnery introductory Level F light wind steps complete. Chi-Chen swept a glance at his data panel and directly said without hesitation. System, 50 years of demonic beast lifespan, simulating the cultivation of basic breathing techniques. Ding. The host has consumed 50 years of demonic beast life to begin deducing the F-rank basic breathing technique. Although you have mastered 2 consummate level martial arts and have a deep foundation as well as a profound understanding of the martial way, breathing techniques are different from ordinary martial arts, therefore, it took you a full year to get started with the basic breathing techniques. The extremely poorly enlightened you couldn't comprehend the cultivation knock of the breathing technique, so you once again followed the online tutorials and practiced, and in your 8th year, your basic breathing technique successfully reached the proficiency level. In the 9th year, due to your long-time practice of the breathing technique, cultivating the breathing technique to the proficiency level, your martial arts level followed the rise. Finally a breakthrough is coming. Congratulations, you have become a terrifying 2nd-ranked martial artist. 18 years have passed since you became a 2nd-ranked martial artist. You seem to have touched some of the tricks of the basic breathing method's cultivation. The speed of your absorption of heaven and earth's spiritual chi has shifted from a small sip of water to a large gulp of water. This is a sign of proficiency in the basic breathing method. In the 30th year, you have gone through the basic breathing technique no less than 1,000 times. Running the basic breathing technique is even as high as 10,000 times. Yuche seems to grasp the cultivation knack of this basic breathing technique. Running the breathing technique again, this time the speed of absorbing the spiritual chi has changed from a big mouthful of water to a whale swallowing. The basic breathing technique has entered into the subtle. After your proficiency reached the subtle, you felt the strain of cultivation. After 15 years, in the 45th year, the speed of your basic breathing technique's absorption of spiritual chi changed from a whale swallow to a siphon, and the basic breathing technique was perfect. After continuing to practice for 5 years, your perfect level breathing method hasn't improved much. Due to your breathing technique reaching perfect proficiency, your martial arts rank has subsequently risen to a terrifying 2nd order 2. 50 years have not come full circle. The corners of Chi-Chen's mouth twitched. Own this talent. It's really a bit too much to bear. System, 20 more years of demonic lifespan to simulate practicing the basic breathing method. Chi-Chen waved his big hand. Today he had to simulate the basic breathing technique proficiency to perfection. You continue to cultivate the basic breathing method, and this time, you have not been favored by Lady Luck, relying on you to find that not-so-reliable trick, and after 18 years of dead reckoning, you have finally reached perfect proficiency. Your basic breathing technique reached perfection, but this time, your martial arts level did not increase. You speculated that it might be because the F-ranked basic breathing technique could not satisfy the demand of 2nd-ranked martial artists for aura, and you realized in your mind that you needed to change to a higher-ranked breathing technique as soon as possible. Replacing the breathing method? Chi-Chen's eyebrows rose as he thought for a moment that it was indeed time to change it. It was true that the F-rank breathing method could not satisfy the demand for aura of a 2nd-rank martial artist. It has to be at least an E-rank breathing technique. It was just that the E-grade breathing technique was expensive, with the minimum price of one door being over 500,000, and Chi-Chen simply couldn't afford it at his current price. However, after fusing the memories of the original body, there was more than one way to obtain the breathing method than just purchasing it. Maybe we can try it later. Chi-Chen whispered under his breath, thinking, as he stood up from the ground. With his eyes slightly closed, he began to feel the majestic second-ranked martial artist energy within his body. Whoosh! Suddenly, he raised his right fist and violently swung it out in front of him. Boo! The wind of the fist whistled out, creating a sound as if it was tearing through space in the space in front of Chi-Chen. Hoo! Chi-Chen withdrew his fist and exhaled a breath from his mouth. He raised his fist to his eyes and looked at it. The power of this punch seemed to have surpassed the second rank too. Chi-Chen was not surprised. After all, he had the support of the Perfection Inferno Fist as well as the Perfection Basic Breathing Method. Chi-Dian opened the system panel. Right now, there was still one martial art that had not been perfected. F-rated Basic Marksmanship. Right now, the demonic beast lifespan still had more than 400. Chi-Chen didn't need to save. He directly said, "System, 40 years of demonic beast lifespan, simulate the cultivation of the basic gun technique." Ding! The host has consumed 40 years of demonic beast life, and the F-rank basic marksmanship has begun to simulate. With the support of the Inferno Fist as well as the two consummate martial arts techniques of the Light Wind Steps, you are quite skilled in martial arts cultivation, and it only took you 3 years to cultivate the basic gun technique to proficiency. In the 9th year, your marksmanship has developed a wide-open momentum, and you have succeeded in mastering the basic marksmanship. In the 16th year, you wielded your spear like a shadow, your speed and agility in wielding the spear improved, becoming elusive, and your basic spear skills were subtle. In the 27th year, in addition to the speed of your shots, the power has become even more ferocious. Every shot you swing carries a majestic momentum, and the basic shot is perfect. In the 40th year, after 40 years of practicing the basic marksmanship, you, who were so poorly endowed, finally had your first epiphany, and the basic marksmanship took advantage of this epiphany to reach perfection in a smooth manner. Due to the consummation of your basic gun technique, your martial arts rank has followed suit, reaching a terrifying second-order triple. Finally all of them have been perfected. It's really not easy. Chi-Dian sighed, thinking that it was really not easy for him to make this journey. Cultivating these F-ranked martial arts as well as breathing techniques to perfection had actually taken a small 200 years. It's really bitter for the one who's simulating practice in a small dark room. Feeling the information in his mind about the consummation of the basic gun technique, it was no different than if he had actually practiced for 40 years. The only difference might be that he didn't suffer at all, and he got all the blessings. I also don't know how many levels of the second rank my current limit battle power is. Chi-Chen couldn't help but get curious. Although his martial Dao rank was second stage triple, his true battle power was definitely far more than triple. Thinking about this, Chi-Chen immediately decided to go out and test it out. It would also be good to make arrangements for his next plans. Chapter 5 Battle Power Test, Shocked Langruoli BFF. In front of the magnificent building, Chi-Chen stood still. On the magnificent building, there was a huge plaque, on which 4 big words were written in a Dragon's Flight Broken Cloud Martial Arts Hall. A martial arts school is a place that specializes in providing daily training grounds for martial artists, teaching them about martial arts, and other places. In the whole of China, there are 3 most famous martial arts schools. This Broken Cloud Martial Arts Center is one of them. The 3 martial arts schools have branches in almost every city in China. In Qingyu City, there were 3 martial arts schools. Chi-Chen chose the Broken Cloud Martial Hall out of the 3 martial arts halls because the equipment at the Broken Cloud Martial Hall for testing one's battle strength was free for martial artists of the second rank and below. Of course, that's just one of them. The second reason was because as long as the test battle strength broke the record set by the same rank of the martial arts school's record, it would be rewarded with a D-ranked breathing technique plus $500,000 in prize money. Chi-Dian was looking at exactly that. Walking into the hall of the Broken Cloud Martial Arts Hall, there was no need to go to the front desk to register for the test of battle strength. Chi-Chen went straight to the area where the battle power was tested. Chi-Chen? Just after arriving here, Chi-Chen heard a puzzled female voice. Chi-Chen followed the sound and saw that the person who spoke was a girl who was 1 meter 6 tall and had a cute look in her innocence. Lu Qi? Chi-Chen recognized this person from memory. Lu Qi, the original childhood friend of Langruoli's best friend. Langruoli has a cool character, and besides him as a childhood friend, he only needs Lu Qi as a friend. Chi-Chen, what are you doing here? Lu Qi quickly walked over to Chi-Chen and asked. Chi-Chen was too lazy to answer Lu Qi's question. He's come this far, what else can he do? Is it hard to fix the air conditioner? Seeing that Chi-Chen ignored herself, Lu Qi was instantly a bit irritated. She huffed and puffed, Chi-Chen, didn't you hear me when I asked you? Chi-Chen glanced at her and said in an indifferent tone, What I come here to do has nothing to do with you, right? Based on recollection, this Lu Qi's attitude towards him was not good. There was no shortage of deliberately making things difficult for him. Nothing to do with me? Lu Qi frowned and said unhappily, "It's not okay for me to ask you, is it?" Then, without giving Qi Chen a chance to speak, she said to herself, "You came here to test your battle power, right?" A bit of disdain was revealed in her gaze. "As I see it, with your 1 year of cultivation, plus a massive amount of resources to just barely pile up to the 4th rank of the First Order of Martial Arts, is there still a need for a test? Don't really hit the power when it's not as high as your own realm, wouldn't that be a laughing matter?" As she said that, she clasped her arms over her chest, a look of contempt on her face. "I really don't know what you're holding on to with this kind of talent. The martial arts path isn't for just anyone. That $3 million pension is almost spent, isn't it? Without the financial support, I'll see what trash like you can take to continue leveling up. If I were you, I would have switched to arts and sciences to get into a university before it was too late, wasting time and energy on martial arts, only to end up with the result of not being able to get into anything. It's really stupid." Seeing that Qi Chen kept looking at himself with no intention of speaking, Lu Qi couldn't help but continue. "You're sticking to the martial arts path like this, it should be for Li Li's sake, right?" She said in a contemptuous tone, "My family's Li Li's future is a sea of stars that can't be seen, while your future is like a spring, the kind that can be seen to the end at a glance. Don't even think about continuing to catch up with her with your crap martial arts talent and alien ability level. Between you and Li Li, you are not destined to be along the way, her future, you are destined to only look up. Also, Luri is not destined to see you, and the only reason why she protects you a bit in certain places at school is because you two are childhood friends. If it wasn't for this relationship, with trash like you, Li wouldn't even bother to look at you. So don't continue to pester Li, that memory of being a childhood friend, just bury it in the bottom of your heart. This is also considered a good memory for you. Looking back in the future, you can and Li, such a proud daughter of the sky, have a period of childhood sweethearts, but also a worthy of you feel honored experience." Lu Qi's expression was also condescending the more she spoke. It was as if all this she said was her own. "Finished?" Qi Chen looked at Lu Qi and said with a raised eyebrow, "Get lost if you're done, don't waste my time." Lu Qi froze. While she was in a daze, Qi Chen had already swept past her and headed inside the testing area. "Stop." Being ignored by Qi Dian in such a way, her willow eyebrows rose and she chided, "Qi Dian, did you listen to what I told you or not? Can you stop pestering my Lily?" As Lu Qi's words fell, Qi Chen stopped in his tracks. He turned around and said in a flat tone, "I don't know which tendon is wrong in your head. I'm dedicated to practicing martial arts diligently, but in your eyes it's for the purpose of pursuing Lang Ruoli. First of all, when I cultivate martial arts, it's not for Lang Ruoli or for anyone else, I only do it for myself. Secondly, it is recommended that you see a psychiatrist, you may be suffering from a mental illness." After saying that, Qi Chen walked towards the interior of the test battle power area without looking back. Lu Qi's face reddened as Qi Chen disliked him so much, and his heart was overwhelmed with indignation. Is Qi Chen on the wrong medication today? In the past, whenever she talked about Qi Chen, didn't he stand there with his head bowed without saying a word? Just as she was about to scold Qi Chen back for the words he had used to humiliate her, the scene that happened in front of her suddenly froze her. Second-ranked martial artist test room? Qi Chen went into the second-ranked martial artist test room? Lu Qi looked at the testing room that Qi Chen walked into with a look of disbelief in his eyes. It is important to realize that you cannot enter this room if your strength is not up to par or beyond. Instead, Qi Chen walked in unhindered. Wouldn't this mean that Qi Chen's martial Dao rank had reached the second stage? Lu Qi simply couldn't believe the scene he was seeing. At the entrance exam half a month ago, Qi Chen was still at the 4th level of the first rank. How was it possible to reach a second-ranked martial artist from a 4th-ranked first rank in half a month? One must know that even a talent as terrifying as Li Li's couldn't do so. What right does he, the punk Shidwan, have? Could it be that the room's machine for testing martial artist levels is broken? Lu Qi subconsciously thought so. As soon as that thought hit her, she said with self-affirmation, "Right. It must be a broken machine." With this in mind, she took a step towards the room that Qi Chen had walked into. She wanted to see for herself if the machine was broken or not. The walk-up was a very apprehensive one for her. She was afraid it wasn't a broken machine. However, as he walked to the entrance of the testing room, he stood still as if petrified. The machine in the testing room that detects the strength of martial artists isn't broken. The door to the testing room was tightly caged shut. On the wall outside the testing room is a smart screen half the size of a cell phone screen. It displayed the approximate information of the martial artists who had entered the testing room. Name Chi Duan. Level, second order triple. Looking at the information on this small screen, Lu Chi's mind was like a thunderbolt exploding inside his head. Her entire body was completely frozen in place, and she muttered and whispered incredulously under her breath. Second order triple. How is that possible? How could Shi Chen, this trash, be at the third level of the second rank? Chapter 6 Breaking the Record. The hasty master of the Broken Cloud Martial Arts School. Lu Chi was in complete disbelief of what she saw before her eyes. Second order triple? Half a month's time to reach the third level of the second order from the fourth level of the first order, how is this possible? Not to mention a punk like Chi Chen. Wait. Suddenly, Lu Chi seemed to have thought of something. The level of Chi Chen displayed here was second order triple, and Chi Chen walked in again without any hindrance. Doesn't that tell you something? This machine for testing strength is 100% broken. With this in mind, she immediately decided to have the staff come and check if it was the machine or not. She left the strength testing area and turned back a moment later. There was also a male staff member behind him. Lu Chi pointed to the door of the testing room and said, "It's this testing room that's in trouble. Can you tell us the specifics?" The staff member asked. "It's like this, a person who was at the fourth level of the first order half a month ago actually became the third level of the second order when he was detected half a month later. And what's more, this person's talent is worse than a pig's. The fourth weight of the first rank is still 1 year of his cultivation, and he reached it after smashing millions of Huaxia coins." The staff sniffed in thought. If what you're saying is true, then the odds are indeed that there's something wrong with the machine that's detecting it. Lu Chi patted his chest and swore with assurance, "It's all true, what I'm saying is all true. If you go to Qingyu First Middle School and casually check, you'll be able to find out." "Let me take a look." The staff looked at Lu Chi with such conviction and decided to check the machine. First rank 4 to second rank 3, half a month's time, this was indeed unlikely. It's even less likely if the talent is poor. Shi Chen was blissfully unaware of what was happening outside. At this moment, he was in the testing room and had already begun his battle power test. There was a bullseye on one of the walls in the testing room. By attacking against this bullseye, you can test your battle strength out. Shi Chen first planned to throw a punch with nothing martial arts not being performed to see his basic combat power. Shi Chen's right fist was clenched tightly, and the majestic energy in his body coalesced and gathered in his right fist. Boo! Only a loud sound was heard, and the entire wall trembled slightly under Shi Chen's punch. Tick! 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 Accompanied by an alarm sound, Shi Chen gazed at a large screen in the testing room. This large screen would show the force that Shi Chen carried with this swing. The numbers on the big screen jumped rapidly. It eventually stopped at 4533. On top of that, there is a line underneath. Hint, the peak force struck by a second-order triple martial artist is 6,733. This punch has the force of 4533. Shi Chen's eyes flashed. Shi Chen was still more than satisfied with the force of his all-out punch that he had thrown without using martial arts techniques. The force of 4,000 had already reached the standard of the fourth level of the second order. Even in the second rank 4, this belonged to the middle level. Next, try the Inferno Fist. Boom! As Shi Chen's words fell, a berserk flame was attached to his right fist. Boo! Blasted up with a full punch. Tic-tac-toe. A sharp alarm sounded and the numbers on the big screen jumped again, eventually stopping at 6306. It's grown by a small 2,000 points, with the level of a second-order 6th-level martial artist, but it's still more than 400 points short of breaking the record. Shi Chen muttered under his breath. Shi Dian was sort of satisfied with the force, but it still wasn't enough. No way to break the record. It was a pity that his alien ability level was too low, only E rank. It doesn't do much to strengthen martial arts or anything at all. The only thing it might do was to help him learn fire attribute martial arts better. Although the supernatural ability couldn't act as an enchantment, Shi Chen wasn't helpless. However, I still have the consummate shot that is useless. He walked over to the weapons rack in the testing room. It's full of weapons that are free for the testers. Even though they were all just the lowest class F weapons, it was enough for a test. Shi Chen took down a long black spear from the weapon rack. With the long spear in his hand, Shi Chen, who had mastered the perfect basic spear technique, couldn't help but pull a spear flower in his hand. Even if it's a basic spear technique, it's not to be underestimated when it's perfected. Chi Chen sighed. Once the gun was in his hand, he had the experience of practicing for many years, and had a kind of hidden entry into the realm of the unity of man and gun. Chi Chen's eyes were slightly closed. In the next moment, it snapped open, and this big black spear was being danced with it. Picking, stabbing, chopping, slashing, poking and other moves were skillfully danced out. Chi Chen's gaze suddenly narrowed at this moment. Leaping up in the air, the black lance in his hand slammed towards the center of the target. Boo! Drip drip drip. An even more urgent alarm sounded at the same time as an ear-splitting clash of gold and iron. Chi Dian fixed his eyes on it. The numbers on the screen changed rapidly. When it stopped, the number reached a horrifying 7,988. Just a little bit short of reaching the level of a second-stage 8th-ranked martial artist. Congratulations on successfully breaking the limit of force struck by a second-ranked triple martial artist, setting a new record of 7,988. Within the large screen, a crisp mechanical voice suddenly came out. Who? Chi Chen took a long breath and retrieved his lance, unable to help but exclaim, it's just not the same with a weapon enchantment. It's no wonder that even martial artists in this world who specialize in fists and kicks will have a set of gloves and such for themselves. At this moment, Chi Dian tangibly felt the weapon's addition to himself. Even the lowest grade F quality is not to be underestimated for its own enhancement. This should be good enough to collect the award now, right? The battle test was complete, and there was no need to stay inside. Chi Chen placed the lance back on the weapon rack and walked straight out of the testing room. Outside the testing room, the staff continued to find nothing wrong after 3 tests. Impossible. Lu Qi said flatly, absolutely impossible. How can you not have problems with this machine? Lu Qi was in disbelief. How is it possible that it only took half a month to go from the 4th level of the first order to the 3rd level of the 2nd order? Even more unlikely had to be that this happened to Zidane. When the staff member saw Lu Qi questioning herself so much, she also frowned slightly, obviously a little displeased. He's a professional. Isn't questioning him questioning his ability? There's absolutely no way the machine can make a mistake. I've been doing this job for over 10 years and I've never made a mistake yet. Please don't question my ability to do my job. Workability? When Lu Qi heard this, she became even more energized, and she said like a spiteful woman. What kind of working ability can you have? If you have any working ability you can't detect a malfunction? That punk who went inside can't even think with his head that he's a 2nd order, 3rd-ranked martial artist. She looked at the staff member condescendingly and said, you can't do it, hurry up and get someone else over here. The staff member's brow furrowed even more when he heard that there was going to be a replacement. Where is this mental illness coming from? He hasn't even grown up yet, and he's questioning his ability to do his job? If it weren't for the martial arts school's rule to remain polite to guests, he would have snapped. Where do you test the machine 3 times over and over again? The door to the testing room suddenly opened at this moment. Chi Chen's figure was about to step out when Lu Qi snatched a step in front of Chi Chen. She looked at Chi Chen and questioned out, Chi Chen, how did you get into the 2nd order martial artist test room? Was it a malfunction in the testing room that allowed you to slip in while you had the chance? Being asked this by Lu Qi, Chi Chen was first stunned. But immediately afterward, he reacted as he gazed at the little cutie. Like staring at Lu Qi. What do you mean, the machine is malfunctioning? The martial arts school staff would surely be the first to notice. Chi Chen glanced at her lightly and said, don't bite like a shrew. What did you say? Facing Lu Qi's expression that was so hideous that it wanted to eat people, Chi Chen turned a blind eye as he swept past Lu Qi and looked at the staff standing behind him. Said, you're a staff member at the martial arts center, right? Right. The man nodded. Chi Chen said, this woman has a mental illness, your martial arts school can take her to the psychiatric department for a look. Okay, we understand at the martial arts school. The man nodded without rebuttal. He had also been looking at Lu Qi for a long time. If it wasn't for the rule that he couldn't do anything, he would have beaten Lu Qi into a pig's head. Where's Zidane? Is Zidane still here? Just then, an urgent voice rang out. A few people turned their heads to look, and the staff member couldn't help but exclaim, Pavilion. Pavilion Director. Chapter 7 The Broken Cloud Martial Arts Schools Pulling Together. The person who came was none other than Gung Chuan, the director of the Broken Cloud Martial Arts School. Gung Chuan is a middle-aged man. He walked this way with hurried steps. Where's Zidane? Is Zidane still over here? He looked to the staff member he knew so well and couldn't wait to ask. Chi Chen? The staff froze, feeling that the name was somewhat familiar. On second thought, wasn't that the young man who had just come out of the testing chamber? The pavilion master is in such a hurry, does that mean something big has happened? I am Chi Chen. At this moment, Chi Chen took the initiative to speak. Hearing Chi Chen's voice, Gung Chuan directly swept past the staff and looked at Chi Chen in the back. With a happy face, he confirmed, "You're Chi Chen?" "Right." Chi Duan nodded. "Great." Gung Chuan was a little excited. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, "Young man, can you come over here with me for a moment? There's something I'd like to talk to you about." Listening to the words of that staff member, this person was the owner of the Clear Jade City's Broken Cloud Martial Arts Hall branch. He must have known about his record breaking since he was so excited to find out about it. With this in mind, Chi Chen replied without hesitation, "No problem. Come, this way." Gung Chuan made a gesture of invitation. To be able to make a great man like him make such a gesture was enough to see how much he thought of Chi Dust. "You're welcome." Chi Chen also politely returned the favor. Just as Chi Chen was about to follow in Gung Chuan's footsteps, Lu Chi, who was on the side, suddenly jumped out again. "Chi Chen, this matter must be made clear today, if not you don't want to leave just like that." Lu Chi said this, and Gung Chuan froze. He looked over at the woman he had never paid much attention to. Looking at this scene, his expression moved slightly as he asked, "This is going on?" "Pavilion Master, it's like this." The staff member told Gung Chuan roughly what had happened. "The machine is broken?" He frowned slightly and looked at Lu Chi. "Right." Lu Chi said proudly with her head held high, "This testing machine of your martial arts school is broken." "Him." Saying that, she reached out and pointed at Chi Chen, saying, "A waste of a man who has been cultivating for a year and has used millions of Chinese coins to buy resources to pile up, and his realm has only managed to reach the 4th level of the 1st rank. However, half a month has passed, and the grade detected by your testing machine here is a 2nd order triple. And you say your machines here aren't broken?" Hearing this, Gung Chuan's gaze condensed slightly. There is indeed some truth in what Lu Chi said. Instead, this 18-year-old young man named Chi Chen had just broken the limit of force for a 2nd stage triple martial artist. "Murphy. Is it really a broken machine?" He looked to the staff. The staff member shook his head and said with certainty, "Pavilion owner, I've tested the machine 3 times, and I can guarantee that it's not broken." "No way." Hearing this, Lu Chi hurriedly came out and categorically denied it. "Your martial arts center's machine is definitely broken." All right. Gung Chuan became a little impatient as he listened to Lu Chi's words. Compared to Lu Chi's words, he was more willing to believe the words of his own staff. He didn't bother to pay attention to Lu Chi, who was acting like a shrew, and turned to Chi Chen, saying, "Young man, let's go, no need to pay attention to her." "Aha!" Chi Duan nodded. He had long since found Lu Chi, a psychopath, annoying. He no longer paid attention to Lu Chi and walked to Gung Chuan's side, following him straight away. The staff apparently also found Lu Chi annoying and followed the duo away. Looking at the trio's distant backs, Lu Chi's heart erupted with anger. Fine, the Broken Cloud Martial Arts Center like this, right? I don't care if the machine breaks down, but instead I have to maintain this loser who entered the test room by breaking down the machine? I must expose your Broken Cloud Martial School." She ducked her feet in exasperation before walking quickly inside the hall. Just as she was about to blurt out what had just happened to her, her entire body suddenly froze. Only a huge big screen was located in the center of the hall. There was a big line on the big screen. "Congratulations to 2nd order triple martial artist Chi Chen, who has successfully broken the limit of force for the same rank, setting a new record 7,988. Lu Chi's eyes were filled with shock, and his mouth murmured out in disbelief, "How is it possible? How can this punk Chi Chen be a 2nd-ranked triple martial artist, and how can he break the record? Same name?" Lu Chi thought so. But the idea was quickly denied by her ego. It can't be the same name. Just now, in the entire area where the battle strength was tested, the 2nd-ranked martial artist testing room, only Chi Chen had gone in. In other words, this person is really Chi Chen. This punk Chi Chen, what right does he have? A flash of deep disbelief flashed across her face. She said with great certainty, "It's definitely a broken machine that allowed Chi Duan to take advantage of the situation." A flash of fierceness flashed across her face. Since the Broken Cloud Martial Hall has a poor work ethic, I will personally make you realize your mistake. With that in mind, she walked to the entrance of the martial arts center and decided to wait for Chi-Chen to come out. She would personally dismantle Chi-Chen's martial arts rank. It's just a waste of time for a fourth-ranking first-order man to break a record by using a broken machine. Chi-Chen followed Gung Chuan inside the curator's office. As soon as the two of them entered, Gung Chuan first inquired about Chi-Chen's alien ability level. After learning that there was only an E-class, Gung Chuan did not show any contempt. Instead, he became more concerned about Chi Dust. E-class psychic ability, but still able to reach this achievement at the age of 18, this is really a rare talent. And their martial arts school, the main business is to accompany the training, teach martial arts skills and so on. For Chi-Chen to be able to cultivate to such a level, he must have an extraordinary understanding of martial arts. This kind of person was just too suitable for a job like accompanying a trainer or teaching knowledge of martial arts. So, he went straight to the point, pulling the strings on Chi Dust and offering a series of lucrative conditions. B-grade breathing techniques, B-grade martial arts and $1 million in prizes for these. The rewards are great and so are the restrictions. For example, most of the time you need to stay in the martial arts center to train, and you need to spend a few days each week in charge of teaching. Of course, Chi-Chen also had a commission on the Chinese coins gained from the lectures. Subsequently, as Chi-Chen performed, his authority within the martial arts center would increase further. A ranked martial arts techniques, breathing techniques, and even S rank and SS rank were all possible to obtain. When no restrictions were stated, Zidane was still a bit moved. However, when the restrictions were stated, Chi-Chen completely cut off the idea of joining the Broken Cloud Martial School. His path of martial arts was not destined to be one of painstaking cultivation. The talent he had shown in simulated cultivation had been well illustrated. Going out to kill demonic beasts and seizing their lifespan was Chi-Chen's martial path. Thus, Chi-Chen spoke out and refused Gung Chuan's solicitation. After being rejected, Gung Chuan wasn't annoyed and just laughed. There's no harm in it, you're still young now, since you have the mind to go out and make a name for yourself. After you graduate from college, if you can't find a suitable place to go, then come back to my Broken Cloud Martial Arts Center, and I, Gung Chuan, will welcome you just the same. In Gung Chuan's opinion, Chi-Chen was merely young and impetuous, and had not seen the evils of today's society, thus having the idea of breaking in. When you graduate from college, you will naturally recognize reality. However, what he didn't know was that Chi-Duan couldn't go to college at all. Regarding Gung Chuan's misunderstanding, Chi-Chen didn't have the intention of explaining more, but just thanked him out loud. Many thanks to Pavilion Master Gung for his kind words. You're welcome. Gung Chuan waved his hand before taking out the two things he had already prepared. A bank card, and a not very thick booklet. Here's your record-breaking reward for your D-level advanced breathing technique and a $500,000 bonus. Many thanks to Pavilion Master Gung. Chi-Chen reached out to receive these two items and said thank you once again. There's no need for a thank you, you deserve it for breaking the record. Chi-Chen got up from his chair and said, Pavilion Master Gung, I'll leave now if there's nothing else. Gung Chuan also stood up and smiled, let's go, I'll see you off. The two of them walked all the way towards the main gate of the Broken Cloud Martial Arts Center. On the way, Gung Chuan kept telling Chi-Chen about the good things about their Broken Cloud Martial School. Chi-Chen listened silently from the side, secretly memorizing it in his mind, so that it might come in handy someday in the future. Soon, the two of them arrived at the gate of the Broken Cloud Martial Arts Center. Gung Chuan was just about to bid farewell to Chi-Chen when he heard a voice, Lu Chi's, ringing out, Chi-Chen, you finally come out. Chapter 8 Still pestering? One punch and you're gone. Upon hearing Lu Chi's voice, Chi-Chen's brows immediately furrowed. Why is this pussy still around? When he turned his head, he saw Lu Chi's imposing appearance. She quickly stepped forward and pressed towards Chi-Chen, say, is it also because of the broken machine that you were able to break the record? Chi-Chen glanced at her coldly and said in a cold voice, how I broke the record is none of your business. If you have time to question me here, why don't you go take a good look at your brain? Chi-Chen was no longer tired of this Lu Chi. If it wasn't for the fact that he had come to the Broken Cloud Martial Hall in the beginning to break the record and obtain the D-rank breathing technique in the process, he didn't want to cause any trouble. He had long ago let this Lu Chi know what was the gold content of 7,988 force. However, in the face of Chi-Chen's icy cold eyes, Lu Chi acted as if she couldn't see them. Instead, she became even angrier because of Chi-Chen's words. You're the one who's sick in the head. If the machine hadn't broken down, could you have had a chance to break the record? Saying that, she pointed her spear at Gung Chuan, who was watching from the sidelines. Also, your broken cloud martial arts school is no good. This punk broke the record based on the fact that the machine was broken, yet your broken cloud martial arts school turns a blind eye to it. Not only did you not investigate the record he typed, but instead you directly registered it. Is your broken cloud martial arts hall that irresponsible? Facing Lu Qi's questioning, Gung Chuan's gaze became a bit unkind. If you dare to make trouble at the broken cloud martial arts center, you won't get a good ending. At first, he was desperate for the matter of Qi Chen, which was why he didn't deal with Lu Qi in the first place. I didn't think this Lu Qi would have the guts to jump out now. Only, Gung Chuan didn't rush to take the lead as he looked at Qi Chen with an inquiring gaze. It seemed to be asking if the martial arts school would make the move, or if Qi Chen would make the move himself. Qi Chen waved his hand at Gung Chuan, signaling that he could just do it himself. Now that there were no more worries, it was time for this Lu Qi to recognize reality. You're saying that my second order rank is due to a machine malfunction? Qi Chen indifferently opened his mouth and asked. That's for sure. Lu Qi said with a straight neck. Oh, then you'll have to keep your eyes open to see if my second order rank is a machine malfunction or not. Qi Chen sneered and raised his right fist. With a boom, red-colored flames adhered to it. Gung Chuan, who was watching the battle from the side, saw this and his eyes flickered slightly. This. Round up Inferno Fist. With his poisonous eyes, he could tell at a glance that Qi Chen had reached the consummation of his martial skill, the Inferno Fist. Even though it was the lowest of the lowest grade F martial skill, it was extremely difficult to cultivate it to perfection. According to his understanding, Qi Chen had only been cultivating for a year. Cultivating the Inferno Fist to the perfection realm in just 1 year, this talent for martial arts cultivation was truly unparalleled. Gung Chuan's heart was becoming more and more satisfied with Qi Duan. With this understanding of martial arts cultivation, he was definitely an extremely competent martial arts school teacher. Looking at Qi Chen's raised fist, it still carried an extremely terrifying might on it. Her mind reeled. This might, how was it even more powerful than the might of the martial skill that she, a martial artist of the 9th level of the 1st rank, had performed? Before Lu Qi had time to think more, she saw that Qi Chen's punch had slammed down towards her. Lu Qi was instantly startled. In his haste, he tried to raise his hands to parry. However, as soon as she made a move to raise her arms, Qi Chen's punch had already struck Lu Qi's abdomen as if it was a titanic pressure, fiercely. Boo! In a thumping vibration, Lu Qi's figure flew violently backwards towards the back. Her body flew down the steps of the broken cloud martial hall and smashed straight down to the ground, and after tumbling a few times, Lu Qi was on her back. But Lu Qi's throat was sweet, and a stream of blood suddenly gushed out from his mouth. On top of that, there was blood spilling from his nose. Her small abdomen was vaguely indented. At this moment, Lu Qi couldn't say a word. She felt as if she had died a little. She couldn't speak, but she was horrified at the moment. This force. This aura. It really is a second-ranked martial artist. Qi Chen was only at the 4th level of the 1st rank half a month ago. How did he reach the 2nd rank in half a month's time? Her mind raced. After punching Lu Qi, Qi Chen waved his hand, dispersing the flames from his right fist, and turned to look at Gung Chuan. Pavilion Master Gung, I'm leaving. Good. Gung Chuan smiled and said, the door of the Broken Cloud Martial School is always open for you. Aha! Qi Chen nodded in response and took a step down the steps. As he passed Lu Qi, Qi Chen paused in his steps. That punch made Lu Qi recognize reality once and for all. The machine wasn't broken, and Qi Chen's second-order martial arts rank was real. After seeing Qi Chen pause beside her, Lu Qi's eyes were horrified. She was afraid that Qi Chen would strike at her again, so she struggled as hard as she could to get up and escape. However, the excessive injury to her abdomen left her unable to stand up at all. You should just be glad it's in the city. If it was outside the city, a brainless one like you would already be a corpse. She just opened his mouth with a face full of frost. As the words entered his ears, Lu Qi's heart was already overwhelmed with fear. Fear mixed with disbelief. Qi Dian actually tried to kill her. Panic as well as regret spread inside. At this moment, Lu Qi was extremely regretful. Regretting why you messed with Qi Chen in the first place? Regret why you were so adamant that the machine was malfunctioning in the first place? After Qi Chen spoke, he went straight towards the distance, no longer talking nonsense with Lu Qi. Looking at Qi Chen's fading back, the terrified boulder in Lu Qi's heart was able to fall to the ground. Zidane didn't go straight home. With the $500,000 he got just now, he now has $900,000 in savings. With the $700,000, Shi-chan went to purchase a long spear as well as a martial art. Grade E obsidian lance for $500,000. Grade E martial skill cracking palm, priced at $350,000. Only after purchasing the lance and martial arts skill did Shi-chan return home. Sitting on the couch and looking at his remaining 381 years of demonic beast life, Shi-chan directly chose to start simulating cultivation. System: 80 years of demonic beast lifespan, simulating the cultivation of D-level advanced breathing techniques. Ding! The host has consumed 80 years of demonic beast lifespan to begin simulating the cultivation of the D-ranked advanced breathing technique. In the first year, you began practicing the D-level advanced breathing method, which was your first contact with something so advanced, and flipping through it, you only felt the wonders, and all of a sudden, your mind was immersed in it. The initial immersion of your mind made you think that you would soon be able to get started with this breathing method, and then 10 years passed and you were still clueless. In the blink of an eye another 10 years have passed by leisurely. In the second 10 years, you finally have a first glimpse of this D-grade breathing method, D-grade advanced breathing method introductory. When the D-level breathing method was successfully introduced, you seemed to see a whole new realm of this breathing method, and you began to study it painstakingly, and this study lasted for 30 years, and by the time you reached the 50th year, it turned out that you had made no progress at all. You don't believe in evil, the talent is extremely poor. You continue to painstakingly bury your head in painstakingly drilling, and drilling for 30 years, the 80th year, you finally drilled into the doorway, found that the aura into the body there seems to be a slight pattern, D-level breathing method skilled. Due to your D-rank advanced breathing technique proficiency reaching the proficiency level, your martial arts level has followed suit, reaching a terrifying second rank 5th level. Boom! Shi-chan's aura soared around him, and his second stage 3rd ranked martial arts Dao rank reached second stage 5th ranked. Skillfulness directly increases by 2 minor levels. Shi-chan was astonished in his heart. Level E breathing techniques don't have such a horrible increase. Not bad for a D-rated breathing technique. Seeing that the enhancement was so huge, Shi-chan didn't hesitate to say, System: 100 years of demonic beast lifespan, continue to simulate the cultivation of Class D advanced breathing method. Ding! Simulated cultivation begins. In the first year, you begin to continue practicing hard to reach proficiency in D-level advanced breathing techniques. In the 30th year, after skilling in the D-rank breathing method, the difficulty of cultivation increases geometrically, making you feel like you're struggling to cultivate. In the 50th year, you had a flash of light, and the goddess of fortune, who had not favored you for many years, favored you once again this time, and you managed to have an epiphany and found the trick to cultivate this breathing method. In the 60th year, after getting the hang of it, you reach the proficient level of the D-rank breathing technique after only 10 years. After reaching proficiency, even you who have mastered the tricks feel that the speed of cultivation has slowed down significantly, and in the first 100 years, the proficiency is still at proficiency. Due to your D-rank advanced breathing technique proficiency reaching proficiency, your martial arts level has followed suit, reaching a terrifying second stage 7th level. Chapter 9: The Third Order. Gu Yang's Plan. 20 years to get started, 60 years to become proficient, and 60 years to be able to become proficient or rely on an epiphany. Roughly calculating the amount of time he had used to cultivate to these 3 realms, Shi-chan's eyes twitched at the corners of his eyes. It seemed that the D-grade breathing method was still a bit too much of a stretch for him to cultivate for his own talent. Good thing there's a kryptonite system, though. And it doesn't have to be kryptonite to his own life. Shaking his head, Shi-chan chose to continue. System: keep coming for 150 years and cultivate the D-rank advanced breathing technique. Ding! Simulated cultivation begins. After having the previous epiphany and finding the knack of cultivation, this time you practiced as painstakingly as you had done on previous occasions, and it was obvious that there was no sense of some kind of blockage, and in the 40th year, the Class D advanced breathing technique managed to reach the subtle. Class D advanced breathing technique has reached the realm of the subtle. You begin to recall the past decades of cultivation. The hardships along the way are only clear to you. After many years of bitter cultivation, you are already quite knowledgeable about this Class D advanced breathing technique, but your talent is too poor. Even if you are quite knowledgeable, your cultivation speed can't be raised, and on the occasion of the first 100 years, your proficiency in the breathing technique has finally reached perfection. Continuing to practice hard for 10 years, you don't have much to gain. Due to your perfect proficiency in the D-rank advanced breathing technique, your martial arts rank has subsequently risen to a terrifying second rank 9th level. Host: Qi Dian. Ability: Microflame Grade E. Level: 9 of the second order. Remaining life: 40 years. Remaining lifespan of demonic beasts, 51 years. Breathing techniques, level F basic breathing techniques perfection, level D advanced breathing techniques perfection. Martial arts, grade E earth splitting palm uninitiated, grade F inferno fist perfected, grade F basic gunnery introductory, grade F light wind steps perfected. The second stage 9 is up. Shi Chen looked at his data panel and murmured softly. Inwardly, I was a little saddened by how hard it had been for me to make this journey. It was indeed not easy to cultivate this way for more than 500 years to reach the 9th level of the second rank. There were still 51 years of demonic beast life left, which was just right for simulating the cultivation of the uninitiated earth-splitting palm. System, the remaining demonic beast lifespan is all used to simulate the cultivation of the earth-splitting palm. Ding! Simulated cultivation begins. Although you are new to palm techniques, fists and feet are always connected. With the Perfection Inferno Fist as a foundation, you quickly gained a basic understanding of the earth-splitting palm. In the 5th year, you wielded your palm like a sword, and your palm successfully took on the power of cracking the earth, and the earth-splitting palm was successfully introduced. In the 20th year, each palm falls as if it were splitting a mountain and dropping an axe, and the earth-splitting palm succeeds in being skillful. Due to your extremely poor talent, you have no other choice but to practice hard, and Goddess of Fortune has not favored you. In the 45th year, your earth-splitting palm has managed to reach proficiency. Continuing to cultivate for 6 years, your proficiency in the earth-splitting palm has not made another breakthrough. Due to your E-ranked earth-splitting palm proficiency reaching proficiency, your martial arts level has successfully broken through from 2nd order 9 to 3rd order. Congratulations on becoming a terrifying 3rd order martial artist. 3rd ranked martial artist. Shi Chen was inwardly shocked, greatly surprised by this result. Shi Chen did not think of breaking through to the 3rd ranked martial artist by relying on the earth-splitting palm, and his intention was only to improve his proficiency in the earth-splitting palm and increase his means of fighting the enemy. Now that he had managed to break through the 3rd stage, it was an unexpected blessing. Qi Dian stood up from the couch, shaken. With a loud boom, the powerful aura of a 3rd-ranked martial artist spread out. The terrifying aura agitated the tables and chairs next to him, creating a slight tremor. Not bad. Regarding himself becoming more powerful, Shi Chun showed a joyful expression. Qi Dian clenched both fists. 3rd-rank martial artist now, that Ge Yang, it's time to go offline. With this in mind, Shi Chen immediately walked out of the house. The wilderness area. He's going to have to go there again. Taking the opportunity to kill Ge Yang was only one aspect. On the other hand, it was the fact that the lifespan of the demonic beasts had run out, and he would need to go and kill them to replenish. Shi Chun first went to the Demon Beheading Bureau, an official organization in China, to register. The Bureau of Demon Choppers, which holds numerous jobs in China. This included being responsible for social security, killing demonic beasts outside the city that were close to the urban area, and other tasks. The wilderness area, on the other hand, is not under the responsibility of the Demon Beheading Bureau. If anything happens in here, the Demon Chopper Bureau is not responsible for any non-official Demon Chopper Bureau personnel. This kind of place belonged to a place infested with demonic beasts, similar to a demonic beast stronghold, where numerous demonic beasts were entrenched. And the demonic beasts within these wilderness areas, under the guard of the Demon Beheading Bureau, couldn't walk out at all. As a result, these wilderness areas became the best places for martial artists of all levels to conduct self-training. Being a place of experience, the Demon Beheading Bureau was not responsible for anything that happened in it, and that was a big reason. Huaxia has roughly categorized the wilderness area into 5 levels based on the level of demonic beasts coiled in the interior. Micro, small, medium, large, and extra large. The wilderness area that Shi Chen intended to go to this time was a small wilderness area, with the highest level of demonic beasts within it being of the 3rd rank. Shi Chen, who was a 3rd-order martial artist, was just right to go to the small wilderness area. After Shi Chen had registered at the Demon Beheading Bureau within Xingyu City, he returned home. Prepare to rest for the night and go back tomorrow. And, of course, to get the word out to certain people. For example, Gayan. Clear Jade City, within a high-class small district. Gajan received a phone call inside his bedroom. Nephew, there's news about that kid named Shi Chen that you wanted me to keep an eye on. On the other side of the phone, came the voice of a middle-aged man. Ge Yang's face lit up when he heard this and said, Uncle Chen, is this Shi Chen going to the wilderness area again so soon? Well, the wilderness area he's going to this time is a small wilderness area. Small wilderness area? Ge Yang frowned, very confused inside. What was Qi Chen, a 4th-ranked waste of the 1st rank, doing going to the small wilderness area, a place with 3rd-ranked demonic beasts, for? The miniature wilderness area was already deadly dangerous for even Zidane. Then wouldn't you not even have to go yourself, and Qi Chen would be killed? But after thinking for a moment, Ge Yang shook his head. No, he still had to go. What if Qi Jian just goes to have a look and doesn't go in? He had to go in person to ensure Qi Chen's complete death. Only, in that case, he couldn't go there on his own. With his strength at the 1st level of the 2nd rank, it was not guaranteed that he would encounter any danger. With this in mind, Ge Yang said, Uncle Chen, can you come with me? On the other side of the phone, there was no hesitation in agreeing, that's fine, it just so happens that I've had to make a trip to a small wilderness area for something recently. Thanks Uncle Chen. The two exchanged pleasantries and hung up. Ge Yang put down his cell phone with a devious smile on his face. Zidane, Zidane. Whatever the purpose of your trip to the small wilderness area? This time, with Uncle Chen, who is a 3rd-ranked martial artist, pressing the battlefield, the end result for you, a punk, is bound to be hard to escape death. Chapter 10, Jurgen, penetrated by a shot. The next day, Qi Chen got up early. After simply packing up and having breakfast, Qi Chen took the black flare lance and headed to the high-speed train station in Qingyu City. The wilderness area he was going to this time was not in Qingyu City. Instead, it's the city of Bailan, next door to the city of Siyu. Taking the high-speed train, we arrived at Bailan City in half an hour. After arriving in Bailan City, Qi Chen went straight to the Bailan City Demon Beheading Bureau. Having already registered in advance, Qi no longer had to bother. After presenting the certificate, they boarded a special bus to the small wilderness area. In addition to Qi Chen, there were a few other people in the car. The men were uniformly armed with knives, swords, and other weapons. Some gathered together to talk in whispers, while others, like Qi Chen, sat alone in silence. A busload of people whose destination ended up being that small wilderness area. About an hour and a half later, the specialized car arrived at the location of the small wilderness area. The specialized vehicle stopped in front of the supply base. Qi Dian followed the crowd out of the car. This small wilderness area supply base was quite a bit more luxurious than the miniature wilderness area supply base. The footprint is also a full size. Qi Chen walked inside the supply base. Inside the supply base, there were blood-stained martial artists who had obviously just fought their way out of the wilderness area waiting for treatment. There were also young martial artists with tender faces like Qi Chen, who were led into the wilderness area by their elders with great anticipation. And there was only one person like Qi Chen, who looked childish, not to mention that he came alone. All of a sudden, Qi Chen received a lot of attention. The small wilderness area, but there were 3rd-order demonic beasts present. Even if Qi Chen had reached the 2nd stage, that still had a high probability of losing his little life. As for Qi Chen reaching the 3rd rank, paired with Qi Chen's face that still had a childish look to it, no one would think so. Qi Chen didn't care about the gazes of the group and walked straight to the task table. There are quests to be taken in such small and larger scale wilderness areas. Taking a quest will result in a corresponding reward. Qi Chen didn't have the money to buy high-level martial arts now, so he just happened to do some quests along the way to earn some money. Arriving at the quest table, various quests on the large screen caught Qi Chen's eyes. Mission 1, kill the 1st-order demonic beast, the black-striped snake, and take out the snake gallbladder from its body. Reward, 1,000 huaxia coins per snake gallbladder to start. Quest 2, kill the 2nd-order demonic beast iron horn rhinoceros and cut down its iron horn. Reward, 10,000 huaxia coins for 1 iron horn to start. Quest 3, kill the 3rd-order demonic beast Xian Tai tyrant bear and take down the innately formed Xian Tai on its body. Reward, 100,000 huaxia coins for a single copy of Xian iron to start. With all the Xian iron on a Xian iron tyrannical bear is 1 copy. Task 4. Qi Chen roughly swept through the list of quests, connecting 3 quests in a row. When the front desk lady in charge of the quest levels saw the 3 quests that Qi Chen had taken, her eyes were filled with skepticism. The 3 quests that were taken on, 2 of them involved killing 3rd-order demonic beasts. This youth's strength seemed to be at most 2nd order. Was he capable of killing a 3rd-order demonic beast? Doubtful as she was, she still gave Qi Chen the formalities to receive the mission and gave Qi Chen a rough topographical map of this wilderness area as well as a tactical backpack with a great amount of holding space. After Qi Chen got the topographical map as well as the tactical backpack, he directly left the supply base and headed towards the interior of the wilderness area. And as Chi Chen made a move, the two people within the supply base, who had hidden here long ago, also made a move. The two followed without moving. Chi Chen, who was walking in front, continued to walk towards the wilderness area as if he was oblivious. Soon, Chi Chen officially entered the wilderness area. The moment he stepped into the wilderness area, the rich demonic fury hit his face. The concentration of demonic chi in this place was far from what could be found in a miniature wilderness area. Chi Chen felt this demonic fury chi, and inexplicably some excitement arose within his heart. The excitement of the hunt. He seemed to have seen a sea of demonic beast lifespans beckoning him. Roar! The roars of the beasts around them came faintly, and the mood of hunting demonic beasts intensified within Chi Chen. Chi Chen temporarily suppressed this hunting mood. Right now, it's better to address the other matter first. Chi Chen stopped moving forward and turned to face behind him. He was empty behind him, but Chi Chen indifferently voiced out, "If you've already entered the wilderness area, hurry up and get out." As Chi Chen's words fell, there was silence in the back. However, in just a few moments, two figures walked out of the forest from this side. Of these two, one of them was none other than Gu Yang. The other person was a middle-aged man-like man. He had a cold look on his face. Gu Yang looked at Chi Chen and said with a teasing face, "It's really a surprise to me that a punk like you can actually spot me." Surprised? Chi Chen slightly shook the black flare lance held in his right hand and laughed, "You won't be surprised later. After all, a dead person should have no emotions whatsoever, right? Die?" After hearing Chi Chen's words, the teasing expression on Gu Yang's face worsened. "You still want to kill me and Uncle Chen with your first-rank waist rank? Not to mention this Uncle Chen next to me who is a third-ranked martial artist, even I, who am a second-ranked first-ranked person, wanting to take your life would be as simple as crushing an ant with my hand." As simple as crushing an ant? Chi Chen's sword brows rose as he took the initiative to walk towards Gu Yang and his duo with a step. Oh? Seeing Chi Chen walking on his own accord, Gu Yang had an interested expression on his face. "So eager to die? In that case, I'll satisfy you." He looked at the middle-aged man next to him and said, "Uncle Chen, there's no need for you to do it, let me kill this punk with my own hands." Aha! Uncle Chen nodded and stood motionless. According to Gu Yang, this Chi Chen was nothing more than a first-order waste. Gu Yang facing up to it really wasn't that different from crushing an ant. Therefore, he wasn't worried about Gu Yang encountering any danger. LOL. Gu Yang moved his muscles a little and greeted Chi Chen. As he walked away, he also said, "Last time, I let you get lucky and jump away. This time, if I personally take action, you won't be so lucky." As he spoke, he had already walked to Chi Chen's side. Boom! His second-order martial artist aura was released at all times, and his body bulged with muscles like gnarled dragons. As he was about to slam his fist into Chi Chen, he suddenly realized that there was a black shadow flickering in front of him. Immediately afterward, before he could see exactly what it was, his abdomen felt like it had been hit hard by something. Put! A large mouthful of blood spurted out. Gu Yang was instantly horrified. This Chi Chen's strength was not right. Realizing this, he hurriedly tried to draw back and burst backward to hide beside Uncle Chen. However, he realized that at this moment, he couldn't make any effort. Also, there appeared to be something stuck dead center in the chest position. When Gu Yang looked down, he saw a scene that shocked him even more. Only the chest at this moment was penetrated by a large black gun. He looked incredulously at Chi Chen across the room again, holding the other end of the lance tightly in his hand. Chi Chen saw Gu Yang looking at him and a smile appeared on his face. Then, the hand he held the lance with exerted force, and the lance began to spin around where Gu Yang had been penetrated. Ah ha ah! Miserable and incomparable screams came out from Gu Yang's mouth. The intense pain caused Gu Yang to roll his eyes. Whenever he was about to fall into a coma, he would be awakened by a sharp pain. At the back, Uncle Chen, who was in a daze because he witnessed the lance running through Gu Yang, also came back to his senses after hearing Gu Yang's hair-raisingly miserable cry. After seeing Gu Yang in such a state, his eyes glowed red and anger surged in his heart. His main duty was to protect Gu Yang. Yet Gu Yang was now in such a state, how could he not be angry? Unbridled. Uncle Chen roared, the full power of a third-ranked martial artist erupting as he violently exploded towards Chi Chen. Chapter 11, Accidentally Harvesting C-Grade Martial Skills. The tip of Chi Chen's gun picked Gu Yang slightly sideways, his line of sight facing directly at the storming Uncle Chen. Third Order 2? Feeling the aura emanating from this Uncle Chen, a flash of contempt flashed in Chi Chen's eyes. Although he was only at the first level of the third rank now, his actual battle power was far beyond the first level of the third rank. Uncle Chen's speed was extremely fast, and in the space of a few breaths, he stormed to Qi Chen's near front. He formed a claw with his right hand and tackled towards Qi Chen's throat. Qi Chen did not dodge, picking Gu Yang's lance to retract slightly before his other hand formed a fist to meet this claw towards Uncle Chen. Boo! The fists and claws clashed, and a booming aftershock spread. Uncle Chen only felt a huge force strike his entire body along with his arm. Immediately afterward, his figure exploded backward several steps in order to dislodge the force. On the contrary, Qi Chen stood firmly in place. What? Uncle Chen's entire body was incomparably shocked as he stared incredulously at Qi Chen in front of him. So much so that the tingling arm ignored it. Wasn't Qi Chen a first-ranked martial artist? Regarding Qi Chen, he, Gu Yang's uncle, also knew something about him. Cultivating for a year, his rank barely reached the fourth level of the First Order, and half a month ago, the college entrance examination was even a failure. Now that Qi Chen was displaying his strength, where did he have the appearance of a first-ranked martial artist? This is at least the Third Order. Qi Chen looked at this Uncle Chen of Gu Yang and grinned, "Don't be in a hurry, one by one." At those words, his gun-wielding arm shook. Instantly, a force accompanied the arm as it surged into the interior of the black lance. And then as the lance entered Gu Yang's body. Ah! Gu Yang let out a beastly scream from his mouth. At this moment, he felt like his internal organs were being crushed. The unbearable pain caused him to roll both eyes and completely fall into unconsciousness, no longer maintaining his previous half-conscious state. Hearing Gu Yang's miserable scream once more, Uncle Chen stared at him with wide eyes. No longer thinking carefully about how Qi Chen had gained this kind of strength, he was shaken. At once, the flames of anger were overwhelming. Crackle! Dao flames rose from its circumference, sending out crackling explosions. Class C ability Explosive Inflammation. Uncle Chen, who was enraged, directly chose to utilize his supernatural abilities. He stared at Qi Chen, anger already spewing from his eyes. "You injured my nephew to such an extent, today I will make your life worse than death." Qi Chen flung his spear, flinging the unconscious and dying Gu Yang aside and casually laughed, "Hee. Cut the crap, I still have to rush to kill the demonic beasts, killing your uncle and nephews is just something I did in passing." Rampant. Hearing these provocative words from Qi Chen, Uncle Chen violently charged towards Qi Chen once again. Facing the charging Uncle Chen, Qi Chen's long spear danced. Seizing the moment when Uncle Chen rushed in, he stabbed forward violently. This stab was extremely fast. It caused the pupils of Uncle Chen, who wanted to dodge, to shrink. This strike could not be dodged with his speed. Giving up the idea of dodging, he ignited flames above his hands and resisted in front of him. Boo! Boom! The moment the tip of the gun came into contact with its palms, a violent explosion was produced. Once again, Uncle Chen felt a huge force that he could not resist coming at him. The flames instantly went out and his figure flew backwards. This time, it wasn't that he was voluntarily retreating in order to unload. He was blasted straight away. The force of this shot was completely beyond his ability to resist. Boom! Boom! Spray! His figure rolled on the ground several times in succession before stopping. On the contrary, Qi Chen, who had blasted a blow against Uncle Chen, his gun merely trembled slightly. The trembling gun body was easily stabilized by Qi Chen. Uncle Chen rose from the ground in a sorry state. He first looked at his palms that had resisted the blow so hard. Only to see that above his palms, they were already blood red. With that strike just now, Qi Chen had pierced through his defense. He raised his head and looked at Qi Chen with eyes full of unconcealable shock. With the use of his supernatural ability, his strength was already no weaker than that of a third-stage fourth-ranked martial artist. Yet it was this that was still repelled by Qi Chen's seemingly easy strike. The kind where there's no room for resistance. What kind of monster is this? How can strength be so horrible? Just as he was shocked and puzzled, his pupils suddenly shrunk. At this moment, Qi Chen, carrying the black flare lance, took the initiative to charge towards him. Inflammatory fire protection. Seeing this, he bellowed. In a flash, hot flames rose up and condensed into a flame shield from in front of him. After Qi Chen approached Uncle Chen, he raised his black flare lance and slammed it downwards. Boo! The shot hit the flame shield squarely. The majestic force was continuously instilled within the black flare lance. The flames of the flame shield already had a hidden tendency to disperse under the bombardment of the lance. The expression on Uncle Chen's face was already eye-rolling. Obviously, he was also doing his best to fend off the blow. But in the end, Uncle Chen was finally defeated. The flames were crushed by the black flare lance. The black flare lance smashed down with unabated momentum. In the midst of Uncle Chen's gaze filled with horror, a blow smashed into Uncle Chen's chest. Boo! In a dull ringing sound, Uncle Chen's figure flew backwards sharply. It was only after crashing into a large tree that it stopped flying backwards and landed on the ground. Uncle Chen slumped to the ground, his body twitching slightly. The back has a hole pierced through it and looks beyond appalling. His breath was so weak that it could be described as breathless. It was also the fact that martial artists had a strong life force that made him still able to hang on to this breath. Qi Dian walked slowly to his side. He looked at Zidane feet and tried to raise his head to say something. But the last of his strength was already incredibly weak, causing him to be completely unable to do so. Boo! A loud bang rang out. Qi Chen shot through his back and stabbed him where his heart was. Uncle Chen's eyes glazed over as his heart was pierced through, causing the last remaining life in his body to drain away at a rapid pace. In just a few seconds, he completely lost all of his vital features and died beyond repair. After killing one person, Qi Chen looked indifferent and didn't feel much in his heart. For this kind of wanting to put himself to death, Qi Chen killed without any psychological burden at all. After resolving Uncle Chen, Qi Chen went back to Guiyang's side and ended his final agony for him. Just like that, the uncle and nephew were easily resolved by Qi Chen without much effort. Resolving this pair of uncles and nephews, just as Qi Chen was about to leave, he suddenly saw something from Guiyang's corpse. This is... Qi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and the tip of his spear was raised. At once, a booklet was picked out. Qi Des picked up the booklet and glanced at the cover name before his eyes lit up. This was precisely a martial art, and it was also a C-rank gun martial art. Spirit Shadow Swimming Dragon Gun. The fact that there was such a harvest from this trip was something Qi Chen had never expected. It's kind of an unexpected surprise. With this harvest, Qi Chen went through all of Guiyang and that Uncle Chen of his again. Sadly, other than a cell phone and a few trivial and worthless things for the two of them, there would be nothing else. Not finding anything, Qi Dian wasn't disappointed. This C-grade gun martial art had already satisfied him. After Qi Chen put away the Spirit Shadow Swimming Dragon Lance, he continued to go deeper towards the interior of the wilderness area. According to the map labeling, the small wilderness area is pretty much divided into two areas. These are the forested areas of the mountains and the riverine areas of the plains. Qi Des chose for the mountain forest area. One of the quests he had taken on was to hunt the Xian Iron Tyrant Bear and take the Xian Iron from its body. The basalt storm bears again mostly survive in forested areas. Qi Chen traveled all the way in the direction where the mountain forest area was located. On the way, he encountered quite a few second-order demonic beasts blocking the way. For these demonic beasts, Qi Chen casually blasted them to death. After spending almost 15 minutes, Qi Chen officially arrived at where the mountain range forest area was. In those 15 minutes, Zidane also had a pretty good haul. Killed 8 first-order demonic beasts with a total demonic beast lifespan of 422 years. And that's just the catch. By the time Qi Chen actually started killing demonic beasts, the lifespan of demonic beasts would skyrocket. This trip to the wilderness area, with 10,000 years of demonic beast lifespan, was nothing more than a starting point for Qi Chen. Chapter 12, Arrogant Youth, 2 third-order 9 heavy guards. The forested area of the mountain range is quite thickly forested as far as the naked eye can see. Behind the forest, there was one rolling mountain range after another. The area is vast. Qi Chen, who had first entered the forest area of the mountain range, encountered a first-rank 9th-grade demonic beast. Qi Chen swung his long spear and casually blasted it to death. Ding! Slaying the first-order 9th demon beast Grey Rabbit Demon, with a total lifespan of 144 years and a remaining lifespan of 91 years, has acquired the entire remaining lifespan. Qi Chen shook off the blood stained on the black flare lance and went deeper in this area. As Qi Chen went deeper, the level of the demonic beasts encountered gradually increased. Ding! Slaying the first-order 9th-grade demonic beast Rodent Mouse, with a total lifespan of 132 years and a remaining lifespan of 84 years, has gained all of its lifespan. Ding! Slaying the second-order, first-rank demonic beast Black Shadow Spider, with a total lifespan of 204 years and a remaining lifespan of 113 years, has gained all of its lifespan. Ding! Slaying the second order, second-degree demonic beast rock earth pig, total lifespan of 243 years, remaining lifespan of 130 years, has gained all of its lifespan. Ding! Killed the second order fourth weight demonic beast green scaled python, total lifespan of 298 years, remaining lifespan of 148 years, have acquired the full lifespan. Chi-Chen was holding the black flare lance, and all the demonic beasts that he encountered on the way were no match for Chi-Chen's gun. Chi-Chen traveled through the forest idly without the slightest bit of pressure. The total value of his demonic beast's lifespan was increasing rapidly. After continuing on for some time, Chi-Dian stopped in his tracks. A demonic beast that appeared in front of him was also one of the targets of the mission that Chi-Chen had taken on this time. Kill the second-order demonic beast iron-horned rhinoceros and cut off its iron horn. When the iron-horned rhinoceros saw Chi-Chen, it attacked Chi-Chen out of demonic beast instinct. Chi-Chen's expression was calm, and his lance stabbed out at the charging iron-horned rhinoceros. Put! Blood splattered as the black flare lance penetrated the iron-horned rhinoceros body. Chi-Chen pulled the lance out of the iron-horned rhino's body. Boo! The iron-horned rhinoceros body fell to the ground with a sound. The system prompt sounded immediately afterward, ding! Slaying the second order, second weight demonic beast iron-horned rhinoceros, with a total lifespan of 234 years and a remaining lifespan of 125 years, has acquired the entire remaining lifespan. Boo! The lance struck the iron horn of the iron-horned rhinoceros, and the 30-centimeter-long iron horn produced a fracture after a dull ringing sound. Chi-Dian walked up and picked up the iron horn, placing it into his tactical backpack before moving on. After traveling some more distance, Chi-Chen stopped in front of a narrow valley. Looking at the scene within the valley solved Chi-Chen's doubts along the way. The demonic beasts that Chi-Chen encountered in the distance ahead were basically all iron-horned rhinos. The rest of the demonic beasts were only one or two. Earlier, he was still wondering why there were so many iron-horned rhinoceroses along the way. And after seeing the scene inside the canyon, Chi-Chen understood. Only a dozen or so iron-horned rhinoceroses were seen inhabiting the canyon. He was encountering a group of iron-horned rhinoceros demonic beasts. A demonic beast group is composed of a large group of demonic beasts of the same race, and then the most powerful demonic beast among them acts as the leader. The iron-horned rhinoceros that he had encountered along the way, Chi-Chen speculated that they should all have gone out from this valley. The average person, when encountering a pack of demonic beasts alone, would choose to avoid them. Not so with Zidane. He had an excited look on his face. It would be great to have them all together, so he wouldn't have to bother looking for them one by one at all. After the iron-horned rhinoceros within the valley saw Chi-Chen's appearance, other than the one with the largest size and the longest iron horn, the rest of them all stood up from the ground with fierce glares on their eyes. Chi-Chen put down the tactical backpack containing 5 or 6 iron-horned rhinoceros iron horns behind him and prepared to single-handedly challenge this group of iron-horned rhinoceros. Ha ha! There are actually so many second-ranked demonic beasts iron-horned rhinoceros here. Looks like this young man can have a good time this time. Just as Chi-Chen was about to make a big move, he heard a loud laugh resounding behind him. Chi-Dian turned to look. Only to see a young man with long hair walking behind him at some point. He reached out and pointed at Chi-Chen, arrogantly chiding. This iron-horned rhinoceros's demonic beast group this young master has his eye on, this young master will give you 1 minute to get the hell out of here. Beside the youth, there were 2 middle-aged men. Both of them had a bland expression on their faces, and they didn't look as if they had placed Chi-Chen in their eyes at all. Chi-Chen looked at the arrogant-looking youth and said in a cold voice, "What are you?" Hearing Chi-Chen's words, the youth immediately frowned. Before he could speak, one of the middle-aged men with facial scars was the first to speak. He said angrily, "Kid, what kind of thing are you, and how dare you say that our Wang Shao is something?" He. Another tall middle-aged man also opened his mouth with a cold smile. In this kind of wilderness area, our Wang Shao has been extraordinarily kind in giving you the chance to roll, but instead of appreciating it, you questioned what our Wang Shao is in return. I think you're really tired of living. Today, you won't be able to walk out of this wilderness area alive. What am I? The youth stepped out from between the two, the corners of his mouth turned up and an interested smile appeared on his face. He leisurely opened his mouth. "Wang Qian, the head of the Wang family in Bailan City, is my father, now what do you call me?" After the youth finished speaking, he clasped his hands to his chest, as if he was waiting for Chi-Chen's appearance of being shocked into panic upon hearing his self-registration number. However, the imagined scene of Chi-Chen being shocked did not happen. After hearing his self-registration number, Qi Chen's face was instead filled with more than a touch of disdain. The Wang family of Bailan City? What a load of crap, never heard of it. As Qi Chen's words fell, the expression on the youth's face froze and turned unkind. Junk stuff? Daring to insult my Wang family, this time, you'll be even less likely to leave this wilderness area alive. I'll leave this brat to me, you two don't need to make a move, I'll let him personally taste the consequences of insulting my Wang family. Yes, young master. The two responded in unison. After the instructions, the youth slowly walked towards Qi Chen, with an additional smirk on his face at the same time. It doesn't matter if you live and don't know my Wang family, but if you die and go down there to get a good understanding of my Bailan City Wang family, it's not the kind of trash like you that can be offended. As he spoke, he had already walked to a position less than 3 meters in front of Qi Chen. Ho! With a loud shout, the aura of a second-stage 7th-ranked martial artist exploded out. While rushing towards Qi Chen, his right hand formed a fist and slammed it towards Qi Chen. Facing his punch, Qi Chen's expression was as calm as water. As this fist was about to smash into his face, Qi Chen's left hand flicked up and grabbed the arm of this hand. The youth whose arm was grabbed froze at first. After reacting, his pupils widened violently, and his eyes flashed with a thick flash of disbelief. This punch of his own, which was almost exerting his full strength, was actually caught this easily? He exerted his arms in an attempt to break free from amongst Qi Chen's palms. However, it turned out to be to no avail. Qi Chen, this hand, was already firmly holding his arm. At this moment, Qi Chen's icy disdainful voice sounded, "The Bailan City Wang family? Is it wrong for me to call it a trashy thing when it can breed trashy stuff like you?" Hearing Qi Chen still insulting his family, the youth glared angrily, "You." Ah! He was just about to say something, yet Qi Chen didn't even give him that chance. 5 fingers of the left arm fired. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Ah ha ah. The sound of bones cracking rang out, and a mournful scream emanated from the youth's mouth. What? At the back, those 2 middle-aged men were shocked after hearing the youth's miserable screams. At this moment, they reacted to what was happening. Unbridled. Let go of my young master. The 2 of them let out an explosive whistle, their breath released completely undisguised, and then they rushed towards Qi Chen in unison. Third Order 9? Qi Chen felt the powerful aura emanating from the onslaught of the duo, and his gaze immediately condensed. Both of their martial Dao levels were clearly at the 9th level of the 3rd rank. Chapter 13 Simulated Cultivation, Skyrocketing Martial Rank. The 2 people's martial Dao levels were both at the 9th level of the 3rd rank, causing a few moments of gravity to grow in Qi Chen's heart. He flung the youth in his grasp casually away, and stood still with his gun in both hands. A triple First Order aura was declared, and the energy in his body was unreservedly released, converging on the long spear held by both hands. The 2 men, upon seeing the youth being flung away by Qi Chen, one of them turned his body towards the youth. One man drew his large sword and continued to attack towards Qi Chen. The large sword in his hand was raised, and as he approached Qi Chen, he slashed down heavily towards him. Qi Dian picks his gun to fend it off. Dang! The sound of gold and iron colliding rang out, and the huge force blasted, the aftermath spreading, and the surrounding smoke and dust stirred. Qi Dust's figure flew out backwards from the smoke and dust. On the way to flying backwards, Qi Chen thrust the black flare lance in his hand into the ground, forcibly stabilizing his flying backwards form. Who? Qi Chen stood in place, feeling his tingling hands. Qi Chen let out a long sigh of relief. With a martial arts Dao rank of the 1st rank of the 3rd order, it was still too much of a stretch to stand up to the attacks of a triple 9th order martial artist. That middle-aged man looked at Qi Chen, and a surprised emotion appeared in his eyes. To possess a rank of the 3rd stage 1 at such a young age, with this kind of talent, one is bound to grow up to be not bad in the future. Young master, are you alright? The middle-aged man who caught the youth asked with a concerned look. The youth's face was hideous as he stared dead at Qi Chen, his eyes wide with rage as he yelled, "Kill him! Kill him for me! I'm going to make him die!" The middle-aged man who had confronted Qi Chen sniffed his gaze at the youth and nodded, "All right, young master." After he said that, his eyes fell back onto Qi Chen. His eyes became shadowy. "You've messed with the Wang family, a family you can't afford to mess with, and in this life, you're destined to have no chance to grow up. Die for me!" He let out a long whistle and charged towards Qi Chen once again. And during this period of time, Qi Chen ignored the words of these few people the entire time. He mentally communicated with the system. If he couldn't fight at the 3rd rank and 1st rank, Wouldn't he just open up? Shichen looked at his total of up to 2,684 years of demonic beast lifespan and directly said, 2,000 years of demonic beast lifespan, simulate the cultivation of advanced breathing technique, earth-splitting palm and spirit shadow swimming dragon lance, aim to simulate all of them to perfection. Ding! Consume 2,000 years of demonic beast lifespan to begin simulating the cultivation of D-rank advanced breathing techniques. In the first year, you regrouped and continued to practice hard the advanced breathing method that you had been practicing for 330 years. After 50 years of bitter cultivation, your progress has been very slow, but your talent is so poor as well as the lack of a good cultivation method that you have to endure the pain and continue your bitter cultivation. In this way, you were like an emotionless puppet, muddling through the repetitive practice of exhaling the aura of the heavens and earth, and on the occasion of the first 100 years, Kung Fu was not enough, and with the accumulation of a huge lifespan, you finally levered the advanced breathing technique to a perfect proficiency level. Due to the fact that your proficiency in the D-rank advanced breathing technique has reached perfection, your martial arts level has followed suit, reaching a terrifying third-ranked 4th level. Remaining demonic beast lifespan of 1,900 years, begin simulated cultivation of E-ranked martial art cracking earth palm. In the first year, you begin to continue to painstakingly cultivate the earth-splitting palm that has already reached proficient proficiency. In the 25th year, after 25 years of hard practice, your earth-splitting palm reaches the entry level of proficiency. In the 50th year, you had a flash of insight and thought of the point that fists and feet are intertwined, and you began to perform the Inferno Fist, which you had already reached perfection, in an attempt to realize something from it. In the 52nd year, you managed to comprehend the cultivation method on the palm technique from the perfected Inferno Fist. Your 2 years have not been wasted. In the 58th year, the palm you wielded was like a giant hammer of steel, heavy and rigid, a sign of the perfection of the earth-splitting palm. You continued to cultivate according to the method you comprehended, and the rate of progress became rapid compared to before, and in the 98th year, your earth-splitting palm was successfully perfected. As your proficiency in the earth-splitting palm has reached perfection, your martial arts level has consequently risen to a terrifying 3rd order 5th rank. Remaining demonic beast lifespan of 1802 years, begin simulated cultivation of the C-rank gun technique Spirit Shadow Dragon Gun. You flipped over the C-ranked martial arts Spirit Shadow Swimming Dragon Gun and started practicing hard day after day. Due to having the foundation of F-rank basic marksmanship, you were able to introduce the C-rank marksmanship very quickly, C-rank martial arts, and managed to do so in just 50 years. After getting started, you found that even with the basic gun technique as a foundation, cultivating it was getting more and more difficult, and on the occasion of the 150th year, you didn't even find the Spirit Shadow Swimming Dragon Gun to have half a sign of reaching proficiency. Continuing to cultivate for 50 years, in the 200th year, you still did not make any significant progress, and your mood gradually became irritable. At the same time, you realized that the experience of cultivating the basic gun techniques in front of you no longer had any semblance of reference value by this time. You continue to cultivate for 20 years with patience and irritation, and in the 220th year, it seems that the heavens can't stand to see it anymore, allowing you to succeed in having an epiphany, and you rely on this epiphany to cultivate the Spirit Shadow Dragon Gun to proficiency in one fell swoop. Following the cultivation tricks you realized after your last epiphany, you began to cultivate this C-grade martial art, and on the occasion of the 300 years, your gunplay gradually gained a hint of spirituality. Year after year of cultivation, your spear technique became more and more spiritual, and in the 470th year, your spear technique was as spiritual as a dragon, and you became proficient in the Spirit Shadow Dragon Swimming Gun. After the Spirit Shadow Swimming Dragon Gun reaches proficiency, you find that the cultivation tricks you had learned from your previous epiphany gradually lose their effect. In response to this, you, who are extremely poorly endowed, have to return to the great Tao of simplicity, and keep swinging your spear out every day to increase that slightest bit of understanding of the Spirit Shadow Swimming Dragon Gun. Finally, in the 870th year, not only is your spear as agile as a swimming dragon, but your stance has also become lighter. The Spirit Shadow Swimming Dragon Gun is subtle. After the Spirit Shadow Swimming Dragon Gun went into the subtle, your stance also became agile, and at this moment, you suddenly comprehended that the Spirit Shadow Swimming Dragon Gun was not simply a gun technique, but also a stance technique. Thus, you began to recall your identity light wind steps that reached its fulfillment. In the 880th year, you comprehended a new cultivation trick about the Spirit Shadow Dragon Shot by virtue of your own perception. After having a new cultivation trick, you continue to cultivate for 490 years, and in the 1370th year, your Spirit Shadow Dragon Gun becomes somewhat unpredictable, a sign of the Spirit Shadow Dragon Gun's perfection. You have continued to cultivate according to the trick for 432 years, and your progress in cultivation is obvious, but you have not reached perfection. Due to the fact that your proficiency in your C-rank martial arts spirit shadow swimming dragon gun has reached perfection, your martial arts level has subsequently risen to a terrifying 3rd stage 8th grading. The simulation of cultivation was a long time, but in the outside world, it was only a matter of moments. Chi-Chen looked at the knife-wielding middle-aged man who rushed over, and his gaze suddenly became sharp. Boom! An aura of the 8th level of the 3rd rank was released with a bang. Instantly, the color of the middle-aged man who had come from the impact suddenly changed. A flash of deep horror surfaced in his eyes. Chapter 14: Beheading the Young Master of the Wang Family and Harvesting the Storage Ring. Just now, it was still a 3rd-ranked 1st-level martial arts Dao rank. How did this turn into a 3rd-ranked 8th level in an instant? Despite the incomparable suspicion in his heart, he was now infinitely close to Chi-Chen, and it was simply too late to think too much. His gaze was fierce as he swung his sword down towards Chi-Chen. Chi-Chen's eyes were deep as he picked upwards with his gun. However, this shot contained a few inexplicable meanings in it. Only to hear a plop, a loud sound, the middle-aged man to take the harsh gaze became incredulous. He lowered his head and stared blankly at the black flare lance that ran his body through. How? What's going on? Just a moment ago, this long spear strangely changed its position, swept past his slashing greatsword, and directly pierced into the position of his heart. He looked up at Chi-Chen with difficulty and opened his mouth to say something. However, due to the bursting of his heart, his life drained out of him at a rapid pace, causing him to completely lose the breath of life without uttering a sound for the last words he had to say. Chi-Chen's long spear shook and sent his body flying out. Shaking off the blood stained on his lance, Chi-Chen looked at the frozen youth and the middle-aged man at the back and laughed playfully. You guys seem to be a bit unqualified if you want me to not die well. At the back, the youth and the remaining middle-aged man had been stunned into silence by the scene before them. Totally in disbelief at what I was seeing. The hallowed 3rd order 9th heavy martial artist. He died just like that? And after hearing Chi-Chen's playful words, the two of them snapped back from their shock in unison. The two's shocked eyes gradually transformed into horror. Chi-Chen held his spear and took a step towards these two. The tip of the gun cut through the ground, making a zip, zip, zip sound. The sound fell into the ears of the two, but it was that oozing. Looking at Chi-Chen, who was getting closer and closer, the youth was as frightened as if he had seen a life-saving ghost, and his legs went weak. If it wasn't for the guards beside him, he would have collapsed to the ground. His face was pale, but in order to live, he still trembled and said, You can't kill me. I am the son of the head of the Wang family in Bailan City, and I have a special scent left by the Wang family, so if I die, the Wang family will be able to learn the cause of my death through this scent. If you kill me, the Bailan City Wang family won't let you go. He brought out the family behind him in an attempt to make Chi-Chen throw in the towel. Still dare to bring out the Wang family to threaten me? Chi-Chen had already walked up close to the duo as he looked at the young master of the Wang family, his eyes narrowing slightly. I wouldn't even let you go if you begged for forgiveness, and you're actually threatening me with your words? You, the young master of the Wang family, still seems to be too well protected to actually be brainless to this extent. If the Wang family was useful, where would that guard of yours who rushed up still end up like this? Chi-Chen shook his head, a kind smile on his face, and that what's her name Wang family of yours, it's good that they don't mess with me. If they rush to mess with me, I wouldn't mind sending them down to be reunited with you. After saying that, Chi-Chen's killing intent was displayed on his face. It was unabashedly revealing. What with the Wang family's retaliation, he wasn't afraid. If you dare to come, just kill them all. Although he was a 3rd-ranked martial artist now, after a while, it was not certain how many weights he was. Seeing Chi-Chen's expression, the youth gulped. Obviously wanting to say something, but not having the guts to dare say it anymore. Buzz. Right at this moment, the middle-aged man who was supporting the youth without saying a word suddenly erupted a wave of berserk energy around his body. Immediately afterward, he flung the youth in his hand violently behind him and burst out, Ho, young master, run away, I'll hold him off. The youth who was thrown out was a bit confused, and after seeing that the middle-aged man had rushed towards Chi-Chen, he instantly reacted. After reacting, he ran towards the back without looking back. In the face of this middle-aged man who had suddenly risen up and rushed towards him, a flash of disdain flashed across Chi-Chen's eyes. Chi-Chen swung his long spear. The long spear was as unpredictable as a traveling dragon. The middle-aged man only saw a black shadow flash before his eyes. Immediately after that, only to hear a loud bang, the middle-aged man's head was smashed by a gun. Blood splattered out along with brain matter. The headless corpse swayed in place for a moment before planting itself straight to the ground. After casually blowing up the middle-aged man's head, Chi-Chen gazed at the youth who had already run out some distance. The corner of Chi-Chen's mouth curled up slightly. "You want to run now?" Chi-Chen raised the lance in his right hand high, and all of his body's strength was gathered in his right arm. Then, like throwing a javelin, he hurled the black flare lance violently. Whoosh! The long spear was thrown out by Chi-Chen like an arrow off a string, slicing through the sky with an unstoppable momentum. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with the youth who had already fled. There was a pff sound as the lance ran through the youth. The youth's fleeing feet paused in place. He turned his head with difficulty, and after a final horrified glance at Chi-Chen, his figure fell straight down. "Young master of the Wang family, D." Fu Chi-Chen let out a long breath. He walked over to the body of this Wang clan's young master and pulled his black flare lance out of his body. The lance was pulled out, and bright red blood immediately soared out from the hole. Chi-Chen slightly sidestepped and dodged the soaring blood, before his gaze fell straight onto his right index finger. On his right index finger, there was also a delicate silver-colored ring. Chi-Chen removed the silver ring from the youth's hand and held it in his hand for a few moments to survey it. His face immediately revealed a touch of joy. It's still true. This silver-colored ring was the very same space ring that existed in this world. Inside, there is an area where you can store your personal belongings and so on. Expensive. The smallest 1 cubic meter space ring cost over $500,000. Anyone who doesn't have a strong enough family can't afford it. And this spatial ring that the youth possessed had an internal space that was a full 3 cubic meters in size. This greatly solved Chi Duan's problem of not having enough space to store items within the wilderness area. Of course, this wasn't what pleased Chi-Chen the most. The most delightful part was the things stored inside this storage ring. The one inside had several martial arts techniques. The lowest grade was D grade, and the highest was B grade. What a bumper crop! All of a sudden, Chi-Chen's gaze towards the youth's corpse felt a lot smoother. Where is this some kind of mindless villain? It's clearly a well-intentioned money-giving boy. Chi-Chen joyfully put this ring on his upper hand, and then did some rummaging on this young master of the Wang family to see if there was anything else of value. Unfortunately, there was nothing else but this space ring. Of course, the valuable ones were presumably kept in the space ring. Chi-Chen then walked over to the bodies of the two middle-aged men and began a bout of groping. After some groping, Chi-Dian didn't see a hair on the duo. No wonder he's a guard. Chi-Chen skimmed his lips. It was good that having that space ring had already made Chi-Chen satisfied. He looked toward the dozen or so iron-horned rhinos within that narrow valley. Just now, he had consumed 2,000 points of demonic beast lifespan in one go, and now, it was time to replenish it. Chi-Chen held a long spear and his body was agile as he directly rushed into the middle of the valley where a dozen or so iron-horned rhinoceroses were located. Chi-Chen's expression was indifferent, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Every time the lance was swung, it would easily kill an iron-horned rhinoceros. Roar! Roar! Miserable roars rose and fell. Ding! 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 The system's voice was also ringing in Chi-Chen's ears one after another. 5 minutes later. Inside the valley, the corpses of the iron-horned rhinoceros were lying all over. Chi-Chen wandered around these iron-horned rhinoceros corpses, knocking the iron horns off their heads one by one and placing them into the spatial storage ring. A total of 14 iron horns from the iron-horned rhinoceros, together with the previous few, Chi-Chen had a guaranteed income of 200,000 huaxia coins. And the lifespan of demonic beasts has been replenished more handsomely. The harvest of these 14 iron-horned rhinoceroses is a whopping 1,892 years old. After killing all the iron-horned rhinoceroses, the three corpses lying on the ground at the back, Chi-Chen didn't even look at them and continued to go deeper towards the interior of the wilderness area. However, not long after Chi-Chen left, a woman's figure slowly appeared from beside the corpses of the three young masters of the Wang clan. The woman was sunken, icy, and had a charming figure. Her pair of bright eyes and white teeth stared tightly at the direction Chi-Chen had left. In the next moment, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and a touching smile appeared on her face. Chapter 15 Grade B Cultivation Resources. Ding! Killed the third order, fourth heavy demonic beast Qian Iron Tyrant Bear, total lifespan of 511 years, remaining lifespan of 234 years, has acquired all remaining lifespan. Third head. Chi-Chen looked at the huge demonic bear corpse that had fallen to the ground in front of him and softly murmured under his breath. This was already the third Qian Iron Tyrant Bear that Chi-Chen had killed along the way. And his harvest of demonic beast lifespans along the way was tremendous. A full 5,233 years. Adding the previous ones, Qi Chen's total demonic beast lifespan under his eyes would be as high as 7,809 points. It's not far from breaking the 10,000 mark soon. However, 10,000 points of demonic beast lifespan was not Qi Chen's goal. 10,000 points of demonic beast lifespan could only be considered a starting point. Qi Chen removed all the Shen Iron from the Shen Iron Tyrant Bear and continued to roam up in this mountain range forest area, acting as that relentless demonic beast reaper. Wherever Qi Chen passed, not a single demonic beast could survive. Without realizing it, Qi Chen came to a cave. Boom! 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 Inside the cave, the sounds of battle resounded continuously. Looking at the scene of the intense battle within the cave, Qi Chen's gaze condensed and he immediately decided to enter to check things out. Walking through the narrow passageway, the entrance was an extremely vast land. It was the size of a soccer field. Among them, there was a giant wolf demon like a truck. Around the giant wolf demon, there were 3 other people. 2 men and 1 woman. The one with the highest strength was a middle-aged man with a martial arts style level at the 7th level of the 3rd order. The sounds of battle that Qi Chen heard were formed by these 3 people fighting the wolf demon. The middle-aged man inside the trio had a hideous expression and cursed out of his mouth, "Damn. The intelligence was wrong, this actually has the strength of a 3rd order 9. Captain, what should we do now?" The woman asked the middle-aged man with a frown after condensing an attack to blast at the wolf demon. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said, "That great BB Gene Heart Orchid can't be taken, so now we can only find a chance to escape. Bearing Heart Orchid." Qi Chen, who was stealthily observing the situation from the side, was instantly moved in his heart after hearing the middle-aged man's words. The Blue Spirit Heart Orchid has the efficacy of helping martial artists to carefully concentrate their minds and briefly enhance their enlightenment. A bearing Heart Orchid is worth millions. Qi Chen's gaze peered up inside. Under careful scanning, sure enough, behind this giant wolf demon, he saw an orchid that emitted a light blue light. This is the bearing orchid. Qi Chen's gaze moved slightly. With the strength of these 3 people, such treasures were bound to be out of reach. And with his strength, it was more than enough to get this blue spirit orchid. It seems that this object has a destiny with him and should belong to him. Ow! The wolf demon's roar sounded, and its huge claws slammed towards the younger man among them. The young man fought to strike and hindered the palm for a moment before his figure instantly exploded backwards. "Wangy, watch out!" Before the man could breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard the middle-aged man bellowing. The young man was startled at his words, and his gaze subconsciously looked in the direction the middle-aged man was looking. Only to see the wolf demon's other huge claw, which had slapped him from his side at some point. At this distance, it was no longer possible for him to make any effective means of defense. The young man was stunned, and his entire body was frozen in place with fear. A look of despair appeared on his face. "Damn it!" The middle-aged man cursed again. His hands continued to move, trying to see if he could save the young man one last time. Whoosh! However, right at this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes went dark, and he suddenly perceived a speedy shadow sweeping by his side. Immediately afterward, only to hear a bang sound. The wolf demon seemed to have suffered some heavy blow as its truck-like body was overturned and fell straight towards the back. What? The middle-aged man couldn't help but cry out in shock when he saw what was happening. The woman next to him was also filled with shock. The young man who had already fallen into despair and was waiting to die with his eyes closed was slow to feel the claw of the wolf demon fall on him. He opened his eyes suspiciously. Then, the scene he saw caused him to fall into deep shock as well. Only to see that directly in front of the wolf demon's massive body that had fallen, there stood a figure holding a long spear. What kind of powerful strength was it to knock the wolf demon that had put the 3 of them in a dead end to the ground with a single strike? In the midst of the trio's shocked gazes, the figure moved. As the wolf demon struggled to get up, he held his lance and stabbed it straight towards the wolf demon's face. Put! The lance pierced into one of the wolf demon's eyeballs without any obstruction. The eyeball was directly stabbed and exploded, and blood splashed away. Qi Chen's astral energy revolved around his body, fending off all of this blood and water. Ow! The wolf demon's miserable roar rang out. It physically struggled to get up from the ground. However, along with its struggles, it felt a huge force pressing down on his body in death. No matter how much it struggled, it was always firmly suppressed on the ground, unable to get up at all. This huge force naturally came from Chi-Chen, who was standing over him. Chi-Chen pulled out the lance that had been inserted into its eyeball, and then stabbed towards its other eyeball without stopping. Put! This remaining eyeball similarly burst open. Ow! A pained growl once again came from the wolf demon's mouth. In the face of the wolf demon's agonizing roar, Chi-Chen was unconcerned. Pulling the lance out of the wolf demon's eye pupil, and then stabbing down towards the wolf demon's face once again. Just like that, Chi-Chen kept repeating this one action. Draw, stab down, draw, stab down. Chi-Chen's stabbing down movement became faster and faster, even to the point of appearing as a residual shadow. In just a few seconds, the wolf demon was already disfigured, its face covered in bloody holes. As the wolf demon's screams grew fainter and fainter, there was also its breath. At this moment, the wolf demon was lying quietly on the ground, its breath already weak. Chi-Chen jumped off the wolf demon in one leap. When Chi-Chen just jumped down, the wolf demon's huge head exploded with a bang. Red and white liquids splashed out. The last trace of the wolf demon's breath completely dissolved after its head exploded. Ding! Killed the third order 9th demon beast Rift Earth's on wolf, total lifespan 687 years, remaining lifespan 303 years, has acquired all remaining lifespan. The process of Chi-Chen killing this earth-splitting pale wolf was only a short 10 seconds. The three people who witnessed this scene with their own eyes felt as if waves of shock had risen within them. Was shocked for a long time. And after seeing Chi-Chen's incomparably young face, the three of them were as if thunder had exploded in their heads, and a look of disbelief surfaced on their faces. At such an age, he possessed the strength to easily kill a third-order 9th-grade wolf demon. What is the origin of this youth? Among the three, the middle-aged man at the head was the first to come back from his shock. He stepped forward and clasped his fists towards Chi-Chen, saying, "Thank you for coming to the rescue." Chi-Chen said indifferently, "No need to thank anything, just passing by and passing." The middle-aged man said with a straight face, "It may be a show of hands to you, but to the three of us, it is indeed a life-saving act. By the way, there's a B-ranked biling orchid in this cave, right behind the corpse of this earth-splitting pale wolf." Aha! Chi-Chen nodded, and didn't say anything more. He walked straight to the wolf demon's corpse and plucked off the bilberry orchid into his spatial ring. Chi-Chen left straight away after picking the biling orchid. The three of them were all relieved after Chi-Chen left. Looking at each other the same way, they both saw the celebration of the aftermath in their respective eyes. The middle-aged man who was the captain couldn't help but sigh, "This youth is so young yet possesses such strength, his martial talent is truly demonic." Chapter 16 Preparing to leave, the woman who appeared. 2 days rushed by in a flash. For 2 days, Chi-Chen stayed in the middle of this wilderness area hunting demonic beasts. And he's reaping the rewards. First, second and third order demonic beasts could be killed almost 80 heads in a day. Together with the first day, a total of 3 days had passed, and Chi-Chen's demonic beast lifespan was as high as 29,905 years. Nearly 30,000 points of demonic beast lifespan. The demonic beasts in the entire wilderness area had become quite a bit less visible to the naked eye under Chi-Chen's 3 days of slaughter. If not for the exhaustion of the necessary supplies that he himself was carrying, Chi-Chen would not just stay inside for only 3 days. Chi-Chen packed up his things and was about to leave from this wilderness area when he suddenly felt something in his heart. He stopped his departure and turned to look behind him. Only to see that behind him, a woman with a proud figure had appeared at some point. This woman was the woman who had appeared on the day that Chi-Chen had killed the young masters of the Wang clan. Chi-Dust, 18 years old, awakens psychic ability is E rank, weakness, martial arts level 1st rank 4th, failed the college entrance exam half a month ago. The woman held her arms over her chest, her beautiful eyes staring at Chi-Chen with interest as she slowly spoke out a series of information about Chi-Chen. The woman's voice was crisp and pleasant, like a clear spring flowing in the mountains. Chi-Chen listened to the woman's words, but his eyes stared up slightly. This woman had revealed so much information about him, and had obviously launched an investigation into him. Moreover, if this woman had not taken the initiative to show herself, she would definitely not have been able to detect her. Did you gain strength too quickly and get noticed? Chi-Chen secretly pondered in his heart. And what is the identity of this woman? Is it an official Chinese organization, or are they talking about families, sects, martial arts schools, and these individual forces? Seeing Chi-Chen staring at herself without saying anything, the woman continued with another smile, "In just half a month, the martial Dao rank has reached the 3rd rank of 8 from the 4th rank of the 1st rank. Your own real combat power is even the category of a 4th-ranked martial artist. Have you been hiding your own strength, or have you had another strange encounter in the past half a month? Shi-Chen heard a lot of information from these words of the woman. She knew that her battle power had the scope of a 4th-ranked martial artist. In that case, she must have seen the scene where she had killed a 3rd Order 9. Was it that time when he killed those 2 Wong family guards, or was it the time when he killed those 3rd stage 9th grade demonic beasts later on? Shi-Chen's eyes moved slightly as his mind began to flow. This woman most likely noticed him as soon as he entered this wilderness area. Seeing Shi-Chen's look of being full of wariness, the woman laughed with an airy smile. Don't look so much like an enemy, I don't have any ill will towards you this time. You followed me for so long, what exactly is your purpose? Shi-Chen's inquiring voice rang out. Of course it's because I see you as a person. The woman's tone paused, and after her gaze scanned over Shi-Chen, she said, I want to draw you in to join the force I'm in law. Pulling in. As Shi-Chen listened, his heart settled down a little. Pulling yourself together is also considered a better outcome. Shi-Chen was afraid that the woman in front of him had seen the secret of his sudden increase in strength in half a month. In that case things are really bad. From the fact that this woman was able to follow him silently for many days, it was clear that her strength was certainly not weak. Whether or not her current self was a match for her was an open question. Shi-Chen asked again, what is the power behind you? The woman said softly, the Demon Chopper Bureau. Without waiting for Shi-Chen to say something, she couldn't wait to ask, how about it, will you consider joining? Shi-Chen didn't give an immediate answer, but instead had a pensive look on his face. Joining a certain power has bad points and good points at the same time. It's mostly just a matter of whether the good outweighs the bad or the bad outweighs the good. After thinking for a moment, Shi-Chen said, if possible, I would like to find out what I need to do and what I will get when I join the Demon Beheading Bureau. The woman sniffed and smiled, you don't need to do much, just complete the tasks that must be accomplished when they are given at certain moments. The quests within the weekdays are all at your whim to choose to take or not to take. Of course, if you take the quests, you will receive the corresponding contribution points. With contribution points, you can exchange various cultivation resources, including martial arts, breathing techniques, and pills. Even S-ranked martial breathing techniques that can't be bought on the market, within our Demon Beheading Bureau, as long as you have enough contribution value, they can all be exchanged. You should also be clear that martial breathing techniques above S rank and these are extremely difficult to obtain without any powerful background. These Zidane does understand. It was hard as hell to buy S rank and above grade martial arts or breathing techniques on the market. These grades of martial breathing techniques were considered the inherited heritage of a power. Who would take out their family's inherited heritage to sell? The woman continued, also, with the existence of this layer of identity of the Demon Beheading Bureau, you will also have a lot of convenience in acting outside, and it will even save you a lot of trouble. For example, 3 days ago, you and the young master of the Wang family, if you have the identity of the Demon Beheading Bureau, if he wants to move you, he will have to weigh how much trouble he will cause if he moves you. There are many more benefits to joining the Demon Beheading Bureau, which you will learn about after you join and experience it for yourself. Moreover, with the talent you're displaying now, as long as you join the Demon Beheading Bureau, I'll be able to secure a good deal for you. The woman's words fell and she stopped speaking, her beautiful eyes quietly staring at Shi-Chen, waiting for Shi-Chen to give a reply. Shi-Chen, on the other hand, was once again in deep thought. The woman's words were indeed true, joining the Demon Beheading Bureau was to do more good than harm. Shi-Chen couldn't pick any faults either. With the identity of the Demon Beheading Bureau in place, it would indeed be much easier for him to do many things. Let's not talk about exchanging high-grade martial arts and breathing techniques for the time being. Huaxia is extremely strict in controlling these wilderness areas. Especially large and even mega wilderness areas. A wilderness area of this caliber is not something you can just apply for and get in. She dust with their own strength to improve later into these wilderness areas that is a matter of necessity. All the same, if Shi-Chen was all alone without any forces to add to it, it wouldn't be so easy to get in. For Shi-Chen, with the terrifying rate of increase in his own strength, joining a certain power as a springboard would be most appropriate. Especially a force like the Demon Beheading Bureau whose main duty was to hunt and kill demonic beasts. For the improvement of his own strength, there was indeed an extremely significant increase. As for the cons, will the drawbacks still be drawbacks when they are strong enough later on? After a short period of contemplation, Shi-Chen nodded and said, I agree to join the Demon Beheading Bureau. Instead of waiting until they were strong and attracted attention, it would be better to join the Demon Beheading Bureau while they were low. Good. Hearing Chi-Chen agree to join the Demon Beheading Bureau, the woman instantly spread her face and smiled. Now to formally introduce myself, my name is Lin Yushir. You are now also considered half a member of the Demon Beheading Bureau. In the future you will realize that it was a wise move for you to join our Demon Beheading Bureau. There was no look of elation on Chi-Chen's face. Instead, he asked, conveniently, when you said earlier that you could get me a good deal, what exactly was that deal? Chapter 17, giving Lin Yueshi a little shock. With your current strength, I'll have no problem getting you a position as a leader. Leader? Chi-Chen raised an eyebrow and said, explain in detail the authority of this leader. Lin Yueshi patiently explained, as a leader, you'll be able to act a bit more freely within the Demon Beheading Bureau, and when you go out on a mission, you can form a 4-member squad of your own that is at your personal beck and call. In addition, as a leader, you can also receive a free A-grade breathing technique and B-grade martial skill, as well as 10 medium-grade cultivation pills. The previous words were automatically ignored by Chi-Duan. Forming a squad or something, he didn't have that in mind. Too many people will just steal his monsters. Lin Yueshi's words after that caught Chi-Chen's focused attention. Just to rank breathing techniques and B-rank martial arts? Listening to the disappointment tinged in Chi-Chen's words, Lin Yueshi frowned slightly. What, you think the level is too low? Chi-Chen nodded without hesitation, it's a bit low. Lin Yueshio choked. The value of a grade breathing method is but worth $10 million, and the value of B-grade martial arts skill also has a few million, so this is still low? I only heard Chi-Chen continue, it would be great if they were all S-ranked. All S-rank. Lin Yueshi was shocked by Chi-Chen's request. She shook her head and said, don't even think about S-class, this root A-class and B-class are two completely different concepts of things. To get a free S-rank breathing technique or martial art, the position must be at least at the vice squad level. And, even as a vice squad, you can only choose between breathing techniques and martial arts. And with your current martial arts rank, there is still a gap between you and the position of vice squad. Chi-Chen sniffed, but his eyes lit up as he asked, what's the minimum rank to become a vice squad? 4th rank 1. Lin Yueshi said and paused for a moment before adding, or possessing the battle power to defeat a 4th-ranked first-ranked martial artist. In these 3 days, I have observed that your own battle power should have reached the 4th rank 1 category, but if you want to achieve defeating the 4th rank 1, you should still be a bit short. Chi Dian shook his head without a care in the world. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as a confident expression appeared on his face. What if I say that my true battle power is enough to defeat a 4th rank first? Then I can certainly fight for you for the position of vice team. Saying this, Lin Yueshi looked at Chi-Chen's confident expression and suddenly realized that something was wrong. She said with slight surprise, your battle power can defeat the 1st rank of the 4th order? Great probability. Chi-Chen still didn't put his words too full. He hadn't fought against a 4th order first class so far. He didn't know much about what kind of battle power the first level of the 4th rank had. Lin Yueshi stared at Chi-Chen with a skeptical gaze. Chi-Chen's current strength was only at the 8th level of the 3rd rank, and he hadn't even reached the 9th level of the 3rd rank. Moreover, Chi-Chen's special ability was still an E rank, weak fire, that did not add anything to the battle power. She really couldn't imagine where Chi-Chen had gotten the confidence to defeat the 4th order one. Unbeknownst to him, what Chi-Chen relied on was precisely that martial art and breathing technique that had the worst proficiency level at the perfect level one after another. It was because of these martial arts that were almost all complete as well as the breathing techniques that laid a solid foundation for Chi-Chen. It made Chi-Chen's own battle power far exceed his martial arts rank. Seeing Lin Yueshi's obviously disbelieving expression, Chi-Chen proposed. If you don't believe me, you can find a 4th rank 1 martial artist or demonic beast to fight me and you'll know. Lin Yueshi listened and pondered. After a moment, she nodded, that's a viable solution. It's just that there are no more demonic beasts of the 1st level of the 4th rank here. However, a martial artist of the 1st level of the 4th rank. I would be able to suppress my own strength at the 1st level of the 4th rank and fight you. Of course, even if I suppress my own strength at the 1st level of the 4th rank, that's certainly not something that an ordinary 1st level of the 4th rank can compare to. So, I'm not asking you to beat me, just last past 5 minutes under my hand. Chi-Chen swept a slightly surprised gaze at Lin Yueshi. Lin Yueshi was so confident that she only allowed herself to hold out under her suppressed strength for 5 minutes, so she thought that her own strength was certainly not bad. Without defeating, just 5 minutes, Chi-Chen was still confident in himself. If defeated. Chi-Chen was not without certainty. It would depend on what strength Lin Yuexi displayed. With this in mind, Shi Chen nodded his head and responded, yes. Lin Yuexi stood in place, hooked her finger at Shi Chen, and laughed, Leader Qi, come on, as a latecomer who joined the Demon Beheading Bureau after you, I'll let you attack first. Leader? Shi Chen murmured softly under his breath. He waved his black flare lance and looked at Lin Yuexi, who was standing in place not far away without making a move. He does not deny the late one in the back, but this leader in the front. The next moment. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out, and Shi Chen's figure rushed out like a speeding wind. Shi Chen's speed was so fast that Lin Yuexi couldn't help but stare at him. In this moment of daze, Shi Chen's figure had already approached to Lin Yuexi's near front. The long spear smashed down towards Lin Yuexi's head. It was only at this moment that Lin Yuexi returned to her senses from a moment of stupefaction. An ordinary martial artist, faced with such a swift strike, was afraid that it would be too late to dodge. But Lin Yuexi was not. She raised her right hand slightly. The blue light appeared at first. Immediately afterward, Shi Chen suddenly felt a soft force that wrapped around his black flare lance. Shi Chen only felt that the huge force he had gathered was all removed in an instant. Lin Yuexi's raised right hand gently waved again. Shi Chen, along with the lance in his hand, was instantly thrown aside by this soft force that had not yet dissipated. After Shi Chen stabilized his stance on the way to being flung away, his gaze slightly condensed as he stared at Lin Yuexi. After the collision of this strike, Shi Chen had a roughly slight judgment of Lin Yuexi's ability. That strike of Fawn's was somewhat similar to the flavor of softness. And Lin Yuexi's supernatural ability might be related to water. Lin Yushi looked at Shi Chen with a smile, you can't defeat me with brute force. Shi Chen ignored it, and his legs burst out with force as he charged out at Lin Yuexi once again. This time, Shi Chen, who had rushed up, did not launch another attack on Lin Yuexi. Instead, he fully utilized the speed advantage of the Spirit Shadow Swimming Dragon Gun and circled around Lin Yuexi. He wanted to see if he could find Lin Yuexi's cracks and kill her with a single blow. Shi Chen's figure swam around Lin Yuexi, so fast that it revealed several stumps. Lin Yuexi had since seen Shi Chen's intentions. She raised both her hands, and there were 2 azure-colored energy clusters coalescing on each of them. Boo! In the next instant, only 2 clusters of azure-colored energy exploded. The water droplets formed by the explosion coalesced into one sharp crystal after another like ice crystals. Sharp crystals shot out indiscriminately in all directions. Ding! 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 Shi Chen, who was swimming beside Lin Yuexi, had to stop and use his spear to fend off these crystals that were indiscriminately flying at him. Leader Qi, be careful, this time I'm going to take the initiative to attack. Lin Yuexi's melodious voice rang out. Buzz! Afterwards, azure-colored water attribute energy was released from around her. She put her fingers together, and azure-colored water attribute energy coalesced from above her fingers. It gradually coalesced into a sharp water sword. Swish! Using this water sword, Lin Yuexi moved to swing and chop towards Shi Chen. The Spirit Shadow Swimming Dragon Lance operated, and Shi Chen swung his black flare lance to parry. Lin Yuexi swung her water sword to continuously chop down towards Shi Chen. The attack was swift and fierce, falling continuously like a torrential downpour. Shi Chen was still able to fend off with the Spirit Shadow Swimming Dragon Gun's advantage in the area of speed. With this down, holding on for 5 minutes shouldn't be too much of a problem. It was just that it was too stifling to be beaten and passively defended like this. Moreover, Shi Chen's goal was not as simple as holding on for 5 minutes. Shi Chen, who took a look at his demonic beast lifespan of close to 3W to deal with Lin Yuexi's rainstorm-like attack, suddenly grinned. It's time to give this elder Lin a little shock. Chapter 18 Fourth Order. The shocked Lin Yuexi. Shi Chen's grin fell in Lin Yuexi's eyes, but it was full of provocation. To be able to laugh in the face of his swift attack, what is this if not a provocation? Lin Yuexi's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and some displeasure arose in her heart. Was thinking of putting in some water. But now. Humph. Do you really think that's the best I can do? Ho! Lin Yuexi let out a light ho, and the body of the water sword condensed by her 2 fingers suddenly trembled. Immediately afterward, the body of that water sword suddenly doubled in size. And every time Shi Chen resisted, it felt like the spear had blasted into the cotton. Each time he drew his gun, he looked a little sheepish and strained. No more holding back? Shi Chen thought so in his heart. So then, he also immediately stopped hesitating and secretly communicated with the system in his mind. System, 2000 years of demonic beast lifespan, simulating the cultivation of the C-grade spirit shadow swimming dragon gun and the B-grade thunder dragon break. Thunder dragon break was a B-grade fist technique type martial art that Chi Chuan had found in the young master of the Wang family's spatial ring back then. Ding! Consume 2000 years of demonic beast lifespan and start simulating the cultivation of the C-ranked martial skill spirit shadow swimming dragon gun. In the first year, you began to cultivate the spirit shadow swimming dragon gun that had already reached the perfection level and had made significant progress. You continue to cultivate according to the tricks you comprehended before. In the 324th year, your spear speed is extremely fast, each stab appears to be treacherous and unpredictable, making it difficult for people to predict the landing point of your spear. The spirit shadow swimming dragon gun is complete. Due to the fact that your proficiency in your C-rank martial arts spirit shadow swimming dragon gun has reached perfection, your martial arts level has subsequently risen to a terrifying 3rd rank 9th level. Remaining demonic beast lifespan of 1676 years, begin simulated cultivation of B-grade martial arts skill Thunder Dragon Break. In the first year, you turned over the Thunder Dragon Break, a B-class martial art, which is even more profound, and you were dazzled by it, unable to understand the contents for a long time. It took a year for you to roughly understand the introductory chapter of this martial art, in which the key point of trying to get started lies in thunder and lightning. However, your supernatural attribute is fire, and you simply can't find enough lightning within your body to support your cultivation of this martial art. However, while there is no electricity within your body, there is electricity outside, and you've directed your attention to the sockets in your home. Conducting electricity to yourself through the socket, you manage to obtain the power of thunder and lightning needed to cultivate this martial art, and this way you cultivated for 201 years, and with the electricity bill rising like crazy, you finally broke the thunder dragon into the door. After the introduction, the need for the power of lightning is even more massive. The home outlet conductivity has been unable to meet you, just as you are distressed by this to the extreme, but suddenly a flash of light, thought of a thing you did when you were a child kite flying. Thunderstorm days come quickly, you came to the field, in the sky of thunder and lightning in the moment, you will kite up, in the heart of the heart apprehensively waiting up for the heavenly thunder to strike down. Kung Fu is not enough, you managed to be struck by the descending heavenly thunder. The power of the heavenly thunder was beyond your imagination. It was not something that you, a tiny 3rd-ranked 9th heavy martial artist, could resist, and your entire being was plunged into a state of serious injury on the verge of death. Outside, Shi Chen, who was fending off Lin Yueshi's attacks while checking the progress of the simulation, couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch. God TM flies kites during thunderstorms and uses heavenly thunder to cultivate. That's a hell of a long time to live. Seriously injured in near-death state, you seem to have fallen into some kind of metaphysical and mysterious state. Your inner sense of thunder and lightning increases crazily, and the power of thunder and lightning that is destroying your body is gradually absorbed by you. The 300th year, a full 100 years have passed before you have absorbed all the power of heavenly thunder from your body, and the effect of cultivating with the help of heavenly thunder is also extremely remarkable. Your thunder dragon breaking is progressing rapidly. In the 350th year, you relied on the heavenly thunder's enlightenment, and thunder dragon breaking succeeded in skilling up. With the experience of being struck by lightning, you seem to have been born with an extraordinary understanding of lightning, and your thunder dragon breaking cultivation speed has always remained extremely fast. 600th year, thunder dragon breaks proficiency. 1000th year, thunder dragon breaks into the microcosm. Year 1650, thunder dragon breaks perfection. You have continued to cultivate thunder dragon breaking for 26 years, and there has been no significant subsequent progress. Due to your B-grade martial art thunder dragon breaks proficiency reaching perfection, your martial arts level has subsequently risen to a terrifying 4th rank 2nd level. Please change to a higher level breathing method in time. This breathing method is no longer sufficient to meet the needs of a 4th ranked martial artist for aura, and will greatly waste the level of martial arts that you have raised while practicing martial arts. It's a done deal. The system simulation cultivation ended, and Shi Chen's heart burst with joy. At this moment, in the face of Lin Yueshi's no longer retaining her hand, Shi Chen had already felt a clear strain in facing it. Now with a 4th stage 2nd level martial arts rank, it caused all the pressure Shi Chen had faced against Lin Yueshi to suddenly disappear. Responding to Lin Yueshi's attack, he appeared to have a few moments of ease up. Looking at Shi Chen, who had suddenly become fluent, Lin Yueshi was somewhat surprised in her heart. What's going on here? Why did it feel like Shi Chen's force had become even greater? Just as Lin Yueshi was shocked in her heart, the corners of Shi Chen's mouth suddenly rose. In the next moment, a huge force suddenly came from Shi Chen's lance. Lin Yueshi snapped. the blow lifted the off-guarded her straight out of the air. Lin Yueshi's body was flying in mid-air to unload this force. Qichen simply did not give Lin Yueshi too much time to react. With the body technique of the Spirit Shadow Swimming Dragon Gun added, Qichen flew and bullied his way up. At the same time, around its body, crackling ghostly purple electric arcs lingered. A powerful fourth-ranked second-ranked martial artist aura emanated from Qichen's body. This caused Lin Yueshi to be even more shocked in her heart. She was already a little messed up. What's going on here? Isn't Qichen a third-order 8th grader? What about this fourth-ranked, second-ranked martial artist's aura? Qichen didn't care what Lin Yueshi was thinking. His right hand formed a fist and his mouth exploded. Thunder Dragon Break. Anon. There seemed to be a thunder dragon hissing, and the ghostly purple power of thunder condensed on top of his right fist. This fist, carrying a might that seemed to destroy everything, smashed down towards Lin Yueshi without leaving any residual force. Feeling the terrifying aura contained in this punch, the alarm bells went off in Lin Yueshi's heart. If she was struck by this punch, she was bound to be seriously injured. Chapter 19, Lin Yushi's defeat, becoming Qi's vice team. At this moment, in the face of this strike, Lin Yueshi's figure had yet to completely stabilize. In the face of this sudden outburst of Qichen's punch, she was simply too late to parry it. As he saw that this punch was about to land on her, an aura so powerful that it completely crushed Qichen suddenly erupted from her body. Boom! With the release of the powerful energy, Qichen only felt as if his punch was hitting soft cotton. The familiar feeling of not being able to use your strength came over you. Qichen was actually having trouble saving half a step with this punch. It didn't take long for the force of the punch to be minimized. Lin Yueshi's figure landed smoothly, the powerful aura around her body retracting. She stared at Qichen with a face full of shock. Qichen stood in front of her, and all of his ghostly purple lightning aura dispersed. Qichen stood in place with a smile on his face. This punch was defused by Lin Yueshi though. But, according to the rules in the first place, the winner was him, Qichen. There was no other reason. The aura that had erupted from Lin Yueshi's body had far exceeded the category of a fourth-ranked martial artist. It was at least a fifth-ranked martial artist. Qichen smiled and asked Lin Yueshi, "Now, can you call me Vice Team Qi?" Lin Yueshi did not reply, still staring at Qichen with wide eyes and a face full of shock. Incredulously, he asked, "Your strength is going on?" Qichen spread his hands and said rightfully, "When going out, isn't it normal to leave yourself some cards that others don't know about?" Lin Yueshi thought about it. This was indeed quite normal. She, who had just thought this was quite reasonable, became even more incredulous in her mind for a moment. An 18-year-old fourth-rank martial artist. And still just graduated from high school. What is this concept? This kind of martial arts talent, even if it was not worse than the handful of people with the best martial arts talent in Huaxia, it wasn't bad, was it? Such martial arts talent. LOL. At the thought, she couldn't help but sigh in her mind. Such a top-notch martial arts talent awakened an alien ability that was only E rank. However, if she had a different E-ranked alien ability, she wouldn't dare to imagine how terrifying Qichen's future achievements would be. Alien ability level, not only does it have a boost in combat, it also has a boost for talent. She couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Qichen. Lin Yueshi shook her head, dispersing the excess thoughts. With the martial arts talent Qichen was displaying now, his future achievements would be equally incalculable. She held her forehead and sighed. Why go through all this trouble if you had shown me you had this kind of strength in the first place? Qichen looked Lin Yueshi up and down and laughed. It's not because I want to try out the depths of this demon beheading bureau senior of yours. When Lin Yueshi heard Qichen's words, she didn't get annoyed, but instead asked back with interest. How about it, now you know the depths of this senior of mine? Got it. Qichen nodded his head with a straight face, very deep indeed. After saying that, Qichen added, of course, I'm talking about strength. That's just where it's at, later you'll realize that this senior of mine is even deeper. After speaking, Lin Yueshi also added, what I said is also strength, don't think too much about it, Vice Team Qi. Zidane. Qituan admits that he lost this round of exchanges. Seeing that Qichen stopped answering, Lin Yueshi also did not say anything more on this topic. She spread her slender and fair legs and slowly walked closer to Qichen. With a wave of his hand, a golden token appeared in his hand. The token was still glowing with golden light. On the golden token, there was also the word Lin engraved. She handed the golden token to Qichen and explained under her breath, take this gold medal and just go to the Demon Beheading Bureau in Luochuan City. I will order everything down, and then when you go and show your token, someone will take you and arrange all matters for you. Luochuan City Demon Chopper Bureau. Shi Chen was a little surprised in his heart as he listened to Lin Yueshi's words. Luochuan City also belongs to one of the urban areas in the North Province. It was just that the overall strength of Luochuan City was stronger than Qingyu City as well as Bailan City. Therefore, it was much more difficult to enter the Demon Beheading Bureau in Luochuan City. And Lin Yueshi arranged for him to enter Luochuan City's Demon Beheading Bureau so easily. Shi Chen's heart moved slightly. It seems that this Lin Yueshi's identity is a bit high. Is it some kind of important position in the Lockjaw City Demon Beheading Bureau? While Shi Chen secretly pondered in his heart, he did not forget to receive the golden token that emitted a glittering golden light. When the gold medal entered his hand, a warm feeling immediately assaulted Shi Chen's entire body. For a while, Shi Chen actually felt quite relaxed in himself. Even the spirit is clearer. Shi Chen couldn't help but take one more look at the gold medal in his hand. This gold medal. It's not easy either. Alright, I still have things to do here, so I won't talk to you anymore. Just go directly to the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau and report to work. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask the person in charge of docking you directly when you arrive at the Demon Beheading Bureau in Luochuan City. After Lin Yueshi said that, she was ready to leave. Only, before leaving, she thought of something else and added. By the way, on the way to Luochuan City, if you encounter any troubles that are not easy to solve, you can just take out this golden token, and it will reduce many unnecessary troubles for you. Understood. She just nodded. Lin Yueshi left straight away, her figure quickly disappearing in front of Shi Chen's eyes. Shi Chen was the only one left in the spot. After Shi Chen took the gold medal back into his spatial ring, he also left straight away after finding a location to leave this wilderness area. Supply base, mission submission. Shi Chen walked straight to this place and prepared to perform the handover of the mission. It didn't take long to get in line, and then it was his turn. The receptionist lady in charge of task submission looked and asked, "May I ask what task you need to submit?" Shi Chen said, "The quest to kill the second-order demonic beast Iron Horn Rhinoceros to get its Iron Horn, the quest to kill the third-order demonic beast Shen Iron Tyrant Bear to get its Shen Iron, and the quest to kill the third-order demonic beast Clearwater Python to get its Snake Gall." Listening to the tasks that Shi Chen stated one by one, the receptionist lady immediately revealed a dazed expression. 3 quests were taken at once, and 2 of them also required hunting third-rank demonic beasts. In an instant, she thought of Shi Chen's identity. Isn't this the same youth who came alone a few days ago? Her expression shifted from dazed to surprised. Taking on 3 quests at once and completing them all? Whoa! Just as the front desk young lady was shocked, Shi Chen had already poured out the materials from the 3 demonic beasts from within the spatial ring. Take in inventory. Shi Chen's faint voice rang out. The front desk lady gazed over. The ground floor was suddenly littered with stuff. All of them are iron horns, basilisks, and aqua blue snake guts. The sheer number of them made one wonder if Shi Chen had slaughtered all 3 types of demonic beasts in the entire wilderness area. On top of these materials, there was still a thick aura of demonic beast ferocity remaining. This. The receptionist lady was shocked and a little speechless. She looked at Shi Chen in shock and asked, "Did you accomplish all of this alone?" She had some suspicions that Shi Chen wasn't alone as he seemed to be, but had a team behind him now. Shi Chen glanced at her and spread his hands. Half a person shouldn't be able to kill a demonic beast, right? Sorry. The front desk lady apologized and rushed on. "Don't you worry, this I'll call for an inventory." Zidane nodded, "Well, it better be quick. Chapter 20 This kind of cargo won't work, get someone else." After spending some time, the materials taken from all the demonic beasts were counted as much as possible. 23 iron horns of the Iron Horned Rhinoceros with a total value of $650,000. 9 copies of basalt from the Basalt Storm Bear, total value $1.3 million. 7 snake gall bladders of the Clearwater Python with a total value of $1.25 million. The total haul for this run was $3.2 million. All $3.2 million have been credited to the bank card you reserved, please check it. The receptionist lady politely smiled at Shi Chen. Okay. Shi Chen took out his cell phone and glanced at it. The balance had increased by $3.2 million. Just as Shi Chen was about to turn around and leave, a middle-aged man suddenly stepped out from within the supply base. The middle-aged man arrived at the mission submission desk with an indifferent expression. Supervisor Chang. That front desk young lady called out respectfully when she saw this person. Not only him, but all the nearby staff members opened their mouths to him respectfully and called out. Lord Cheng managed to not even pay attention to this group of people, but instead looked towards Chi Chen, who had already turned around and was ready to leave, and indifferently opened his mouth to ask. Your name is Zidane, right? She just turned around with a footstep. After seeing the cold expression of this middle-aged man, Chi Chen's heart moved slightly. It shouldn't be good. Even so, Chi Chen nodded, that's right. You come with me. Steward Cheng ordered in an undeniable tone. Hearing the Steward Cheng's tone of command, a few points of displeasure arose in Chi Chen's heart. Why should they use a commanding tone with themselves when they don't know each other? And speaking with a hint of indifference? Is this a look down on him, or a threat? Chi Chen immediately said in a cold voice, on what grounds? On what basis? The middle-aged man frowned, his tone becoming thoroughly unkind. You don't know yourself what you did in the wilderness area? The people next to them were all shocked by Steward Cheng's words. His eyes then looked towards Chi Chen, and he began to wonder what exactly Chi Chen had done in the wilderness area. When Chi Chen heard this, it was basically a fulfillment of the speculation he had made at the beginning when he saw the Steward Cheng. The probability is that it's for the matter of that young master of the Wang family. Chi Chen spread his hands and said with an indifferent face, it's just a matter of casually killing some people who deserve to be killed. Killing. Chi Chen said it so frankly, causing the bystanders to be startled once again. It's not allowed for martial artists to kill each other. Although this happens from time to time within the wilderness area, it's not common to say it in public like this. Casually killing some people who deserve to be killed? Steward Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was already anger burning in his eyes. Do you know the identity of the person you killed? The anger in the second half of his questioning words was no longer suppressed. So? Chi Chen still had a disinterested attitude. Steward Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Chi Chen, so, you'll have to come with me. It's fine to go with you. Chi Chen lightly glanced at Steward Cheng, but this attitude of yours, it makes me uncomfortable. Attitude? Oh. Steward Cheng sneered, the fact that I can come here to personally call you has already taken out my attitude. If you are not knowing what to do. Steward Cheng put away the smile on his face, and the words that followed were not spoken. But it's clear enough what the intent is. However, Chi Chen was not the least bit impressed. He raised an eyebrow and said, what if I'm being uninformed? Tell me, I'd love to see it. As soon as Chi Chen's words came out, Steward Cheng's expression instantly became completely gloomy, as if it could drip water. I've given you plenty of chances, but you seem to be a little too unaware of them. As the words fell, a powerful aura was released from its circumference. A powerful martial artist's aura spread out. With this aura, the grade was clearly 4th Order 1. The staff members on the side all changed color when they felt the martial aura released by Steward Cheng. Steward Cheng is making a move. Alas, that youth's highest martial arts rank is only the 3rd stage, why should he be so tough-talking and provoke Steward Cheng? Yes, isn't it good to follow Steward Cheng obediently in the beginning? What's the use of having to show off this momentary ability? This is going to be a move? The corners of Chi Chen's mouth rose as a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Toast the wine and refuse the penalty. A wisp of morose aura flashed in Steward Cheng's eyes before he violently exploded towards Chi Chen. In the face of the rushing Steward Cheng, Chi Chen stood still with a calm demeanor. Is this being dumbfounded by Steward Cheng's 4th-ranked martial artist pressure? Yeah, why don't you move at all? As the bystanders looked at Chi Chen in such a state, they exited and speculated. However, the next moment, the scene that happened in front of them caused them to stare blankly. A look of disbelief filled his face. What the hell is going on here? Someone couldn't help but open his mouth in direct alarm. Only to see that Steward Cheng, who had explosively rushed towards Chi Chen, was being choked to death by Chi Chen as if he was catching a chicken. Fight me? Chi Chen looked at Steward Cheng, who had been lifted up by himself like a chicken, with a teasing expression. And don't you see if you're good enough? Being choked by Chi Chen, Steward Cheng had begun to have difficulty breathing. His legs glared violently as he struggled for his life. Not to mention trying to say something. The staff on the sidelines had long been staring in amazement at the scene. Each and every one of them froze in place, not to mention making a move to help their Steward Cheng out. The hand that Qi Chen was choking Steward Chang with became harder and harder, and Steward Chang's face began to turn purple, as if he was going to be choked to death at any moment. Let go of Steward Chang. Seeing that Steward Chang was about to run out of breath, a staff member finally reacted. Right. Hurry up and let go of Steward Chang. This is the territory under the jurisdiction of the Chinese Demon Beheading Bureau. There is no room for you to act recklessly here. One by one, the staff next to them chortled out at Zidane. Some people were already approaching towards Qi Chen. Gradually, a circle was formed around Qi Chen. And the circle is still shrinking. Qi Chen scanned these group of people who had surrounded him and sneered, Demon Beheading Bureau? Is this the attitude of the Demon Beheading Bureau's invitation? Qi Chen loudly questioned the opening. Although the Demon Beheading Bureau was an official Chinese organization, Qi Chen was pleasantly unafraid. Just because. Qi Chen met Lin Yueshio today. If he hadn't encountered Lin Yueshi, Qi Chen might have been a bit more fearful. But now, he has someone behind him anyways. Seeing that Steward Chang had already rolled his eyes, a staff member rushed Qi Chen and threatened. Steward Chang's attitude is problematic, but if you accidentally kill someone from our Demon Beheading Bureau, you have to think clearly about the consequences. Consequences? Ha 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 ha. Qi Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just this attitude to look down on people. What can I do even if I kill him today? I think your bull Steward Chang, his back is not clean either, he didn't do much to corrupt the law. If I kill him, I might even eliminate a pest for your Demon Beheading Bureau. After saying that, Qi Chen violently slammed Steward Chang, who was already rolling his eyes in midair, towards the ground. Stop! The nearby staff immediately shouted to stop them when they saw this. However, Qi Chen wouldn't listen to them. Only heard a bang sound, Steward Chang was heavily smashed on the ground. The back part of his head smashed a crater directly into the ground. The back part of his head suffered such a violent impact that Steward Chang's entire body directly fell into unconsciousness. Qi Chen straightened up from the ground, clapped his hands, swept his eyes disdainfully at the group of second and third rank staff around him, and opened his mouth indifferently. It's not enough for this kind of goods to invite me, someone else. Chapter 21 Showing the Gold Medal, Attitude Shift Supervisor. The group of staff members next to him were completely frozen in place. One stared at Qi Chen in shock. Steward Chang, who was a fourth-rank martial artist, was actually taken down so easily. Ugh! Just then, a ghostly sigh rang out. This sigh immediately attracted the attention of those present. One by one, they looked for the sound. Qi Chen also looked over curiously. Only to see an old man with slightly gray hair walk out from inside the supply base. A group of staff members were surprised to see the old man. Great, it's Supervisor Zhao. Supervisor Zhao is here, this troublemaking kid is going to suffer now. The old man shook his head and said, Young man, you have overdone it. It was just a little trip, but now you've got your hands on him, and it's going to be hard. Difficult to do? Qi Chen raised an eyebrow, then just don't do it? Saying that, Qi Chen took a look at Steward Chang, who had fainted to death in front of him, and laughed coldly. With an attitude like that, he expects me to just go with him? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Qi Chen. Young man, as a young man, don't be too exuberant. If you're not exasperated, then what the hell do you call a young man? Qi Chen disliked back nonchalantly. The old man's gaze stared at Qi Chen for a moment before he sighed once again. Alas, old man, I don't want to get my hands dirty. Young man, if you know what's good for you, come with me. Qi Chen glanced at the old man and didn't say anything more. Instead, he took out the gold medal Lin Yueshi had given him in his spatial ring and casually threw it at the old man. The old man subconsciously reached out and took it, his gaze looking down after confirming that there was no danger. Then, the old man's expression, which had been unperturbed from the moment he appeared on the scene, suddenly widened his eyes, and his entire person directly froze in place. When he looked at Qi Chen again, the expression on his face was already full of disbelief. You? He was just about to say something when he heard Qi Chen directly interrupt. I hope that our Demon Beheading Bureau's attitude towards inviting people will be a bit better. Not respectfully, but at least politely. The old man wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He put away every expression on his face and nodded, yes, I'll tell them to pay attention in the future. Looking at the old man who completely defied the party's steadiness and instead had a respectful look, Qi Chen was somewhat pleased in his heart. This Lin Yueshi's identity was really not simple. One of her tokens was actually able to cause such a drastic change in the attitude of this old man who was faintly emanating the aura of a fifth-ranked martial artist. It was even becoming a bit respectful. After confirming what this gold medal could do, Chi-Chen said in a flat tone. I'm pressed for time and have to serve at the Demon Beheading Bureau in Luochuan City, so if you need to find me for anything, you can settle it here. This. The old man was a little hesitant. Chi-Chen's brows immediately frowned, and his tone questioned with some sternness, what's the problem? Being said so by Chi-Chen, the old man hurriedly said in a loud voice, no problem, no problem. Go ahead, I'll be right here for 5 minutes, and if you don't come in 5 minutes, I'll be gone. The old man didn't dare to be the least bit displeased as he said, okay. With those words, the old man instantly turned around and walked towards the interior of the supply base. Chi-Chen stood leisurely in place. What's going on? How come Supervisor Zhao seems to be a different person after seeing that gold medal? What is that gold medal? And what's this kid's origin? Such a young 4th-ranked martial artist, I reckon the probability is that it's a character coming out of some big power. Next to a group of staff, one has long been jaw-dropped. They no longer spoke loudly, but whispered to each other about their shock and confusion. On the other side, the old man who was walking towards the interior of the supply base, that is, Steward Zhao. He clutched the gold medal in his hand, horrified inside. It's actually that person's token. What is this Chi-Chen's origin? Steward Zhao was also shocked at Chi-Chen's identity. As Steward Zhao's mind flowed, he silently put this gold medal away. But what exactly is Chi-Chen's identity? With the existence of this gold medal, it was destined that Chi-Chen was not someone he could mess with. Not only should they not be messed with, they should be protected if necessary. Steward Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought about the figure in his office that had fallen into a state of rage. So it seems. A few moments later, Steward Zhao returned to his office. Inside his office, a middle-aged man with eyes covered in red blood was standing. When he saw Steward Zhao come in, he couldn't wait to ask, Steward Zhao, where is everyone? Steward Zhao said in a salty tone, if you want to see this one, I'm afraid you'll have to make a trip yourself, Family Master Wang. A personal trip? The Wang family lord's brows furrowed. Steward Zhao, what do you mean by that? He paced in front of Steward Zhao and asked, forcibly suppressing the anger that was about to erupt in his heart at any moment. What is that kid's status that he still needs me to make a personal trip? Is it so much trouble for you to bring him here? Steward Zhao directly chose to ignore the Wang family master who was trying his best to suppress his anger and directly said, it's inconvenient for me to say more, old man. If you want to see Chi-Chen, you'll need to make a trip on your own, Family Master Wang. You. The Wang family master gritted his teeth and looked at Steward Zhao. But in the end, he ultimately didn't say anything more and just snorted coldly. Then, seizing the door and striding toward the halls of the supply base, the Steward Zhao looked at the departing back of family head Wang and didn't choose to stay in the office, but followed straight after him. While keeping up, he also contacted the one remaining steward within the supply base on his cell phone. In the hall of the supply base, Chi-Chen was standing leisurely and waiting when he suddenly heard a furious voice ring out. Where's Zidane? Get thee outta here. Chi-Chen looked over and saw that the visitor was an aggressive middle-aged man. His appearance looked quite similar to the young master of the Wang family that he had killed a few days ago. Chi-Chen took a step out and said with a sense of calm, I'm Chi-Chen, and you're the one who's looking for me? Seeing Chi-Chen, who had taken a step out, the Wang family master immediately snapped his eyes wide open and stared at Chi-Chen with eyes wide open in death. You're the one who killed my son Wang Xin? Chi-Chen's expression remained calm in the face of the Wang family master's gaze, which was as angry as if he wanted to eat someone. Wang Xin? Chi-Chen said very casually, a few days ago, I did kill a person who claimed to be the young master of the Wang family within the wilderness area. But what his exact name was and how fast he killed him when he killed him, I'm not sure. Good. Yes. Seeing that Chi-Chen appeared so at ease with this attitude, as if he had killed someone who deserved to be killed, the Wang family head was immediately enraged. How dare you? If you dare to kill my son, I will make you pay for your life. His face was hideous. Boom! A powerful 5th-ranked martial artist aura erupted from his body, and he was instantly ready to rush forward to kill Chi-Chen. Wang Hui, stop! Chapter 22 Power to Protect Chi Dust. Chi Dust's position. Wang Hui, stop! A loud shout rang out at this moment. Shouting Wang Hui, who was about to rush out of the base, to stop where he was. The owner of this loud bellowing voice was none other than Zhao Supervisor Zhao Kongning, who had followed Wang Hui. Wang Hui turned his head, his brows furrowed and rose, his tone carrying a questioning tone. Steward Zhao, what do you mean by that? Zhao Kongning didn't answer. Instead, he walked over to Wang Hui and blocked Qi Chen behind him before explaining. Fighting is prohibited for martial artists within the supply base, don't break the rules, Family Master Wang. After seeing Zhao Kongning's attitude, Qi Chen temporarily put away the idea of simulating the cultivation of martial arts. At the same time, Qi Chen was secretly shocked in his heart. This Lin Yuexi's identity was really not simple. This supervisor Zhao, it looked like he was going to bail himself out. Even with this thought, Qi Chen still hadn't completely dismissed the idea of simulating the cultivation of martial arts. What if it was the steward Zhao who really didn't want to break the rules of the supply base? It's better to see it first. Caution in all things is the best. Zhao Kongning, the one who broke the rules doesn't seem to be me, does it? Wang Hui also stopped addressing Zhao Kongning as Steward Zhao, and instead called him by his name with his eyes narrowed slightly. Apparently Wang Hui had also sensed something. His expression didn't move as he swept past Zhao Kongning and resurveyed Qi Chen in the back. The mind is a bit surprised. This Qi Chen, what's his story? It would actually make it obvious that Corning Chang was favoring him? Is it possible that he's a member of a big family? All of a sudden, Wang Hui's violent anger became quite rational. In response to Wang Hui's words, Zhao Kongning nodded. As of now, the one who broke the rules first really wasn't you, Wang Family Master. But Zhao Kongning's words suddenly turned. There's always a reason why martial artists fight each other, it still depends on whose fault it is. If the mistake lies with this one, we within the Demon Slaying Bureau will naturally dispose of him according to the rules within our Demon Slaying Bureau. But if the fault lies with your son? The second half of the sentence was not uttered, but the meaning was obvious. If the fault lies with Wang Xin, then Wang Xin himself has done the cause, and naturally he has to serve as the fruit himself. Hearing these words, the anger in Wang Hui's heart, who had just become a bit more rational, rose once again. Zhao Kongning, what do you mean by that? Can it be that my son's death is to blame? Zhao Kongning directly chose to ignore Wang Hui's outburst and said, please rest assured that our Demon Beheading Bureau will give you a satisfactory result after a detailed investigation. Satisfied? Oh. Wang Hui sneered. He sort of saw it. This old thing, Zhao Kongning, was just a perfunctory attempt at prevarication. Demon Beheading Bureau investigation? Look at the perfunctory attitude that this Zhao Kongning is now displaying. There will be a follow-up investigation of the fartable. Wang Hui said with a leathery smile, Supervisor Zhao, it's better for my Wang family to personally resolve the matters of my Wang family. With that, he was about to swipe past Zhao Kongning and head towards Qi Chen. Family Master Wang, this is the jurisdiction of the Demon Beheading Bureau. Zhao Kongning stretched out a hand to stop Wang Hui, who was trying to swipe past him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said in a threatening tone, if you want to make a move, you still have to think about the consequences, Wang Family Master. As he spoke, the same fifth-ranked martial artist's aura was released from his body. This fifth-ranked martial artist aura even overpowered Wang Hui. Wang Hui, who was stopped, did not move on, but stood still, his eyes flashing. His mind was even more puzzled. This old man, Zhao Kongning, had already shown his intent to protect Qi Chen to the death. This Qi Chen, what exactly is his identity? In the midst of Wang Hui's doubts, Zhao Kongning had already waved his hand to signal the rest of the group of staff to block in front of Qi Chen. The group of staff members were also puzzled. How is it that the youth who had just caused trouble with them, in the twinkling of an eye, wanted them to protect him? What is this youth's origin? Despite all the doubts in their hearts, one by one, they walked in front of Qi Chen and blocked him behind them. Wang Hui witnessed the scene unfolding and knew that he would certainly not be able to avenge his son Wang Xin today. So he grunted coldly. This matter, my Wang family will not stop here. After Wang Hui spoke, he waved his robe sleeve and walked straight toward the exterior of the supply base. Only, before he left, his gaze remained dead on Qi Chen. His son's revenge, his Wang family will not stop there. Even if the Demon Beheading Bureau is in the way, so what? If it was half a month ago, his Wang family might still be a bit scrupulous. But the Wang family now was different from what it had been in the past. This revenge, his Wang family will be avenged. Only after confirming that Wang Hui had completely left did Zhao Kongning walk over to Qi Chen and said in a respectful manner. This. Zhao Kongning was a bit hesitant, not knowing how to address Qi Chen. Just call me by my name directly. Shi Chen saw what Zhao Kongning was hesitating about and said indifferently, "Okay." Zhao Kongning nodded and continued. "Shi Chen, the matter here has been resolved for the time being, and if there are any subsequent movements from the Wang family, we, the Bailan City Demon Beheading Bureau, will be the first to report back to you." Zhao Kongning didn't mention anything at all about conducting an investigation into Qi Dust. If they really wanted to investigate Qi Chun, their Bailan City Demon Beheading Bureau wasn't qualified. How can we say that a city like Luochuan City has to be investigated? Aha! Shi Chen nodded and didn't say anything more, only saying, "What about the golden token? Give it back to me, I have urgent business here, so I won't stay long." "You wait a moment." Zhao Kongning took out the gold medal he had put away and handed it to Shi Chen with both hands. Shi Chen dared to throw this gold medal at random just now. Shi Chen looked at this attitude of the old man, and his eyes couldn't help but flash with a ray of surprise. He then reached out and picked up this gold medal, storing it properly within his spatial ring. After this incident, it completely made the role of this gold medal clear to Shi Chen. Fifth-ranked martial artists were all treating him with such respect. With this gold medal, even though Shi Chen hadn't been to Luochuan City even once. But for the next trip to Luochuan City, it also filled Shi Chen with confidence. With this gold medal in place, odds are it's going to be a smooth ride, right? After getting the gold medal, Shi Chen didn't stay too long in the supply base. He chose to leave straight away in a special car from the supply base. Who? After witnessing Shi Chen's departure, Zhao Kongning let out a long breath and whispered to himself under his breath. Let's hope that the one will be satisfied with what he has just done in response to this matter. Supervisor Zhao, what was the origin of that youth just now? At this point, a staff member finally couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart and asked. As he asked this question, the curious gazes of the bystanders suddenly focused on Zhao Kongning. Zhao Kongning narrowed his eyes and said in a flat tone, "This youth, his identity is not lower than the general team of our Bailan City Demon Beheading Bureau. The general team, the presidential leader of a city's Demon Chopper Bureau." Zhao Kongning's plain words, falling into the ears of this group of staff members, were like deep water bombs that exploded in their hearts, causing a shocking wave to rise in one's heart. It took a long time to calm down. Chapter 23, High Risk Alert. How can you call this high risk? Came within the city of Bailan and took the high-speed train to Bailan. An hour and a half later, Shi Chen arrived in Yunzhong City. Bailan City traveled to Luochuan City and needed to use Yunzhong City as a transit point. Take a flight in Yunzhong City and continue to Luochuan City. Drip. Just after getting off the high-speed train, Shi Chen's cell phone suddenly rang a tone. Curious, Shi Dian took his cell phone out. Into the eye was a high-risk alert message. Shi Duan unlocked his phone and checked up on the specifics of this message. The information is as follows. Attention citizens in Yunzhong City, the city's Demon Chopper Bureau had an unfortunate accident while escorting the criminal Lu Xiang, allowing the criminal Lu Xiang to escape. Lu Xiang was a 4th-order 7th-ranked martial artist who was seriously injured, and with the means of sealing part of his strength within his body, his actual combat strength might be around 3rd-order 2nd-ranked. However, due to the fact that it has a remarkable means of hiding, it has not been apprehended. The general public is also reminded to refrain from going to the less trafficked parts of the city until the Demon Chopper Bureau has rearrested Lu Xiang. However, citizens can rest assured that the city's Demon Beheading Bureau has dispatched all of its martial arts teams to conduct a carpet search of the entire Yunzhong City, so as long as they don't travel to sparsely populated areas in the outskirts, they basically won't encounter any danger. Currently, the city's Demon Beheading Bureau personnel have already lined up most of the places in the city, and the criminal Lu Xiang will soon be apprehended and brought to justice. Escaped criminals. After reading this message, Shi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. It's amazing how criminals can run away when they're being transported. Were the members of the Yunzhong City Demon Beheading Bureau not very good, or was there something else going on here? Shi Chen shook his head, not bothering to think about it. The Demon Beheading Bureau he served in was not Yunzhong City after all. It's no use thinking about it anymore. Shi Chen walked straight out of the high-speed train station and stopped a random cab on the side of the road. Where to? The driver with the mask asked in a low tone. Shi Dian didn't answer first. After a moment's pause, this was followed by, to the airport. Aha! The driver answered and started the cab. Shi Chen, on the other hand, directly leaned back in his seat, his eyes slightly closed and squinted a little. The streets of Yunzhong City were lined with members of the Demon Beheading Bureau on patrol. The cab traveled along, gradually getting farther and farther away from the downtown area. And the airport in the city of Yunjong is also pressed in this direction. Eventually, the cab pulled up next to a still unfinished neighborhood. Ha! As the car stopped, Zidane woke up. He stretched his back and asked lazily, Lu Xiang, is this your hiding place? Ha! At this statement, the driver who was driving suddenly became startled. He snapped his head back and said in a somewhat shocked tone, You recognize me? Qichen glanced at him and said, Isn't this nonsense? Lu Xiang's exposed eyes narrowed slightly as he questioned, How did you recognize me? Qichen casually said, Such a strong smell of blood in the car, cutie. All know there's a problem. When he had just opened the door of the car, Qichen could smell the rich bloody odor inside the car. At the first moment, he knew that the driver's identity might be unusual. Most likely the criminal Lu Xiang. Subsequently, out of confidence in his own strength, Qichen still sat in the car. This thing doesn't come across him, he doesn't bother. Since he had come across it, he solved it by hand. Subsequently, Lu Xiang's action of driving out of the downtown area allowed Qichen to completely conclude his identity. Listening to Qichen's explanation, Lu Xiang's eyes frowned. Since you've already noticed that there's a problem, how dare you get into my car? Qichen grinned at the corner of his mouth and asked rhetorically with a smile, Can you be considered a problem to me? Lu Xiang was stunned, but he quickly reacted. The Cloud Feather City Demon Beheading Bureau's assessment of his actual battle power was around the second level of the third rank. This youth in front of him, his strength was at the highest in the category of the early stage of the third order. Therefore, this youth thought that his actual battle power was really only the second level of the third rank, and thus felt that he could take him down at will. Just. Humph. Lu Xiang snorted coldly and laughed coldly, heh. You don't really think that my actual battle power is only the second level of the third rank, do you? If you think like that, then I can only say that you're too naive. Today, you're bound to pay the price for your confidence. Boom. As the words fell, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Xiang's body. This aura had clearly reached the realm of around the first level of the fourth rank. Qichen was slightly surprised when he felt this aura. However, it was limited to a slight surprise. One of Lu Xiang's hands was already probing towards Qichen. Qichen looked unperturbed as he clenched his right hand into a fist and blasted his fist towards this hand that Lu Xiang was probing. Ka-ching-ching. The powerful aftershocks spread out, and the car windows were shattered. As for Lu Xiang, who received this punch hard, his face suddenly changed drastically. Facing the pressure of this punch, Lu Xiang was instantly enraged and was about to be unable to withstand the force of this punch. The next moment, bang sound, Lu Xiang's body crashed into the front windshield of the cab, was directly smashed by this punch flying out. It landed and tumbled several times before stopping. Lu Xiang hurriedly got up and half-crouched on the ground. And under this punch, blood had long since spilled from his mouth and nose. Lu Xiang wiped a handful of blood from his face and stared in horror at the youth who stepped down from the cab. The power of that punch just now was at least something that could only be thrown by a fourth-ranked, third-ranked martial artist. This youth is so young, yet he possesses such strength. What kind of monster is he TM? Who the hell are you? Lu Xiang questioned out in shock. Qichen's footsteps slowly approached Lu Xiang while smiling. As of now, I'm also considered half of the Demon Beheading Bureau. Demon Beheading Bureau. Lu Xiang's eyes were stunned, and he reacted violently in the next moment. Your Demon Beheading Bureau has known my whereabouts for a long time, and this is the trap that your Demon Beheading Bureau has set up for me. At that thought, his eyes began to look toward the perimeter. In the surroundings, Lu Xiang felt that everywhere were people who had been ambushed in advance by the people from the Demon Beheading Bureau. Don't add drama to yourself. Qichen glanced at him and said. The Demon Beheading Bureau in Yunjong City didn't set anything up for you, it's purely your bad luck that can create this situation today. I was simply trying to get a cab, whoever thought I'd run into you. Saying that, Qichen had an interested smile on his face. Should I say that you're too unlucky, or that I'm too lucky? Lu Xiang didn't listen to any of Qichen's words. What bad luck, this was definitely a trap set for him by the Demon Beheading Bureau. Humph. He grunted coldly, and the expression on his face turned grim. If you want to catch me, Lu Xiang, it's not that simple. His legs powered up, and his body directly rushed out towards Qichen, who was already close to him. While rushing out, there was an earth-colored light flowing over his entire body. Looking at Lu Xiang, who had once again attacked him, Qichen's gaze turned cold. I don't know what to do. Crackle. Ghostly purple thunder spread all over Chi Chuan's arms. Chi Chuan's right palm formed a fist, and the thunder dragon break blasted out without leaving any room for error. Under the thunder dragon break's augmentation, Chi Chuan exuded an aura that was powerful, carrying a wave of violence. Sensing the aura, the expression of a fierce smile on Lu Xiang's face froze. Before he had time to think more, Chi Chuan's punch had already blasted into the double palms he had swung out. Without any effort, Chi Chuan's punch easily blasted his palms apart. And then, the punch, which was a long drive, smashed into Lu Xiang's chest position without any obst. Ruction. Boo. Lu Xiang's body was immediately like a cannonball, flying backwards at great speed towards the back. Chapter 24 Demonic Beast Lifespan gained from killing martial artists. Lu Xiang's body went to lie down on the ground, and the power of thunder and lightning swam over his entire body. It made his entire body twitch on the ground. The location of his chest was even blasted with a scorched black bloody hole by Chi Chuan's punch. Even so, Lu Xiang still did not lose his life in this way. His eyes looked at Chi Chuan, who was slowly approaching, his lips quirked, and he uttered 3 words with difficulty. Don't kill me. Don't kill you? Chi Chuan's eyebrows rose. On what grounds? By virtue of the fact that I am a member of the Heavenly Beast sect. Your demon beheading bureau won't easily kill me. Heavenly Beast sect? Shi Dust was puzzled. What is this? He hadn't heard it yet. Chi Duan stared at Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang thought that Chi Chuan was asking for his own explanation. He was about to open his mouth when he heard a poof. Immediately afterward, Lu Xiang suddenly became enraged. His gaze slowly moved downward, only to see a long black flare spear that had pierced deeply into his heart position. His heart, which was directly pierced by this shot. The last of Lu Xiang's vitality began to drain away at a rapid pace. Soon, there was no life at all. Lu Xiang's expression froze in wide-eyed shock. He was shocked that Chi Chuan actually dared to kill him just like that. Ding! Killed a 4th Order 7th heavy martial artist, with a total lifespan of 323 years and a remaining lifespan of 277 years, has acquired the entire remaining lifespan. Just as Chi Chuan put the black flare lance away and was preparing to leave in a hurry to catch the plane, the system beep suddenly sounded. Chi Chuan stood still, staring at Lu Xiang's corpse, somewhat surprised. Isn't this Lu Xiang a martial artist? How do you even get life expectancy for killing him? Chi Chuan was very puzzled inwardly. There were a few martial artists he had killed before. But without exception, the system didn't prompt to gain their remaining lifespan. Yet this time it was gained. Chi Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he fell into deep thought. Just now, Lu Xiang seemed to have said that he was from the Heavenly Beast sect. Could it be related to that what's-his-name Heavenly Beast cult? Ugh. Chi Dian couldn't help but sigh. It was thought that this Heavenly Beast sect would not produce much of a relationship with him. Chi Chuan, who was in a hurry to catch his flight, didn't bother to listen to Lu Xiang, who still had a breath left, to explain with a big gasp. Now look, not only can a relationship with him arise, the relationship that arises is not small. As a martial artist, killing would actually explode your lifespan just like a demonic beast. This Heavenly Beast sect, not to mention anything else, Chi Chuan now knew that just by looking at the name, he knew that it definitely couldn't be dissociated from demonic beasts. If I had known, I would have stopped for a while longer to listen to this Lu Xiang introduce him to the Heavenly Beast sect and what it is. Chi Chuan regretfully glanced at Lu Xiang's corpse again. It seemed that one could only learn more about the Heavenly Beast sect later. Shaking his head, Chi Chuan then prepared to leave. Tap tap tap. Before Chi Chuan could take a step, he heard a rush of footsteps ringing in the distance. Chi Chuan's eyes moved slightly. If someone came at this time, the odds were that it was someone from the Demon Beheading Bureau. As expected, a group of people wearing the uniforms of the Demon Beheading Bureau ran over at a fast pace. What happened here? The person in the lead inquired out to Chi Chuan from some distance away. Leader, look at that guy. Without waiting for Chi Chuan to reply, one of his team pointed behind Chi Chuan and said. A crowd of people looked away at once. Hiss. In the next moment, everyone's feet stopped in place and their mouths sucked in a mouthful of cool air in unison. Isn't this Lu Xiang? Someone opened his mouth in shock. That leader quickly walked over to the corpse, and after some confirmation, he walked over to Chi Chuan with a face full of shock. You killed Lu Xiang? There was deep disbelief in his tone. To be able to kill Lu Xiang alone, the strength of the person in front of him is at least above the second level of the third order. Qichen nodded and said in a casual tone, I came across it, so I went along to help you kill it. The leader turned around and glanced at the group of members of the Demon Chopper Bureau. There was also shock on these people's faces, as well as a touch of not knowing what to do. Looking at the expressions of the several people, Qichen suddenly realized something. He frowned and asked, What, this Lu Xiang can't be killed? This. The leader hesitated and nodded, Indeed, we cannot kill. Oh? Qichen was a bit surprised at his words. Criminals with human lives on their backs can't be killed? Why? The leader smiled helplessly and bitterly, This belongs to the secrets of our Demon Beheading Bureau, so it's not convenient to disclose. All right. Qichen shook his head and did not continue to pursue the matter. He really had a plane to catch and didn't have any extra time to follow up. I'll leave you guys to it here, I've got some urgent business to attend to, so I'll be on my way. Qichen said, as he was about to leave. Wait. However, he saw this leader suddenly stretch out a hand, stopping Qichen. You can't leave yet. Can't go? Qichen frowned slightly and questioned, Why? The leader took a look at Lu Xiang's corpse and said, You killed the criminal that our Demon Beheading Bureau wanted to capture alive, so this matter is rather troublesome. So we need you to walk with us to the Demon Chopper Bureau to make some statements and such. And a trip to the Demon Beheading Bureau with you to make a statement? Qichen frowned tighter. Right. The leader nodded. Qichen directly said, It's too troublesome, don't go. The leader choked at such direct words from Qichen. He really couldn't imagine that someone would actually dare to reject their Demon Beheading Bureau's orders so directly. He took a deep breath, and his tone was no longer as polite as it was at the beginning, but instead, he said with a hint of anger. This is the rule of our Demon Beheading Bureau, you want to be disobedient after. Before the word fruit could be uttered, he suddenly saw Qichen throw out a golden glittering object in his hand. He reached out and took the object flying towards him and fixed his eyes on it. Qichen's eyes narrowed slightly and his voice was clear and cold as he said, Recognize what this is? If you can't recognize it, then ask the director of your Yunzhong City Demon Beheading Bureau to personally recognize it. My time is precious, waste my time and you will have to consider the consequences. After Qichen finished saying this, that leader's face had changed drastically. This leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered out. The team members who had followed him, one by one, were also looking curiously at this golden token in the leader's hand at this moment. After taking a look at this golden token, all of a sudden, their faces also became extremely brilliant. The leader's face became very ugly. The owner of this token, not to mention him, even if the chief team of the Demon Beheading Bureau of Yunzhong City were to arrive in person, it wouldn't be something that could be easily messed with. And with Qichen holding this token, his identity would be equal to the same as the owner of this token. He can't be messed with. Yunzhong City's general team can't afford to mess with it even more. Recognize it? Qichen's unpleasantly prodding voice rang out. Recognize. Recognized. The leader answered, and then respectfully sent this golden token back to Qichen's hand. It's us who have been abrupt, thank you for stepping in and killing the criminals for us, you can go now, just leave this place to us, we'll take care of it. Humph. Qichen snorted coldly and took the gold medal. Without more words, he turned and left straight away. If he wasn't in a hurry to catch a plane, he would have to let Yunzhong City know what it means by it's easy to invite the gods and hard to send them away. Chapter 25 Uneventful Road to Tenure. Looking at Qi Dust's fading back, the leader in charge sighed deeply. Alas! I really didn't have much luck this time, I didn't expect to run into a gold medal holder. Leader Zhao, if I'm not mistaken, that gold medal should represent the group of existences in our Demon Beheading Bureau with the most talented martial arts, right? A man opened his mouth to the leader in some disbelief. That's right. That leader nodded and added, however, this token is not his. After saying that, he shook his head again, it doesn't matter if it's his or not, as long as one holds this token, there's already no difference between it and being there in person. A touch of bitterness flashed across Leader Zhou's face, it's also bad luck today. There aren't many gold medal geniuses to begin with, and we ended up stumbling upon them. Not only did we run into each other, but we also killed this person from the heavenly beast cult that we were going to arraign alive. Ugh. He couldn't help but sigh deeply once more. Let's go, let's collect this Lu Xiang's body first, and let the vice squad and the chief squad have their headaches in the aftermath. Without saying anything more, several people followed leader Zhao and began to collect Lu Xiang's corpse. What would happen afterward? Their group of second and third ranked martial artists were no longer qualified to intervene. All they can do is to report it truthfully. Relying on the speed of a fourth-ranked martial artist, all the way under the speeding, when the plane still had 2.5 minutes left to take off, Qichen successfully boarded the plane. The airplane was very fast and arrived in Luochuan City in less than an hour. Walking out of the airport, Qichen rushed towards Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau. The Demon Chopper Bureau in Luochuan City is a complex-like place. Inside, buildings of all sizes are lined up, ranging from dozens of high-rise buildings to large bungalows that cover extremely large areas. There were members of the Demon Beheading Bureau standing guard in front of the door, checking people entering and exiting. Qichen walked forward and was immediately stopped. Please show your identification, as well as state the purpose of your visit to the Demon Beheading Bureau. Identity documents. Qichen didn't have his identity documents with him and left them all in Qingyu City. However, he had something on him that worked better than an ID. Qichen took out the golden token that Lin Yueshi gave him. Look at this, she should have told you all about it. This is... Looking at the golden token that Qichen handed over, the gaze of the guard standing guard was instantly frozen. After seeing the golden token and the word Lin in the center of the golden token, he couldn't help but exclaim, Lord Lin's token. Lord Lin? Qichen felt that he was getting closer and closer to what Lin Yueshi's true identity really was. After returning the golden token to Qichen, he bowed slightly and said, Please wait a moment. Aha! Qidwan nodded. The guards walked back inside the standing guard booth, and after a few moments, re-emerged. You wait a moment, the people she arranged for Lord Lin are on their way. Good. Qichen didn't wait for long before he stopped a shout resounding in the distance. Lieutenant Qi. Qichen looked at the sound. The person is a young man who looks like he is in his early 20s, and his looks belong to the more handsome kind. He jogged all the way to Qichen's side and asked with a smile. You're the lieutenant that Lord Lin appointed to our place, right? Yes. Qichen responded, and then his eyes suspiciously looked up and down at the youth. You are. The youth introduced himself. My name is Sui, and I'm the person Lord Lin arranged to be in charge of docking your position. Lieutenant Qi, come with me, I prepared your things for you a long time ago, it's just a matter of you coming to serve. Sui looked like he was very much at home as he led Qichen towards the inside of the Demon Beheading Bureau. With regards to this self-acquaintance of Suyi's, Qichen did not really resent it. This way of getting along made Qichen quite comfortable. If a big ice cube with a smelly face came to receive him, Qichen would only be disgusted that way. Qichen followed Sui all the way to the dormitory area within the Demon Beheading Bureau. Yo, Leader Su? Just as Sui brought Qichen and was about to go inside and bring him to where Qichen's residence was, a slightly playful voice suddenly rang out. The visitors were 3. When Sui saw these 3 people, he immediately put away the smile on his face and his expression went cold. If you have a fart to say, don't waste my time if you don't have anything to say. In response to Suyi's words, these few people were not annoyed. Just a playful expression remained on his face. It's just a little delay, so Leader Su is so angry. It seems like you have something important to do, Leader Su. Aren't you talking nonsense? Leader Su is so furious after being stopped, he must have something important. What do you think the Su leader's important thing will be? Didn't the news just come out today that our Luochuan city will appoint a new vice squad? It said that this person was arranged by Lord Lin, and Leader Su was promoted by Lord Lin, so he's in such a hurry, he must be in charge of that vice squad lord's job arrangement. Makes sense. Leader Su, the one you're following behind here, wouldn't that be that Lord Lieutenant, would it? A few people sang in unison, steering the topic to Qichen. Qichen's eyes narrowed slightly. It was originally thought that these people had come here because of Sui. Now dare I come to disgust myself. You few, what exactly do you mean? Sui questioned in a bad tone. What can we mean? One of the inchmen laughed and shook his head. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Qichen, and said, We came here, but only to see what kind of person this newly appointed leader of our Luochuan city is. A long-haired man chimed in, Yes, I'm afraid it's not a simple person to be able to serve as a leader in our Luochuan city at the 4th level of strength. In their words, any individual could hear a strong sense of yin and yang. One of the middle-aged men walked straight forward and smiled politely at Qichen. You're the Lord Lieutenant that Lord Lin is serving with, aren't you? Not even 20 years old by the looks of it, to have a 4th rank martial arts rank at such a young age, you're really something else, Lieutenant Sama. That looked like a polite thing to say. But, where is this what a subordinate should say to his superior? According to the difference in positions, it was completely humiliating to Qi Chen. Get out! Sui spat out a word. He looked at several people, anger suppressed in his gaze. It was even if a few people didn't deal with him on weekdays. Today, even the vice squad arranged by Lord Lin, these people actually dared to come up to Yin Yang. These guys are really bold and think they have a long life. With Sui's words, the playful smiles on the faces of several people instantly disappeared. One frowned and looked at Sui with a rather unpleasant expression. Sui, what do you mean by that? That is. We came here today to congratulate Lord Lieutenant on his appointment, and you're telling us to get lost? Sui, with this move, could it be that you don't have something against this Lord Lieutenant? To actually drive away even those we congratulate. Seeing this, a few people began to frantically put a hat on Sui's head. Sui's brows furrowed, his eyes almost spitting fire. But Sui took a long breath and had to suppress the anger in his heart. These three people in front of him were all at the 4th rank, and besides, their actual battle power was not to be underestimated. And there were only 2 of them, facing these 3, they were bound to lose out when they moved. Plus Qi Chen's status, but he's a vice squad. The vice squad was no match for the leader, and when word of this got out, it wasn't as simple as taking a loss. Qi Chen's reputation would be in tatters in the future, not to mention that the position of vice squad might not even be able to be served so easily. And Qi Chen was recommended by Lord Lin, so this matter will surely lead to Lord Lin being implicated. Therefore, the best way to deal with it right now is to endure. Although it will lose some face, but it is not so much as to do it after the fight cannot be defeated to end up in that kind of extremely embarrassing situation. Sui turned back and looked at Qi Chen. After realizing that Qi Chen's expression was as calm as water and did not have any intention of getting angry at all, Sui's heart was sort of relieved. He was afraid that Qi Chen wouldn't be able to resist the humiliation of these few people and thus strike, thus allowing these few people to find a reason to strike. Just as Sui chose to ignore a few people and prepared to quickly leave this place with Qi Chen, he heard a voice with an icy tone ring out. On your knees. Sui turned his head with a stunned expression after hearing these words. The person who said this was none other than Qi Chen. Chapter 26 Out of the Blue. Instantaneous seconds for 3 people. Not only Sui, but those 3, they were all stunned as well. They looked at Qi Chen with stunned expressions. What did you just say? Get them on their knees? The 3 couldn't help but frown. Sui opened his mouth, wanting to say something to Qi Duan. However, the words came out of my mouth, but I didn't know how to say them. Qi Chen's status was there, and he couldn't say anything about it despite how dissatisfied he was. Phew. Sui inwardly breathed a long sigh of relief. At this point in time, we can only take one step at a time. Let's hope that those 3 won't dare to make a move due to Qi Chen's identity. Sui thought silently inwardly. The long-haired man said with slight displeasure in his tone, This Lord Lieutenant, you say you're making us kneel? The middle-aged man said with a slightly questioning tone, We've all come to congratulate you on your successful tenure as a lieutenant. What do you mean by telling us to kneel down? The inch-haired man immediately chimed in, Yes, we've come to congratulate you on your posting as Lord Lieutenant. What do you mean by telling us to kneel down? In the face of the obvious questioning tone and the 3 people's words, Qi Chen's expression remained unchanged as he repeated in a flat tone. On your knees. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes flickering. What if we don't kneel? Qi Chen said indifferently, This is an order. He's a lieutenant now. How can he let these little karamis take him? Qi Dust was not a master who was willing to be aggravated. Orders? The inch-haired man raised an eyebrow at that. You can give us orders even though you're a lieutenant, but this is in ancient times, and there's no kneeling when you can order us around. The long-haired man said with a wry smile, Yes, my lord, times have changed. Qi Chen shook his head, his tone carrying some indifference as he said, My intention in ordering you to kneel was to give you a chance to admit your mistakes. Since you don't appreciate it, you're all to blame for what happens next. After Qi Chen spoke, he took a step and slowly walked towards the 3. Sui, who was beside him, was startled when he saw this action of Qi Chen. I thought it was just going to be a mouthful, but it looks like it's going to be a handful. The strength of these 3 people was at a minimum of the 4th level of the 4th rank. As far as he understood, Qi Chen's strength was only at the 2nd level of the 4th rank. When it came to moving, there was a high probability that Qi Chen would not be an opponent. With this in mind, Sui immediately walked forward, wanting to pull Chi-Chen back. Chi-Chen sensed Sui's movements behind him, turned his head, and said in a faint voice, "Just watch." Sui paused in his steps, but... "And that's an order." Before he could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Chi-Chen. After Chi-Chen spoke, he continued to walk slowly towards the trio. Sui stood in place with a hesitant expression. The odds were that Chi-Chen wouldn't be a match for the three of them joining forces. Was it really good for him to watch like this? After a brief thought struggle, Sui finally did not walk forward. He stood still and took out his cell phone. Eventually chose to call someone. Looking at Chi-Chen, who was getting closer and closer to them, the three of them did not see the slightest bit of panic in their expressions. Instead, it was tinged with a few sneers. They also understood Chi-Chen's strength, the second level of the fourth rank. With this kind of strength, you still want to pose a threat to them? Not to mention the three joining forces, even if they were to face each other one-on-one, all three of them had great confidence in defeating Chi-Chen. However, it was this kind of strength that made them the vice squad that none of them could be. In the entire city of Luochuan, there are only 3 vice squads in total. Each of them is still at the 5th rank. A 4th rank could be a vice squad, and the martial arts level was even worse than theirs. What makes someone like that a lieutenant? The 3 were most upset about that. This was also one of the reasons why the 3 had come here, and their words had secretly humiliated Chi-Chen. The Inchman looked at Chi-Chen, who had already come close to him, and smiled snidely. "Lord Lieutenant, listening to your words, do you mean?" "Hoof." Before the inch-haired man could finish his words, he suddenly felt a heavy blow to his abdomen. With a muffled grunt, his body flew straight backwards. Chi-Chen retrieved the punch he had swung and moved around, his eyes glancing at the long-haired man and the middle-aged man. Those two had completely frozen in place at this moment. Wide-eyed, his eyes filled with disbelief. When Chi-Chen appeared in front of the inch-haired man, they were completely unaware of it. It's like instantaneous transportation. The 3 were shocked. How could Chi-Chen be so fast? Sui did likewise. 1 second he was calling out, the next he saw the inchman flying. The stance portion carried within the Spirit Shadow Swimming Dragon Gun, a C-grade gun martial skill, was already no weaker than an ordinary D-grade stance. "It's your two's turn." Chi-Chen's icy voice rang out. As the words fell, Chi-Chen stopped talking nonsense. The figure was like a ghost, appearing in front of the long-haired man. Crackling of the ghostly purple flashes, a fist toward his chest and abdomen position smashed. The example of the inch-haired man had preceded him, so the long-haired man had been on the defensive about it for a long time. "Ho!" He let out a loud ho and crossed his arms in front of him. "Boo!" Chi-Chen's fist heavily bombarded his crossed arms, and the ghostly purple lightning aura instantly passed through his arms and swam towards his entire body. With the force of Chi-Chen's punch, he basically defended against it. However, the ghostly purple lightning that crawled down his arm and all over his body was horrifying to the long-haired man. Because of this ghostly purple thunderbolt, he couldn't defend himself at all. Its arms, which were the first to be attacked by this ghostly purple thunderbolt, were already sending out a tingling sensation at this moment. As if paralyzed, he lost consciousness in a flash. The long-haired man was alarmed in his heart and hurriedly wanted to distance himself from Chi-Chen to investigate in detail. Chi-Chen didn't give him this chance. A second punch had followed. The long-haired man whose arms were numb had no way to resist this time. Boo! The long-haired man was directly smashed out by this punch. The figure fell down next to the inch-haired man. After resolving the long-haired man, Chi-Chen's icy gaze glanced at the middle-aged man at the end. After watching Chi-Chen settle the 2 men in the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man's expression became grave. With this kind of strength, Chi-Chen's strength was definitely not the 2nd level of the 4th rank. Definitely above the 4th order and 5th weight. And he, in all probability, would not be a match for the other side. For a brief moment, the middle-aged man had realized the gap between himself and Chi-Chen. "Lord Lieutenant, within the Demon Beheading Bureau, it's forbidden for members to fight amongst themselves, especially in a dormitory rest area like this." The middle-aged man, who knew that he was undefeatable, attempted to bring up the rules of the Demon Beheading Bureau to make Chi-Chen throw his weight around. "Banning members from fighting?" Chi-Chen sniffed and laughed coldly. "Oh, and I don't see the 3 of you following the rules." "Deputy." He wanted to say something else, yet Chi-Chen didn't bother to continue talking nonsense with him. Chi-Chen's body moved and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the middle-aged man. The fist carrying the Thunder Dragon break blasted out again. Having seen what those two looked like, the middle-aged man knew the terror of this punch and didn't dare to take it hard at all. He chose to dodge, his body exploding backwards. That punch from Qi Dian managed to land. Just as he was glad that he had dodged the punch, he heard an explosion of thunder and lightning beside his ears. Chant! Immediately afterward, the sound of an angsty dragon roar rang out. A shadow of a thunder dragon appeared from the fist that Qi Chen had blasted out. The thunder dragon shadow charged straight towards the middle-aged man who had not yet stabilized himself. This is Thunder Dragon Break. The middle-aged man recognized this martial art that Qi Chen had performed. His eyes were wide open as he saw this thunder dragon shadow crashing into his chest. Boo! As the thunder dragon's shadow knocked him away, it directly drilled into his body. As the middle-aged man's figure fell to the ground, it was as if he had been electrocuted, and his figure continued to convulse. Except for him, the long-haired man had the same symptoms as him. The figure was also lying on the ground in constant convulsions. The only one who was better was the inch-haired man who hadn't had time to make any defense at first. He had braced himself by now. It was just that the electricity that kept flashing through his body made him feel very uncomfortable. Knocking these three people down, Qi Chen had only used a short time of less than 2 minutes. In the back, Sui, who had taken out his cell phone and was ready to call for help, had long been dumbfounded in place. This? So fierce? A disbelieving murmur escaped his lips. Chapter 27, Sui's Speculation, 3 Vice Teams Targeting. Qi Chen put away the lightning power on his body and walked straight back to Sui, rushing at Sui who was frozen in place. Come on, you lead the way. Ha? Oh. Qi Chen's words immediately caused Sui, who was in a daze, to come back to his senses. He walked up to Qi Chen and signaled, Lieutenant Qi, come this way. Only, the respect in his tone of voice was more obvious this time. The battle power that Qi Chen had displayed was considered to have completely convinced him. Not to mention defeating those 3 people easily, even if he were to defeat one person easily, he wouldn't be able to do it. Following Sui, Qi Chen walked all the way to a 2-story villa. Lieutenant Qi, this is your residence in our demon beheading bureau. Qi Chen raised his head and surveyed the luxurious 2-story villa. For a while, the heart was full of emotions. Such a big luxurious villa was out of his reach in his last life. In this life, a mere position would allow him to inhabit it. It's still a good world of martial arts. While Qi Chen was lamenting in his heart, Sui had already opened the villa door. Lieutenant Qi, I've placed all of your Demon Chopper Bureau apparel on the living room coffee table ahead of time. Aside from that, there are also a grade martial arts techniques as well as 30 Pui Yuan Dan, which are also placed there together. Got it. Qi Chen nodded and asked again, what about that S-rank breathing technique of mine? The S-class breathing method was too expensive, so I didn't put it inside. I'll fetch it for you later. Okay. Qi Chen responded, and then prepared to go in and take a look at this 2-story villa of his. Sui stood in front of the door and looked at Qi Dust who walked in, hesitated for a moment and said, Lieutenant Qi. Qi Chen turned his head, puzzled, anything else? Sui nodded, there is one thing. Come in and talk. Good. Sui walked into the house and the two of them went to the living room sofa and sat down. Qi Dian said, what is it, say it. This matter is about those 3 just now. Those 3 came to trouble you, Lieutenant Qi, and I think, there is some other lieutenant's instruction in this. Other lieutenants? Qi Dian was instantly interested. That being said, Qi Chen, up until now, wasn't quite sure about the division of positions in the Demon Beheading Bureau. Thus, Qi Chen turned to ask, can you first introduce me to the division of positions within the Demon Beheading Bureau? Sui froze for a moment and said, yes. The positions in the Demon Beheading Bureau are divided into ordinary members, leaders, lieutenants, chiefs, commanders, and great generals. In here the general team manages an entire city's Demon Beheading Bureau, the commander manages a province's Demon Beheading Bureau, and the Grand Admiral manages an entire pass's Demon Beheading Bureau. Understood. After listening to Sui's introduction, Qi Chen understood the division of positions within the Demon Beheading Bureau. The great general managed an entire Guan's Demon Beheading Bureau, this Guan Qi Chen was aware of. The whole of China is divided into 12 major passes, each of which contains several provinces. The place where he is located is called Shanhaiguan. Continue. Qi Chen raised his hand to signal Sui to continue. Sui continued, our Luochuan city has 3 lieutenants besides you, and all 3 are 5th-rank martial artists. As a 4th-ranked martial artist, you have assumed the position of vice team, drawing the ire of many martial artists within the bureau. This includes regular members, leaders, and lieutenants. Those 3 dared to come before you today to cause trouble. Most likely there is also a certain or several vice squad figures standing behind them. After all, your status is that of a lieutenant. Even if they are upset, they wouldn't dare to speak to you so openly. Someone or a certain few? Shi Chen's expression moved slightly. Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau, not counting him, there were only 3 lieutenants. Did 1, 2, or all 3 of them have a problem with him? Can you probably guess which lieutenant? Zidane asked again. Well, Sui said after a slight contemplation, all 3 are possible. All possible? She dusty eyebrows snickered. You, the vice team of the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau, really have a small belly. Sui shook his head and said, actually, the root cause has nothing to do with the belly of these 3 lieutenants. Oh? Chi Chun sniffed and immediately became interested. What is the root cause? Alas. Sui sighed and explained, the root cause also has to do with Lord Lin. A month ago, our Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau had 4 vice teams, one of which was Lord Lin, and at the same time, she was the strongest one among the 4. The Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau is also divided into 4 forces based on the 4 lieutenants, and I am one of the lieutenants under Lord Lin's command. Later, because of a certain incident, it led to a huge disagreement between Lord Lin and the other 3 lieutenants. It's just that, due to Lord Lin's strength, they had to hold back their anger, and if they wanted to strike back in retaliation, they had the heart to do so. And you, Lieutenant Chi, have been recommended by Lord Lin, so you are considered to have taken over Lord Lin's position. Due to the fact that your strength is not convincing, and the fact that those 3 are displeased with Lord Lin, it's possible that all 3 will secretly target you. I see. Shi Chen completely understood this time. It seemed that this Lin Yueshi had really arranged a good position for him. As soon as he came up, there were 3 5th-ranked martial artists taking care of him. Seemingly worried that Chi Chen was worried about this matter, Sui added, but there's no need for you to worry about this, Vice Team Chi. Even if those 3 lieutenants really wanted to target you, they would only do so in secret, sending out a few 4th-ranked martial artists to disgust you like they did today. There's still the general team above pressing down, they wouldn't dare to come openly, and as for taking matters into their own hands, that's even more unlikely. Aha! Shi Chan responded indifferently. He was just a little emotional. It was absolutely impossible to say that one was worried about the targeting of those 3. Those 3, if they were sensible, they would stop there and he wouldn't bother to pursue the matter. If he really continues to send people to disgust him like he did today, lol, then they'd really have to think about switching to this vice squad. At this time, Sui stood up from the sofa as he said, Lieutenant Shi, that's all I'm going to say, it's mainly to give you a heads up, nothing more, I'm going to go get you the S-rank breathing method. Well, go ahead. Shi Chen waved his hand. Good. Sui laughed. Shi Chen looked at his demonic beast lifespan and it had broken through the 30,000 mark, reaching 29,443 years. For a while, Shi Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. S-class breathing. His own nearly 30,000 years of demonic beast lifespan was enough to raise the S-rank breathing technique to what point? This extra lifespan of these demonic beasts were all obtained from Chi Chen's kills on his way out of the wilderness area. Chapter 28 Simulated Cultivation with the help of external objects. As he waited, Chi Dian checked up on a few things laid out on the coffee table. Demon Beheading Bureau Service, 30 Pui Yuan Dan, and an A-ranked martial art. Red Flame Burning Gun Technique. Chi Chen's gaze, at first glance, focused on that a grade martial skill. It was worthy of being an A-grade martial skill, and the name did sound domineering. This gun technique, it's quite in line with myself. Shi Chen murmured in satisfaction. Fire attribute, or gun-type martial arts. It was hard not to wonder if it was Lin Yueshi who had dictated something. Shi Chen decided to simulate the cultivation first to see how difficult it was to cultivate. Nearly 30,000 years of demonic beast lifespan, it wasn't realistic to use it all to enhance the S-rank breathing technique. Rational allocation is the only way to maximize one's strength enhancement. After thinking about it for a while, Shi Dian decided to try the water for 1,000 years first. System, 1,000 years of demonic beast lifespan, simulating the cultivation of a great martial art red flame burning gun technique. Ding! Consume 1,000 years of demonic beast life to begin simulating the cultivation of the A-ranked martial skill Red Flame Burning Gun technique. In the first year, you turn over the Red Flame Burning Gun technique and begin to do your reading in preparation for cultivation. The complexity of a class martial arts is like a heavenly book for your natural enlightenment. You know all the words, but when they are linked together, you can't read them. It took a full 2.5 years for you to roughly finish reading the entirety of this martial art. You kept flipping through this A-ranked martial art in an attempt to find a point where you could cultivate on, but your enlightenment didn't allow it, and it just took you 20 years for nothing. 20 years down the road and not a single splash. Shi-chan looked as normal. He knew his own martial arts talent best. What about 1,000 years? Take your time. It's been so long that a mortar and pestle can be sharpened into a needle for it. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to enter a door in 1,000 years. Shi-chan looked at the analog panel, which finally saw a change when he came to the 400th year. In the 400th year, you have finally stepped over the threshold of this martial art based on your previous experience of cultivating gun-type martial arts plus your own advantage for the fire attribute, Red Flame Burning Gun Technique Initiation. After this, the panel begins several more ascetic prompts. It wasn't until 700 that the analog panel once again gave any other hints. After 700 years of practicing this martial art, you have made no progress, brainlessly consuming your lifespan to cultivate hard. The progress is really slow. You start to think about how you can improve the rate a bit. Seeing this, Shi-chan's heart thumped. The last time I practiced Thunder Dragon Break, I went to fly a kite on a rainy day. What will be the brainchild this time? Is it possible to jump off a volcano? This time, the result of the thinking was not a suicidal act like jumping from a volcano as Chi-dian had thought. After a few days of thinking, you realize that you have been cultivating for so many years, and actually never relied on pills as an external aid to cultivation. So, on a whim, you were ready to find a few pills to test out. The analog panel stays there and does not continue, as if it were stuck. Stuck here, is the simulation of the cultivation of the small dark room inside the self cannot find the elixir? Shi-chan couldn't help but speculate. Pills? Shi-chan's expression moved. Pills he happened to have readily available here. 10 jade bottles were placed on the table in a regular manner. Inside these jade bottles was the Peiyuan Dan. Shi-chan picked up a jade bottle and poured out the 3 Peiyuan Dan contained within. After a moment's thought, he put one directly in his mouth. After containing this Peiyuan Dan, the analog panel moved. In the 701st year, you have the medium-grade elixir Peiyuan Dan to aid in your cultivation, and your body's martial arts chi and blood agitation begins to churn. With the help of this stirring blood chi, you seem to have gained a new understanding of this grade martial art, and your cultivation speed of this martial art has increased drastically. In the 703rd year, the effects of the Peiyuan Dan failed, the blood chi no longer stirred and churned, and your sense of realization disappeared, and you, who were extremely poorly endowed, were not able to grasp the sense of realization you had at the beginning. Shi-chan put another Peiyuan Dan into his mouth. Soon, all the remaining Peiyuan Dan were all swallowed into Shi-chan's stomach. The 30 Peiyuan Dan lasted for a total of 60 years. After 60 years of simulated cultivation, Shi-chan finally caught that epiphany. In the next few moments, Shi-chan finally began to cultivate by relying on this epiphany without the aid of the Peiyuan pill. In the 998th year, with the epiphany you seized, your Red Flame Burning Gun technique has finally made a breakthrough once again. You slightly close your eyes and lightly float the tip of your lance. In the underworld, it's as if you can invoke the power of the flames in heaven and earth. Red Flame Burning Lance technique skill. Continue practicing for 2 years, and there is no gain for your eggs. Due to your A-ranked martial arts skill Red Feather Burning Gun technique reaching proficiency, your martial arts level has subsequently risen to a terrifying 4th ranked 5th ranked. Please change to a higher level breathing technique in a timely manner. This D-level breathing technique is no longer sufficient to satisfy the demand for aura of a 4th order martial artist, and it will greatly waste the level of martial arts that you have raised when practicing martial arts. 1,000 years of ripening and refining, and that's still with the added benefit of having 30 Peiyuan Dan. However, regarding the clear knowledge of his own talent, Shi-chan didn't feel anything. 5th of the 4th order. Shi-chan got up and was just about to feel some of the changes brought about by his 4th rank 5th rank strength when the door to his villa was suddenly opened. Immediately afterward, Sui walked in. Only, this time, in addition to Sui, there was another person following. This person was tall and robust, with a resolute face, wearing a pure black power suit. This was the combat attire that the personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau only wore when they were out on a mission. This person followed Sui and walked all the way in. Sui, who was walking ahead, did not have a good expression. This is looking for trouble? Seeing Sui's expression, Chi-Chen guessed so. If he wasn't looking for trouble, how could Sui show an expression like that? Soon, the duo walked up to Chi-Chen. Lieutenant Chi, let me introduce you, this is behind me. I don't need you to introduce me, I'll do it myself. Before Sui could finish his words of introduction, he was interrupted by the youth following behind him. He stood firmly in front of Chi-Chen and said indifferently, Su Yang, leader position. His manner was nonchalant and completely lacking in the kind of deference that a leader faces his lieutenant. But it was different from the three that they had met before. He did not speak out to darken Chi-Chen's words. With an awkward expression, Sui turned his head after flashing an apologetic smile at Chi-Chen and made a frantic wink at Su Yang. At the same time, his mouth said suggestively, Su Yang, this is Lord Lin's hand-picked replacement for her position, Leader Chi Duan Chi. However, Su Yang ignored all of Sui's hints and continued to faintly say, I know. He looked Chi-Chen up and down with curiosity in his eyes. The leader gave the lieutenant that look, which can only be described as full of provocation. After this moment of observation, Chi-Chen probably figured out the intentions of the youth named Su Yang in front of him. Just here to make trouble. And looking at Sui's attitude, he seemed to be on good terms with this youth. The odds are that it was Lin Yueshi's lineage before, right? Those belonging to Lin Yueshi's lineage still come to make trouble in their own place. It seems that there are quite a lot of disgruntled people sitting in this position by themselves. Oh. Chi-Chen couldn't help but smile helplessly inwardly. This Lin Yueshi really got him a good position. Just got to the top and there's this whole string of crap. Plop. Zidane sat on his ass on the couch. Legs on the coffee table, waving his hand indifferently. Just leave the S-class breath on the coffee table, I don't want to see anyone right now. Especially this one that puts on a bad face and comes to me for presents. Chapter 29 Unraveling the True Purpose, Shameful Su Yang. When Chi-Chen's words fell, the villa's living room was plunged into an eerie silence. Sui's eyes widened, and then a flash of panic appeared on his face. Bad. He let out a cry in his heart, and his gaze hurriedly looked at Su Yang behind him. Not what he expected. At this moment, Su Yang's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. Sui was about to open his mouth to persuade him, but he was interrupted by Su Yang's cold voice, don't you say anything. Then, he looked at Chi-Chen with a gloomy gaze and questioned. To be the vice team of our demon beheading bureau, and to take over Lord Lin's seat, do you think you're qualified with your 4th-ranked strength? Hearing Su Yang question so bluntly, Sui's face changed greatly. Su Yang. Sui gritted his teeth and laughed out sternly. Lieutenant Chi is the one that Lord Lin appointed to take over her lieutenant's position. Are you questioning Lord Lin by doing this? Seeing that the situation was developing in a direction beyond his control, Sui had to bring out Lin Yueshi's name. Lord Lin identified it? Ha! Su Yan let out a cold laugh and stared at Sui. How could Lord Lin send a 4th-ranked 2nd-ranked martial artist to take her place? What's more, this person's psychic ability is still a waste of psychic ability like E rank. As the words fell, his gaze resettled on Chi-Chen and his tone became stern. Say, does Lord Lin have some sort of handle on you when he asked you to take over her position? Su Yang, you're really confused. A look of hatred flashed across Sui's face. Lord Lin Shi. Just as the words reached his mouth, they were stifled by Sui. It occurred to him that it was not a good idea to say that. Sui wanted to say Lord Lin, she's a 5th-ranked martial artist, how could she be held by a 4th-ranked martial artist? But wouldn't that be looking down on Chi-Chen in disguise? Finally, he stifled I think you're really confused. If Lord Lin did this, he must have seen something different to look for in Lieutenant Chi. Different looking places? Su Yang's brows furrowed. What different looking places can there be on a 4th-ranked martial artist? I think the one who's confused is you, Sui. It's definitely because he accidentally grabbed some of Lord Lin's handles while he was out on a mission and took the opportunity to seek this vice squad position from Lord Lin. Lord Lin had to agree to this in order for the mission to be completed. With that, he looked at Chi-Chen with a disgusted expression. What a despicable and shameless person. You. Sui still wanted to say something to Su Yang, but looking at Su Yang's state at this moment, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to listen to anything he said. Ugh. He sighed deeply. With things as they were, one could only go and try to persuade Chi-Chen not to get angry over this matter. Dust's position is, after all, a vice squad, and just based on Su Yang's performance today, if he really wants to convict him of something, dismissal would be a small matter. Sui gazed at Chi Chen. Only to see Chi Chen at this moment, leaning on the sofa, his legs still crossed on the coffee table. There was a faint smile on his face, not the slightest hint of being angered by it. However, it was such an expression that made Sui feel something bad in his heart. He associated it with the scene that happened not long ago. Chi Chen's face seemed to have the same expression of not caring when he faced those three people who had spoken darkly of him. What about the ending? The three men were lying on the ground, all suffering from different degrees of injuries. Lieutenant Chi. Hey, you don't have to persuade me of anything. Sui wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chi Chen raising his hand. Chi Chen moved his eyes away from Su Yang's body and landed on Sui. I have a question, Leader Su Yang Su. He belonged to your Lord Lin's camp before, right? Yes. Sui hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, I get it. With Sui's confirmation, Chi Chen's thoughts on meeting Su Yang's series were probably confirmed. He looked at Su Yang again and smiled meaningfully. This position of mine should have been reserved for you, right? At these words, Su and Su were stunned in unison. Immediately afterward, a stunned look appeared in both of their eyes. Seeing the expression that appeared on the duo's faces, Chi Chen smiled. And he was right. Zidane put his legs down from the coffee table and stood up from the couch. Reaching out and pointing at Su Yang, he said, You, Su Yang, feel that I have taken the position that would have belonged to you, and thus are disgruntled. You came to me today to air your grievances, didn't you? Zidane was smiling the entire time he spoke. After Su Yang heard these words from Chi Chen, his eyes unconsciously averted Chi Chen's gaze somewhat. This is a sign of panic that only reveals itself when the true purpose is revealed. It's just, have you ever thought about? Chi Chen paused for a moment and said in a petulant tone, Is the reason you can't sit in this position that you're too useless? What? Su Yang, who was originally a bit flustered by being dismantled of his true purpose, stared at Chi Chen with wide eyes in anger after hearing him call him a waste. Ignoring Su Yang's anger, Chi Chen continued, Don't be in a hurry to retort. As far as I know, it's been a month since Lin Yueshi she left this position, right? And for a month, the seat has been empty and you've been slow to take it. Chi Chen came a few points closer to Su Yang and smiled playfully, Is it that you don't want to, or is it that? Chi Chen's eyes flickered, What if you're too much of a waste to meet the requirements to sit in this position? You. Su Yang's heart trembled, and anger couldn't stop rising in his heart. But this rising anger called out to him that he could not give vent to it in any way. Lies don't hurt, the truth is the quick sword. Chi Chen's words were true in every way, hitting him straight in the heart. It was the same kind of truthful words that turned the anger born in his heart into impotent rage. Wanted to vent, but simply couldn't. Chi Chen spread his hands and kindly laughed, I can allow you to vent at me. Zidane resumed his seat on the couch with a flourish. Leaning against the backrest of the sofa, he gestured to Su Yang, Come on, feel free to vent any grievances to me, I'll listen. As your superior subordinate, I still have that kind of belly. Su Yang took a deep breath as he watched the scene. He stood still and said nothing. What could he say at this point? What else does he have the face to be talking about? At this moment, Su Yang was incomparably shamed by this maneuver of Chi Chen's. It was as if he had punched on cotton, powerful but unable to make it out. A self-deprecating smile flashed in his eyes. You're right about everything, this position was, at first, indeed reserved for me, and as long as I can advance to become a 5th-ranked martial artist, I can instantly sit in this position. I admit, it's me who is too wasteful. Half a year ago I was at the 9th level of the 4th rank, I failed to grasp the opportunity to advance to become a 5th-ranked martial artist within this month's time. But... Su Yang paused. After thinking for a while, he still said, Even if I am a waste, my strength is still stronger than you, a 4th-ranked 2nd-ranked one. It's more appropriate for me to be in this position, not you. Next to him, Sui was already anxious after hearing Su Yang's words. The first half of the sentence was thought to be Su Yang wanting to apologize, the second half, where is the apology? Chi Chen raised his eyebrows and said with his eyes raised, Finished venting your grievances? Finished. Su Yang nodded. Good. Chi Chen stood up from the sofa once again. His aura was not as casual as it had been at the beginning, and became somewhat morose. You're done venting, then, it's my turn. Chapter 30 Storming. S-Class breathing method arrives. When Sui and Su Yang heard this, they were both a bit stunned. However, Sui suddenly thought of something and his face suddenly changed. Deputy Qi. Ka Ching. Before he finished speaking, Shi-Chen directly stomped his foot on the coffee table. The coffee table was instantly shattered by the step. With the help of the coffee table, Shi-Chen leapt up and swung his fist down towards Su Yang. Faced with Shi-Chen's sudden outburst, Su Yang was shocked in his heart and an incredulous look appeared on his face. Shi Dust's outburst, which he had thought was going to be a rebuttal to his earlier remark. Or perhaps speak out and humiliate him once more. However, the result of direct action, Su Yang was never expected. In the dormitory area, especially inside this villa, the consequences of fighting can be serious. In the face of Shi-Chen's sudden outburst, Su Yang only briefly froze for a moment before coming back to his senses. With blood qi surging within his body, Su Yang crossed his arms and performed a parry against Qi Duan's punch. Boo! Crackle! As Shi-Chen's punch made contact with Su Yang's arms, thunder suddenly exploded. The B-grade martial skill Thunder Dragon Break was unrelentingly executed. The exploding thunder carried a powerful aura of destruction. Su Yang, who was fending off this group, looked horrified. This punch. Where was it possible for a martial artist of the second level of the fourth rank to throw it? Moreover, the aura emanating from Shi-Chen's body was not at all something that a fourth stage second-ranked martial artist could possess. This was at least a fourth order fifth. Moreover, the actual battle power of this punch was even far beyond that of a fourth rank fifth. The tingling power of lightning ran down Su Yang's arms and into his body. Su Yang's eyes widened violently after feeling this lightning power surging into his body. The defense made in haste left him with no better means at all to deal with the lightning power that entered his body along his arm. Ho! With an explosive shout, Su Yang's qi and blood stirred within his body. A powerful aura spread out from its circumference with a bang. Shi-Chen's punch managed to make him use this to top it. Su Yang used this to take a few steps backward with his figure. Are you crazy? After pulling away from Shi-Chen at a certain distance, Su Yang roared out in horror. Do you know what consequences you'll have to suffer if you fight inside the villa? Even if you're a lieutenant, you can't afford the consequences of this. Consequences? If I dare to make a move, I'm naturally not afraid to take the consequences. Shi-Chen sneered before taking the black flare lance out of his spatial ring. Shi-Chen wasn't really afraid of taking any consequences. As long as his strength increased quickly, what kind of consequences would he, Shi-Chen, not be able to afford? Shi-Chen held the black flare lance and impacted towards Su Yang at a rapid pace. What a madman! Su Yang cursed, before taking out a large sword from his spatial ring and preparing for an onslaught. However, he only blinked for a moment before realizing that Shi-Chen had suddenly appeared in front of him. So fast. A thought flashed by, and then he saw that Shi-Chen's black flare lance had already smashed down on his head. He had to raise his sword in haste to parry. Clang! A crunching sound rang out, and Su Yang only felt like he had endured a huge force of 1,000 pounds, and both his legs were slightly bent under the blow. Shi-Chen withdrew his spear and turned to stab towards Su Yang. Only, this time it was different from the last chop. A flash of crimson-red aura exploded into existence. Immediately afterward, the tip of the gun ignited a spark. Boom! Su Yang had just seen a spark ignite, and this spark had turned into a blazing fire with a bang. In an instant, the blazing temperature of the flames spread out, and the temperature in the room rose by a large margin. On the side, Sui, who was frozen in the middle of Shi-Chen's sudden move, couldn't help but cry out in shock upon seeing this scene. This martial art. Wasn't it that a grade gun type martial skill red flame burning gun technique that Lord Lin had chosen for Shi-Chen in advance? Counting the time he'd been out of here, Zidane only had about 20 minutes or so to go through it. 20 minutes, how did Shi-Chen learn this martial art? Su Yang's pupils dilated, his face filled with disbelief. 20 minutes to learn an A-ranked martial art, and it doesn't look like you're just getting started. How did this happen? How can this be done? At this time, Su Yang's eyes, clearly visible with constantly enlarged two groups of flames. Shi-Chen's shot seemed to contain the might to burn down everything. Su Yang didn't dare to slow down in the slightest. Heaven-breaking chop! With a loud shout, Su Yang executed one of his most proficient martial arts. Su Yang took his large sword and slashed horizontally towards the shot. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of gold and iron clashing, the flames blazing from the tip of the gun engulfed the blade that needed to slash horizontally in an instant. Su Yang's slash didn't even manage to raise a little splash in the face of to the shot. Su Yang's face changed drastically once again. trying to pull the knife out of the flames. As a result, this is futile. He could only witness the shot coming straight towards his chest and abdomen. If this shot had hit Su Yang like this, Su Yang would have been crippled if not dead. Just as the tip of the gun was about to pierce Su Yang through, Shi Chen's arm suddenly flicked slightly to the side. The position of the tip of the gun then produced a cheep, and the side of the head of the gun struck Su Yang. Boom! Su Yang's body instantly flew backwards towards the back under this heavy blow. Boo! It didn't stop flying backwards until it hit on top of the wall. His body fell to the ground. The position on the wall that Su Yang had smashed into was also already cracking by inches. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yang slumped to the ground, a violent cough escaping from his mouth. Blood spilled from its mouth. Even if Qi Chen had stayed his hand in the end, the shot had caused Su Yang to suffer a considerable amount of injuries. Qi Chen walked slowly to Su Yang's side. Seeing Qi Chen's approach, Su Yang raised his head with difficulty. Only Qi Chen coldly asked, "Now what? Now what do you think, should it be you, or me, sitting in this seat?" Su Yang did not reply and silently lowered his head. At the same time both fists couldn't help but clench. It was possible to tell that he was very unconvinced. He still had powers he hadn't used. Qi Chen was able to defeat him, and there was more than likely an element of sneak attack involved. He, Su Yang, was not convinced. Most of the reason why he would lose today was because he was overly careless and didn't expect Qi Chen to put up a big fight in the villa in the dormitory area. Only, despite how unconvinced the current Su Yang was, he didn't say anything. Defeat is defeat, and saying something about it now comes across as making up for his incompetence. Su Yang gritted his teeth and made up his mind. When you have the chance in the future, you must fight Qi Chen again. He wanted to prove to Lin Yueshi that only he, Su Yang, could sit in that position. Only he, Su Yang, is worthy of sitting. Although Su Yang didn't say a word, from his behavior, Qi Chen could tell that he was still unconvinced. Whether Su Yang was convinced or not, Qi Chen didn't care. Anyway, he's out of this bad breath. The man who deserves to be one of his own men is still coming to his place to cause trouble? If Qi Chen could still endure this, what was the difference between him and Turtle Man? And, with people like that, often hands, rather than words, do more good. There were still long days ahead, and Qi Chen would have plenty of opportunities to tell him to be convinced. Qi Chen turned his back and looked at the frozen Sui next to him, and instructed, "Leave the S-rank breathing technique behind, and then, you can take him with you." "Ha? Yes." Sui was called back to his senses by Qi Chen's sentence. He responded with a quick nod. The strength Qi Chen had displayed had completely startled him. Worthy of a man who can go through Lord Lin's back door, he is truly extraordinary. This is an S-rank breathing technique. Sui handed a thick tome to Qi Chen. What kind of person dares to fight inside the dormitory area, and inside a villa at that? Where does that put the rules of my demon beheading bureau? Qi Chen had just received the S-rank breathing method, and before he had a chance to check it out, he heard a stern questioning voice resound from outside the room. Sui, who was just about to assist Su Yang to leave this place, was stunned as a whole after hearing this voice. He paused in his tracks, his eyes looking in the direction of the gate. Qi Chen also looked over. Someone coming at this time and in this tone. He looked down at the S-rank breathing method he held at the end of his hand. 9 Suns Burning Heaven Technique. Chapter 31 The Two Lieutenants. The Mystery of the Chinese Zodiac Attributes. Boom! The door of the villa was blasted open by a powerful, forceful aura. In front of the gate, there stood a middle-aged man in a black power suit combat uniform. His expression was serious, and his gaze coldly scanned the scene inside the villa. Suyi's breath caught when he saw the visitor. Wu! Lieutenant Wu, what brings you here? Suyi's heart was beating wildly. It's true that what comes around comes around. Today's matter, if you don't pay attention to it, it might pass in a blur. But someone was paying attention, and the person paying attention was a lieutenant. Today's matter is not destined to end well. How did I get here? Vice Team Wu sniffed, snorted coldly, and said, "If I don't come, the housing in this dormitory area will probably be demolished." As the words left his mouth, he looked at Qi Chen, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You're the one who took over the position of that woman Lin Yueshi? The visitor is obviously not good." Qi Chen naturally wouldn't give him a good face. He ignored this Lieutenant Wu and said to Sui, "You go first, there's nothing for you here." This. Sui looked at Vice Team Wu at the door with some hesitation for a moment. With Lieutenant Wu, a 5th-ranked martial artist, blocking the doorway, could he really leave? Go! He. Lieutenant Wu sneered, violating the rules of the Demon Beheading Bureau and you still want to leave? He spoke sternly, none of you will leave until the matter is resolved today. Shi Chen's gaze condensed slightly and he said in a cold voice, both are vice teams, you're not qualified to be in my residence and tell me what to do, are you? I'm not qualified? Lieutenant Wu's brows furrowed, a wisp of anger rising in his heart. A mere 4th-ranked martial artist, what makes him unqualified? Without enough strength to stand in this position, it's nothing more than a waste of space in vain. However, he quickly suppressed the anger in his heart. There was no need to get angry with Shi Chen at this time. He has violated the rules of the Demon Beheading Bureau. There was no need for him to make a move at all, someone would come along and educate Shi Chen on what was meant by rules. And all he had to do was just leave everyone involved in the matter here. Thinking about it, he shook his head and laughed, you're right, as a fellow lieutenant, I'm not qualified. But just because I'm not qualified doesn't mean others aren't. He looked at Shi Chen with a provocative expression on his face. I've already reported this matter to the Lord Commander-in-Chief, so I'm sure he'll be coming over soon, right? General Team? Zidane raised an eyebrow. Shi Dust was quite eager to meet with Luochuan City General, this top boss of his. It was that he didn't expect that his meeting with the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau Chief would actually be such a scene. As for what crime he would be convicted of, Shiduan didn't care. The S-class breathing method was already in his hands, even if he was dismissed and driven away, Shi Chen didn't care anymore. At this time, Su Yang had barely managed to climb up from the ground. Only, the injuries in his body were too heavy, causing him to be unable to stand up, and he could only sit on the ground, watching the scene. Only, in his eyes, flashed a ray of deep remorse. The main reason for today's incident was caused by him. If the chief captain blames him, his dismissal will be inevitable. As for the position of vice team, even if Shi Chen didn't become inappropriate, I'm afraid it wouldn't be his turn in the future. Ouch, there's so much commotion here, is someone fighting here? Just then, a delicate and seductive woman's voice came in from outside the gate. Upon hearing this voice, Sui, who already felt that something bad was going to happen, his eyes widened even more. The voice was highly recognizable and he couldn't have been more familiar with it. This person was none other than the only female among all the current vice teams of the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau Luxanu. Shortly after the voice fell, a woman with an alluringly hot figure and wearing a long red dress appeared at the entrance of the gate. Shi Chen silently gave an evaluation in his heart after seeing the female. The body is hot though, and a lot of that has to do with what she's wearing. As for looks, it's considered to be on the level of beauty. Summary, not as good as Lin Yushi. Compared to that childhood friend of his, whose figure was better than Lang Ruoli's, her appearance was still quite a bit worse. Even the figure, the probability is also because Lang Ruoli has not yet fully grown. After seeing Wu Tai and Vice Team Wu who were already standing at the door, Lu Xianyu's expression was slightly surprised. Her delicate red lips opened slightly as she said, Lieutenant Wu, you're here too. Wu Taiha glanced at Lu Xinyue and said indifferently, someone is fighting here, so naturally, as the vice squad, I can't just ignore it. Fighting? Lu Xianyu asked with a flash of surprise on her flirtatious face as she sniffed. Who is it that dares to fight in the dormitory area, and in a villa at that? Who else could it be? Wu Taiha glanced coldly at Shi Chen. Of course it's this newly appointed 4th-ranked martial artist, Lieutenant Qi. On the 4 words 4th order martial artist, Wu Taiha bit down extremely hard. After hearing Wu Taiha's words, Lu Xinyue's gaze then looked inside the house. After scanning the circle, his eyes finally landed on Shi Chen. Looking at Shi Chen, a flash of curiosity flashed across her eyes, and after looking Shi Chen up and down, she opened her mouth. This is the one who took over Lin Yueshi's sister's position, Vice Team Qi Duan Qi, right? Ha. She chimed in with a smile, looks pretty handsome, doesn't look too old, still a little brother. The smile on Lu Xianyu's face stopped, revealing an expression of regret. Alas! Sighing softly, he said, why are you fighting here, little brother? If you want to fight, you can totally go to the martial arts arena, there's no need to be here. If you fight here, and Lord Chief Teen blames it on you, even if sister I want to help you, there's nothing I can do about it. She spread her hands, as if she was really looking out for Zidane. Shi Chen clasped his arms over his chest and looked at this Lu Xianyu with interest. What a great green tea to play from the beginning. Watching a good show is a good show, and it's such a grandiose thing to say. Chi-Chen smiled and said, I won't bother this sister with my affairs. I've been in a bad mood lately, it's just an appointment, and there's always some coming after me. It's not even a matter of people who don't get along with me coming to find trouble with me, but people who are supposed to be my subordinates are also coming to find trouble with me. Isn't this even more of? When Su Yang, who was sitting on the ground by the side, heard this, he couldn't help but clench his fists. Who else could have said that if not him? Chi-Chen deliberately paused when he said this. His eyes flirtatiously looked up and down at this hot body of Lu Xinu. I've been on fire lately. If you really want to think about me, why don't you come to my place tonight and let off some steam for me? There was undisguised greed in Chi-Chen's eyes as he surveyed Lu Xinu's body. Chi-Duan knew that when dealing with this kind of green tea whore, one had to be shameless. As expected, Chi-Chen's words managed to cause a few moments of anger to grow in Lu Xinu's heart. However, the wisp of anger was quickly suppressed by her. She laughed softly. Yeah, I just don't know how well you can top that, little brother. Chi-Chen smiled confidently. Don't worry about that, I promise to not only convince you sister, but also make you hold up the wall. Cluck cluck cluck. Lu Xinu covered her mouth and laughed softly. Then I'm kind of looking forward to it, sister. Wu Taihe listened to the duo's conversation from the sidelines, and a look of disgust flashed in his eyes. Sui was already horrified inwardly by the side. Chi-Chen actually dared to talk to Lu Xinu like this. He had spent several long years in Luochuan City's Demon Beheading Bureau, and he was very clear about the tactics of this vice team, Lu Xinu. Don't think she looks flirty and feminine. But in reality, anyone who dared to think that way about her didn't end up well. However, Chi-Chen had no intention of ending it just like that. That general team hasn't come yet, so it's a wait. Might as well just have some fun. With a smile on his face, Chi-Chen asked, Sister, do you know anything about this aspect of the Chinese zodiac? Zodiac sign of the genus? A flash of doubt flashed across Lu Xinu's flirtatious face, wondering what Chi-Chen was trying to fix again. She nodded and said, more or less, I understand. She stared curiously at Chi-Dian, wanting to know what kind of airplane Chi-Dian was going to pull next. I only heard Chi-Chen continue to ask, then let me ask you, what is between the Ung-Ot and the Yu-Ji? Ung-Ot and Yu-Ji? After a little thought, Lu Xinyue replied, Shin Monkey, what's wrong? A playful smile suddenly appeared on Chi-Chen's face. So sister, would you? Lu Xinu froze for a moment, then reacted. A blush suddenly appeared on her delicate face. I don't know if it's anger or shyness or shy anger? Chapter 32 The Punishment of the Headquarters, the Shocked Crowd. None of the people present were any kind of young children who had been involved in the world for a long time. After Chi-Chen finished speaking, one basically reacted. Sui stared at Chi-Chen in surprise. How does Lieutenant Chi know so much? Seeing that Lu Xinu didn't reply for a while, Chi-Chen looked at her playfully and laughed. Speak. Who? Lu Xinu took a deep breath, the rounded fullness of her chest rippled. Until then, she was the one who made the teasing remarks. Where would anyone dare to talk back like Chi-Chen did? When she met someone who could talk back a little, she was somewhat powerless and resigned. Humph. She let out a cold snort and skimmed her head, no longer looking at Chi-Chen. It looks like a look of mortification. Chi-Dian bristled. This won't work. This sister is still too shallow. Wu Taihe, who hadn't said anything all this time, showed a look of watching the show from the sidelines. Now that's a real good look. This woman, Lu Xinu, can't be messed with. He would like to see how this Chi-Chen would deal with Lu Xinu's retaliation in the future. Just as Wu Taihe was about to take advantage of this matter to give Chi-Chen a good hard time, he suddenly realized that a man with a handsome and cold demeanor was slowly walking over. His expression brightened at the sight of the man. Here we go. Wu Taihe was the first to discover it, with Lu Xinyue, Sui, and Chi-Duan taking the next step to discover it. Panic flashed above Sui's expression after seeing the visitor. Although this matter had nothing to do with him, the two people who committed the offense had a lot to do with him. Su Yang, who was sitting on the ground on the side, had a resigned expression on his face. Chi-Chen stared at this person, sizing him up for a moment before asking Sui to the side, who was this person? The chief team Chi-Duan had never seen before, and he couldn't be sure if this man was that third lieutenant, or the chief team. Sui came closer to Chi-Chen and whispered, this person is the assistant of our general team lord, named Guan Sun. The strength of the body has reached the 5th rank, usually responsible for replacing the general team lord to appear, dealing with all kinds of things big and small within the bureau. His arrival is no longer different from the presence of our Lord Chief Captain himself. Got it. Shi Dust nodded. He thought the chief was coming, but he didn't expect an assistant. Wu Taiha had taken the initiative to move towards Guan Sun. He couldn't wait to ask, Assistant Guan, the person who fought in the villa area is here, has the chief team leader he agreed on how to punish him? Yeah. Lu Xin Yu also asked with a look of impatience. Assistant Guan, take a look at this house, the coffee table is broken, not to mention that even the walls are cracked, so you can imagine what a fierce battle this place has experienced. Ordinary fights in the dormitory area are not allowed, let alone such a fierce battle, breaking the rules of our demon beheading bureau. This time we have to punish them heavily. Lu Xin Yu began to add fuel to the fire. Shi Chen's words just now had really angered her. However, in the face of Lu Xingyu as adding fuel to the fire, Guan Sun only glanced at her coldly. It's not the turn of a bystander to ask about the decisions of the Master Chief. Guan Sun didn't give any face to the two vice teams, Lu Xin Yu and Wu Taihe. A flash of bloom flashed across Wu Taihe's eyes. Lu Xin Yu's face, which was already a bit huffy, was completely hung with anger at this moment. Don't ask, I don't care to know. She grunted and stopped looking at Guan Sun, muttering under her breath. Both of them did not make their dissatisfaction too obvious. Guan Sun came here to represent but the general team. If the duo dared to show dissatisfaction with Guan Sun, wouldn't that be showing dissatisfaction to the general team? Of course, this was only one reason. On the other hand, the duo was still afraid of Guan Sun's strength. Guan Sun stopped paying attention to the two and walked straight into the villa. The two of them, Wu Taiha and Lu Xinyu, looked at Shi Chen standing inside the villa, and were all ready to watch the show. Fourth order strength as a vice team, it is difficult to convince the public, and do not know to be more low-key and calm. You like to be cocky, don't you? You must be taught a lesson this time. Are you Chi Chen? Guan Sun's inquiring voice rang out as he walked closer to Chi Chen. The tone of voice was not as cold as the one he used earlier when he spoke to Lu Xin Yu and Wu Taihe. Yes. Shi Dust nodded. There was absolutely no point in defending himself or anything. With the S-class breathing method in hand, it didn't matter if he was told to roll up his sleeves and leave. Without any unnecessary words, Sakairan spoke bluntly. The chief captain has said that you are new to the city and may not understand some of the rules, so this time the fault will not be pursued. Shi Chen looked at Guan Sun with some surprise. Not pursued? The mistake he had made this time seemed to be quite serious based on the behavior of Su Yi's several people. So you're just gonna let it go? Su Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on here? Not pursued? Did he hear wrong? In front of the door, the duo who were ready to watch a good show were also stunned in place at this moment. No. Fighting in the villa area is a serious offense punishable by dismissal. You're just saying that you won't pursue this? What's the big deal? This wasn't the end of it, only to hear Guan Sun continue. The chief team leader also instructed to give you a different villa. This one needs to be restored for the time being. Here are the keys. Whoa. Guan Sun pulled out a set of keys from his pocket and threw them at Chi Chen. Zidane froze and took the key. There was some doubt in his mind. What's this general team up to again? If you don't pursue the case, you'll even give him a new house? Is it because of Lin Yueshi? Shi Chen couldn't help but speculate. If it was really because of Lin Yueshi, then Lin Yueshi's identity might even be more terrifying. The Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau's general team was a 6th-ranked martial artist. This is all subject to the influence of Lin Yueshi's identity? Guan Sun turned around and looked at Su Yang, who was sitting on the ground with serious injuries. Seeing this, Su Yang braced himself and tried to sit up from the ground. Guan Sun shook his head and said, "Sit down, you don't need to stand up." Good. Su Yang stopped struggling and sat down on the ground at ease. There were a few expectations in his mind. Zidane isn't even held accountable, so is he. However, reality poured cold water on him hard. Leader Su Yan, the following offense, is the root cause of this fight, according to the general team's instruction, temporarily dismissed. The time of dismissal is indefinite, and the time of reinstatement depends on the number and difficulty of the tasks Su Yan completes in the future. A few moments of bitterness arose in Su Yang's heart. He had a few moments of difficulty accepting this reality. But, it's time to accept it or not. This is, after all, an order given by the Lord Commander-in-Chief. Right. At that moment, Guansun turned around again and looked at Qi Chen. He reached out and pointed at the gunblade of Qi Chen's black flare lance. It's time for the gun to be replaced. Based on your current contribution value, you can get a better one. Qi Chen looked at his black flare lance. The location of the gun's head was charred and blackened. The power of that A-ranked martial skill that Fong had performed was not at all something that this E-ranked weapon could withstand. The lance, which was already somewhat broken from the many battles, was completely scrapped this time. Thanks for the reminder. Qi Chen nodded his head and thanked out loud. After Guansun finished speaking, he turned around and headed towards the door. While walking to the door, he was stopped by the duo of Wu Taiha and Lu Xingyue. Wu Taiha frowned. Assistant Guan, is this really what the Chief Captain Lord wants? Lu Xianyu also questioned, right, for such a big fault, a sentence that can be disregarded by a first-timer, isn't it a bit too hasty? Ha! Guansun's eyes went cold. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying aura rumbled out from its circumference. The breath pressed straight towards Lu Xingyue and Wu Taiha. Immediately afterward, only Guansun's voice without the slightest bit of emotion was heard. It's not your turn to question the general's orders. If you have this kind of time to make little moves here, you might as well take your team out on a few missions. After he said that, he turned to look at Qi Chen inside the room again and admonished. Qi Chen, the next time someone makes any small moves, you can just come directly to me. After saying that, Guansun once again coldly swept a glance at Lu and Wu before leaving completely. At this moment, the two of them had been deeply shocked in place by the aura that had erupted around Guansun just now. In the eyes of both of them, there was a touch of fear. Guansun's strength had actually refined again compared to last time. Chapter 33 Captain Li Jiannan. Along with Guansun's departure, the two of them, Wu Taiha and Lu Xingyue, no matter how much they dared in their hearts about the punishment regarding Qi Chen this time, had to accept this reality. They can't disobey an order from the general headquarters. The duo came in excited and eventually left depressed. Qi Dian wasn't saying anything more. Turning around, he went to pick up the Demon Chopper's Vice Squad costume that had fallen off the floor. The costume is divided into two sets, one white and one black. The white color is similar to a cape that is loose. The black color, on the other hand, resembles a battle dress power suit. On each set, there was a logo medal that represented his status as a lieutenant. On top of that, as Qi Chen picked up the two pieces of clothing, he also found a silver-colored token inside. The word Vice is written on the token. This is the Vice Squad token now, right? Qi Chen held this token and asked Sui, who was still in shock and hadn't come back to his senses. Ha! Sui was stunned, his gaze looking towards Qi Chen. Right. After seeing the token held up in Qi Chen's hand, he nodded his head repeatedly and replied. Lieutenant Qi, this token is your identity token as a lieutenant. Sink your consciousness into it and you'll be able to view your personal information as well as the contribution value you possess. Got it. After Qi Chen put away the identity token and put the two pieces of clothing into his spatial ring, he left the villa straight away. During this period, Qi Chen's gaze, to the very end, did not even glance at Su Yang. Su Yang, who was sitting on the ground with serious injuries, had nothing but bitterness in his heart. The post was temporarily isolated, and it's not even known if it can be restored. The body also suffered a considerable injury, and for 2-3 days, it was impossible to go out on a mission. On top of that, he was still being looked down upon by this lieutenant he looked down upon. In Qi Chen's eyes, he, Su Yang, became a waste. This, he was most defiant about. If he hadn't taken him by surprise, where would Qi Chen have been his opponent? Su Yang secretly swore in his heart. In the future, he would defeat Qi Chen once. Take back all that he has thrown away today. Ugh! Sui looked at Su Yang's expression as he sat on the ground and knew what he was thinking. He sighed, walked over to Su Yang, helped him to stand up, patted his shoulder, and said, Su Yang, I know what you're thinking. Vice Captain Qi is after all the vice captain personally designated by Lord Lin, so I'd advise you not to think that way. Maybe next time it won't be as simple as a temporary dismissal. Su Yang shook his head and said, I have my own measure, I don't need you to persuade me. Sui opened his mouth and wanted to persuade something. But in the end, he didn't say anything, and only sighed deeply once again inwardly. What kind of temper Su Yang had, he couldn't be clearer after spending so many years with him. Stubborn, impulsive, and reckless. If it wasn't for Lord Lin protecting him earlier, Su Yang didn't know how many times he would have been dismissed. Without Lord Lin in the future, he didn't even know what kind of punishment Su Yang's character would bring to him in the future for the mischief he had caused. And, after what happened today, it's unlikely that Vice Commissioner Qi will be able to take into account his feelings and exonerate Su Yang on certain matters, right? The Demon Chopper Bureau, a 30-story office building. Inside a bright and spacious office on the top floor. Sakairan walked in slowly. Inside, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, stood a man. The man had sword brows and starry eyes, and his appearance was no more than a youth in his 20s. This person was the chief team of the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau Li Jiannan. Chief team. Guansun faced the youth's back and called out respectfully. Aha! Jiannan Li faintly answered. His clear and cold voice rang out as he inquired, is it confirmed, his strength, exactly how many weights of the 4th rank? Confirmed, it's the 4th rank and 5th weight. Guansun replied without hesitation. Jiannan Li couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, the news you sure gave me, this Qi Chen's strength is only at the 2nd level of the 4th rank. A day's time hasn't even arrived yet, this is the 5th level of the 4th rank, is his strength hidden from Yusher's probing, or? The latter words, not continued, he let out a soft laugh, huh. Interesting. Ugh. Turning, he sighed in regret. Unfortunately, if it weren't for the fact that not only is your background clean, but both of your parents also gave their lives for the Demon Beheading Bureau, I'd really want to investigate whether or not you have any relationship with the Heavenly Beast cult. On the other side, Shichen found the new villa that had been given to him according to the door number of the set of keys that Guansun had given him. The interior furnishings are similar to those damaged by the battle. Shichen walked in and didn't choose to directly start practicing the S-rank breathing method, 9-yang burning sky technique. After experiencing the last incident, Shichen learned that using pills and other such external items was able to speed up the progress of analog cultivation. Shichen was thinking of seeing if he could start practicing this S-ranked breathing technique after finding enough external objects. He first took out his identity token and sank his mind into it. At once, 2 messages flooded into Shichen's mind. One of them is the information about his identity. Name, Shi Duan. Martial arts rank, 4th order, 5th gravity. Identity, deputy team of the Demon Extermination Bureau of Luochuan City. Current contribution value, small merit 100, large merit 5. This Budo rank. Shichen's attention was instantly focused on the martial arts ranks. How long had it been since he had been promoted to the 5th level of the 4th rank? This identity token actually shows up here. For a while, Shichen was in doubt. This identity token is updated by detecting his own rank in real time. Or was it because of the battle with Su Yang not long ago, which had revealed his 4th stage, 5th ranked rank, which had caused the change in the information within the identity token? He's gaining strength too fast. If it's detecting updates in real time, then he's going to have to be a little more careful. The identity token would only be updated if Chi-Chun took the initiative to reveal his strength. In this way, Shi-Chun did not have to worry too much. Shi-Chun shook his head, not thinking about this matter for the time being, and instead studied the second piece of information that flooded into his mind. This piece of information was an introduction about the uses of the contribution value and some of the privileges of the Chi-Chun Identity Vice Squad. Contribution values are divided into major and minor merits. The major function redeemed BS-grade cultivation resources, while the minor function redeemed FC-grade cultivation resources. As for the SS and SSS classes, they are not detailed here. It simply states that you can only have access if you make a special contribution. How special this special contribution is unknown. Contribution values are earned by doing quests. Tasks are categorized into 4 levels: normal, inferior, medium, and superior. Ordinary and inferior quests, which can only acquire small merits, and medium and superior quests, which can acquire large merits along with quite a few small merits. 100 small feats equals a big one. Shi-Chen's mind retracted from within the token. He took out his cell phone and searched into it in his phone's browser based on a URL he got inside the token. At once, a series of resource names appeared above Chi-Chen's cell phone screen. Chi-Chen rummaged through and found the Peiyuan Dan that he had taken earlier. 20 small credits apiece. 30 is 600 minor feats. There were as many minor feats plus as the number of major feats that Chi-Chen now possessed. Chapter 34 Simulated Cultivation of the 9 Suns Burning Heaven Technique, Promotion to the 5th Order. Chi-Chen didn't redeem the Peiyuan Dan, he totally had a better choice right now. The reason why he had found the Peiyuan Dan was only because he wanted to see how its price was. After some rummaging around, Chi-Chen ended up spending 3 great merits to exchange for 3 top-grade pills, the Spirit Enlightening pills. The Spirit Enlightening pill, which had the effect of increasing enlightenment in a short period of time. Chi-Chen was going to use it later for when he practiced the S-rank breathing method, Jiu-Yang burning sky technique. After redeeming it, Chi-Chen waited quietly. Soon after, someone delivered the 3 Spirit Enlightening pills. After getting the Spirit Enlightening pill, Chi-Chen didn't continue to stay within the villa. According to the information within the token, one of his privileges as a Vice Squad member was to enjoy a free cultivation room. The cultivation room has a better concentration of aura and a series of training facilities that help martial artists cultivate better. Chi-Chen's purpose this time was here. Since external objects could accelerate his analog cultivation process, he wouldn't let go of all the external objects he could use. The cultivation room was a single building with 4 floors. Each floor covers an area of 2,000–3,000 square meters. Chi-Chen's cultivation room was located on the top 4 floors. After showing his identity token, Chi-Chen went straight to the 4th floor. On the large 4th floor, there are only 8 practice rooms. Below the 4th floor, the cultivation rooms that could all start at a dozen. Chi-Chen's exclusive cultivation room was numbered 2. Finding the cultivation room numbered 2, Chi-Chen pushed the door out. Just after entering it, Chi-Chen felt a thick aura coming over him. Coming to the center of the cultivation room's spirit gathering location, Chi-Chen sat cross-legged. As Chi-Chen sat down, the rich spiritual qi crazily poured in towards Chi-Chen's body. There was no need for Chi-Chen to absorb it at all. However, facing this crazy aura pouring into his body, Chi-Chen did not feel anything special. Chi-Chen was a bit speechless. There are no words for this body of his. Poor self-talent and poor absorption of aura. Good thing he had the kryptonite system, though. Poor is just as bad. Chi-Chen took out the S-rank breathing method, 9 Suns burning sky skill, and placed it in front of him. The 9 Suns burning skill is thick. It was the thickness of a dictionary. After going through all of them, Chi-Chen really didn't know when he would have to go through them. However, this was not something that Chi-Chen should even consider. It was enough for him to consider adding a bit of analog practice. Chi-Chen pondered a little and said silently in his heart. System, 20,000 years of demonic beast lifespan, simulating the cultivation of the S-ranked martial art Jiu-Yang burning sky skill. Ding! Consume 20,000 years of demonic beast lifespan to simulate the cultivation of the S-rank breathing method, 9 Suns burning sky technique. In the first year, you looked over this S-rank breathing method to check it out as you did when practicing other martial arts breathing methods. The difficulty of the S-class breathing method is beyond your imagination, not to mention connecting together. The densely packed words are let out individually, and you're a little unable to recognize them. Seeing that the simulated cultivation had begun, Chi-Chen swallowed an enlightenment pill into his stomach without hesitation. With the top-grade elixir enlightenment pill as well as the rich spiritual qi around you, you find that your natural enlightenment has increased significantly, your brain is functioning like never before, and looking at this S-ranked breathing method is not as difficult as it was in the beginning. In the 10th year, the medicinal effect of the Spirit Enlightening pill expired, and you have managed to read through this entire S-rank breathing technique by relying on the medicinal effect of the Spirit Enlightening pill during this 10-year period. Seeing that the first Spirit Enlightening pill had failed to work, Chi-Chen seamlessly swallowed the second Spirit Enlightening pill. In the 11th year, you once again swallowed an enlightenment pill, and you began to delve deeper into the introductory chapter of this breathing technique. In the 20th year, the second Spirit Enlightening pill expired, and in 10 years' time, even the introductory chapter was not studied and understood by you. Seeing this, Chi-Chen directly swallowed the third Spirit Enlightening pill as well. In the 30th year, you have relied on the Spirit Enlightening pill to cultivate for 30 years, you seem to have grasped the point of cultivating this S-class breathing technique, yet, it seems as if you have grasped nothing, and there is an ethereal feeling that lingers in your mind. You start going over and over this primer on S-class breathing, over and over. The data displayed on the analog panels have been going over and over again since 30 years ago. Chi-Chen wasn't in a hurry, so he watched silently from the side. It took 400 years to even get started with a ranked martial arts. It wasn't uncommon to use this S-class breathing method for thousands of years. Chi-Chen thought of a great herb he had obtained earlier, the blue spirit heart orchid. The blue spirit heart orchid has the efficacy of carefully concentrating the mind and briefly enhancing enlightenment. It's similar to the enlightenment pill. Originally, Chi-Chen had planned to sell it for some Chinese coins, but there was no need to sell it now that he could use it. Besides, the Chinese coins were no longer useful to him who was now using contribution values. The Bai Ling Xin orchid just wasn't refined into a complete elixir, and its medicinal effect was no match for the spirit enlightening elixir. But it's better than nothing. Shi-Chen took out this blue spirit heart orchid and ate it one bite at a time. At this point, the system's analog panel progression has come to 500 years. In the 500th year, flipping back and forth through the introductory chapter of this S-class breathing method for 500 years, your aura suddenly flickers, and you seem to have made some major discovery. In the 600th year, you finally came to some realization and began to formally cultivate the introductory chapter of this S-class breathing method. In the 1000th year, after practicing the S-rank breathing method for so long, the progress has been slow but not without progress, and asceticism is your strong point. You began to asceticize night and day. 1500th year, you're still in the middle of your asceticism. 2000th year, in asceticism. In the 2500th year, the power of the Supreme Yang flows through your body. Every breath you take is as majestic and powerful as a volcanic eruption, carrying a searing heat. The Nine Yangs burning heaven technique is initiated. In the 3000th year, after you had thoroughly stabilized the introductory chapter, you began to study the proficiency chapter of the Nine Suns burning heaven technique, still doing the same old thing, flipping through it over and over again in an attempt to find a way to cultivate it. In the 4000th year, you've got nothing. In the 7000th year, you've still got nothing. In the 10,000th year, you finally gained something. The proficiency piece had basically been read by you, and you began to practice hard. In the 12,000th year, after many years of bitter cultivation, your progress is not obvious, which has made you numb for a long time, and every day you are either running the Nine Suns burning sky skill or on your way to running the Nine Suns burning sky skill. In the 13,000th year, you use your E-rank microfire ability in an attempt to find some enlightenment, but unfortunately, the E-rank ability level is too low to provide you with any help in practicing the S-rank breathing method. How you wish at this moment that your powers weren't E-ranked. For the 15,000th year, you are numb, but today you suddenly have a flash of light, and your heart is enlightened, and you are enlightened. In the 20,000th year, you who finally realized, when the 20,000th year is about to run out, you feel the flame energy in your body seems to be able to burn everything. Nine Suns burning skill is skilled. As your proficiency in the S-rank breathing method Nine Suns burning sky technique reaches proficiency, your martial arts rank then rises in water to spread the word that not only have you been promoted to the 5th rank and become a 5th ranked martial artist, but your rank has even reached the terrifying 5th rank of 5. Chapter 35 5th Order 9, Su Yang's Request. The simulated cultivation ended, and Shi-Chen's breath around him climbed. All the way from the 4th rank 5, directly reaching the 5th rank 5. Shi-Chen was the first to check up on the information about him personally within the identity token. After seeing that the martial Dao rank was still 4th order, 5th heavy, Shi-Chen lowered his heart. As long as he didn't take the initiative to release his own strength aura, this token wouldn't be able to detect his true strength. That's a good thing for Zidane. Only, Shi-Chen was somewhat unhappy. 20,000 years, introductory to proficiency. Chiduan didn't even know what to say about himself. Class A martial arts, from introduction to proficiency, took only 1,000 years. The S-class breathing method, from introduction to proficiency, but it took 20,000 years. And that was the result of using elixirs that could boost enlightenment. This is a human being? This time today had once again refreshed Shi-Chen's perception of his own talent. Ugh! Chi-Dian couldn't help but sigh. Shaking his head, he began to recall the prompts from the simulated cultivation. What he remembers most vividly is that in the 13,000th year, he wanted to borrow his powers to sense. As a result, his E-class alien ability level was too low to help him cultivate the Nine Suns burning sky technique. Is it caused by the too low level of the supernatural ability? Shi-Chen couldn't help but speculate. If that's the case, then there's a need to raise the alien ability level as well. Thinking about it, Shi-Chen's brows furrowed. As far as he understood, in order to make an increase in one's alien ability level, it would require strange encounters. Simply put, it's all about luck. In other words, it wasn't up to Shi-Chen to decide whether or not his supernatural ability could be improved. Breathing techniques and martial arts can be simulated and cultivated. I wonder if his psychic ability can? Suddenly, a bold idea popped up in the middle of Shi-Chen's mind. Shi-Chen's eyes condensed slightly, and after a slight contemplation, he decided to test it out. System, 2,000 years of demonic beast lifespan, simulating the cultivation of my microfire supernatural ability. The system was silent. No response was given in the first instance. I don't know if I can't, or if the system is in deep thought. Chi-Dian waited silently. A few moments later, just as Qi Chen thought that he would not be able to simulate the cultivation of his powers, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Consume 2,000 years of demonic beast lifespan to simulate the cultivation of the E-class supernatural ability, Microfire. In the first year, you have not been exposed to any knowledge about the cultivation of psychic abilities, and you are confused about the method of cultivation. After several years of trying, you finally get a clue in your 10th year, and you run your slight fire psychic ability in an attempt to wrap your entire body in it. But it turns out that your slight fire ability level is too low, the flames can't even manage to wrap your whole body, and you retreat to just wrap your right hand. In the 100th year, you, who have been patiently feeling your powers for 90 years, have managed to realize that the powers don't seem to be impossible to improve by cultivation. In the 500th year, after many years of your dedication to the understanding of the small fire ability, you have finally gained something, and the flame that could only wrap around your right hand has now wrapped around your entire arm. In the 1000th year, under your unremitting efforts, your other arm was also wrapped in flames, and your perception of the slight fire psychic ability became more thorough. In the 1500th year, except for your head, the upper half of your body has been completely wrapped in flames, and along with the increase in flames, your inner sense of the slight fire supernatural power has become more and more thorough. In the 2000th year, you completely realize your slight fire ability and comprehend the key to enhancing your ability, slight fire, and with a burst of energy, the flames wrapped around the upper half of your body blast up and become even more violent. Your E-ranked psychic ability, Microfire, has been leveled up, and has been successfully upgraded to D-ranked, Shengfire. It really boosts. Qi Chen, who saw the ending of the simulation, was a little excited in his heart. If he kept upgrading like this, wouldn't he be able to possess even the SSS-class supernatural ability, which was extremely scarce in the entire blue planet? A spur-of-the-moment attempt actually brought him such a big surprise. Qi Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and did not choose to continue simulating cultivation. His demonic beasts don't have long to live. It's not always possible to go from AD to AC again. With the remaining 6,000 years of demonic beast lifespan, Qi Chen intended to use it to improve the proficiency of his martial skills. System, 4,000 years, simulating the cultivation of the A-ranked martial art red flame burning gun technique. Ding, consume 4,000 years of demonic beast lifespan and start simulating the cultivation of a grade martial skill red flame burning gun technique. You continue to cultivate the already skilled red flame burning gun technique, using the same old method of bitter cultivation. In the 1300th year, with the insights you have realized from your previous cultivation, you have successfully cultivated the red flame burning gun technique to the proficient realm. In the 3800th year, the spear you wielded seems to have the power to burn everything in its path. The red flame burning gun technique is subtle. Continuing to labor for 200 years, you are not gaining anything new. Due to the fact that your proficiency in your ranked martial art red flame burning gun technique has reached the entry level, your martial arts level has subsequently risen to the terrifying 7th level of the 5th rank. The 7th weight of the 5th rank is up. Qi Chen clenched his fist and felt the powerful energy in his body. The demonic beast's lifespan was down to the last 2,000 or so, and nothing in the next analog cultivation could bring it any closer. As for the B-ranked Thunder Dragon Break, it did not match Qi Chen's supernatural attributes, and Qi Chen had no intention of continuing to cultivate it for the time being. Wait until the demonic beasts are rich in lifespan. Qi Chen left the cultivation room straight away and returned to the villa he was staying in. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed leisurely. During these 2 days, Qi Chen used his remaining contribution values to exchange a B-grade lance and 2 martial skills respectively to increase his means of attack. The long spear was called the Breaking Luck Lance, and the martial arts were the C-ranked Explosive Inflammation Break and the B-ranked Inflammation Lance Burning Sky Strike. A total of 2 major feats and 70 minor feats were expended. Qi Chen used his remaining 2,443 years of demonic beast lifespan again to raise the proficiency level of 2 martial arts respectively. Explosive Break consumes 1,000 years and raises to perfect proficiency. The Inferno Lance Burning Strike consumed 1,443 years and was raised to entry-level proficiency. Qi Chen's Martial Dao rank followed suit and was raised to the 5th rank 9. After resting for 2 days, the demonic beast's lifespan was depleted. Just as Qi Chen was preparing to take on a quest to go out and hunt demonic beasts, Sui arrived at Qi Chen's residence. Vice Squad Qi. Sui respectfully saluted after seeing Qi Chen. Qi Chen nodded and said, "Say, what is it that you came to me for?" Sui hesitated for a moment and said, "Lieutenant Qi, can I borrow your lieutenant identity token for a moment?" "Borrowing my vice squad token?" Chi Chen raised his sword brows slightly and inquired, to do what? Something like an identity token was not something that could be borrowed casually. You might get yourself into some kind of trouble. Although Chi Chen wasn't afraid of things, he was too much trouble. Sui also knew how important this matter was, so he patiently explained. It's like this, Lieutenant Chi, I'd like to take a medium mission with a difficulty of the first rank of the 5th order, but I just don't have enough permissions, so I need to borrow your lieutenant's token to take this mission. After saying that, he added, Lieutenant Chi, don't worry, even though the difficulty of this mission has a 5th order one, the overall strength of our squad, working together, will still make it easy to face a 5th order one. Vice Team Chi, you don't have to worry at all that we won't be able to complete the mission. After we complete the mission, the contribution value we harvested will also all come to you. It's all up to you to make your own decision on how to distribute it. The mission points are all mine to distribute? Chi Chan asked with a smile on his face. This mission, it's Su Yang who's going to take it, right? Sui was stunned at his words, not expecting that this was actually guessed by Chi Chen. After being dismantled, he didn't choose to hide it and nodded his head. Vice Pair Chi, you guessed correctly. You go. Chi Chen waved his hand and said with his eyes slightly narrowed, let whoever wants to take the mission come. He, Su Yang, wants to take on a mission but he calls you, is he having a problem with me? No. Sui hurriedly denied. No? Chi Chen's eyes flashed slightly as he questioned, then what is it? It's. Sui hesitated for half a day, unable to think of a reasonable reason. Lieutenant Chi, I'll go get Su Yang to come over. In the end, Sui chose to escape, leaving this dilemma to the person in question, Su Yang. Chapter 36 Su Yang's bowed head. After Sui left, Chi Chen leaned on the sofa, his eyes slightly closed as he silently thought in his heart. For Su Yang to take on this mission, the contribution value was only secondary to him. Importantly, it was Su Yang's attempt to regain his position as leader early. When Su Yang was previously dismissed, he also said that if he wanted to be reinstated, it would depend on the number of tasks he had completed during his time as well as the difficulty. Coming up and taking on a medium quest with a 5th order, first heavy difficulty, it was evident that Su Yang wanted to recover his position as soon as possible. Zidane didn't have to wait long. Sui brought Su Yang to Chi Chen's villa. Su Yang stood in front of Chi Chen, standing like a statue without saying a word. Chi Chen wasn't in a hurry either, just leaning back on the sofa with his eyes slightly narrowed. From the faces of both of them, no urgency could be seen. However, Sui, who was watching from the side, was going to be in a hurry. If you keep dragging it on like this, Chi Chen will really get impatient and say no to borrowing it, and then it will be completely finished off. Going to other lieutenants to borrow identity tokens is even more nonsensical. Su Yang, quickly tell us what you came here for. Sui urged up in a small voice from the side. Sui's urging fell on Su Yang's ears. A slight change finally appeared on Su Yang's expressionless face. Phew. He let out a long breath inwardly and adjusted his mental state before saying, I would like to borrow your identity token for a while. Chi Chen slightly opened his eyes and glanced at Su Yang before closing them slightly again. With that, Chi Chen's faint voice rang out, this isn't like the attitude of borrowing something. At those words, Su Yang's fists clenched. A surge of anger raced through his heart. But, in the end, reason prevailed. He deeply knew that at the moment, he must not start another conflict with Chi Chen. The most important thing to do now is to restore the position as soon as possible. A strand of struggle flashed in Su Yang's eyes. Finally, he gritted his teeth and put up a fight. Only to see Su Yang directly kneel down on one knee, lowering his head that had never bowed down to Chi Chen before. Lieutenant Chi, I beg to borrow your identity token. Chi Chen's slightly closed eyes opened again. However, after seeing Su Yang's actions at this moment, he was instantly a bit surprised inwardly. The first feeling Su Yang gave Chi Chen was arrogance. Incredibly proud. However, it was this arrogant person who managed to make a move to get down on one knee. The genus was out of Chi Chen's expectation. Chi Chen's body leaning on the sofa stood upright and nodded in satisfaction, that's more or less the same. Su Yang's fists clenched, feeling very humiliated by this. He was bowing to his position as leader, not to Zidane. Su Yang kept persuading himself inwardly, attempting to make himself keep some last face for himself. Hold it. Right at this moment, Chi Chen threw out his vice squad identity token. Su Yang looked up, and when he saw that it was an identity token, he immediately reached out and took it. Who? Su Yang got up and let out a long sigh of relief. Thanks a lot. After saying his thanks, Su Yang was going to take Su Yi and leave this place as soon as possible. Slow down. However, right at this moment, Qi Chen's voice rang out. Hearing Zidane voice, Need had to stop in his tracks. Lieutenant Qi, is there anything else you need? These words were asked by Su Yi. Qi Dian said, tell me about the content of the mission. Poking around the contents of the mission was naturally not something Qi Chen had nothing to do. Rather, Zidane wanted to follow suit. If there was something about demonic beasts, he would be just right to follow it. On the one hand, it's a way to get to know the people under your hand. On the other hand, there is the establishment of authority. Not many of the guys in his crew seemed to be convinced by him. Even Su Yi, who had a great attitude, treated him with respect mostly out of Ling Yueshi. Still have to make a statement in person. Just think of it as a random act on the way to hunting demonic beasts. It saved him from having to pick up the quest himself. Okay. Su Yi didn't hesitate and directly introduced Qi Chen to the mission. There's nothing to hide. As long as a mission was taken with Qi Chen's identity token, Qi Chen could always view the contents of the mission through the mission token. After some explanation, Qi Dian learned about the mission. This time, the mission Su Yang and the others were going to take on was to escort a group of freshmen who were about to be promoted to sophomores from the Spiritual Enlightenment University in Luochuan City to Linhai City. On this trip, one has to cross a place called the Sky Desert Plateau. The Sky Desert Plateau has recently seen a riot of demonic beasts attacking human buildings and facilities. The highest level demonic beasts had even appeared to be of the 6th rank. However, that 6th ranked demonic beast had already been sent by the Demon Beheading Bureau to kill it. Nearby, there were some 4th ranked demonic beasts left in existence, as well as a demonic beast that was suspected to exist at the 1st level of the 5th rank. Qi Chen listened and pondered. This mission, indeed, was related to demonic beasts. After asking for a little contemplation, Qi thus decided to follow forward. This mission. I'm coming with you guys. Vice Team Qi, you're coming with us too? Su Yi acted a little surprised. Aha! Qi Duan nodded. Su Yan had a look of joy on his face. Great! He had seen Qi Chen's strength before. The strength was no weaker than the strongest among them, Su Yang. With Qi Chen following them, their trip would be a bit easier. However, Su Yang on the side pursed his lips, his expression showing some unnaturalness. Obviously, he didn't really want Qi Chen to follow him forward. Only, even if he didn't want to, it wouldn't help. The identity tokens were all Qi Chen's, so what reason did he have to not let Qi Chen go? The duo took Qi Chen's Vice Squad identity token and left, while Qi Chen was inside the villa, quietly waiting up for news from the duo. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yi came to the villa to call up Qi Duan and explain the trip. The city of Linhai is adjacent to the sea as the name suggests. You need to take a plane to Yinzhong City, and then take a high-speed train in Yinzhong City, and you can go all the way to Linhai City directly. The cities that they experienced on the way were the 2 cities of Qingyu City as well as Bailan City. Bailan City? Qi Chen whispered under his breath. That being said, it seemed that he had another piece of trouble in the city of Bailan. It was just that this trip was only passing through Bailan City, so this trouble could only be solved later when there was a chance. Following Su Yi, Qi Chen arrived at the war preparation area. At this moment, in addition to Su Yang, there were 6 people here that Qi Chen had not seen before. Su Yi introduced Qi Chen one by one. The 8 people belonged to the squads led by Su Yi and Su Yang respectively. 1 4th Order, 3 3rd Order, and 2 2nd Order martial artists. Several people came to the Luochuan City Airport and took a flight to the Yinzhong City high-speed railway station. As a transit city, Yinzhong City was crowded with people in the high-speed train station. Su Yang and the others found out where the personnel of Spiritual Enlightenment University were based on the mission-specific information. Lingqi University has spent a lot of money to charter 2 high-speed railroad carriages in order to ensure the safe travel of its own students. Qi Chen also had to sigh with a sigh of wealth. In front of this high-speed train stood a gentle and slender young woman with a sense of intellectualism about her. This was the leading teacher of Spiritual Enlightenment University, this time Hanyu. When Hanyu saw a few people approaching, she smiled and greeted Su Yang, who was walking at the very front to lead the way. Leader Su, you're here. Aha! After giving a salty response, Su Yang asked, the students are already on the high-speed train, right? Up. Hanyu nodded, her gaze looking towards behind Su Yang. After roughly sweeping down the circle, Han was puzzled. She looked at Su Yang again and asked in confusion, "Leader Su, why don't we see your Lieutenant Lin?" "Our Lord Lin, she left her job a month ago." Su Yang explained. "You left your job a month ago?" Han Yu listened with a surprised face. Then, she was a bit puzzled. "There's no Lieutenant Lin, so how did you guys take on this mission? The difficulty of this mission should only be taken up by the Vice Squad, right?" Han Yu suddenly thought of a possibility at this time. "You guys didn't take this mission in the name of a couple of other lieutenants, did you? And that lieutenant didn't follow you on the mission, right?" Han Yu knew what the several vice teams of the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau looked like. He did not see the presence of any of the Vice Squad among the group behind Su Yang. A flash of anger surfaced on Han Yu's face. "You guys are such child's play, knowing that the difficulty of this quest is at the first rank of the Fifth Order, and yet you don't have a Fifth Order lieutenant to follow. Don't you take the lives of our Spiritual Enlightenment University students as your lives? Teacher Han, it's not what you think." Seeing that Han Yu was getting more and more agitated the more she spoke, Sui hurriedly stepped forward. He explained, "Although our Lord Lin left his post, someone else took Lord Lin's place." Saying that, he turned sideways to reveal Chi Chen's figure. "This is the newly appointed Vice Squad of our Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau. Chi Dust, Vice Squad Chi." Han Yu looked along with the person Sui was signaling. After seeing Chi Chen, she was realistically a bit surprised, and then a wisp of suspicion flashed in her eyes. "This is your newest lieutenant?" No wonder Han Yu was skeptical. It was really because Chi Chen was too young. Even younger than the group of students she had taken. So young to be a lieutenant? At this age, it was not even possible to say whether the strength could reach the 4th rank, not to mention the 5th rank. "Does this Lieutenant Chi of yours have the strength of the 5th rank?" Han Yu nonchalantly asked directly. The safety of her students was at stake, and she couldn't afford to be sloppy. "This." Just as Sui did not know how to answer, Su Yang directly stood out and said, "Teacher Han, don't worry about that, Vice Teen Chi he does have a 5th rank." Su Yang was like this, but he didn't really think that Chi Chen's strength was of the 5th rank. Rather, they simply don't want to give up on the mission. In this mission, the presence of a 5th stage 1st rank demonic beast was only suspected. Not necessarily encountered. Moreover, even if he encountered it, he was confident that with the cooperation of them all, they would be able to easily deal with that 5th stage 1 demonic beast. There was no need for Chi Chen to make a move at all on the way. Chi Chen didn't need to make a move, so Han Yu wouldn't be able to know Chi Chen's true strength. The words at the moment were merely to stabilize Han Yu. Sui glanced at Su Yang, clearly seeing the deeper meaning in his words. He opened his mouth to speak, but in the end he didn't say much. Chi Chen naturally understood the meaning of Su Yang's words. But he didn't care. Rather, it saved him from having to explain himself. "Really?" Han Yu's gaze flashed with skepticism as she stared at Su Yang. There was clearly some disbelief. "Naturally it's true, our Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau can't reach the strength of the 5th Order, how could he let Chief Li get to the top?" Su Yan looked like he swore, and he also moved out of the general team Li Jiannan. The doubts in Han Yu's eyes subsided quite a bit, but also because time was running out. She finally nodded. "Alright then, in that case, let's get going." Chapter 37 Han Yu's uneasiness, demonic beasts blocking the road. The high-speed train is divided into 2 cars. One section was seated for the students, and the other was dedicated to the lead teacher as well as the members of the Demon Chopper Bureau. The group of members of the Demon Beheading Bureau placed most of the equipment they were carrying there, and then left this compartment and came into the compartment where the students were. They are expected to guard the students at all times in case of a surprise attack and to protect this group of students. In a moment, the only 4 people left in the entire carriage were Su Yang, Sui, Chi Duan, and Han Yu. Chi Chen found a remote corner and casually sat down. Su Yang didn't sit down for long before he simply got up. "I'm going to the other compartment to guard the group of students." After dropping such a sentence, Su Yang left this carriage straight away. All of a sudden, this put Sui at a bit of a loss. Su Yang, the leader, had gone. It seemed a bit unreasonable for him, the leader, not to go. So, he looked around, then walked over to Chi Dian. "Lieutenant Chi, I'm going to take a look outside too." "Go." Chi Chen nodded indifferently. With Chi Chen's promise, Sui also left this carriage. All of a sudden, Chi Chen and Han Yu were left in the carriage. At this time, the high-speed train had already driven out of Yunzhong City. Chi-Chen remained quietly in his seat, not saying a word. Hanyu looked at Chi-Chen, who hadn't said a word from the beginning to the end, and a strong curiosity arose in her heart for a moment. The feeling Chi-Chen gave her revealed mystery everywhere. At such a young age, he possessed fifth-order strength and became the deputy team of the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau. Until now, she had remained skeptical. Can anyone really reach the fifth rank at less than 20 years old? A presence like that, anyway, she'd never seen with her own eyes. It was always just a legendary figure. Moreover, this group of members of the Demon Beheading Bureau, except for Sui, the others didn't seem to have too much respect for this Chi-Chen. Among them, Su Yang is particularly obvious. There seems to be a great deal of disbelief in this vice squad of Chi. What's the disconcerting thing? Strength? Hanyu couldn't help but speculate. Her mind was quick, and she soon thought of another point from this. If it was a matter of strength, if it was truly unconvincing regarding strength, Chi-Chen might not be a fifth-ranked martial artist. The reason why he had said that he was a fifth-ranked martial artist before was probably to fool her so that he could continue with this mission. Thinking of this, Hanyu couldn't help but frown. Fong was pressed for time and she didn't think of that for a moment. If it's really what she thinks it is. She didn't continue to think about it. Shaking her head, Hanyu sighed inwardly. LOL. Let's hope she's overthinking it. The high-speed train traveled at a fast speed, getting closer and closer to the Sky Desert Plateau. And Hanyu, who was sitting in her seat, looking at the book, suddenly felt uneasy in her heart. Her gaze flickered, her eyes penetrating the window and looking out. This uneasy feeling. It's already almost to the heavenly desert plateau. Hanyu's eyebrows furrowed, and a low murmur escaped her mouth. She judged the source of this uneasiness in her mind. Hanyu couldn't help but become grave inside. Unease would arise in her heart, then something bad would definitely happen to her next in the Sky Desert Plateau. Hanyu was extremely certain. This confidence came from her psychic abilities. With her powers, she could sense the danger she would soon encounter. That's a big part of why she gets to be a lead teacher. She turned her eyes to look again at Chidwan, who remained in his seat with his eyes slightly closed. Did this young lieutenant named Chi-Chen really have the strength of the fifth rank? Hanyu couldn't help but worry about it. No way. For the sake of the safety of the group of students she was leading, she had to go ahead and make sure. Hanyu closed the book in her hands and placed it on the table in front of her before getting up to Chi-Chen's position. He sat straight across from Chi-Chen. Chi-Chen had long sensed Hanyu's proximity, only slowly opening his eyes after she had taken her seat. Mr. Han? What's the matter with you? This was the first time Chi-Dian had opened his mouth. Hanyu's expression was grave as she said earnestly, "This Lieutenant Chi, I'd like to ask, is your strength really of the fifth rank?" Without waiting for Chi-Chen to answer, she added seriously, "And please make sure you answer me seriously. Because there is a great probability of encountering danger in the next upcoming arrival in the Sky Desert Plateau." Chi-Chen was a bit puzzled and raised an eyebrow as he asked, "Teacher Han, why are you so sure that you'll encounter danger?" Hanyu didn't hide it and said bluntly, "Because my psychic ability can sense the dangers I'll encounter soon. This time, my supernormal ability has triggered, and it's highly probable that we'll meet an untimely end in the next Tianmu Plateau. So make sure you tell me your true strength." Chi-Chen sat up slightly and said, "Teacher Han, there's no need for you to worry about that. With my strength, dealing with the crisis you sensed is not a problem." Hanyu didn't say anything and stared at Chi-Chen closely. "Lieutenant Chi, I hope what you say is true. If you hide it because you're worried about losing face, anyone in the room can't afford what happens next." Chi-Dian shook his head and leaned back against the backrest. "If you don't believe me, you didn't have to come and ask me in the first place. I have the confidence and the strength to keep everyone in this high-speed train." "I hope so." Hanyu nodded. Right now, there is no other better way to respond. One could only believe what Chi-Chen said. Zira. Hanyu had just gotten up and was about to return to her previous seat when an ear-piercing sound of gold and iron rubbing together rang out. Immediately afterward, the entire high-speed train produced a violent shake. The incident was so sudden that Hanyu was not able to stabilize her body at all. The body planted itself straight towards the front. Dust's eyes were quick and he reached out. Stopping the planted Hanyu in her tracks, she smoothly placed her on the seat next to her. "Thanks. Thanks." The palpitating Hanyu thanked Chi-Chen. Chi-Chen touched his nose, feeling the scented breeze lingering in the air, and said, "A show of hands." Tick. 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 Just then, inside the high-speed railroad car, a sharp alarm sounded. "A demonic beast ambush has been encountered ahead. The emergency braking system has been activated. Please protect all personnel in the carriage." A demonic beast ambush has been encountered ahead. The emergency braking system has been activated. Please protect all personnel in the carriage. Not good. Listening to the blaring radio, Han Yu's face suddenly changed. She looked out through the window, only to see that less than 100 meters in front of the train, a large group of almost 20 demonic beasts existed. A terrifying demonic aura was emanating from each one. Not caring too much, she rushed to the compartment where the students were staying. Chi-Chen also stood up from his seat and walked slowly to the door of the high platform train. At this moment, they had officially entered the Sky Desert Plateau. The personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau in the carriages had all left the high-speed train and went forward to deal with these demonic beasts that were in the way. Only Sui was left in charge of guarding the door of the high-speed train. "Vice Team Chi!" Sui shouted out when he saw Chi-Chen's arrival. "Aha!" Chi-Chen nodded in response and asked, "Tell me about it, what exactly is the situation?" Sui said with a relaxed face, "It's not a big problem, it's just that we encountered some demonic beasts blocking the road. Basically the high-speed railroads that take this route will encounter them. This group of demonic beasts isn't too strong, the highest is only 2 4th-ranked beasts, the others are just 3rd-ranked. It won't pose much of a threat, Su Yang and the others will solve it easily. Vice Team Chi, you go back and sit down." "No." Chi-Chen shook his head and said in a commanding tone again. "Send an order to Su Yang and the others, tell them to retreat to the highway and protect this group of students, leave this group of demonic beasts to me to deal with." "Huh?" Sui was somewhat surprised. You're here to deal with it?" Chi-Chen turned his head to look at Sui. "Why, is there a problem?" "No problem." Sui shook his head repeatedly. Only the amazement in his heart remained. Other people's lieutenants, when they encountered demonic beasts of this level blocking their way, they all called on their kind of subordinates to take action. How is it that their lieutenant, Chi, has to strike out on his own? Chi-Chen watched Sui freeze in place and urged, "Don't freeze, hurry up and give the order." Oh, good. Although he couldn't figure it out, this was after all an order given by Chi-Chen, and he had to carry it out. Chapter 38 Strong Strength, Beast Tide. Su Yang, who was about to strike to kill the demonic beast, suddenly sensed something. Taking out the identity token that represented his leader, he couldn't help but frown after some sensing. He glanced back at the duo of Sui and Chi-Chen in front of the high platform car door. What's this all about? Team Su, what's wrong? On the side, a middle-aged man with a thin figure saw Su Yang, who suddenly did not move, and asked suspiciously. He didn't answer the first time. Instead, after hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and said, "It's nothing, let's withdraw." The moment Su Yang's words came out, everyone present froze in place. Withdrawal. Withdraw? A big bald man couldn't help but ask, "Leader Su, why is this?" A woman with a pretty face was also puzzled. "That's right, Leader Su, hurry up and settle these annoying demonic beasts so that the high-speed train can hurry up and depart. What's the meaning of withdrawing now?" Su Yang once again glanced back at Chi-Chen, the corner of his mouth curling slightly as he said, "This vice squad of ours, it seems that he wants to tackle these demonic beasts all by himself. He asked Sui to give us an order to all go back and guard the high-speed train." A man with a slightly shorter stature said, "Leader Su, do you think that Leader Chi of ours is going to face so many demonic beasts alone? It seems like he's not as strong as you, Leader Su, right?" The skinny man once again stepped forward and questioned, "Will he be able to face this group of demonic beasts on his own?" The bald big man couldn't help but say angrily, "Leader Su, I think this is just nonsense on his part. So many demonic beasts, letting him face them as a 4th-ranked 5th-ranked martial artist, what is this if not nonsense?" Su Yang raised his hand and said, "Don't even say it, he's the vice squad, we just need to carry out the orders he gives." Su Yang swept a circle of the crowd and added, "There's no need to say anything, this vice squad of ours wants to go on alone, just fulfill him. Even if something does happen, we'll still be at the bottom, won't we?" If Su Yang had said so, the others couldn't say anything more. One by one, they followed Su Yang and returned to the door of the high-speed train. Only, they were all frowning one by one as they stared at Chi-Chen. Su Yang came to Chi-Chen and said, "Vice Team Chi, we're all back, so get yourself on." Just by looking at the expressions on the faces of this group of people, Shi-Chen could tell that they didn't really approve of this vice team of his very much. Shi-Chen silently smiled in his heart. After today, they should recognize it. Good. Shi-Chen simply responded, his gaze shifting to the group of demonic beasts blocking the path in front of him. No hesitation. Shoo! Accompanied by the sound of a cracking sound, Shi-Chen's figure had already rushed out. The aura that remained temporarily in place caused those present to faintly stare. So fast. And so strong. This was how these people felt about the residual aura of this Tao. In the blink of an eye, Shi-Chen had already rushed into the group of demonic beasts. It wasn't just Su Yang and the others who froze, these raging demonic beasts all froze for a moment in the face of the suddenly appearing Shi-Chen. After feeling Shi-Chen's human martial artist aura, the demonic beast's bloodlust stirred. Roar! Ow! The harsh roars of a demonic beast rang out and reached Shi-Chen's ears. Shi-Chen held the cloud breaker gun that he had taken out on the way in his hand. Shi-Chen swung his lance and stabbed straight towards one of the demonic beasts that had been screaming the loudest. Boom! The tip of the gun had flames rising up. Put! The lance stabbed this demonic beast. The flames at the tip of the gun instantly grew violently, engulfing the demonic beast in it. Roar! A mournful, tragic scream rang out. The screaming didn't last long before it disappeared. Ding! Killed the 4th Order Triple Demonic Beast Mountain Rock Bear, total lifespan 623 years, remaining lifespan 299 years, has acquired all remaining lifespan. Shi-Chen did not stop moving his hands, and his lance swung wide open. Surrounded by the group of demonic beasts in the center, every time he swung out a shot, it could take away the lifespan of several demonic beasts. Ding! Killed the 3rd Order, 5th Heavy Demonic Beast Blast Bird, total lifespan 502 years, remaining lifespan 231 years, has acquired all remaining lifespan. Ding! The system's voice resounded continuously in Shi-Chen's ears. Soon, the 20 or so demonic beasts blocking the forward route of the high-speed train were swept away by chi dust. In place, a field of coke remained. In front of the door of the high-speed train, looking at Shi-Chen, who was like a god of war in the group of demonic beasts, a crowd of people were stunned and froze in place. Good. So fierce. The slightly shorter man from earlier murmured out in shock. So many demonic beasts, were solved just like that? The eyes of the thinly built man were filled with disbelief. The woman also exclaimed in shock and opened her mouth. This is completely unlike what a 4th-ranked martial artist's strength can do. Su Yang's eyes widened as his pupils trembled. The strength Shi-Chen displayed this time completely made his jaw drop. The strength displayed today appeared to be even more powerful than that day when he fought him. How is that possible? Su Yan was shocked in his heart. How long had passed, and how could Shi-Chen's strength have produced such a drastic change? Unless the strength Shi-Chen had displayed that day was not his true strength, but rather, he had hidden it. Shi-Chen finished killing the 20-odd demonic beasts and harvested a lot of demonic beast lifespans. Just as he was about to go back inside the high-speed train, a burst of harsh and extremely unpleasant sounds suddenly came from beside his ears. Cackling. Cackle 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 cackle. Listening to the voices, Shi-Chen frowned slightly. In order to detect the source of the sound, Shi-Tian looked around. Then, he saw a much larger number of demonic beasts charging towards his location around 100 meters away. This scene was not only discovered by Shi-Chen. Su Yang and the others at the back also found out. Looking at the densely packed demonic beasts that numbered close to 100 running towards them, several people's eyes stared blankly. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, their breathing became rapid, and their hearts began to thump. However, even so, they kept their basic composure. Suyi's shocked voice mixed with some fear rang out at this time. This is a beast. A wave of beasts. Chapter 39 Insubordination. Qi Dian's warning. Rumble. A huge number of demonic beasts came rushing in, and the ground began to tremble violently. The commotion drew a shock from Hanyu, who was calming the mood of the students inside the high-speed train. What's going on? She asked as she hurriedly ran out of the high-speed train compartment and came to the door of the high-speed train. Before Su Yang and the others could reply, Hanyu herself got a good look at the large group of demonic beasts running in a dark swarm in front of her. Beast. A wave of beasts. Her voice became shaky as she spoke. At this moment, Hanyu made obvious the uneasiness that had previously arisen in her heart. Those 24 demonic beasts blocking the road were not the reason for the uneasiness that arose in her heart. It's the tide of beasts that's going on right now. Su-young suppressed his inner fear and looked at Hanyu. Teacher Han, don't panic for now, go and tell the students to stay in the high-speed train compartment. With a few of us around, there's no way the students will be harmed in the slightest. Hanyu did not act, but stood in place, staring solemnly at Su-yang, asking seriously. Leader Su, there's only one thing I want to know right now, and at this point in time, there's no need for you guys to continue hiding it. This Chi dust of yours, Vice Teen Chi, does he have a 5th rank in martial arts or not? This statement caused the remaining few members of the team to look at each other in disbelief. They knew in their hearts whether Chi Chen had a 5th rank or not. Sui clenched his teeth and made preparations to tell the truth. At this point, there was no longer any point in continuing to hide it. Telling the truth and then calling for help as soon as possible is the right thing to do. However, he was stopped by Su-yang with a stretch of his hand. Su-yang firmly said, Teacher Han, please do believe us. After saying that, he said no more and turned around to face the wave of beasts that were overwhelmingly attacking him. Let's go. Dropping a sentence, Su-yang turned around and walked up against the tide of beasts. The remaining few people did not hesitate to follow Su-yang's lead. Hanyu was left alone in place. She looked at the backs of a few people leaving, and her expression wasn't very nice. Su-yang's answer was enough to explain everything. This Chi Chen, who had succeeded Lin Yueshi, did not have the strength of the 5th rank. Hanyu couldn't help but feel some anger in her heart. This quest, clearly labeled as a 5th order first order difficulty. Without a 5th ranked martial artist to follow the team, why did they even take on this mission? There's also that vice team, Chi Dust, who was just asked about his strength in the high-speed train. Instead, he stammered an ambiguous answer. Such childish behavior, simply not treating the lives of their spiritual enlightenment university students as their lives. Hanyu couldn't help but feel a bit chagrined. When Chi Chen answered ambiguously in the high iron, she should have thought that the other party's strength did not have a 5th rank. It was no wonder that Hanyu felt angry about it. In the face of such a beast tide, even a 5th ranked martial artist would be a bit overwhelmed to cope with it. Not to mention this group of martial artists who only had a maximum of 4th rank 9. Moreover, this was still a huge number of demonic beasts and this huge number of demonic beasts, and there was no 5th ranked demonic beasts in existence. If that suspected existence of a 5th ranked first heavy demonic beast was hiding in this beast tide, not to mention dealing with it, it would be difficult to simply resist it. As for stalling for time, waiting for rescue or whatever, it's more like thinking about not thinking about it. It was just that no matter how angry Hanyu was right now, it wouldn't help. With things as they were, what else could she do but trust Chi Jian's group? Among Chi Chen's perceptions, there were at least around 10 demonic beasts at the 4th rank among this huge number of demonic beasts. 2nd order demonic beasts occupied the main body, followed by 3rd order demonic beasts. As for the suspected existence of a 5th stage 1st rank demonic beast, Chi Chen did not perceive it amongst this group of demonic beasts. And facing such a huge number of demonic beasts, Chi Chen did not have any fear in his eyes. Some are just amazed as well. Excitement. With such a large number of demonic beasts, it was another great harvest. This time, I chose to come along for the ride, and it was the right thing to do. Even the process of letting him search for demonic beasts on his own was saved. Just as Chi Chen was about to charge up and start killing, he suddenly frowned. He glanced back behind him and saw Su-yang and the others who looked as if they were dying. Seeing this scene, a few points of displeasure arose in Chi Chen's heart. He'd already given orders for them to retreat to the highway and guard the group of students. Why is this coming back up? Trying to steal his monster? It's not a good idea to rob the monster. A demonic beast has a lifespan of at least 100 years. Not to mention one, being robbed of half a Chi one couldn't stand it. With this in mind, Chi Chen immediately took out his identity token. With a slight movement of his mind, he connected to Su-yang and Su-yi's identity tokens. Identity tokens with a short-range summoning function. Everyone retreat to the side of the high-speed railroad, this group of demonic beasts, I'm enough for one person. Chi Chen gave the order in a cold tone. Buzz, buzz. Vibrations emanated from the identity tokens of both Su-yang and Su-yi in unison. The two were stunned and took out their identity tokens at the same time. Everyone retreat to the side of the high-speed railroad, this group of demonic beasts, I'm enough for one person. Chi Chen's voice came out from amongst the token. Listening to Chi Chen's indifferent words that came out from within the token, Su-yang unconsciously clenched the token in his hand. The big bald man stood out and frowned. Leader Su, what exactly does this Chi Chen mean? The other short-haired woman who hadn't said anything ever couldn't help but question. Leader Su, Vice Captain Chi means that he still has to face these demonic beasts alone. He wasn't joking? That's right. The woman who spoke for the first time chimed in and spoke. Vice Team Chi's strength is powerful, no doubt. But no matter how strong it is, it's not strong enough to face this beast tide alone, right? If something really happens because of his bent, who's responsible at the end of the day? The thin man nodded and said, Ishwan, she's right. In the end, if something goes wrong, not to mention if there's anyone who can be held responsible, I'm afraid we'll all have to stay here. Sui had a complicated look on his face. He, who had always respected Chi Chen's orders, was also a bit uncertain at this time. Facing this huge number of demonic beasts, they still had the ability to defend themselves together. This is no time for bravado. Sui looked at Su Yang and decided to let Su Yang make the final choice. Su Yang stood still and pondered for a moment before putting his identity token away. Shaking his head, he said in a flat tone, don't pay any attention to him, let's go. The scene of Chi Chen facing more than 20 demonic beasts alone just now caused Chi Chen's image in Su Yang's mind to change a few points. But now, after issuing this order, Chi Chen made his image, which had been improving in Su Yang's mind, not only disappear, but instead become worse. Not even 20 years old, so I'm sure I'm still childish. He is always thinking of showing off, wanting to be a saint in front of people, and does not know how to take the big picture into consideration. On the other side, Chi Chen, who was once again ready to start killing after giving his orders, saw Su Yang and the others continue to approach this way after pausing for a moment, completely ignoring the orders of his lieutenant. Chi Chen's brows tightened this time. He, the vice squad, is really a man of few words. If he doesn't listen to a good talk, in that case, it's not his fault. Boom! As the thought fell, a blazing fire flared up from above the cloud-breaking gun. The fire converges on the tip of the gun. As Chi Chen swung his spear, a flame like a long rainbow slashed out horizontally. Boo! The brilliant flames resembled a red rainbow spanning across the sky, blasting down on the several people's forward path, blasting the ground directly into a long gully. In the middle of the gully, there are still remnants of the fire burning. The location where this flame struck was only a few meters away from a few people. The few people led by Su Yang stopped in their tracks in unison. Several people stared in unison at the gully on the ground that had been blasted out by this flame. One had an expression of horror. It was as if they were witnessing a flood of giants. Chapter 40 Slaughter. A fifth order strength that shook the entire room. Su Yang's heart shook as he raised his eyes in disbelief to look at Chi Chen in the distance. He felt a threat of death from this strike that Chi Chen had swung. That one flame, if the target was him, Su Yang, he would definitely not be able to resist it. This seemingly randomly swung strike would be able to blast him to death on the spot. This kind of strength was by no means something that some fourth-ranked martial artist could blast out. Fifth order. Chi Chen's strength was definitely of the fifth rank. However, in the beginning, the news he had received, Chi Chen's strength was only at the second level of the fourth rank. In a short period of just 2 or 3 days, it had turned into the fifth rank. Su Yang was still suspecting whether Chi Chen had increased his strength too quickly or whether he was hiding his true strength. Now he's sure. Chi Chen had definitely hidden his strength. Who could manage to raise their strength from the fourth rank to the fifth rank in 2 or 3 days? In this moment, he figured something out. No wonder Lord Lin had asked Chi Chen to take her place. It turned out that this Chi Chen's strength was truly of the fifth rank. Thinking back to the provocations he had made against Chi Dust a few days ago, as well as the condescension he had displayed in front of Chi Dust over these past few days, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of shame in his heart. He felt like he was jumping through hoops. Especially what he said those days. Not only Su Yang, the level of shock within Su Yi and the others was no less than Su Yang's. A few people came back from their shock and looked at Chi Chen, who had already turned his head and stopped looking at them. The woman named Yuishuan couldn't help but murmur in shock, This might. The skinny man named Halpua said incredulously, the power of this flame, I've only felt it before on the attacks that Lord Lin has performed. Su Hu, that is, the bald big man also said incredulously, Chi Vice Squad is strength, this has to be of the fifth rank, right? Fifth order. The short man named Sun Xinghua couldn't help but exclaim in shock as his eyes widened at the words. Vice Team Chi's age is only 18, right? 20 years old or less at the fifth rank, what kind of monster is Vice Team Chi? Along with this statement from Sun Xinghua, the rest of the people once again revealed shocked expressions. Sun Xinghua's words were a reminder to them. Subconsciously, they all ignored Qi Chen's age. An 18-year-old fifth-order martial artist, looking at the whole of China, no. Throughout the entire Blue Star world, they had never heard of it. Good boy, what kind of monster did she fix for our Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau, Lord Lin? The bald Hulk Su Hu shook his head and murmured. Sui had a dazed expression on his face at this time. Previously, he had guessed that Lin Yueshi arranged for Qi Chen to come to Luochuan City to serve as a vice squad with her deeper intentions. Now it seems to have a deeper meaning. The talent of this place, not coming to serve in their Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau, that would be a real pity. Let's not even talk about a lieutenant position, I guess even a chief position. According to the talent that Qi Chen had displayed, Sui didn't even think it was excessive when the whole one came down. Even now, he felt that he had wronged Qi Chen by letting him be a vice team. Leader Su, are we still on? At this time, the short-haired woman Chani asked out loud. Phew. Su Yang inwardly took a long breath and after calming his inner emotions, he briefly said. Do as you are told. As the words fell, he stopped talking and turned towards where the high-speed train was. Hearing Su Yang's words, a relaxed expression appeared on the faces of the group. After Qi Chen had revealed his fifth rank strength, how could they still dare to have the heart to resist the order? Several people were afraid that Su Yang would insist on disobeying Qi Chen's orders, making them in two minds about it. However, now it seems that Su Yang is nonetheless clear of right and wrong. The group of people followed Su Yang's lead and retraced their steps back to the high-speed train. Over here, Han Yu had just gone inside the high-speed train to calm down the students' panicked emotions and walked out ready to check out the situation when she saw Su Yang and the others walking back. At once, she asked suspiciously, "Why have you come back?" Han Yu did not see the scene where Qi Chen swung out that long rainbow-like flame earlier. Su Yang said, "Let's guard the high-speed train." What about that group of demonic beasts? Han Yu's brows furrowed. Su Yang put his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Our Lieutenant Qi is capable of facing it alone." This time, Su Yang's words had a little more awe for Qi Duan. A lot less of the frivolity as well as arrogance from before. However, Han Yu burst out in shock after hearing Su Yang's words. What? You let him face it alone? Qi Chen no longer paid attention to Su Yang and the others after he swung that strike. Already carrying his lance, he charged towards this group of demonic beasts. The warning had been given, if Su Yang and the others still didn't listen to his orders. What happens later can be their fault. The group of demonic beasts that had already stopped couldn't help but stir after seeing Qi Chen, who had taken the initiative to rush towards them. Roar! Ow! A demonic beast howl resounded. Cackling. That ear-piercing and extremely unpleasant voice sounded again at this time. And with the sound of this voice, a huge number of demonic beasts began to move. A demonic beast of various shapes and sizes pounced towards Qi Chen. Qi Chen also heard the voice once again. However, the demonic beast was already infinitely close to him, and Qi Chen didn't have too much time to think about it carefully. The B-grade martial skill inflammable lance burning sky strike was executed, and a ferocious flame burned at the head position of the lance. Swinging his lance, the lance wrapped in flames and stabbed into these demonic beasts. When Qi Chen pulled out the spear, the flame remaining in the pierced part of the spear burst into flames. The blazing flames engulfed its entire body in them. Qi Duan's gun style was wide open. With Qi Chen as the center, red-hot fiery red light rose up to the sky. The huge number of demonic beasts soon surrounded Qi Chen. However, none of these demonic beasts could even come close to 1 meter of Qi Chen's perimeter. Every time Qi Chen swung out his lance, it was wrapped in a flame that seemed to burn out everything. With each shot, he was able to harvest the lives of several demonic beasts. And so, after about 10 minutes, hundreds of demonic beasts had all but disappeared. What there is merely a field full of coke. Dressed in a black power suit combat uniform, Qi Chen carried his lance behind his back and scanned the surroundings with an indifferent gaze. It's like checking out the results of your own battle. The truth is that it is not. Qi Dian was looking for the source of that harsh and unpleasant sound. On the other side, Han Yu had long since stopped arguing with Su Yang. After witnessing the scene of Qi Chen reaping the lives of demonic beasts like a god of killing, she was shocked into shutting her mouth. Not only Han Yu, Su Yang and the others were also silent at this time. Each of them stared at Qi Chen with wide eyes and shocked expressions. They realized that Qi Chen's strength appeared to be even more powerful than they had imagined. One person was facing hundreds of demonic beasts, and the whole time presented the sight of violent killing. After the burst kill, it was still a state of not much consumption. I had thought that Qi Chen's strength should be just entering the 5th rank, almost like the 1st or 2nd rank of the 5th rank. But after watching the scene, everyone denied that idea. This was by no means something that could be achieved by just entering the 5th rank. Chapter 41's Class 9 Sun's Burning Heaven technique reveals its power. Qi Chen stood still and listened in meditative silence. That cackling, ear-piercing sound, with this demonic beast group, definitely had an inseparable relationship. Finding that ear-piercing cackle might lead to the real reason for the outbreak of the beast tide here. However, amongst the group of demonic beasts that Qi Chen had killed, there was no presence of the 5th-ranked demonic beast mentioned in the quest. Qi Chen guessed that the 5th-ranked demonic beast that did not show up was the source of the ear-piercing sound. Qi Chen swept his gaze around. The surroundings were silent and there was no sign of any demonic beasts. The terrain in the vicinity was so bumpy and undulating that it was almost impossible to stand still and see it with the naked eye. So, Qi Chen made his move and walked up, deciding to explore all around the neighborhood. Only, before acting, Qi Chen ran his S-ranked breathing technique, the 9-yang burning sky technique. Qi Chen slightly closed his eyes as a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Qi Chen's body. Hoo. Immediately after, the blazing flames centered on Qi Chen, turning into a crimson storm that spread out towards the surroundings. For a time, the temperature of the surrounding space suddenly rose by several dozens of degrees. Su Yang, who was watching this scene from the sidelines, his eyes widened violently. It was as if thunder had exploded in his mind, and his entire body instantly stiffened in place. He recognized the 9 Suns burning sky technique that Qi Chen had performed. However, it had only been a few days since Qi Chen had obtained the 9 Suns burning sky skill, and this was learned? And looking at the proficiency of this casting, it didn't look like he was just starting out. Su Yang's heart was in a million pieces of disbelief. Su Yang's brows were tightly locked, his heart shocked. How could one cultivate so quickly with the difficulty of the S-rank breathing technique? Suhu didn't recognize the breathing technique, and seeing this scene, he was very puzzled and said, "What is Vice Squad Chi trying to do here?" How Puha guessed, could it be that there are still demonic beasts that haven't been resolved? There are still demonic beasts. Hanyu, who was on the side, was shocked at his words. She was surprised, those hundreds of demonic beasts just now weren't all of them? Sui narrowed his eyes and said, "It's possible, looking at Vice Teen Chi's posture, it's obvious that he's made some new discovery." A searing crimson storm swept the perimeter. Only, due to the proficiency, the range of the sweep was not very large. Qi Chen opened his slightly closed eyes. Walked in one of the directions. This direction was the approximate location where Qi Chen had heard that ear-piercing voice ring out earlier. The crimson storm did not dissipate as Qi Chen walked alone. This storm that was constantly spreading from Qi Chen's body to the surroundings was considered a means of enhancing Qi Chen's perception. Any abnormality in the place that was swept up would be sensed by Qi Chen. Enhanced perception, however, is only one of the means. Ow! Qi Chen didn't walk out far, when a miserable howl of a demonic beast suddenly resounded from under the cliff in the distance. Along with the rise of a black smoke, a system beep sounded in Qi Chen's head. Ding! Killed the 4th stage triple demonic beast Grey Coyote, total lifespan 650 years, remaining lifespan 300 years, has acquired all remaining lifespan. Qi Chen glanced at it lightly without paying much attention to it and continued to walk towards the front. This was not the target he was looking for. After Qi Chen continued to walk out for a distance of 50 meters, his gaze suddenly condensed and he looked at a huge boulder 20 meters away to his right. Cluck! Cackle! The piercing sound resounded again. Found you! Qi Chen grinned, the lance in his hand already storing up its strength. He moved extremely fast. Along with the flame energy in his body instantly completing its cohesion, the lance in his hand that was storing up its strength was swung out. At that instant, a bright and dazzling, obsidian-like flame detached from above the tip of the gun. It blasted towards the direction where the boulder was. Just as the flames were about to blast on the boulder, on both sides of the boulder, 2 huge-sized demonic beasts violently sprang out. A tiger and a bear. The 2 demonic beasts hissed and lunged towards the flames. Their bodies exuded a powerful demonic beast fury, and they were all clearly 5th-order demonic beasts. And neither of them were of a low rank, both of them had the rank of 5th stage and 5th weight. Both beasts simultaneously swung out their own claws and slapped at this ferocious flame. Boom! The moment the claws of the two demonic beasts came into contact with the flames exploded. The violent shockwave from the explosion sent the two beasts flying instantly. Boo! The bodies of the two beasts were like kites with broken strings as they heavily smashed on top of the boulder at the back. The boulder was cracked open by the bodies of the two beasts. And the bodies of these two demonic beasts were filled with marks that had been scorched by flames. The front claws wielded by the two beasts were even more bloody due to the explosion. Cluck! Cluck! The harsh, unpleasant sound rang out once again. The two demonic beasts that were so severely injured seemed as if they had no sense of pain as they reared up from the ground. The two demonic beasts were still emitting bursts of dangerous low roars from their mouths to Chi-Chen. Watching this scene, Chi-Chen's eyes flickered slightly. Sure enough! It was right as he had suspected at first. These demonic beasts were controlled by this ear-piercing cackling sound. After figuring out the matter, Chi-Chen immediately stopped hesitating. Bringing up the cloud-breaking lance, he took the initiative to kill these two demonic beasts that were already severely injured. Seeing Chi dust rushing towards them, the two demonic beasts were ready to launch a counterattack against Chi dust despite the injuries on their bodies. Chi-Chen's figure was like a ghost, easily dodging the attacks of these two demonic beasts. The lance drew a long crimson horizontal in the air, and the cloud-breaking lance whistled as it heavily slammed into that tiger-shaped demonic beast. The tiger-shaped demonic beast did not react at all, and its huge tiger head shattered open like a watermelon. For a moment, white and red viscous liquids splashed out. Roar! After the tiger-shaped demonic beast died, the bear-shaped demonic beast reacted as an afterthought. It roared angrily and was about to launch an attack on Chi dust. But suddenly, his eyes went black. Only to see that Chi-Chen's lance had, at some point, shattered its head as well. Ding! Killed the fifth order, fifth weight demonic beast wind demon tiger, total lifespan 810 years, remaining lifespan 499 years, has acquired all remaining lifespan. Ding! Killed the fifth order, fifth heavy demonic beast berserker thunderstorm bear, total lifespan of 830 years, remaining lifespan of 481 years, has acquired the entire remaining lifespan. Cackle cackle cackle. Along with these two fifth-rank fifth-degree demonic beasts being easily decimated by Chi-Chen, that ear-piercing voice suddenly became urgent. Looking a little flustered. Chi-Chen gazed at the boulder. A moment later, the gun swung, and the tip of the gun smashed heavily on top of the boulder. Boo! The boulder was instantly blown apart by the blow, and debris flew everywhere. This is... Without the cover of the boulder behind the hidden in the end for what in the end is what, but also completely show in front of the Chi dust. Just behind the boulder was none other than a palm-sized cicada. This cicada is golden in color, and the ear-piercing sound of cackling is emitted by it. What is this? Chi-Chen looked at the cicada with a puzzled expression on his face. It was such a small thing that controlled those two fifth-rank fifth-grade demonic beasts as well as the demonic beast group of hundreds of demonic beasts? Boo! Shaking his head, Chi-Chen didn't bother to think about it and directly stabbed up with his gun. However, after this shot went up, a bizarre scene happened. The scene of blood splattering in Chi-Chen's imagination did not arise. Only the cicada's body was seen in a blur. Gradually, the cicada body disappeared and turned into a piece of talisman paper. On top of the rune paper, there were two words written as if in ancient script. Chi-Chen was able to make out an approximation based on its form. Heavenly Beasts? Chapter 42 Heavenly Beast Sect, Su Yang's Apology. After recognizing these two words, Chi-Chen's brows tightened. Last time, in Yunzhong City, one of the fugitive martial artists he killed claimed to be from the Heavenly Beast Sect. This Heavenly Beast, is it related to the Heavenly Beast cult that the fugitive named Lu Xiang spoke of? Chi-Chen used the tip of his gun to pick this talisman up. Taking it in his hands, after some inspection, Chi-Chen realized that the back of this talisman paper also had three words written on it that resembled an ancient script beast soul talisman. Chi-Dian didn't think much in that regard. His knowledge of this area is still lacking. Chi-Chen was prepared to go back and ask Su Yang's people to see if they knew anything. When Chi-Chen walked back to the high-speed train, he realized that everyone was staring at him with an unbelievable gaze. The displeasure that he had previously felt towards him was now all but invisible. This includes Su Yang. Seeing this scene, Chi-Chen faintly smiled in his heart. His decision to come out and make a statement this time was indeed correct. Chi-Chen didn't say much and directly asked, "The Heavenly Beast Sect, do you know about it? The Heavenly Beast cult?" As soon as those 3 words came out, everyone's faces revealed a look of surprise in unison. Lieutenant Chi, we are aware of the Heavenly Beast sect. Sui first nodded his head before asking in confusion, just what are you suddenly asking about this, Vice Team Chi? Without explaining too much, Chi-Chin directly took out the beast soul talisman he had just gotten. After a few people looked at the talisman, the crowd was shocked again. Yuishuan asked in surprise, Lieutenant Chi, where did you get this beast soul talisman? I killed a cicada just now, and when the cicada died, it became this talisman. Chi-Chan explained succinctly. After hearing Chi-Chan's explanation, the expressions of the people present changed for a moment, and their faces became not very pretty. So, who's going to explain to me what this heavenly beast cult is? I'll do it. Su Yang stepped forward and took the initiative. Lieutenant Chi, the celestial beast cult, is a group of psychopaths amongst humans who have taken some powerful existences amongst demonic beasts and worship them as gods. They hide in the countries of the Blue Planet and persecute the ordinary people of each country, as well as the 5 folds, in order to fulfill their worship of their so-called beast god lord. To put it in layman's terms, it's killing people and refining medicine to provide that group of demonic beasts to enhance their strength. All the nations of the Blue Star are on an endless hunt for the people of the Heavenly Beast cult. Just nay, this group of Heavenly Beast sects is really too capable of hiding. Wanting to find out where it is hiding is really not an easy thing. In the long run, the Heavenly Beast sect has grown stronger and stronger, and there are already at least a dozen martial artists of the 9th rank within. And the ones that are in China, there are at least 3 of them, posing an extremely serious security risk to China. On top of that, they can also summon powerful demonic beasts to fight through special means. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to encircle the Heavenly Beast cult, and because the many high-ranking martial artists within Huaxia have important reasons for not being able to vacate their positions. Therefore, the tactic we are currently adopting in China is to do our best to restrict the Heavenly Beast sect, and when the group of high-ranking martial artists free up their hands, that will be the day that the Heavenly Beast sect in China will be completely destroyed. After listening to Su Yang's introduction, Chi-Chen had a basic understanding of the Heavenly Beast sect. Cults. Chi-Chen turned and asked again, and what is this beast soul talisman? This time, the one who answered the question was still Su Yang, who said, the beast soul talisman can seal the souls of a huge number of demonic beasts in it, and then control this group of demonic beasts through a secret method. It's the primary means used by the celestial beast cult to unleash a wave of beasts to attack humans. After explaining, Su Yang's expression became grave. I didn't realize that the appearance of demonic beasts attacking human city constructions here was actually because of the Heavenly Beast sect. Wherever the Heavenly Beast cult is present, it's bound to be no good. It's not likely that they're plotting another plan here. Lieutenant Chi, it's better to report this matter to the demon-slaying bureaus of all the nearby cities before it's too late. Aha! Chi just nodded and said, just watch out for yourselves when it comes to reporting. After saying that, Chi-Chen waved his hand. The demonic beasts here are basically considered to be resolved, so it's time for us to continue our journey. Good. Inside the high-speed train compartment, Chi-Chen had just sat down when he saw Su Yang coming to his side right after him. This time, Chi-Chen could no longer see any arrogance on Su Yang's face. Instead, there was more than a little awe. This world of martial arts, it is true that strength is still honored. Chi-Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After sighing, Chi-Chen asked, go ahead, what else is going on? Su Yang clasped his fists and said, Lieutenant Chi, due to the fact that this high-speed train activated its emergency braking system, some of its parts were damaged and it cannot support continuing too far ahead. That's why the nearest nearby city is needed for the transfer, and currently the closest city is Cu City. I have come here to report to you on this matter. I see. Chi-Chen nodded, pondering in his heart. If you go to Qingyu City. He was just in time to take a trip back to his home in Cu City to check it out. Chi-Chen slightly closed his eyes and faintly said, if there's nothing else, don't bother me. That battle of Chi-Chen's just now seemed to be easy, but in reality, the consumption for Chi-Chen was not small. Especially the last continuous operation of the S-rank breathing method, 9 Suns Burning Sky technique. Chi-Chen had consumed more than half of the martial artist's true chi in his body. Chi-Chen now needed a quiet environment to recover. Su Yang did not leave, but stood in place with a twisted expression, seemingly hesitating about something. Chi-Chen sensed that Su Yang had not left. He raised his eyes slightly and asked, anything else? What happened before was my fault. Su Yang cowardly lowered his head and said in a cowardly voice. Hearing Su Yang's apology, Chi-Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows upwards. Chi Chen was still surprised that Su Yang could take the initiative to apologize to himself. He only felt that it would be good if Su Yang could change that condescending character that he had displayed in front of him before. It seemed that Su Yang was a bit different from what he had imagined as well. Zidane rose from his seat. He patted Su Yang's shoulder and laughed, knowing your mistakes and being able to change them, not bad. You don't have to worry that I'll count what happened before, as I said, I have a big belly. Chi Chen withdrew the hand that patted Su Yang's shoulder. Alright, that's it. After seeing that Su Yang had accepted his apology, Su Yang was relieved in his heart. Looking at Chi Chen, who had already resumed his seat and slightly closed his eyes, Su Yang did not continue to disturb him. Turn around and leave quietly. On the other side, Han Yu's gaze glanced at Chi Chen from time to time, a somewhat unreal feeling in her heart. I didn't realize that what Chi Chen said was actually true. He really has the power to keep everyone in this high-speed train. The previous her, however, questioned Chi Chen's strength like that. For a while, this made Han Yu a little embarrassed, and she felt as if she was ashamed of Chi Chen. Han Yu wanted to go up and apologize like Su Yang. However, seeing Chi Chen, who had already closed his eyes to rest, there was some hesitation. If we go now, won't we disturb Chi Chen's rest? Thus, Han Yu planned to wait until Chi Chen had rested well before going up to make an apology. Chapter 43 Attack. The Wang family's revenge. The high-speed train pulled into the nearby city of Siyu. Got off the high-speed train and walked into this extremely familiar city. Zidane felt all right. Changing to other trains on the high-speed train will take some time to arrange. It takes almost 1-2 hours. So, Zidane was going to go home and take a look. After all, there's a high probability that you won't be back for a long time. Lieutenant Zidane. Chi Chen was about to inform Su Yang and the others that he was leaving for a trip when he heard a woman's voice ringing beside his ears. Looking along with the voice, the one who called out to Chi Chen was none other than Han Yu. Only Han Yu jogged to his side and apologized. Vice-Teen Chi Chen, I was wrong about what happened before. I'm here to apologize. Han Yu's tone was sincere and his attitude was very respectful. You could tell that her apology was sincere. However, Chi Chen didn't care much about this matter in the first place. If he really cared, he would have revealed his 5th rank strength long ago when Han Yu questioned him. What does it matter to him what people say about him? Shidwan wouldn't care about that. It's enough just to be clear to him. Chi Chen said unconcernedly, it doesn't matter, I don't care about that incident. Seeing Chi Chen's attitude towards this, Han Yu's heart was delighted. This young Lieutenant Chi seems to be quite generous. At such an age, having the strength of the 5th rank while still having such an excellent heart. She had seen a lot of students who were less than 20 years old, who relied on their high level of talent, and who were very arrogant. However, Chi Chen's talent was unknown how many times higher than the talent of the group of students she had seen. And yet, he was so unflappable, and appeared to be completely unconcerned about the opinions of onlookers. Such an old-fashioned mentality is not at all like that of a person whose age is less than 20 years old. For a moment, Han Yu's beautiful eyes couldn't help but take a few more glances at Li Kitchen. Her mind reeled with thoughts and she couldn't help but speculate. Murphy. Does the heart follow after a certain level of good talent? After exchanging a few more brief words with Chi Chen, Han Yu left. Chi Chen called Su Yang over. After Su Yang came to Chi Chen's side, he took the initiative to inquire, Lieutenant Chi, did you call me here for something? He was completely convinced of Chi Dust then. An 18-year-old 5th-ranked martial artist, with such talent, he couldn't hope for anything else in his life. Nothing much. Chi Chen shook his head and said, just wanted to tell you that I'm going to be away for almost an hour temporarily. Leaving? Su Yang froze for a moment and said, Lieutenant Chi, is it convenient for me to ask, where are you going? Go home. Back to home? Su Yang was a bit surprised at his words. Chi Chen explained, I'm from Qingyu City, and this time, I just want to take this opportunity to go home and have a look. Su Yang sniffed and opened his mouth, looking very hesitant. Chi Chen saw Su Yang's hesitation and asked, what's wrong? Su Yang said, Lieutenant Chi, if it's convenient, can I go with you to take a look? Chi Chen glanced at Su Yang. Didn't say much, just nodded, okay. Seeing Chi Chen agree, Su Yang was a bit surprised. He said, Lieutenant Chi, wait a moment, I'll go inform Su Yi and tell him to take charge of things here for the time being. Go on. A moment later, Su Yang brought Su Yi to Chi Chen's side. Su Yi scratched his head in embarrassment, that. Vice-Teen Chi, I want to go too. The corner of Chi Chen's mouth twitched. In the end, there was nothing more to say, and he agreed. Just like that, Chi Chen left the high-speed train station with his 2 lieutenants. As for all things here, they were handed over to the hands of the burly man called Su Hu. He was the only 4th-ranked martial artist in the group, other than the duo of Su Yi and Su Yang. Chidwan's house is some distance from the high-speed train station. The 3 of them took a cab and came down to the neighborhood in about 10 minutes. The house, the only legacy left to him by his original parents. Arriving at the building, the 3 of them took the elevator and went straight to the 17th floor. However, the moment he had just stepped out of the elevator, Su Yang's brows suddenly furrowed. "No!" His voice attracted Su Yi's attention. "What's wrong?" Chi Chen, on the other hand, was completely unconcerned and said, "It's fine, just keep walking." When Su Yang saw Chi Chen looking like this, his furrowed brows stretched. There was no reason why Chi Chen, as a 5th-ranked martial artist, couldn't notice the abnormality that he, as a 4th-ranked martial artist, was able to detect. Chi Chen didn't even care, so he had nothing to worry about. In the end, Su Yang chose to trust Chi Chen's strength. Only, Sui was filled with confusion. What the hell? He looked at Su Yang. "Su Yang, tell me about it." Su Yang glanced at him and said briefly, "There's a killing aura." "Kill? Killing Chi?" Sui was instantly startled. He turned his head sharply to observe the entire hallway. After observing the circle, Sui found nothing. He wondered, "How come I don't feel anything? The other party is far stronger than you." Su Yang said in a faint voice before adding, "And me? Still stronger than you?" Sui was once again shocked. "Doesn't that mean that the other party is a 5th-ranked martial artist?" "Aha!" Su Yang nodded. With Su Yang's confirmation, Sui was a little alarmed in his heart. However, after seeing Chi Chen's calm demeanor, the panic in Su Yi's heart all but disappeared. Their Chi Vice Squad was also a 5th-ranked martial artist. Moreover, among the 5th-ranked martial artists, they also belonged to the extremely strong group, so what was he still worried about? The 3 had just arrived in front of Chi Chen's house. 2 men suddenly stepped out from where the stairway entrance was. One man was stout and had a fierce face, while the other was slender and had a cool face. After the duo showed up, the killing intent on their bodies was unabashedly released. Su Yang as well as Sui immediately stared at the duo with unfavorable expressions. These 2 did not care about Su Yang and Sui who were following Chi Chen. The gazes of the duo always fell on Chi Chen, and the slender man was the first to speak. "Zidane, right?" Chi Chen stopped opening the door and turned to look at the 2 of them and smiled, "It's me." Seeing Chi Chen acknowledge it, the lanky middle-aged man opened his mouth with a sardonic smile. "After waiting for you for such a long time, you finally returned. It's really I who told us to wait. You are the Wang family, right?" Although Chi Chen was asking, his words were filled with certainty. He. The burly man let out a sardonic laugh. "It doesn't matter if we're from the Wang family or not. What's the use of knowing so much when you're about to die?" This was said without seeming to acknowledge it. In practice, this can be seen as the default. After completely confirming the identity of the other party, Chi Chen's expression went cold. "What a Bailan City Wang family. I haven't gone after you yet, but you've come after me first?" Don't talk nonsense with him. It's useless to talk so much nonsense with a person who is going to die. The slender man shook his head and said. He casually waved his hand, and the aura of being a 5th-ranked martial artist was revealed around him. Hoo. For a while, a strong wind was blowing in the hallway where the windows were closed tightly. "Hurry up and kill him and go back. I'm tired after squatting here for almost 2 days." "Me first." The burly man let out a fierce laugh and violently burst towards Chi Chen. Chapter 44, Easy to Kill, Chi Chen's Return Gift. Crackle. Ghostly purple thunder traveled all over the lanky strong man's body. His right fist was raised, and these ghostly purple thunderbolts instantly converged towards his right arm, eventually gathering as much as they could on top of his right fist. "Die for me." His expression was incomparably vicious as this punch slammed into Chi Chen's head without mercy. Feeling the power of this punch, Su and Su, who were standing behind Chi Chen, both had expressions of concentration on their faces. If this punch had landed on the two of them would probably have had a hard time escaping the end of their lives. However, even if they could survive, they would be in a state of serious injury and near death. However, Chi Chen, who was facing this punch head-on, looked indifferent. For this punch, he seemed to be completely oblivious to it. Only Chi Chen slowly stretched out one of his palms towards the swinging punch to block it. Boom! The burly man's punch hit Chi Chen's palm. A huge energy aftershock spread out. Chi Chen steadily caught this punch from the burly man, and his entire expression still looked very relaxed and at ease. The burly man's right fist was against Chi Chen's palm, and he could not store it in. Even the ghostly purple thunder that covered his right fist was annihilated at this moment. After seeing this scene, his face was shocked and he murmured out in disbelief, "How? How is it possible?" At the back, the slender man watched this scene with a frown on his face. He said suspiciously, "Yang Biao, what are you doing?" The slender man thought that it was Yang Biao who had gotten playful and intentionally left his hand in this punch. "Stop playing around and hurry up and kill him and leave," the slender man urged. At this moment, Yang Biao's breathing became constricted. He's the one who knows best what's going on. He didn't hold back at all with this punch. It was almost as if it was blasted out with a one-hit kill mentality. However, the youth in front of him easily blocked it. What else does that tell you? The strength of the youth in front of him was definitely stronger than him. Yang Biao was shocked in his heart. Are you kidding me? He was at the 3rd degree of the 5th rank in strength. The youth in front of him was nevertheless stronger than him. How is it possible to be an 18-year-old martial artist of the 5th rank and above the 3rd degree? It's weird, it's just weird. Yang Biao, who realized that something was wrong, was about to withdraw his fist and retreat to distance himself from Chi Chen. However, he saw that in the center of Chi Chen's palm that blocked his circle, the word yen slowly emerged. Immediately afterward, Chi Chen's faint voice rang out, "Explosive flame break." For a moment, terrifyingly hot energy emanated from Chi Chen's palm. The hot energy spread, and Yang Biao only felt that the air around him seemed to be set on fire. No good. His face changed abruptly. Yang Biao didn't dare to have any delay and hurriedly closed his fist. However, just as the fist separated from Chi Chen's palm, a dazzling crimson firelight, like a meteor, burst out from Chi Chen's palm. Without giving Yang Biao time to react at all, the crimson firelight blasted into his abdomen. Boo! The moment the fire hit its target, it boomed with a violent explosion. The huge impact from the explosion blew Yang Biao's body backwards like a kite with broken strings. It didn't stop until it hit the wall at the end of the building. Yang Biao's body sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes filled with panic. A large hole was blasted out of its abdomen where the firelight had hit it squarely. No traces of flesh and blood were visible in the cave. Some were merely charred and blackened, as if they had been roasted by charcoal. His gaze gazed at Chi Chen and he opened his mouth to say something. However, the last bit of vitality left in his body caused him to be unable to open his mouth at all. In the end, the last of his life was lost in the midst of his horrified and remorseful gaze. The slender man looked at Yang Biao, who was easily blown away, and had long since frozen in shock. He turned his head to look at Chi Chen with disbelief, and a thick flash of horror flashed in his eyes. According to the information he knew, Chi Chen was at most a 3rd-ranked martial artist with some tricks up his sleeve. Is this a 3rd-ranked martial artist? A blow that killed the 5th-ranked triple Yang Biao, can this damn thing be called a 3rd-ranked martial artist? Your turn. Chi Chen's voice like a deathly whisper resounded beside the slender man's ears. The slender man couldn't help but gulp. His martial arts Dao rank, at 5th rank 5, was 2 orders stronger than Yang Biao. However, he was unable to do what Chi Chen did, blasting him to death with a casual strike. That is to say, the youth in front of him was far stronger than him. Thinking about this, the slender man's heart gave birth to the intention of escaping. Chi Chen's cold eyes seemed to be able to pierce through hearts. His icy voice rang out, "Don't think of running when you do it, run. Now. It's already too late." Boom! A powerful martial artist's aura erupted from its body in an instant. 5. 5th Order 9. The slender man was shocked. Not only him, but even the duo of Su Yang and Sui were shocked. Chi Chen's strength was even higher than the duo had imagined. An 18-year-old 5th-ranked martial artist was shocking enough. 18 years old at the 9th level of the 5th Order, what kind of concept is that? And there's still some time before Zidane turns 19. Doesn't this mean that Chi Chen still has a chance to become an 18-year-old 6th-ranked martial artist? The two were shaken to the core. This talent. It's not even aptly described as a demon. Feeling Chi Chen's martial arts rank of this 5th Order 9, the slender man became even more determined to escape. Whoosh! The Taoist wind flow was born from the Slender Man. The strong wind in the building transformed into a gale. Split wind blade. The Slender Man waved his right hand, swinging out a 2-meter long and short green-colored chopping mane towards Chi-Chen. After swinging out this chopping mane, the Slender Man didn't care about the result. He turned and fled with the wind at his feet. Chi-Chen's eyes flickered. Facing this 2-meter-long chop mansion, Chi-Chen took out his Cloudbreaker lance. The lance was aimed at the fleeing Slender Man. The muscles of the right arm holding the lance bulged, and in that instant it snapped into action. Whoosh! The long spear was like lightning, cutting through the air, and in an instant, it caught up with the Slender Man who had already fled to the position of the stairway. As for the chopping aura, it had long been casually crushed in the middle of the lance's flight. A perfect grade C martial skill, Spirit Shadow Dragon Pistol, coupled with the fact that the wielder was still Chi-Chen, who was at the 9th level of the 5th rank. The speed can be terrifying to the extreme. Even with the wind attributability, the Slender Man's speed was far inferior. Put! The long spear pierced through the Slender Man's shoulder and nailed the Slender Man to the ground in death. The terrifying gunpowder surged into the Slender Man. The meridians in his body were instantly twisted to pieces. A 5th order, 5th heavy strength was reduced to nothing in an instant. At this time, his strength was wasted, and there was no difference at all between him and an invalid. The intense pain in his body came, and the Slender Man simply couldn't endure it and directly fainted. Chi-Chen easily resolved the duo, and the entire process took no more than 2.5 minutes. Chi-Chen turned his head to look behind him at Su and Su, who had yet to recover from their shock. Asked, "You two, do you know how to interrogate people?" The two heard Chi-Chen's question and instantly returned to their senses. Suyi was the first to nod, "Will. It will be fine." Chi-Chen nodded, pointed at the fainting slim man and said, "Give me a good interrogation of him. Try to find out everything there is to know about the Wang family, especially the crimes the Wang family has committed. Interrogating these, that's because Zidane is going to do something big. He hadn't sought out the Wang family yet, but this Wang family had sought him out first. Oh. Things had come to a head, and it seemed a bit unreasonable for him not to give something in return. As for what a return gift is, Shidwan was ready to give the Wang family the whole big one. Understood. Sui responded. Remembered to record the video. In the end, Chi-Chen didn't forget to remind one sentence. Chapter 45: The Way of the King's Family to Prosperity. Bailan City, in a luxurious mansion in a suburban location. The mansion was extremely vast, with various buildings crisscrossing the interior. Inside a luxurious building similar to the main hall, a middle-aged man whose face appeared somewhat haggard sat on top of the main seat. This person was none other than the head of the Wang family, Wang Hui. There had been a meeting with Chi-Chen within the small wilderness area supply base in Bailan City. Master of the house. Master of the house. Just then, an urgent voice rang out. Wang Hui looked over. The visitor was a youth who ran all the way fast and hurriedly ran to Wang Hui. What's wrong? Family Master, a letter from Guest Minister Yang, the target has appeared. It's appeared. Wang Hui sniffed with joy, the haggard emotion on his face disappearing for the most part. He rose from the main seat with some excitement. Confirmed? Confirmed. The youth who had reported the news from the tripod nodded heavily. Ho ho ho. Wang Hui let out a burst of low laughter from his mouth, and the expression on his face gradually became hideous. Chi-Dian, if you can hide from the first day, can you hide from the 15th? Dare to kill my son Wang Xian, I will make sure you die without a corpse. The youth in charge of the news of the tripod did not say much. Suddenly, he felt something. The afterglow looked slightly to the back of the main seat of the Great Hall. This is a skeletonized area with a clearly separate area in the back. Without saying much, after slightly arching his hand, he left the Great Hall straight away. Wang Hui ignored the departing youth and directly collapsed into the main chair. The whole person revealed himself in the midst of the unrestrained mood after a great revenge had been avenged. Did you find out everything I asked you to find out before you did it? An old, but vigorous voice resounded within the Patriarch's hall. Hearing this voice, Wang Hui was first stunned, and then hastily put away the expression on his face. He rose from his seat and looked gravely before him, only to see that in front of him, an old man appeared at some point. The old man looked to be in his 60s or 70s, but there wasn't the slightest hint of aging cloudiness in his eyes. Dressed in a sack coat, the whole gives a sense of dry spirituality. Putting aside the face, from its aura, one could not see any old man at all. This person was Wang Hongyi, the previous head of the Wang family. Wang Hui said with some awe, "Father, everything has been checked out." That Qi Chen's biggest background is that he has parents who work for the Demon Beheading Bureau. However, 10 years ago, his parents were accidentally killed during a mission for the Demon Beheading Bureau. So, this Qi Chen currently doesn't have any background. Killing him won't draw too much attention and won't attract any trouble for our Wang family. Listening to Wang Hui's explanation, Wang Hongyi did not completely drop his guard. A flash of suspicion in his eyes, he said. "Didn't you say that when you went to the supply base to look for this Qi Chen that day, you were forcefully defended by that group of guys from the Demon Beheading Bureau? The group of people from the Demon Beheading Bureau, they even went so far as to make a move against you in the first place, and so forcefully protected the one called Qi Chen. Does he really not have any background?" Speaking of this, Wang Hui revealed a confident expression. "Father, don't worry about that." He assured that, too, I sent someone to investigate. That day, the reason why those guys from the Demon Beheading Bureau were so abnormal was because of one person. One? Who is it? Wang Hui replied, "It's not quite clear who it is exactly. However, what is certain is that this time, it's a Demon Beheading Bureau gold medal right there." Gold medal. Wang Hongyi's gaze froze. He was well aware of what the gold medal of the Demon Beheading Bureau meant. The Demon Chopper Bureau also had a system of its own for cultivating geniuses. The geniuses among them are divided into 3 classes. Gold, silver, and wood in that order. The gold medal, but the most talented group of existences, had a respectful status among the Demon Beheading Bureau. Walking outside, his status was no less than a municipal Demon Beheading Bureau's general team. Wang Hui's eyes narrowed slightly as he stated his speculation after learning this news. "I surmise that the reason why those guys from the Demon Beheading Bureau suddenly changed their attitudes that day and started defending this Qi Chen was because of this gold medal being there. With this gold medal in place, even if I pressurized them as much as I could that day, they would never be able to break the rules set by the Demon Beheading Bureau and allow me to strike within the supply base. So, they're striving to protect the Qi Chen purely for the sake of making a show for that gold medal. And this Qi Chen, by sheer luck, happened to meet that gold medal that day as well. If not, by virtue of me lending the Wang family's pressure, why would that old thing surnamed Zhao from the Demon Beheading Bureau dare to be that tough on me?" In a sense, Wang Hui's guess was indeed good. Qi Chen was indeed lucky to have encountered the gold medal of the Demon Beheading Bureau. After hearing Wang Hui's speculation, Wang Hongyi fell into deep thought. After a short period of contemplation, Wang Hongyi felt that what Wang Hui said was not unreasonable. On what grounds would a person without any background be vigorously protected by the Demon Beheading Bureau? And it was still under pressure from his Wang family. And that's about all there is to it. Wang Hongyi nodded his head lightly and said, "It is best to be clean in this matter and not leave any loose ends." Understood. Wang Hui nodded deeply. Alas! Wang Hongyi couldn't help but sigh and gritted his teeth. This Qi Chen, who killed my grandson Wang Xin, I also hate to skin and bone him. It's just that the Wang family is in a critical upswing these days, so it can't afford any sloppiness, much less too much outside attention. Nowadays, even though my strength has reached the first rank of the 6th level, because of that secret art, my strength has not been completely stabilized. Only after absorbing more essence blood and completely stabilizing my martial Dao rank, everything in the future will be a straight path for our Wang family. He looked out of the great hall with a deep gaze. At the moment, it was dusk time and the sun was about to set. However, in his eyes, he saw a different picture. A scene of vibrant life and all things competing was still in front of his eyes. Their Wang family, from being an unorthodox power in the beginning, had changed into a third-rate power today. Now that his strength had risen to the 6th rank, he only needed to be completely stabilized before declaring the Wang family's promotion to the ranks of second-rate forces. But that's not the point. A first-class power, and even become an existence that is on par with the 9 top powers in the whole of China. This was the ultimate way for their Wang family to return. My Wang family, when it's time for great prosperity. Thinking like this, Wang Hongyi couldn't help but sigh out. He seemed to go back to the way he was when he was young and that spirited. Su Yang and Su Yi, after some not-so-effortless interrogation, the Slender Man then directly explained everything. I'll say anything, if you'll spare me." The Slender Man knelt in the living room, looking at Qi Chen, who was sitting on the sofa in front of him with an indifferent expression, and said, "Spineless." Su Yang bristled, his face filled with contempt. The slender man begged for mercy before he could even start the trial. Too bad he can't use those interrogation techniques. Shichen said in a tone without the slightest bit of emotion, "Speak, tell everything you know about the Wang family, especially those unseemly things." Chapter 46 The Wind Rises in the Bailan Wang Family. "Yes, I'll say anything, as long as you spare my life." The slender man nodded repeatedly and spoke in a panic. "I wasn't originally a member of the Wang clan, but I was only forced into an evil secret art by the Wang clan's old ancestor using despicable means. He has put an evil spell in my blood, but if I dare to harbor any thoughts of resistance, my blood will immediately burn out and turn into a withered bone. The burly man named Yang Biao who died under you earlier suffered the same thing as me. So, the two of us came here to intercept you, all because of the orders of that Wang family's head, Wang Hui, and the two of us had no choice even if we didn't want to." Shichen frowned slightly and said with some impatience, "Get to the point." What with the evil magic in the blood, he didn't care to hear about it. He wants to hear about the unseemly things the Wangs have done. The slender man was startled and hastily changed his words. "Yes. It's one of the most unseemly things that the Wang family has done is that the old ancestor of the Wang family has practiced an evil technique that absorbs the essence blood of civilians as well as martial artists. These essence bloods are refined from the lives of martial artists as well as civilians. Wan Honi, the old ancestor of the Wang clan, managed to make a breakthrough by relying on the essence blood refined by this evil technique, raising his martial arts rank, which was stuck at the 9th level of the 5th rank, to the 1st level of the 6th rank in one fell swoop. 95% of the recent strange disappearances of civilians and martial artists in Bailan City were the work of the Wang family." "What?" Suyi's brows furrowed. "The evil art of extracting essence blood from the bodies of civilians and martial artists?" Su Yang then speculated, could it be related to the Heavenly Beast cult? When it came to evil arts, most people who knew about the Heavenly Beast cult would think of the Heavenly Beast cult first. After all, the group of lunatics from the Heavenly Beast sect could be practicing all sorts of evil arts that took human lives to fill. The slender man's answer satisfied Shichen. The level of satisfaction exceeded Chiduan's expectations. He thought about the many unseemly things the Wang family had done. But the result was not expected. The Wang family this do actually have so unseemly. Not to mention the fact that the Wang family attacked and killed him, a deputy team member of the Demon Beheading Bureau, but take the item of practicing evil arts that required the consumption of human life. The Wang family wouldn't be able to end up in a good place. Shichen looked at Su Yang and Su Yi and ordered, "Notify the people from Qingyu City's Demon Beheading Bureau to prepare their vehicles and set off for Bailan City immediately. Let's say that the Wang family of Bailan City attacked and killed the vice team of the Demon Beheading Bureau, plus practiced evil arts, mutilated the lives of civilians as well as martial artists, and is suspected of secretly colluding with the Heavenly Beast cult. This move by the Bailan City Wang family is intended to be a rebellion. Also, notify the people from Bailan City's Demon Beheading Bureau again, and tell them to send people, in advance, to go and surround the Wang family, and not to let anyone leave during this period. For the same reason. This." For a while, both Sui and Su Yang revealed somewhat difficult expressions. "What?" Shichen gazed at the duo. Sui explained, "Vice Team Chi, although you have the strength of the 5th rank, which is comparable to the strength of the general team of the Demon Beheading Bureau in Qingyu City and Bailan City, but after all, the position is placed here. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to get them to take the pain with these few words." "Meaning I'm too low in position?" Shichen frowned. Sui said, "Ah. Pretty much the same thing. What about this?" Shichen casually threw a gold medal out. Sui took it and fixed his eyes on it. There was a look of horror on his face. This is Lord Lin's gold medal." Shidian asked, "Is this enough?" "Enough. Enough." Sui nodded repeatedly, "This is enough. With this gold medal, that group will have to be happy even if they're not. Lieutenant Chi, wait a moment, I'll go and inform." Sui pulled Su Yang, and the two of them divided their labor to contact the Demon Beheading Bureau in Qingyu City as well as the Demon Beheading Bureau in Bailan City. Clear Jade City, inside the Demon Beheading Bureau. Qingyu City Demon Beheading Bureau Chief Team Chen Yuan, who was leisurely sipping his tea, had his identity token suddenly lit up with a dazzling golden light. At that moment, Chen Yuan's entire body was startled. He took out the identity token that was emitting a golden light and placed it on the table in front of him. It's actually the news of the Demon Beheading Bureau's gold medal genius. He rubbed his chin and muttered. "Is there some kind of danger to call for help?" Chen Yuan chose to accept the message. Bailan City Wang family attacks and kills Demon Beheading Bureau Vice Team. On the side of the identity token, Suyi's voice was heard, and he attached Qi Chen's words to one side and expressed at the end for them to come to the neighborhood where Zidane was to pick them up and join them. Chen Yuan's entire body was dumbfounded upon hearing this news. What the hell? The Wang family of Bailan City intends to commit treason? Due to the neighboring Bailan City, Chen Yuan has also heard about the Bailan City Wang family. This family has been quite low-key in recent years. How did they collude with the Heavenly Beast cult with the intention of plotting against them? What the hell is going on here? Chen Yuan was puzzled. However, he still gathered all the personnel who had stayed behind in the Qingyu City Demon Beheading Bureau as fast as he could, and drove to the neighborhood where Qi Chen was located. It was not only Chen Yuan who was puzzled, there was also the Bailan City Demon Beheading Bureau Chief Zhang Guanghua who got the news one step after Chen Yuan. He and Chen Yuan were at the same level of cluelessness. The Wang family attacked and killed the vice squad of the Demon Beheading Bureau, and also practiced evil arts, suspected of secretly colluding with the Heavenly Beast cult to surround the Wang family? And not a single person related to the Wang family is allowed to be released? Isn't this a proper look of extermination and plagiarism? Although puzzled, Zhang Guanghua still proceeded to notify his manpower to move out towards the Wang family the first time he got the news. This was, after all, an order given by the gold medal genius of the Demon Beheading Bureau. Even with all his doubts, he had to carry out his orders first. It didn't take long for the news to come from Sui. Lieutenant Qi, they're already in the neighborhood. Aha! Qi Chen nodded and said, let's go downstairs as well. Going down the stairs, Qi Chen instantly recognized the people from Qingyu City's Demon Beheading Bureau. They were voluminous, at least 20 or 30 of them. Can't even think about not drawing attention to myself. Most of the eyes of the entire neighborhood were focused on it. It was unclear what was going on that had attracted so many personnel from the Demon Beheading Bureau. Chief Chen! Sui shouted from a long distance away. Chen Yuan heard the shout and looked over. Since Sui had contacted him with a gold medal, he didn't dare to slack off. Taking the initiative, he greeted them and asked with a smile, "Are we leaving now?" Sui didn't reply, and was now glancing at Qi Chen. Qi Dian nodded slightly. Seeing this, Sui then said, "Right, let's set off." Seeing Sui's attitude towards Qi Duan, Chen Yuan also noticed Qi Duan. Is this the gold medalist genius? How come he's never seen it before? Could it be the new gold medal genius of the Demon Chopper Bureau? Chen Yuan pondered a lot within himself in a split second. Qi Chen didn't say much, but just said, "Let's go, it's not good to go late and let the Wang clan's people get away." Well, let's get going. Chen Yuan, who had already mistaken Qi Chen for the Demon Beheading Bureau's gold medal genius, was obedient to Qi Chen's words. Bailan City, Wang family compound. The sun had set completely. Wang Hui, the head of the Wang family, was still inside the grand hall. Couldn't get in touch after sending a message about finding the target. Is the person dead? He paced back and forth in the temple, looking anxious. There won't be any accidents, right? Wang Hui suddenly stopped in his tracks. Somehow, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. 2 fifth-order martial artists, can it be that much of a struggle to solve the third-order martial artists that brother has some means? Chapter 47 Chen Yuan's shock, the end of the Wang family. A high-speed train with only 2 carriages pulled out of Qingyu City and headed towards Bailan City at the fastest speed. Inside a carriage, Chen Yuan and Qi Chen sat opposite each other. The two of them, Su Yang and Sui, stood behind Qi Chen. As for when it came to escorting the students of Spiritual Enlightenment University, it had been handed over to Su Hu and the others to take care of. In the second half of the road, there were no more places where large numbers of demonic beasts were found. Originally, Qi Chen had wanted to leave this matter solely in the hands of Su Yang and Sui. But nay, Su Yang and Sui both, looking at Qi Chen with such a big stance, were completely running to copy the Wang family. The duo had never done such a thing as raiding a home before. On the one hand, it was for the sake of quasi-seeking excitement, and on the other hand, it was for the sake of following and rubbing in some of the merits, so it was explained to Qi Dian that the two of them wanted to follow as well. For his part, Qi Dian was indifferent and came when he wanted to. Just like that, the two of them followed Qi Chen, and together they set off on the road to the Wang family in Bailan City. Chen Yuan looked at the youth sitting in front of him with an unconcealed shock in his eyes. On the way to the highway station, he had gotten a general idea of what was going on in the neighborhood. One person faced two 5th-ranked martial artists, killed a 5th-ranked triple, and captured a 5th-ranked quintuple alive. Boy! The martial arts strength of the youth in front of him had at least the 7th level of the 5th rank. And looking at the youth in front of him, his age didn't seem to be more than 20. But a 20-year-old 5th-ranked 7th-weight martial artist, TSK. This kind of talent, worthy of being a gold medal genius of the Demon Beheading Bureau, truly a demon. Chen Yuan suppressed the shock in his heart and asked with a smile, "This little friend, you are the Demon Beheading Bureau gold medal genius who contacted me this time, right?" "I'm not." Shi Chen shook his head straightforwardly. "Huh?" Chen Yuan sniffed, his face showing surprise. You're not?" There was some disbelief in his mind. A 5th-ranked 7th heavy martial artist under the age of 20, this is not even a gold medal genius? How is that possible? Moreover, since this youth in front of me wasn't, which two were that gold medal? Chen Yuan's gaze began to wander over Su Yang and Su Yi. He subconsciously felt in his heart that it was unlikely that both Su Yang and Su Yi would be. After all, the gold medal genius status was no less than the general team of the Municipal Demon Beheading Bureau. How is it possible to stand behind this youth like this? Chen Yuan inquired doubtfully, then which one is that gold medal genius? There are no gold medal geniuses from the Demon Beheading Bureau here. Shi Chen shook his head and explained. There is a gold medal genius whose identity gold medal is in my hands, and I have the right to use this gold medal for the time being. I see. Chen Yuan now understood. However, he did not treat Chi Dust and the others with contempt because of this. To be able to get the gold medal of the gold medal genius status gold medal in hand was definitely not a simple person. Besides, as long as one held this identity gold medal, it was no different from meeting the gold medal genius himself. Also, Shi Chen, this person, in Chen Yuan's eyes, would not be simple enough, a 5th-ranked martial artist under 20 years old. Only, there was another point that made Chen Yuan very puzzled. Shi Chen was so talented, a 5th-ranked martial artist under the age of 20, why hadn't he become the Demon Beheading Bureau's gold medal genius? When did the requirements for becoming a gold medalist of the Demon Chopper Bureau become higher again? Chen Yuan didn't ask much. Everyone has everyone's secrets. He turned and said, "The Wang family in Bailan City intends to plot against the government. I would like to understand the specifics of this matter. Can you speak to me about it?" Shi Chen didn't have the intention of saying it himself, but instead said, "Chief Captain Chen, you can go and ask that guest minister of the Wang clan." What comes out of his mouth is much more nuanced than what we tell here. Yeah, almost forgot about him. After Chi Chen said this, Chen Yuan suddenly remembered the Slender Man. That person is a guest secretary of the Wang family, he must know a lot. Wouldn't asking him tell us something about the Wang family's intention to conspire against them? Chen Yuan left this carriage and walked towards the interior of the carriage where the Slender Man was being held and began another round of interrogation. After Chen Yuan left, Su Yang said with some concern, "Vice Team Qi, according to what that Zhang Yu said, the strength of the Wang clan's old ancestor already has the 1st level of the 6th rank. Zhang Yu, the Slender Man. And whether it's Bailan City or Qingyu City's Demon Beheading Bureau's general team, their strength is only at the 5th rank. When we face that Wang clan ancestor at that time, I'm worried that we'll be no match. So?" He paused for a moment and asked, "Should we inform our Luochuan city chiefly?" Shi Chen waved his hand and said, "No need. Now that the arrow is on the string and has to be sent, even if Chief Li is informed, he won't have enough time to rush over. It's not too late to inform him after this is over. And?" Shi Chen turned his head to look at Su Yang, a confident smile on his face, who said we would be no match. Facing that old ancestor of the Wang clan, having me alone is enough. After Chi Chen spoke, a brief silence fell over the carriage. Su and Su both stared in shock at Chi Chen's words. Sui exclaimed out in disbelief, "Chi. Lieutenant Chi, are you saying that you also have a 6th rank in your martial Dao rank?" Su Yang was even more shocked, as if he had been struck by lightning, standing still for a moment. An 18-year-old 6th-ranked martial artist, what kind of concept is that? Su Yang could hardly imagine. This level of talent had already exceeded their Lord Lin Yueshi. It's just that the duo would be wrong. In the face of the duo's misunderstanding, Shi Chen just smiled without explaining too much. Although he was currently at the 9th level of the 5th rank, he was confident in fighting a battle with the 1st level of the 6th rank. Moreover, after experiencing that experience at the Heavenly Desert Plateau, Shi Chen's demonic beast lifespan had once again come to a state of abundance. reaching heights never seen before, 36,839. Even if the strength of the 9th level of the 5th order didn't allow him to do what he needed to do to kill that old ancestor of the Wang clan. The big deal is that it's a temporary hangover. With over 30,000 demonic beast lifespans, at that time, even if it only raised his strength to the 1st level of the 6th rank, the same level as that Wang clan's old ancestor. Shi-Chen was also confident that he could stab that Wang clan ancestor with a few shots. Could the strength that was forced up by relying on evil secret techniques be as strong as the strength that came from real cultivation like his? After an interrogation that didn't take much time, Zheng Yu told everything about the Wang family, all of it again with Chen Yuan. After Chen Yuan heard this, his heart was both angry and surprised. Angry at that Wang clan ancestor's tactic of borrowing civilians to cultivate. Surprised that the Wang clan's old ancestor's rank had already reached the 1st level of the 6th rank. If it was really the 1st level of the 6th order, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to do anything about the Wang family with the power of the Bailan City Demon Beheading Bureau alone. Wanting to further investigate to obtain more evidence of the Wang family practicing evil arts would be impossible. At the same time, he also understood why Qi Chen had asked him, the chief team of Qingyu City, to go along with him in the matter of Bailan City. Facing a 6th order martial artist, naturally the more people the better. Together with the power of their clear Jade City, they might be able to deal with that old ancestor of the Wang clan. In reality, it was simply Chen Yuan who had overthought things. Qi Dian didn't even think about letting Chen Yuan on. Calling on Chen Yuan was just to make a big deal out of it. This Wang family has provoked him twice. Qi Chen's patience with the Wang family has completely dropped to zero. The Wang family, after this time, would have no need to exist. Chapter 48 Sealing the Wang Family. As night fell, Wang Hui stood in front of the gate of the family hall and looked out into the middle of the Wang family's huge compound. Countless Wang clan members were walking around the Wang clan compound. There were smiles showing on the faces of every Wang clan member. Paired with the earlier words of Wang Hongyi, the oldest ancestor of the Wang clan, who had been so spirited, the entire Wang clan looked like it should have been a thriving scene in Wang Hui's eyes. However, tonight Wang Hui's heart was inexplicably disturbed. What's going on here? His brow furrowed. The uneasiness in his heart caused his entire being to be quiet, and there was a rage in his heart that had nowhere to be vented. Why aren't these two, Zhang Yu and Yang Biao, back yet? Is it so difficult for 2 5th-ranked martial artists to kill a 3rd-ranked martial artist? Contact can't be made. Are these two dead? Wang Hui stared at the night sky that was dark for all of you tonight, and the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Suddenly, an idea bubbled up from its mind. These two aren't going to take advantage of the opportunity to escape, are they? Absolutely not. But immediately afterward, Wang Hui shook his head and denied the idea. With the blood curse on his body, the only ultimate end of escaping was death. It is probable that the two will not dare to perform the act of escape. And after ruling out the escape bit, that leaves only one possibility. The duo encountered an accident while attacking and killing Qi Chen. That would explain the source of his inner turmoil. Just as Wang Hui was about to send someone to personally go and check things out, suddenly, a sharp footstep was heard coming from a short distance away. House Master. Master of the house. Seeing the visitor, Wang Hui's eyes condensed and he took a step to actively welcome him and asked, "Is there news of those two?" "No. No." The visitor looked flustered and shook his head. Seeing this scene, Wang Hui's heart subconsciously tightened. "There's not really an accident, is there?" He hurriedly asked, "What was that all about?" "A large group of people from the Bailan City Demon Beheading Bureau have come and blocked the gate of our Wang family, and some others have spread out and have already surrounded towards other passages where they can leave." "What?" Wang Hui was shocked at his words. He grasped the shoulders of the visitor with both hands with force and asked after him, "Why did they come to surround my Wang family for no reason?" Wang Hui used his hands very hard. The pain of the grasping reporting youth was excruciating. But at this time, it was not good for the youth to show it. Only to stiffen his heart and tell what he had heard. They said that our Wang family attacked and killed key personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau and practiced the evil art of sacrificing human lives, and that we might be secretly colluding with the Heavenly Beast cult with the intention of plotting against Huaxia. What? What? After hearing this news, Wang Hui's jaw dropped. He stared incredulously at the youth in his tight grip, in utter disbelief at what he was hearing. "What did you say?" "Assaulted a key member of the Demon Beheading Bureau." "Who did he assault?" And so on. Suddenly, he thought of Qi Chen. He was alarmed in his mind. How could that Qi Chen be a demon beheading bureau key bureau officer? Also, practicing the evil art of sacrificing human lives, how did the demon-slaying bureau of Bailan City know this? In addition to him and his old ancestor, this matter was only known to those few guest ministers who had been placed under the blood curse and some important members of the Wang family. The matter was so well hidden, how could it be revealed? Also, what secret collusion with the Heavenly Beast cult? This was something he was more than completely unaware of. As for plotting against China, it was something he had never even thought of. The highest-ranked martial artist of their Wang family was only his Wang family's oldest ancestor, who had just entered the first level of the 6th rank, and so far, his rank had not completely stabilized. With this, what can his Wang family do to plague China? Give him 100 guts, he wouldn't dare. Humph. Rubbish. Just as Wang Hui was puzzled, a cold snort suddenly sounded beside his ears. Hearing this voice, Wang Hui's face suddenly changed. Bad. He looked around in horror. Then, he saw his father, Wang Hongi, with a ghostly figure appear not far from him. Wang Hongi turned his back to him, didn't even look at him, and walked straight towards the front door of the Wang family. Wang Hui looked at Wang Hongi's distant back, he gritted his teeth and chose to follow. As the head of the Wang family, this kind of thing, he couldn't even go without going. When Wang Hui arrived at the gate of the Wang family, Wang Hongi, the oldest ancestor of the Wang family, was negotiating with a man who was about 50 years old. This man was the Bailan City Demon Beheading Bureau Chief Zhang Guanghua. Wang Hongi asked in a deep voice, Chief Shang, I don't know what my Wang family has committed here. Zhang Guanghua said faintly, I've just made it clear what the offense was. Your Wang family attacked and killed our Demon Beheading Bureau's key personnel, as well as practicing evil arts, mutilating the lives of civilians as well as martial artists, and colluding with the Heavenly Beast cult in an attempt to plot against the Chinese nation to plague it. Listening to Zhang Guanghua's words, Wang Hongi frowned. These points, other than practicing evil arts and mutilating the lives of civilians as well as martial artists, he knew nothing about the rest. Attacking and killing key personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau and colluding with the Heavenly Beast cult? When did their Wang family do such a thing? He was puzzled by this when he heard that youth report back in the Great Hall. Now after listening to Zhang Guanghua's account, he was even more puzzled. When did his Wang family ever do such a thing? Wang Hongi narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Chief Shang, are you mistaken? When did our Wang family ever commit any of these things you're talking about? Zhang Guanghua glanced at Wang Hongi and said in a cold voice, whether you did it or not, you know it in your own hearts. Zhang Guanghua didn't say much. Because to say anything more than that, he doesn't know. Regarding these various crimes of the Wang family, he was not even sure if they were true or not. However, he was just following orders. At the end of the day, even if it's fake, he can't be blamed. After all, he was merely following orders. Wang Hongi's attitude became tough and said, Chief Shang, everything has to be about evidence, it's best not to spit blood at people. Evidence? Zhang Guanghua doesn't have any evidence in his hands. However, even if there is no evidence, the momentum must not be lost. Humph. He snorted coldly and said, if you want evidence, let us people from the Demon Beheading Bureau enter your Wang family and search inside, won't you have the evidence? If you guys really have a clear conscience, let us from the Demon Beheading Bureau go inside your Wang family and see for yourselves. Wang Hongi, do you dare? Zhang Guanghua stared at Wang Hongi with a pressing gaze. Why don't you dare? Wang Hongi's answer was a bit out of Zhang Guanghua's expectation. However, Wang Hongi said immediately afterward, it's just that, without any substantial evidence to search our entire Wang family, isn't your Demon Beheading Bureau acting too overbearing? Wang Hongi is right, without substantial evidence, it is true that the Wang family cannot be searched. Substantial evidence? Oh. Zhang Guanghua let out a faint laugh and asked rhetorically, who says we don't have any? He believed that the gold medal genius who contacted him dared to say this, and had definitely grabbed the handle of this Wang family. Now, it's just a matter of waiting until the other side arrives. So, with a big wave of his hand, if you want proof, just wait, the proof is not with me. I hope that when the evidence is finalized later, your Wang family will still have this toughness. Being treated like this, Wang Hongi's heart had also long been on fire. Humph. He snorted coldly, waved his wide robe sleeve, and said, just wait. I also hope that later on, if the evidence fails to prove that our Wang family has committed those crimes you mentioned, you Demon Beheading Bureau had better give me a reasonable explanation. If not. His eyes moved slightly, and they contained a dangerous light as he scanned everyone present. He didn't mind afterward, turning the entire group present into sustenance for him to become even more powerful. Chapter 49: The Shamelessness of Wang Hongyi. Time passes slowly. The Wang family and the hundreds of people from the Demon Beheading Bureau confronted each other in front of the Wang family's main gate like this. Even though Wang Hongyi, the oldest ancestor of the Wang family, had the strength of the 6th rank, he did not choose to make a move against the group of people from the Demon Beheading Bureau who only had a maximum of the 5th rank. Right now, things are not finalized. His rash move against the people of the Demon Beheading Bureau would only lead to even more trouble. The strongest of his Wang family was him, a 6th-ranked martial artist. But the strongest of the Demon Beheading Bureau wasn't Zhang Manhwa, a 5th-rank martial artist. He would like to see, the Demon Beheading Bureau, this group of people, in the end, what to make some moths. The night grew deeper and deeper. Hoo. A light wind stirred. In front of the Wang family's main gate, the scene was incredibly quiet, and no one opened their mouths to speak. All you could hear was the grin of the wind scraping the corners of your coat. Suddenly, a sharp and disorganized sound of footsteps rang out from the distance. For a while, it attracted the attention of everyone present. Looking through the night, only to see that in the distance, there was a group of about 20 people who were rapidly rushing towards this side. Each of them had a serious look on their faces. The person in the lead was a youth with a resolute face. The steps were taken as fast as they came, but they were unusually calm. Zhang Guanghua, who had been surrounding the Wang family for some time, saw the visitor and his face was instantly delighted. Here we go. He didn't recognize Qi Chen, but he did recognize Chen Yuan from the group. That's Qi Dian? Wang Hongyi narrowed his eyes and was shocked when he saw the face of the leading youth. Wasn't Qi Chen sent by Wang Hui to be rounded up? How did it get here? And it looks like the leader of this group of demon choppers? And so on. Suddenly, Wang Hongyi associated it with the article where Zhang Guanghua said that their Wang family attacked and killed the key personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau. Wang Hongyi was shocked in his heart. This Qi Chen. It can't be that Demon Beheading Bureau key personnel, right? If so. For a moment, all the doubts in Wang Hongyi's heart were all figured out at this moment. Qi Dian is alive and not killed. Then the 2 men sent to kill him were either killed or arrested. And I'm afraid that the knowledge of his Wang family practicing evil arts was interrogated from the arrested people. As for colluding with the Heavenly Beast cult and attempting to plot against the Chinese nation, it was purely a blind guess on their part. It was thought that the evil arts practiced by his Wang family were related to the Heavenly Beast cult. The point of colluding with the Heavenly Beast cult was obviously subject to misunderstanding. It was just that it was indeed a solid fact that he practiced evil arts and sacrificed human lives. Can't explain it even if I wanted to now. Damn. Thinking about it, a burst of anger arose in his heart, gritting his teeth and looking at Wang Hui behind him with a face full of hatred. All because of his own wasteful, rebellious son. If he hadn't insisted on taking revenge on this Qi Chen, where would this chain reaction have occurred today? Wang Hui was a little bit furious by this look from Wang Hongyi. He scowled darkly. At this point, or he couldn't figure out what this matter was all about. Not only was Qi Chen alive, but he had also brought someone to their Wang family. Together with the previous crimes set for their Wang family, the little cutie. Know what this is all about, too. Zhang Guanghua took the initiative to welcome Qi Chen and his group towards him. Look at Qi Dust's age, plus his position at the head of the group. Zhang Guanghua easily surmised Qi Chen's identity. He looked at Qi Chen and asked with a smile, "You're the gold medal genius who sent a message to my Bailan City Demon Beheading Bureau asking me to seal up the Wang family, aren't you?" "I sent the message." Qi Duan nodded. For Zhang Guanghua's misunderstanding, there was no intention to explain too much. Right now, copying the Wang family is the top priority. "I'm the general team of Bailan City, Zhang Guanghua." Zhang Guanghua introduced himself. "Aha!" Qi Chen nodded, his gaze looking in the direction of the Wang family not far away, and asked, "Have all the personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau in Bailan City been assembled?" All the members of the Bailan City Demon Beheading Bureau who have not gone out on a mission totaled 122, and all of them are now here. And have blocked all the entrances to the Wang family's departure. Now, with just an order from you, they can conduct a massive search of the Wang family. Compared to the 122 people from the Bailan City Demon Beheading Bureau, the Qingyu City Demon Beheading Bureau only came with 30 people. It's not that the Siyu City Demon Beheading Bureau has few people. It was because Qingyu City really couldn't spare much manpower for this kind of cross-city mission. Siyu City still needs to be guarded. What if Siyu City is in danger if all of them are taken away? So, only 30 more or less the same personnel could be selected on merit and followed. Got it. Shichen lightly nodded his jaw and took a step towards the front door of the Wang clan. Phew. Wang Hongyi looked at Qi Chun, who was striding towards him, and took a deep breath inwardly. With things as they were, he could only take one step at a time. Let's stabilize this Qi Dian first. He took the initiative to walk out of the Wang clan's gate and walked face to face with Qi Chen, smiling. This is little friend Qi Chen, right? I think there should be some kind of misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? Qi Dian raised an eyebrow. Raised his hand and waved it twice. Pop. At that moment, Su Yang, who was followed up by Shan Shan, threw up Zhang Yu, who was tied up in a bundle. Qi Chen's indifferent voice rang out, this person, you should be no stranger to him, right? This person. Wang Hongyi's eyes stared towards Zhang Yu, who was the pupa of a mayfly on the ground. His guess was right, someone had been captured alive and forced to confess by the Demon Beheading Bureau under severe torture to reveal the secrets of their Wang family. Unbeknownst to Wang Hongyi, Qi Chen and the others didn't have to force a confession much at all, and Zhang Yu took the initiative to explain everything. Don't recognize. Wang Hongyi shook his head without blushing. At this point, there's only a wave of justice cuts to be had. Cutting Zhang Yu out, everything Zhang Yu said belonged to rumor for the Wang family. Don't recognize? Zhang Guanghua came forward at this time and directly spoke out in rebuttal. Zhang Yu, a 5th-ranked 5th heavy martial artist, joined your Wang clan half a year ago and became your Wang clan's guest secretary. Don't think that by saying that you don't know him, you can set aside the relationship between him and your Wang family. Not recognizing is not recognizing. Wang Hongyi shook his head as if he was a nobody. It still denied the relationship between Zhang Yu and their Wang family. Who can prove such a thing as becoming a guest minister? Between their Wang clan and Zhang Yu, there was no such document as a guest contract at all. The means of controlling Zhang Yu was also to place a blood spell in his body. This blood curse, it doesn't check out at all. As long as he was dead set against admitting the relationship between Zhang Yu and their Wang family, he did not believe that the Demon Beheading Bureau could do anything to him. You. Zhang Guanghua was still about to say something. However, Qi Chen reached out and stopped him. Seeing this, Zhang Guanghua took a step back and said no more. Qi Chen shook his head and laughed, it doesn't matter, whether you recognize it or not, it doesn't matter anymore. With a turn of phrase, Qi Chen said with sharp words. I now suspect that your Bailan City Wang family practices the evil art of sacrificing human lives and secretly colludes with the Heavenly Beast cult with the intention of plotting against China. Now, instantly engrave the interior of your Wang family and conduct an all-around search. Qi Chen's voice was extremely loud and spread to the ears of everyone present. Clank! Accompanied by the fall of Qi Chen's voice, all the Demon Beheading Bureau personnel present drew their respective weapons in unison. On each of their faces, there was an aura of solemnity. Paired with the deep night sky, the killing intent of this scene was extraordinarily strong. Just waiting for Qi Chen to issue further orders, this group of Demon Beheading Bureau personnel would rush into the Wang family without hesitation. Chapter 50 Reasoning? You deserve it. Make a move. Wang Hongyi, who was listening to this, questioned with his brows furrowed. Just based on the empty words of a person who is not related to my Wang family, you want to conduct a search on my Wang family. You can't even produce a decent piece of evidence. That's not in line with the rules of your Demon Beheading Bureau, is it? Doesn't conform to the rules? The corners of Qi Chen's mouth rose and he grinned, it conforms when I say it does. Humph. At those words, Wang Hongyi couldn't help but snort out coldly. With suppressed anger in his eyes, he said yin and yang, when has the Demon Beheading Bureau acted in such an overbearing manner? The most basic reasoning refuses to be spoken. Those who are clear know that you are the Demon Chopper Bureau, those who are not clear still think that bandits in that mountain forest. Bullying? Reasonable? Ha! Qi Chen sneered, reasoning with you guys? You guys deserve it too? A Wang Xian, a Zhang Yu, Yang Biao, which of them ever reasoned when they met him? Even Wang Hui hadn't thought of reasoning with him in the first place. Now that you're in trouble, you want to talk sense? Qi Chen took out Lin Yuexi's gold medal and raised it high. The dazzling golden light illuminated the silent night sky. A bright and eye-catching light fell into the eyes of everyone present. Everyone saw this golden token in Qi Chen's hand. All personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau listen to the order, give me an attack. Enter the Wang family and search for incriminating evidence of their practicing the evil art of sacrificing human life. Those who surrender on the spot are escorted back to the Demon Beheading Bureau for further interrogation. As for anyone who resists, wipe them out on the spot. Qi Chen's voice resounded like a large, solemn bell in the silent and murderous night sky, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. Gold! Gold! Looking at this golden token, Wang Hongyi immediately stared at Qi Chen with wide eyes filled with disbelief. You're a gold medal from the Demon Beheading Bureau? Assault on key personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau. He was still wondering what exactly Qi Chen's status was in the Demon Beheading Bureau before. Now he knows. The gold medal genius of the Demon Chopper Bureau. Their Wang family actually sent someone to attack and kill the Demon Beheading Bureau's gold medal genius. Wang Hongyi's eyes spewed fire as he glanced behind him at Wang Hui, who was already filled with panic. Before making his move, he had Wang Hui conduct a careful investigation into Qi Dust, making sure to investigate Qi Dust's identity. What's this nifty investigation? Obviously, the expression revealed by Wang Hui clearly showed that he had also not expected that Qi Chen was actually a gold medal genius of the Demon Beheading Bureau. No wonder that day within the unhurried base, that Zhao Kongning would strive to protect Qi Chen even at the expense of offending his Wang family. Compared to the Demon Beheading Bureau's gold medal geniuses, their Wang family was nothing. In an instant, the group of Demon Beheading Bureau personnel who had long been poised for action released the martial aura from their respective bodies. Several people were in a group with each other, their breath connected to each other, and their aura was enhanced. Boo! Kicking open the entrance door, one after another poured in towards the interior of the Wang clan. Seeing that the visitors were raging, where had the group of Wang clan members originally blocking in front of the entrance experienced such a battle? All at once, he was scared out of his wits. The hands holding the weapons all began to tremble constantly. In this way, most of the Demon Beheading Bureau personnel, after entering the Wang family, easily captured and shackled Blocking Gate and the others. Some of those who dared to put up resistance were beheaded on the spot as ordered by Qi Chen. Wang Hongyi, the oldest ancestor of the Wang clan, watched this scene with rage in his heart. The Wang clan members were either captured or beheaded, and his eyes turned red as he watched. The eyes were ablaze with rage. Unbridled. He exploded with an angry ho. Boom! A powerful aura exploded from Wang Hongyi's circumference. The aura of a 6th-ranked martial artist stirred and swept out in all directions. Half of the Wang family compound was under the shroud of this powerful aura. For a while, the personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau who had rushed into the Wang family were all discolored under this powerful pressure. They looked in shock at Wang Hongyi, who had risen up into the sky and stood with his hands in the air above the entire Wang family. 6. Sixth Order. Zhang Guanghua's face was shocked when he sensed the aura and stared incredulously at Wang Hongyi, who had risen up into the sky. Chen Yuan did not show a shocked look like Zhang Guanghua's. He had long since learned of Wang Hongyi's true strength from Zhang Yu on his way here. Wang Hongyi stared at the group of people below and said with an angry air, I have endured again and again. I didn't want to further expand the conflict with your Demon Beheading Bureau, but as a result, your Demon Beheading Bureau acted in an overbearing manner. In the absence of any substantial whole bureau to be searched on my Wang family, where will my Wang family face be put? Since your Demon Beheading Bureau is pressing so hard, you have to think about how to bear the wrath of my Wang family next. Zhang Guanghua pulled out his own weapon, a long knife, and his expression was grave. 6th Order Martial Artist. It was more than their group could handle. He turned his head to look at Qi Chen and asked, what should we do now? Zhang Guanghua thought that if Qi Chen dared to directly hit the Wang family, he definitely didn't know that Wang Hongyi's strength had been promoted to the 6th rank. He definitely has a plan to deal with it. On the side, Chen Yuan had pulled out his own weapon early on, always ready to meet Wang Hongyi. According to his guess, it was the few of them, the 5th-ranked martial artists, who rushed up together to stall Wang Hongyi. Just drag it out until support arrives from Rocky Mountain City. The general team of Luochuan City, but they have the strength of the 6th rank. As long as we waited for the support from Luochuan City to arrive, taking down this Wang Hongyi, who was a beginner 6th-ranked martial artist, wouldn't that be simple? However, Qi Chen's next words nearly caused these two to drop their jaws in shock. You two, take those 5th-ranked martial artists from our Demon Beheading Bureau and go deal with those 5th-ranked martial artists from the Wang family, and just leave this Wang Hongyi to me. What? The two of them sniffed and exclaimed in unison. License plate Qi Jin, you're saying that you're going to face Wang Hongyi, who has been promoted to the 6th rank, alone? Zhang Guanghua frowned, not daring to believe what he had just heard. You're not kidding? Chen Yuan was also incredulous. He is different compared to Zhang Guanghua. He was aware that Qi Chen had at least the 7th level of strength of the 5th rank. But, a 5th ranked martial artist and a 6th ranked martial artist were not the same concept. Even if a 5th order 9th heavy martial artist faced a 6th order 1st heavy martial artist, under one-on-one, he would only be crushed mercilessly. Qi Chen having to face Wang Hongyi alone was, in his opinion, a completely irrational situation. A few of them face Wang Hongyi together, dragging the arrival of support from the Demon Beheading Bureau of Luochuan City is the most prudent approach. What Chen Yuan didn't know was that this matter was simply unknown to the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau. Qi Chen didn't inform them at all. Just take charge of what you should do. Qi Chen shook his head without the intention of explaining too much. He reached out and wiped his hand on the spatial ring of his right index finger. At that moment, the cloud-breaking lance appeared in his hand. Qi Chen gripped the cloud-breaker lance and his legs lashed out. With a swish, his figure burst out violently, setting off a wild wind around him. Chen and Zhang froze in place for a moment as they felt the powerful aura that remained in place as Qi Chen burst out. This breath. So powerful. It was completely not something that an ordinary 5th-ranked martial artist possessed. Qi Chen's speed was like tearing through space, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Wang Hongyi. Wang Hongyi couldn't help but be shocked. Qi Chen, who had just been on the ground, arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. The muscles above Qi Chen's arms bulged like gnarled dragons. A sea of fire seemed to be burning in his eyes. Wang Hongyi only saw a lance that was completely wrapped in blazing fire, slashing down towards his head. Wang Hongyi, who was a 6th-ranked martial artist, felt the terror contained in this shot to the point where it seemed to incinerate everything, and he was greatly shocked in his heart. He didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, his hands waved and his robe sleeves swished. An ethereal purple thunder mantle shield was released and resisted in front of him. This shot, carrying the force of splitting mountains and breaking mountains, blasted on top of the shield that was haunted by the ghostly purple thunder aura. Boom! The powerful aftershocks spread out in an instant, sweeping out towards the Wang family compound. Boom! 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 The powerful aftershocks washed away the tops of the Wang family's buildings. Click! Click! And the ghostly purple lightning shield that resisted this strike also turned into fragments and popped apart under this strike. As for Wang Hongyi himself, he was directly bombarded by this blow and slammed down heavily towards the ground. With a loud bang, Wang Hongyi was ruthlessly smashed into the ground. The ground was dented quite a bit by this. Qi Chen slowly landed on the ground, his gaze calmly looking at Wang Hongyi who was smashed into the ground. After this exchange of blows, Qi Chen made a discovery. This Wang Hongyi, who was a 6th-ranked martial artist, was a lot weaker than he had imagined. Qi Dian shook his head in disappointment. Leveling up forcibly by evil magic is really trash. He also wanted to take the opportunity to see his ultimate battle power now. LOL. It seems that this Wang Hongyi can't let him have all the fun. Ahem. Violent coughing sounds came out from Wang Hongyi's mouth. Wang Hongyi braced himself and stood up from the ground. He covered his chest, and blood spilled out from both his mouth and nose. With this strike, Qi Chen had nearly shattered his martial arts rank, which was already not too stable at the first level of the 6th rank. After receiving this blow hard, it caused his already unstable 6th order 1st class martial Dao rank to become even more unstable this time. Wang Hongyi's eyes staring at Qi Chen had two emotions in them, panic as well as shock. What the kind of monster is this? The aura was clearly a 5th rank 9, but the actual battle strength completely crushed him, a 6th rank 1. Chapter 51 6th order? Strongly crushed. Who? Wang Hongyi's eyes stared at Qi Chen in horror, his heart already in a state of shock. According to the Wang family's investigation, Qi Chen was no more than 18 years old. At 18 years old, a body with the strength of a 5th order 9th gravity is not even a problem. The actual battle power was however not inferior to him, a 6th order one. And it's a few points stronger. Zhang Guanghua and Chen Yuan who were watching the battle, and even Su Yang and Su Yi who had long known that Qi Chen had the ability to deal with Wang Hongyi. All of them were shocked and froze in place by this scene of Qi Chen hitting Wang Hongyi hard with a single shot. A few people's breaths stopped as they looked at Qi Chen with eyes full of astonishment. With the strength of a 5th order 9th heavy, he actually had the ability to easily re-injure a 6th order 1st heavy martial artist so fiercely. Don't look at it as only a small level apart, but it was a change from the 5th to the 6th rank. The difference is like heaven and earth. Even if Wang Hongyi's realm wasn't that stable, it was still a solid 6th order one. It simply wasn't something that an ordinary 5th order 9th grade martial artist could handle so easily. It was unbelievable. After the collision of that strike just now, it allowed Qi Chen to determine that Wang Hongyi's strength was still a bit short of his level. For a moment, this caused Qi Chen to lose his mind about fighting Wang Hongyi. Let's get it over with as soon as possible. Qi Chen looked at Wang Hongyi as the martial artist's true qi coalesced within his body. He carried his spear and took a step closer towards Wang Hongyi. Crimson flame true qi spread out from Qi Chen's circumference. The crimson flame true qi surrounded Qi Chen for several meters around him, resembling a sea of fire. Through this sea of fire, Qi Chen saw Wang Hongyi's gaze that had become incomparably grave. After the collision of that strike, Wang Hongyi also had a judgment about the strength between himself and Qi Chen. Qi Dian is very strong. He's really not sure he can handle it. But it's also just not always the case. Wang Hongyi's eyes were slightly closed, 2 pairs of wide hemp robe sleeves were open, and ghostly purple electric arcs swam and jumped from between his 2 robe sleeves. The crackling sound of thunder and lightning resounded. A terrifying aura of destruction emanated from its circumference. Suddenly, Wang Hongyi's eyes snapped open. There were ghostly purple thunder-ons flickering in its eyes. The ghostly purple thunder-ons in his eyes were like the heavenly lightning that continuously struck down. Ho! Wang Hongyi let out an explosive ho, and the robe sleeves of his hands swung violently towards Qi Chen. Boom! In a flash, a rumbling sound like thunder and lightning resounded. Qi Dian looked up slightly. The late-night sky made Qi Chen completely unable to see what was above the sky. However, Qi Chen was currently in the state of executing the S-rank breathing technique 9 Suns Burning Heaven technique. The 9 Suns Burning Sky skill brought Qi Chen a wave of superb perception. Qi Chen deeply sensed that right above his head, something seemed to be coalescing. This thing, it's not too powerful. As expected, what happened in the next moment confirmed Qi Chen's guess. A large gray cloud coalesced. Rumble! Rumble! Within the coalescing cloud of gloom, ghostly purple thunder flickered, releasing an aura of fury and destruction. The sound of rumbling continuously resounded, and the hearts of those who heard it gave birth to that innate fear of heavenly thunder. Die for me! Wang Hongyi looked at Qi Chen, who was enveloped within a large cloud of gloom, and a hideous maniacal smile appeared on his face. The Wang family, which should have been flourishing, had created this situation today. And the reason why today's situation was created was all because of this damn Qi Chen. If it wasn't for Qi Chen, where would his Wang family be in this situation today? Damn it! Damn it! Zidane really deserves to die. After Wang Hongyi made his move, there was absolutely no turning back. At this moment, he already hated Qi Chen to the bone. He couldn't wait to plant a blood curse in the middle of Qi Chen's blood and ruthlessly torture him for the rest of his life. Today, even if their Wang family comes to an end after this, he was also bound to kill Qi Chen here. Along with Wang Hongyi's words, a long brewing ghostly purple thunderbolt descended from the cloudy sky. The ghostly purple thunder roared down. Qi Chen's eyes were slightly condensed, and his hands were extremely fast. The cloud-breaking lance slashed through the sea of true qi fire around him, attaching a layer of scorching flames that incinerated everything. The long spear swung out towards this descending heavenly thunder. Swish! A cloud-breaking lance silhouette composed entirely of flames detached itself from above the tip of the lance. Straight away, he met the thunder that struck down. Boom! The two collided, producing a violent explosion that rang out. This was followed by a powerful energy aftershock that spread out in all directions. The energy fallout from the collision of the two most violent attribute energies was immensely powerful. Any second-ranked martial artists who were caught in the aftershocks of this energy were completely unsteady on their feet. A stagger planted him directly on the ground. The people from the Demon Slaying Bureau all avoided being affected by this aftermath because of the 3 vehicles forming a battle formation, all of them. But the Wang family was a different story. They didn't have the specialized training that the members of the Demon Beheading Bureau had as such. As a result, the ones who staggered and planted themselves on the ground were all from the Wang family. Give me death. Die for me. Wang Hongyi's eyes were scarlet with a maniacal expression when he saw Qi Chen block the blow. His hands kept waving, and he began to recklessly consume the martial artist's true qi in his body. Rumble! Rumble! Rumble. Within the dense overcast clouds, ghostly purple thunderbolts like heavenly thunderbolts began to descend one after another. In the face of this densely bombarded down thunder, Shi Chen's expression was bland. Swinging the lance in his hand calmly, one flame lance shadow after another met the attack. The sight had been only half a minute. During this half-minute period, one after another explosion aftermath spread out. The Wang family, that's bitter. Even a few of the Wang clan's third-ranked martial artists couldn't withstand the powerful energy, thus stumbling and falling. On the side of the Demon Beheading Bureau, there were also a few second-ranked martial artists who couldn't stand it and stumbled and fell. But compared to the Wangs, the situation should not be too good. Who? Wang Hongyi's entire body was already panting after the successive rains of thunder, a look of great exertion. These few thunderbolts had completely depleted the martial artist's true chi in his body. On the contrary, Shi Chen, who was standing in front of him, stood in place with a calm demeanor, looking like he hadn't consumed anything. Shi Chen smacked his lips and asked with an unfulfilled desire, "Is that all, no more?" "I was just having some fun, but I didn't know that the old thing had shriveled up." LOL. Shi Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. "Almost thought I'd get to see how my actual battle strength was today." You. Wang Hongyi pointed at Shi Chen. Great exertion coupled with excessive shock caused him to be unable to hold back a single word for half a day. An attack of this magnitude actually ended up as if it hadn't been consumed much. What the hell is this? Monster? This nigga is more than a monster. Wang Hongyi was horrified in his heart. There was even a moment when he felt that Shi Chen was not human. How could a martial artist of the 9th level of the 5th rank be exaggerated to such an extent? Although his realm was unstable, but even if it was unstable, it was still a solid 6th-ranked martial artist. Chapter 17. The plundering begins with a rich harvest. Old thing, that's gone? Shi Chen looked at Wang Hongyi and asked with a frown. Wang Hongyi's gaze was dead on Shi Chen and he did not speak. Now he was in such a state that he didn't even have the strength to speak. Fang just now, he had practically disregarded the exertion, even going so far as to consume his foundation, to perform that martial art. The purpose was to blast Shi Chen to death to avenge his heartfelt hatred. The result was that it didn't even hurt Shi Chen's hair. Seeing that Wang Hongyi didn't speak, Shi Chen laughed coldly and opened his mouth. "Old thing, letting me die, you don't seem to be worthy of it yet." After saying that, Shi Chen did not intend to talk nonsense with Wang Hongyi, who was currently in a half-dead state. Shi Chen raised his lance high in the air, his muscles bulging, and all of his chi power condensed above his bulging right arm. Then, using the spear as a spear, he threw it with a swoosh. As the lance passed through the sea of true chi fire around Shi Chen, the tip of the lance to the body of the lance, the entire lance was attached to a layer of scorching flames. In the end, the cloud-breaking lance transformed into a flaming spear and blasted straight at Wang Hongyi. Put! Wang Hongyi, who was no longer able to make any counterattacks as well as dodge, could only stare at the flame spear piercing through his chest. After the cloud-breaking lance pierced through Wang Hongyi's body, it plunged straight into the ground behind Wang Hongyi. Wang Hongyi slightly lowered his head and looked at the pierced hole in his chest, his eyes revealing a look of shock. There were still flames burning at the location of the cave entrance. This fiery heat burned the 5 organs inside him. Burning pain assailed Wang Hongyi's entire body. Ho! Ho! Wang Hongyi let out a low ho-ho sound from his mouth. His consciousness was fading rapidly. It didn't take long before he was no longer able to support his body on its feet. Landing face first, he planted himself straight forward. As Wang Hongyi's body was planted, the flame burning in its chest went out at the same moment. Wang Hongyi, the oldest ancestor of the Wang family, died. Inside the Wang family compound, the air felt like it had fallen into a freeze. The nearby Wang clan members stared blankly at Wang Hongyi, who was lying motionless on the ground, completely in disbelief at the scene he was seeing. Their oldest ancestor dead? For a while, fear grew in the hearts of many Wang clan members. The fear that feeds on it spreads. Wang Hongyi was considered the backbone of the Wang family. With their backbone dead, what heart do they have to fight? All of a sudden, many of the Wang clan members who were still resisting chose to surrender at this moment. Without the old ancestor, they would only be left to die if they continued to fight. Who? Taking a long breath, Shi Chen withdrew the sea of true chi fire that had gathered around him. Zidane clenched his fists. After this battle, although Shi Chen did not have a specific knowledge of his own battle power, he had a general judgment. It wasn't a problem to fight against a 6th order one, even if it was the kind of 6th order one with a solid realm. Anyone from the 2nd to the 3rd of the 6th order could fight. A 4th of the 6th order might be a bit of a struggle. However, it was enough for the current Qi Chen. Aside from Wang Hongyi, the only 6th-ranked martial artist he knew of was the Demon Beheading Bureau General Team in Luochuan City. Qi Chen felt that the probability was that no conflict could arise between him and the Luochuan City General Team. Shaking his head, Qi Chen no longer thought much about it. He turned his head to look at Zhang Guanghua and the others, who were frozen in place and had not yet returned to their senses, and commanded. You guys go be in charge of clearing the Wang family of those who refuse to surrender and still choose to resist. I'll go inside the Wang family and take a look. Yes. Being said so by Qi Chen, the two of them, Chen Yuan and Zhang Guanghua, who had come back to their senses, hurriedly responded. After responding, the duo moved on. They rushed inside the Wang family and began to clear out those who refused to surrender. As for Su Yang and Su Yi, they followed in Qi Chen's footsteps and walked inside the Wang family compound. The three of them traveled through the various rooms of the Wang family's compound, searching for all the valuable objects of the Wang family. The duo of Su Yang and Su Yi lived up to their professional training. Many places that Qi Chen could not find originally were successfully found by the two after some searching. And from it, he harvested a considerable amount of pills, martial arts skills, and so on. The two were responsible for searching, while Qi Chen was responsible for flipping through the martial arts that the two had searched. The martial skills found within the Wang clan were basically of the lightning attribute. Fire and other attributes, simply less. However, this was not the fault of the Wang family, who asked the Wang family to major in the attribute of thunder and lightning. Qi Chen only kept some of the high-level martial arts in this. The rest, however, were intended to be handed over to the Demon Beheading Bureau in exchange for some contribution value to use. Searching and searching, the three of them arrived inside the Wang family's main hall. After Su Yang's investigation, an extremely well-hidden secret room was discovered within the main hall. This secret room was the secret room where the old ancestor of the Wang family, Wang Hongyi, was in seclusion. There are many treasures inside. Various lightning attribute pills and resources as well as martial arts and breathing techniques. None of the grades are low. The highest even reaches S rank. S rank breathing technique, thunder punishment heavenly prosperity technique, S rank martial skill, heavenly thunder leader. 2 S ranks, both martial arts and breathing techniques, flush. Qi Chen did not move and put away this S-class martial skill and breathing method. Although it was not suitable for him, it would not be a bad thing to take it out and exchange it for other S-ranked fire attribute breathing techniques or martial arts. Su Yang and Su Yi both saw this scene. Only, the two of them looked at each other with their eyes and noses, as if they hadn't seen anything, walking here and there within the secret room. Qi Chen was satisfied with the duo's performance. It's the right place to ask these two to follow. Ka Ching. Suddenly, Su Yi, who was casually groping on the wall, mistakenly triggered a certain organ. Then, it was seen that an altar-like object rose up in the center of the chamber. On the altar, there was also a wooden box. The wooden box has smooth walls and is extremely unusual at a glance. Buzz, buzz. Dao Dao's ghostly purple light flickered from within the wooden box. Even the tightly closed wooden box couldn't block the release of this ghostly purple light. With a single glance, Qi Chen concluded that the items stored inside were by no means mortal. Qi Chen approached and picked up the wooden box. For a moment, he clearly felt a raging, furious energy emanating from inside the wooden box. There were a few similarities with the thunder that Wang Hongyi had released at first. Qi Chen opened the wooden box curiously. All of a sudden, the furious and raging energy aggravated quite a bit. Into the eye was a smooth crystal bead. The crystal bead had the size of a fist. Inside the crystal bead was a scene of heavenly thunder destroying the world. Inside, there were destructive flashes of thunder, one after another uninterruptedly splitting down. The duo of Su Yi and Su Yang walked over right behind them. After seeing this crystal bead, Su Yang's pupils suddenly shrunk and he opened his mouth in shock. This is the thunder of the heavenly spirit. Chapter 53. Instead of living in humiliation, it is better to die in pain. After Su Yang said this, Su Yi also reacted as an afterthought. He looked at the ethereal purple crystal bead held in Qi Chen's hand and similarly looked shocked. Thunder of the heavenly spirit? Qi Chen looked towards Su Yang, who had exclaimed out in shock, and asked suspiciously, "What's that?" Su Yang calmed his heart a little and opened his mouth to explain. The so-called thunder of the heavenly spirit is the lightning that is nurtured by heaven and earth, and besides lightning, there are other elemental attribute energies, such as water of the heavenly spirit, fire of the heavenly spirit, and so on. It can help martial artists better corresponding attribute energy, to comprehend the corresponding attribute breathing method as well as martial arts, and even use it to perceive the supernormal ability, to achieve the effect of supernormal ability upgrading. Su Yang's words, in listening to the first half of the sentence, Qi Chen still had a flat expression. But upon hearing that last sentence, Qi Chen's eyes lit up. Sense the alien energy to achieve the effect of upgrading the alien energy? You said that you can sense the powers and upgrade them, is that true? Theoretically, it's possible. Su Yang nodded and added. However, up until now, there hasn't been a single case of a person who has successfully raised the level of their psychic ability by borrowing this kind of heaven and earth nurturing. After saying that, Su Yang added on his guess, there might be, but it's not reported. Theoretically possible? Qi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered in his heart. As long as there was this theory, it was something that worked for Zidane. The reason why it's only theoretically possible is that they must not have put enough work into it. What's more, Qi Chen had already managed to raise his grade E, faint, to grade D shining fire through the system's simulated cultivation. With the help of this elemental attribute energy that was birthed from heaven and earth, it would only greatly reduce the time for him to simulate cultivation when the time came. Therefore, it is definitely not theoretically possible, but definitely possible. And the reason why it's only theoretically possible is that it's definitely because they didn't go down enough. After thinking about it, Qi Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Yang didn't say anything today, he hadn't heard of it before. Sure enough, there were some things that he was afraid he would never be able to access without touching a higher level. It seemed that when he had the opportunity in the future, he was borrowing the ability of the vice squad of the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau to brush up on his knowledge in this area. Shaking his head and no longer thinking much about it, Qi Chen turned to ask, this attribute energy that was birthed from heaven and earth, does it have a hierarchy? Su Yang said, yes. What level is this probably? Qi Chen raised the ethereal purple crystal bead in his hand. This. Su Yang stared for a moment and shook his head, I'm not too sure, if you want to know the exact grade, you need to be tested by the appropriate instrument. All right. Qi Chen did not say much and put away this ghostly purple crystal bead without moving. The duo, Su Yang and Su Yi, once again performed what it meant to be an eye-watcher. After following Qi Chen this time around, the events that they had witnessed time and time again had caused these two leaders to already recognize Qi Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Qi Chen was already able to easily defeat a 6th-order first-class martial artist. This kind of strength was even stronger than what their Lord Lin, during his reign, had shown. The duo had been completely Lin Yuexi's official successors. Qi Chen was second only to their Lord Lin Yuexi, in the hearts of the two. After all, the time between them spending time with Lin Yuexi was far longer than Qi Chen. Okay, if there's nothing else, we can go. What was found in this one random search had already satisfied Qi Chen. Greed is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant, Qi Chen knew this truth. Thus, Qi Chen decided to leave with Su Yang as well as Su Yi. Leave the Wang family completely to the Demon Chopper Bureau to liquidate. The look is still there. After all, how could he say that he was also a vice squad member of the Demon Beheading Bureau? You can't eat too badly. The Demon Chopper Bureau is very fast. The square in the Wang family's courtyard was already filled with kneeling people who had surrendered from the Wang family. Qi Chen led Su Yang and Su Yi out from within the Wang clan and walked in front of this group of kneeling and surrendering Wang clan members. Sweeping his eyes one by one, Qi Chen found an old acquaintance. This person was the head of the Wang family, Wan Hui. There had been a meeting with Qi Chen in the unhurried base in the small wilderness area of Bailan City. He was like killing Zidane at that point. However, after Qi Chen flashed Lin Yuexi's gold medal, he was forcefully stopped by Zhao Kongning. Only, when he was leaving, he also let out the harsh words that his Wang family would not stop there. In hindsight, it really didn't strike. It's all but wiped out the Wang family, a family that's been passed down for hundreds of years. Qi Chen's pace as he left the Wang family couldn't help but walk towards Wang Hui. Wang Hui lowered his head and fell to his knees. Heavy chains were also placed on his body. This was his unique treatment as a 5th-ranked martial artist. Wang Hui sensed someone approaching and raised his head with difficulty. When he saw the visitor clearly, a brilliant light shot out from amongst that cloudy gaze. It's him! For a moment, a surge of anger arose within his heart that was already dead and gray. His son, this man killed him. His father, this man killed him. The Wang family has become what it is now, all because of this person. However, Wang Hui only dared to be angry in his heart for a bit. Qi Chen's methods were something he had witnessed with his own eyes. With his strength at the 7th level of the 5th rank, it was estimated that he would die violently without even being able to receive a single shot from Qi Chen. Qi Jinbrand, these are all the people from the Wang family who surrendered. Just as Qi Chen had just walked up to Wang Hui, Zhang Guanghua came up to Qi Chen and said, got it. Qi Dian nodded slightly before leaning down slightly. Looking at Wang Hui, who had already lowered his head back down, Qi Chen asked, as the head of the Wang family, yet you do this kind of surrender, I'm curious to know what you think of yourself. Wang Hui lowered his head without any response. On the side, Su Yang frowned. Boo! Without mercy, he kicked towards Wang Hui's chest. I asked you a question, are you deaf? Immediately following that, Su Yang's chiding voice rang out. It was obvious that Su Yan was already incredibly familiar with doing this kind of thing. Qi Chen gave Su Yang a sideways glance. No wonder the leader who could take Lin Yuexi's place under her was still a professional. The force of this kick was so great that it caused Wang Hui to roll on the ground several times before stopping. Wang Hui propped himself up from the ground, still keeping his mouth shut. Ha! Seeing that Wang Hui still did not respond, Su Yang made a gesture to move forward again. Qi Chen extended a hand and stopped Su Yang. And then, taking a step, he came in front of Wang Hui once again. Not talking? You feel humiliated too, don't you? After all, you are the head of the Wang family. Qi Chen's words caused Wang Hui's body to tremble. That kind of stung him. As the head of the Wang family, surrendering is really not advisable. It's just that not surrendering is a death sentence. It was hard to cultivate to the 5th rank, he didn't want to die yet. As long as you don't die, there's always a chance. He secretly vowed in his heart that as long as he had the opportunity, he, Wang Hui, would avenge today's hatred. Instead of living in humiliation, it would be better to die in pain, so that there is also less mental torture. What do you say? Wang family master. Qi Chen stared at Wang Hui and asked with a playful smile. Chapter 54 Li Jiannan's Summoning. At these words, Wang Hui looked up sharply. He stared at Qi Chen with a face full of horror. What are you going to do? Listening to Qi Chen's words, the more he heard them, the more it sounded like an intention to cure him to death. It's nothing. Qi Chen smiled and shook his head, his slightly bowed body standing upright. The right hand was raised, the palm was facing Wang Hui's head, and in the center of the palm, the word yin appeared. Just sending you on your way. The previous playful tone disappeared and turned a little cold. As the words fell, hot energy lit up from the center of Qi Chen's palm. The fiery red light flickered, illuminating Wang Hui's terrified face. Don't! Don't! Feeling the terrifying energy contained in the center of his palm, Wang Hui opened his mouth trembling. I surrender, you. You can't kill me. Qi Chen didn't say much, and the sizzling energy in his palm was still building up. Next. Boom! A reddish firelight with the thickness of an adult's arm and dazzling, shot out from the center of his palm. Boo! The firelight blasted straight into Wang Hui's head. No! In the middle of a voice that was scared out of its wits, Wang Hui's head exploded like a leather ball. The red and white liquids that splashed out, on the other hand, did not splash out far under the scorching energy of this firelight before being vaporized as much as possible. Boo! A headless corpse planted itself on the ground. Some of the nearby Wang clan clansmen, after seeing this scene, all of them looked frightened and did not dare to look squarely at Qi Chen at all. The body also unconsciously moved a little farther away. He was afraid that Qi Chen would also come over and casually blast himself to death. This. Zhang Guanghua looked at this scene and opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. According to the rules, those who surrender can't be killed. Moreover, Wang Hui was also the head of the Wang family, interrogating him might even be able to interrogate quite a bit of information about the Wang family. It would be too much of a shame to just kill it. Only, what he wanted to say ended up being held back. Just pretend that Wang Hui didn't surrender himself. In the end, he was able to be among a municipal demon chopper bureau general. Know when to say something and when not to say it. After blasting Wang Hui to death, Qi Chen stood in silence without moving. A moment later, a flash of disappointment flashed in his eyes. No ringing. The system beep did not sound. Last time, after Qi Chen killed that heavenly beast cultist named Lu Xiang, the system had a prompt. Not this time when killing Qi Chen's group of people. Qi Dian couldn't help but ponder. Was it that the Wang family had not colluded with the Heavenly Beast sect, or was it that not only did they have to be from the Heavenly Beast sect, they also needed to fulfill certain specific conditions? Qi Dian couldn't figure it out. It seemed that in the future, it would be better to kill a few people whose identities were clearly those of the Heavenly Beast sect to see what happened. Send someone to clear the entire Wang family. Qi Chen did not explain too much about killing Wang Hui, and after dropping a sentence, he turned around and left the Wang family with Su Yang and Su Yi. And Zhang Guanghua didn't ask much. With the Wang family affairs out of the way, basically, there was nothing left for Qi Chen to be responsible for. The Wang family was in Bailan City after all, and the matter of clearing the resources of the Wang family naturally fell on the Demon Beheading Bureau of Bailan City. Of course, a small portion fell to the Demon Chopper Bureau in Cu City. Anymore, Cu City is out of people. As for the Rocky Mountain City Demon Chopper Bureau, Qi Chen brought Su and Su with him to the Bailan City high-speed railway station. Got on the high-speed train and prepared to rush back to Luochuan City overnight. The late-night high-speed train was largely empty. Qi Duan had gained something from this trip. Back in Luochuan City, it was natural to refine these harvests to go. And after obtaining Qi Chen's consent, Su Yang reported all the matters on the side of Bailan City to Li Jiannan, the chief team of the Demon Beheading Bureau in Luochuan City. Only, the one who answered the phone was not Li Jiannan. Instead, it was Li Jiannan's assistant, Wan Sun. After Su Yang had told a series of exhaustive stories, a short silence came from the other side of the phone. No one spoke. I don't know if it was because they were shocked by what Su Yang had said, or some other reason. It was a long time before the voice rang again on the other side of the phone. Is it true what you say? Only, this time the voice on the other side of the phone was a different person. General Team. Su Yang heard the owner of the voice. This incident, he knew, had succeeded in attracting the attention of the general headquarters. Su Yang straightened his voice and confirmed, "Chiefly, everything I said is true. You can confirm with the Demon Beheading Bureau of Bailan City or Qingyu City." On the other side of the phone, silence once again reigned. A moment later, Jiannan Li's voice resounded, "Got it, when you guys come back, tell Qi Chen to come to my office." Understood, Chief Li. Do. Hanging up the phone, Su Yan looked at Qi Chen. I've heard it all. Qi Chen nodded and added, all right, rest after the debriefing. More or less tired after running all day. Many thanks to Vice Squad Qi. Su Yang said his thanks. Without much wriggling, he sat down in his seat. Luochuan City, Demon Beheading Bureau. At 11 o'clock, the three Qi people managed to make it back. According to Su Yang's guidance, Qi Chen walked alone towards the office of General Team Li Jiannan. Top floor, 30th floor. Qi Chen walked out of the stairs and met three people around the corner. Two of them, Qi Chen recognized. They were Wu Taihe and as well as Lu Xian, the two vice teams of the Demon Chopper Bureau. The remaining one was a man with a cold-looking face. Not too old, just close to 30. Yo, Lieutenant Qi is back. Upon seeing Qi Chen, Lu Xian took the initiative to welcome him. With a look of great concern, she asked, how was it, the medium mission with a difficulty of 5th rank 1, did it go well? Without waiting for Qi Chen to speak, Wu Taihe, who was on the side, said disdainfully, smooth? How can he, a person who is not even at the 5th rank, accomplish this 5th rank 1 medium task smoothly? Wu Taihe looked Qi Chen up and down and sneered, I think he was summoned by the general team today, maybe it's because of some accident in this mission. Not having the strength of the 5th rank, but taking on the task of the 5th rank, if there is an accident this time, and the general team blames it, I'll see what you're going to take the blame for. Cluck cluck cluck. Lu Xian laughed with a flourish and said soothingly, don't worry, Lieutenant Qi, if Lord Chief Team is to blame, I will beg for mercy for you. However, it is necessary for you to pay something, I don't know if you're willing to do so, Vice Commander Qi. She blinked her big eyes and stared at Qi Chen, seeming to be really asking for Qi Chen's opinion. On the side, the silent and indifferent man grunted at this time, saying, I don't know what to say. Chapter 55 Terrified Lu Xian, Strong Attitude Qi Chen. Qi Chen didn't say anything and stood still, looking at the three. The expression on his face grew slightly colder. Seeing that Qi Chen didn't move or speak anymore, Wu Taihe frowned. What are you waiting for? Get your ass in there, the chief has been waiting for you for some time. Get lost after being punished, it's because of your wheedling that the three of us have also waited here for so long for nothing. When Wu Taiha's words fell, Lu Xian said green tea like, don't say that about Vice Captain Qi, I'm happy to wait. She was more than happy to watch Qi Duan being punished. It was just a pity that she was not destined to see this good show. That cold man shook his head and said with a cold smile, to be able to become the vice team of the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau with the strength of the 4th rank, you must have gone through a lot of trouble, right? If I were you, I wouldn't do such a stupid thing as taking on a mission that exceeds your own strength without being strong enough. If we accidentally lose our hard-earned vice squad position, it's going to be more than just a loss. The indifferent man's words were explicitly and implicitly satirizing Chi-Chun for being a connected person. Saying that, his arms hugged his chest and a sneer surfaced on his indifferent face. If I were the chief team, I wouldn't let you off lightly this time. A smirk surfaced on Chi-Chan's slightly cold face. He swept his gaze over the three one by one and said with an indifferent expression, finished? Chi-Chan's perverse behavior caused Wu Taiha's suspicion. What do you mean? It doesn't mean much. Chi-Chan moved his body slightly. A day's labor and a summons from the general headquarters. Completely not giving Chi-Chan too much time to rest, causing Chi-Chan to be in an already not so good mood. Now, there came these three wakizashi, sneering at Chi Dust. This caused an anger to rise within Chi-Chan, who was not in a good mood to begin with. When you have anger, you have to vent it. Chi Dian had never been one to hold himself back. Just as all three of them were staring at Chi-Chan with a puzzled frown, Chi-Chan's figure moved violently. The three of them only realized that there was a silhouette flickering. Then, a bang sound was heard, and the figure of one of the three people retreated towards the back. Chi-Chan, on the other hand, appeared where this person was originally standing. Yushin and Wu Taiha froze and turned their heads. The figure that was knocked back was clearly that indifferent man. The indifferent man's figure was smashed by Chi-Chan's punch and exploded back sharply. It kept hitting the wall at the end of the hallway of the building before it stopped. The walls, which were made of special metals, were all dented by the impact and cracks appeared. As for the indifferent man, he was already in a state of foaming at the mouth, both eyes white and fainting. After seeing the indifferent man's miserable state, Lu Xian and Wu Taiha were both stunned in unison. Eyes froze as they looked toward Chi-Chan, who stood in the indifferent man's previous position. You. Wu Taiha's lips trembled as he spoke, his face turned white, and his eyes stared as if they were bronze bells. The mind was horrified at what was happening. He stared at Chi-Chun with a deadpan expression of disbelief on his face. Not only Wu Taiha, but Lu Xian also displayed a thick shock after a brief moment of stupefaction. Her lips were trembling in the same way, and the blood was all gone from her flushed face, which had become unbearably white. The original pair of soulful beautiful eyes were also looking at Chi-Chen in disbelief. The entire person was as if their soul had been drained away, only endless astonishment remained as they stood motionless in place. Liang Zun was blown away by Chi-Chen's punch? Wasn't Chi-Chen's strength only at the 4th rank? How is that possible? Liang Zun's entire strength was as high as the 8th level of the 5th order. How could he be blown away by a punch from Chi-Chen, who only had the strength of the 4th order? The strength Chi-Chen displayed caused both shock and doubt in the hearts of the duo. A fist blasted away the 5th rank 8-weight vice team Liang Zun. How could this Nyan be a 4th rank? Your turn. Chi-Chen looked at Wu Taiha with a teasing expression. The three people who just taunted him had a good time. Now, it was going to be his turn to have a good time. Seeing Chi-Chen's expression looking towards himself, Wu Taiha's expression suddenly turned terrified. He was about to say something when Chi-Chen's figure suddenly disappeared from its original position once again. Immediately after that, Wu Taiha only felt a flash before his eyes. Then a sharp pain came from the abdomen. But a huge force attacked his internal organs. Wu Taiha's two eyes stared at the boss, the kind of eyeballs are about to protrude out. Then, there was a blackness, and consciousness faded rapidly. Boo! After feeling himself hit an object similar to a wall, Wu Taiha's only remaining consciousness was all but gone. Both eyes rolled over, just like Liang Zun, he similarly fainted. Of course, the foaming at the mouth part, he experienced the same. Another colleague flew out, and the only one left, Lu Xian, had long since been scared out of her wits. She was left to herself, so it didn't take much to figure out whose turn it was next. Chi-Chen's expression remained teasing as he took a step and slowly approached towards Lu Xian. You. Lu Xian tried to open her mouth to beg for mercy. But the fear inside caused her to not be able to say a complete sentence at all. Chi-Chen wasn't in a hurry, so he walked towards Lu Xian little by little. Looking at Lu Xian's horrified expression, Chi-Chen felt like the anger in his heart had been vented. Squeak! Just at this time, not far away from the main office door at this time was suddenly opened. Guan Sun, who had met with Chi-Chen last time, stood at the doorway and looked up towards the entire floor. After a few looks, Guan Sun had roughly understood what was going on. As for Lu Xian, after seeing Guan Sun standing at the entrance of the office, her face, which had long been scared out of her wits, was suddenly delighted. Seemingly grasping the straw that saved her life, she hurriedly dragged her legs, which had long been soft, and trotted towards Guan Sun. Guan! Assistant Guan, Lieutenant Chi, he's gone crazy! While running, Lu Xian also shouted up under her breath. Until Lu Xian ran to Guan Sun's side, Guan Sun ignored her till the end. Lu Xian, on the other hand, hid behind Guan Sun regardless. Hiding behind Guan Sun, Lu Xian's bottom line was suddenly much stronger. She stretched out her finger and pointed at Chi Dian. Assistant Guan, Vice Team Chi, he even dared to fight in front of the door of the Chief Team's office. He has gone crazy and has no respect for the rules of the Demon Beheading Bureau at all. You shut up! Guan Sun glanced at Lu Xian behind him and said coldly. Yushin choked on Sakairan's words. Despite some irritation in her heart, she had the sense to keep her mouth shut. Yushin still knew exactly who could protect her now. Guan Sun frowned, his gaze fixed on Chi-Chen. Only to see that Chi-Chen had already taken a step towards him. Stopped after being about 3 meters away from him. Get out of the way! Chi-Chen's icy voice rang out. A terrifying aura erupted from around his body, and a powerful pressure pressed horizontally towards Guan Sun. The glowing red firelight flickered and reflected on Guan Sun's face. It illuminated Guan Sun's expression that had become extremely grave. The aura released by Chi-Chen was strong enough to manage to completely crush him. Guan Sun clearly recognized this. However, there was no retreat in his steps. Not being able to fight, and fighting, or not fighting, are two different things. I only heard him say in a tone that did not contain the slightest bit of emotion, this is the General Team's office, and fighting is not allowed. If you want to fight, you can go up to the Bureau's martial arts field. Back off on this, and on behalf of the General Team, I can let you off the hook for the 2 previous incidents. Chi-Chen ignored his words and just continued to speak in a cold voice as I did. Get out of the way. Don't get out of the way, I don't mind beating up one more person tonight. Chapter 56 Li Jiannan's concession, Chi-Chen takes credit. Who? Looking at Chi-Chen's expression of firm determination to make a move, Guan Sun took a deep breath. If he really wanted to let Chi-Chen continue to make a move, the face that would be lost would not be his, but that of the General Team, Li Jiannan. It would be a dereliction of duty on his part as Assistant General Officer to witness this happening. He wouldn't allow that to happen. To fight or not to fight, and to fight or not to fight, are two different things. Fought, but couldn't beat it. He wouldn't be too remiss. Who? Guan Sun once again took a deep breath, looked at Chi-Chen, and said, come on. Obsessive. Chi-Chen shook his head. Just as he was about to hit Guan Sun first, before hitting Lu Xian, inside the office, a clear male voice suddenly rang out. Sekizan, get out of the way. Along with the sound of this clear male voice, everyone present was stunned. Sakairan looked back into the office and opened his mouth to say something. Only, in the end, the words that came to his lips did not come out. 1,000 words turned into a simple yes. After saying that, Guan Sun dispersed the true qi that had already been brewing in his body. Then stepped aside, revealing Ryushin, who was hiding behind her. As for Lu Xian, she was currently staring inside the office with an incredulous expression. What are you doing this for, Chief? She spoke in puzzlement. Lu Xian couldn't understand what Jiannan Li was doing. At a time like this, isn't it all the more important to take personal action to suppress the arrogance of your men? How is this even condoned? Chi-Chen was already arrogant to the point of lawlessness, and this indulgence would only make Chi-Chen even more arrogant. He dared to do it in front of the general office today, and tomorrow he will do it inside the office of the daring general. Of course, Liuxin was thinking more for herself. The chief team, Li Jiannan, has spoken. Who else can protect her now? Li Jiannan naturally knew what Lu Xian was thinking. His clear voice resounded once more, the evil you sow will have to eat its own fruit. When you do evil, don't try to make others bear the consequences of your evil for you. Sakairan, come back first. Yes. After Guan Sun, who was standing next to him, answered, he walked straight back into the office, leaving Liu Xin alone in front of the office door. After Lu Xian heard Li Jiannan's words, her entire body felt as if she had suffered a lightning strike, and her figure violently took a few steps backward. Almost stumbled and fell to the ground. She relied on the footsteps behind her, her body swaying uncontrollably for a long time before she was able to stabilize herself without difficulty. She gazed in the direction of the office, attempting that Li Jiannan would come around and step in to help her out. Only, it turned out to be doomed. Zidane glanced unexpectedly in the direction of the office. He was all prepared for Li Jiannan to make a move to stop him. The result was completely unexpected. Jiannan Li had no intention of stopping him at all. However, it was good that Li Jiannan didn't stop him, which saved him a lot of trouble. Shi Chen retraced his steps and slowly approached towards Lu Xian. Shi Chen was like a god of death as he slowly approached towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian leaned against the wall, her figure retreating backward bit by bit along with Shi Chen's footsteps. At the same time, she spoke in a trembling voice of horror, "You. Don't you come over. Now you know you're afraid?" Shi Chen's voice teased, staring at Lu Xian like a cat catching a mouse. Liu Xin didn't say anything, her body still retreating. Shi Chen wasn't in a hurry as his teasing voice continued to sound, "When you mocked me in the first place, I wonder if you have ever thought about this outcome today?" Shi Chen's words were like demonic whispers that seemed to demand her life, haunting her ears. Lu Xian was inwardly terrified, and she begged for mercy with a sobbing voice, "Please. Please, spare me once, I know I'm wrong." "Spare you? He. Shi Chen sneered and asked rhetorically, "Do you think that if my strength was really only at the 4th rank, would you guys spare me? I'm afraid that these several times and 3 times of mockery are just the beginning, and in the future, maybe I'll have to use some underhanded tricks to humiliate or even pit me against the wall. Do you think it's possible for me to let you go now?" Shi Chen's words were like sharp blades, piercing hard into Lu Xian's heart. Shi Chen was right, they had already thought of following up with a dirty trick to humiliate Shi Chen. As for the pit kill, it was not thought of. They just couldn't stand to see Shi Chen's arrogance and wanted to use it to suppress it. Of course, if they had really thought about it, Shi Chen wouldn't have just knocked them out just as simple as that today. No. Liu Xin denied it. At this point, how can you possibly admit that? Looking at Lu Xian's fluttering eyes, Shi Chen grinned, "You're lying, your eyes betray you." Without realizing it, he had already walked close to Lu Xian. This was something that even Liu Xin herself hadn't realized. "Don't. Put." Lu Xian was about to say something, but Shi Chen had already not given her that chance. A punch caught Liu Xin off guard and slammed her hard in the stomach position. A tremendous amount of force entered her body, hitting her internal organs. Intense pain instantly attacked her entire body and went straight to her heavenly soul. Lu Xian's consciousness, like Wu Tai's, dissipated sharply. Due to the dissipation of her consciousness, she flew backwards without even realizing it herself. Until she hit the wall hard, her consciousness all but gone this time. Foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted. "Who?" Shi Chen put away the majestic truth she released around his body, and then let out a long sigh of relief. This is cool. The 3 of them were asking for it, and it also happened to give Shi Chen a chance to vent. Shi Dian walked inside the office like it was nothing. The office is bright and spacious with minimalist amenities, giving it a clean feel. Shi Chen walked inside, and the annoyance that lingered within him was instantly soothed. Is this the aroma of some kind of elaborate concentration potion? Shi Dian sniffed lightly at the tip of his nose. When he first came in, he smelled a fresh scent. Combine that with the annoyance of being smoothed out inside him. The odds are that's it. Sit down. Chief Team Leader Li Jiannan looked at Shi Chen and reached out his hand in a gesture. Shi Chen was a little surprised in his heart after seeing Li Jiannan's appearance. He would have thought that as a chief, he would have to be at least in his mid-30s. As a result, looking at it now, it was only like 3 or 4 years older than Lin Yueshi. It's almost just 23 or 24. Without being too polite, Shi Chen directly sat down on his butt. When Shi Chen didn't speak, Jiannan Li took the lead. I've already verified the matter of the Wang family in Bailan City. This matter is true, and moreover, that Wang family does practice an evil art of sacrificing human lives and condensing essence blood to cultivate, as you said. As for colluding with the Heavenly Beast cult, there is no substantial whole board yet. However, even with the 2 items of attacking and killing key personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau as well as practicing the evil art of sacrificing human life, it's enough to convict the Wang family of treason. As he said that, a smile appeared on Jian Nanli's face. So, this time, your decision to block the Wang family not only didn't violate the rules, but instead, you made a merit. Chapter 57 New Title, Qi Gold Medal. After Qi Chen sat down, Jian Nanli didn't bother mentioning what happened in front of the office door earlier at all. It's like it never happened. Qi Chen was slightly surprised. He had expected Jian Nanli to show some displeasure for what he had done. However, Li Jiannan's reaction could not be seen as any displeasure. Instead, it revealed a hint of joy. Qi Chen's heart moved slightly. Is hiding his displeasure with him? Or does it really not care what he does? Qi Chen no longer thought much about it and turned to ask, is there a reward of contribution value if I've made a merit this time? Yes. Li Jiannan nodded and said, the great feat you accomplished this time belongs to the one that subverts the peace and stability of the Chinese nation. Moreover, you also contributed the most in the process of overthrowing the Wang family, and what you established belongs to the main merit. Therefore, the contribution value handed out this time will only be more or less. How many? Qi Chen couldn't help but ask. Jian Nanli sat down on the chair opposite Qi Chen and stretched out a finger to gesture, 100 great merits. 100! Qi Chen was slightly shocked. 100 great merits could already be exchanged for quite a few things within the Demon Beheading Bureau. Extremely strong purchasing power. Just as Qi Chen was still pondering on how to use these 100 great feats, he heard Li Jiannan suddenly ask. Qi Chen, you should have gained quite a lot from the Wang family this time, right? When Qi Chen heard this, the thoughts in his mind collected and he looked at Li Jiannan expressionlessly. Here we go. Qi Chen had long predicted that the S-ranked breathing technique and S-ranked martial skill that he had gotten from the Wang clan would be exposed even when both Su Yang and Sui pretended not to see it. After all, what he had taken away were the highest level breathing techniques and martial arts practiced by the Wang family. It's hard not to be exposed. He could borrow the name of the Demon Beheading Bureau and order the members of the Demon Beheading Bureau to block the Wang family. But afterward, because he had resorted to the name of the Demon Beheading Bureau, most of everything he gained had to be turned over. The convenience as well as the inconvenience brought about by the identity of the Demon Beheading Bureau were all tangible to Qi Chen at this moment. Quite a lot indeed. Qi Chen nodded frankly. The things were in his hands, and it would not be so easy to hand them over again. Besides, this time he took the lead and contributed the most. Qi Chen felt that even if he really had to hand it over, then he would be given enough in return. S-rank breathing technique plus S-rank martial skill in exchange for an S-rank fire attribute martial skill wasn't too much of a loss for Qi Chen. After all, the breathing method and martial skill of the lightning attribute, Qi Chen cultivated it consuming more demonic beast lifespans, not to mention that the subsequent power that could be exerted was far less than that of the fire attribute. Moreover, the breathing method Qi Dust already had an S-rank fire attribute 1. There was absolutely no need to replace a lightning attribute S-rank breathing method that did not match his own attribute to cultivate. Just listening to what Li Jiannan said next completely confirmed Qi Chen's conjecture. According to the rules of the Demon Beheading Bureau, 80% of everything harvested on the way to the mission must be surrendered. However, remembering that you are a vice team member, plus the fact that you contributed most of the effort in this mission to eliminate the Wang clan, you will be compensated a certain amount of contribution value based on the value of the things you surrendered. Qi Chen was just about to ask Jian Nanli how much contribution value he could obtain by handing over his S-rank breathing method and S-rank martial skill, when Jian Nanli's words suddenly took a turn. But well. A smirk appeared on his face. If you are a gold medal genius of the Demon Beheading Bureau, all the harvests on the way to the mission will not need to be surrendered, and all of them will go to you personally. Gold medal genius? Qi Chen whispered, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel some regret. Gold medal, he has. But gold medal genius, he is not. Because the gold medal wasn't his. A thought inexplicably arose in Qi Chen's heart. He himself had taken Lin Yuexi's gold medal to facilitate the siege of the Wang family. And shouldn't everything he had gained in the Wang family belong to Lin Yuexi? If that was the case, then could one not leave behind everything one had gained for the reason of keeping it for Lin Yuexi? Combined with Li Jiannan's sudden statement that the gold medal genius could leave behind everything he gained on the way to the mission. This made it hard for Qi Chen not to wonder if Li Jiannan was hinting at something to himself. Why else would he bring it up all of a sudden? It was impossible for Li Jiannan not to know that the gold medal on him was not his own, right? Qi Chen looked at Jiannan Li, but saw that Li Jiannan was staring at him with a smirk. This expression on Li Jiannan's face made Qi Chen more certain that this was Li Jiannan's hint. Just as Qi Chen was about to follow Li Jiannan's hints and continue down the path, Li Jiannan suddenly raised his right hand, palm up. Swish! Immediately afterward, golden light flashed. A golden token emerged out of thin air, quietly lying in Li Jiannan's palm. This kind of. Staring at this golden token that appeared out of thin air in Jiannan Li's palm, Qi Chen's gaze froze. A bold idea unconsciously sprang to mind. This gold medal. It can't be him, can it? Soon, Qi Chen's conjecture was once again confirmed. Li Jiannan held the gold medal in his hand and handed it over towards Qi Chen. At the same time, smiling lightly, he said, "You won't just be Lieutenant Qi from now on. Zigan, here, your gold medal." Listening to Li Jiannan's words, Qi Chen couldn't help but be a bit stunned. This gold medal. Is it really his? All the things that Qi Chen had experienced were all testament to the preciousness of the Demon Beheading Bureau's gold medal. With this gold medal, the outing status was equivalent to the chief team of a municipal demon decimation bureau, and as for strength, there was no need to look at it at all. Most notably, not only was the status equivalent to the municipal demon beheading bureau's general team, the actual power in his hands was no less than that of the demon beheading bureau's general team. It's even a little above the demon chopper bureau's main team. That alone is proof that gold medals are precious. Qi Chen had thought that if he wanted to get the Demon Beheading Bureau gold medal, it must be difficult and he would need to go through a series of tests. As a result, Qi Chen was the one who got the gold medal so easily without even a letter in advance. Qi Chen was feeling a little unreal. Looking at Qi Chen, who stood frozen in place, Jiannan Li smiled and said, "Surprised to get the gold medal just like that, aren't you?" Qi Chen came back to his senses when he heard Li Jiannan's words. He nodded. It was quite a surprise. The gold medal plays such a big role that it's really hard to imagine that it's so easy to obtain. Even before this, I didn't get even the slightest notice. Simple? Ha ha ha. Li Jiannan sniffed and couldn't help but shake his head in laughter. The process of getting a gold medal isn't tedious. As long as you join the Demon Chopper Bureau and show enough talent potential, you will be qualified to get the gold medal. Subsequently, all that is needed is for someone to go and introduce you, and after a series of inspections of you from above, after confirming that you are talented enough, you will be able to successfully receive the gold medal that belongs to you. Since then, he has become a gold medal genius of the Demon Chopper Bureau. As for simple. That's just simple for someone with your kind of talent. All the personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau in China add up to nearly 10 million, and there are only so few who can become gold medalists. For those who don't have enough talent, that's as hard as it gets, almost impossible to do in a lifetime. Li Jiannan's tone was laced with indescribable bitterness when he said these last two sentences. Qi Chen pondered in his heart as he listened to the slightly bitter tone. There's a story here. Zidane, take it, the gold medal that belongs to you. Qi Chen reached out and took the gold medal. The gold medal is silky and cool to the touch, with a warm, invigorating warmth assaulting your entire body. It had the exact same function as the gold medal of Lin Yueshi. Qi Chen flipped the gold medal in his hand. Only on the back of the gold medal, just like Lin Yueshi's gold medal, was engraved the owner's surname Qi. Looking at the word Qi on it, the corners of Qi Chen's face curled up slightly, and a smirk unconsciously appeared on his face. At first, he was still envious of this gold medal of Lin Yueshi. He didn't expect that after just a few days had passed, he wouldn't have to envy Lin Yueshi anymore. He, Qi Chen, also has his own gold medal. In the future, there was finally no need to borrow Lin Yueshi's name. Always acting in Lin Yueshi's name, the whole thing made him look like a soft eater. Chapter 58: The Secret Realm. Li Jiannan's business. Our vice team Qi has now become the Qi Gold Medal. In the future, if you act in the name of the Qi Gold Medal, I, the chief team of the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau, won't be able to use my position to press you anymore. Jiannan Li looked at Qi Chen and laughed and snorted out. Qi Chen sniffed and put away the gold medal in his hand. Looking towards Li Jiannan, he smiled and shook his head, chiefly as joking. If you really wanted to press me, the last time within the villa, when I was in office, you would have pressed me with your position. Why wait until today when I get my gold medal to say you're going to use your position to press me? Good boy. Jiannan Li approached and patted Qi Chen's shoulder with a smile. His figure took half a step back, his expression serious. All right, now that the gold medal has been given to you, it's time to get down to the business I called you for. Business? Shi Chen's face was puzzled. I had thought that giving himself a gold medal was the main thing that Li Jiannan had summoned him for this time. And that's not what happened. Shi Chen couldn't help but be a little curious. It must be important to be called business. And what is it that's more important than giving him the gold medal? Li Jiannan put away the smile on his face and said, I called you here this time because I have a task for you. Including Wu Tai and the three who I called to wait, all because of this mission. I was going to inform you all together, but unfortunately, those three were all knocked out by you, so for the time being, I can only tell you alone first. Hearing Li Jiannan mention Wu Tai and the three who had been knocked out by his 3 punches, Shi Chen's gaze could not help but look towards the outside of the office. Those 3 had long since been carried away by Guan Sun's notification. Shi Chen turned his head and said with a bit of embarrassment, I'm sorry, it's really because those 3 people are a bit stomping on their noses. No need to explain, I know all about it. Jian Nanli raised his hand to interrupt and said, those 3 people, they have indeed been a bit arrogant recently. This time, it's just as well that you've suppressed them for me, and it saves me from having to go out on a limb again. Putting those 3 aside for a moment, I have one more question for you before I get down to business. This is a question that you must answer seriously, because it is a matter of your life and safety. Li Jiannan's expression was serious, without the slightest intention of joking with Shi Chen. Seeing this, Shi Chen became even more curious about this mission. What kind of mission is it that would jeopardize his life? Shi Duan nodded, I understand. Shi Chen, with your strength, can you cope with the 3rd level of the 6th rank? 3rd of the 6th order? Without much hesitation, Shi Chen nodded and said, yes. With his current battle power, it was definitely enough to go and deal with an existence with the 3rd strength of the 6th rank. Moreover, with Shi Chen's strength, there was a high probability that he could directly break through to the 6th rank at any time. At that time, not to mention coping with it, decapitating a 6th rank triple was not a problem. Seeing Shi Chen say that he could without hesitation, Jian Nanli's face was instantly delighted. That's great. Shi Chen couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and took the initiative to ask, Chiefly, what exactly is the mission you're going to give me? This quest, it's about a secret place. Secret realm? Regarding the secret realm, Shi Chen had some understanding. Blue Star was able to become a high martial world because of the descent of the secret realm 10,000 years ago. The secret realm descends and the aura appears. Along with the aura, there were also demonic beasts within the secret territory. And as time has migrated, most of the secret realms that have appeared have become integrated with Earth. The place formed by the fusion is then called the wilderness area. As a result, the leveling of the secret realm is exactly the same as the wilderness area. Only to hear Jian Nanli explain in detail, this is a medium-sized secret realm, and the demonic beasts inside have suddenly appeared in a riot recently. Moreover, amongst the medium-sized secret realm, where the highest demonic beast level should only be of the 5th rank, a demonic beast whose strength has reached the 3rd rank of the 6th rank has inexplicably appeared. Due to no prior knowledge, the demon beheading team sent by the Demon Beheading Bureau to suppress the demonic beast riot paid a terrible price. This medium-sized secret realm is located at the border between Luochuan City and Spirit Feather City, therefore, this secret realm riot is being handled by the Demon Beheading Bureau of Luochuan City and Spirit Feather City together. However, over in Spirit Feather City, there is another medium-sized secret realm that has appeared similar to this medium-sized secret realm. The general team of the Spirit Feather City Demon Beheading Bureau went to take charge of the demonic beast riot in that medium-sized secret realm. Therefore, this medium-sized secret realm at the junction of Spirit Feather City and Luochuan City can only be stepped up by me. Ugh. Speaking of this, Jian Nanli couldn't help but sigh. Originally, I was able to go, but as a result, there was another unexpected situation on the side of Luochuan City, making it difficult for me to walk away as well. So that's why I had to call you over in an attempt to hand this task over to you to accomplish. Don't worry, as long as you complete this mission, the contribution value won't be less. As Li Jiannan's words fell, Shi Chen said without any hesitation, I'll take it. Quests related to demonic beasts, Shi Chen simply came and went. What's more, it was still suppressing the demonic beasts that were rioting within the secret territory. The number of demonic beasts within the secret territory was countless. Having gone this time, Shi Chen had a premonition that his harvest this time would definitely be unprecedentedly rich. I can't even go this time. Contribution value and all that is secondary. Mainly hunting demonic beasts. He loved hunting demonic beasts too much. Shi Chen's alacrity was somewhat out of Li Jiannan's expectations. This mission, after all, is too uncertain. Strength less than the 5th level of the 6th order honestly had a life-threatening security. Seeing Qi Chen agree so readily, Jian Nanli was a bit hesitant. Qi Chen's talent was too high. Such a genius, if he were to fold in this secret realm, there would really be no place to regret. For a while, Jian Nanli gave birth to the idea of letting Qi Chen hold down Luochuan City for him while he went to the secret realm to solve the demonic beast riot. Jian Nanli leisurely reminded, Qi Dian, why don't you reconsider carefully? Chapter 59 Qi Chen has a new identity? Consider? Qi Chen immediately shook his head, there's no need to think about it, don't worry about leaving the matter of suppressing the demonic beasts rioting within the secret territory to me. Hunting demonic beasts like this was something he couldn't wait to do. How could it be anyone else's turn to have such a good thing? This. Jian Nanli was a bit hesitant. It was because Qi Chen had agreed too quickly that made Jian Nanli think for a moment that Qi Chen did not recognize the danger of this trip. Pride of place. He was then worried that Qi Chen's carelessness would lead to danger in the secret realm. After all, that secret realm was not particularly clear until now due to the presence of a 6th-order demonic beast, resulting in the specifics of the secret realm. This time, going there to suppress the demonic beast riot was one aspect. More than that, there was a need to investigate the cause of the demonic beast riot phenomenon. It's just that, on this side of Luochuan City, he really can't get away. Without his guard, it was hard to guarantee that the demonic tiger in the Qingxia mountain range 10 kilometers away from Luochuan City wouldn't make any trouble. That demonic tiger had already reached the 8th level of the 6th rank in all its strength. Qi Chen was sitting in Luochuan City, facing that demonic tiger. It would be better to go to the secret realm to suppress the rioting demonic beasts. All right. After some hesitation, Jian Nanli finally nodded. When he finished, he admonished. On this trip, your main purpose is to suppress the riots of the demonic beasts, and as for investigating the cause of the riots of the demonic beasts, you'll do what you can. Anyway, everything has to be about your own safety. Understood. Shi Dust nodded. Li Jiannan stood up from his seat and said with a smile, tomorrow you and take a day's rest, and the day after tomorrow you will set out with your team early in the morning. On this trip, you are the supreme leader of the Demon Beheading Bureau in Luochuan City, and whenever anyone disobeys your orders, just make your own decision. Okay, that's enough of the important stuff. If there's nothing else you can rest and go. Got it. Qi Chen nodded slightly before turning around and walking out of the office. Ugh. After witnessing Qi Chen's figure walk away, Jian Nanli couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. He turned his head to look at Guan Sun, who had been standing quietly at the side, and asked, Guan Sun, when will you be promoted to the 6th rank? It's really a bit overwhelming for me to guard this Luochuan city all by myself. Also. Still almost. Guan Sun said with some embarrassment. As soon as possible. Jian Nanli sighed in frustration. It is my subordinate who is incompetent. Guan Sun silently lowered his head. Incompetent? Oh. Li Jiannan couldn't help but lose his smile and shake his head at the words, compared to you, those few vice teams within our bureau are truly incompetent. How many years have each of them been at the 5th rank? Their potential is almost exhausted, and there's no one whose strength is close to the 6th rank in sight. Guan Sun lowered his head and remained silent, not voicing his opinion on the matter. Li Jiannan waved his hand and said, all right, you go rest as well. Hearing that he wanted to rest on his own, Guan Sun hesitated in his steps. Seems to be hesitating about something. What's wrong? Jian Nanli saw Guan Sun's hesitation and asked with a frown, are you having something else to say? Forgive my subordinate for speaking out of turn. Guan Sun owed his fists and said. Then isn't it too arrogant for Qi Chen to act like this in our Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau? Even if he becomes a gold medal, and his status is even slightly higher than the Demon Chopper Bureau General Team, but that's only for the other general teams, for you. No need to say anything, I know what you're worried about. Jian Nanli directly spoke out to interrupt Guan Sun's words. He looked at Guan Sun with a smile on his face and said, an ordinary gold medal is naturally nothing in my eyes, but, Qi Chen, is different. Guan Sun was startled, his eyes slightly condensed, are you saying that he is more than just a gold medal? Right. Jian Nanli turned around and walked towards the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he looked at the brightly lit downtown area of Luochuan City and smiled faintly. I forgot to tell you, he's now considered half of my senior. Master. Senior brother? The pupils of Guan Sun, who heard this news, suddenly contracted. He stared straight at Jiannan Li's back, his face full of disbelief. It's shocking, isn't it? Li Jiannan turned around and asked with a smile. Aha! Sakairan nodded frostily. At first, at the time I learned the news, like you, I was shocked. It really didn't occur to me that you sure would really be able to persuade Master, his old man, to accept another disciple. Jiannan Li slowly walked to his seat and resumed it. Now, just waiting for Qi Chen to agree to this matter, along with coming to a formal ceremony to pay respects, Qi Chen will officially become my junior brother. Congratulations, Chief Team. Guan Sun clasped his fists and said respectfully. On his face, a rare smile appeared. Qi Dian left, oblivious to everything that had happened in the office. Qi Chen was completely unaware that he had become half of Li Jiannan's senior brother. As for who the master was, he was even more completely ignorant. But none of that matters. Perhaps by the time he was informed of this, Qi Chen's strength had already exceeded that so-called master. Qi Dian returned to the villa. Taking out the identity token, his consciousness immersed in it. Instantly, information about him within the token surfaced. Name, Shi Duan. Martial arts rank, 5th order, 9th gravity. Identity, Deputy Team of the Demon Extermination Bureau of Luochuan City. Current contribution value, small Meridex 230, large Meridex 120. The extra 200 minor credits and 20 major credits are earned from escorting students from the University of the Spiritual Enlightenment. Qi Chen took out his cell phone and opened the resource website of the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau. Qi Chen wanted to exchange for an A-ranked martial art. In melee, he has the red flame burning gun technique, and in long range, he only has a C-ranked explosive flame break. Compared to a grade martial arts, it was still lacking. Qi Chen intended to exchange to cultivate one discipline. After a bit of rummaging, Qi Chen spent 70 great merits in exchange for a grade A martial skill called Yang Yan Impact. Another 30 great merits were spent in exchange for 3 extreme grade elixirs called Blazing Sundan. The Blazing Sun pill, possessing a blazing heat like the scorching sun, was a powerful fire attribute pill. It can fill the body of the taker with masculine fire, greatly increasing the fire attribute energy in the taker's body. Wide-ranging in efficacy, it can be taken in battle to enhance the battle power of fire attribute martial artists. Used when learning martial arts, it can increase a martial artist's affinity for the fire attribute, allowing him or her to better learn and comprehend martial arts. Redeeming 3 Blazing Sundan, Qi Chen naturally used them to learn and sense martial arts. Once all the exchanges were delivered to the door, Qi Chen headed to his exclusive 2 cultivation room. Sitting on the spirit gathering formation in the central location, Qi Chen began to ponder what he was simulating to cultivate this time. Was it an A-ranked martial art that had just arrived, or an S-ranked breathing technique that had already reached the proficiency level? After some weighing, Qi Chen decided to first cultivate the grade A martial skill Yang Yan Impact. The S-rank breathing method, 9 Suns Burning Sky technique, took 20,000 years of demonic beast life to cultivate to proficiency. The current lifespan of the demonic beasts owned by Qi Chen was 36,839 years. Just over 16,000 years more than 20,000 years. Qi Chen really didn't have the confidence in his own natural enlightenment to simulate and cultivate the 9 Yang Burning Sky skill to proficiency. He would soon be entering the secret realm to suppress the demonic beast riot, and Qi Chen had to make sure that his strength was steadily increased to at least the first level of the 6th rank before that. If he hadn't been able to simulate and cultivate the 9 Suns Burning Heaven technique to proficiency, then his strength wouldn't have increased. Right now, for Qi Chen, making sure that his strength increased was the priority. It wouldn't be too late to simulate the cultivation of the 9 Suns Burning Sky skill after coming out of this trip to the secret realm. After making up his mind, Qi Chen directly said, System, 5,000 years of demonic beast lifespan, simulating the cultivation of a great martial art Yang Yan Impact. Chapter 66th Order 1. Ding. Consume 5,000 years of demonic beast lifespan and start simulating the cultivation of the A-ranked martial skill Yang Yan Impact. In the first year, you flipped over the martial art of Yang Yan Impact and began to carefully read and comprehend it. Seeing the system panel begin to pulsate, Qi Chen did not hesitate to put a fiery sun pill into his mouth. You have swallowed the extremely high-grade elixir Fiery Sundan. The fire attribute energy in your body was pulled and became hotter and hotter without your control. You felt the flame energy in your body was unprecedentedly strong and powerful at the same time. Your comprehension of the fire attribute martial arts skills has been improved. Under the blessing of the Blazing Sundan, in only the 10th year, you comprehend the introductory stage of this A-class martial art through and through. In the 100th year, you had a small success with the introductory chapter and began to try to converge the fire attribute energy within the fire body into an intense ray of light. Unfortunately, you failed on your first attempt. In the 200th year, after trying again and again, you managed to coalesce a flame ray. After successfully coalescing the flame rays, you begin to attempt to coalesce the rays into a flame beam. The process of going from 0 to 1 is difficult, but the breakthrough from 1 onward becomes much easier. In the 250th year, you manage to condense the flame rays into a flame beam as thick as a child's arm. Introduction to Yang Yen Shock. After seeing the successful initiation, Shi-chun swallowed the second blazing sun dan into his stomach. Once again, you swallowed an extremely high-grade elixir, blazing sun dan, and with the powerful medicinal effect of the blazing sun dan, you began to flip through the proficiency chapter of Yang Yen Impact. With the blazing sun pill to enhance your comprehension of fire attribute martial arts, in the 280th year, you have successfully grasped the knack of cultivating the Yang Yen Impact proficiency chapter. In the 500th year, you, who thought you had made your foundation incredibly solid, began to try to coalesce an even thicker beam of flame, and unsurprisingly, you did fail on your first attempt. After failing over and over again, after a cockamamie experience, on the occasion of the 700th year, you managed to coalesce a flame beam as thick as an adult's thigh. Yang Yen Shock skilled. After becoming skillful, Shi-chun swallowed the last blazing sun dan into his stomach. In the 701st year, you continued to draw on the medicinal effects of the blazing sun dan and began to comprehend the proficient chapter of Yang Yen Impact, and it seems that because of the successive swallows of the blazing sun dan, you discovered that the medicinal power seemed to have declined. In the 750th year, the difficulty of the proficient chapter is beyond your imagination. Coupled with the decline in the medicinal power of the blazing sun pill, you comprehend it, and it's not at all as easy as it was in the introductory and proficient chapters. In the 850th year, it took a full 100 years for you to read and understand the proficient chapter, and you sank your heart and began to carefully comprehend the proficient chapter of Yang Yen Impact. In the year 900, your aura suddenly flashed, and with the help of this opportunity, you succeeded in having an epiphany about the proficient chapter of Yang Yen Impact. In the 1000th year, you raise your hands, the flame energy in your body coalesces, and in an instant, 2 flame beams like the thighs of an adult are released, one on the left and one on the right. Releasing multiple beams of flame, a sign of proficiency in Yang Yen Shock. After Yang Yen Shock became proficient, you didn't rush to immediately go through its entry chapter, but instead carefully felt the sensations that you had realized from cultivating Yang Yen Shock along the way. In the 1020th year, after 10 years of careful perception, you began to turn up the chapter of initiation. The difficulty of the entry into the subtle chapter is even greater, and it was only in the 1300th year that you made sense of the entry into the subtle chapter. In the 1500th year, the subtle pages have been successfully seen through by you, and you have succeeded in gaining some insight. In the 2500th year, the flame beam as thick as an adult's thigh metamorphosed and changed into a flame beam with a diameter of half a meter. Yang Yen impacts into the subtle. In the 3000th year, you read the perfect chapter of the Yang Yang Shock. In the 3500th year, you had a flash of insight and gained a new understanding of this A-ranked martial art. In the 5000th year, you are practicing this martial art with passion and feel that you are not far from touching the perfect realm of this martial art. Your proficiency in the A-ranked martial skill Yang Yen Shock reached the entry level, but your martial arts rank didn't rise with it, and you realized that the threshold from the 5th to the 6th rank doesn't seem to be that easy to cross. You didn't even raise your martial Dao rank even after entering the microcosm? Shi-chun couldn't help but frown when he saw the result. This result was indeed a bit out of Chi-chan's expectation. After all, no matter what, Yang Yen Impact, it was still an A-grade martial skill. If Inception doesn't work, what about perfection? Shi-chen murmured in a low voice and directly said. System, 5,000 years of demonic beast lifespan, continue simulating the cultivation of the grade A martial skill Yang Yen Impact. Ding. Consume. Simulated cultivation begins. You continue to cultivate the A-ranked martial skill Yang Yen Shock, which is not far from the perfection realm. In the 1000th year, with a thought, you raised your hand and casually waved it, and a flame beam with a diameter of half a meter was swung out by you. There's basically no pre-release swing, it can be swung with your hand, which is the sign of a perfect Yang Yen Shock. In the 2000th year, you managed to read the consummation of the Yang Yen Impact. In the 4000th year, you successfully mastered the trick of practicing the proficiency chapter. In the 5000th year, you cultivated in a gradual manner and found that the perfection of Yang Yen Impact had a slight difficulty in cultivating it. Your proficiency in the A-ranked martial art Yang Yen Shock has reached perfection, but your martial arts level has not increased with it. Shi Chen waved his hand and dumped 5,000 years into it once again. You begin to continue practicing the A-ranked martial art Yang Yen Shock. In the 4,000th year, the flame beam you released changed again, and the flame beam, which was half a meter in diameter, grew to become a terrifying 2 meters. Yang Yen impact complete. Due to the fact that your proficiency in the A-ranked martial art Yang Yen Shock has reached perfection, your martial arts level has subsequently increased to a terrifying 6th order one. You have officially become a 6th order martial artist. Shi Chen's eyes were tightly closed, his brows slightly furrowed, and the aura on his body began to climb upward. The flame energy in his body couldn't stop the agitation. The surging true qi, mixed with a destructive aura, flowed through Shi Chen's limbs and bones within his body. Shi Chen felt that at this moment, his body was filled with explosive power. Chapter 61 Shi Chen's Arrangement, Departure to the Secret Realm. Who? Shi Chen opened his mouth and exhaled a mouthful of red-colored gas. This aura flame carried a scorching aura that blended into the surrounding air, emitting a crackling sound. It seemed to set the air on fire. Having become a 6th order martial artist, Shi Chen felt unprecedentedly powerful. It was far stronger than when he was at the 9th level of the 5th rank by an unknown number of times. If it was said that at the time of the 9th rank of the 5th order, Shi Chen had the confidence to fight against the 3rd rank of the 6th order. Now that Shi Chen had the strength of the 1st rank of the 6th order, he had complete confidence to fight against the 5th rank of the 6th order and even the 6th rank of the 6th order. Win or lose first, have the confidence to fight anyway. If he had an S rank in his ability level, Shi Chen would have been confident in defeating his opponent. With the supernatural power added, it was indeed a great enhancement to one's battle power. The upgrading of the supernatural ability from E rank to D rank allowed Shi Chen to personally feel the addition of the supernatural ability to his battle power. Even though the D rank psychic ability's boost to one's battle power was also limited, it was much better than E rank's psychic ability. Currently, Shi Chen's battle power was piled up with multiple extremely high proficiency martial arts. The proficiency of a martial art was equivalent to a martial artist's foundation. Shi Chen's foundation couldn't be said to be very solid, could it? It could only be said to be exceptionally solid. It was hard to say if there was anyone in the same class that could compare to him. With a solid foundation in martial arts, if coupled with a powerful supernatural ability, Shi Chen's actual combat power would once again undergo a metamorphosis. In the midst of his thoughts, Shi Chen decided that in the future, he must accumulate some demonic beast lifespans to level up his martial arts. The increase in martial skill level would also help him in simulating the cultivation of breathing techniques and martial skills. A D-rank psychic ability was even more unavailable to check in this simulated cultivation of a ranked martial arts. It could be seen that the D-ranked, Shining Fire, ability could no longer keep up with the pace of the martial arts he was currently practicing. Analog cultivation of psychic abilities will have to move up the schedule sooner rather than later as well. Thinking about it, Shi Chen became a little excited about tomorrow's trip to the secret realm. I hope that the demonic beasts in the secret realm are not too few this time. With a few thousand of them, Shi Duan would be satisfied. Cultivating Yang Yen Shock had taken a total of 15,000 years of demonic beast life. There are still over 21,000 years of demonic beast life left. Shi Chen had used another 10,000 years of demonic beast lifespan to simulate and cultivate the entry-level A-grade martial skill Red Flame Burning Gun technique to perfection. The C-ranked Explosive Inferno Break and B-ranked Inferno Lance Heaven Burning Strike consumed a total of 3,500 years of demonic beast lifespan, and each of them were also raised to perfection. As your martial arts skills Red Flame Burning Gun technique, Inferno Lance Burning Sky Strike, and Explosive Inferno Break have all reached perfect proficiency, your martial arts level has subsequently risen to a terrifying 6th order too. The accumulation of the 3 perfection martial skills had managed to raise Shi Chen's strength by another rank at the same time, making Shi Chen's own foundation even more solid and fulfilling. The true qi in his body stirred and churned, and Shi Chen closed his eyes slightly, silently feeling it. A moment later, Shi Chen opened his eyes and exhaled another mouthful of turbid air that was attached to a hot flame. There are still more than 8,000 years of demonic beast life left, and for those who need to simulate cultivation, these 8,000 years are not necessarily enough. Shi Dian kept it for the time being. He opened a data panel he hadn't checked in a long time. Host, Shi Dian. Ability, Fire D rank. Level, 6th order 2. Remaining life expectancy, 500 years. Remaining lifespan of demonic beasts, 8,339 years. Breathing technique, Great S9 Sun's Burning Sky technique skilled Great S Thunder Punishment Heavenly Prosperity technique uninitiated, this breathing technique can be replaced after practicing. Martial arts, Grade F inflammatory fist perfect, Grade F basic gun technique introductory, Grade F light wind steps perfect, Grade E earth splitting palm perfect, Grade C spirit shadow dragon gun perfect, Grade C explosive inflammatory break perfect, Grade B thunder dragon break perfect, Grade B inflammatory gun burning heavenly strike perfect, Grade A red flame burning gun technique perfect, Grade A yang yang inflammatory impact perfect, Grade S heavenly thunder leader not yet introductory. The data panel, which hadn't been looked at for a long time, was viewed this time, and it was considered to be a big surprise for Qi Chen. His life expectancy actually increased to 300 years. As for that S-ranked thunder attribute breathing method in martial skill, Qi Chen had no intention of cultivating it. This S-class martial skill and breathing method had become Qi Chen's personal belongings. Qi Chen planned to take these two doors and exchange them for fire attribute martial arts to cultivate. The lightning attribute cultivation was really a bit of a chicken rib for him. As for that heavenly spirit thunder, Qi Chen intended to see if he could exchange it for a heavenly spirit flame of the same level to use for his own simulated cultivation of martial arts, breathing techniques, and supernormal abilities after getting to know it well. On the second day, Qi Chen took a day off within his villa. By the way, I looked up some heavenly spiritual things that have a bearing on the conception of heaven and earth. It's just a shame that there's only so much you can find online. So many important things that you can't get results online. Qi Chen planned to find Jian Nanli to find out more after he returned from this trip to the secret realm. After all, Jian Nanli, as the chief team, definitely knew more about this area. The third day came quickly. Early in the morning, the square of the Demon Beheading Bureau was filled with dozens of personnel. A group of people stood in the center of the square in an orderly arrangement. The ones responsible for assembling them were clearly the three lieutenants, Wu Taihe, Lu Xian, and Liang Zun. The three of them were in good condition, completely unable to see that they had been violently beaten by Qi Dust that day. This, of course, had to do with the fact that the three of them were martial artists with physiques that were different from the norm. But it also had a lot to do with the fact that Qi Chen hadn't killed anyone that day. The three stood at the front of the group, tacitly agreeing that no one mentioned anything about Qi Chen. Zidane's hands were useful that day. Succeeded in getting these three to recognize who was really the king of size. The assembled crowd didn't have to wait long to see Qi Chen's arrival. Qi Chen, wearing a combat power suit inside and his white cloak outside, walked towards the crowd with a steady pace. Lu Xian's trio unconsciously recalled that night scene when they saw Qi Chen's arrival. The expression on each face became not too good. Qi Chen walked straight up to the trio's nearness. The three of them averted their gazes, not daring to look directly at Qi Chen's gaze at all. Qi Chen ignored the gazes of the three and just asked in an indifferent tone, "Is everything ready?" "Quasi. Ready." It was Liu Xin who looked up and answered. "Aha." Qi Chen nodded slightly and swept a glance at the crowd of Demon Beheading Bureau personnel behind the trio and waved his hand. "Let's get going then." "Yes." The three of them responded in unison, and none of them showed dissatisfaction with Qi Chen's instructions as if he were commanding his subordinates. Kidding aside, Qi Chen's current strength fully qualified him to make them his subordinates. Let alone the fact that this was still certified right by the general team, Jian Nanli. This scene, on the other hand, fell into the eyes of the trio's respective subordinates, who couldn't understand it. Didn't their vice team despise this Qi Chen the most? How is it that you've been instructed by Qi Chen today but you don't have the slightest complaint? What's going on here? Their incomprehension is destined to be explained to them by no one. It was impossible for the three to voluntarily reveal the matter of them being violently beaten by Qi Dust. It was even more unlikely that Qi Chen would be bored enough to publicize this. Goods that can be run over with his hands, going to publicize such things can only be bad for him. The three men began ordering up their respective subordinate squads to get into their vehicles and set off. Qi Dust, on the other hand, got into the vehicle that their Demon Beheading Bureau Vice Squad was specially made for after giving orders to the three of them. Soon, all those assembled managed to get into the car. One after another military green jeeps, voluminous drive from Luochuan City Demon Chopper Bureau departed, and soon drove away from the city. All the way towards that medium-sized secret realm located at the junction of the two cities of Luochuan and Yinyu. Chapter 62. A little strong? How strong can it be? More than a dozen army green jeeps, voluminous all the way to Rush. It took about 2 hours to arrive at an extremely wide open space. Above the open space, there were countless temporary tents. This place is where Yinyu City and Luochuan City meet. It was the same medium-sized secret realm that produced the demonic beast riot. After seeing the vehicles of the Demon Beheading Bureau of Luochuan City, within the main camp, a bearded middle-aged man walked out. This person's name was Luo Tao, and he was the main person in charge of this Cloudfeather City's riot against the demonic beasts in the secret realm here. His face was gaunt and haggard. However, after seeing Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau and his party, a layer of joy finally surfaced on Luo Tao's haggard face. Here it comes. It's finally here. Originally, this incident should have been resolved by their Cloudfeather City. But who would have thought that they had a sudden change of heart within the city of Cloudfeather, causing their general team to be unable to spare any time? It's not even a problem that the general team can't get away, but his manpower here has also been drained by nearly one half. There were over 100 people who were here, and all of a sudden there were only 50 left. As the person in charge, he was always worried that the demonic beasts within the secret realm would break through the secret realm blockade and run out from the inside in a brainwave altogether. After all, with only a 5th rank, where could he block that 6th rank demonic beast inside? The general team was unable to arrive, plus the manpower here became less than nearly half, which led to the Luo Tao, which was already under great pressure, to become even more pressurized all of a sudden. He had never once gotten a good night's sleep in the past few days. Luo Tao feels like his hair is falling out in large quantities, and he will soon be happy to mention the Mediterranean Sea. So, after some negotiation, they had to ask for help from the Demon Beheading Bureau in Luochuan City. After waiting in fear for another day, the people from the Demon Beheading Bureau of Luochuan City finally waited. As long as Luochuan City's chief team, Li Jiannan, came, with his formidable strength, he would resolve that 6th order triple demon beast within this secret territory. Even investigating the reason for the appearance of the 6th order triple demon beasts within the secret territory, it would be easy as pie. Luo Tao immediately turned his grief into joy, and with a thick smile on his haggard face, he walked to the vehicle at the very front that was obviously prepared for the general team. He stood beside the vehicle, already prepared to greet Li Jiannan, the chief of the Demon Beheading Bureau of Luochuan City. However, when the car door opened, what came down from above was not the Li Jiannan he had imagined. Instead, it was a sword-browed, starry-eyed youth with deep, bright eyes. A white cloak moved with the wind. Looking at this youth who walked down from the passenger seat, Luo Tao couldn't help but rub his eyes with his hand. He was a little skeptical that he was looking at it wrong. Where's Captain Li Jiannan Li? Who is this young man not yet 20 years old? Could it be that Chief Li is in the back seat? After not seeing the person he wanted to see on the co-pilot, the idea popped into Lok Tao's mind. His eyes moved to the back seat position. Only, after seeing the back seat car door open and the 3 people who came out from inside, Luo Tao once again couldn't help but rub his eyes. There was a somewhat incredulous look on his face. Not yet. Not yet. The 3 people who came down from the back seat were the 3 lieutenants, including Lu Xin. There was no Li Jiannan that he wanted to see. Murphy. Chief Li in another vehicle? Luo Tao couldn't help but guess again. As he scanned his eyes toward the other vehicles, Wu Tai and the 3 of them were already walking toward him. Wu Taiha didn't have any extra pleasantries and asked directly. Lieutenant Locke, what's the current situation within the secret territory? Tell us roughly. This was Qi Duan's authorization on the way here. Qi Dian didn't want to waste too much time on anything else. Hearing Wu Taiha's question, Luo Tao withdrew his gaze and looked at Wu Taiha. Instead of answering, he asked, Lieutenant Wu, where's your Chief Li? Why haven't we seen him here? Wu Taiha froze at this question. Our chief team he didn't come. Liang Zun, who still wore an indifferent expression, stepped forward and replied. What? Hearing this, Luo Tao stared fiercely with wide eyes, looking at Liang Zun with disbelief as he asked. Your Chief Li he didn't come? Aha! Liang Zun nodded. Lieutenant Wu, is this true? Luo Tao violently turned his head to look at Wu Taiha in front of him, still asking in a tone of disbelief. Wu Taiha confirmed, it's true, our Chief Li he really didn't come. Really didn't come? Seeing that Wu Taiha was so certain, without the slightest hint of joking, Luo Tao immediately exclaimed in shock. He took a deep breath to calm his agitated heart and asked. Chief Li didn't come, so who's responsible for that 6th order demonic beast in the secret realm? Wu Taiha opened his body sideways, revealing Qi Chen's figure in the back. He introduced Luo Tao. This is the newly appointed vice squad of our Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau, Vice Squad Qi Duan Qi. This time, the main person in charge of suppressing this figure, the secret realm demon beast riot, is this vice team Qi. Lok Tao followed Wu Taiha's gaze. After seeing Qi Chen's figure as well as listening to Wu Taihe's introduction, his expression was surprised and his heart was shocked. Is this a joke to him? The person who was mainly responsible for this secret realm was actually this youth whose age didn't even seem to be 20? He frowned and questioned Wu Taihe. That most powerful demonic beast in the secret realm is as strong as a sixth order triple, yet you say that the one who suppressed the demonic beast riot in the secret realm this time is this youth whose age seems to be less than 20 years old. Lieutenant Wu, are you kidding me? No kidding. Wu Taihe shook his head and said with a serious expression, Lieutenant Qi is our Chief Li's hand-picked person in charge. Chief Li's admiration? Luo Tao couldn't help but frown. His mind seemed to be associating something, and he said in an unpleasant tone, if Chief Li doesn't want to help, he could have just rebuffed our Yinyu City's request for assistance from the very beginning. There's absolutely no need to send such a youth who was obviously not very strong to fool us in Yinyu City. As soon as Luo Tao's words came out, the three of them understood what he was misunderstanding. Age, in general, is tied to strength. Qi Chen looked less than 20, and the average person who saw Qi Chen wouldn't think that Qi Chen would be as strong as he was until they witnessed his strength. At such an age, a genius would be at the third or fourth rank. Unbeknownst to me, Shidan is no genius. Instead, it's a hanging wall. Lu Xian stood out and said with a smile, Lieutenant Locke, you seem to have misunderstood something. Misunderstanding? Humph. Luo Tao looked at Lu Xian, snorted coldly, and said, what did I misunderstand? Is it hard to believe that this Qi Vice team of yours can be so strong? Lieutenant Locke, you're right, this Lieutenant Qi of ours does have that billion points of strength. Ryushin blinked her watery eyes and reached out with a little gesture, smiling softly as she opened her mouth. A little bit strong? Luo Tao glanced at Qi Chun, then immediately withdrew his eyes again. In a somewhat disdainful tone, he said, how strong can it be? At less than 20 years old, even if he was a genius, it would be good to have a third or fourth rank in that strength. Let alone the sixth rank, he didn't even believe that Qi Chen had the fifth rank. Luo. Lu Xian was about to continue opening her mouth to explain, when she suddenly sensed a powerful energy surging out from her surroundings. Immediately after that, a dazzling reddish-colored light lit up. Terrifying scorching energy escaped. Boom! In the next moment, an intense and thick beam of flame was released. The majestic momentum of the flame beam, mixed with an aura that seemed to burn out everything, whistled past her. Liu Xin was dumbfounded on the spot. Not only him, Luo Tao, Wu Taihe, Liang Zun, and the other personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau were all attracted by this sudden burst of flaming beams. Chapter 63 refused to call for men, and one man was sufficient. The flame beam blasted out, straight towards the dense forest a dozen meters away. Boom 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 boom. All the obstacles along the way were swallowed up by this flame beam. The flaming beam traveled straight through the dense forest for a distance of almost 20 to 30 meters. Everything along the way was reduced to ashes. The energy of this flame beam was well controlled as well. Other than the place where the flame beam passed through, the remaining positions on both sides were not affected by a tiny bit of this terrifying flame energy. The location of the camp tent in the wide open space, those who witnessed this scene, all froze in place. Especially these vice teams such as Luo Tao and Lu Xian. They were the closest and most truly felt the terrifying energy contained in this flame beam. If they were to face such a terrifying blow, then their fate would not be any different from those large trees that were burned to ashes. Can you speak now? Qi Chen's indifferent voice rang out. As his words fell, the few people who were in a daze came back to their senses. They looked at Qi Chen at the same time, knowing one thing in their hearts. The owner of that flaming beam of light in the party was none other than the youth in front of him who was less than 20 years old. The expressions displayed on the faces of the four men were surprisingly consistent at the moment. All of them had an expression of shock so great that it was hard to repeat it. Even though the three of them, Lu Xian, had long known that Qi Chen's strength was not ordinary, the shock in their hearts was still not much weaker than Luo Tao, the one who had seen Qi Chen's strength for the first time. That night, the strength that Qi Chen had erupted was nowhere near as powerful as the energy contained in this flame beam today. I had thought that day was Qi Chen's strongest strength. As a result, he didn't expect that Qi Chen didn't even use his full strength that day. Today, perhaps it was Qi Chen's strongest strength. Perhaps Qi Chen still had a hidden agenda. Luo Tao's face was full of jaws as he stared at Qi Chen with a deadly gaze. Gulp. He swallowed a little hard. Sixth order. The energy contained in that flame beam just now was definitely not wrong for the sixth rank. The more Luo Tao thought about it, the more shocked he became in his heart. A 6th-ranked martial artist under the age of 20, what kind of monster is this? And from what part of Luochuan City Demon Chopper Bureau did this whole thing come out? For a moment, Lok Tao associated it with the words he had said earlier. How strong can it be? Luo Tao's face twitched, a sense of shame rising in his heart. It's so damn billion-point strong. Still can't tell? Seeing that Luo Tao had been looking at him without saying anything, Qi Chen's brows furrowed slightly and his tone was a bit unhappy. Questioned his strength and he showed it. Don't blame him for getting mad if he can't talk about this anymore. Qi Chen's words immediately woke up Luo Tao, who was in a state of intense shock. Can talk. He nodded his head back and forth in response. At the same time, an oily feeling of joy grew within him. That's great. This youth in front of him really had a strength of the 6th rank. This time, the matter of the demonic beasts rioting within the secret territory was saved. The original displeasure from the news that Li Jiannan had not come was swept away. Although Chief Li hadn't come, the person who had come was also a martial artist who possessed the strength of the 6th rank. Even though he didn't know how many times Qi Chen's specific strength was of the 6th order, the terrifying might that erupted from the stroke that Qi Chen had just made was not the least bit weaker than the demonic beast in the secret realm that was of the 3rd order of the 6th order. Besides, he had no choice now. It would be nice to have a 6th-ranked martial artist come. He smilingly gave Qi Chen a detailed introduction of the situation within this secret place. This medium-sized secret territory can be roughly divided into 4 regions. Dense forests, valleys, swamps, and plains. The demonic beasts within the secret realm, as if they were under some sort of control, continuously launched attacks on the seal at the exit location of the secret realm. And whenever the people from their demon beheading bureau went in to try to suppress this group of demonic beasts, that 6th-ranked triple demonic beast would show up and attack their demon beheading bureau personnel. Due to the appearance of that 6th-ranked triple demonic beast, it caused them to be unable to suppress the group of demonic beasts that had launched an attack on the secret realm's exit seal. The primary issue at hand was to kill that 6th-order triple demon beast. In this way, the rest of the demonic beasts did not have the protection of that 6th-stage triple demonic beast, and the people from the demon beheading bureau would be able to suppress them easily. Where is that 6th-order triple demon beast? Qi Chen asked after listening. Luo Tao replied, it's in the swamp area not far from the location of the secret realm's exit. Qi Chen didn't intend to dilly-dally and directly said, let's go, take me into the secret realm. He had already seen a huge number of demonic beast lifespans beckoning him. Lieutenant Qi, wait a moment while I gather the personnel. There's no need to convene. Qi Chen directly opened his mouth to interrupt. Luo Tao froze at his words, puzzled in his mind. No need to call it in? What's this for? Only Qi Chen said indifferently, those demonic beasts within the secret territory, it's enough to have me alone, there's no need to call others. Just have them hold down the location of the entrance to the secret realm. Listening to Qi Chen's words, Luo Tao's expression was surprised. Facing that 6th-stage triple demonic beast and the other demonic beasts in the secret realm at the same time, could one person really? The demonic beasts within the secret territory were so many. You know, this is a medium-sized secret realm. Just to say that the number of demonic beasts above the 3rd rank was no less than 1,000. Not to mention adding a 1st or 2nd rank demonic beast. This Lieutenant Qi, isn't he overconfident? Not only Luo Tao, Lu Xian, and the other 3 were also startled in unison. Luo Tao inquired in a confirming manner, Lieutenant Qi, can you really do it alone? Calling the others will also help you deal with the rest of the demonic beasts, so that you can feel at ease dealing with that 6th-order triple demon beast. If it's just you. I'm alone, enough. Lok Tao attempts to do some persuasion on Qi Dust and change his mind. As a result, he was directly interrupted by Qi Chen opening his mouth. Luo Tao's brows furrowed. Why is this young lieutenant named Qi Chen so stubborn and arrogant? Was he truly unaware of the strength of that huge number of demonic beasts in the secret realm joining forces? How did he dare to go in alone without gathering any hands? Is it overconfidence, or too much ignorance? Lieutenant Qi, it's just not right not to call any men in. Boom! Facing Luo Tao, who still wanted to persuade again, a strong true Qi suddenly erupted from Qi Chen's circumference. Powerful true Qi, like a flood of fierce beasts to this Luo Tao horizontal pressure. In an instant, Luo Tao only felt that there was a huge mountain pressing horizontally on his body. His unspoken words hardened. At this moment, he couldn't say anything, and even if he wanted to move, it was extremely difficult. I said that I can do it alone. Qi Chen's cool voice rang out. Along with the fall of his voice, the aura that pressed horizontally on Luo Tao's body then dissipated. The immense pressure on Luo Tao disappeared, and he was then able to move again. Okay, that's a go. After this pressure, Lok Tao chose to compromise and refrain from any further persuasion. Only, this time, a few moments of anger were born in his heart. He couldn't help but grunt coldly in his mind. Such a style of behavior, coupled with this arrogant and unself-conscious character, it seems to be a big son who has not experienced the experience. No knowledge of the perils of the secret territory. It's just plain stupidity and ignorance in the extreme. And one's good advice is for the sake of the other person's consideration. As a result, the other party not only did not appreciate it, but also pressed him with his qi. What a nice thing to say to a damn ghost. In that case, he didn't bother to say anything more. Anyway, if something does go wrong in the end, he won't be held responsible. It's just as well, taking this time to teach him a good lesson. Frustrate this Qi Chen and make him understand what humility is. Luo Tao walked ahead and led the way for Qi Chen. Qi Dian followed behind. Acting like this, in fact, Qi Chen also knew himself to be inappropriate. But, it's one of the easiest ways to do it. If you don't, the verbosity is a whole lot more. For Qi Chen, who was in a hurry to hunt demonic beasts, he simply didn't want to go and dilly-dally too much on this kind of thing. Therefore, there was no choice but to condescend to this Lieutenant Locke. Chapter 64 Entering the Secret Realm, Blasting Demonic Beasts. The three of them, Lu Xin, looked at each other in disbelief. Glancing at each other, they both saw a look of incomprehension in each other's eyes. Obviously, the three of them were also puzzled by Qi Chen's decision to enter the secret realm alone without gathering the other demon beheading bureau personnel. Doubtful as they were, the three of them knew more or less about Qi Chen's character, and no one asked more questions. When Qi Chen made a decision, the three of them could just submit to it. Much is said about what happened to Lok Tao, and that was the downfall. The three of them silently followed on Qi Chen's steps. Under Luo Tao's leadership, several people came to the only one in this place that was not temporarily erected, but purposely constructed inside a four-sided house covering an area of about 50 square meters or so. Push the door in. There were no furnishings in the room, only a light door emitting white light in the center. Strange spatial fluctuations spread out from within the light door. This is the entrance to that secret realm, Luo Tao said. Got it. Qi Chen nodded and took a step towards the white light door. Luo Tao as well as Lu Xian and the others followed behind Qi Chen. Qi Chen didn't hesitate and directly stepped in. Luo Tao followed closely behind with a step. Qi Chen wanted to go in and get himself killed, he didn't object. But he had to make sure that the secret entrance seal was intact. If anything happens, he goes in so he can be the first to know what's going on. This is also good for arranging manpower to deal with it. In a moment, in front of the white light door, only 3 people remained, Lu Xian, Wu Taihe, and Liang Zun. It was only because Qi Chen had just said that it was enough for him to go in alone. Because of this statement, the 3 were not in a good position to decide whether they should enter or not. Enter? Liang Zun asked. This. Lu Xian hesitated a bit, caught in the dilemma of whether to enter or not. Enter. In the end, it was Wu Taihe who gritted his teeth and made the decision. If something really goes wrong, we can't get out of it if we stand outside and don't go in, but if we go in, at least it means we've made an effort. Besides, didn't Qi Chen say nothing when Luo Tao followed him in? Maybe Qi Chen just doesn't want too many people to go in, and isn't keeping everyone out. It's just a couple of us following it in, he won't care. Wu Taihe's words were analyzed. As Liang Zun and Lu Xian listened in, they both felt that it made sense. It is mainly because the two of them are afraid of being held responsible if something really goes wrong. After all, they all thought in their hearts that the probability of something going wrong this time was still quite high. Qi Chen's strength was very strong, sufficiently strong at the 6th rank, this they recognized. However, they did not think that Qi Chen was so powerful that one person could deal with that huge number of demonic beasts in the entire secret realm. It's not realistic. It was estimated that only those who had reached Chief Li's kind of strength would be able to face the demonic beasts within the medium-sized secret territory alone, right? Then let's go. After making up their minds, the 3 of them then walked in successively. Within the secret territory, in a dense forest with many branches and leaves. Shi Chen was teleported to this place after experiencing a brief period of blindness and weightlessness. Shi Chen began to survey his surroundings. After seeing the trees around him, Shi Chen surmised that his current location should be the dense forest area of this secret realm. Buzz. Just then, a spatial fluctuation came from behind Shi Chen. The space created a rippling scene out of nowhere. Immediately afterward, Luo Tao's figure appeared here. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately after that, there were 3 more spatial fluctuations. The figures of Wu Taihe, Lu Xian, and Liang Zun appeared one after another. Shi Chen glanced at the few people who had followed him in and didn't say anything more. It doesn't hurt to come in with these guys. Qi Dian confirmed, this should be the dense forest area, right? Right. Lok Tao nodded. Isn't the exit location of the secret realm in the same place as the entrance location? Shi Chen asked again. Hearing this question, a ray of surprise flashed through Luo Tao's eyes. What kind of young master is this? A little too well protected. I can't believe I don't even know about issues like the secret entrance and exit not being in the same place. Isn't this common sense that every member of the Demon Beheading Bureau should know? After all, after joining the Demon Beheading Bureau, one would have to go in and out of the secret realm on a regular basis to carry out missions. That's right. Luo Tao explained, the entrances and exits of the secret realm are not in the same location. The exit is separate from the entrance, the exit is the exit, and the entrance is the entrance. Zidane realized. Without saying much, he directly said, let's go, take me to that 6th order triple demon beast inside this secret realm. This way, keep going and you'll be near the exit of the swamp area. Luo Tao pointed in a direction. Qi Chen's true qi flowed within his body after he learned the exact direction. Along with Qi Chen's footsteps, the powerful true qi that flowed within his body rumbled and spread out from around him. With the boost of powerful true qi, Qi Chen's figure sped out. In an instant, it disappeared from the eyes of several people. In response to Qi Chen, who had suddenly rushed out, Luo Tao and the others briefly froze for a moment. So fast! This was the exclamation that arose in the hearts of all 4 at the same time. After a brief moment of daze, the 4 of them executed their respective stance martial arts in unison to catch up with Qi Chen's footsteps. They were equally not slow. It was just that the speed appeared to be just that when compared to both Qi Chen. Utilizing some of the stance techniques contained within the C-grade martial skill Spirit Shadow Swimming Dragon Gun, Qi Chen ran wildly all the way. In less than 3 short minutes before and after, Qi Chen passed through the dense forest and arrived at the swamp area. The trees around them became extremely sparse, and the swampy waters on the ground made it difficult to move an inch. I stood in front of the swamp, his calm gaze scanning everything around him. This place appeared to be calm, but the demonic beast's unique fury was particularly deep. These demonic beasts, as if they knew in advance that someone had arrived, all hid. This was not at all the intelligence that this group of demonic beasts should have. After roughly scanning the circle, Qi Chen clenched his right hand in the air. Swish! The pitch-black cloudbreaker lance emerged and was held horizontally in Qi Chen's hand. This group of demonic beasts refused to come out. Qi Chen had ways to make them come out. Qi Chen leapt high into the air, and a powerful 6th order aura poured out violently. Boom! Powerful sizzling hot true qi, from the body crazy surging and stirring. Reddish firelight emanated, illuminating the dimly lit swamp area a few shades brighter. The sea of true qi fire lingered around his body, and the terrifying flame true qi was madly poured into the cloud-breaking lance held in his right hand. With the addition of this huge flame true qi, the body of the cloud-breaker lance began to tremble. Qi Chen's right arm muscles bulged as his entire body forcefully gripped the already shivering cloudbreaker lance. At the next moment, Qi Chen, who had finished storing up his strength, slammed down towards the center of the swamp as if it was a meteorite from the sky, dragging a long fiery flame tail. Boom! The moment the lance made contact with the swampy ground, searing, sizzling fire shot up into the sky. Flames spread like a volcanic eruption, sweeping across a large swamp. Boom! Accompanying this was a violent tremor in the earth. The few trees next to them all lay down under this blow, sinking deep within the swamp. Z. Quack! Countless sounds of miserable howls of demonic beasts resounded. The swamps within the area covered by this strike, the demonic beasts hidden with them. Most of them were unable to withstand the impact of the blow and died horizontally on the spot. Qi Chen retrieved his spear and stood aside, scanning the swamp that had crumbled due to his strike. Many parts of it are even coke. Qi Chen's eyes were indifferent, and the system beep in his head began to ring out. Ding! Slaying the 4th Order 2nd rank demonic beast Quicksand Crocodile has a total lifespan of 602 years, with a remaining lifespan of 423 years, and has acquired the entire remaining lifespan. Ding! Killed the 3rd Order 4th weight demonic beast Mud Swamp Mouse, with a total lifespan of 397 years and a remaining lifespan of 193 years, has acquired the entire remaining lifespan. Luo Tao and the other 4 who were rushing towards this place saw the sight of flames rushing into the sky from a long distance away. The 4 unconsciously stopped their steps and stared blankly at the scene in the distance. Shock, horror, doubt, fear, and many other emotions surfaced on the faces of the 4. Being so far apart, they all felt the terrifying destructive energy contained in this sky-rushing flame. The power of such a powerful flame energy had long since surpassed the 6th rank triple. Luo Tao couldn't help but let a wisp of worry appear on his face. This flame, was it released by that Qi Chen, or did a higher level 6th rank demonic beast appear within the secret territory? If it's the former, that's fine. If it's the latter. Lok Tao retraced his steps and accelerated his rush to get there. Chapter 65 One shot in a second. With Luo Tao taking the lead to leave, the Lu Xian trio was left in place. So? What's the situation? Liashan murmured out frostily. Wu Taihe couldn't hide his shock. Could it be Qi Chen? No. It's not clear. Liang Zun shook his head. Despite knowing that the martial skill as well as breathing method that Qi Chen practiced was the flame attribute. But, the flame energy was too terrifying. The might was so strong that it was not even weaker than Li Jianan, whom they had seen strike a few times before. The 3 of them still had a number in their hearts as to how strong Li Jianan was. It was really hard for them to believe that Qi Chen's strength could reach the level of Li Jianan's. Unable to help it, the 3 people's hearts gave birth to the same thoughts as those in Luo Tao's heart. In this secret realm, it can't be that a more powerful demonic beast has appeared, right? Quick, get over there. Qi Chen looked at his masterpiece with a satisfied expression on his face. With this single strike, he killed nearly 20 demonic beasts that were hidden under the mire. The lifespan of the demonic beast was harvested for a full 5,889 years. It was not in vain that Qi Chen had just spent a great deal of true qi to come with that blow. Quack! A long and angry-sounding froggy voice suddenly rang out. The screams revealed a bizarre, vibrating qi dust. Eardrums feel a little discomfort. Strange cries echoed in the air, and a powerful demonic beast aura erupted from the entire swamp, impacting in all directions. Qi Chen's gaze quickly searched the entire swamp. Shoo! Right at this moment, a huge figure that covered the sky leapt out violently from the depths of the swamp. Its gigantic figure appeared to cover the sky, completely obscuring Qi Chen's body that appeared extremely small in front of it. Qi Dian looked up, only to see that the one that leapt into the sky was a black-green toad demonic beast. It's huge. When he raised his eyes, his body length was more than 10 meters, huge and incomparable. It also had black unknown liquid dripping down its body. A whole one looks beyond appalling. Qi Chen sensed the rank aura of a 6th stage triple on this toad demonic beast that lunged down at him from the sky. Qi Chen's mind was rapidly flowing. This toad demonic beast, the odds were that it was the 6th rank triple demonic beast that was to be killed in this mission. At this moment, the toad demonic beast's figure was like a small mountain, and it had hurriedly smashed down towards Qi Chen. Qi Chen's expression was as calm as water, and he could not see any panic. This 6th ranked, 3rd ranked toad no longer posed any threat to the current him. Qi Chen slowly raised his right hand, the lance in his hand facing the toad demonic beast that was swooping down from the air. The toad demonic beast had already seen this scene of Qi Chen aiming his lance at it. Only, it didn't dodge, but instead, it even accelerated its speed as it swooped down. It did not sense any fluctuations in its breath on Qi Chen. As a demonic beast, it subconsciously thought that Qi Chen could not do much damage to it. However, just as the toad demonic beast was less than 10 meters away from Qi Chen's spear. Boom! Violent flames surged out from Qi Chen suddenly from the body of the lance. Qi Chen's body released majestic true qi, all of which poured into the cloud-breaking lance. With the addition of this majestic true qi, the flames burning above the cloud-breaking lance violently increased by a large margin. The ferocious flames were like the lance's flame martial spirit, surrounding the cloud-breaking lance in its entirety. The toad demonic beast, which had landed sharply, also violently sensed a deadly danger. The danger warning in the toad demonic beast's heart frantically sounded. If it takes this blow, it will surely die. It was just that the state of affairs at this moment already belonged to the point where an arrow was on the string and had to be sent. Too close to the lance. Trying to dodge is no longer possible. The only way to avoid being hit is to avoid the area as much as possible. It began to wriggle frantically, attempting to move the part of its body where its head should have been aimed at the lance, to some other part. With a pft sound, the long spear wrapped in blazing fire directly pierced into the chest of the toad demonic beast that was frantically twisting its body. These last few twists of the toad demonic beast's body were still very useful. Successfully avoided its fate of being shot in the head by this shot. The toad demonic beast that had been stabbed into its body with a gunshot, its two hind legs glaring at the ground and its upper body slightly tilted. The two front legs drooped helplessly in mid-air, and his head tilted up to look at the sky. A pair of outwardly convex huge frog eyes stared round as if they were basketballs. Underneath the toad demonic beast, Chi-Chen's slightly small figure stood firmly. The long spear in his hand stabbed into the toad demonic beast, forcing the toad demonic beast's body up. And not the slightest bit of blood flowed out of the hole pierced by the cloudbreaker lance. Some, just scorched black. Wisps of black smoke were still coming out of this pierced hole. The flames that encased the lance did not go out, still burning inside this toad demonic beast. Inside the body burning fire, the toad demonic beast feels as if he is in the hot furnace. Every inch of the internal organs seemed to be in the high temperature of the flame mercilessly melting. The pain was excruciating, as if countless silver needles were sticking into it, bringing about heartbreaking pain and endless torture. Quack! The toad demonic beast raised its head to the sky and let out a long, mournful whine. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels in his body were incinerated, and the toad demonic beast's life breath drained away at a rapid pace. Every second is that torturous and unbearable for it. After about 2 minutes of this, Chi-Chen pulled the lance out of the toad demonic beast with a stabbing sound. After drawing out his lance, Chi-Chen leapt forward. The figure jumped out from underneath the toad demonic beast, and just as he stabilized his body, he heard a loud rumbling sound. The toad demonic beast's large body planted itself down with a loud bang. The head plunged straight into the ground and didn't move a muscle. Ding! Killed the 6th order triple demon beast black water poison frog, total lifespan of 998 years, remaining lifespan of 132 years, has acquired all remaining lifespan. With the sound of the system beep, it signaled that this toad demonic beast had completely lost its life. Chi-Chen frowned slightly. This 6th order blackwater poison frog, whose total lifespan was as high as 998 years, now had only 132 years left. This life expectancy is, truthfully, a bit low. It wasn't as much as the life expectancy given to him by a 3rd-ranked demonic beast. Chi-Chen looked at the body of the black water poison frog that was gradually sinking into the water and was momentarily in deep thought. Did it live too long, or did it lose most of its own lifespan for some other reason? It was no wonder that Zidane thought much of it. Rather, it was because, in this medium-sized secret realm, there had never been a 6th-ranked demonic beast before. A 6th-ranked demonic beast had suddenly appeared, and its lifespan was so off. It was hard for Zidane not to think about it more. It seemed that there was a great need to ask Luo Tao about the specifics within this secret place. With this thought, Chi-Chen slowly turned around and looked in the direction of the dense forest not far away. There was standing Luo Tao, as well as Wu Tai and the 3 of them who had arrived Shan. The 4 froze in place. It was as if a fixation spell had been cast on him, and he didn't move at all. The expressions of the 4 were also surprisingly consistent. His pupils were dilated and his mouth was unconsciously open with disbelief. The 4 of them arrived just in time to witness the scene where Chi-Chen's lance pierced into the body of the blackwater poison frog. Then, the blackwater poison frog didn't move a muscle. Until Fang Chi-Chen came out from underneath the blackwater poison frog, which sank towards the swamp. Its body never moved a muscle. Even if the 4 people were stupid, they could see that the blackwater poison frog was like this, and was already dead. The 6th order triple blackwater poison frog was killed by Chi-Chen with a single shot. The scene was just too shocking. The 4 felt that everything was that unreal, as if they were dreaming. To be able to obliterate a black water poison frog of the 3rd rank of the 6th order so easily, Chi-Chen's strength must be at least the 5th rank of the 6th order. Chapter 766 The Scene Under the Dungeon. Just as Chi-Chen was about to come to Luo Tao and inquire the specifics of the situation within the secret territory, the originally calm swamp suddenly churned up. One by one, the demonic beasts hidden in the depths of the swamp emerged from the interior without the blackwater poison frog's commander. The number was extremely high, and at a glance, it was densely packed. There were at least hundreds of them. These demonic beasts' instincts belonging to demonic beasts were instantly triggered upon seeing Chi-Chan and the others. Each one of them had a ferocious face and hissed as they rushed towards Chi-Chan and the others. Luo Tao's several people, after seeing this huge number of demonic beasts, had come back to their senses from the shock. Just as they were about to make a move to deal with it, a figure, however, took a step ahead of them and rushed into the midst of this huge number of demonic beasts. This person was none other than Chi-Chan. Chi-Chan held his lance, with blazing fire erupting around him as he waved it amongst the demonic beasts. Chi-Chan was like a god of killing, and every time he swung his spear, he was able to take away the lives of a large number of demonic beasts. This scene, watching Luo Tao and the others had been shocked. One had to know that in this, the number of demonic beasts of the 5th rank grade was in the minority. At this moment, the evaluation of Chi-Chan in the hearts of the 4 was surprisingly consistent fierce. Slugger. Not bad for someone who can kill a blackwater poison frog with one shot. Killing this group of demonic beasts was really as easy as killing a chicken. This scene lasted for a good 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, on the nearby swamp, large swaths of demonic beast corpses that looked like charcoal lay on top. Who? Chi-Chen took a long breath and withdrew the agitated true chi released around him. He had a satisfied look on his face. This time, he reaped the rewards. In total, the harvested demonic beasts had a lifespan of 48,773 years. This was still only the demonic beasts within the swamp area near Chidian. The entire swamp area was huge, and the demonic beasts hidden within were definitely not just these several hundred. And that's just the swampy area. This secret area, there are 3 other areas. Chi-Chen estimated that each area could provide him with a starting lifespan of 100,000 years for demonic beasts. If all the demonic beasts in the 4 regions were killed, the total value of the demonic beast's lifespan would at least reach nearly 500,000 or even more than 500,000. Chi-Chen looked towards the dim sky and shook his head, no longer thinking much about it, deciding that it would be better to poke around the specifics of the secret territory first. This medium-sized secret realm was no less eccentric. Chi-Dian returned to the shocked quartet. Several people saw Chi-Chen's return, and one by one, they came back from their shock. Chi-Chen swept his gaze over the 4 people and finally stopped on Luo Tao and asked, "How much more do you know about the specifics within this secret territory? For example, how did this 6th-ranked demonic beast appear?" This. Luo Tao's eyes flashed with a ray of embarrassment as he sniffed. He said, "This. We don't know much about it either. That 6th-order triple blackwater poison frog appeared as if out of nowhere. Before this, when we inspected the secret realm, we never saw that 6th-order triple blackwater poison frog appear out of thin air?" Chi-Chen pondered slightly and asked again, "Then have you found any other anomalies in the secret realm?" This. Neither. Luo Tao scratched his head, already somewhat embarrassed. The whole thing is like they are incompetent when asked. Though that said, the truth seems to be true. But they did follow the rules and made the usual 4 inspections of the secret world each month. Every time it was checked, no abnormality was examined in the secret realm. When something goes wrong, they can't get it checked if they want to. With the 6th-order triple blackwater poison frog in attendance, they entered the secret realm and were blown out from the middle of the secret realm before they could even get very far. "I know." Looking at Luo Tao's expression, Chi-Chen stopped asking. Looking at his expression, Chi-Chen knew that he didn't know anything. It's a god to not know anything about the secret world you're in charge of. Nothing was asked, and Chiduan wasn't much disappointed. Since there wasn't any specific information about the secret realm, he would explore specific information about this secret realm on his own. It was just as well that on the way to explore, one could also hunt demonic beasts along the way. Thinking about this, Chi-Chen said to the 4, "You guys go out. If you guys really encounter any danger later, I won't be able to spare my hands to help you." Lieutenant Chi. Hearing that he had to go out on his own, Luo Tao reached out and then tried to persuade Chi Dust again. Chi-Chen's brows furrowed as he looked at Luo Tao and questioned, "What, are you still questioning my strength?" "No." Luo Tao waved his hands back and forth. After witnessing Chi-Chen's terrifying strength with his own eyes, how could he still dare to question Chi-Chen's strength? Now that the 6th-ranked demonic beasts within the secret realm were gone, he didn't think he would encounter any threats in the secret realm. Therefore, he also wanted to stay in the secret realm to investigate the matter. Contribute a piece of his strength. After all, this secret realm was, in the beginning, under the responsibility of their Cloud Feather City. Shi Chen said in an indifferent tone, then hurry up. He looked at the three Luo Xian again and said, the three of you go as well. Originally thinking that Luo Tao knew something about the specifics of the secret territory, Shi Chen had allowed him to follow him in. If he had known that he wouldn't know a thing about it, Shi Chen would have stopped him outside the secret boundary in the first place. Yes. Good. Aha. The three of them didn't want to be as hesitant as Luo Tao. When Shi Chen said to let them go, the three of them were going to leave. Not the slightest hesitation. In the end, Luo Tao no longer insisted under Shi Chen's firm attitude. Lieutenant Shi, then you should be careful when investigating alone within the secret territory. After Luo Tao left a final sentence, he passed through the exit teleportation location of the swamp area with Luo Xian's few people and left the secret realm. After noting down the location of the exit of the secret realm, Shi Chen began to investigate the specifics of the secret realm. It was said to be an investigation, but in fact Shi Chen didn't have a clue as to how to start the investigation. Therefore, he chose the simplest and crudest way: killing demonic beasts. Killing all the demonic beasts within the secret territory, if in the end, they still failed to investigate something. Then Shi Chen had no choice but to leave the professional things to the professionals. He was only good at killing demons, so let's leave the investigation to the rest of the Demon Beheading Bureau. Shi Chen began to roam around the entire swamp area. He was alone, like a locust transit. Wherever they pass, no demons will be left behind. Hidden even deeper demonic beasts, he had to dig up the ground to find it and kill it. Somewhere in the secret realm, inside an underground palace. At the central location of the palace, there was a group of people clad in blood-colored robes. On the back of each man's robe, a black dragon design was engraved. The black dragon pattern was lifelike, with a demonic aura emanating from it. Only, if you look closely, the black dragon pattern on each person's back is different again. Except for the black dragon pattern on the backs of three of them, which had 2 claws, the black dragon pattern on the backs of the rest, all had 1 claw. With the three with the black dragon pattern on their backs and 2 claws at their head, they arranged themselves in an orderly fashion, sitting in a formation that resembled some sort of phalanx. At the center position of the spell formation, there was a huge tiger-shaped demonic beast. The bloody mouth was open, its hideous fangs exposed, its expression incomparably horrifying. Roar! The demonic tiger let out a miserable roar from its mouth, as if what it was experiencing at the moment was causing it extreme pain. Just then, another figure clad in a blood-colored robe stepped out from the shadows. The back of the blood-colored robe was similarly engraved with a black dragon pattern. Only, this black dragon pattern, however, had 3 dragon claws. Along with his appearance, the movements in the hands of 3 of the group of people sitting in the phalanx stopped. Eyes looked at this person in unison. The trio whose movements have stopped have 2 claws and the black dragon design inscribed on the back of their robes. Chapter 67: The Swamp Area where the number of demonic beasts is not right. Elder. One of them spoke in a Wang voice and inquired, Elder, is it the group of guys from the Demon Beheading Bureau that came again? Aha! The visitor nodded, responding flatly. Another person said, with that black water poisonous frog around, as long as the 6th order martial artist doesn't show up, even if the Demon Beheading Bureau comes with more people, it won't help. The elder glanced at the man and said, among the people who came this time, there is a 6th order martial artist. 6th ranked martial artists are here, the Demon Beheading Bureau is moving quite fast. Another person with a bloody robe for 2 claws on his back said. The one who spoke first tentatively asked, Elder, the 6th ranked martial artist from the Demon Beheading Bureau is here, that black water poisonous frog. Dead. The elder replied blandly. Dead. Dead? The second one to speak was a bit surprised at the words. He asked, Elder, the black water poison frog has a strength as high as the 3rd level of the 6th order, and even though there is some disparity with the true 3rd level of the 6th order, if you want to kill it, you can't do it without a strength of the 4th level of the 6th order. At least. Not that old thing in Yunfei City. The elder shook his head and said, the person who came this time is not that old thing from Cloud Feather City. Not the old stuff from Cloud Feather City? The third person who had never spoken was a bit puzzled. If it's not an old thing in Yunfei City? Suddenly, he thought of another person. He immediately asked in confirmation, Elder, to be able to kill the black water poison frog, could the visitor be Li Jiannan from Luochuan City? The elder shook his head again, neither. None of them? The second person who opened his mouth was startled and queried, Elder, Then who is this 6th ranked martial artist who came? Not sure, this person, I've never seen before. Never seen it before? The third speaker couldn't help but tilt his head. His face revealed. It was a middle-aged man with a thin face. He guessed, Elder, is it possible that this person is the newly appointed 6th ranked martial artist from Lai Yunyu or Luochuan City? Can't be sure. The elder said, and added, however, as of now, this is the most likely. The first person to speak also looked up. He was likewise a middle-aged man with a long scar on his face. He inquired, Elder, what is the approximate rank of his strength? The elder's eyes narrowed slightly, and after some contemplation, he replied, as far as we can see, it's at least the 5th level of the 6th rank. 6th rank 5th. The second person who spoke was a bit surprised. He looked up slightly, surprised at the elder. It was a young man with a somewhat pale face. The elder's eyes flickered with essence as he said in a deep voice, this person, it's not just as simple as his strength being at the 5th level of the 6th rank. What's not so simple is his age, he looks less than 20. At these words, the three men fell into a brief silence. No one opened their mouths to speak, all three were stunned by the news the elders had spoken. For a moment, the only sound that could be heard in the underground palace was the screaming and moaning of the demonic tiger at the center of the spell. At less than 20 years old, his strength has at least reached the 5th level of the 6th order. What kind of demon is this? At this rate of growth, wouldn't he be able to become a 7th ranked martial artist at the age of 20? Those gold medal geniuses from the Demon Beheading Bureau that they were familiar with didn't have such good talent potential. The three of them were inwardly shocked by this news, and they even somewhat couldn't believe that this news was true. Elder. Is this true? The scar-faced middle-aged man asked incredulously, that person, is he really less than 20 years old? Simply by looking at the face, it really is less than 20. The elder didn't put words in his mouth. After all, he didn't quite dare to believe in a 6th order 5th heavy martial artist under the age of 20. He would rather go ahead and believe that this person was practicing some kind of special method of residing in the face, maintaining their appearance at less than 20 years old. When the three heard this, their hearts sighed in relief. The thin man said somewhat thankfully, if you simply look at the face, you can't see much, after all, there is the existence of such a thing as the method of residing in the face. You really have to look at the bones to know the age. The pale-faced man's eyes slightly condensed, his gaze flickered, and he said vigilantly, there is always an eventuality in everything. What if this person is really a 6th order 5th level martial artist who was less than 20 years old? Just to be on the safe side, I think it's better to let this person stay in the secret realm completely. Right. The scarred man nodded approvingly, let this person stay in the secret realm completely and become a sacrifice for the blood sacrifice of Lord Heavenly God Messenger. A grim smile surfaced on the elder's face, I came here this time with the exact same intention. After he said that, he looked at the huge-sized tiger in the center position of a group of people and asked, how is this blood underworld tiger progressing so far? The thin man replied, Elder, this blood underworld tiger's progress has been completed, and its strength is already at the 6th level of the 6th rank. Also, the progress of the other demonic beast of 6th order 5th strength, the wind demon eagle, has also been completed, and with both of these demonic beasts, you are free to drive them into battle. Jia jia jia. The elder couldn't help but laugh sorrowfully when he heard this news. It seems like it's impossible not to leave you behind completely this time. On the other side, Qi Chen was on fire, like a god of killing, hunting demonic beasts within the secret territory. It didn't take long for Qi Chen to sweep through the large swamp area. Another large group of demonic beasts died under Qi Chen's lance. Qi Chen stood at the edge of the swamp area, his brows furrowed. It's not right. The number of demonic beasts in the swamp area was not right. The remaining demonic beasts in this huge swamp area were just under 300. These 200 or so demonic beasts were still all of the low-level demonic beasts of the 1st-3rd rank. After such a journey, the lifespan of the demonic beasts that Qi Chen had harvested was only 1,003 years. The total number was not even close to the group of demonic beasts that Qi Chen had first blasted to death. The lifespan of the demonic beasts within the entire swamp area added up to a mere 99,776 years. Totally not up to the 100,000 years that Qi Chen had predicted to start with. It's not right. The number of low-ranked demonic beasts within the swamp area simply didn't match up. Qi Chen turned around and looked at the swampy area behind him. The entire swamp area had been blasted out of shape by Qi Chen. The swamp was in tatters, pit after pit remained, and the scent of the scorching flames within had not yet dissipated. It was even covered with charred demonic beast corpses. Looking at the swampy area that he had destroyed beyond recognition, Shichen narrowed his eyes slightly and pondered in his heart. Were those demonic beasts hiding too deep that he didn't find them, or did those demonic beasts disappear into thin air? The inexplicable appearance of the 6th-ranked demonic beasts, the number of low-ranked demonic beasts became less. This whole thing reeks of weirdness. Intuition told Shichen that the situation within this medium-sized secret territory was definitely not simple. Shichen turned around and looked at the empty and secluded valley in front of him. Beyond the swamp is the valley. Shichen didn't find anything unusual in the swamp area. Shichen planned to go to the valley area to check out the situation. Howl. Just as Shichen was about to move, a tiger's whistle that shook the mountains and forests suddenly resounded. This tiger's whistle had an extremely strong penetrating power. At a long distance apart, Shichen could feel the slight discomfort of his ears towards the sound of this tiger's whistle. If Lok Tao and the others were still around. I'm afraid that just this tiger's whistling sound can make a few people's mouths and noses overflow with blood and take half of their lives. And through this tiger's whistle that suddenly sounded, Shichen had already roughly judged its strength. Another 6th-ranked demonic beast? Shichen gazed at the empty and ghostly valley in front of him and murmured out with a frown. Not only did he sense that this was a 6th-ranked demonic beast, he also sensed its strength, which was far stronger than that 6th-ranked, 3rd-ranked black water poison frog. Chapter 68 2 6th Order Demon Beasts. Without waiting for Shichen to think more, a tiger-type demonic beast with a huge body size of about 15 meters hissed out of the valley with a steady pace. Wherever it passed, rocks popped and trees broke. Any obstacles that blocked its path were easily smashed by it. Its fur was dark red, its eyes were scarlet, and its face had a bloodthirsty expression. The demonic fury around his body was thick, looking terrifying to the extreme and giving people a strong sense of oppression. The S-rank breathing method, 9 Suns Burning Sky technique, brought Shichen an extremely strong perception. Through the demonic fury aura emanating from the body of this blood underworld tiger, Shichuan sensed that its strength had already reached the 6th level of the 6th rank. Facing the 6th-ranked, 6th heavy blood underworld tiger that had suddenly appeared, Shichen's expression was calm. 6th order, 6th heavy, was not much of a threat to him yet. What's more, in Shichen's perception, he felt a sense of fluttering instability in the aura surrounding this blood underworld tiger. Although its realm had reached the 6th level of the 6th rank, its actual battle power was estimated to be around the 5th level of the 6th rank. What surprised Shichen was that there was actually a second 6th order demonic beast in this medium-sized secret realm. Moreover, this 6th order demon beast was even stronger, reaching the 6th order 6th gravity level. For a while, Shichen became even more curious about what was happening in this secret realm. Looking at the blood underworld tiger that was already close to his eyes, Shichen tightened his grip on the Cloudbreaker lance, his body's strength coalescing and his true chi agitating. Without waiting for the blood underworld tiger to make a move, Shichen exploded into action first. Crimson true chi enveloped his entire body, and the muscles above his legs were taut. Boom! With a sound, Shichen held his spear in his body was like a fiery meteor as he violently scurried out. It blasted straight towards the blood underworld tiger. The speed was just as fast as it could be for the blood underworld tiger. Before it had time to react, it felt a violent impact on its body. In the next moment, the blood underworld tiger's eyes widened violently. A violent, sizzling energy flowed wildly within its body. This energy stirred up the demonic power in its body to create a disturbance. For a time, the berserk sizzling energy intertwined with the demonic power in its body, and began to run around in the blood underworld tiger's body. The energy within the blood underworld tiger was completely disorganized. Howl! The painful discomfort within his body caused the blood underworld tiger to let out a long, mournful whine. The cloud-breaking lance was pressed against its chest and abdomen at the location. Shichen's hands, which were holding the lance, became violently stronger. A vicious clench of teeth. Another boom sound, the blood underworld tiger's huge body like a small mountain, straight to be blown away. Bang! The body of the blood underworld tiger crashed into a rock wall in the valley behind it. Rumble! The enormous force slammed the entire valley and shuddered violently. Countless broken rocks and branches were shaken and fell down. The location where the blood Stygian tiger's body was smashed into was even more deeply indented, and its body was embedded in it. The impact of the energy in his body, coupled with this violent impact, caused the blood underworld tiger's head to spin. It wasn't even sure what this was happening except for the endless pain. The sea of true chi fire within Qi Chen's body was released, and violent flames surrounded Qi Chen's entire body. The body of the broken cloud lance, even more so, was ablaze with flames. Qi Chen shook his lance, his legs green with veins. With a fierce force, like a fire god, he once again blasted out towards the blood underworld tiger. This time, the position that the lance was aimed at was the heart of the blood underworld tiger. With this strike, Qi Chen was bound to take the life of this blood underworld tiger. The blood underworld tiger shook its massive head. It had just slowed down when it saw the scene of Qi Chen killing towards him like a fire god. Instantly, the original grim expression on the blood underworld tiger's face disappeared, and a terrified expression surfaced. This time, it couldn't carry it. It struggled for action. However, at this point it was all too late. Qi Dian was too fast. The blood underworld tiger wanted to struggle and dodge at this time, but it was simply too late. Fresh. Just in the nick of time, a sharp and long eagle cry sounded. Whoosh! 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 Immediately afterward, several greenish-green chopping-ons, like a blizzard, attacked towards Qi Chen, who was blasting towards the blood underworld tiger. Qi Chen sensed the energy fluctuations of a few demonic beasts with a strong aura coming from the rear, his brows slightly furrowed, and he was a little surprised in his heart. There was also the existence of 6th-ranked demonic beasts. Qi Dian urgently stopped his charge and turned his body around. Seeing that these several green chopping-ons that were like a blizzard were just a stone's throw away from him, Qi Chen swung the cloud-breaking lance burning with blazing fire in his hand. Swish! A curved moon flame chopping-on appeared, carrying a hot flame aura, and met these several green chopping-ons. Bang! 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 Those several lime green chopping-ons, after coming into contact with this curved moon flame chopping-on, were as thin as a single sheet of paper, and were easily crushed. The curved moon flame chopping-ons, unabated, attacked and killed the eagle-type demonic beasts that had swung out these several green chopping-ons like a blizzard. Feeling the sizzling aura from this flame-chopping mane, this eagle-type demonic beast had absolutely no intention of receiving it hard. The blistering wind surrounded his body and swung his wings. His body shape was extremely agile as he dodged this curved moon chopping-on away. Qi Chen slowly landed on the ground, his gaze looking at this hawk-like demonic beast in the sky. Its wings were unfolded and its body size was also as large as 10 meters. The demonic aura emanating from his body, his strength had already reached the 5th level of the 6th order. Only, it had the same unstable breath as the blood Stygian tiger. The actual battle power might only be at the 4th level of the 6th rank. Qi Chen's eyes flickered as an idea was born in his heart. These two demonic beasts, along with the black water poison frog from earlier, were demonic beasts that had used the same means to raise their strength to the 6th rank. Roar! The blood underworld tiger behind Qi Chen let out a long, angry whistle. With the help of the wind demon hawk, it managed to have a moment to catch its breath and jump down from the top of the embedded rock wall. It shook its massive head, and the disorder in its body caused by the rampant rush of that berserk energy was mostly stabilized by it, even though there were still remnants of it. The blood underworld tiger still had a slightly pained expression on its face. The pain caused by Qi Chen's blow was so intense that it was completely difficult to dissipate. Chapter 69: The Strange Remaining Lifespan. The wind demon eagle and the blood underworld tiger, one on top of the other, surrounded Qi Chen. Facing two 6th-ranked demonic beasts, Qi Chen's expression remained calm. This new wind demon eagle that had joined the fray at the 5th level of the 6th rank was just one more ant that needed to be crushed as far as Qi Chen was concerned. To pose a threat to Qi Chen, that was even more nonsense. Those who wanted the current Qi Chen to suffer a little bit, a demonic beast of the 9th level of the 6th rank would not necessarily be able to do it. I'm afraid that only a 7th-order demonic beast can do that. Fresh! The wind demon eagle in the sky once again let out a cry. Roar! The blood Stygian tiger also called out at the right time. The two demonic beasts were like this, seemingly communicating with each other in some way. Exchange? Qi Chen raised his lance, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. If there's anything you want to say, take your time down there. After the words were spoken, the spear disappeared from Qi Chen's hand and was retrieved into the spatial ring by Qi Chen. The S-rank breathing method, 9-yang burning sky technique, operated, and an intense flame true qi was released. The sea of true qi fire was like a domain of fire, covering a distance of close to 10 meters around Qi Chen. Flames burned like a burning sky and boiling sea, and a terrifying destructive aura emanated. The flaming light reflected on Qi Chen's face, setting off Qi Chen as if he was a fire-bathing inflammatory monarch. The face exuded a majestic and unearthly sense of sanctity under the light of the leaping flames. Qi Chen, whose strength had reached the 6th rank, was far more powerful than the last time he had performed this breathing technique at the 5th rank. The two demonic beasts showed a humanized look of fear on their faces after sensing the might of the sea of fire burning around Qi Chen. The instincts of being demonic beasts made them sense the danger. There was a voice inside, frantically warning them both to run. Only, there was an unbreakable will in their minds, ordering them to fight to the death. Obviously the will in his head prevailed and managed to suppress the fear in his heart. The two demonic beasts let out low roars to Qi Dust, with absolutely no intention of retreating. Qi Chen slowly raised the palm of his left hand and positioned his palm towards the blood underworld tiger. Yan Yan impact, Qi Chen indifferently whispered. Buzz. Along with Qi Chen's words, energy as ardent as that of a great sun surged forth, and a crimson flame glow flickered up. Immediately afterward, a hexagram star formation coalesced in front of Qi Chen's outstretched left palm. Boom! In the next moment, a thick dramatic flame beam with a diameter of 2 meters surged out from the hexagonal star formation that was only the size of a palm. A 2-meter thick beam of raging flames blasted towards the blood underworld tiger. The blood Stygian tiger felt the terrifying energy carried by this raging flame beam, and the expression on his face was horrified. Being hit by this blow will kill you. Just as he was about to leap up to dodge, the hot and furious energy in his body, which had originally stopped charging, suddenly charged up again. The blood underworld tiger, who was completely unprepared for this, was caught off guard, and was impacted by this energy right at the critical moment of the operation of the demonic power in his body. The demonic power that had just been condensed was interrupted, and the blood underworld tiger suffered an extremely severe backlash. Roar! The blood underworld tiger immediately howled out miserably to the sky. It was also the work of this time that the 2-meter thick beam of sizzling, furious flame struck it squarely in its chest and abdomen position. The flame beam did not send the blood Stygian tiger flying. Instead, the moment it struck it, it scattered in all directions, engulfing and enveloping the blood underworld tiger's body in its entirety. Roar! Scorched by the flames, the blood underworld tiger let out a long, agonizing whine up to the sky. The long whistling sound did not last for a few seconds before fading away. As the long whistle faded, another voice rang out. Ding! Killed the 6th order, 6th heavy demonic beast, the blood underworld tiger, with a total lifespan of 1,364 years and a remaining lifespan of 152 years, has acquired the entirety of its remaining lifespan. Before Qi Chen could think more, the wind demon eagle in the sky had already attacked Qi Chen. Wind attribute energy converged, and the pair of huge wings began to wave back and forth. One after another green-colored wind blade chopping-ons, accompanied by the swinging of the wind demon eagle's wings, blasted down towards Qi Chen. In the face of these several green-colored wind blades, Qi Chen stood still and quietly looked on, without any intention of trying to block them at all. And these several wind blades were extremely fast, cutting through the air in an instant and arriving within the range of Qi Chen's surrounding fire domain. Fan Qi had already missed the best time, and it was just unrealistic to try to resist now. Seeing that these several wind blades were about to hit Qi Chuan, the true Qi fire domain released by Qi Chuan suddenly surged and went berserk. Those destructive flame energies wandering around Qi Chen violently surged towards these green-colored wind blades. The green-colored wind blade instantly looked like it had suffered a squeeze of powerful energy, becoming a twisted and illusory. In the end, unable to withstand the strong pressure of this flame energy, one of them dissipated into nothingness at a location extremely close to Qi Chen. These several wind blades were incinerated by the flaming energy of the true Qi fire sea without using Qi Chen's hand at all. In the face of this scene, the wind demon eagle in the air was clearly a bit confused. This was already its most powerful attack. As a result, he couldn't even get close to Qi Chen, so how could he fight? Qi Chen slightly raised his right hand and aimed it at the wind demon eagle that was somewhat confused in the sky. The 6 main star formation coalesced and emerged once again. Whoosh! 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 The flame glow flickered. This time, it was no longer a 2-meter thick flame beam bursting out. Instead, several flame rays as thick as an adult's arm shot out from the hexagram formation one after another. The wind demon hawk was so fast that a mere one-to wouldn't necessarily hit it. Qi Chen chose a more robust method to kill the wind demon eagle. 1 can be dodged, 2 can be dodged, what about 10 or 100? Qi Dian didn't believe it could still dodge. Arm-thick flame beams one after another, in just a few breaths, there were at least a dozen of them blasting out towards the wind demon eagle. Although these flame beams didn't seem as powerful as the one that blasted at the blood underworld tiger. However, the terrifying flame energy contained within it, for the wind demon eagle, was still not something it was capable of defeating. It hastily swung its wings, wind attribute energy wrapping it up, and pranced and dodged in the sky. The flaming beams were growing. Not only that, but it's getting faster. It didn't take long for the wind demon eagle to get a little tired of dodging. Bang! Until he was hit in the body by one of the flame beams. The huge force blasted above the right wing, and the flame beam instantly condensed into a ball before exploding. Like a blooming brilliant red flower, it engulfed the entire right wing of the wind demon eagle. Fresh! The heat of the fire began to scorch its wings, and the wind demon eagle let out a miserable, mournful cry from its mouth. The intense pain couldn't sustain it to keep dodging. Bang! 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 The subsequent successive flame beams hit the wind demon eagle one after another. After the flame beams struck the wind demon eagle, all of them condensed into clusters just like the first one, and then bloomed out, engulfing the wind demon eagle's body. The wind demon eagle's entire body was engulfed in blazing fire after being hit by several flame beams one after another. Chi-Chen withdrew his palm and stopped continuing to release the flame beam. That alone was enough to kill the wind demon eagle. Chi-Chen looked at the wind demon eagle that was being burned by the flames, and a familiar sense of vestigial vision arose. Kind of like the golden crow. Before dying, he also became a legendary god bird golden crow. This wind demon eagle death is not a loss. Ding! Killed the 6th order 5th weight demonic beast wind demon eagle, total lifespan 1175 years, remaining lifespan 133 years, has acquired all remaining lifespan. Chapter 70 Underground Palace, terrified sky beast sect crowd. The system beep ringing in his ears managed to pull Chi-Chen's thoughts back. It's also only 100 years or so? Chi-Chen frowned slightly. The blood underworld tiger from before, and the blackwater poison frog from a bit earlier, these 3 6th-order demonic beasts that appeared. The only remaining lifespans are all just over 100 years. Moreover, their own actual battle power was all a bit lower than their own realm rank. The situation of the 3 demonic beasts was basically the same. Now, Chi-Chen basically concluded that the 3 demonic beasts were able to reach 6th-order strength from the same means. And the culprits who created these. Chi-Chen gazed into the valley. The wind demon eagle, as well as the blood underworld tiger, were both coming out of the valley. Perhaps the culprit who had created this situation was also in the middle of the valley. Boom! Just as Chi-Chen was contemplating, somewhere within the valley, a strange energy suddenly rose up to the sky. This energy was released suddenly and disappeared extremely quickly. Chi-Chen's eyes condensed as he looked in the direction where this energy had suddenly appeared. Not being able to think carefully, Chi-Chen moved and sped away at a very fast speed. In the valley, under a large tree. Elders clad in blood-colored robes sat here. His eyes opened and his slightly aged face was filled with shocking emotions. Good boy! He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The blood underworld tiger and the wind demon eagle were both under his control. Therefore, he was able to directly see the first view of the 2 demonic beasts. Chi-Chen's martial Dao rank was only the 2nd level of the 6th rank. However, his actual battle power was not some 6th ranked 2nd level. With this kind of battle power, one would at least start at the 8th level of the 6th rank. Where did the Demon Beheading Bureau get this kind of fierce man from? The blood-colored robed elder was shocked and puzzled by this. Currently, the only thing that couldn't be determined was Chi-Chen's age. If Chi-Chen was really what he seemed to be, not even 20 years old, yet he had reached such an achievement, it would be truly remarkable. Such a character, growing up, would definitely be a major problem for their Heavenly Beast sect in the future. It must be snuffed out before it is too late and never allowed to grow. He had to carry the message away. Let the 7th and even 8th ranks of the Heavenly Beast sect launch an assassination campaign against Chi-Chen. The reason why Chi-Chen was not beheaded on the spot was because this blood-colored robed elder was self-aware. The strength that Chi-Chen was displaying now was not something that these people in their secret realm could handle anymore. They couldn't create a 7th-order demonic beast. With the strength Chi-Chen had displayed, according to his deduction, within the 6th rank, as long as the same demonic genius as Chi-Chen didn't appear, then he would be an invincible existence. Though this one by and large was kind of a planned failure. However, unexpectedly learning about the existence of such a demonic genius in the Demon Beheading Bureau was considered an unexpected delight. Thinking, the elder looked up at the sky. The energy just now was released from within his body. It's kind of an accident. The strong strength displayed by Chi-Chen caused him to be very shocked. In a moment of carelessness, he forgot to suppress something similar to soul energy that the two demonic beasts had left in their bodies. When the two demonic beasts died, these two strands of soul energy would be released and disappear along with them. He was so shocked by Chi-Chen's strength that he forgot to suppress it in the first place, which led to the release of energy. Calculating the time, with Chi-Chen's strength, he should have almost reached him by now. Then he would also have to step up his efforts to evacuate this place and return to the underground palace to make the final preparations for their evacuation from this secret realm. With this in mind, he rose from the floor. Without any extra movements, his figure was seen slowly disappearing from its original location. Within the huge underground palace, 3 men with 2 clawed black dragon motifs stood at the very front. In front of the trio, a group of people lay strewn about. They were lying on the ground, none of them in too good a shape. And they were none other than the group with 1 clawed black dragon pattern. The thin man looked at the group of people and spoke comfortingly, "Lord Heavenly God will not treat any member who has contributed to the Heavenly Beast sect poorly. The Heavenly God will prepare generous rewards for you, and will bestow them upon you only after you leave the secret realm this time." The words were comforting, but the tone was unmistakably indifferent. Hearing these words from the thin man, the faces of the group of people lying on the ground all showed a look of ecstasy. "Thank you, Lord God of Heaven. Long live Lord Sky God." They raised a chant with the little strength they had left. "Who is the God of Heaven?" Suddenly, an icy voice mixed with doubt resounded in the middle of the dimly lit underground palace. "Who?" With the sound of this voice, this crowd of people from the Heavenly Beast sect all looked aghast. Eyes looked in unison to the location of the passageway of the underground palace. Only to see the location of the passageway of the underground palace, a young man wearing a pure black power suit with a straight posture walked slowly with a steady pace. It was just that the dungeon was too dim, and it was a little hard to see the expression on his face. This person, no other than Chi-Chen. "Who are you?" The man with the scarred face asked in a deep voice and frowned, as the energy in his body began to run silently. The remaining 2, likewise, silently began to transform the energy in their bodies. The man with a pale face questioned out to Chi-Chen, "How did you find your way here?" "Want to know?" Chi-Chen stopped and his tone became chilling, "Someone will tell you down there." As Chi-Chen's words fell, hot flames were released from around his body. The bright flaming light illuminated the entire underground palace as if it were daylight. Powerful energy fluctuations spread. Several people's faces suddenly changed after they detected this energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation was very strong, and it was completely beyond their capabilities. Suddenly, one person came to mind at the same time in all 3. The one that their elder had once mentioned to them, whose strength was at least at the 5th level of the 6th rank. The age looks less than 20. Under the reflection of the firelight, several people managed to see Chi-Chen's face. Hers was incredibly young, not even 20. Right on. The 3 men's bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Gulp! Someone was even more frightened and couldn't help swallowing. This person was at the 6th rank of strength, and among their group, the only one who had reached the 6th rank was their elder. However, their elders were not present at this time. The person in front of them was completely beyond their capabilities. Chapter 71 New Functions of the System. Icy cold beads of sweat emerged from above the foreheads of the 3 people. Chi-Chen's oppression was too powerful at the moment, and all 3 of them felt a great pressure. That crowd of Heavenly Beast sect people lying on the ground horizontally were even more fearful at this moment. One braced himself and tried to get up from the ground. It's just that the previous exertion was just too much. No matter how hard a few people tried, they couldn't hold their bodies up. The only thing that could be done was to show a face of fear and wait for Chi-Chen's next judgment. "Die for me!" A popping ho sound suddenly resounded throughout the entire underground palace. Only the scar-faced man among the 3 people in front of him had a blood-colored fury surging around him. His right hand formed a claw and grabbed towards Chi-Chen. In the face of this scar-faced man's outburst, Chi-Chen merely glanced at him casually. As the scar-faced man was about to get close to Chi-Chen raised his right fist and blasted forward. Boom! The moment the fist and the claw collided, berserk flames were released from above Chi-Chen's fist. The blazing fire directly engulfed towards the scar-faced man. Seeing this scene, the scar-faced man's face changed in shock. Just as he was about to withdraw and retreat, a huge force took the first step into his arm. At once, a tearing pain struck. Ah! In a miserable scream, his figure was like a kite with broken strings, flying backwards towards the back. On the way to flying backwards, his figure was completely engulfed in flames. Eventually, the scar-faced man fell to the feet of the other two. The pale-faced man as well as the skinny man froze as they looked at the duo engulfed in flames at their feet. Ah, help me! Listening to the miserable howls of the scar-faced man, the two of them were horrified inwardly. The body shook more and more. For a while, the original two people's hearts were equally interested in the idea of chi dust storming out, in the sound of the scar-faced man's miserable howl, completely destroyed. At this moment, the duo had all but lost their minds to resist. Save. The last sentence of the man with the scarred face, save me, was completely silent before he said it. At the same time, beside Chi Chen's ears, a voice rang out at the right time. Ding! Killed Li San, a 4th order, 7th heavy martial artist, with a total lifespan of 343 years and a remaining lifespan of 144 years, and has acquired the entire remaining lifespan. Listening to the system beep that sounded in his head, Chi Chen raised an eyebrow. These people were not demonic beasts, and killing them gained them the remainder of their lifespan. It was exactly the same as the last time when he killed that fugitive Lu Xiang encountered in Yunzhong City. What the hell is this about? Could it be that these people are also from that what's-his-name heavenly beast cult? Chi Chen's gaze re-scanned towards this crowd in front of him, especially lingering a little longer on the thin man as well as the man with the pale face. The duo was stared at by this gaze from Chi Chen and their hearts fluttered. The scene where Chi Chen casually blasted the scar-faced man to death was still fresh in his mind. The two of them unconsciously stepped backward. You are from the Heavenly Beast sect? Chi Chen's icy voice rang out. As the two listened to Chi Chen's words, a look of surprise was revealed within their gazes. This person was wearing a Demon Beheading Bureau uniform. Wasn't he someone from the Demon Beheading Bureau? How could they not know they were from the Heavenly Beast sect? The duo's gazes subconsciously glanced at this blood robe of theirs. That's right, they're wearing the standard dress of the Heavenly Beast sect, the blood robe, too. Why did this person ask such a question? The duo was a little lost in their own minds. It was normal for ordinary people to not know about their Heavenly Beast sect. How could the people from the Demon Beheading Bureau not know? After all, it was the Demon Beheading Bureau that had dealt with them the most times. Seeing the duo froze and delayed in giving an answer, Chi Chen's icy tone was mixed with extreme impatience as he said, yes or no? Hearing that Chi Chen was clearly angered, the two hurriedly nodded their heads and said in a loud voice, yes. Yes. Hearing the duo's reply, Chi Chen's heart was clear. Sure enough, it was someone from the Heavenly Beast cult. So it seems that the point that killing martial artists can also gain longevity has nothing to do with the probability of the Heavenly Beast sect. As for whether it's absolute, that's something that needs to be verified. Chi Chen looked at the few people as if he was looking at prey. Aren't the people in front of us the best targets for verification? The two of them, who were waiting for an opportunity to prepare for their escape, suddenly stared with wide eyes at this moment. A wisp of disbelief flashed amongst the gazes that looked at Chi Chen. Only to see Chi Chen at this moment, his figure suddenly rushed out from his original position. Among the duo's widened pupils, Chi Chen's figure grew larger and larger. Chi Chen's speed was extremely fast, and for the two of them, they were completely unable to do anything to react. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, the thin man only felt that his chest position had suffered a huge force. Boom! The berserk flame energy carried by Chi Chen's punch directly pierced through his chest. He stared at Chi Chen dead on, his gaze still filled with disbelief. Ding! Killed 4th Order 5th Heavy Martial Artist AI Kun, total lifespan 316 years, remaining lifespan 124 years, has acquired all remaining lifespan. Bang! AI Kuei's corpse was casually flung out by Chi Chen. His gaze rested on the last remaining man with a pale complexion. The pale-faced man had frozen in place, dumbfounded by the scene. Chi Chen didn't want to dilly-dally with him and blasted out with a punch. Boo! At once, his encounter was like AI Kun's, his body was pierced by the hot and furious flame energy. Ding! Killed 5th Order 6th level martial artist Ding Gu, with a total lifespan of 325 years and a remaining lifespan of 113 years, has acquired the entire remaining lifespan. After Chi Chen casually threw Ding Gu's body aside, he turned to look at the group of Heavenly Beast sect people lying on the ground. Shi-Chen saw more than just fear as the only emotion on the faces of this group of people. Beyond the fear, there was a touch of determination. Shi-Chen frowned slightly, seemingly associating it with something. These guys aren't going to kill themselves, are they? The Heavenly Beast cult, not a good sect. It belongs to the category of cults through and through. Usually, such cult congregations, in order to avoid being caught themselves, thus say something they shouldn't. It's basically going to be suicide by choice. A mosquito is still meat. Shi-Chen wouldn't allow these lifespan values that had already arrived and belonged to him to commit suicide. Thus, in order to avoid them committing suicide, Shi-Chen chose to strike early. With a casual wave of his hand, the blazing sea of true chi fire instantly surged towards the group of people lying on the ground. Flames surrounded their bodies and burned. Ah! 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 With a mournful scream, the group was burned to ashes by the flames. Ding! Kill a second-order first-class martial artist. Ding! Killed a second-order, second heavy martial artist. Another small 1,000 life expectancy value was credited. Listening to the system beeps beside his ears, Shi-Chen had concluded in his heart. Slaying this Heavenly Beast cult's people would indeed gain their remaining lifespan. As for why he had gained their remaining lifespan, Shi-Chen wasn't quite sure for the moment. It seemed that one needed to engage in some deeper understanding of this Heavenly Beast sect. Thinking that, Shi-Chen's mind moved. Immediately, an illusory data panel surfaced in front of Shi-Chen's eyes. Soul condensation: consume the life of a certain demonic beast to condense the soul of a demonic beast killed by the host. After condensation, it will appear in the form of a soul and be completely obedient to the host, and the host can also check all of its memories at any time. Soul condensation Pong, a new function unlocked by the system. It was awakened just as Shi-Chen killed the blood underworld tiger as well as the wind demon eagle, and the total value of the lifespan of the demonic beasts had just broken through the 100,000 mark. Shi-Chen was able to directly find the location of the underground palace, also because of the appearance of this new function of the system. Chapter 72: A Wonderful Encounter. Shi-Chen used the new system function of soul condensation and gathering to consume 5,000 years of demonic beast lifespan to condense the soul of the blood underworld tiger. Then, he went all the way to this place within the underground palace based on the blood underworld tiger's memories. And with the function of soul condensation, Shi-Chen no longer had to interrogate the person if he wanted to get any information from them. Simply kill him, and then use soul condensation to gather his soul, and ask him directly, or search his memories directly. It just consumes a bit too much of the demonic beast's lifespan. However, currently on the blue planet, the last thing that was lacking was demonic beasts. It was only a matter of condensing a few souls, and this huge number of demonic beasts on the blue star could completely withstand the consumption. Just as Shi-Chen was about to casually coalesce a member of the Heavenly Beast sect and probe for specific information about the Heavenly Beast sect, suddenly his heart felt something like. Shi-Chen looked towards the location of the passageway at the location of the underground palace. Tap 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 tap. A calm footstep sounded. Appearing with him was the elder wearing a blood-colored robe. The elder stood in the passageway, looking at the scene in the underground palace and the corpses all over the ground, and froze in place for a moment. For the person who appeared in front of him, Shi-Chen, on the other hand, wasn't really surprised. He had actually expected that there would still be people from the Heavenly Beast sect present within the secret territory. He just didn't realize that he and the other would happen to meet at this time. It seemed like he was pretty lucky to have one come across him at a moment like this. What a marvelous encounter! The elders are otherwise. His eyes were round as if they were copper bells, and his eyes looked as if they were about to pop out. The whole person was like a statue that had been under a spell of immobilization, not moving at all. What's going on here? Wasn't this person just entering the valley area not long ago? Besides, shouldn't he have gone to the place where he accidentally released that energy? How did they end up in the dungeon where they were hiding? How did he find it? Most of all, why did he find this place so quickly? Faster than he could rush back. It was so light and familiar, as if he had known this place for a long time. The Heavenly Beast sect elder was shocked and confused. You. He opened his mouth in shock, asking incredulously. How did you find this place? However, Shi-Chen had no intention of talking nonsense with him at all. The flame light flickered, and Shi-Chen's figure had suddenly rushed out towards the elder. Looking at the suddenly rushing Shi-Chen, the blood-robed elder's face gathered color. How strong Chi-Chen was, he had felt it from his first viewpoint. With his strength, it was completely impossible to be its opponent. Ho! The elder let out a popping ho, and blood-colored baleful aura with a green glow attached to it erupted out. The energy in his body was in full swing at this moment, and even his C rank would attribute defense-type supernatural ability was released without sparing any effort. The strength of the 4th level of the 6th rank was unleashed without leaving any room for error at the moment. Its might was even about to catch up with the 5th level of the 6th rank. The purpose of this full force release was to attempt to take down Chi-Chan's onslaught. As long as he could block this strike, he would be able to take advantage of the opportunity to escape with the help of a secret art. He couldn't die yet, he had to bring out the news about Chi-Chen. If Chi-Chen was truly a 6th-ranked martial artist who was less than 20 years old, the hidden danger to their Heavenly Beast sect would definitely be huge. Although it was unlikely that he would be Chi-Chen's opponent, he thought that he should not have too much of a problem blocking Chi-Chen's strike with his best shot. At this moment, Chi-Chen had already rushed to his close proximity. Right fist clenched and swung out. Seeing this, the elder just wanted to counterattack. But suddenly, he saw that Chi-Chen's right fist, which had already been swung out, stopped in mid-air. Buzz. A dull booming sound resounded, and the reddish-red light flickered away. Immediately after that, in front of Chi-Chen's right fist, a 2-meter thick flame beam exploded out. This burst of flame beams was almost instantaneous. The way the consummate level Yang Yen impact was executed was no longer restricted to any form. As long as there was an abundance of flame energy in one's body, one could perform it with all one's heart and all one's strength without having to do any cohesion or any starting stance. The last time he faced the Blood Underworld Tiger and Wind Demon Eagle that way, it was merely Chi-Chen's first cast in reality to familiarize himself with it. Looking at the flame beam that burst out in front of him, as thick and thin as a 1,000-year-old tree, the blood-robed elder was once again confused. His pupils trembled and his heart was horrified. What the hell? He hadn't even seen any martial arts starting forms, and then suddenly and inexplicably something like this came out? In the blood-robed elder's incredulous eyes, the thick beam of flame engulfed it. The energy he had released earlier did not even last a second before it all collapsed under the wash of the rolling flames that were as hot as the true fire of the sun. Without the shelter of energy, his body couldn't suffer the impact of the scorching flames at all. Ah! Miserable cries like those of a killing pig resounded, and the elder's life breath faded rapidly. Ding! Killed the 6th Order 4th Heavy Martial Artist Shi Hayu, total lifespan of 564 years, remaining lifespan of 231 years, has acquired all remaining lifespan. With one strike, Chi-Chen basically used his full strength. For one thing, I'm worried about this stone and jade escaping. Secondly, it's the fear that he's committed suicide. If he really let him run away or commit suicide, Chi-Chen couldn't even coalesce his soul if he wanted to. And this Shiryu had the strength of the 4th level of the 6th Order, so he must have a low status among this group of people from the Heavenly Beast sect. Gathering his soul, there was definitely more useful information that could be arrived at. System, gather the souls of the stone and jade. Chi-Chen said silently to the system in his heart. Ding! Cohesion object Shattering jade, realm of the 6th Order of the 3rd, need to consume 10,000 years of demonic beast lifespan for cohesion. May I ask if the host is cohesive? 10,000? Chi-Chen couldn't help but frown as he listened to the required demonic beast lifespan. The 6th ranked, 6th heavy blood underworld tiger is only 5,000, and this 6th ranked, 4th heavy stone and jade is 10,000? System, aren't you a little too dark? Chi-Chen couldn't help but question the system. Ding! Please don't slander the system, this system is absolutely conscientious. The soul intelligence of martial artist Shattering jade is far more powerful than the blood Stygian tiger that is a demonic beast, as well as the fact that the blood Stygian tiger's strength at the 6th level of the 6th rank was forcibly raised. That's why the consumption of the cohesion stone and jade soul is more than that of the blood underworld tiger. The system's explanation makes sense. Chi-Chen also didn't want to waste more time on this matter. He simply didn't bother to say much and directly said, System, coalesce. Ding! Consuming 10,000 years of demonic beast lifespan, successfully condensing the martial artist's stone and jade soul. See you, Lord. As the system's words fell, and Yu's somewhat illusory figures appeared out of thin air. He knelt in front of Chi-Chen and spoke with incomparable respect. Chapter 73 Blood of the God of Heaven. The sole silhouette of Yu in front of him had absolute loyalty to Chi dust due to the fact that he was coalesced by the system. Not only that, it was up to Chi-Chen alone to decide if he could be seen by others. Qi Chen did not directly search her and use memories, but instead asked out loud. Those 3 6th-ranked demonic beasts within the secret territory, what's going on? A person's memories were very complicated, and it was too troublesome to search for the memories one needed from the huge amount of memories. It's not as simple as this direct question. After all, the other party who had been condensed into a soul could not be telling any lies to Qi Dust himself. Back to my lord, those 3 6th-ranked foreign beasts are the product of using a secret blood sacrifice technique of the Heavenly Beast sect. This blood sacrifice secret technique requires the use of a considerable amount of human essence blood as well as demonic beast essence blood, plus some of the chosen demonic beast's lifespan, to forcefully raise it up. Qi Dian nodded. This would explain why the lifespans of those 3 6th-ranked demonic beasts were off as well as the number of demonic beasts in the swamp area was not correct. That's quite a number, and I'm afraid it's not small. Qi Chen added, tell me about your Heavenly Beast sex plan this time. Our Heavenly Beast sex plan this time is to take the Demon Beheading Bureau by surprise by creating 6th-ranked demonic beasts within the secret territory. Heavily injure the 6th-ranked martial artist from the Demon Beheading Bureau who came here, plus break the seal imposed by the Demon Beheading Bureau on the exit of the secret realm. After destroying the seal, we will then drive the demonic beasts in this entire secret realm through the means of the Heavenly Beast cult's demonic beasts, so that we can launch a beast wave attack on the city where the 6th-ranked martial artist of the Demon Beheading Bureau who was severely injured is located. Thus, a large amount of human essence blood was collected and provided to the messenger of the Heavenly God, allowing the messenger of the Heavenly God to successfully descend within the territory of China. Qi Chen sniffed in thought. The number of demonic beasts within this medium-sized secret territory was so high that even if some of them were consumed in advance, there were still thousands of them. Thousands of demonic beasts, and the grades of the demonic beasts that made up them were basically all at the 2nd-3rd rank. A beast tide of such a scale, for any city that lacked a 6th-ranked martial artist to sit in on it, that would be absolutely irresistible for that city. The eventual damage caused, not to mention the deaths and injuries, was absolutely horrendous. The amount of human essence blood that the Heavenly Beast sect could collect from this encounter was bound to be quite a lot. And the purpose of collecting such a huge amount of human essence blood was to allow the Heavenly God messenger to descend in China. This Heavenly God, the odds were that it was the existence that the Heavenly Beast sect believed in. As for the Heavenly God emissary, Qi Chen was somewhat confused as to who it was. So he asked, who is the messenger of the God of Heaven? Upon hearing Qi Chen's question, Shi Yu's face instantly revealed an expression of difficulty. He lowered his head in some shame. Lord, regarding this point, my status within the Heavenly Beast sect isn't too high, so I don't know much about it. I only know that this Heavenly God messenger, sent by the Heavenly Beast sect's Heavenly God, has a strength of almost the 9th rank. Not much information is known, but it's not useless. At least it allowed Qi Chen to learn the approximate rank of this whatever Heavenly God's messenger. It was only the 9th rank, Qi Chen was not prudent to care. At the rate he was raising his strength now. Maybe by the time he really descended on Huaxia, he himself would have punched through the blue star. Knowing the rough plan of the Heavenly Beast sect within the secret territory this time, Qi Chen began to ask Shi Yu for some information about the Heavenly Beast sect. The Heavenly Beast sect, too, had an internal division of positions. This can be seen based on the dragon claws owned by the black dragon pattern on the back. 1 paw for the ordinary congregation, called apostles. 2 paws are deacons, 3 paws are elders, 4 paws are protectors, and 5 paws are bishops. Further up, there was the Heavenly God that their Heavenly Beast cult believed in. The Heavenly God, a demonic beast whose strength had reached the 10th stage of existence. A heavenly messenger is a being who is between the bishop and the God of heaven. Every being who joined the Heavenly Beast cult would receive a drop of Heavenly God's blood. With the Heavenly God's blood, their cultivation speed would become unusually rapid. The blood of the gods, which will continue to be available for subsequent good performances. The blood of the Heavenly God, within the Heavenly Beast sect, belonged to be one of the most precious rewards. Just absorbing a single drop of Heavenly God's blood would enable them to save several years of cultivation time, and their strength would grow by leaps and bounds. After listening to this detailed explanation about the Heavenly Beast sect, Qi Chen had some speculations about why he could also gain lifespan value when he killed a martial artist. The key may lie in the so-called Heavenly God blood. The Heavenly God enshrined by the Heavenly Beast sect was a 10th-order demonic beast. A drop of blood from a 10th-rank demonic beast, even if it was diluted and then diluted again, no matter how it was diluted, the power that it contained was definitely not low. Transforming the bodies of some low-ranked martial artists, that wasn't a simple matter. Therefore, those who have absorbed the blood of the heavenly god can already be regarded as half of a demonic beast. This was why killing the human congregation of the celestial beast cult could also gain longevity value. After roughly figuring it out, Shi-Chen waved his hand and dispersed Sure and used souls. Of course, the dispersal here is not really dispersal. The stone and jade simply dispersed before Qi Dian's eyes. His soul, on the other hand, was taken back by the system. Qi Dian could summon on it at any time. Shi-Chen looked in the direction of the darkened passageway of the underground palace, silently calculating in his heart. The elders of the Heavenly Beast sect were not high enough in their positions and still knew too little. It seems that in the future it will be necessary for the whole soul of the patron saint and even the bishop to ask. Shaking his head, Shi-Chen no longer thought much about it. Now, it was the right time to take this opportunity to properly go hunting the demonic beasts within the secret territory. Following the pitch-black passageway, Shi-Chen walked out of the underground palace. He began to target this entire secret realm, launching a massacre of demonic beasts. Wherever Shi-Chen passed, it was a bloody storm for the demonic beasts. From the initial demonic beasts storming out to counterattack ferociously, to the end of the day, after witnessing Shi-Chen's figure that was like a killing god, his eyes became clear. Fear spread through the group of demonic beasts, and not a single demonic beast dared to rush forward. One ran faster than anyone else. In the eyes of this group of demonic beasts, Shi-Chen was simply more like a demonic beast than them. For a while, the escape of the demonic beasts within the secret realm caused a huge commotion throughout the vast medium-sized secret realm. This scene lasted for a little over half a day. Shi-Chen stood in the swamp area, where the entrance to the secret realm was located. Who? Shi-Chen took a long breath and pressed down the churning and rolling real qi in his body. With the continuous consumption of fighting, the true qi in Shi-Chen's body was almost on the verge of bottoming out. However, even if this was the case, killing a few more demonic beasts around the 5th level of the 6th rank was still not too much of a problem for the current Shi-Chen. Shi-Chen casually tossed the broken cloud lance, which was already badly broken, aside. A B-grade weapon could no longer carry Shi-Chen's current use. It's time to get a higher level weapon. Shi-Chen was secretly calculating in his mind. At the same time, he tapped on the data panel and checked up on his gains from this encounter. Host, Qi Dian. Ability, Fire D rank. Level, 6th Order 2. Remaining life expectancy, 500 years. Remaining lifespan of demonic beasts, 465,891 years. Breathing techniques. Martial arts. With over 460,000 demonic beast lifespans, Shi-Chen was not very satisfied with this harvest. According to his prediction, the trip would have been at least $500,000 to start with. It was a pity that a considerable number of the demonic beasts within the secret territory had been turned by the celestial beast sect into nourishment for the creation of 6th-ranked demonic beasts. Damn the heavenly beast cult. To say the least, it cost him around 100,000 demonic beast lifespans for nothing. It seemed that one's losses today would have to be made up by the people of the heavenly beast sect, personally. In Shi-Chen's mind, he had already included the people of the heavenly beast sect in his recipe. After all, killing them also gave the demonic beast lifespan value. So what's the difference between killing them and demonic beasts? Before leaving, Shi-Chen once again looked back at the secret realm that he had destroyed beyond recognition. Shaking his head, Shi-Chen stepped straight out of the secret realm. Chapter 74. Walking out of the secret realm, shocked Luo Tao. On the campsite outside the secret territory. Luo Tao had already waited for as long as half a day, but still had not seen Shi-Chen come out from the secret territory. Worry arose from the bottom of his heart, and his entire being became a little anxious. The situation within the secret territory was unknown, and if they really had to investigate what was going on, would Shi-Chen be able to handle it alone? What happened within the secret territory this time was truly bizarre. It really wasn't necessarily something that Shi-Chen could handle on his own. Shi-Chen's strength of that 6th stage 5th level, along with the 100 or so of them here, entered inside to investigate together. It was only a matter of time before the situation within the secret territory would be ascertained. Even if the matter was eventually found to be incapable, it would be easy for more than 100 people to combine their efforts and make a safe exit from the interior. Shi-Chen was alone in there, not getting any care at all. LOL. In the end, he was still young and acted too recklessly. And what's the rush? Luo Tao thought and couldn't help but regretted a little. Regretting that he hadn't held out a little longer to talk Shi-Chen down. The situation within the secret territory was unknown, and Qi Chen would have to be really alone inside to encounter danger and have an accident. They were here, but there were no other 6th-ranked martial artists left. With a 6th-ranked martial artist pressing the line, paired with the more than 100 well-trained personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau here, they were still able to withstand the unknown dangers within the secret territory. Without the 6th-ranked martial artist to press the front, even if there were another 100 trained personnel from the Demon Beheading Bureau, they wouldn't be able to resist Luo Xian and the other three, on the other hand, were not as worried as Luo Tao. The three of them had an inexplicable trust in Qi Chen. Even if Qi Chen did encounter danger in the secret realm, the three of them felt that escaping out safely would at least be no problem. Even though the three of them didn't have much contact with Qi Chen, there was just such an inexplicable trust. At this time, Luo Tao had already walked to the entrance location of the secret realm. Standing in front of the entrance to the secret realm, Luo Tao looked a little hesitant. He debated whether or not he should go in and see what was going on. There was always an uneasy feeling in his mind if he didn't go in. Buzz. Just as Luo Tao fell into deep indecision, on the white light door, a strange spatial fluctuation suddenly emanated. Immediately afterward, a slender figure slowly emerged. Luo Tao froze slightly when he saw the figure. Turning to his heart was a joy. It's finally out. And it didn't look like there were any injuries as well as exertion. There was no appearance of danger at all. Was it nothing? It's also true that one person's ability to find out anything is always limited. If it was really so easy to investigate, how could they have found nothing when they patrolled the secret realm before? It was true that we still had to call in the rest of the Demon Beheading Bureau and form multiple squads to conduct a carpet search of the entire secret realm. Though it occurred to me that Zidane probably didn't find out anything. But Qi Chen was, after all, the only person here whose strength had reached the 6th rank. In order not to lose face with Qi Chen, Luo Tao still came forward with a curious look on his face and asked, "Lieutenant Qi, what's the situation inside the secret area?" Qi Chen said flatly, "It's alright, not a big problem." Not a big deal? Sure enough, it still didn't turn up anything. Luo Tao secretly smiled in triumph and said, "Lieutenant Qi, can you elaborate?" Qi Chen glanced at Luo Tao and began to tell Luo Tao roughly about the situation within the secret territory. This included the Heavenly Beast sect's creation of 3 6th-ranked demonic beasts, as well as their plan to create a beast tied against this secret realm. If it wasn't for the fact that this matter involved the Heavenly Beast sect, Qi Chen actually didn't even want to waste too much time here. He could have just left by saying, "Go in and see for yourself." Having harvested as many as 460,000 years of demonic beast lifespans on this trip, Qi Chen already somewhat wanted to impatiently go and use these demonic beast lifespans for upgrading the S-rank breathing technique as well as upgrading his alien ability level. After listening to Qi Chen's general narration, Luo Tao froze in place. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief. This. Is this for real? One person killed 2 6th-rank demonic beasts in a row, and they were both at the lowest level of 6th rank 5. On top of that, a group of people from the Heavenly Beast cult were also killed. There is also an elder who has reached the 6th level of strength in here? Moreover, there was the plan that the Heavenly Beast cult was going to create a beast tide. Are they all true? It actually occurred to him that this incident was related to the Heavenly Beast cult. But it didn't occur to me that the Heavenly Beast sect would be so crazy this time. To actually take an entire medium-sized secret realm of demonic beasts to create a beast tide. In the past, demonic beasts from the wilderness area were taken to create a beast tide. This time it was actually a direct hit on the secret realm. Thinking about it, Luo Tao couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. This time, if the plan was really successful for the Heavenly Beast cult, the city that lacked a 6th-ranked martial artist to guard it really didn't know how many people would die. Luo Tao looked at Qi Chen incredulously and asked in shock, "Lieutenant Qi, is this true? Just bring someone in to take a look for yourself." Qi Chen was too lazy to explain too much. It's better to hear 100 things than to see them. Other people didn't believe it. Even if Qi Chen explained in as much detail as he could, he wouldn't necessarily believe it. The situation within the secret territory is now quite clear. Luo Tao going in for a spin by himself would be more useful than hundreds of his explanations. This saves time and effort. The location where the Heavenly Beast cult is located is an underground palace in the plains location. The entrance has been blasted open by me. You guys can go there and take a look. There are still a few corpses of the Heavenly Beast cultists inside that haven't been burned. Just in case a few people couldn't find it, Qi Chen kindly reminded again. Hearing Qi Chen's words, Luo Tao had frozen in place. Qi Chen looked so confident that it didn't seem like he was making up lies at all. Moreover, even the Heavenly Beast sect came out in this one. As a member of the Demon Beheading Bureau, could one not know how inhumane the acts of the Heavenly Beast cult were, and how serious the consequences of making up lies with it were? Subconsciously, Luo Tao felt that what Qi Chen had said did not seem to be false. But, again, it was all too much for him to take in. If this was all true, Qi Chen's strength was at least at the 7th level of the 6th rank. 6th Order, 7th level, was already one level higher than their Cloudfeather City's general team's martial arts rank. That wasn't the point was the 7th level of the 6th rank at less than 20 years old. Less than 20 years old at the 7th level of the 6th Order. None of those gold medal geniuses from their Demon Beheading Bureau had the existence of a demonic being with this kind of achievement. For a while, Luo Tao was beginning to doubt Qi Chen's true age. Qi Chen wouldn't just look young, but his actual age was already in his teens, right? Qi Chen looked at Luo Tao, who was standing in place in shock, and without saying much, walked straight out. All that needed to be said had been said, and when Luo Tao had finished digesting the information, he would bring someone in to take a look, and everything would be clear. Outside, the three of them, Lu Xin, were standing not far away. The three saw Qi Chen walk out from the interior and took the initiative to welcome him. Seeing Qi Chen as usual, it didn't look like he had experienced any battles at all. At once, the same thought as Lok Tao was born. The odds are that nothing was found, right? Walking close to Qi Chen, before the three of them could open their mouths, Qi Chen took the lead and said, "Prepare a car and return to Luochuan City." When Qi Chen said this, the three of them froze in place in unison. Back to Rocky Mountain City? What's the point of going back to Luochuan City when things haven't been settled here? For a while, the three of them were somewhat startled by Qi Chen's words. Liang Zun's eyes slightly condensed, suddenly associating something. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "Vice-Team Qi, is it that the situation within the secret territory is a bit nasty and we need to invite our chief Li to take action?" When Wu Taiha and Lu Xin heard this, their faces both became a bit ugly. A problem that couldn't be solved by the 5th level of the 6th Order, so what kind of scene would the situation within the secret territory be like? Chapter 75 Stone in Jade's Comfort, S-Class Breathing Technique Proficiency. Liang Zun's words, when he thought about it, did make sense. None of the three had expected that Qi Chen alone would be able to resolve the anomaly within the secret territory. This kind of thing was unbelievable, and even after hearing it, the three of them couldn't believe it. Let's not even talk about just relying on the imaginations of three people. The three of them became a few degrees of gravity in their hearts. In the eyes of the three of them, Qi Chen's strength was as high as the 5th level of the 6th rank. So it seems that on this mission, there will be another sacrifice. Seeing the three people's faces displaying a look as if they were enemies, Qi Chen was somewhat speechless in his heart. He couldn't help but start sputtering. What's with the brainstorming? Even if you can't you think of something better? Hasn't he shown enough strength? Qi Chen was rather speechless as he recounted the events within the secret territory with the three of them in a general manner. After hearing that, the three of them were dumbfounded in place. Is this all true? The three reacted in the same way as Lok Tao. It just feels like it's all too dreamy. Killed two demonic beasts with strengths of 6th and 5th level of the 6th rank respectively? And he also took out the Heavenly Beast cult stronghold in the secret territory all by himself? You three, leave one of you here to take charge of organizing the personnel of our Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau, and the remaining two of you will follow me back to the bureau. Qi Chen's voice had a few hints of urgency in it. I'll do it. Liang Zun was the first to react. He jumped ahead and said, "Lieutenant Qi, I'll stay behind to take care of the whole crew." Preparing the personnel was just an excuse. The biggest purpose of his stay was to see with his own eyes how the situation inside the secret territory was. Listening to Qi Chen tell it like this, it always felt a bit unrealistic. Wu Taiha, as well as the two of them, Lu Xin, wanted to stay and take a look. But Nai was preempted by Liang Zun. The duo had to follow Qi Chen to rush back to Luochuan City. LOL. The duo inwardly sighed out at their slow reaction. With that, Wu Taiha, Lu Xin, and Qi Chen drove back towards Luochuan City. Liang Zun stayed behind to be in charge of straightening out the personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau in Luochuan City. Only, before making preparations, he entered the secret territory along with Luo Tao to check up on the specific situation. Just in case, the two of them took a group of about 50 people and walked into the secret realm together. After getting a clear view of the scene within the secret area, all the people who came in were stunned by the scene they were looking at and froze in place. Only to see the location of the dense forest area, the surrounding trees broke off in large swathes. Visible everywhere were the corpses of demonic beasts that had become charred. This place is as if it has experienced the end of the world. Based on this scene in front of them, they seem to have imagined what kind of encounters the demonic beasts here had gone through. Luo Tao suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "Walk inside and take a look." "Aha!" Liang Zun nodded. The duo led the group and continued on their way. The target was aimed straight at the plains area that Chen had spoken of. Only, before they even reached the plains area, the glance they saw along the way caused their hearts to be appalled. The mountains and rocks within the secret territory crumbled like a huge slaughterhouse. The corpses of demonic beasts could be seen everywhere. In the places they passed through, apart from demonic beast corpses, they hadn't seen any demonic beasts that were still alive. At this moment, the secret realm was almost destroyed by Chen alone. Be a good boy. And to be able to destroy the secret realm like this, how powerful must Chen be? 6th Order 9, or 7th Order? This thought suddenly arose in Luo Tao's mind. Liang Zun, who was on the sidelines, was not far behind. Luo Tao couldn't help but turn his head to look at Luo Tao and asked, "This Chi Vice team of yours is so powerful, why didn't you guys say so earlier? I told you that Chen's strength was this strong, why was he so worried?" In hindsight, those worries of his were completely unnecessary. Liang Zun choked at the question. He smacked his lips and said, "Would you believe me if I said that I've only just realized that this Lieutenant Chi of ours is so powerful?" After almost 2 hours, Chen and the other 3 returned to the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau. Getting out of the car, Chen instructed Luoxian, Wu Taiha, and the 2 of them, "You guys go and resume your orders to the general team. I happen to have gained something this time and I need to go and meditate on my senses." "Good." The 2 responded in unison. Chen went straight to the cultivation room. Luoxian and Wu Taiha, on the other hand, headed to Jian Nanli's office building. Go and relay what Chen told them to Li Jiannan again. In the 2 cultivation room, Chen sat in the spirit gathering spell formation. System, 100,000 years of demonic beast lifespan, simulating the cultivation of the S-rank breathing method, 9 suns burning sky skill. Chen swung his big hand and directly trenched 100,000 years. Chen wasn't worried that 100,000 years of demonic beast lifespan would be wasted. Instead, he was worried that 100,000 years of demonic beast lifespan might not be enough. Not enough to cultivate the S-ranked breathing method to the realm of perfection. It took 20,000 years to get to proficiency. The remaining 4 proficiency levels, proficient, subtle, perfect, and perfect, would have to be used for another unknown number of 20,000 years. Ding! Consume 100,000 years of demonic beast lifespan to simulate the cultivation of the S-rank breathing method, 9 suns burning sky technique. In the first year, you begin to continue practicing the S-ranked breathing method 9 suns burning the sky, which has already reached the proficiency level. In the 100th year, the difficulty of the S-class breathing method is beyond your imagination, and in these 10 years, you have made no gross progress. In the 500th year, you, who have been sitting in bitterness for a long time, suddenly had an epiphany on this day, however. In the 800th year, you find yourself enlightened, comprehending that thing, which is really. In the 1000th year, after sitting in agony for a full 1,000 years, you still don't know a thing about the proficient chapter of the 9 suns burning heaven technique. Your talent, once again, has refreshed your perception. In the 1001st year, just as you continued to sit in this agony for 1,000 long years, the spirit of Shattering Jade suddenly appeared and inquired about the situation from his most respected and loyal lord, that is, you. After you have explained your situation to him in general, he, after thinking about it, reassures you by saying, "Lord, your talent may not be bad, it's just that the talent of demonic beasts is too poor, especially for this aspect of human martial sense. And you happen to have used the demon beast lifespan to cultivate for the sake of that group as talent is too poor, which has led to you not being able to comprehend for a long time, and the speed of learning martial arts and breathing methods will be this slow." Shattering Jade's comforting words have deeply comforted you, and you have managed to be comforted to the point where it turns out that it is not you who is so slow in cultivating your martial arts and breathing techniques. It's all the fault of these damnable demonic beasts. At once, the knots in your mind that have arisen from being too poorly endowed are completely opened. At this moment your thoughts are clear, your mind is enlightened, and a certain switch in your mind seems to have been flipped. When you look at the proficient chapter of the 9 suns burning heaven technique again, it is as simple as looking at a first-grade textbook. You flew through it several times and successfully comprehended the cultivation knockout of the mastery chapter, and you began to cultivate. In the 25,000th year, you have successfully cultivated this S-class breathing technique to the proficient level. Although it still took a long time, you attributed it all to the use of the demonic beast's lifespan to cultivate on top of that, and didn't feel that it was caused by your own overly poor talent as you did a few times before. Chapter 76, the 9 Suns Burning Sky skill is perfected and promoted to the 7th rank. Seeing that the 9 Yang Burning Sky skill had been successfully cultivated to the proficient level, Shichen couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He had never realized that he was actually so good at shaking things off as he was today. However, on second thought, what sure and you said did make some sense. His slow cultivation of martial arts was influenced by the talent of demonic beasts. Shichen was somewhat less convinced that a person who cultivated an S-ranked breathing technique would only be able to advance a small rank in tens of thousands of years. Could it be that? Really not his cause? After thinking about it, Shichen was also a bit unsure. The system hadn't personally admitted to the matter either, so Shichen could only remain skeptical about the matter. Shaking his head without further thought, Shichen's line of sight fell back to the analog cultivation panel. In the 30,000th year, the entry chapter of the 9 Suns Burning Heaven technique, you haven't been able to understand it after reading it for 5,000 years, and that last time that kind of epiphany was unattainable, and you didn't have any epiphany this time. In the 33,000th year, after a total of 8,000 years of watching, you have not been able to understand too much of the 9 Suns Burning Heaven technique's entry chapter. You can't help but exclaim, the demonic beasts have wronged me. In the 34,000th year, the souls of Shur and Jade reappeared, and after learning of your situation, they worked with you on this S-ranked breathing method of entering the subtle chapter. In the 35,000th year, since Shur and you had not practiced this breathing method, his understanding of the subtle chapter of this breathing method was not as good as yours, but he made an observation to you that made you come to a realization. He guessed that this technique is called 9 Suns Burning Sky Skill, which seems to be associated with the sun, and proposed to let you quiet your mind and feel the power of burning the sky and boiling the sea contained within the sun. When this opinion came out, you felt as if you had been enlightened, and earlier you had not thought of this at all. And, in the case that your level of psychic ability is too low for you to cultivate your senses with its help, isn't the sun the best medium for your best senses of the flame? As you sit under the blazing sun, with the proficiency level 9 Suns Burning Sky skill constantly running within you, and the sun scorching your body surface, you seem to have a different sensation in the midst of your unprecedented inner serenity. In the 36,000th year, this feeling of something different becomes more and more real, and you feel as if you seized something. In the 38,000th year, the fire elemental energy in heaven and earth, generated by the sun's irradiation, began to melt toward your body under your pull, and your body was hammered, and your physique and strength were enhanced at this moment. In the 40,000th year, you have gained new insights into this S-rank breathing method, and that heavenly book-like chapter on entering the microcosm is being understood by you bit by bit at this moment. In the 42,000th year, the cultivation method of the subtle chapter was successfully mastered by you, and next, there is only the step of step-by-step cultivation left. For the 60,000th year, day after day, year after year of hard training, the flames that you wield between your hands and feet all contain the power to burn everything. 9 Suns Burning the Sky technique into a microcosm. The divine soul condensed by the system actually has this kind of use? Shichen rubbed his chin, his face a look of surprise. That's twice in a row. Without Ishii and Jade's speeches on those 2 occasions, he didn't know how long he'd have to sit on his hands. I thought it was just a function to obtain memory information, but I didn't expect that it would be of such great use. In that case, the divine soul that was condensed by consuming 10,000 years of demonic beast lifespan in the first place seemed to be worth it. The 2 times Stone and Jade had appeared had saved him at least 10,000 years as well. In the 60,100th year, after recalling the 100-year mastery chapter, you began to flip through the perfection chapter of the 9 Suns Burning the Heavens technique, not forgetting to feel the energy of the sun as you did so. In the 65,000th year, under the circumstance that you were constantly sensing the energy of the sun, a touch of inspiration suddenly arose in your heart, and you vaguely realized something. In the 70,000th year, you completely grasped this touch of inspiration. The so-called 9 Suns Burning the Sky focuses on the word burning the sky, and the flames you release need to have the power to burn the sky, and you began to sense the burning the sky-like power in the sun's energy. In the 100,000th year, you managed to feel what kind of majestic and terrifying power the burning sky is, and you completely penetrated the perfect chapter of the 9 Suns Burning Sky technique, and next, all that's left to do is to practice hard. As your proficiency in the S-ranked breathing method, 9 Suns Burning Sky technique, has reached an entry level, your martial arts level has subsequently risen to a terrifying 6th order, 7th level. Boom! Majestic true chi erupted from Chi-Chen's circumference. The true chi carried an aura that burned through everything, sweeping towards the surroundings in an instant. The aura within the cultivation room, under the sweep of this powerful true chi, was momentarily chaotic and incomparable, and actually showed some signs of being washed away. The spirit-gathering formation within the cultivation room was rushed with a slight instability, and the concentration of the gathered spiritual chi dropped instantly. Luckily, Chi-Chen recovered his chi in time, which saved the spirit-gathering formation within the cultivation room of two. Who? Chi-Chen let out a long sigh of relief as he turned his palm upwards and a ball of flame condensed from his true chi was born. After feeling it slightly, it did feel that in this flame, there was an obvious change from earlier. Go on. Chi Dust didn't hesitate and chose to continue driving the charge. He had to dislike this breathing method to perfection today. System, another 100,000 years. Ding. Consuming 100,000 years. You who have mastered the method of cultivation have begun the endless drudgery. The 10,000th year, in asceticism. The 30,000th year, in asceticism. The 50,000th year, you who have been practicing hard for 50,000 years have finally gotten results today, your flames, finally overlaying the might of the burning sky. In your eyes, there is a red-colored bright light emerging, and under the flickering light of your eyes, it is as if the flames of a great sun are leaping. A sea of fire erupts and burns wherever his gaze reaches. The Nine Suns Burning Heaven technique is perfect. The consummation chapter of the Nine Suns Burning Heaven technique, which also represents the extreme of the Nine Suns Burning Heaven technique as a breathing method, you have already prepared yourself mentally for the consummation chapter to be even more difficult to understand. However, when you flipped over the consummation chapter of the Nine Suns Burning Heaven technique, you froze. The consummation chapter of the Nine Yangs Burning Heaven technique is not as long as the previous introductory to perfection chapter, but only has 4 words. One transforms 9. Looking at just 4 words, you're a little confused, but after a brief moment of confusion, you suddenly react. Nine Yangs Burning Sky technique is the name of this S-ranked breathing technique, yet you have never seen the so-called Nine Yangs on this breathing technique, and have only seen Burning Sky after reaching perfect proficiency. At this moment, you understand the so-called Nine Yangs. If you want to cultivate the Nine Yangs Burning Heaven technique to perfection, you must master the Nine Yangs. However, how to master the Nine Suns is not explained in detail in the perfection chapter, and you can only follow your senses and figure it out on your own. After 5,000 years and 55,000 years of this, just as you were at a loss, the divine souls of Shur and Jade appeared once again, and after understanding your dilemma, offered you valuable advice. Shur and Jade suggested that you could divide the flame true chi in your body into 9 equal parts to simulate that so-called Nine Yangs. In the 55,100th year, the true chi in your body was successfully divided evenly into 9 parts by you, and the Nine Yangs first appeared, and in an instant, the Nine Yangs Burning Heaven technique seemed to be activated, and began to operate on its own without your control. The production of this vision has brought great joy to your heart, and the direction proposed by Shur and Jade is right. Under the self-exercise of the Nine Suns Burning skill, the sun energy contained in the air begins to converge in your body, respectively, towards the 9 suns that you have equally divided and taken in. The energy of one of the 9 suns begins to slowly increase. In the 65,100th year, this sun has become as dazzling as a great sun, and it alone has the power to burn the heavens. Under the self-operation of the 9 suns Burning Heaven technique, the energy of the second sun began to gradually increase. In the 75,100th year, the second sun shines as brightly as a great sun, with the power to burn the heavens. 85,100th, 3rd Regiment. For each sun, the time required is 10,000 years. Chi-Chen calculated that there were still 40,000 years to go. Solely, directly before the simulation was finished, another 40,000 years of demonic beast life was added. In the 145,100th year, the 9th sun that shines like a great sun and has the power to burn the heavens coalesced. 9 great suns emitting the power of burning the sky and boiling the sea, under your control, surrounded by your body, emitting a palpitating horror energy, which makes people feel extremely chilled by their feelings. 9 suns burning skills, complete. As your proficiency in the S-ranked breathing method, 9 suns burning sky technique, reaches completion, your martial arts rank then rises, ushering in another breakthrough to a terrifying 7th rank 1. Boom! Once again, searingly hot and terrifying true chi erupted from Chi-Chen's circumference. Endless rolling heat waves instantly swept through the entire cultivation room. Boo! An explosive sound rang out. It was clearly the spirit-gathering formation within the cultivation room that couldn't withstand this powerful pressure and exploded. For a moment, the air temperature of the entire cultivation room suddenly rose. This entire cultivation, at this time just like a hot oven. Tick. 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 Siren after siren went off. This was the alarm issued by the various testing machines in the cultivation room reaching their limits and struggling to withstand this scorching energy. Chi-Chen held his breath and concentrated, and the 9-yang burning sky skill in his body operated to retrieve all of this powerful true chi that had leaked out. As Chi-Chen withdrew his true chi, the temperature in the cultivation room suddenly dropped to normal. The alarm of the test machine dissipated. Only, on the screens of these machines displaying data, a string of garbled codes appeared. Obviously damaged and unable to be used. The explosion of the spirit gathering formation caused the aura in the room to dissipate rapidly. Inside the cultivation room, none of the equipment remained intact. Chi-Chen looked at the scene and scratched his head in embarrassment. This. He shouldn't have to pay for it, right? Drip click. At that moment, the mechanical door of the cultivation room was suddenly opened. Immediately afterward, a group of people wearing the uniforms of the Demon Beheading Bureau rushed in hurriedly. Each of them had an anxious look on their faces. Rushing into the cultivation room, before they could inquire about the specifics, one by one, their faces suddenly changed abruptly. The powerful aura that uniquely belonged to the 7th rank was withdrawn by Chi-Chen just a short while ago. There was still a residual thick aftermath filling the entire cultivation room. Feeling this aura that was so powerful that it made them feel like it was hard to breathe, each one of them looked horrified. What's with the scent? What went wrong in this practice room? Lieutenant Chi, what happened here? The one at the head of the group asked out loud. Chi stood up and blocked in front of a few people, trying as much as possible to keep these people from seeing the already damaged machines in the back. Then, without blushing, he shook his head, nothing. It's just that when I was practicing just now, I accidentally made a mistake, no big deal. Lieutenant Chi, really? The man in charge asked doubtfully. The cultivation room had sounded an alarm, and with such a powerful aura lingering inside, was it really no big deal? Chi-Chen continued to say without blushing, of course it's true, what happened, is there anyone who knows better than me? Alright, if there's nothing else, you guys can leave, I'm going to continue practicing now. Chi-Chen waved his hand and urged a few people. Alright, Lieutenant Chi, anytime I call us if something comes up. The man in charge finally glanced at Chi-Chen suspiciously and did not say anything more. Leaving behind a sentence, he led the crowd out of the cultivation room. She-Dust was, after all, the vice squad, so this face still had to be given. It wouldn't be too late to come back in when Zidane was gone to check exactly what had happened. After this group of people left, Chi-Chen looked at the various instruments behind him that were full of messy codes and couldn't help but sigh. That's a lot of money to lose, isn't it? Though money was simple for the current Zidane to get. But after all, more is better than less, and Chi-Chen didn't want to go to the trouble. Let's hope Jiannanli can be a bit more atmospheric. Chi-Chen shook his head and left the cultivation room. The remaining demonic beasts had a lifespan of about 120,000 years left. It is used to simulate the cultivation of psychic abilities, and has a high probability of leading to an increase in the level of psychic abilities. It was just that at this moment, the cultivation room was clearly no longer suitable for cultivation. Chi-Chen wanted to go and find Jiannanli to see if he could change a cultivation room for himself, as well as asking for news about the fire of the heavenly spirit in the meantime. If there was one, it was just the right time to replace it with the heavenly spirit's thunder in one's hand, so that it could be used to simulate the cultivation of supernatural powers. Chi-Chen walked out of the cultivation room. Only, not long after he had stepped out, a line of people rushed into the cultivation room. Chi-Chen, who had already become a 7th-ranked martial artist and whose senses had long been different from those of the past, had since perceived this scene. So then, he couldn't help but quicken his pace as he left the building. On the top floor of the office building, inside Li Jiannan's office. At this moment, Lu Xian, as well as Wu Taiha and the two of them, had just finished reporting the news about the secret realm from Chi-Chen to Jiannanli. One should know that currently, only about 20 minutes had passed since Chi-Chen had practiced until the end. After Jiannanli listened to the duo's tripod report, a ray of deep disbelief similarly flashed through his eyes. He had thought that Chi-Chen would be able to deal with a demonic beast of the 3rd level of the 6th rank and it would be good enough. And what did he hear? According to what the duo had said, with such a performance, Chi-Chen was completely comparable to the 9th level of the 6th rank. Just as Jiannanli was about to contact Zunliang to inquire about the truth of this matter, a figure suddenly pushed the door open. Several people in the office were attracted by the commotion and gazed over. The person who came was none other than Qi Chen. The four of them, Luoxian, Wu Taihe, and Guan Sun, looked at Qi Chen, who walked in and didn't sense anything strange on Qi Chen. But Jiannan Li was different. A glance at Qi Chen was like eyeballing the sun at an extremely close distance. Strong as an erupting volcano's searing breath, it rolled and swept toward him. At this moment, Jiannan Li only felt as if he was in a burning sea of purgatory fire. Jiannan Li, who was the chief team, froze in place for a moment. Chapter 77 Heavenly Spirits Thunderbolt Body. Li Jiannan froze for that brief moment before hastily withdrawing his eyes from sizing up Qi Chen. His heart, at this moment, set off shocking waves and was shaken to the core. What was that all about? How could he feel such a terrifyingly hot flame energy on Qi Chen's body? On the occasion of the last time he met Qi Chen, the energy he felt on Qi Chen was vast and surging, but it was far less terrifying than today. It had only been 2 days, how could he have felt such a terrifying aura on Qi Chen? Li Jiannan's brows unconsciously furrowed as deep doubts flooded his heart. Qi Chen raised his eyes and glanced at Li Jiannan. He had felt Li Jiannan's probing of him just now. However, Qi Chen didn't care. Nowadays, it was like the situation between him and Li Jiannan was reversed. Qi Chen was now looking at Li Jiannan the same way Li Jiannan had looked at him before. Vast Pumba, strong yes, but strong in a limited way. There is still a side gap with myself. Before, Qidwan had to call Li Jiannan chief team. Right now, Qi Chen calling Li Jiannan Shaoli was considered a sign of respect. After all, we haven't called him Plum yet. Of course, Qi Chen was just thinking about it in his mind. Superficial respect is still maintained. Qidwan wasn't that unprincipled. I have a matter that needs to be reported. Qi Chen's words interrupted the puzzled and contemplative Li Jiannan. Jiannan Li looked at Qi Chen, suppressed the doubts in his heart and asked, "What is it?" "Chief team, Vice Team Qi is here. If there's no business for us, then the two of us will retire first." Without waiting for Qi Chen to open his mouth, at this time, Wu Taihe suddenly spoke out. Luoxian followed suit and agreed, "Yes, Chief Team, what we have to ding-dong report has been ding-dong reported as much as we can. If there's nothing else, the two of us will retire first." "Okay." Jiannan Li nodded. Seeing this, the two turned and walked out of the office without hesitation. Inside the office, only Qi Chen, Jiannan Li, and Wu Taihe remained. Cough cough. Qi Chen coughed lightly and said with some embarrassment, "That cultivation room of mine, there's a small problem. I'd like to apply to see if I can change a practice room first." "Minor problem?" Jiannan Li waved his hand with indiscreet concern. "It's fine, it's just a small problem. I'll send someone to see what's going on and just fix it. In the meantime, you can use that one training room of mine." With that, Jiannan Li looked at Guan Sun and commanded, "Guan Sun, go make the arrangements." "Yes." Guan Sun nodded and walked straight out of the office. Jiannan Li's eyes resettled on Qi Chen and asked, "Is there anything else?" "There is indeed one more piece." With that, Qi Chen turned his palm up and a ghostly purple light flashed. Immediately afterward, the ghostly purple crystal bead that contained the Heavenly Spirit's thunder appeared above Qi Chen's palm. Heavenly Spirit objects? Jiannan Li raised his eyebrows. Feeling the terrifying lightning energy contained within the crystal bead, coupled with the flickering and jumping thunder within the crystal bead, Jiannan Li instantly recognized what it was. Thunder of the Spirit of Heaven. Li Jiannan already had an inference in his mind as to how Qi Chen had gotten it. The main attribute practiced by the annihilated Bailan City Wang family was the lightning attribute, right? As for Qi Chen's intentions this time, Jiannan Li also had some guesses. He asked, "You're thinking of exchanging this Heavenly Spirit thunder for the Heavenly Spirit flame that will help you improve, right?" "That's right." Qi Dust nodded. Talking to smart people just saves time. Jiannan Li could almost guess what he was going to do just by looking at him. This thunder of heavenly thunder is really chicken ribs when it comes to me, and within the resources that the Demon Beheading Bureau can redeem, there is nothing about the existence of this heavenly spiritual object. So, I came over this time to ask the chief team if you have any information about the Heavenly Spirit flame, and I can replace it with the Heavenly Spirit thunder in my hand. Well. After hearing Qi Chen's specific claims, Jiannan Li pondered slightly for a moment and nodded his head. "There is, that is." Jiannan Li pointed at the crystal bead in Qi Chen's palm. "The Heavenly Spirit thunder in your hand is not complete." "Incomplete?" Qi Chen frowned slightly as he looked down at the Heavenly Spirit thunder in his hand, somewhat puzzled in his heart. Only to hear Jiannan Li explain, "This one in your hand is not a complete Heavenly Spirit thunder. According to my observation, it may be a sub-body birthed from the heavenly spirit's thunder. It's just a sub-body? After listening to Jian Nanli's introduction, Shi Chen was somewhat disappointed in his heart. The information about the heavenly spirit thing that was looked up some time ago. As it is an elemental energy that is birthed from heaven and earth. Thus, even for the lowest grade of heavenly spirit objects, their resources could be comparable to those of SS grade. Now, it was informing Shi Chen that this was only the sub-body. The discrepancy in this could not help but make Shi Chen's heart feel disappointed to the core. Seeing that Shi Chen was a bit disappointed, Jian Nanli added, however, even if it's a sub-body, its value is at least equal to a rank or even S-rank quality. As I observe this heavenly spirit's thunder sub-body in your hand, its might is at least of S-class quality. S-class? Shi Chen resized the heavenly spirit's thunder sub-body in his hand. S-rank isn't that low. S-rank is S-rank, it's better than nothing. Shaking his head and taking his thoughts back, Shi Chen asked about the main purpose of his trip. Chief Team, if I were to replace it with an S-rank heavenly spirit flame sub-body of the same level, where could I go to make the replacement? After hearing this, Jian Nanli replied after a slight contemplation. Celestial spirit things, even if they are sub-bodies, are especially precious. If you want a replacement, you can go to the Flare Star Chamber of Commerce to take a look. The Flare Star Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in our China, with a wide range of business, involving almost every aspect concerning what a martial artist needs. You should be able to trade for what you want if you go there. Flare Star Chamber of Commerce? Shi Chen murmured to himself, memorizing the name silently. Is there anything else now? Jian Nanli asked again. Nope. Shi Chen looked up at Jian Nanli, just these two things, nope. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Jian Nanli, Shi Chen left his office. After Shi Chen left, Jian Nanli did not go back to Liangzun to confirm what had happened within the secret territory. He felt such a terrifying and powerful aura on Shi Chen. The aura was so powerful that it made him feel like he was somewhat small in front of it. This already proved one thing very well: Shi Chen's strength had already surpassed his. And strength over him means. Thinking about it, there was a flash of brilliant light in Jian Nanli's eyes. His strength, he had already reached the 9th level of the 6th rank. And if his strength surpassed him, he could be a 7th ranked martial artist. Shi Dust, the probability was that he was a 7th ranked martial artist. And the only one who could make him feel oppression was a 7th ranked martial artist. Wanting to do something like what Lu Xian as well as Wu Tian Ding reported was really not too simple for Shi Chen, who had reached the 7th rank. 2.5 days ago, in his perceptions, Shi Chen was still just a 5th stage 9th ranked martial artist. It's only been a few days, and you've become a 7th ranked martial artist? Was Shi Chen deliberately hiding his strength on that day? Or did he just cultivate up in these 2 short days? Li Jiannan was both shocked and puzzled in his heart at this. If the former. It seems like either the former or the latter is kind of mind-boggling. Despite having a lot of doubts in his heart, Jian Nanli had no intention of asking Shi Chen about it. Everyone had their secrets, and he wouldn't ask too many questions about them. After all, Jian Nanli also had secrets of his own. Such demonic martial arts talent. What kind of monster did he get in this little senior sister of mine? Jian Nanli couldn't help but sigh out. In his exclamation, there was an emotion of shock that was hard to hide. His eyes were trembling involuntarily. Regarding Shi Chen's display of strong, demonic martial arts talent, he simply could not be calm inside. Jian Nanli thought that the level he had been exposed to was high enough. But, even so, one had never seen an existence as demonic as Shi Chen. An 18-year-old 7th ranked martial artist, are you kidding me? Is this practicing from mother's womb? Chapter 78, Purple Underworld Divine Thunder Meteor Raging Flame. After leaving from Jian Nanli's office, Shi Chen first went back to his residence and took the identity token that represented his status as a vice squad. After getting the token, Shi Chen inquired about the relevant information about the Flare Star Chamber of Commerce through the information inquiry function within the token. The Flare Star Chamber of Commerce, he had heard of it before, but he had just never understood it in detail. And after experiencing some inquiries, Shi Chen had a basic understanding of the Flare Star Chamber of Commerce. In Huaxia, there were a total of 9 top forces. Among every top power, there was the existence of at least one 9th ranked martial artist. The U-Star Chamber of Commerce is one of them. The Broken Cloud Martial Hall, which Shi Chen had traveled to back then, was also one of them. The stores of the U-Star Chamber of Commerce were opened in all the major urban areas in China. In Luochuan City, there is one. After learning the exact location, Qichen simply packed up and set off for it. 20 minutes later, Zidane stepped out of the cab. In front of them, there was a huge building covering an expansive area. The height is about 6 stories. At the top of the huge building, there was a plaque on which the 4 big words U-Star Chamber of Commerce were written. Together with the layer of crystal-like substance covering the exterior of the building, the grandeur of the U-Star Chamber of Commerce was completely revealed. Qichen didn't move much because of this and walked straight into the interior of the Chamber of Commerce. Zidane approached the staff directly and explained his claim. Standing in front of Qichen, the receptionist lady with a pretty face couldn't help but be a little surprised after hearing Qichen's claim. "This gentleman, are you saying that you want to trade heavenly spirit objects?" "Yes." Qichen nodded lightly. "Sir, please wait a moment," the receptionist lady said politely, while taking out her cell phone and making a call. All of the heavenly spirit objects were at least SS grade, and even if it was a sub-body, then it had at least A grade. It was no longer a resource she could trade levels with. Shortly after she made the call, an old man in Chinese robes walked out from inside the Chamber of Commerce. The reception young lady walked forward and took the initiative to welcome the approaching old man and took the initiative to introduce him. "Elder Wei, this is the gentleman who was going to trade the heavenly spirit item." The old man who was called Wei Lao walked up to Qichen and looked Qichen up and down before seeing the Demon Beheading Bureau's vice team clothing that Qichen was wearing. He asked in a polite tone, "Your Excellency, what is the heavenly spirit item you want to trade? Is it convenient to take it out and look at it?" "Convenient." Qichen nodded and took out the sub-body of the heavenly spirit thunder. The crystal bead emitting an ethereal purple light was held in Qichen's hand. The sub-body of the heavenly spirit's thunder? Elder Wei recognized it directly after just a glance. He inquired at Qichen, "May I ask how your excellency wishes to trade?" Qichen said, "I want to replace the heavenly spirit flame sub-body of the same level with it, is that okay?" "Replacing a heavenly spirit flame sub-body of the same level?" Elder Wei sniffed and frowned slightly. Seeing Elder Wei's furrowed brow, Qichen wondered, "Is there a problem?" Elder Wei's brows stretched as he said, "It's possible, but for the replacement, we'll need to charge 500,000 for the handling fee." "Yes." Qi Dust nodded cheerfully. "It's only $500,000. He can afford it." Seeing Qichen agree, Elder Wei smiled and said, "Please, Your Excellency, hand over your heavenly spirit's thunder sub-body to me. We need to take it to appraise its grade as well as its type." "Good." Qichen handed out the heavenly spirit's thunder sub-body in his palm. He was not at all worried that the other party would transfer this heavenly thunder spirit sub-body or do some other unseemly things. If the Flare Star Chamber of Commerce really dared to do this, then his strength, which had just been promoted to the 7th rank, would have a place to exert itself. Elder Wei walked down with the heavenly spirit's thunder sub-body that he had received from Qichen. Qichen sat down on a chair and waited under the guidance of the receptionist lady. About 10 minutes later, Wei Lao went and returned. Only, re-entering, he didn't look a little too good. Seeing this, Qichen's heart tightened. What does that look mean? I don't think it's possible that he's really given the thunder of heavenly spirit a chance, is it? It was only the words spoken by Elder Wei as he walked next to Qichen that dispelled Qichen's concerns. "Your Excellency, the results are out. This heavenly spirit's thunder sub-body of yours is a sub-body of the SSS grade Purple Underworld Divine Thunder, which belongs to the S grade. And we, the U-Star Chamber of Commerce, happen to have an S-grade Heavenly Spirit Flame sub-body of the corresponding grade, whose mother body is the SSS-grade Meteorite Star Rage Flame." Just. At this point, the old man's tone paused. "Ugh." I only heard Elder Wei sigh and continue, "Aside from you, Your Excellency, there is currently another customer who needs this S-class Meteor Rage Flame sub-body. The difference between him and Your Excellency is that he is not replacing it, but is spending Chinese coins to buy it." Qichen frowned slightly. "You're going to sell that Meteor Fury Flame sub-body to him?" "No, Your Excellency has misunderstood, that's not what I mean." Elder Wei shook his head and laughed. On the same level, the lightning attribute is a bit more powerful than the fire attribute, and on top of that, we have to charge Your Excellency $500,000 in handling fees. So, technically speaking, by making a swap with Your Excellency, we, the U-Star Chamber of Commerce, are making more money. We informed the other party of the current situation, and the other party said that they could compete with Your Excellency for a price increase, so my side just wanted to ask what Your Excellency's intentions are? What a coincidence! After hearing Elder Wei's words, Qichen only felt that it was too coincidental. It happened to coincide with his arrival. It's not a deliberate price hike, is it? Chi-Chen swept his gaze over Elder Wei. In an instant, Elder Wei's heart inexplicably trembled. Suddenly, he felt as if he was being stared at by something extremely terrifying. Hot, tyrannical sensations assaulted him up and down his body. Elder Wei's eyes widened at once, and a thick color of shock flashed in his eyes. What's going on here? Why did he suddenly get this feeling? Elder Wei was horrified in his heart, and his eyes looked towards Chi-Chen without being aware of it. Just now, the youth in front of him just swept up and down, and then that feeling suddenly arose within him. Is it the youth in front of you? Thinking about it, Wei Lao was even more shocked inside. With his strength, he was at the 8th level of the 5th rank. And the youth in front of him, just by sweeping a glance at him, made him develop that kind of feeling. Wouldn't it mean that the youth in front of me is a 6th ranked martial artist now? How old is this young man? Did you read the face to 20? It was worthy of being in existence that could be the vice team of the Demon Beheading Bureau. It was truly extraordinary. Elder Wei, who realized that Chi-Chen's strength was not simple, opened his mouth to explain. Your Excellency, you may have misunderstood me. This bidding competition, both sides can face each other to raise the price. The identity is completely all open. There is no such thing as what you think. Your Excellency, you have to believe that we, the U-Star Chamber of Commerce, would not do something as sordid as that. Chapter 79 The Arrogant Duke of the Zhao Family. Chi-Chen gazed deeply at Elder Wei. It was a long time before he spoke. Lead the way. Face-to-face bidding with open identity. In this way, it is a bit convincing. Feeling the hot and terrifying might that was pressing down on him disappear, Wei Lao's heart sighed in relief. Elder Wei raised his eyes and couldn't help but take a few more glances at Chi-Chen. He also doubted Chi-Chen's true age. Is it actually less than 20 years old as it seems? This way, Your Excellency. Temporarily suppressing the shock and doubt in his heart, Elder Wei made a gesture of invitation, signaling Chi-Chen to follow him. U-Star Chamber of Commerce, a luxurious reception room. The young man with a more distinguished appearance and an age not too different from Chi-Chen's had an arrogant and haughty expression on his face. As good as a grandpa, crossing his legs and leaning on the sofa, closing his eyes as if he was taking a nap. To the left and right of his position behind him stood a total of 5 other men in black suits. Several people looked like bodyguard escorts of this young man sitting on the couch. Squeak! Just then, the door to the reception room was opened. Elder Wei walked in with Chi-Chen. The youth opened his eyes at the sound. After casually glancing at the entrance position, he once again reclosed his eyes and continued to take a nap. The attitude was arrogant and completely disregarded the people who came. Your Excellency, take a seat. Elder Wei gestured for Chi-Chen to sit across from the young man. Chi-Chen walked up and sat down, and Elder Wei opened his mouth to introduce himself. This is the son of the Zhao family, Zhou Dingyang. After saying that, he then introduced Zhou Dingyang. Mr. Zhou, this is Chi-Chen, the newly appointed vice team of the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau. On the way here, Elder Wei had already inquired clearly about Chi-Chen's identity and introduced himself to him. His name was Wei Yu, and he was one of the stewards of the U-Star Chamber of Commerce's branch in Luochuan City. The newly appointed vice squad of the Demon Chopper Bureau? Hearing Wei Yu's introduction, Zhou Dingyang opened his eyes once again. He began to take a closer look at the youth sitting before him. Earlier, he had only glanced at it casually. Upon seeing Chi-Chen's youthful appearance, he reclosed his eyes with disdain. Didn't care too much about Zidane at all. This time, after taking a closer look, it was indeed discovered that the clothes Chi-Chen was wearing belonged to the Demon Chopper Bureau. The iconic pattern on it that represented the identity of the vice team was a direct proof of Chi-Chen's identity as a vice team. After confirming Chi-Chen's status as a vice team, Zhou Dingyang was slightly surprised. This Chi-Chen, his age looked similar to him. At such an age, he was able to become the deputy team of the Demon Beheading Bureau of Luochuan City. Is it really something, or do you have a good father? Zhou Dingyang pondered in his mind. Mr. Zhou, you can say your offer now. Seeing Zhou Dingyang, whose mind had already drifted, Wei Yu spoke out to remind him. Zhou Dingyang sided at Wei Yu and casually said, on top of the original, add another 2 million. Lieutenant Qi, what about you? Qi Dus said without hesitation, I'll offer $3 million. $3 million, that's almost all the savings he has on him. When you go into the Demon Chopper Bureau, for coins and such, you can hardly use them. Therefore, the other day he was completely unconcerned about the matter of Chinese coins. However, even if the money wasn't enough, Qi had other things. After Qi Chen quoted the price, Zhou Dingyang glanced sideways at Qi Chen. Seemingly to show off his wealth, he waved his hand and directly tripled the offer. "I'll give you $9 million. The corner of Wei Yu's mouth couldn't help but curl up as he listened to the offer. After quoting the price, he had a teasing smile on his face towards Zidane. "It's only $9 million. His budget is high." This time, he was determined to obtain the Meteor Rage Flame sub-body. "Compare your wealth with his?" "Oh." Zidane didn't make the first offer. "Lieutenant Qi, do you still want to raise the price?" Wei Yu looked at Qi Chen and asked. With a $9 million raise, he's satisfied. It's just that it couldn't be better to add more. Seeing Qi Chen, who was somewhat hesitant, Zhou Dingyang revealed a general expression of victory. 2. Qi nodded. "How much more do you want to add, please?" Qi Chen did not reply, but took out a martial art from his spatial ring. Pushing the martial skill in front of Wei Yu, he said, "Steward Wei, please help me see how much this martial skill is worth." "Martial arts?" Zhou Dingyang raised an eyebrow. "Is this a case of running out of money and having to take martial arts skills against it?" Zhou Dingyang couldn't help but sneer in his heart. "How dare you raise the price with Zhou Dingyang without money? Can't even afford to pay $9 million more than that. What kind of advanced stuff are martial arts skills?" It was probably just some low-ranked trash martial arts. This kind of trashy stuff, give it to him for nothing and he'll think it's taking up space. Putting it on the side of the road is one of those things that dogs don't even bother to look at. Zhou Dingyang casually took out a grape-looking fruit from the fruit plate on the table and threw it in his mouth and ate it. There was absolutely no worry that the martial skill Qi Chen took out was anything decent. B grade at most. It's a burn to be more than AB grade. Zhou Dingyang threw the fruit in his mouth and had just chewed it twice when he heard Wei Yu's shocked voice suddenly ring out. S-class martial skills. Cough. Cough. Hearing this, Zhou Dingyang immediately choked on the seeds of the fruit. SH. What? He stared at Wei Yu with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. Only to see Wei Yu with the same shocked expression. He stared down at the martial skill he held in his hands, and a shocked cry of disbelief escaped his mouth. This. It's actually an S-ranked martial skill, Heavenly Thunder Leader? He snapped his head up to look at Qi Chen and asked in confirmation, "Lieutenant Qi, are you going to put this S-ranked martial art against the increase in price?" "Right." Qi Chen asked with a bashful nod. "Steward Wei, this S-class martial skill, how much can it be worth?" Wei Yu couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw Qi Chen's confirmation. After a slight contemplation, he stretched out a palm. $50 million? Qi Chen guessed out loud. With regards to the knowledge of the value of S-ranked martial arts, Qi Chen didn't know much about it. Listening to Qi Chen's offer, Wei Yu's eyes twitched slightly. $50 million. This is too much of a look down on the value of S-class martial arts, isn't it? Wei Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. "Vice Squad Qi, you're joking, this is an S-class martial skill, the kind that has a price. S-ranked martial arts are of the type that a lot of people can't buy even if they spend more than their own value. The value of this S-ranked martial skill, Heavenly Thunder Leader, is worth almost $500 million. In this scenario, it really seemed as if Wei Yu was the one who was going to sell the martial arts. $500 million. At this price, Qi Chen was also a bit shocked. How can it be? Zhou Dingyang, who had always maintained a calm demeanor and did not even reveal his arrogance at all times, could no longer remain calm at this moment. He had a full budget this time, but it was nowhere near as full as $500 million. After really letting Qi Chen sell this S-ranked martial art to get $500 million, what else would he take to raise the price? Thus, he hurriedly said, "Steward Wei, you have to look carefully, is this really the S-ranked martial skill Heavenly Thunder Lead?" Zhou Dingyang did not believe that Qi Chen could take out an S-ranked martial skill. How would anyone in their right mind take out an S-ranked martial art for sale? It's too late to offer it up as a baby. Furthermore, how could those who could come up with S-class martial arts for sale not even be able to come up with more than $9 million? Thus, he concluded that this was definitely not an S-ranked martial skill Heavenly Thunder Leader by Qi Chen. Maybe it's just some kind of Thai martial art forgery. Chapter 80 My friendship is the greatest favor to your Zhou family. After Zhou Dingyang said this, Wei Yu also couldn't help but be skeptical. He thought he couldn't fault his vision though. However, the matter of S-class martial arts being directly taken out and sold like this was too unbelievable. Normal people, even if they want to sell, they will go out to auction in the form of an auction. Who would take it out and sell it outright? It is important to realize that the price that comes out of the auction is much higher than its own value. With a bit of luck, it wouldn't be a problem for the value to exceed $1 billion. So then, after some thought, he decided it would be better to test it. Lieutenant Shi, in order to ensure the fairness and impartiality of this transaction, this S-ranked martial skill will undergo some testing first. Confirm that it belongs to the S-class before we can proceed to the next step of the transaction. Wei offered to test it on the grounds of impartiality. Okay. Shi Chen nodded without saying much. This S-ranked martial skill, Heavenly Thunder Leader, had been certified by the system. Please wait for a moment. Wei Yu apologized and took out his phone to call a staff member. The staff took this martial art and left the reception room. During this period, the only emotion shown on Shi Chen's face was indifference. There was not the slightest hint of any other emotion on display. Looking at Shi Chen calmly leaning on the sofa, Zhou Dingyang couldn't help but sneer out in his heart. Load it! When the appraisal results come out, I'll see if you can still pretend to be this calm as you are now. Thinking like this, Zhou Dingyang also leaned back on the sofa, his face reappearing with that condescending expression. He simply didn't believe that this was a true S-ranked martial art. S-class martial arts are precious? It's simply not available on the market. He didn't believe that someone would be so stupid as to put an S-ranked martial skill up for sale. Wei Yu sat in the middle of the two, his mind pondering how he should face Shi Chen when the appraisal results came out, if it was false. The purpose of their U-Star Chamber of Commerce is to make money out of peace. The main focus is not to offend anyone so that the business can last. Shi Dust, after all, belonged to the Demon Beheading Bureau's vice team, and was strong and talented. Later, even if it was a fake, he couldn't afford to lose face with Shi Chen. 10 minutes later, the staff member who had taken away the martial skill Heavenly Thunder Leader for testing returned with the martial skill Heavenly Thunder Leader. How did it turn out? Wei Yu asked out loud. Zhou Dingyang couldn't help but open his eyes and look. To be honest, when the staff didn't come back before, he was as calm as usual. A few uneasy feelings actually grew within him as the staff returned. He wanted to sit up and listen carefully. However, upon realizing that Shi Chen was still very calmly leaning on the sofa, he instantly dismissed the idea of sitting up. Closing his eyes slightly, he continued to act as if he too had a bemused look on his face. The staff took a long breath and suppressed the shock in his heart and said, Elder Wei, this door is indeed an S-ranked martial skill Heavenly Thunder Leader. What? Before Wei Yu could open his mouth, Zhou Dingyang opened his mouth in alarm. He jerked up from the couch and stared at the staff member incredulously, questioning. What did you say? This is the S-ranked martial art Heavenly Thunder led? In response to Zhou Dingyang's questioning, the staff member said with a straight face, in response to this martial skill, we tested it 3 times. Every test result proves that this martial art is, indeed, the S-ranked Heavenly Thunder Leader. On the side, Wei Yu's pupils couldn't help but tremble. It's really S-class. He looked at Shi Chen and opened his mouth, but he was somewhat at a loss as to what to say. S-class martial arts, but really take it out and sell it directly at the market price? Looking at this situation, there was not even any intention to raise the price. Wei Yu was shocked by Shi Chen's approach, while at the same time, he was very confused as to why he would do this. Unbeknownst to him, this S-ranked Heavenly Thunder Leader had long been permanently retained by the system. Shi Chen was able to perform simulated cultivation at any time. As long as one cultivates to perfection, one can reproduce countless copies out of it anytime, anywhere. Shi Chen was too lazy to do something as laborious as raising the price. Hurry up and finish the whole thing so he can go simulate practicing his powers. No mistake? Zhou Dingyang asked again, undeterred. The staff member firmly said, Mr. Zhou, please believe in the testing machines of our U-Star Chamber of Commerce. Our U-Star Chamber of Commerce's testing machine is a product built at the highest level of technology in Blue Star. At worst, it can detect SS-ranked breathing techniques as well as martial arts, and testing an S-ranked martial art isn't so wrong. With these words, Zhou Dingyang was dumbfounded and unable to refute. It's indisputable. The U-Star Chamber of Commerce, rich as a nation. With money, it naturally wouldn't be difficult to have the best technology in Blue Star. In the Blue Star where martial arts flourished, technology had become less important. Shi Chen, who had been silent and hadn't spoken much, spoke up at this time. He said in a faint voice, "Steward Wei, my future price increases will be 1 million higher than his every time, just deducted from these 500 million. After speaking, Qi Chen added, "Provided that he can really afford the price he quoted. If this Zhou Dingyang offers 500 million, he himself can't afford it. What about simply to jack up the price for yourself?" Qi Chen didn't want to be the wrongdoer, and this last addition was important. In the face of the words spoken by Qi Chen, Zhou Dingyang gritted his teeth a little in anger. Always a million more than his offer? Instantly, Zhou Dingyang felt like he was being looked down upon. Zhou Dingyang, who is used to being arrogant, how can anyone dare to say such words that look down on him? Zhou Dingyang had anger rising in his heart. He's very upset right now. It was just fun to fair bid, but now, fair bidding isn't fun anymore. So then, he decided not to bid fairly with Qi Chen. When you come out, it's all about background and power. And that, he happens to have. A playful smile appeared on Zhou Dingyang's face as he said, "This vice squad member Qi of the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau, you should be no stranger to our Zhou family, right?" Speaking of the Zhou family, a condescending look once again appeared on his face. The Zhou family behind it was the existence that Zhou Dingyang was most proud of. It was also the biggest basis for him to go out and act in a condescending manner. "As long as you give up this bidding and let me have this meteorite raging flame sub-body, as the Zhou family's young master, I can represent the Zhou family and cause you to gain the friendship of our Zhou family. In the future, you'll be a friend of my Zhou family, and when you encounter any difficult things, our Zhou family will help you get through them. What do you think, Lieutenant Qi?" Zhou Dingyang said assiduously. Only, his words were as if he was giving alms to Qi Chen. To be able to obtain the friendship of their Zhou family was a heavenly favor for Qi Chen. The truth is that Zhou Dingyang did think so. The Zhou family? Qi Chen raised an eyebrow and said in a tone full of disinterest, "What kind of small and stream family? I've never even heard of it." "Ha!" After letting out a cold laugh, Qi Chen added, "Don't make it sound as if gaining the friendship of your Bull Zhou family is some kind of favor. For your Zhou family to reap my friendship is a true favor. It's just a pity that your Zhou family doesn't have that qualification yet, to gain my friendship." Chapter 81 Zhou Dingyang's Revenge. As Qi Chen's words fell, within the reception room, a brief silence fell. Wei Yu stared at Qi Chen with some consternation. "A small, last-rate family? The Chao family doesn't deserve your friendship?" Wei Yu, who knew what kind of existence the Zhou family was deeply shocked by Qi Chen's words. The Zhou family is not some end-of-the-line power. Instead, it's a solid second-rate power. Within the family, there was even the presence of more than one seventh-ranked martial artist. Putting aside the branches set up by major powers in Luochuan City, the Zhou family could be called the biggest power in Luochuan City. Zhou family people weekdays out of the door in, basically belongs to the existence of no one dares to mess with. However, Qi Chen said that the Zhou family was some small, end-of-the-line family. It was even bluntly stated that the Zhou family was not entitled to his friendship. For a moment, Wei Yu couldn't decide if Qi Chen was too ignorant to know what kind of existence the Zhou family was. Or was there a more terrifying force than the Zhou family existing behind Qi Chen? Zhou Dingyang froze in place in shock. The Zhou family's great young man, who was used to the fact that every time he reported the Zhou family's name, others would immediately change to a pleasing attitude, did not react for a moment after Qi Chen said such words that denigrated the Zhou family. He stared at Qi Chen with some disbelief. The first reaction was to wonder if I had heard wrong. When will their Zhou family name become so bad? After reporting it out, the person in front of him not only showed disdain for their Zhou family. Instead, they were still sneering at their Zhou family? For a while, anger rose in Zhou Dingyang's heart. The anger in his heart caused his breathing to intensify and become a little short. Zhou Dingyang's eyes stared up, frowning as he stared at Qi Chen, his tone rather unkind. "What did you say about my Zhou family?" Qi Chen spread his hands. "It's just garbage." What bull Zhou family, he really didn't put it in his eyes. It's not just the Chao family. Even if it was the 9 top forces of China, he similarly did not place them in his eyes. With the speed at which Qi Chen's strength had increased, there really wasn't any existence that he could put in his eyes. Unbridled. Boo! Zhou Dingyang shouted angrily and slapped his palm heavily on the coffee table in front of him. In the past, after he had reported the name of the Zhou family, not to mention the Zhou family, even he was an existence that no one dared to mess with. The Zhou family's young master, who had always been arrogant and accustomed to it, where could he stand such mocking words? At the same moment, the group of people behind Zhou Dingyang, who were dressed in bodyguard escort service, stared at Qi Chen in unison with unfavorable faces. A powerful aura was released. Among these people, the lowest was a 5th-ranked martial artist. There were 2 martial auras that had even reached the 6th rank. Seeing that he was about to make a move at the drop of a hat, Wei Yu's face changed drastically. Ahem. After he coughed and attracted Zhou Dingyang's attention, he opened his mouth to remind him. Mr. Zhou, this place belongs to the interior of our Star Chamber of Commerce, and hands are not allowed, so please pay attention to your manners. Humph. At those words, Zhou Dingyang snorted coldly. Count your boy lucky. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Qi Dust in a cold voice. The Flare Star Chamber of Commerce was one of the 9 top forces within the Huaxia territory. Even if this was a branch of the Star Chamber of Commerce, it was not something that their Zhou family could afford to mess with. Don't look at the fact that this is just a branch, but it also has a 7th-ranked martial artist in attendance. It can't be helped, the Star Chamber of Commerce is too rich. With money, there would be no shortage of strong martial artists as fighters. He resettled in his seat while waving his hand, signaling the group behind him to disperse the aura released from their bodies. Zhou Dingyang, who had sat down again, looked gloomy to the extreme. The Vice Squad of the Demon Chopper Bureau? What can the Vice Squad of the Demon Chopper Bureau do? Even if the Demon Beheading Bureau's general team came, they wouldn't dare to humiliate their Zhou family like this. This ungrateful brat in front of him, he must make him look good himself. Zhou Dingyang was secretly vicious in his heart. Zhou Dingyang's expression was already a good indication of what was going through his mind. Qi Chen didn't care at all. And wouldn't mind a repeat of that day in the Wang family. Even more, Qi Chen couldn't wait for the Zhou family to come after him. This Zhou family's son, who had come to bid against himself for the sub-body of this meteorite fury flame, must have had the fire attribute for his special ability as well. The Zhou family behind him, the probability was that the ones he practiced were all fire attribute type martial arts and breathing techniques as well. It's a good fit with myself. The harvest gained from raiding the Zhou clan could all be used by Qi Chen. When the time came, it would save Qi Chen the trouble of carrying out a replacement. Qi Chen regarded Zhou Dingyang's gloomy expression as if it was nothing as he turned his head to Wei Yu and asked. Steward Wei, my offer is $1 million higher than his highest offer. Ask him what his highest offer is, I don't want to keep milling around here. Good. Wei Yu responded and was about to ask Zhou Dingyang when he heard Zhou Dingyang say, my highest offer is $200 million. Pop. As the words fell, a bank card was dropped. The money's in here, check it yourself. 2 of you, please wait a moment. Wei Yu picked up the bank card and said politely. After some operation to confirm the card has 200 million, then the card towards Zhou Dingyang submitted back. After receiving the card, he didn't wait for Wei Yu to say anything, so he just got up. Humph. Finally, with a cold snort, he took his group of bodyguards and left the reception room straight away, heading out of the Flare Star Chamber of Commerce. After Zhou Dingyang left, Wei Yu sent someone to send up the Meteorite Fury Flame sub-body. The Meteor Raging Flame substratum, like the Purple Underworld Divine Thunder substratum in Qi Chen's hand, was sealed within a crystal bead similar to the size of a fist. The Purple Underworld Divine Thunder sub-body and the S-ranked martial skill Heavenly Thunder lead were handed over to Wei Yu. Wei Yu, on the other hand, handed over the Meteor Rage Flame sub-body as well as a bank card to Qi Chen. Inside the bank card, there are 299 million Chinese dollars. As for the 500,000 yuan handling fee, Wei Yu did not charge Qi Chen. Qi didn't care about the $500,000 either. With $201 million out of the way, what's $500,000 more? After the transaction was officially completed, Qi Chen didn't stay at the Flare Star Chamber of Commerce for much longer, but left the chamber straight away. On the street outside the U-Star Chamber of Commerce, inside a luxury business car, Zhou Dingyang, as well as his group of bodyguards, were sitting inside. Zhou Dingyang rushed to the man sitting next to him and asked, Uncle Zhou, can you do me a favor? Seemingly knowing what Zhou Dingyang was going to do, he couldn't help but frown and said, Your Excellency, that man is the vice team of the Demon Beheading Bureau. I'm afraid that killing him with such an outburst will attract unnecessary trouble for the Zhou family. Although he was Zhou Dingyang's guard, he was still a member of the Zhou family anyways. Things have to be done for the greater good of the Zhou family as well. For this point, Zhou Ding wants to naturally realize it. He shook his head and said, Uncle Zhou, I didn't ask you to kill him, I just want you to step in and help me teach him a lesson. What's your lesson? This time, Uncle Zhou didn't say much, but asked directly. As long as you don't kill it, it's not too much of a problem. The Demon Beheading Bureau, they couldn't afford to offend the Zhao family. But the Demon Beheading Bureau in Luochuan City, as long as they didn't go too far, their Zhao family could still afford to be offended. Zhao Dingyang's eyes slightly condensed as he pondered for a moment. Uncle Zhao, help me unload both of his legs, and by the way, just snatch that meteorite rage flame sub-body. Chapter 82 Instantaneous Seconds. The Furious Zhao Family Head. After Qi Chen walked out of the Flare Star Chamber of Commerce, he did not take a taxi to rush back inside the Demon Beheading Bureau. Instead, I chose to walk. It was like this because he had a premonition of what was coming. Qi Chen's footsteps were unhurried as he walked slowly through the crowded streets. Unconsciously, beside Qi Chen, a group of several people in black suits followed. They followed closely around Qi Chen and slowly gathered towards him. Soon, the encirclement formed by several people forced Qi Chen's footsteps to a halt. Kid, come with us. The middle-aged man at the head spoke in a deep voice. Looking at the few people who surrounded him, each of them had an incomparably familiar face. It was Zhao Dingyang's group of bodyguards. And their purpose at this moment, Qi Chen didn't even need to think about it. Come with you? Qi Chen raised his eyes and glanced at the group, saying disdainfully, are you worthy? The middle-aged man at the head of the group stared. Anger surged in his heart, and just when he wanted to snap, he suddenly thought of the crowd streaming down the street. This is not the right place to do it. He suppressed the anger in his heart and frowned. Kid, be painful and you can suffer less later. A mere vice team of the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau, daring to be so arrogant in front of my Zhao family, you better have other backgrounds behind you. A familiar voice rang out, and Zhao Dingyang appeared behind several people. He took a step and walked up to a few people, coldly looking at Qi Chen with a smug smile on his face. It seemed that he had already seen Qi Chen's next tragic situation. Ha! Qi Chen shook his head with a cold smile. The disdain, the mockery was evident. Laugh, I'll see how long you can laugh. Zhao Dingyang also had a sneering expression on his face. Only, the expression of a sneer had just been revealed before it suddenly froze on his face. Buzz! Reddish red light flashed. A hot ball of flame, with a swift momentum, roared towards Zhao Dingyang. Boom! The flames engulfed Zhao Dingyang in an instant. The intense burning sensation soon hit Zhao Dingyang's entire body. Ah! Miserable cries rang out, attracting many crowds of spectators on the streets. This scene happened too suddenly. Zhao Dingyang's group of bodyguards did not react at all. When they reacted, Zhao Dingyang had long been engulfed by the fire and let out a miserable howl like killing a pig. No good. The middle-aged man at the head's face suddenly changed. The aura around him was released in a surge, and crimson fire covered his surroundings. Flame True Qi was released, wrapping his arm. He probed out his arm and grabbed towards Zhao Dingyang within the flames. Giggle. However, when his arm just made contact with the flames that engulfed Zhao Dingyang, the flame True Qi covering his arm then collapsed in an instant. Flames burned up his arm. What's going on? The middle-aged man was appalled. Before he had time to think more, Qi Chen had already moved once more. Boom! A flickering flame glow lit up. A flame beam as thick as an adult's thigh burst out. The two of them were too close, plus this attack was strangely fast. The middle-aged man had no reaction time at all. The flame beam had then struck him in the abdomen. Put! The flames pierced straight through his abdomen, only, there was no blood-splattering scene showing. Even the location of the hole that had been pierced through showed no signs of blood being present. This is because the hot flames have long since vaporized all blood. Even the location of its cave entrance was already charred. From the position of the hole in his chest and abdomen, he could clearly see the rear. This internal organs, moreover, are all that remain. It was incinerated in a matter of moments. The middle-aged man froze and lowered his head, looking at the sight on his chest and abdomen, his eyes filled with disbelief. His vitality drained away at a rapid pace. The next moment. Boo! Consciousness completely dissipated, and his figure fell straight down. The remaining four only gradually came back to their senses after the death of the middle-aged man at the head of the group. The four of them stared at Qi Chen with shocked gazes. The strength Qi Chen had displayed had far exceeded their imagination, instantly killing the strongest among them. This kind of strength was completely beyond their ability to resist. The thought of escape arose in the hearts of the four. As for rescuing Zhou Dingyang, who was engulfed in flames, the four had long been scared out of their wits by the scene before them. Where was the thought of saving Zhou Dingyang? Only, before the four could escape, they saw four flames that were scorching hot and carried incineration like swimming dragons, attacking each of the four. Ah! For these four flames, the four didn't dodge at all. With oozing screams, they fell into the same death as the middle-aged man. At this moment, Zhou Dingyang's screams had long since disappeared. Chen looked towards the still burning Zhou Dingyang and casually waved his hand. The burning flames dissipated, revealing the corpse of Zhou Definition, which had long since become charred. It was a scene that happened too suddenly. The crowds coming and going were all frozen in place with shock. They looked at the youth positioned in the center of this crowd of corpses, and the horrified emotions in their eyes were thicker than one another. This is... What's going on? Why the sudden fight? Killing these few people was as simple as slapping a few ants with his hand. Chen did not stay in the same place, and after Zhou Dingyang and his group died, they left the same place directly. Next, it was up to the Zhou family to choose. This matter was witnessed by so many people, the fermentation speed was bound to be extremely fast, and it shouldn't take long for it to reach the ears of the Zhou family. If the Zhou family chose to leave it at that, Chen wouldn't bother coming to the door again. If the same choice as the Wang family is made, then Chen would have no choice but to step in and give the entire Zhou family a ride. Just in time, let's see if there is a true heavenly spirit flame inside this Zhou family, and not a sub-body like this. Chen felt that the probability was that the Zhou family members would not sit back and do nothing about this matter. After all, Zhou Dingyang was the eldest son of the Zhou family. How could the Zhou family hold back their indifference when he died? Chen's prediction was correct. After he left, the matter fermented extremely quickly indeed. In less than an hour's time, this matter was passed on to the ears of the Zhou family head. The death of his own son made him furious. Inside the Chow house, he began to lash out. This matter was passed on to more than just the ears of the Zhou family. There were a large number of people who had witnessed this, and many of them had seen the clothes that Chen was wearing. It was clearly the Demon Beheading Bureau costume, and it was also the costume worn by the Vice Squad. Thus, this matter was quickly passed on to the ears of Li Jiannan of the Demon Beheading Bureau in Luochuan City. On the other hand, Chen, who was the protagonist of this incident, had already entered Li Jiannan's one cultivation room and started a new round of simulated cultivation. What he was simulating to cultivate this time, naturally, was his D-ranked supernatural ability, Shining Fire. With the help of the Meteor Rage Flame sub-body, simulating the cultivation of the supernatural ability would be a lot easier, I'm sure. Chapter 83 Li Jiannan steps in, Zhou family schemes. Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau, inside Jiannan Li's office. Guansun looked at Li Jiannan and said rather gruffly, Chief Team, this Zhou family, it's not a light that can't be saved. Vice Team Qi killed Zhou family head's son, Zhou Dingyang. Even if Vice Team Qi is the vice team of the Demon Beheading Bureau, the Zhou family will definitely not let it go. In past years, that Zhou clan didn't put our Demon Beheading Bureau in their eyes much. In recent years, the Zhou family has never enforced a single article, relying on the presence of multiple 7th-ranked martial artists in the family. Now that Vice Team Qi has killed the son of the Zhou family's head, I'm afraid that the Zhou family will retaliate against all odds, and not even strike in secret, but strike directly in the open. Listening to Guansun's words, Jiannan Li's eyes narrowed slightly. His knowledge of these large and small families in Luochuan City was actually no match for Guansun. He came to Luochuan City to serve in the general team, but also a little more than a year. Guansun, on the other hand, has been in office for a full 2.5 years. And in his tenure of more than a year, it can be said that there is not much to the size of the family forces within the city of Luochuan to carry out a detailed understanding. Now after hearing Guansun's analysis, coupled with what he said about these behaviors of the Zhou family, Jiannan Li felt that it was not unreasonable. How could a clan that dared to completely turn a blind eye to the orders of the Demon Beheading Bureau put the Demon Beheading Bureau in its eyes in such a matter? You have to know that the person who died was someone extremely important to the Zhou family. And the Chao family's retaliation is bound to be fierce. There was even a high probability that one or even more 7th-ranked martial artists would be directly deployed. With regards to Chen's strength, Jiannan Li was aware of it. It should be 7th order. But the odds are that it's at the 1st or 2nd level of the 7th order. Those 7th-ranked martial artists of the Zhou family were all above the 3rd rank. Sending out a random one, could this junior brother to be of his really handle it? Chen was, nowadays, an uncompromising demonic genius. If he was killed by the Zhao family in this way, it would definitely be a great loss to the country of Huaxia. Regardless of whether Qi Chen was his prospective senior brother or not, he would not allow such a talented demon to die in front of his eyes. In the midst of his thoughts, Jian Nanli's eyes became sharp, resembling cold ons. One can't help but get chills watching it. It seemed that he had to lend a little of someone's might this time and make a personal appearance. However, before stepping in, he had to get some specifics. The matter was started by whoever started it. Go ask the head of the U-Star Club who the instigator of this was. Yes. Guansun nodded and stepped back before taking out his cell phone and dialing a number. A moment later, he re-entered the office and said to Jian Nanli. Chief, we've asked clearly, the instigator of this matter is Zhou Dingyang, the son of the Zhou family. Tell me in detail. Jian Nanli waved his hand. Guansun informed Jian Nanli of this in detail. From the time the two of them started bidding, to the matter of Qi Chen being surrounded by Zhou Dingyang's men after leaving the U-Star Chamber of Commerce. After hearing this, Li Jiannan's heart was relieved. In that case, it's a division. It was also just right to take advantage of this matter to knock down the various forces in Luochuan City. Let them also understand that even if the Demon Beheading Bureau is somewhat unable to spare their hands right now, it is only for those big sects that are unable to spare their hands. For this kind of small shrimp, or just take it. For the time being, let's not disturb Qi Chen, let him cultivate properly, and this matter, leave it to me to set things right. Li Jiannan admonished Guansun and turned to walk out of the office. Understood. Guansun nodded his head and did not say anything more about Li Jiannan wanting to help Qi Chen set this matter right. After learning that Qi Chen was half of Li Jiannan's senior brother, Guansun's attitude towards Qi Chen completely changed. The reason why he had made it a point to tell Li Jiannan about the Zhou family was precisely to get Li Jiannan to make a move. Inside the Zhou family in Luochuan City, the weather was clear and cloudless. However, the up and down atmosphere within the Zhou family was gloomy to the extreme. It seemed that the sky over the sunny Zhou family was covered with a layer of dark clouds because of this gloomy atmosphere. A middle-aged man in a gorgeous brocade robe stood within the courtyard. His eyes were crimson, and an expression of violent anger filled his face. Patriarch, the identity of the person who killed Ding Yang has been found out. It's a vice squad from the Demon Beheading Bureau of Luochuan City. Below him, an old man said to the middle-aged man's tripod report. The vice squad of the Rock River City Demon Beheading Bureau? Listening to the old man's tripod report, a flash of doubt flashed across the Zhou family head Zhou Xiong's furious face. The Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau's vice team is only at the highest level of the 5th rank. How was he able to kill Ting Yang, who was protected by 2 6th-ranked martial artists? The old man's face was expressionless as he continued his tripod report. Family Master, this person is a newly appointed lieutenant of the Demon Beheading Bureau in Luochuan City. Based on the information we've investigated so far, this person's name is Qi Chen, and his strength is at least at the 7th level of the 6th rank. And... Speaking here, the old man suddenly paused. And what? Seeing the old man pause, Zhou Xiong immediately pursued. And this Qi Chen's younger than 20. As he spoke, a flash of shock flashed across the old man's eyes. What? Less than 20? Zhou Xiong couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. All the anger in his heart was mostly suppressed by the shock of hearing those words. Zhou Xiong asked incredulously, "Are you sure?" Okay. The old man nodded his head with great certainty and gave a series of detailed information about Qi Chen. This includes where his family lives, where he went to high school and when he joined the Rocky Mountain City Demon Choppers and became a lieutenant, among other things. After listening to the old man's detailed introduction, Zhou Xiong gradually believed it. He couldn't help but exclaim out, a 6th-order martial artist under the age of 20, truly a demon. Zhou Xiong's eyes gazed at the courtyard in front of him as a flash of viciousness flashed through his eyes. Such a genius demon and killed his son. All the more reason not to stay. This kind of genius, when he grows up in the future, he will definitely be a big trouble for his Zhou family. No more than that, he must be completely wasted. As for Qi Chen's status as a vice team of the Demon Beheading Bureau? Oh. It's just a vice squad, his Zhou family doesn't care at all. In recent years, the Demon Beheading Bureau had been overhauled by the frontline demonic beasts. Where else could they spare the time to send extra high-ranking martial artists to Luochuan City to deal with this matter? As of now, this Qi Chen didn't have any background to speak of. Now is the best time to strike and kill him. First Elder, take the 2nd Elder and 3rd Elder with you and go capture the Qi Chen back to my Zhou family. I will personally kill this little Zhao Xiong icily ordered the old man in front of him. The Grand Elder nodded without the slightest hesitation. For that matter, he was able to figure it out. Putting aside avenging Zhou Dingyang's death, let's just talk about the grudge that his Zhou family had made with this Qi Chen. Qi Chen had a demonic talent, and when he grew up, he would definitely be a great scourge to his Zhou family. It is important to get rid of it while the time is right. Zhao Xiong stared at the departing back of the Zhou family's Grand Elder, and felt in his heart that this matter was already 9 out of 10. He, the Zhou family's Grand Elder, was a solid 7th-ranked 3rd-ranked martial artist. As for the 2nd Elder and the 3rd Elder, they were both veteran 6th Order powerhouses who had immersed themselves in the 9th level of the 6th Order for many years. It could basically be seen as a half-step 7th stage martial artist. It's not a sure thing to catch a 7th-ranked martial artist of the 6th Order with such a formation. Even if there are other martial artists in the Demon Beheading Bureau, so what? In front of the 7th Order, 3rd-ranked Grand Elder, it was nothing more than a piece of dirt. Unbeatable. Just as Zhao Xiong was about to return to the family head's hall to wait for the good news from the Grand Elder, he suddenly stared towards the Zhou family's main gate. In this direction, he sensed a strong and powerful aura. Chapter 84 Li Jiannan's Master, a 9th-ranked general. What man? Zhao Xiong's brows furrowed as he barked out a stern voice. His voice seemed to cut through the void and traveled straight towards the Zhou family's gate. Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau Li Jiannan. At the gate, there was a pale and powerful voice of response that rang out. At the gate of the Zhou family, Jiannan Li looked at the group of Zhou family guards who were blocking in front of him. His gaze was flat and he did not see the slightest fluctuation of emotions. Stop. This is the Zhou clan. Idlers, stop. For this group of watchman guards who were only of the 4th rank at the highest, Jiannan Li did not place them in his eyes at all. Humph. With a cold snort, his aura spread out around him. The powerful aura of the 6th rank 9 was completely beyond the ability of this group of watchman guards, who were only of the 4th rank at the highest, to resist. Under this aura, one by one, their figures flew backwards towards the back with a loud bang. Jiannan Li took a step inside the Zhou family's gate. Shoo! At the same time, a silhouette, as Li Jiannan crossed into the Zhou family, instantly appeared before Li Jiannan's eyes. Shoo! 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 Immediately afterward, several more figures appeared in succession right after them. The figure that appeared first was Zhao Xiong, the head of the Zhou family. The Zhou family's Grand Elder also came. It was just a step slower than Zhao Xiong. Zhao Xiong stared at Li Jiannan, whose strength was only at the 9th level of the 6th rank, and was a little confused for a moment. What's in this Li Jiannan's gourd? To apologize? Available at. Zhao Xiong looked at the fallen Zhou family guards. Where was this half an apology? Looking for trouble is more like it. But, looking for trouble, just with this 6th Order 9th heavy strength, come to his Zhou family to look for trouble, is really a bit of a laugh. He could easily crush this Li Jiannan with one hand. Although he didn't understand Li Jiannan's purpose, Li Jiannan's behavior made him, the Zhou family head, very unhappy. Humph. He let out a cold snort, and an aura of unruffled authority appeared around him. The powerful aura that uniquely belonged to a 7th-ranked martial artist pressed horizontally towards Li Jiannan. The air around them seemed to be distorted under this powerful 7th Order aura. However, Jiannan Li did not look the slightest bit flustered in the face of this aura, and his face remained as calm as water. It seemed as if the 7th-ranked martial artist might that pressed horizontally could not have the slightest effect on him. Buzz. Just as the 7th Order aura was about to press down on Jiannan Li, a golden light exploded into existence. Brilliant golden light blossomed, transforming into a protective shield that enveloped all 5 meters of Jiannan Li's circumference. That one strong 7th Order aura immediately collapsed like a bubble that had been poked and burst after coming into contact with this golden protective shield. The breath of a 7th-ranked martial artist that was strong enough to distort space was simply fragile in front of this golden shield. Seeing that this suddenly released golden shield blocked his 7th Order chi, Zhao Xiong's face immediately became startled. What the hell is this? Not waiting for him to be puzzled for too long, he suddenly felt that there was some kind of terrifying aura being released from within the golden shield. Immediately afterward, a clear-cut angular middle-aged man's shadow was seen slowly condensing out. The middle-aged man's hair had half-gray hair. His face had an indescribable sense of vicissitude. And that terrifying aura was released from this middle-aged man's silhouette. The Zhou family members stared at the middle-aged silhouette that had suddenly appeared, and each of them had a puzzled look on their faces. A few people even felt that this person was very familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere, but they just couldn't remember. The middle-aged man looked at the crowd of Zhao family members in front of him and frowned slightly. At that moment, a terrifying impression was released from this slightly furrowed brow alone. The faces of the Zhao family's group who felt this terrifying oppression changed greatly. They were running their true chi in their bodies trying to resist. However, as they began to run, they realized with a jolt. The true chi in their bodies seems to have disappeared out of thin air, and they can't even sense it. Boom! 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 One after another, the figures could not withstand the pressure of this shadow, and one after another directly fell to the ground. Within a few breaths, there was not a single one of the crowd of Zhao family members in front of them who could still maintain a standing position. All had fallen to their knees. Only after doing this did the middle-aged silhouette slowly turn around and look at Jian Nanli and ask, "Jian, what's going on?" Jian Nanli said in a respectful voice, "Master, I've come to the Zhou family in Luochuan City to reason with them. But they didn't want to reason with me and came up to make a move, and in the face of more than 1/7 ranked martial artist from the Zhou family, I had to summon you out." As the Zhou family members listened to Li Jiannan's words, anger surged up in each of their hearts. "God damn it, come to reason. If you don't make the first move, can we? Reasoning?" A flash of doubt flashed across the middle-aged man's shadowy face as he said, "Tell me more carefully." Jian Nanli didn't explain, but asked first, "Master, you should know about Qi Chen, right?" "Qi Chen?" A flash of doubt flashed across the middle-aged man's face. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Come to think of it, it's that Yusher girl who took it upon herself to give me a new disciple." "What happened to him?" Jian Nanli informed the other party that Qi Chen had killed Zhou Dingyang. "So it is." The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly after hearing this. So it seems that it was that prospective disciple of his who killed the Zhou family's male son. And his disciple came to help his prospective disciple to come and reason with the Zhou family. Instead, the Zhou family refused to listen and tried to strike at his disciple, Jian Nanli. He was even prepared to take a shot at that prospective disciple of his. For a while, a few moments of displeasure grew in the middle-aged man's heart. Together with the Zhou family, a family background that belonged to an individual, it made the middle-aged man feel even more angry in his heart. Of the 9 top forces, most of them were dissatisfied and did not place the Demon Beheading Bureau in their eyes. Even other small forces of Amazons and dogs don't put the Demon Beheading Bureau in their eyes like this anymore? Do you really think that the Demon Beheading Bureau can't spare a hand to clean you up? The middle-aged silhouette turned around and rushed at the Zhou family members who were lying on the ground, questioning in a cold voice. "It's you, the Zhou family, who tried to kill that prospective disciple of this general?" Facing the middle-aged man's questioning, the crowd of Zhou clan members trembled inwardly in unison. And a few of them, even more so, looked up at the middle-aged man with shocked faces. It was as if a violent storm was blowing in the hearts of these people, and they could not be calmed inside for a long time. What did this man just call himself? Ben. Ben Will? Will. Great General of the Demon Beheading Bureau. In a flash, a name that surfaced in the minds of several people. Shanhaiguan 9th Rank Town General Chen Shishuan. A realization dawned in the minds of several people, and their doubts about the beginning were suddenly solved. No wonder. No wonder he looked familiar when he saw this person just now. Chapter 85 Chen Shishuan's warning, terrified Zhou family crowd. Recognizing this middle-aged man, Chen Shishuan, was not what shocked them the most. The most shocking thing was still the words that came out of Chen Shishuan's mouth. Quasi-apprentice? Zhou Xiong, who was lying on the ground, when he heard these words, his eyes snapped wide open and his pupils continued to quake. In the surroundings, a group of clansmen of the Zhou clan who knew about this matter were behaving like Zhou Xiong, the head of the Zhou clan, and there was no difference between them at this moment. How is it possible? How is it possible? Zhou Xiong murmured over and over again in disbelief. Every word he spoke trembled, as if all the strength had been drained from his entire being. At this moment, Zhou Xiong's brain went blank as if he had been struck by lightning. Thoughts felt like they were caught in a violent storm, too chaotic to be calmed. The person who killed his son would actually be the disciple of a 9th-ranked general? What the hell is going on here? Zhou Xiong would never have thought of this. Moreover, this Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau, the new chief team that had been in office for a little over a year, was actually the disciple of a 9th-order great general as well. When he thought of how many times the Zhou family had previously ignored the orders of the Demon Beheading Bureau, Zhou Xiong was dead inside. Not to mention the fact that his son had messed with the disciple of a 9th-ranked great general. Their Zhao family's previous style had undoubtedly messed with this 9th-ranked great general's disciple as well. Their Zhao family, how did they get so unlucky? Chen Shurhan asked it, his own question unanswered. He frowned slightly. Buzz. At once, an invisible pressure swept seemingly. The pressure swept over the crowd of Zhao family members present. One by one, the Zhao family members, under the seemingly bland, but actually incomparably terrifying pressure, blood chattered out of their mouths one after another. People with low strength and insufficient ability to withstand it even fainted directly under this horrible pressure. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Zhou Xiong hurriedly said, "Chen. General Chen, this is absolutely nothing. Our Zhou family definitely has no intention of killing your disciple." Zhou Xiong's tone was as if he had been greatly wronged. His mind, at this moment, was somewhat grateful. It was fortunate that the previous plot to capture Qi Chen had not been made known to Li Jiannan. If not, today, their Zhou family, they really can't wash away even after jumping into the Yellow River. For the sake of the Zhou family's safety, he paused for a moment before following up. "General Chen, it was my indisputable son who had a dispute with your disciple, and then died at the hands of your disciple after his skills were inferior. In this matter, the fault lies with our Zhou family, and how would my Zhou family dare to have the intention of killing your disciple? This 9th Order general in front of him, if he wanted to destroy their Zhou family, it would not be too simple." Zhou Xiong had to cut his son Zhou Dingyang at the moment. For a moment, the anger within Zhou Xiong's heart due to his son's death completely turned into nothingness at this moment. He was kind of glad for that. If his son's death could quell the anger of this 9th Order general, then it would be worth it. The Zhou family's hundreds of years of inheritance could not be broken at his place. If you lose your son, you can have another. If the Zhou family is gone, it's really gone. Besides, this son of his is not that talented. In the face of absolute strength, Zhou Xiong's inner thoughts produced a little subtle changes. Previously could not think of some things, at this moment is actually all think of open. It was naturally impossible for Chen Shixuan to believe Zhou Xiong's words. As a 9th-ranked general, his heart was as clear as a mirror. This matter can never be settled like this. It was just right to take this opportunity to use the Zhou family matter to deter those restless 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-rate forces within Huaxia. Chen Shixuan's eyes were micro, gazing at Zhou Xiong, questioning the opening. "Do you think this general is that easy to fool?" No. Zhou Xiong's head shook like a rattlesnake as he denied it repeatedly. "No? Chen Shixuan snorted coldly and said angrily, "If this general hadn't appeared, would your Zhou family's people, by now, have already arrived in front of the Demon Beheading Bureau's gates to demand someone?" When Chen Shixuan said this, he instantly said that Zhou Xiong's heart trembled. Under the powerful pressure of Chen Shixuan's 9th-rank aura, he failed to suppress the panic in his heart at the first moment. This moment of panic was successfully captured by Chen Shixuan. Realizing that his performance might have revealed something, Zhou Xiong hurriedly shook his head back and forth. "General Chen, no. There is absolutely nothing to this matter. At this point in time, even if there is, all you can say is that there isn't." Chen Shixuan frowned and said in a cold voice, still saying no? "Take this general as a little cutie. Fooling around?" Chen Shixuan's silhouette's fingers came together and casually swung out towards the Grand Elder behind Zhou Xiong. Shoo! Instantly, a beam of green light shot out towards the Grand Elder. The green beam of light cut through the sky, piercing through the head of the Grand Elder when no one reacted. Feeling a terrifying energy whistling past his ears, Zhou Xiong's eyes flashed with a look of disbelief. He froze and turned his head. Only a finger-thin bloody hole appeared above the forehead of the Grand Elder who was lying behind him. The Grand Elder at this moment, on the other hand, had his pupils widened and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Dang! In the next moment, the Grand Elder's raised head directly smashed on the ground. A strength has reached the 7th order of 3 Zhou family's great elder, just like this quietly between the death. Zhou Xiong, who saw the scene, had completely frozen in place. The Grand Elder, who was a 7th-ranked martial artist, was an extremely important existence for their Zhou family. However, it was killed just like this by Chen Shixuan's casual strike. This is the power of a 9th-ranked martial artist. Even if this was only a shadow, it would be a casual matter to kill a 7th-ranked martial artist. At this moment, Zhou Xiong, who was the head of the Zhou family, did not have anger or resentment in his heart. What there is just endless fear. Endless fear began to spread in the hearts of this group of Zhou clan members. If Chen Shixuan could kill the Grand Elder with his hands, he could also kill them with his hands. If it wasn't for the heavy mountain-like might pressing down on them, making it impossible for them to run away even if they wanted to, a considerable portion of this group of people would have turned around and fled long ago. This time, it's a warning to your Zhou family. At this moment, Chen Shixuan's icy voice rang out. He scanned the Zhou family's crowd with a cold gaze. His sweeping gaze, to this crowd of Zhou family members, was tantamount to the gaze of death. The Zhou family members who had originally dared to raise their heads to look at Chen Shixuan had all lowered their heads at this moment, not daring to look at Chen Shixuan again at all. If you dare to harbor any more dissenting thoughts, next time, it won't be the shadow avatar of mine that descends. Chen Shixuan's eyes were cold as he opened his mouth in warning to Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong, who was originally in extreme shock, after hearing Chen Shixuan's words, his heart suddenly gave birth to a few moments of feeling as if he had been pardoned. Listening to these words, Chen Shixuan did not mean to destroy his Zhou family. Zhou Xiong didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow and nodded his head repeatedly. Don't dare. Definitely don't dare to have a next time. Don't worry, General Chen, I assure you as the Zhou family head. Ignoring Zhou Xiong's assurance, Chen Shixuan didn't even look at him again. His silhouette slowly dissipated into the heavens and earth. Jiannan, let's go. Before disappearing, Chen Shixuan spoke softly to Jiannan Li. Without saying much, Li Jiannan turned around and left the Zhou family directly without looking back. Chapter 86 Zhou family seals the door. Starflame Shattering Inferno. Along with Li Jiannan's departure, the terrifying aura that was horizontally pressing down on the group of Zhou family members gradually disappeared. Feeling the aura pressing down on them disappear, the group of Zhou family members only felt an unprecedented ease in their bodies. A group of people from the Zhou family, one by one, climbed up from the ground with palpitations. Many people touched their bodies in disbelief. They couldn't believe that they had survived under an angry 9th-ranked general. Not a single person went to feel sorry for the dead Grand Elder. Most people are selfish, especially when lives are at stake like this. They were all celebrating the fact that they had survived. Including the head of the family, Zhou Xiong. Even if the Grand Elder belonged to one of the pillars of the Zhou family, so what? Isn't he, the pillar of the Chao family, still alive? It was too late to mourn the death of the Grand Elder as he rushed behind him and ordered the several Zhou family elders. Inform the next, blockade the Zhou family immediately, and in the near future, the Zhou family clansmen should not go out, no matter what. Those who disobey the order will be expelled from the Zhou clan, and those who disobey will be killed. Take shelter for a while, and then lift the blockade when the wind comes through. Also, all orders within the Demon Beheading Bureau in the near future, make sure you do your best to fulfill them. Yes. The several elders behind him responded in unison. That's all, go down and command first. Zhou Xiong waved his hand. These few elders didn't dare to have the slightest delay and went to convey the order. After this incident, the Zhou family could be considered completely honest. All previous thoughts that were unfavorable to the Demon Beheading Bureau all disappeared at this moment. Some, just how to go about showing loyalty to the Demon Chopper Board. Qichen was completely unaware of what happened in the Zhou family. At this moment, he was in Jiannan Li's one training room, preparing to simulate the training of his D-class supernormal ability, Manhwa. This one cultivation room was twice as rich in spiritual qi as his 2 cultivation room. The facilities will also be better for that. Consume 5 years of demonic beast lifespan and start simulating the cultivation of the D-class supernatural ability, Shining Fire. In the first year, before simulating the cultivation of your supernatural ability, you first took out the subbody of the heavenly spirit fire meteor rage flame and carried on with your senses. Due to the fact that your supernatural attribute is fire, coupled with the fact that you've already mastered an S-ranked fire attribute breathing technique, it's very simple to perceive the heavenly spirit flame that was innately birthed. In the 50th year, you have successfully realized the energy contained within the flame of meteor fury, a vast and mysterious energy that has been refined over a long period of time. In the 100th year, a strange scene appeared in the middle of your mind, a night sky without any stars present. A violet-blue flame showing a deep and mysterious color, dragging the silver tail flame rays that are agile and ethereal, as if it were a twinkling star in the silent night sky, cutting across the sky. When this flame meteor crossed the night sky, it seemed to be pulled by some kind of force, constantly twisting and changing up, this kind of scene until it changed its trajectory. In the end, it landed down toward a certain location on the blue planet. Continuously recalling this scene in your mind, for the 300th year, you finally had an epiphany and seem to have figured out a way to enhance your powers with the help of the meteorite fury flame sub-body. You channel the flames of the meteor raging flame sub-body into your body and fuse it with your true chi, and at once the sizzling sensation assaults your entire body. It's a good thing that you've already reached the 7th ranked martial artist at this time. If you were at the 6th ranked martial artist and below, you definitely wouldn't be able to withstand this scorching heat. Even as a 7th ranked martial artist, you felt the burning pain that is unbearable to normal people, and you forced yourself to endure the pain as you continued to introduce the flames of the meteor rage flame sub-body into your body. The meteor fury flame fuses with your true chi, and by guiding it, you bring the two together as much as you can within your dantian. 1,000 years, after years and years of unremitting efforts, in your dantian, gradually have a ball of heavenly spirit seed cohesion out, only, at the moment this heavenly spirit seed is still the state of the embryo. Your supernatural flame has produced a noticeable change, and the grade has successfully jumped from D rank to B rank, Sky Meteor Flame. She Dust stared at the throbbing system panel with some surprise. It's only been 500 years and you've managed to go from D to B grade? It took a full 2,000 years to get from E to D in the first place. Cultivating so fast with the help of the heavenly spirit fire? Moreover, this was still the sub-body of the heavenly spirit flame that he was drawing on. The sub-body was so fast, if the real meteor fury flame was brought in whole, I really don't know how fast it could be. Shi-Chen continued to watch the changes in the system panel. At the same time, the sizzling burning sensation in your body coalesces more and more, and you display amazing perseverance as you continue to guide the fusion of your true chi with the meteor rage flame sub-body flame. In the 5,000th year, your true chi and the meteor rage flame sub-body flame continue to merge, and the energy from the fusion of the two continues to warm and nourish the seed of heavenly spirit that was born at the location of your dantian. Your heavenly spirit seed has changed from the initial size of a quail's egg to the size of an egg, with remarkable results. In the 5,500th year, on your way to using energy to warm the seed of the heavenly spirit, you seem to have a new realization, and so it was that you decided to make a bold attempt. In the 6,000th year, you attempt to disintegrate the seed of the celestial spirit that has been contained to the size of an egg. In the 6,500th year, you succeeded in splitting the seed of the heavenly spirit in two, but this is not the final result you wanted. You continue to try to break it down. In the 7,000th year, your celestial spirit seed has successfully split into four. The 8,500th year, divided into 8. 8,600th year, 8 score and 16. 8,700th year, 16 minutes and 32 seconds. You split it more and more at ease. Each time the split takes less and less time. The first 10,000 years, your heavenly spirit seed has split into a huge number. Your heavenly spirit seed divides into thousands, looking like a galaxy filled with several red-colored flame-like planets. A new change has occurred in your psychic ability, and your B-class psychic ability, Sky Meteorite Flame, has been successfully upgraded to a class, Starfire Shattering Flame. Your ability level has reached a rank, but within the Meteor Rage Flamer, there is still a significant portion of flame energy remaining. You continue to absorb the internal energy and fuse it with your true chi, and use the energy from the fusion of the two to harbor this split red galaxy. The energy of the fusion of the true chi and the flames entered equally into each of the heavenly spirit seeds that had been divided out, individually nourishing each of them. Feeling this strange change, you managed to have a new epiphany. Chapter 87 S-Class Meteor Scorching Flame. Abnormal Ability Materialization. The 20,000th year, this way after 10,000 years, this is the galaxy of the red sky spirit of the seed. The size is not seen to rise, but the flame energy contained within has been extremely terrifying. And the flames in the meteor rage flame sub-body are about to run out. After making it this far, your alien ability level is still not about to increase, and you, whose senses have been exhausted, can't help but fall into a daze. In the 20,100th year, after you had been lost for 100 years, the spirit of Ishi and Jade appeared, and after realizing your situation, he and you thought and discussed together in response to this point. After some discussion, and you proposed that if this heavenly spirit seed can be split, then it can be recondensed, and he suggested that you try to condense the divided heavenly spirit seed. Ishi and Jade's proposal dawned on you, and with his successive key suggestions, you can't help but marvel at how Ishi and Jade are truly wizards in this area. You begin to try to recondense these heavenly spirit seeds that have split into several, according to his proposal. After another 100 years, you manage to condense two of them into one, while at the same time, a subtle shift in your powers seemed to occur. Sensing the change, you are instantly delighted something's up. Thus, you began to condense the rest of the splintered heavenly spirit seeds without counting the time. However, the good thing is that the more you condense, the less time you consume, and the second one was successfully condensed in only 80 years. The third one took only 50 years, the fourth 10 years, the fifth 1 year, the sixth 2.5 days, the seventh 2.5 hours. And so it goes, the time you consume gets shorter and shorter. In the 30,000th year, your heavenly spirit seed, which is divided into countless numbers, has been condensed 2 by 2, except that the number of heavenly spirit seeds after 2 by 2 condensation is still extremely high. Thus, you continue to begin to condense the seed of the heavenly spirit, which had already been condensed once, to begin to condense it again. In the 40,000th year, you succeeded in completing the condensation of all the celestial spirit seeds that had been condensed again, and the number of celestial spirit seeds that had undergone 2 condensations was obviously reduced to the naked eye, and you continued to begin the third condensation. In the 50,000th year, the third condensation ended, and the heavenly spirit seeds that had undergone 3 condensations each contained a terrifying amount of energy within them, while the number was reduced to an extremely sizable point. You believe that it won't take more than a few times to finally condense into one. The simulation ended and the system panel disappeared from Qi Chen's eyes. Qi Chen's eyes were slightly closed as he looked internally at the location of his dantian. There were countless red-colored seed-like things floating. These, then, were the celestial spirit seeds mentioned in the simulated cultivation. Qi Dian felt it. The power of a single one inside was exceptionally terrifying. It was definitely comparable to the power of his D-class supernatural ability, Shining Fire, from before. Qi dares to conclude. The power of the energy released when all of these celestial spirit seeds were used in an outburst definitely far exceeded the power of a class exotic energy. If these were condensed into one, how great the power would be, Qi Chen no longer dared to imagine. Is it really as simple as an S-ranked psychic ability? Definitely beyond the realm of S-class psychic abilities as well. It was worthy of being a subbody of the SSS grade Heavenly Spirit Flame Meteor Rage Flame. Relying on its senses to create a supernatural ability is quite extraordinary. Not to mention its condensation into an S-ranked ability, with the current A-ranked, Starfire Shattering Flame, alone, Qi Dust could be of great help. He was now at the first level of the 7th rank, and relying on this great Starfire Shattering Flame, to go over the rank to fight around the 6th level of the 7th rank. Qi Chen was confident. The reason why it was around the 6th level of the 7th rank was because Qi Chen hadn't seen how powerful other 7th rank martial artists were. Qi Chen wasn't very good at judging the battle power in the 7th rank. After all, up until now, the only 7th ranked martial artist he had seen was himself. Currently, Qi Dust's remaining demonic beast lifespan was still more than 70,000 years. Having already reached this point, Qi Chen decided to take a breath and directly raise his supernatural ability to S rank. So, with a big wave of his hand, he added another 50,000 years straight away. Ding! Consume 50,000 years of demonic beast lifespan and start simulating the cultivation of the A-ranked alien ability, Starfire Shattering Flame. You continue to cultivate your A-ranked psychic ability, Starfire Shattering Inflammation, and once again, after 10,000 years, you complete your 4th condensation. In the 20,000th year, you completed 5 condensations. For the 25,000th year, you completed the 6th condensation. In the 30,000th year, you completed the 7th condensation. For the 35,000th year, you completed the 8th condensation. In the 40,000th year, you completed the 9th condensation, and after going through 9 condensations, your heavenly spirit seeds, only the last 2 remain. You have begun to try up the final condensation, and you believe that after completing the condensation of these 2, your psychic ability will break through the A grade and reach the true S grade. This time, although there are only 2 to be condensed, but, this time, the condensation is extraordinarily difficult, simply because the energy contained within these last 2 remaining celestial spirit seeds is just too huge. In the 50,000th year, after 10,000 long years of condensation, you have finally become one. The 2 celestial spirit seeds have successfully merged into one. This heavenly spirit seed, condensed by countless heavenly spirit seeds, contains energy within it that is terrifying to the extreme. Just like the huge energy release that occurs when a meteorite strikes the ground, the scorching breath seems to incinerate everything. Your rank ability, Starfire Shattering Flame, has been leveled up, and has been successfully upgraded to S rank, Meteorite Scorching Flame. The simulation of the practice is over in 50,000 years is just about right. As for the Meteor Rage Flame sub-body held in Qi Chen's hand, its energy had been completely depleted. Qi Chen once again felt the location of his dantian. Here, there was a flame the size of an ostrich egg. The flame stood still, without any might emanating out. However, as long as with the movement of Qi Chen's mind. At once. Terrifying heat waves emanated from it. A hot energy instantly filled Shi-Chen's limbs and bones. Shi-Chen's slightly closed eyes snapped open, and he was about to swing a punch to try its power when he suddenly thought that he was still in the training room. And it's still the Jiannanli training room. Who? Shi-Chen let out a long breath and put back the energy that had been building up. It's better not to try it yet. It wouldn't be appropriate to mess up Jiannanli's training room as well. Shi-Chen dismissed the idea of testing its power, and re-examined the seed of heavenly spirit that he had condensed. Strange to say, this celestial spirit seed should be his S-rank ability, Meteor Scorching Flame. His powers, is this sort of figurative? He hadn't heard of anyone else's powers appearing this figurative. Had he never been exposed to it before, or had this never happened at Blue Star before? There was no way for Chi-Chan to know about this. Thus, Shi-Chen planned to ask Jiannanli afterward if there were any instances of the abnormal abilities materializing. This point, even if Jiannanli's understanding was limited, it was definitely more than him. Shi-Chan re-interviewed the seed of heavenly spirit at the location of his Dantian, which was also his S-class supernatural ability. The celestial spirit seed suspended here caused Shi-Chan to have a familiar sense of vestigial vision. Why did it look a bit like the pills he had formed in those immortal cultivation novels he had read in his previous life? Shaking his head, Shi-Chen dispersed the somewhat unrealistic thought. This is a high martial arts world for him. No matter how you think about it, it can't be related to the world of fairy cultivation. Chapter 88. I've taken care of the Zhao family for you. Shi-Chen took out his identity token and sank his mind into it to check it out. Shi-Chen wanted to see if the contribution value for the Secret Realm quest had been sent to him yet. Right now, there were still more than 20,000 years of demonic beast life expectancy, and Shi-Chen was thinking of exchanging some martial arts skills, simulating and practicing a bit to enhance his means of fighting the enemy. Right now, what Shi-Chen lacked the most were stance-type martial arts. When he encountered an opponent who excelled in speed, he who lacked stance martial arts might suffer in this regard. After seeing the number of contribution value points he possessed, Shi-Chen was startled. 500 great feats. A full 500 more. This mission of calming the riotous Secret Realm was actually 5 times the contribution value he received from destroying the Wang family. But on second thought, the difficulty was also far greater than that time in the Wang family. In that case, it doesn't seem like a lot of 500 major credits. But for the current Shi-Chen, it was definitely quite a lot. Shi-Chen took out his cell phone and opened the URL of the redemption resource, and without thinking, clicked on the S-ranked martial skill. Then, after looking down in a circle, Shi-Chen silently retreated. He doesn't deserve it now. The worst S-ranked martial skill required a full 1,500 great merits. These 500 great merits of his were not even worthy of redeeming S-ranked martial arts. He had thought that S-ranked martial arts would be expensive, but he hadn't thought that it would be this outrageous. An average martial artist who wanted to redeem an S-ranked martial art would have to save up for decades without redeeming anything, right? And it's simply not realistic to keep saving without redeeming anything. If you were not a 6th-ranked martial artist, you basically had no chance with this S-ranked martial skill. To easily redeem an S-ranked martial skill, only a 7th-ranked martial artist would be able to do so. In that case, the value of S-grade martial arts really far exceeded that of a grade and below a grade level martial arts. Ugh. Shi-Chen sighed and dismissed the idea of exchanging S-ranked martial arts. Redeem an A-ranked martial art to make do. After rummaging around, Shi-Chen consumed 80 great merits and exchanged an A-grade stance-type martial skill called Wind Walking Miles. Then, he consumed another 150 great merits and purchased 10 Wind Origin pills of an extreme grade. Wind Source Pill, the user is able to greatly enhance their own feelings for the power of the wind, making their control of the wind more comfortable. It was extremely helpful in practicing martial arts that had something to do with wind. The last time I simulated cultivation of a ranked Yang Yen impact took 10,000 years. After Shi-Chen pondered for a while, he said, System, consume 15,000 years of demonic beast lifespan to simulate the cultivation of wind walking 10,000 miles. He did not possess any wind attribute supernatural ability, and his sense of wind was basically 0. Therefore, 5,000 more years were added than the Yang Yen impact, which was also of a class. Ding! Consume 15,000 years of demonic beast lifespan and start simulating the cultivation of the A-ranked martial skill Wind Walking Miles. In the first year, you flipped over the A-ranked martial arts skill Windward Miles and checked it out. Seeing the simulated cultivation begin, Shi-Chen placed a wind source pill into his mouth. The system simulation panel began to jump around at a rapid pace. In the 400th year, you have finally sensed the energy of wind, and with the support of the wind energy, your martial art of wind travels 10,000 miles has finally been initiated. In the 1000th year, you managed to integrate some of the wind energy into yourself, and your speed broke through a certain level. The wind traveled 10,000 miles proficiently. In the 2000th year, you incorporate more and more wind attribute energy into yourself, and you become faster and faster. Windwalker mastery. The 4000th year. The wind travels 10,000 miles into the micro. The 8000th year. Windy miles is perfect. In the 14,000th year, you have been able to control the wind energy satisfactorily, and when you move your mind, a large amount of wind attribute energy around you will converge towards your body, and your speed is as fast as traveling through space. The wind travels 10,000 miles. You continue to cultivate the wind for 1,000 years, and you don't gain anything new. The Class A martial skill Windwalker miles was consummated, but your martial arts rank didn't rise with it, and you felt that this was caused by the fact that it was too difficult to raise the rank of the 7th order, and you didn't think too much about it. The simulated cultivation was over, and the 10 wind origin pills had long since been exhausted. Chi-Chen slightly felt the environment around him. The wind attribute energy that could not be felt originally was felt very tangibly at this moment. The wind attribute energy in the surrounding environment felt like an arm's length to Chi-Chen. As long as he moved his mind, these wind attribute energies would instantly surge towards him. With the addition of these wind attribute energies, a distance of 1,000 meters was just half a blink of an eye for Chi-Chen. A distance of 10,000 meters could be reached in just a few breaths. It's a shame that S-ranked martial arts can't be redeemed. Chi-Chen was still feeling sorry in his heart for not being able to cultivate S-ranked martial arts. At this time, he thought of the Zhao family from earlier. I don't know what's going on with the Zhao family now. It would be great if the Zhao family approached him. In the Zhao family, there was the presence of a 7th ranked martial artist. There must be more than one S-class martial arts skill in there, right? Even if it's an SS grade martial art, there might be one. Let's hope the Zhao family won't let him down. Chi-Chen thought silently in his heart. Buzz, buzz. Just then, a strange movement came from his identity token. Taking it out to check, Chi-Chen realized that it was Li Jiannan calling him to make a trip to his office. Seeing this, Chi-Chen did not hesitate and got up and directly walked out of the training room, heading towards Jiannan Li's office. It just so happened that he was looking for Jiannan Li for something as well. Ask about the visualization of psychic abilities. On the top floor, in Jiannan Li's office, Chi-Chen pushed the door open. Come on, sit down. Seeing Chi-Chen's arrival, Jiannan Li took the initiative to pull out a chair and gestured for Chi-Chen to sit down. Chi-Chen was not polite and sat down directly, asking, Chief Team, what is it? Jiannan Li smiled and said, this time I called you here, it's about the Zhao family. About the Zhao family? Chi-Chen's eyebrows rose in interest. He asked, is it the Zhao family that's looking for them? No. Jiannan Li shook his head. No? Chi-Chen's face was puzzled. The Zhao family didn't come looking for us? What else can happen to the Zhao family then? Chi-Chen couldn't imagine that Jiannan Li had gone to the Zhao family alone and managed to put the matter to rest. In Chi-Chen's eyes, Jiannan Li was merely a 6th rank 9. The Zhao family, however, had multiple 7th orderers. It was simply impossible for Jiannan Li to quell this matter. Because, Chi-Chen simply did not know who Li Jiannan's master was. Chi-Chen looked at Li Jiannan curiously. Li Jiannan smiled and said, I've already learned about the Zhao family's matter. The matter doesn't lie with you, it's the Zhao family that caused trouble in the first place. So, I've already gone to the Zhao family on your behalf, so you don't have to worry about this matter. The Zhao family's people, not only do they not dare to come to trouble you, it is estimated that for a long time, the Zhao family's people will not dare to appear outside. Chapter 89 Demon Beheading Bureau Genius Training Camp. After Li Jiannan finished speaking, he stared at Chi-Chen with a smile on his face. It seemed like he wanted to see his reaction. Unsurprisingly to Jiannan Li, Chi-Chen was somewhat stunned upon hearing this news. The matter of the Zhao family was set right by Li Jiannan? Chi-Chen stared at Jiannan Li with some surprise. Not only did they make the Zhao family not dare to come after them, but they also didn't dare to come out for a long time? How did Li Jiannan, whose strength was only at the 9th level of the 6th order, do it? There was more than just one 7th ranked martial artist in the Zhao family. Chief Team, you're not joking? Chi-Chen asked with a slight frown on his brows. If it was true, Chi-Chen hoped that it was a fake, and if it was a fake, that would be great. Chi-Chen was hoping that Jiannan Li was joking with him. The Zhao family, in the eyes of Qidwan, is a true money-giving boy. If the Zhao family came to trouble him, he would be able to use the opportunity to hit on the Zhao family. Even if you don't end up destroying the Zhao family, you can still glean a lot of good things from the Zhao family. Hearing Qi Chen's inquiry, Jan Nanli seriously asked back, "Do I look like the kind of person who loves to joke around?" Looking at Li Jiannan, who really didn't look like he was joking, Qi Chen was a bit speechless for a moment. The Zhou family has such a big piece of wool, and it's gone just like that? There was some bitterness in Qi Chen's heart. He killed Zhou Dingyang and his group of guards in the street, just to make a big deal out of it. As a result, he hadn't expected to be cut off by Li Jiannan. Regarding this approach of Li Jiannan, Qi Chen wanted to say something but couldn't. After all, Li Jiannan's starting point was definitely for his good. In Jiannan Li's eyes, the Zhou family's power was definitely not something he could fight against. It's fine to step in for his safety. Only, what made Qi Chen wonder was how Jiannan Li had resolved this matter. The odds were that Jiannan Li was aware that his strength had reached the 7th rank. His own strength of the 7th order couldn't resist the Zhou family. How could his strength of the 6th order and 9th weight resist the Zhou family? Could it be that? Does Li Jiannan have some kind of powerful means? Thinking about it, Qi Chen asked out doubtfully, "Chief Team, the Zhou family has several martial artists who have reached the 7th rank. How did you solve this matter?" Li Jiannan smiled mysteriously. "I won't say much about how it was resolved. All you need to know is that I've already helped you suppress this matter." All right. Qi Chen didn't pursue the matter further. Everyone has secrets of their own. Regarding his own secrets, Jiannan Li had never asked about them. He would be too inhuman if he went after Jiannan Li's secrets. However, immediately afterward, Qi Chen heard Li Jiannan's words change. "It's not that I can't talk about it, it's that I don't want to talk about it. I want to surprise you, and there's no surprise if I talk about it." Surprise? Zidane raised an eyebrow. Right. Jiannan Li nodded. "This is related to the second thing I called you here to say." Qi Chen did not say anything and quietly listened to Li Jiannan's next words. Jiannan Li asked, "What is a gold medal? I'm sure you're no longer unfamiliar with it." Aha! Qidwan nodded. Gold medals are indeed a good thing. He had relied on Lin Yuexi's gold medal all the way down this green light. Without Lin Yuexi's gold medal, there were so many things that he wouldn't have been able to do so conveniently. The Demon Beheading Bureau has a silver genius as well as a bronze genius in addition to the gold genius. Regarding this point that Jiannan Li had said, Qi Chen had thought about it before. Now that it came out of Li Jiannan's mouth, it was considered to be confirmed. Only to hear Jiannan Li continue, "Anyone who becomes such a genius will have the opportunity to enter the intensive training camp. After completing 4 years of intensive training in the training camp, you can leave the camp and serve in various locations of the Demon Beheading Bureau. Of course, there are exceptions that arise. For example, if the Demon Beheading Bureau is really short of manpower, even if they don't have a full 4 years of intensive training, it is possible to leave early for a posting. Subsequently, with sufficient manpower, they can always return to the training camp to continue their training." After listening to Jiannan Li's introduction, Qi Chen stroked his chin and said, "This intensive training camp, it sounds somewhat like a university." There is indeed some resemblance. Jiannan Li nodded, but he added, "But it's not exactly the same. In Huaxia, there is no other university with faculty, cultivation resources, etc. that can compare to this intensive training camp. The instructors of the intensive training camp in here, each one of them can be a high-level instructor with many years of experience in killing demonic beasts. Those teachers in the university can't be compared at all. There are also resources. This intensive training camp is subordinate to the establishment of the official organization of China's Demon Beheading Bureau. The internal resources can be said to have received the strong support of the country of China. The degree of resources is abundant. As long as you perform well, SS and SSS grade martial arts and breathing techniques can be obtained from it. Of course, with such abundant resources, the conditions for becoming a gold, silver, or bronze genius member of the Demon Beheading Bureau are also extremely harsh. It's not just about talent, it's about background. The background must be clean, and the power behind it must maintain friendly relations with Huaxia and be able to ensure that they work for the Huaxia Demon Beheading Bureau when they come out. This aspect of the background is completely over the top for Zidane. Both parents were members of the Demon Chopper Bureau and were lost in the line of duty. After a fruitless search, it was ruled dead from missing. In short, it was sacrificed for the sake of HWA. Li Jiannan's introduction in front of him didn't interest Qi Chen much. However, when he heard that SS-ranked and even SSS-ranked martial arts and breathing techniques could be obtained at the back, Shi-Chen was instantly interested. This training camp, it seems he needs to make a trip to it. He belonged to the gold medal genius and was supposed to go anyway. Seeing Shi-Chen's obviously interested expression, Jan Nanli smiled and asked, "How about it, do you want to go?" Facing Li Jiannan's inquiry, Shi-Chen replied without hesitation, "Go. There are SS and even SSS grade martial arts and breathing techniques, why not go?" Besides, even if he went inside, it wouldn't restrict his personal freedom. It's all about going to college. Just the thing to make up for not getting into college in his life. Li Jiannan was not the least bit surprised by Shi-Chen's answer. The intensive training camps are well resourced and do not restrict personal freedom. The only restriction is that after coming out of it, you can only serve in the demon beheading bureau of each place to engage in work. However, this is not a restriction for many people. No one would refuse to travel inside the training camp to train. Shi-Chen thought of Li Jiannan's earlier words and asked again, "Chief Team, what does this have to do with your earlier comment about giving me a surprise? Could it be that the trip to the training camp is the surprise you were talking about?" "Naturally not." Jan Nanli shook his head and said, "What exactly is the surprise? After you arrive at the training camp, that girl Lin Yueshi will talk to you. When you find out what the surprise is, you'll probably be able to tell by what means I've been able to help you out with this." Lin Yueshi talking to herself? Shi-Chen was even more puzzled in his heart. Could there be any other relationship between Li Jiannan and Lin Yueshi? Shi-Chen couldn't help but take a few more glances at Li Jiannan. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Shi-Chen no longer thought much about it. The immediate doubts should be known by the time we get to the training camp. "Chief, I have one more thing to ask you." Shi-Chen began to inquire about the main purpose of his visit here this time. "What is it?" "About the supernormal abilities." Shi-Chen pondered for a moment, organizing his wording, and asked, "Chief Team, will there be any manifestation of altered powers? For example, the average person's psychic abilities are invisible, cannot be touched, and can only be perceived with their consciousness. And could it be that someone's psychic ability materializes into something, the kind that can be seen by looking inside a certain part of the body?" Chapter 90 Position Arrangement, shocked Su Yang. When Shi-Chen asked this question, Jan Nanli obviously froze for a moment. Altered powers materialize? What's this? Prior to this, he had never heard of any supernatural ability visualization, the saying that he could see a certain part of his body through internal vision. Why would Zidane ask that question? His brows couldn't help but furrow as he couldn't help but scowl towards Shi-Chen. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. However, he didn't ask more questions and just treated it as a commonplace question. "No." Jan Nanli shook his head. Abilities can only be used by perception through the mind, and the ability to visualize and be able to see through internal vision is something I've never heard of before. Understood. Shi-Chen nodded, after listening to Jan Nanli's reply. Alien powers materialize, either that or there are very few of them. Either that, or one and only one of his powers appeared to materialize. Jan Nanli was completely ignorant of this matter, and continuing to inquire about it would not yield any results. She just stood up and asked, "Chief Team, that intensive training camp, at what time would I probably go?" "Any time." Jian Nanli replied. "Good." Shi-Chen understood the deeper meaning that this sentence represented at any time. When Jian Nanli said any time, then it meant that he could give up this vice team position of the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau at any time and head to the training camp. Knowing that the intensive training camp would be able to obtain SS and even SSS-ranked martial arts and breathing techniques, Shi-Chen already had no intention of continuing to stay here much longer. As soon as possible, I will head to the training camp and get my hands on SS rank or SSS rank martial arts and breathing techniques. Before he was about to leave the office, Shi-Chen thought of something else, and he asked, "Chief Team, what should be arranged for my position as a deputy team member after I leave?" "As you wish." Jan Nanli once again replied briefly. Understood. Shi-Chen nodded and turned around and walked out of the office after asking Jan Nanli about the exact location of the intensive training camp. Looking at Shi-Chen's departing back, Jan Nanli couldn't help but sigh. Ugh. Li Jiannan said rather regretfully, "A good right-hand man, gone just like that." Still, it doesn't stop people from pursuing a better future, does it? Li Jiannan shook his head, the regret in his eyes sweeping away. Shi Dian returned inside his villa. He sat on the couch. In front of him stood two others. These two, respectively, were Su Yang and Sui. Su Yang and Sui stood in front of Chi-Chun, looking a bit formal. This was the first time Chi-Chun had summoned them since the last incident with the Wang family. The two stood in front of Chi-Dian and speculated. Chi-Chen had summoned them, was there some mission that required their cooperation? However, Chi-Chen's next move made the two of them stare in disbelief. Only Chi-Chen threw the identity token, which represented his status as a vice team, casually towards Su Yang. Su Yang subconsciously took it. He looked down, and Sui on the side also poked his head in curiosity. After seeing what Chi-Chen had thrown over, the two of them revealed a puzzled look in unison. Lieutenant Chi, what is the meaning of giving me your identity token? Su Yang asked in disbelief. Chi-Duan casually said, here you go. Give. Su Yang froze for a moment at his words, and when he reacted, his eyes widened violently. Staring at Chi-Chen with a face full of disbelief. Sui, who was on the side, reacted in the same way as Su Yang. All of them had a look of disbelief. I only heard Chi-Chen continue lightly, the information about me in here has been cleared. All you need to do is enter your information, and you can take my place as the deputy team of the Demon Beheading Bureau of Luochuan City. As soon as these words came out, the expression of disbelief that had yet to dissipate on Su Yang's face formed a fixed frame at this moment. His body didn't move at all, his eyes gradually widening as he stared straight at Chi-Chen. This vice squad position. For him? At this moment, Su Yang felt that everything was that dreamy. Did he mishear? He opened his mouth in shocked inquiry, Lieutenant Chi, you. What did you say? A light smile appeared on Chi-Chen's face. He stood up from the sofa without answering Su Yang first. 3 or 2 steps to Su Yang's body, reached out and patted the shoulder, said in a serious tone. I'm going to leave, from now on, this vice team position of the Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau will be given to you. Try to become a 5th rank martial artist as soon as possible, don't let your Lord Lin down. After saying that, Chi-Chen stopped talking and swept past Su Yang, heading straight towards the outside of the villa. Soon, Chi-Chen's figure walked out of the villa. Inside the villa, only Su Yang and Sui, who were frozen in place and unable to recover from the shock, remained. The villa was dead silent, and the air seemed to have fallen into a freeze. The duo's gazes unconsciously stared at the Vice Squad identity token in Su Yang's hand at the same time. Hiss. The one who broke the silence was still Sui. He sucked in a breath of cool air in shock, not daring to believe the scene that had just happened as well. Lieutenant Z said he was leaving and gave you the lieutenant position just like that? Su Yan didn't say anything. He was also incredulous about what had happened just now. He hasn't even regained his position as a leader. That's getting a vice position that's higher than the leader's rank? At this moment, Su Yang felt as if he was dreaming. Hiss. To the side, once again came the sound of Sui sucking in cold air. Immediately afterward, Sui's questioning voice rang out. Su Yan, what are you doing? He only saw Su Yan pinching the root of Sui's thigh without realizing it. Sui's reaction was good proof that this was not a dream. While Su Yang was relieved in his heart, he inexplicably felt pressurized. A lieutenant is not a leader. The vice team has to take on responsibilities that go far beyond those of the leader. With just this final step of entering his identity information into it, he would become the vice team of the Demon Chopper Bureau. Looking at himself this once coveted position right in front of him, Su Yang's heart actually gave birth to a few overwhelmed emotions. Seeing that Su Yang froze in place and did not act, Sui could not help but speak out to urge him. First Lieutenant Su, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and enter your identity information into it. There was a snarky undertone to his urging words. There's no rush. Su Yang shook his head indifferently. Su Yang's reaction, whole Sui was a bit surprised. Previously, Su Yang was in a rush for this position. How come you're not in a hurry now that it's right in front of you? Only Su Yang gripped the Vice Squad identity token in his hand and said with a solemn expression. If you want to serve as the vice team of our Luochuan City Demon Beheading Bureau, you naturally have to be strong enough. The day I officially step into the 5th rank in terms of strength will be the day I assume this vice squad position. Ch. When Sui heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and spit. Pretentious. By the way, Lord Chi, he said he was leaving, so where is he going? Suddenly, Su Yang thought of this. Sui froze and shook his head, I don't know. Lord Chi shouldn't have gone far yet, it should not be too late to catch up and ask. Go! Su Yang said, taking the lead and rushing towards the outside of the villa. Sui followed closely behind. On the other side, Chi-Chen had long since left the Demon Beheading Bureau. At this moment, he was using the wind walking miles, which had just reached the perfection realm, and was traveling in a windy rush over Luochuan City. In just a few moments, it flew away from the sky above Luochuan City. Nowadays, with the ranked martial skill wind traveling miles, his speed was no less than that of an airplane, a type of transportation. From now on, there is no need to take any transportation to catch the road. And the majestic true chi possessed by a 7th-ranked martial artist with an average distance to travel could completely withstand the consumption of this grade martial skill. Chapter 91 Goodbye Lin Yueshi, Wonderful Misunderstanding. The location of the assembly camp is not in the North Province. Instead, it was in the city of Falling Maple, the capital city of the southern province of Shanhai Pass. Falling Maple City, due to belonging to the capital city of the province, coupled with the fact that it was the city where the Demon Beheading Bureau's Genius Intensive Training Camp was situated, the city's construction was extravagant and extremely exaggerated. Almost dumped the city building of Luochuan City by a street. You know, Luochuan City is one of the biggest cities in the northern province. With the city's lavish construction, the downtown area is also more heavily guarded. Chi-Chun, who was flying at a high altitude, was intercepted and interrogated by the people from the Demon Beheading Bureau before he had even arrived at the downtown area of Falling Maple City, and demanded that Chi-Chen should not continue to fly in the air. These personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau were not surprised that Chi-Chen could fly. By mastering some high-grade body martial arts, coupled with a strength of the 3rd rank and above, one would be able to achieve aerial flight. A 3rd-ranked martial artist would be able to release true chi from his body, and with some not too low-grade stance-type martial arts, he would be able to fly through the air. Of all of them, they can basically do it. Chi-Chen, in the face of this crowd of people stopping and questioning him, still used his most common and practical move. Light up the gold medal. Gold medal, with a status equal to that of the Demon Chopper Bureau's general team, or even slightly higher. Regardless of what city's general team the other party was, or what level they were, as long as they were a general team, they were subject to the suppression of this gold medal. For the Demon Beheading Bureau, it was extremely difficult to select a gold medal genius. Status and position, naturally, should be transcendent. And after Chi-Chen revealed his identity token and confirmed the authenticity of the gold medal, the members of the Demon Beheading Bureau who had intercepted Chi-Chen immediately became respectful in their attitudes. There was no longer any obstruction to Chi dust, and the process of interrogation was dispensed with, directly choosing to release him. The group of people looked at Chi-Chen's back as he flew away, and one person opened his mouth in doubt. When did we get another gold medal from the Demon Beheading Bureau? The man at the head shook his head. I don't know, whatever, as long as the gold medal isn't fake anyway. Saying that, but he secretly memorized Chi-Chen's appearance in his mind. In the future, in Falling Maple City, it was inevitable that they would meet again. It was still necessary to keep the other party's appearance in mind to avoid provoking the other party in the future. According to the detailed address given by Jian Nanli, Chi-Chen arrived in front of a university-like building. In front of the gate, there was a huge plaque. On top of the plaque, Wan Xiang wrote 5 big words: Mountain and Sea Genius Camp. Magnificent, quite an ancient flavor in it. As he was about to walk into it, Chi-Chen suddenly realized that in front of the main door, there stood a familiar silhouette. The silhouette, on the other hand, seemed to have discovered him long ago. Smiling, she trotted over to him. Hello? Walking closer, Lin Yueshi waved her hand and greeted Chi-Chen, long time no see. Aha! Chi-Chen nodded his head indifferently, without any extra indication. Hey! Seeing this, Lin Yueshi frowned unhappily. Why don't you people give a reaction? To what reaction? Chi Dian asked back in disbelief. You? Ugh, forget it. Lin Yueshi did not dwell too much on this matter, and turned to say, you are new here, and many things as well as many questionable matters are not clear to you. With that, she patted her proud breasts and said, let's go, just let this senior of mine bring you a good clear clarification. At this moment, Chi-Chen, however, was ignoring Lin Yueshi, but was staring at her as he sized her up. The strength was at the first level of the 6th order. It's just that the breath doesn't seem stable yet. It seems to have just been promoted not long ago. It seemed that the last time he met the other party, Lin Yueshi's strength was probably at the 9th level of the 5th rank. Through this observation, Chi-Chen judged Lin Yueshi's approximate strength when she last met with him. However, Lin Yueshi did not know what Chi-Chen was thinking at this moment. Seeing him staring at her, Lin Yueshi subconsciously looked down at her raised breasts. And so the misunderstanding arose. What are you looking at? Lin Yueshi frowned in question. Chi-chan replied very naturally, "Of course I'm looking at your strength." "See my strength?" "Humph." Lin Yueshi snorted coldly, "Can you see it you?" As for what had happened in recent times, Jian Nanli did not inform her. Therefore, Lin Yueshi's intelligence information about Chi-chan still remained in the small wilderness area of Bailan City when the two of them met. "Of course I can see it, it does have a bit of strength." Chi Dust nodded. The sixth order was probably just that for him. But it's already strong for its age. However, when these words fell into Lin Yueshi's eyes, they were completely changed. The misunderstanding that she had already had led her to be under the mistaken impression that Chi-chan was alluding to her figure. For a while, Lin Yueshi was ashamed and annoyed. What girl doesn't like to be complimented on her body? It was just that the meaning of Chi-chan's words was full of molestation. Just as she was about to get angry, she suddenly thought of Chi-chan's other identity. If it wasn't for the fact that you're now my junior, I'd have to call you on it. Lin Yueshi secretly hummed in her heart. She no longer bothered too much with Chi-chan and urged, "Hurry up and go." With those words, she took the first step towards the camp. Looking at Lin Yueshi, whose mood had become somewhat unpleasant, Chi-chan was instantly puzzled. What's this about? He's not doing anything, is he? That's somehow angry? Women are really strange creatures. Chi-chan let out a dark sigh in his heart and scratched his head to follow Lin Yueshi's pace. After presenting his gold medal to the gatekeeper in charge of guarding the gate, Chi-chan accompanied Lin Yueshi to officially step inside the training camp. The interior covered a vast area, and there was no difference compared to the university Chi-chan remembered. It's even a little more expansive and luxurious. It was worthy of being an intensive training camp established by an official organization of Huaxia. Lin Yueshi walked in front of her, still angry at Chi-chan for his rogue behavior just now. "Where are you going first?" Lin Yueshi's voice rang out. Chi-chan spread his hands and said helplessly, "I'm new here, I'm not familiar with everything in here, just watch and come." "Whatever then, go wherever you want." After dropping a sentence, Lin Yueshi walked straight forward. Chi Dian could only follow helplessly. Chapter 92 Junior Senior Brother, Lin Yueshi's Identity. Just like that, Lin Yueshi gambled and walked in front. Chi Dian helplessly followed behind. Walking within the huge training camp, the two of them walked in this way for a long time without encountering anyone. Only a few scattered people walked through it. Seeing this, Chi-chan couldn't help but ask, "How is it that after walking for half a day, there's no one in sight?" "That's for sure." Lin Yueshi replied without looking back, "Within the entire Mountain and Sea Genius Camp, all the trainees are but 300, of which 20 are gold medalists, 80 are silver medalists, and 200 are bronze medalists." On the verge, Lin Yuexi didn't forget to add, "Counting you, the gold medals inside now total 21. Only 300 people? So few." Chi Dian was a bit incredulous. It's a talent camp for the entire mountain pass. The Shanghai Pass had 4 major provinces and hundreds of millions of people within it, so how come there were so few people who had gotten the Demon Beheading Bureau's Genius Token? This was a huge discrepancy from even the minimum of 1,000 people that Chi-chan had envisioned at the beginning. Lin Yueshi stopped her steps, turned to look at Chi-chan, and rolled her eyes. How can it be that easy to obtain the Demon Beheading Bureau's Genius Token? The Demon Beheading Bureau cultivates such geniuses for the purpose of serving the Chinese nation, so it also depends on your background and so on. With the background behind you, if you have a conflict with the Chinese Demon Beheading Bureau, even if you have enough talent, you won't be able to obtain a genius token from the Demon Beheading Bureau. This was something that Chi-chan had heard Li Jiannan speak to him about. Only, there was still one thing that Chi-chan hadn't thought of. The number of people who meet the standard in terms of background is surprisingly low as well? Seemingly seeing Chi-chan's doubts, Lin Yueshi opened her mouth to explain it. Only, before explaining, she was sighing, and that's when she said, "The Chinese Demon Beheading Bureau, the current situation is quite bad, there are demonic beasts infesting the outside, and there are quite a few large and small unsettled forces within. The number of geniuses who can achieve such conditions is so rare, and most of them, to a greater or lesser extent, have connections with these forces. Only those forces that are truly on the same side as the Chinese Demon Beheading Bureau and whose clan geniuses are qualified to receive the opportunity to come here for cultivation. And the number of forces that are truly on the same page as the Chinese Demon Beheading Bureau is really small." After hearing this explanation from Lin Yueshi, Chi-chan probably understood. There's a lot of talent in Yamaguchi. However, there weren't many geniuses who could truly do what they did for the Demon Beheading Bureau. The main job of the Demon Abatement Bureau is to get rid of demons. Dealing with the demonic beasts in Huaxia were all extremely treacherous. Not to mention dealing with the outside of Huaxia, those truly menacing demonic beasts. Which growing genius would be willing to face such a menace? The duo continued on their way. Soon, the duo arrived at the first grand building within the Mountain and Sea Genius Camp. This is the Merit and Goodness Pavilion. It's where the battalion picks up quests, and after picking up quests, you can earn genius points. Genius points can be used to exchange for a series of resources that need to be consumed while cultivating, such as martial arts, breathing techniques, pills, and cultivation grounds. Saying that, Lin Yueshi reminded again, by the way, didn't you serve as the vice team for a few days? The contribution value grade merits you have obtained during this period can be exchanged 1-for-1 into genius points. Shi-Chen indeed still had quite a few great feats left to use. Would have been a shame. By the way, what's that? At this time, Shi-Chen suddenly took the initiative to ask. Lin Yuexi looked in the direction that Shi-Chen pointed out with his outstretched hand. Only a tall tower stood at the location where Shi-Chen was pointing. Lin Yueshi casually said, This is a trial tower, for testing strength. There's a genius list within the camp, and the list is ranked according to each person's strength, which, in turn, is based on the number of floors in the tower that they've broken into. Also, just to mention, breaking into the tower also earns you genius points yo. Shi-Chen had no interest in breaking into the tower for the time being, and only kept it in his mind silently for the time being. Nowadays, his demonic beast's lifespan had already bottomed out. Taking on quests that could earn genius points while hunting demonic beasts was the point. After pondering for a moment, Shi-Chen said, I want to go to the Merit and Goodness Pavilion to take a look. Merit and Goodness Pavilion? Lin Yuexi looked at Shi-Chen and raised her eyebrows. My little senior brother, why are you in a monkey's hurry? You've only just arrived and you can't help but pick up a quest. At this moment, the exasperation in Lin Yuexi's heart towards Shi-Chen had long disappeared completely. She wasn't supposed to care too much about that. However, Lin Yuexi's words were heard by Shi-Chen, but he froze in place. What did Lin Yuexi call him? Junior? What's going on here? If you join this Mountain and Sea Genius Camp, will you have to change your name to Senior Sister in the future? What's wrong? Seeing Shi-Chen frozen in place, Lin Yuexi reached out and waved her hand in front of Shi-Chen. You just called me what? Shi-Chen inquired with a face full of doubt. Oh young master, how? Wait. Halfway through her words, Lin Yuexi suddenly realized something. You didn't know about this? The doubt on Shi-Chen's face increased. What is it? Should I know? Seeing Shi-Chen's reaction like this, Lin Yuexi had almost understood. It seems that Senior Brotherly he hasn't spoken to you about this matter. Senior Brotherly? In Shi-Chen's mind, Li Jiannan's figure instantly surfaced. He asked, the Senior Brotherly you're talking about, is it Li Jiannan, the chief of the Demon Beheading Bureau in Luochuan City? That's right. Lin Yuexi nodded. Little brother. Junior Brotherly. All sorts of information crossed Shi-Chen's mind. He thought of the previous Demon Beheading Bureau in Luochuan City, where Li Jiannan was clearly favoring himself. In this instant, Shi-Chen appeared to understand something. No wonder Li Jiannan would favor himself, it turns out that he also regarded himself as a junior brother. Shi-Chen did not understand how he had somehow become a young master. A little confused, he frowned and asked, what the hell is going on here? Lin Yuexi helplessly held her forehead and said, forget it, since Senior Brotherly he didn't talk to you, let me talk to you. I've already spoken to my master, his old man, about your situation, and between your truly outstanding qualifications, he has agreed to temporarily accept you as a registered disciple. After a period of inspection, as long as your performance passes, you will be formally accepted as a disciple. And this master I'm talking about, he's our Shanghai Pass's 9th-ranked Town Guard General Chen Shishuan. Under this great General Chen, there are a total of 6 disciples, Senior Brotherly and I are one of them, and if we count you as a named disciple, there are a total of 7. 9th-ranked Township General. Chen Shishuan? Shi-Chen murmured out. Inexplicably becoming a 9th-ranked martial artist's named disciple, Shi-Chen was a bit surprised in his heart. I didn't expect that he would actually be noticed by a 9th-ranked martial artist so early. Also, the Lin Yuexi who had met with himself in Bailan City in the first place would have such a high status. It would actually be the disciple of a 9th-ranked Town Guard General. Listening to Lin Yueshi, Chen Shixuan only had 6 disciples in total, and she was one of them. So it seemed that the identity and status of Lin Yueshi's disciple was definitely not low. Even if there was no gold medal issued by the Demon Beheading Bureau, with this status, when she went out, her status wouldn't be lower than the Demon Beheading Bureau's chief team. At this moment, after listening to Lin Yueshi's explanation, Chen also understood the means through which Li Jiannan had set the Zhao family matter right. With a 9th-ranked general behind him as his master, it would be easy to take care of a small Zhao family. Watching Chen frozen in place in shock after learning of his identity, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction arose in Lin Yueshi's heart. Oof. You can't imagine that I'm this high up, can you? How dare you be so disrespectful to this lady before? It is only now that you are my little brother, if it were anyone else. Eh? You sure? Why are you here? Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the contemplation in Chen's mind. At the same time, it also interrupted Lin Yueshi's pleasant mood after seeing Chen reveal a shocked expression. Chapter 93 Du Tianliang, heading to the meritorious pavilion. This voice, to Chen, who was new to the city, it was incomparably unfamiliar. However, for Lin Yueshi, this voice that was so familiar that it could not make her any more familiar. Hearing this familiar voice ring out, Lin Yueshi's beautiful pretty face flashed with a flash of disgust. She looked at the person whose voice spoke and said in an unpleasant tone, Du Tianliang? Why you again? The visitor was a tall, good-looking youth. Regarding the unkindness carried in Lin Yueshi's tone, the youth chose to directly ignore it. He smiled and said, You sure, to be able to meet here, it seems like the two of us are really destined for each other. In the face of Du Tianliang's proximity, Lin Yueshi didn't want to take care of it at all. She didn't even look at Du Tianliang for more than a glance, turning her head and rushing at Chen, who was still curiously sizing up Du Tianliang. She said, Chen, let's go, don't pay attention to him. And after Lin Yueshi said that, Du Tianliang managed to discover Chen standing behind Lin Yueshi. Du Tianliang rushed to look behind Lin Yueshi, and when he spotted Chen's figure, his brows furrowed. Du Tianliang chose to ignore Chen outright, and with a questioning tone, asked Lin Yueshi, who is this? Being questioned by Du Tianliang, Lin Yueshi, who already did not have any good feelings towards him and instead was still very disgusted, was no longer polite. She spoke directly in a cold voice, Get lost. You sure, Du Tianliang opened his mouth to say something. But Lin Yueshi did not give him this chance at all, and her icy tone resounded once again. I told you to off. The nimble and lovely side that she had previously displayed in front of Chen had all but disappeared at this moment. And Lin Yueshi glanced at Du Tianliang and said, Yueshi is not what you call her, between me and you, it seems that we are not that familiar. After saying that, Lin Yueshi no longer paid attention to Du Tianliang who was frozen in place. Taking a step backward and pulling on Chen, who was still in the middle of watching the show, he directly walked quickly towards the distance. Staring at the departing backs of Chen and Lin Yueshi, Du Tianliang's fists clenched up tightly as the anger in his heart rose up at this moment. Within this mountain and sea genius camp, he had never seen any male who could be this close to Lin Yueshi. And it was also pulled away by Lin Yueshi on her own initiative. Now, seeing this scene of Chen being pulled away by Lin Yueshi on his own accord, Du Tianliang's heart felt very bad. There's a sense of being shortchanged. Du Tianliang's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the departing backs of the two of them, whispering to himself under his breath, listening to you sure just now, you're called Chen, right? Ha! A sardonic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Daring to approach you sure, this time, you must be given a lesson that you brats will never forget. Du Tianliang, also a gold medal genius. As a gold medal genius, he naturally didn't need to take too much care of anything when it came to doing something within this mountain and sea genius camp. There were plenty of opportunities to make Zidane look good if he wanted to. Of course, that's only what he thinks. Lin Yueshi, who had already pulled Chen out some distance, stopped in her tracks. She let go of the hand that was tugging on Zidane's shirt. What is the relationship between that person and you just now? Chen couldn't help but ask curiously. There were clearly melons in that scene between the two just now. Irrelevant. Lin Yueshi rolled her eyes. Irrelevant? Chen looked like he was watching a good show and said, Doesn't look like it to me, does it? Lin Yueshi casually said, You can think of him as one of my licking dogs. Yo! Chen immediately said in a snarky tone, And licking dogs? Oof. Upon hearing this, Lin Yueshi immediately pinched her waist and said in a condescending manner, don't even look at who this young lady is, it's normal to have a dog licker, okay? Also, in my lady's eyes, just as kind of goods, he is not qualified to be my lady's licking dog at all. Then who is qualified? Shi Dian asked smoothly. He. Lin Yueshi rushed at Shi Chun with a wry smile and said, of course it's only people like you who are qualified to be this young lady's licking dog. Zidane. He was redundant in asking this. In response, Shi Chun nonchalantly shot back, I'm sorry, asking me to be your licking dog, you're not qualified. Lin Yueshi was stunned in place by Chi Chen's words. She didn't expect Chi Chen to respond to her like this. She huffed, Chi Chen, I can be considered your senior sister now. But it's just a registered disciple, the 8 characters haven't even begun yet. Chi Chen spread his hands. Besides, even if he could really be this disciple, whether he would be willing or not was still another matter. Of course, if the gift of worship was something like SSS-ranked breathing techniques and martial arts, that would be another matter. Humph. Lin Yueshi clasped her arms around her chest, talking to you is so irritating. Shiduan expressed his innocence. Seems like he's not the one who started this thread, right? Women really are inexplicably strange creatures. Lin Yueshi, who was once again angry, led Chi Chen to the Merit and Goodness Pavilion, which he wanted to come and take a look at. Gongshan Pavilion, elegant architecture. It gives a sense of old-fashioned architecture. It is only when you come to the front of the meritocracy that you can see a noticeable flow of people going in and out of it. Lin Yueshi led Chi Chen to step inside. The internal hall was incomparably spacious, and in the center of the hall, there was a huge electronic screen. On the screen, mission after mission flashed through it. What kind of mission do you want to take on? Lin Yueshi inquired. Shichen said without thinking, anyone who kills a demonic beast is fine. As the words fell out of his mouth, after thinking about it, Shichen added, there are tasks regarding the siege of the Heavenly Beast cult category as well. Lin Yueshi sniffed with some surprise, you're actually interested in the Heavenly Beast sex mission as well? What? Shi Dust's face was puzzled. Chapter 94 Testing Strength, shocked Lin Yueshi. It's okay. Lin Yueshi shook her head and explained, it's just that I'm a bit curious that you, with your 4th rank strength, would actually be interested in a Heavenly Beast sect type of mission as well. 4th degree? Shi Chen was somewhat slightly surprised in his heart. But after a moment's thought, his mind was clear. The probability was that it was information about himself that Jian Nanli hadn't informed Lin Yueshi. Shi Chen felt some amusement in his heart. This pair of siblings, each knowing the news, really didn't share at all. Shi Chen didn't bother to explain too much and simply said, just a little curious about the Heavenly Beast sect. Lin Yueshi didn't ask too many questions and introduced, before taking on a mission, you need to verify your strength and then register. After the registration is complete, in the future, even if you don't come to the Merit Pavilion, you'll be able to view a series of quests within the Merit Pavilion with the gold medal. When you see a suitable task, just come back inside the Merit Pavilion to take it. Follow me this way. Shi Chen followed Lin Yueshi and walked to the front desk for receiving quests. A receptionist woman at the front desk location saw someone approaching and immediately came forward. Lin Yueshi, one of the few gold medals within the Mountain and Sea Genius Camp. Reception of the woman's acquaintance. Shi Chen, for her, could be a completely new face. The receptionist woman was puzzled, this is. Shi Chen directly took out his gold medal and handed it over to the reception woman. The receptionist woman who received the gold medal had a look of shock on her face. A gold medal? What's going on here? The time for the Demon Beheading Bureau to recruit talented members this year clearly hadn't arrived yet. Where did this gold medal come from? Is this finding a good prospect and recruiting early? The reception woman is still quite professional. Without being shocked for too long, he went and scanned the gold medal to confirm Chi Chen's identity information. Chi Dust, 18 years old, gold medalist genius. After confirming Chi Chen's identity, the receptionist woman's attitude was more respectful than before. She smiled and handed the gold medal back to Chiduan and said, Mr. Chiduan, wait a moment and arrange a strength test for you. Aha! Chiduan nodded. After rummaging through the counter, the receptionist woman pulled out a small hanging clock. It was a small bell, almost the size of a soccer ball. She placed the small bell on the counter and opened her mouth to introduce, this bell is called the Spirit Measuring Bell. You will gather the true chi in your body into your right fist and just blast it with one full punch. The highest level that this small bell can test is the 6th order one, and how many times the bell rings, it represents a martial arts level of a few orders. Good. Qi Chen expressed his understanding as the true qi in his body began to converge towards his right fist. After condensing to about the same level, Qi Chen swung his fist violently towards the small bell. On the side, Lin Yueshi didn't care much about this test. She had already known about Qi Chen's 4th rank strength. Even if there has been an increase in recent times, how much can it be? It would be nice to increase your martial arts rank by 1. After all, she had only been separated from Qi Chen for about half a month. Boo! Qi Chen's powerful punch hit the small clock. Dang! Unlike the previous crisp sound, the sound that came out this time was incredibly dull. And there is only so much of one. The body of the clock began to shake violently. The scene was a sight to behold for the receptionist. Lin Yueshi, who didn't care much about this scene on the side, was also attracted to the scene at this moment. This is... what's going on? She looked towards the violently shaking spirit measuring bell, and deep doubt flashed in her eyes. Ka-ching! In the next moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the body of the violently shaking spirit measuring bell. Click 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 click. Immediately afterward, cracks arose one after another, and soon it was like a spider's web, covering the body of the spirit measuring bell. In the end, only bang. In the middle of the astonished gazes of the receptionist woman and Lin Yueshi, the spirit measuring bell exploded. The creation of this scene caused the duo to fall into a brief stupor. Qi Chen also frowned slightly because of this scene. After hearing the receptionist's explanation that this spirit measuring bell could only measure the strength of the first level of the 6th order at the highest, he had already suppressed his own energy extraordinarily. It is to avoid the situation of accidentally breaking this spirit measuring clock. He had extraordinarily suppressed the converging true qi. Who would have thought that this spirit measuring bell would still be shattered by his punch? The S-ranked supernatural ability that gave him an increase was truly terrifying. Even though Qi Chen he didn't intentionally use it. With the addition of his S-ranked supernatural ability, Qi Chen's current base strength had been terrorized to an extremely exaggerated level. The reception woman stared blankly at the broken spirit measuring bell on the counter. You broke it? Lin Yueshi stared at Qi Chen and asked out loud in disbelief. The limit of this spirit measuring bell was to test the strength of the first rank of the 6th order. However, if one wanted to shatter it this easily, but with the strength of the first rank of the 6th order one could not do it. For Qi Chen to be able to shatter it so casually, his strength must be at least the 3rd to 5th level of the 6th rank. Lin Yueshi was inwardly shocked, never expecting Qi Chen's strength to be exaggerated to such an extent. While shocked by Qi Chen's strength, she was still puzzled. Wasn't Qi Chen's strength at the 4th rank? How is it that after only being separated for less than half a month, his strength is at least 3 times of the 6th rank? Qi scratched his head awkwardly. What, do you want to pay for it? No. No need to pay for it. The receptionist woman swallowed her saliva, slightly suppressing the shocking emotions in her heart, and opened her mouth. She apologized and stated, "This matter counts as an operational error on my part, and I took the wrong spirit measuring bell for testing extreme strength." As she spoke, it was still hard to hide the shocked emotion in her tone. She looked at Qi Chen's age of 18 and had thought that even if it was a gold medal, her strength would be around the 4th rank at most. The 18-year-old gold medalist geniuses of past years were probably in that category of strength. Only then did she take out the spirit measuring bell that tested the limit strength to be a 6th rank one out. Who would have thought that the 18-year-old Qi Chen's strength actually exceeded the first level of the 6th rank? This reception woman was even a bit skeptical that Qi Chen's age was not a mistake. An 18-year-old 6th ranked martial artist, this was too much. Where did this monster come from? It's no wonder we got an early gold medal from the Demon Chopper Bureau. Lin Yueshi looked at Qi Chen in shock and opened her mouth to ask, "What happened to your strength?" "As you can see," Qi Chen said casually. Qi Chen's such a casual attitude caused Lin Yueshi to think of something for a split second. Last time, when she met Qi Chen, she was afraid that Qi Chen's strength had already reached the 6th rank. It's just deliberately hidden and not exposed. As for the short-term cultivation up, Lin Yueshi didn't dare to think in that direction at all. 2 months, 4th order to 6th order, what a joke. Compared to that, she was still more willing to believe that Qi Chen was hiding his strength. Lin Yueshi pursed her rosy and soft thin lips, her mood somewhat complicated. Originally, she had thought that Qi Chen's strength was only at the 4th rank, and that he was a junior apprentice brother that she could casually pin down. However, who had thought that Qi Chen's strength was far beyond the 4th rank, and the probability was even higher than her. The large difference between the two was so great that it was a little difficult for Lin Yueshi to accept for a moment. Lin Yueshi re-examined this junior apprentice brother of hers. It has been registered for you. In the future, with the gold medal, you will be able to remotely view the tasks within the Merit and Goodness Pavilion, and if there is a suitable one you can come to the Merit and Goodness Pavilion at any time to go through the procedure of receiving it. The reception woman pressed down the shock in her heart and said to Qi Dust with a smile. Okay. Qi Chen responded and turned to look at the shocked Lin Yueshi and asked out loud. Hunting demonic beasts or about the heavenly beast cult category, are there any suitable quests to recommend? Qi Chen's words interrupted the scrutinizing Lin Yueshi. LOL. Inwardly unable to hold back a sigh, Lin Yueshi finally chose to accept this fact. Chapter 95. See the strength of the mountain and see Genius Camp. In response to Qi Chen's inquiry, Lin Yueshi pondered. Given Qi Chen's rank as well as the requirements, she did know that there was such a quest. She wanted to take it before, but it was just that it was a quest that only 2 people could take together, so she gave up. Nowadays, Qi Chen had the strength of the 6th rank. It would be just right for the 2 of them to pick up together. It is also just right, take this opportunity, he can properly explore his little brother of the false. Let's see how much more strength he's hiding from himself. Thinking of this, Lin Yueshi immediately nodded. I know of exactly one. What mission? Qi Chen asked. For the siege of one of the Heavenly Beast cult strongholds, according to the mission content, this Heavenly Beast cult stronghold here has at least one Heavenly Beast cult protector of the 7th rank and above sitting in the town. As such, the difficulty of the mission is extremely high, and it requires at least 2 6th ranked martial artists together to take on this mission. A Heavenly Beast sect protector of the 7th rank and above. After hearing the content of this quest, Qi Chen's eyes lit up. He chose to take on the Heavenly Beast sect's mission, and his main goal was to think about killing a few with a higher martial arts level, and then coalesce their souls through the system's soul gathering and concentration function. The function of this condensed soul could be more than simply learning of its memories. It could also give him key advice when he was simulating cultivation, greatly saving him the lifespan of the demonic beasts he had to consume. Both the 6th rank stone and jade could provide him with a lot of help. If there was another 7th rank, wouldn't the boost that could be provided to him be even greater? Lin Yueshi curiously asked, What, are you going to take this quest? If we pick it up, we both happen to be going together. Catch. Qi Chen nodded without thinking. It doesn't matter if 2 people go together. Lin Yueshi's strength was only at the 1st level of the 6th order, taking her head to grab the head of the 7th order protector with him? Seeing Qi Chen confirm that he wanted to take this quest, Lin Yueshi's heart rejoiced. She had a hunch that this mission would probably reveal the true nature of her little brother. Lin Yueshi turned to the receptionist woman and said, You should know about this mission I'm talking about, right? We'll both take this mission together. Got it. The receptionist woman smiled and nodded. This mission, among the bunch, was also the one with an extremely high risk factor. She remembers it very well. Boo! Just as the woman at the front desk was about to go through the procedures of receiving quests for Lin Yueshi and Qi Chen, a large hand suddenly slapped on the counter table. A youth with a cold look and a somewhat fresh face appeared in front of the counter. The large hand that slapped on the counter table was his. He directly and succinctly said, That mission to besiege the Heavenly Beast cult, I'll take it. Hearing the youth's words, the receptionist woman who was preparing to handle the procedures for Qi Chen and Lin Yueshi to receive the quest was slightly stunned. Immediately afterward, the receptionist woman gave an embarrassed smile. This gentleman, I'm sorry, but these 2 are ready to take on this task. The youth's brows furrowed as he looked at Lin Yueshi and Qi Chen on the side. Lin Yu sure? Lin Yueshi, he recognized. Lin Yueshi was also one of the few gold medal geniuses in the camp, and had a deep background. However, Qi Chen, who was beside Lin Yueshi, he was completely unaffected. But it doesn't matter who it is anymore. She didn't even care about Lin Yueshi, but she still cared about this little white boy beside Lin Yueshi? Which one of their gold medals here doesn't have some background? Or as in the case of Lin Yueshi, behind her was the disciple of a certain big shot from the Demon Beheading Bureau. Or maybe there is a powerful family standing behind them as a background. The youth swept a glance at the 2 of them, Lin Yueshi and Qi Chen, his expression grim and nonchalant. This mission is mine. It was naturally impossible for Lin Yueshi to give up on this mission. She still had to rely on this mission to probe Qi-Chen. She said in an unkind tone, "Yuzhen, there is a first come, first served in everything, and this mission has been chosen by me." First come, first served? He. Upon hearing this, Yuzhen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Lin Yueshi, I think you're really out of your mind. Mountain and Sea Genius Camp, it's always strength that speaks for itself, it doesn't talk about first come first served. If you think you can beat me, you can try. If you win, this mission is naturally yours. If you lose, take this little white boy of yours and get the hell out of my sight immediately." Yuzhen did not give Lin Yueshi any face at all. A single word put a whole lot of tension in the atmosphere in front of the task table. Lin Yueshi's pretty face had obvious anger on top of it. She wanted to open her mouth to retort, but didn't know what to say. Eugene is right. Within the Mountain and Sea Genius Camp, it was all about strength. The stronger you are, the more privileges you have. Taking on tasks epitomizes this privilege. Yuzhen's strength was stronger than hers, and even within the entire Mountain and Sea Genius Camp, he was one of the top existences. Is it true that strength speaks for itself within the Mountain and Sea Genius Camp? At that moment, Qi-Chan, who hadn't said anything, spoke. His words were directed at Lin Yueshi. "You who?" Seeing Qi-Chan speak, Yuzhen said with a playful face. "Lin Yueshi, where did you find this little white boy from? You don't even know this most basic rule within the Mountain and Sea Genius Camp." After Yuzhen spoke, he clasped his arms to his chest and a disdainful expression appeared on his face. "When others speak, it's best for you to remain silent." Qi-Chen's indifferent voice, mixed with a touch of unusual emotional fluctuations, rang out. "That way, it looks like you're uneducated while also upsetting others." Qi-Chen's words, "Cutie." Can all hear who it's cursing? Yuzhen's brows gathered tightly as he reached out and pointed at Qi-Chen, saying angrily, "Little white boy, if you have the ability to repeat what you just said, I promise, you will regret your behavior today for the rest of your life." Qi-Chen shook his head, his voice still indifferent. "Goods like you don't deserve to have me repeat the same words a second time." Good. Yes. Yuzhen laughed back in anger. "I didn't want to do it, but this is all because you, a little white boy, asked for it." Boom. A powerful aura spread and released from Yuzhen's body. A terrifying aura pressed down horizontally towards Qi-Chen as well as Lin Yueshi. Feeling this terrifying aura that Yuzhen pressed down, Lin Yueshi's expression changed slightly. Yuzhen's strength seems to be stronger than last time. Chapter 96. You don't have the strength either. In Lin Yueshi's heart, she was a little annoyed for a moment. Qi-Chen had nothing better to do than to go out and anger Yuzhen. Why don't we just leave it to her? To fight with Yuzhen here, even if they were two people, the ones who would suffer would definitely be them. Because, last time, Yuzhen's strength had already reached the 6th level of the 6th rank. This time, the strength had become even stronger, and it was at the 7th level of the 6th rank anyways. Not being able to say anything more, Lin Yueshi was about to take Qi-Chen to leave this place as soon as possible when she suddenly realized that Qi-Chen's figure, at some point, had already disappeared from the spot. Not only did he not notice, even Yuzhen, who was in a state of rage and ready to strike at any moment, did not notice. When Yuzhen had just reacted to Qi-Chen's figure disappearing into thin air, there was a sudden flash before his eyes. Immediately afterward, he felt a sharp choking sensation coming from the throat area. It was only Qi-Chen's figure that appeared in front of Yuzhen as if it was instantaneous. His right hand probed out and deadlocked Yuzhen's neck, lifting his body up effortlessly. After seeing this scene, Lin Yueshi once again froze in place. The receptionist woman who hadn't opened her mouth for a long time was also completely frozen in place. This kind of occasion already belonged between gold medal geniuses. She, a tiny receptionist, was no longer qualified to intervene. A strong sense of suffocation came, and Yuzhen's legs constantly began to struggle. His face was filled with shock as he looked at Qi-Chen, who was choking his neck and casually lifting himself up. What's going on here? He didn't even see how Qi-Dian moved his hand, and then he realized he was being held up by the neck. The hand of Qi-Chen that was choking Yuzhen's neck casually threw Yuzhen towards the ground. Boo! Yuzhen's body heavily slammed into the ground. The brain was hit so hard that a roar went on inside the brain and a violent dizziness hit. As a 6th-ranked martial artist, Yuzhen, this feeling of dizziness was not enough to make him fall into a coma. Just as he was about to struggle to stand up, he suddenly realized that Qi-Chen was indifferently walking towards him. As she walked up to him, she lifted one foot and stomped on his face without mercy. The foot seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Stepping on his face, no matter how much strength he exerted, he was like prey tightly wound up by a python, unable to break free. Immediately afterward, he heard Chi Chen's disdainful, as if he was looking at trash, voice ring out. Mountain and Sea Genius Camp, speaking with strength, when you first said that, don't you think you're being ridiculous now? I haven't even made a move yet, and you're lying on the ground, like a dead dog that can't get up. Look at the strength, you don't have much strength either. Chi Chen's words made Yuzhen feel ashamed and angry in his heart. Intense shame filled him. His eyes gradually turned crimson. Being humiliated by such words was more than he could bear. Yuzhen began to struggle as hard as he could in an attempt to break out from under this foot of Chi Chen. Sensing Yuzhen's struggle to fight, Chi Chen lowered his head. Eyeing the mortified Yuzhen, Chi Chen sneered and opened his mouth. Your struggles remind me of the same ants that were caught in my hands and struggled frantically trying to break free. You might not be able to understand, let me translate it for you. You, to me, are no different from an ant that I can crush with my hand. After saying that, Chi Chen lifted his head, no longer paying attention to Yuzhen who was struggling. He turned his head to look at Lin Yueshi who was as petrified as a petrified person, her body stiffening in place. Asked, within the Mountain and Sea Genius Camp, is there a rule against killing? With these words, Yuzhen stopped struggling. Lin Yueshi also instantly came back to her senses from her daze, staring at Chi Chen with a face full of shock. The woman at the reception next to her also had an incredulous expression on her face. Chi Chen's words were as cold as death to Yuzhen's ears. A deep wave of disbelief grew in his heart. He actually tried to kill me? In this instant, the shame and anger in Yuzhen's heart disappeared in an instant. His sanity reoccupied his brain. Without waiting for Lin Yueshi to reply, Yuzhen eagerly jumped ahead and answered. The Mountain and Sea Genius Camp stipulates that it's okay for both sides to fight, but not to kill. He was afraid that if he answered too late, Chi Chen would really kill him. As of now, it was definitely not difficult for Chi Chen to kill him. However, upon hearing Yuzhen's reply, Chi Chen's brows couldn't help but furrow. He lowered his head and looked at Yuzhen with an extremely impatient expression. Did I ask you? Then, the other foot lifted and violently stepped on Yuzhen's arm. Ka-ching! Ah-ha-ha-ha! A clear sound of bones breaking rang out, and a miserable wailing sound came out from Yuzhen's mouth. The scene of Chi Chen being so domineering looked shocking in Lin Yueshi's heart, and she only felt that the Chi Chen in front of her was that unfamiliar. Was this the same Zidane he knew, the one who joked with her casually? Can it? Chi Chen sidelong glanced at Lin Yueshi and inquired once more. Chi Chen's expression, coupled with his approach, did not look like he was joking at all. Can't. Lin Yueshi hurriedly shook her head and explained. It is possible for members of the Mountain and Sea Genius Camp to engage in sparring on the spot when they encounter certain disputes. It's just that the only requirement for the cut is that you can't injure the other person's life, as well as destroy the other person's martial arts foundation. Got it. After listening to Lin Yueshi's explanation, Chi Chen nodded in understanding. And after Lin Yueshi finished her explanation, Yuzhen, who had been stepped on by Chi Chen like a dead dog, also let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Life was saved. If he died just like that, Chi Dian wouldn't end up well though. But, he's dead, what does it matter to him if Chi Chen has a good ending or not? Yuzhen secretly resolved that he would never come to mess with Chi Chen in the future. Chi Chen had become a complete madman in his eyes. Crazy people who do things with no regard for consequences. Boo! However, just as he was pondering this, he suddenly felt a huge force coming from his abdomen. Only to see that it was a kick from Chi Chen, kicking him in the abdomen. The tremendous force of the kick instantly sent his body flying backwards towards the back like a kite with broken strings. It didn't stop until it flew close to the gate. Scram! An icy voice sounded out of Chi Chen's mouth at the same time. The kick made Yuzhen feel like his body was about to fall apart. However, listening to Chi Chen's ice-cold word roll, Yuzhen didn't dare to stay in place too long at all. I couldn't care less about the lifting coming from my body and arms. He crawled out toward the outside in a lumbering shape. Inside the meritorious pavilion, those who saw the scene had wonderful expressions on their faces. Chi Chen and the others might feel unfamiliar, but Yuzhen was not unfamiliar to them. Yuzhen was a powerful existence that ranked among the top 10 on the Mountain and Sea Genius Camp's genius list. Chi Chen defeated Yuzhen with unparalleled ease throughout. Didn't even put up much of a fight. Didn't this mean that Chi Chen's strength far exceeded Yuzhen's? Who is this man? Where did it come from? How come they've never seen anyone this fierce in camp before? The same doubt arose uniformly in the minds of this group. Someone took note of Chi Chen's appearance and decided to poke around afterwards to find out more about Chi Chen's identity. By the way, remind those around you. In the future, don't look at this person's unfamiliar appearance and think that he is easy to bully. This one's a tough nut to crack. Alright, no one should be coming back for this quest now, so let's process it. After resolving Yujin, Chi Chen walked back to the quest counter and said to the reception woman. "Ha? Well. The first moment the receptionist woman returned to her senses, she proceeded to handle the acceptance of this quest for Chi Chen. Chapter 97 Students of Moyun University. Lin Yueshi's beautiful eyes stared at Chi Chen's figure and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. So easily, he crushed Yujin, whose strength was at least the 6th rank of the 6th order, with a high probability that it was the 7th rank of the 6th order. His little brother, I did not expect that it would actually be so uncomplicated. For a moment, Lin Yueshi's mind could not help but recall the battle she had with Chi Chen when she first met him. Before today, she had always thought that she was the one giving way to Chi Chen. But after today, she realized she was wrong. That day, where was she giving way to Chi Chen? It was clearly Chi Chen who was giving way to her. Luckily, she had made a gesture of being a senior in front of Chi Chen that day. Making a gesture of seniority in front of someone who is stronger than you and threatening that you will give way. Thinking of this, Lin Yueshi felt ashamed in her heart. Will the two of you please present your respective gold medals? The reception woman whispered a reminder to the duo after finding this quest in the quest bar. Chi Chen directly placed his gold medal, as well as Lin Yueshio's gold medal that had been on him, on the counter together. After getting the 2 gold medals, the receptionist woman carefully placed them on the counter after some maneuvering. And reminded, both of you, the specific information of this mission has been entered into your gold medals. By passing the gold medal, you will be able to inquire about the specific information of this mission. Please arrive at the mission location within 1 day. Aha! Chi Chen nodded gently and said as he took the 2 gold medals and handed one of them to Lin Yueshi. Let's go now. Good. Lin Yueshi lowered her head and whispered. The shame in her heart couldn't be dissipated for a long time. Wasn't the self of that day as funny as a clown in Chi Chen's eyes? Similar thoughts were constantly born in Lin Yueshi's mind. Lin Yueshi's behavior like this caused Chi Chen to be a bit strange. I was inexplicably angry for a good reason before, and now I'm inexplicably shy. This Lin Yu sure doesn't have any strange disease, right? The mission location for the siege of the Heavenly Beast cult stronghold was located in the southern province, in a forested area called the Shoyun Forest. After half a day of rushing, the two of them, Chi Chen and Lin Yueshi, finally arrived near the Shoyun Forest. On the way here, Chi Chen had learned from Lin Yueshi that the people who had come here on a mission were not the only ones from the Demon Beheading Bureau. There is also the presence of students from various universities in Yamagata. There were too many missions within China, but with the people from the Demon Beheading Bureau coming completely, the Demon Beheading Bureau was completely understaffed. Therefore, the Bureau of Demon Shoppers will distribute these tasks to the nearby universities, so that the students in the universities can assist in accomplishing this task together. So, it wasn't just their Demon Beheading Bureau personnel who came on this mission. There are also students from within the mountain passes, those in the universities. And according to the specifics of the mission, the duo learned that the Demon Beheading Bureau had spread out an encirclement towards the perimeter with the Heavenly Beast sect's stronghold in the forest as the center. Guards were set up at various choke points of the encirclement. And his and Lin Yueshi's mission was to go to one of the passes and be responsible for guarding this pass. Avoid the escape of the personnel of the Heavenly Beast cult from this location. And this mission to besiege the Heavenly Beast sect had already been carried out for 3 days, and today was the 4th day. According to the address guide within the gold medal, the duo of Chi Chen and Lin Yueshi arrived at the pass that the duo needed to guard. A temporary camp was set up at the location of this pass. The duo walked inside the camp, and at once, an officer wearing the normal uniform of the Demon Beheading Bureau walked out. He asked, "Who are you two?" Lin Yueshi stepped forward and explained, "We are from the Mountain and Sea Genius Battalion, and we came here to take on the mission of besieging the Heavenly Beast cult." From the Mountain and Sea Genius camp? The man's face was delighted at his words. "The two of you wait a moment." With those words, he turned and walked into one of the tents. A few moments later, he stepped out. Along with him, there was also a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the Demon Beheading Bureau's general team. Only, his face was full of vicissitudes and fatigue. The breath was weak, and the whole person didn't look in very good shape. The two of you are the gold medal geniuses of the Mountain and Sea Genius Camp, Lin Yueshi and Qi Chen, right? My name is Xiaoliao, and for insurance purposes, I'd like to ask the two of you to show your respective gold medals. Xiaoliao warmly greeted the duo, smiling as he extended a hand at Qi Chen and Lin Yueshi. Not long after Qi Chen and Lin Yueshi took the quest, his side received relevant information from the duo. Qi Chen and Lin Yueshi did not say much as they each pulled out their respective gold medals. Xiaoliao returned the gold medal with a smile on his face after some verification that it was genuine. Xiaoliao couldn't help but exclaim, "You two are finally here. If you don't come, we can't hold this pass." Can't hold on? Qi Chen's eyebrows moved slightly. Listening to Xiaoliao's words, it was the people of the Heavenly Beast sect who had begun to rush the barrier? No wonder he felt the scent of blood wafting through the air when he came here. Looks like there's been quite a few battles here in recent times. Qi Dian couldn't help but ask, "Can you tell me what's going on here right now?" The situation is not optimistic. Xiaoliao shook his head, more than a touch of bitterness on his face. He said, "The besieged Heavenly Beast cult, in order to escape, has already made several attempts to rush through the various gates set up. This pass of ours has already experienced 5 rushes of the Heavenly Beast sect in 3 days' time. The group of people from the Heavenly Beast sect, in order to break through the barrier, each and every one of them is completely desperate, and the personnel of our Demon Beheading Bureau have lost quite a few of their lives as a result." Saying this, a flash of grief flashed in Xiaoliao's eyes. Damnable Heavenly Beast cult, sooner or later, our Demon Beheading Bureau will free its hands and uproot it. Qi Dian asked again, "How much manpower is left now?" "Not much." Xiaoliao sighed. Second-ranked martial artists, there are less than 15 people left, 7 third-ranked martial artists, 5 fourth-ranked martial artists, 3 fifth-ranked martial artists, and 6 ranked martial artists, counting the two of you, plus me, and that student from Merian University, there are a total of 4 people. Actually, there could have been more people left. Xiaoliao was a bit tongue-tied. What? Qi Dian pursued. Xiaoliao pursed his lips, as if he felt that it might affect the subsequent battle against the Heavenly Beast sect's charge. He still chose to speak up. That 6th-ranked student from Merian University, he was completely indifferent in the face of the first 2 rushes of the Heavenly Beast sect. Those 2 6th-ranked elders of the Heavenly Beast sect, the few times they charged through the gate, they were fended off by me alone. He, who was all at the 6th-rank martial arts style level, chose to watch coldly from the very back, without any intention of making any moves at all. He came here, not at all like he was on a mission, but like he was on vacation. When Xiaoliao told this story, his fists were clenched, and his heart had an uncontrollable rage surging out. Chapter 98 Arrogant Huang Xinghao. Listening to Xiaoliao's words, Lin Yueshi's brows furrowed as she asked, "If he does this, isn't he afraid of being pursued by Moyun University as well as the Demon Beheading Bureau afterwards? Chase?" Speaking of this, Xiaoliao couldn't help but shake his head and said, "The man who came here, named Huang Xinghao, is the personal grandson of an 8th Order elder of the Huang clan in the southern province. And the Huang family's 8th Order martial artist, and not just his grandfather, with the Huang family most behind the background, Moyun University as well as the Demon Beheading Bureau is not something that can be easily pursued." Huang Xinghao? Hearing this name, a touch of familiarity arose in Lin Yueshi's heart. Those who could reach the 6th-ranked martial artist during their college years already belonged to the top geniuses in Huaxia. Geniuses of this tier were known to Lin Yueshi. After a little recollection, her mind recalled the general information about Huang Xinghao. In the first half of this year, the Mountain and Sea Genius Camp held a head-to-head tournament. The participants, who are students in the universities of Shanhaiku, the 4 major provinces. The entry requirement is to have reached the 6th level of martial arts. Huang Xinghao was one of the students representing Moyun University. The strength he had shown at the beginning was extremely unimpressive. That was all Lin Yueshi had of him. Ugh. It would be all right if it were so. With that said, Xiaoliao couldn't help but let out another sigh. The two looked at Xiaoliao, only to see Xiaoliao continue with some indignation. That Huang Xinghao, it would be just fine if he sat back and watched coldly, but the key is that he also had to speak out and point his finger at the brethren who were resisting the Heavenly Beast sect's charge. It's not like the brethren can afford to disobey his instructions after all. He took the assignment to come here in a position comparable to my position here. Not to listen is to disobey orders, and afterwards, but whenever Huang Xinghao makes an issue of this, those who don't listen will not be spared chastisement. And it was with this blind instruction from him that led to more casualties. Shi Chen listened and pondered in his heart. It seems that on his side, there is an extra young master of a worldly family who is idle and is spoiled by his family, and his brain is not too good. Shi Chen didn't care how this Huang Xinghao was. 6th rank strength, it couldn't yet make any waves in front of his eyes. As long as he doesn't come and mess with himself, anything is fine. If he doesn't have the eyes to mess with himself, then this Shoyun forest. Shi Chen shook his head, his eyes turning as he looked deeper into the forest. Due to the concealment of the forest trees, the internal situation was not clear to Shi Chen. However, from the broken trees along the way and the bloodstains left on the ground, it was still possible to tell that this place had been through a few fierce battles. This time, Shi Chen's main purpose for being here was not to simply guard the pass. What he wants is to be part of the battle to get into the forefront. Only by participating in the forefront of the battle would there be a possibility of being able to kill a 7th order Heavenly Beast sect martial artist. Thus, what Shi Chen needed to know most was the information at the forefront, near the stronghold of the Heavenly Beast sect. So it was that Shi Dian asked. Who is the main person in charge of this siege mission? What is their strength, and what is happening at the very inside? The main person in charge of this siege mission is the Southern Province's Commander Zhao Jinting Zhao Commander, with a strength of the 9th level of the 7th rank. And the specifics of the interior are unclear for now. The only order received is to defend the pass to the death and not to let the Heavenly Beast Sect's people break through. Shi Dian nodded in understanding. The internal situation is not clear, but it is enough to know the strength of the person in charge this time. 7th Order 9. Snatching the head of a 7th ranked martial artist from the other party shouldn't be a big problem. Just as Shi Chen was preparing to enter the interior of the Shoyun forest after taking a break, he suddenly thought of something. Once again, he asked, are there demonic beasts present inside the rushes? Yes. Sha Liao nodded and said, every time that group from the Heavenly Beast sect rushes through the gate, there will be a large number of demonic beasts following them. If we didn't have that group of demonic beasts, relying on the 100 or so Heavenly Beast cultists in this stronghold wouldn't be enough to consume them. As the words fell out, Sha Liao saw that Shi Chen and Lin Yueshi had no unnecessary questions, so he led the two of them into the tent. Further discussion on how to deal with the Heavenly Beast sect's rush afterward. Walking into the tent, what immediately caught his eyes was a young man in his early 20s, sitting on a chair inside like a grandpa. His back was turned to the crowd, and when he sensed that someone had entered, he immediately opened his mouth and pointed out the river. You were the only ones who didn't do your best to fulfill my orders last time. If you had, the casualties would have been at least half as low. This time, you guys listen to me, and you'll all win big. Sha Liao, who had just walked into the tent and heard these words, couldn't help but clench his fists. Not doing your best to fulfill your instructions? To really try his best to fulfill your instructions, I'm afraid he'll have to be accounted for in the last rush through the Heavenly Beast cult. How did he arrange for such a godly man to come to this pass? If it wasn't for Huang Xinghao's identity not being easy to mess with, he would have gone up with a fist. His own words went unanswered for a long time, and Huang Xinghao was a bit displeased. Did you hear me? As he spoke, he turned his head. Then he realized that Sha Liao was not the only one who had come this time. There was also Lin Yueshi behind Sha Liao as well as the Qi Chen duo. Who are these two? He pointed at Qi Chen and Lin Yueshi and asked. Sha Liao held back the impatience in his heart and replied briefly, support from the Mountain and Sea Genius Battalion. Support from the Mountain and Sea Genius Battalion? Huang Xinghao stood up from his seat as he sized up the duo with interest. All 6th ranked martial artists? Aha! Sha Liao nodded perfunctorily. If they're all 6th ranked martial artists, that's good. A smirk flashed across Huang Xinghao's face. As he spoke, he walked up to the two of them and said with a condescending demeanor. As for me, I came a few days earlier than you, and I already have some experience against the enemy in this place. So what, for the time being, it can be considered a senior to the two of you. Next, as long as you listen to my command with all your heart, I guarantee that you will be able to complete this mission with the greatest of ease, and return safely to resume your orders and receive your reward. Listening to Huang Xinghao's rightful words, anger rose in Sha Liao's heart. However, in the way of Huang Xinghao's identity, it was not good at all for him, a small general team, to have an attack. He was glad that he had just recounted outside with the duo of Qi Chen and Lin Yueshi that this Huang Xinghao was some kind of divine being. I believe that the two of them had their own judgment in their hearts regarding Huang Xinghao's words. Listen to you? Lin Yueshi sniffed and spoke in a cold voice, even if you don't make a move, you're still commanding? And don't look at whether you are worthy or not, don't you know how much you weigh yourself? Lin Yueshi directly disliked her without saying a word, which froze Huang Xinghao for a moment. After reacting, Huang Xinghao's expression froze and he said in annoyance, "I'm not worthy?" He frowned, stared at Lin Yueshi, and questioned in a deep voice, "What are you, and how dare you say I'm not worthy? One must be self-aware, but you don't seem to be." What he waited for was not Lin Yueshi's reply, but Shi Chen's mockery. Shi Chen regarded Huang Xinghao's eyes as if he were looking at a little cutie. Generally, he sneered. "If you don't want to make a move, don't make a move, you obviously don't know anything, why do you have to jump out and be a clown? What did you say?" Shi Chen's words made Huang Xinghao's face look incomparably ugly as the anger in his heart churned. Shi Chen just glanced at him and stopped paying attention. This kind of jumping clown, to speak one more word with him, Shi Chen was feeling that it was a waste of time. He directly swept past Huang Xinghao and walked straight towards a huge map hanging inside the tent. This map was the topography of the Shouyun forest. It clearly labeled all the gates that the Demon Beheading Bureau had set up in the Shouyun forest. Seeing that he was directly ignored by Shi Chen, the anger that was churning in Huang Xinghao's heart spilled out. "What the did you say about me?" Chapter 99 The Unconcerned Zidane. Shi Chen stopped his advancing steps, turned his head, glanced coldly at Huang Xinghao, and said in an indifferent voice, "I said, you're jumping the gun." "Good, good, good." Hearing these words, Huang Xinghao reached out and pointed at Shi Chen, laughing angrily. "What a cheeky bastard. Calling me a jumper, what the hell are you?" Without thinking, Shi Duan replied, "I'm your grandfather." Huang Xinghao was gagged by this unexpected answer. Immediately afterward, the anger in his heart was almost difficult to contain. His face was as gloomy as water. Shi Chen and Lin Yuexi didn't look as old as him. Plus he had absolute confidence in his own strength. When they moved, they could definitely easily crush Shi Chen and Lin Yueshi. However, even with this, he did not choose to make a move. It wasn't that he didn't want to do it, but he couldn't. On this mission, he knew deep down that if he just watched from the side without contributing, or even did things capriciously and casually, the family behind him would be able to protect him. But once you do it and provoke infighting, the nature of the matter changes. The Huang family behind him would not necessarily be able to protect him anymore then. However, even if he couldn't do it now, then he had other ways to make Shi Chen look good. The Huang family behind him is not for show. Be my grandfather? Humph. Huang Xinghao snorted coldly, trying his best to suppress the anger that was about to spurt out of his heart at any moment, and opened his mouth. Being my grandfather, you're really big. Do you know who my grandfather is? Might as well tell you that the grand elder of the Huang family in Sichuan City, Southern Province, is my grandfather. After this mission is over, I hope you'll come to my Huang family and talk to my grandfather about this matter. Huang Xinghao's words were already filled with threats. This had already made it clear that after the mission was over, Shi Chen would definitely suffer sanctions from his Huang family. On the side, Xia Liao, who had been watching the show with peace of mind, couldn't help but shrink in his heart after hearing these threatening words from Huang Xinghao. He had thought it would be a simple argument, but it turned out to be something that he didn't realize had actually risen to this level. He had some guesses that Shi Chen's identity background was not simple. To be able to reach the 6th-ranked martial artist at this age, and still enter the mountain and see Genius Camp, which identity was simple again? But behind Huang Xinghao was an entire Huang family. 8th-ranked martial artist, more than one of the Huang family. Could the background behind Shi Chen really cope with the anger from the Huang family? On the contrary, Lin Yueshi, at this moment, she was incomparably calm. Even after hearing Huang Xinghao move the Huang family behind him as a threat. What's the Huang family? Shi Chen was now a registered disciple of her master, Chen Shixuan. Even if they hadn't become official disciples yet. When Shi Chen encountered any insurmountable difficulties, her master, Chen Shixuan, would also step in. Even if he didn't make a move, he would still speak out to warn the Huang family. In this aspect of his background, Shi Chen was not at all false to the Huang family behind this Huang Xinghao. Shi Chen had just turned around, his raised footsteps not yet having the time to take a step. After hearing Huang Xinghao's threatening words spoken, Shi Chen slowly turned around. His eyes gazed calmly at Huang Xinghao. If I heard correctly, this Huang Xinghao just threatened him, right? Shi Chen disliked it when people threatened him with their words. Huang Xinghao's series of behaviors had long irritated Shi Chen. This time, his behavior of uttering threats even more completely broke the little patience remaining in Shi Chen's heart. Shi Chen stared at Huang Xinghao with a meaningful smile on his face. My patience, it's completely exhausted by you. After speaking softly, Chi-Chen took a step and slowly approached towards Huang Xinghao. Looking at the approaching Chi-Chen, Huang Xinghao's footsteps unconsciously took half a step back, and at the same time, an indescribable sense of panic arose within his heart. What are you going to do? Huang Xinghao's brows furrowed as he opened his mouth in a deep, questioning voice. Do what? Chi-Chen raised an eyebrow, his figure pausing in place. However, at the next moment, Chi-Chen's figure disappeared with a swish. Who? A sudden blast of wind was born violently inside the tent. In the next moment, Chi-Chen's disappearing figure leisurely appeared in front of Huang Xinghao. Chi-Chen, who suddenly appeared, startled Huang Xinghao. His pupils widened violently as he stared at Chi-Chen, who was close to his eyes, and was completely at a loss as to how Chi-Chen had appeared in front of him. Amidst his shocked and confused gaze, Chi-Chen raised his right fist and swung it heavily towards Huang Xinghao. At this moment, Huang Xinghao understood what Chi-Chen was up to. He's going to do it. How did he do it? There was such a voice crying out in Huang Xinghao's heart. He couldn't figure out how Chi-Chen dared to make a move in a place like this. The enemy is in front of us, but you start an infighting. Aren't you afraid to meet the Demon Beheading Bureau? What Huang Xinghao was worried about in his heart, Chi-Chen didn't care about. How do you deal with sanctions from the Demon Chopper Board after the fact? Chi Duan's idea was simple. What can be done about it? It's not enough to take greater credit. Chi-Chen's speed, in Huang Xinghao's eyes, that was already fast to the extreme. He only just saw the swing of the punch, and a heavy pain like the impact of a mountain came from his abdomen. Chi-Chen of the 7th rank strength, for a 6th rank martial artist like Huang Xinghao, the two were no longer at the same level of existence. Boo! Accompanied by a dull ringing sound, Huang Xinghao's body had already broken through the curtain tent of the camp, and kept flying backwards towards the back. This scene attracted the attention of many people in the camp. They looked away in droves. After seeing that the person who flew out would actually be Huang Xinghao, a shocked expression appeared on each of their faces. What happened? How did Huang Xinghao fly out of the tent? Huang Xinghao's body flew backwards for a distance of nearly 20 meters, during which it also crashed and broke a large tree before it stopped continuing to fly backwards. Inside the camp, countless shocked gazes were cast at Huang Xinghao, who was lying on the ground. Huang Xinghao had no time to care about the shocked gazes. This casual punch from Chi-Chen had caused him extremely serious injuries. The true chi in his body collapsed, his chest was suffocating, and it was hard to breathe. There was even a blood-like liquid in the throat area that was about to gush out. The intense pain made his whole body unable to use its strength. It was an extremely difficult task for him to even try to force himself to stand up. Inside the tent, Shalia was shocked. Lin Yueshi was also startled. The two, neither of them had expected Chi-Chen to make a sudden move. What started as a fight has evolved into a fight to start infighting. At this moment, Xiaoliao felt like the sky had fallen. This is something that is completely out of his control. Chapter 100 Heavenly Beast Sect Charge. Just as the crowd of Demon Beheading Bureau personnel were surprised by the scene of Huang Xinghao flying out of the tent, the curtain of the tent was lifted at this moment. A slender figure wearing a black coat with an indifferent expression walked out of the tent. Chi-Chen walked slowly beside Huang Xinghao with a calm and steady pace. Chi-Chen lowered his head and looked down on Huang Xinghao from above. Waste! An icy voice rang out, clearly reaching Huang Xinghao's ears. This voice, like the cold ice thorns in the land of deep cold, pierced deeply into Huang Xinghao's heart. It's sad that people who can't recognize themselves. The only thing you're here for is to honestly be the dude you are, instead of knowing nothing but having to tell the sidekick what to do. With a final cold sweep of him, Chi-Chen turned away. This time, it's just a warning for you. The next time, you'll stay in this Shoyun forest forever. After saying that, Chi-Chen walked back inside the tent without looking back. Huang Xinghao was lying on the ground. Chi-Chen's words spoke of the indignation in his heart. Dare to take a shot at yourself? And threatening to keep yourself here forever? Ever since he was a child, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. The more Huang Xinghao thought about it inwardly, the more angry he became. Ahem! The anger attacked his heart, causing him, who was already severely injured, to cough out violently. He clenched his fists with the last of his strength. Daring to make a move here, Chi-Chen had already committed an extremely serious and big mistake. He, Huang Xinghao, was bound to use this to make Chi-Chen pay for his actions. What Huang Xinghao wanted was not just to seriously injure Chi-Chen as well. What he wanted was Qi Chen's life. Of course, it's up to him, and he probably can't do it. But the Huang family behind him can. On the side, the personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau inside the camp, after witnessing this scene, one by one reacted to what was happening. The genius from their Demon Beheading Bureau had clashed with Huang Xinghao from Mo Yun University. And it's a direct hands-on kind of conflict. Looking at the situation, the genius from their Demon Beheading Bureau still crushed Huang Xinghao from Mo Yun University with incomparable ease. Many people felt extreme pain in their hearts at the scene of Huang Xinghao being beaten to the point of serious injury. They couldn't be clearer about what Huang Xinghao had done earlier. At the same time, they were marveling at Qi Chen's strength. Huang Xinghao was sufficiently strong at the 6th rank, but in front of Qi Chuan, it appeared that he did not have any ability to counterattack and fight back at all. How many times had the strength of the genius from their Demon Beheading Bureau reached the 6th rank? Looking at Qi Chen's back, who had already walked inside the tent, each of them could not help but marvel inwardly. Qi Chen, who had walked into the tent, was unaware of what Huang Xinghao had in mind. However, what Huang Xinghao was thinking within his heart at this moment was exactly what Qi Chen wished for. The purpose of keeping Huang Xinghao alive was to make him use his family's power against himself. That way, he would have a reason to take on the Huang family behind him, wouldn't he? A family with an 8th-ranked martial artist in town should have a lot of goodies, right? If one could find a true heavenly spirit object, it would be a great profit. The lowest level of a true heavenly spiritual object, that could be a SS-level resource. At that time, whether Qi Chen's psychic ability could usher in another upgrade would depend on the Huang family's heritage. He hoped that the Huang family's underpinnings would not disappoint him too much. Also, Huang Xinghao had better not let him down. Otherwise, it leaves him a name for nothing. After Xia Liao saw Qi Chen's figure walk back into the tent, he opened his mouth to say something. Yet, it was hard to know how to speak. This thing, though, was in his heart even as he watched it. But after all, the one who made the move was Qi Chen. According to the rules, Qi Chen's already belonged to provoking infighting during wartime. There is bound to be serious recourse in the future. Plus, if Huang Xinghao used his Huang family's power to apply pressure, the chastisement Qi Chen received would be even more severe. It's even possible to hitch your name. At this time, Lin Yueshi walked forward. She stood in front of Qi Chen with a somewhat annoyed expression. You said you, just say a few words about him, what's the point of moving? This is great, not only are you violating the rules, but you're violating one of the most serious rules of the Demon Beheading Bureau. Lin Yueshio was a bit hateful. This matter, even if her master, Chen Shishuan, stepped in, it would not be good enough to solve it. Furthermore, Qi Chen was still a registered disciple and was in the observation stage. Qi Chen had now committed such a great offense, and it was hard to say whether his master would be willing to step in for the matter or not. Qi Chen glanced at Lin Yueshi and said indifferently, I dared to take a shot at him, so naturally, I'm not afraid of the subsequent Demon Beheading Bureau's pursuit. As long as the talent he displayed was strong enough, what other blame would the Demon Beheading Bureau pursue him for? If the Demon Beheading Bureau had to chase him for blame after seeing his powerful talent, well, let's just say that the road to the Demon Chopper is narrow. Looking at this confident look of Qi Chen, Lin Yueshi was somewhat speechless. With such a serious fault, the Demon Beheading Bureau would pursue the matter, not to mention you being a 6th-ranked martial artist. Even a 7th-ranked martial artist would find it difficult to get rid of it. Lin Yueshio was somewhat curious about how Qi Chen was going to respond next. She asked, so what's your next response? Qi Chen didn't say much, just replied briefly, just watch. Buzz. Just then, a tremor suddenly came from Xiaoliao's identity token on the side. Xiaoliao hurriedly took out his identity token to do some checking. A moment later, his face changed slightly. Everyone, a new round of the Heavenly Beast Sect's rush is coming. Coming? Qi Chen sniffed and his eyebrows rose slightly. Right. Xiaoliao nodded, arching his hand, I hope the two of you will be able to put in a few more efforts next. With regards to this charge of the Heavenly Beast Sect, as long as Qi Chen and Lin Yueshi did not look on coldly like Huang Xinghao, Xiaoliao was still very confident that he would be able to withstand it. Huang Xinghao's strength was as high as the 5th level of the 6th rank. As a result, he was incapacitated by Qi Chen's punch. With this kind of battle power that crushed Huang Xinghao, Qi Chen's strength was at least at the 7th level of the 6th rank. In addition, there was also a Lin Yuexi who was also at the 6th rank on the side. With this kind of war power presence joining in, blocking this charge of the Heavenly Beast Sect would not be a simple matter. After all, hadn't he blocked it down before just by relying on him as a sixth order? As for how Chi Dust was going to be held accountable afterward, that was all afterward as well. Let's get through this first. I'll go outside and give orders first, the two of you can just wait quietly for the arrival of the Heavenly Beast sect. Go on. Chi Chen said. Xiaoliao turned around and walked out of the tent while collecting the smile on his face, turning very grave. Chi Chen also did not stay inside the tent for much longer and turned around to walk out of the tent as well. Huang Xinghao, who could not move, had been ordered by Xiaoliao to carry him to a tent for recuperation. Paying no attention to side matters, Chi Chen's gaze looked into the depths of the deep and quiet forest. It was getting late, and with the forest trees covering it, Chi Chen couldn't see the interior even more clearly. After blocking the charge of the Heavenly Beast sect, Chi Chen planned to enter the interior alone to check out the current situation inside. At this time, Lin Yueshi also walked out. She no longer thought about pursuing Chi Chen afterward. First, the immediate matter of the Heavenly Beast sects rushing through the gate will be blocked. Afterwards, if she was blamed, she would have to beg her master to intervene once. Besides, wasn't it Huang Xinghao who was at fault first? Chapter 101 Rounding Up the Nine Suns Burning Sky Skill. Along with Xiaoliao informing the crowd that the Heavenly Beast sect was going to conduct a new round of rushes, the atmosphere within the camp became more gloomy for a while. A little bit of time passes. Rumble. Suddenly, a violent tremor came from the earth. Immediately after that, dark shadows suddenly appeared from the forest several hundred meters away, speeding towards the camp's location. Here we go. Several personnel of the Demon Beheading Bureau, who were already fully loaded and ready for battle, were all slightly moved at this moment. Even though they had been through this scenario several times. But this time they faced it, it still made them feel incredibly heavy inside. There was no other reason, simply because the casualties every time they resisted the Heavenly Beast sect's charge were extremely tragic. The proximity of the distance finally made its figure visible. Charging at the forefront were all kinds of demonic beasts. There were at least hundreds of them. It was the people from the Heavenly Beast sect who followed at the very back. Lin Yueshi, who was standing beside Chi Chen, had her body's true chi bursting out, and was ready to fight. An arm, however, suddenly raised to block her. Lin Yueshi looked suspiciously at the owner of this arm that was blocking her Chi Chen. Immediately afterward, Chi Chen's clear and cold voice rang out. Don't move. Don't move? Lin Yueshi frowned slightly, her heart puzzled. The Heavenly Beast sect's men are right in front of us, but they tell her to stay put? Without waiting for Lin Yueshi to ask for the reason, a fierce wind suddenly rose, and Chi Chen's figure, wrapped in the strong gusts of wind, suddenly disappeared from its original location. It was still just like the previous times. As Chi Chen moved, Lin Yueshi could not see how his figure rushed out at all. At the same time, Xiaoliao, who had finally done his droning, was ready to come over and speak to Chi Chen and Lin Yuexi about the best battle preparations. After he arrived beside Lin Yueshi, but did not find Chi Chen's figure, he immediately frowned slightly. He asked, "Where's Zidane?" Bang! Lin Yueshi pursed her lips and was just about to say that she didn't know where he had gone, when a violent explosion suddenly sounded in the distance. Immediately after that, dazzling red-colored firelight flashed, illuminating the dimly lit dense forest in every way. Lin Yueshi, Xiaoliao, and everyone in the camp, their gazes flicked to the place where the voice sounded at the same moment. Only to see that the group of demonic beasts that had originally rushed in, at this moment came to a screeching halt in place. And in the center of the group of demonic beasts, there was a young man who was emitting rolling flames all over his body. The demonic beast swarm stopped precisely because of the appearance of this youth. That's Zidane? Looking at Chi Chen, who had appeared in the group of demonic beasts at an unknown time, Lin Yueshi exclaimed in disbelief. Xiaoliao also looked very incredulous. When did he go over there? After the exclamation of surprise, Xiaoliao's brows tightened. Such a large number of demonic beasts, most of them are third-order demonic beasts, and there are not a few fourth and fifth-order ones. Can Chi Chen cope with this alone? What's more, at the very back of the demonic beast swarm, as a rule, there are at least 2 sixth-ranked elders of the Heavenly Beast sect following them. Listening to Xiaoliao's words, Lin Yueshi's face couldn't help but flash with a look of worry as well. Chi Dian told himself not to move, but he went straight for it? Without much time to think, Xiaoliao hurriedly prepared to move, ready to gather his men to take the initiative to attack, to go and help relieve Chi Chen's pressure. Lin Yueshi was also ready to rush out and go help Chi Chen deal with that huge number of demonic beasts. However, before the two of them could really move, they suddenly realized that Qi Chen, who was in the central position of the group of demonic beasts, had a majestic release of flame true Qi in his body. All of these released flame true Qi converged behind Qi Chen. As the flame true Qi continued to converge, eventually, behind Qi Chen, a great flaming sun condensed. The great flaming sun gleamed, with a diameter of 100 meters long, and a scorching hot breath emanated, instantly sweeping into the surroundings. Dozens of meters away from where the camp was located were swept by this heat wave. The crowd inside the camp intuited a somewhat suffocating heat wave coming over them. The temperature all around began to climb at this moment. Within Lin Yuexi's wide-eyed eyes, the reflection of this great flaming sun was reflected. Her body, which was originally about to move, was completely fixed in place at that moment. The originally loose and tender skin had all become as hard as a stone epidermis at this moment. And without realizing it, his mouth opened up so wide he could fit an egg in it. The expression on her face was nothing but shock, and it was as if her brain was caught up and fought for the moment. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. An incredulous murmur escaped Lin Yuexi's mouth. The reason Lin Yuexi was so shocked was no other than the fact that he recognized the breathing method Qi Chen had performed. 9 Suns Burning Heaven Technique. This was the 9 Suns Burning Sky skill that had been cultivated to the consummate realm. This breathing technique was what Lin Yuexi gave to Qi Chen. She naturally understood what a sight it was when this breathing method was cultivated to perfection. At this moment, the 9 Yang Burning Sky skill that Qi Chen had unleashed was precisely the 9 Yang Burning Sky skill that had reached perfection. At this moment, Lin Yuexi's heart was in disbelief. For an S-class breathing technique to go from initiation to completion, even an extremely talented existence would have to cultivate for at least 10 years. And how long had it been since Qi Chen had gotten this breathing technique? It's only been about 10 days, too. Cultivate to perfection in about 10 days? Are you kidding me? Lin Yuexi was so shocked for this very reason. In the center of the group of demonic beasts, Qi Chen was completely unaware of Lin Yuexi's shock. A large fire-red sun with a diameter of nearly 100 meters hovered behind Qi Chen. A dazzling red light flickered on the great sun, enveloping the heavenly beast sect as well as a group of demonic beasts. The aura emanating from the great sun was scorching hot and terrifying, and there was also splash after splash of flames rushing inside. These rushing flames were like a flame-angry dragon with a length of more than 10 meters weaving and roaring in and out. The demonic beasts that were enveloped by the light of the great sun gave birth to an instinctive palpitation feeling in their hearts. The fear born by instinct in their hearts made their feet begin to unconsciously move backward. Qi Chen's arms unfolded, and within his eyes, there were rolling flames rising and burning. Buzz! In the next moment, above the great sun that had coalesced behind Qi Chen, it suddenly began to tremble. Swish! 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 With Qi Chen's double palms pushing horizontally. The several flaming angry dragons that traveled and roared in the great sun wandered out from within the great sun in a matter of moments. These several flame-angry dragons, carrying endless high temperatures and violent flame energy, were like flame meteors catching up with the moon, whistling towards the group of demonic beasts. Wherever the flame-raging dragon passed, the air seemed to be set ablaze with crackling explosions. Chapter 102 Massacre. The demonic beasts in the group could not escape in time before their bodies were engulfed by the flaming furious dragon. The flames burned on the bodies of these demonic beasts, as if a flaming angry dragon was licking their bodies. Countless devoured demonic beasts had their skin split open instantly under this terrifying, scorching heat. Roar! Ow! A painful hiss came out from the mouths of this group of demonic beasts. Some demonic beasts attempted to use the demonic chi in their bodies to resist. However, the demonic chi in its body was like a mantis in the face of this great sun-like blaze, completely unable to play the slightest role. The demonic power was instantly impacted by the flames until it collapsed. The demonic beasts at the back that hadn't yet been affected by the flames, after seeing this scene, one by one, their hearts gave birth to the most instinctive fear. They want to escape, yet they seem to be controlled by something. It made them want to run but couldn't do it, so they could only struggle in place. At the very back of the group of demonic beasts, there stood dozens of people wearing blood robes. These people were the people of the heavenly beast sect who had rushed through the barrier this time. These demonic beasts at the forefront were the ones under their control. At the head of the group were 2 heavenly beast sect elders with a black dragon pattern of 3 claws on their backs. The duo looked at Qi Chen, who was carrying a large sun behind him in the midst of the group of demonic beasts, and there was an undisguised look of shock in their eyes that flowed out. The terrifying energy emanating from the great sun impacted the true chi within the two of them, causing instability to appear. The two of them felt as if they were facing a great sun that burned the sky and boiled the sea at the moment. The two of them, in front of this great sun that burned the sky in beads and seas, were nothing more than a mole cricket that would be vaporized at will. This kind of strength has already surpassed the 6th rank. The two looked at each other, and both saw the fear from the bottom of their hearts in each other's eyes. Although little communication took place, both expected the same thing at the same moment: the 7th order. The youth in the group of demonic beasts was a 7th-ranked martial artist. For a while, the two of them were horrified. How is that possible? Wasn't Zhao the only 7th-ranked martial artist who came to surround the Heavenly Beast sect this time? How did another 7th-ranked martial artist appear here? The Demon Beheading Bureau shouldn't be able to draw out any extra 7th-rank martial artists. The one with a thin figure among them said in a deep voice, "The situation here, we have to go back as soon as possible to Tripod to report to the Protector." The other nodded. "Alright, let's withdraw first. I'm afraid that an additional 7th-rank martial artist will affect our plans. We must let the Protector know about this." The two of them, who had reached a unanimous opinion, were ready to withdraw immediately. Only, as soon as the duo's words fell, Chi-Chen, who was bombarding the demonic beasts and the demonic beasts, seemed to have noticed something. His eyes pierced through the void and looked at the duo with a sharp gaze like that of a falcon. Being stared at by this gaze, the two of them immediately felt as if they were being watched by the god of death in their hearts. The implication of death, like a wave of icy claws from the sudden depths of darkness, instantly spread in the hearts of the two. The two's faces suddenly changed at this moment. Being targeted by a 7th-ranked martial artist, it would be difficult to run. No good. One of them let out an explosive ho, and his body shape was about to vanish into the distance. However, before he had the chance to move, he suddenly noticed that the temperature of the space around him once again began to rise abruptly. Only to hear a boom in his side, lit up a burst of fire. The firelight reflected on his face, mirroring his already desperate expression. He turned his head in a stiff, uncomfortable manner, only to see that it was his companion's body that was ablaze beside him. His companion didn't even utter the slightest scream before his life was engulfed by this blaze. When he turned around after, he realized that the youth had appeared in front of him at some point. "Humph. Want to escape?" The youth snorted coldly and waved his right hand. Swish! A flame shot out and engulfed his body within. The moment the flames touched his body, his life was consumed. He didn't even feel the slightest bit of pain and just lost his life without feeling anything. Ding! Killed 6th order 5th level martial artist Lu Shi, with a total lifespan of 572 years and a remaining lifespan of 221 years, has acquired the entire remaining lifespan. Listening to the system beeps ringing in his ears, Chi-Chen didn't move too much. He'd heard this kind of beep so much that he was numb. Now the Prime has been killed. It would only be a matter of time before the remaining group of demonic beasts and those dozens of heavenly beast sect's congregation were killed. The 100-meter sun that had condensed did not dissipate just because it was too far away from Chi-Chen's position. Even without Chi-Chen's control, it was still unleashing its flame fury dragon, blasting the group of demonic beasts. About 20 minutes passed. After experiencing a round of bombardment from the great sun, the forest ahead was a mess. Large tracts of trees have gone up in flames. Countless corpses of demonic beasts that had become charcoal lay on the ground in large swathes. The scent of burning lingered in the air. The great sun void had disappeared though. However, the remnants of its terrifying aftermath were still vibrating in the air. The harvest that Chi-Chen obtained this time did not disappoint him. A full 95,446 years of demonic beast lifespan, close to 100,000 years. He had thought that the biggest gain from this trip would be the souls of 7th-ranked martial artists, but it turned out that the lifespan of the demonic beasts that he had obtained had also given him a considerable surprise. Inside the camp, all the people who witnessed this with their own eyes, their brains were all blank at the moment. Each of them froze in place with dull expressions. What they saw before them was quite unbelievable. This horrible beast tide rushing through the gate. Was it just dissolved by one person? And the whole thing was pretty easy, a total one-sided slaughter. The two of them, Sha Liao and Lin Yueshi, had shocked expressions as they looked at the youth walking slowly in front of them. Sha Liao opened his mouth, but realized that he was too shocked to speak. "Little brother Chi-Chen, what a good tactic." In the end, everything turned into an exclamation that came out of Sha Liao's mouth. Lin Yueshi was likewise very incredulous. She had followed along with the intention of seeing just how strong Chi-Chen was. This time, it really gave her a great shock. To be able to blast away such a terrifying heavenly beast sect rushing move with such ease. This kind of strength seemed to have surpassed the 6th rank and reached the realm of a 7th ranked martial artist. 7th order martial artist. The moment she thought of this, Lin Yueshi was even more shocked inside. An 18-year-old 7th ranked martial artist. What kind of concept is that? There was also the S-ranked breathing method, 9-yang burning sky technique, which had been cultivated to perfection in about 10 days. What kind of unbelievable talent is it to do that? This kind of martial arts talent is really unprecedented, and I'm afraid there won't be anyone who can reach it afterward, right? The intense shock in her heart caused Lin Yueshi's breathing to become somewhat rapid. Her chest began to heave for a moment. She realized that she had come on the right trip. If she didn't follow the trip, she was afraid that she wouldn't know when she would realize that Chi-Chen possessed this kind of strength. Chi-Chen looked at Sha Liao and said, "You guys clean up the battlefield, I'm going to take a rest first." The great sun shadow that was released just now was not a small drain on the true chi in his body. The next thing Chi-Chen had to deal with was the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector, who had a strength of at least the 7th level of the 7th rank. Just to be on the safe side, Chi-Chen decided that he would have to deal with that Heavenly Beast Sect Protector at his peak state. Good. Sha Liao readily nodded in response. What was originally a battle where lives could have been lost turned out to be because of Chi-Chen's arrival, resulting in a fight that he didn't even need to intervene in. And how could he not be happy when the only thing he had to do was clear the battlefield? "Little brother Chi-Chen, come with me this way, this side of the camp is quieter." He took the initiative to bring Chi-Chen and headed to one of the quietest tents within the camp. Lin Yueshi glanced back at Chi-Chen, who had followed Sha Liao away. She did not choose to follow her. After going through this battle, the exertion was definitely not small, and it was indeed time for Chi-Chen to take a rest. Lin Yueshi suppressed all the questions in her heart and decided to wait until Chi-Chen had rested. As for the scene where Chi-Chen blasted the demonic beast, Huang Xinghao didn't get to see it the entire time. At this moment, he had already fallen into a coma inside the tent due to his injuries. Chapter 103 Counter Siege. The Heavenly Beast Cult's Plan. The deepest part of the Shouyun Forest, the stronghold of the Heavenly Beast Cult here. Inside the gloomy hall, on top of the first place, stood the one-day beast cultist. The black dragon pattern on the back of the blood robe he wore was clearly four-clawed. This person was the supreme commander of the Heavenly Beast Sect's stronghold here, and the main target of the Demon Beheading Bureau's siege, this time the protector of the Heavenly Beast Sect. The protector stood on the first position, his gaze looking down at the 6 Heavenly Beast Sect elders who stood respectfully in the main hall. The protector inquired out in a low voice, "It's all back, right?" After a few moments of silence in the great hall, an elder stood out and said, "Protector, the 2 elders, Lu Shi and Lu Hai, have yet to return." The protector raised an eyebrow and asked calmly, "What's the reason?" This elder paused for a moment, lowered his head and replied, "I don't know." At those words, the protector showed that he didn't really care. He waved his hand and said, "First, hand over the essence blood you have collected." He only thought that the Lu Shi and Lu Hai duo might have encountered some kind of trouble and delayed some time in rushing back. As for the 2 already being dead, he didn't even think in that direction. With just those combatants from the Demon Beheading Bureau guarding the pass, how could they kill the duo with hundreds of demonic beasts guarding them? Not to mention the fact that both of them were also 6th order martial artists. If they wanted to kill the duo in this situation, the only way to do so would be for a 7th ranked martial artist to step in. And the only one who had come to the Shouyun Forest was Zhao Zhenting, a 7th ranked martial artist. Zhao Zhenting could have been guarding outside this stronghold of his, but he hadn't moved an inch during that time. Yes. The 6 elders responded in unison. The blood robes of the 6 began to flap in unison, as drop after drop of blood-colored essence blood detached itself from the top of the blood robes. All of this blood-colored essence blood converged towards the protector standing on the first position. The protector opened his arms, and a dense amount of blood-colored essence blood, drop by drop, merged into his blood-colored robes. The protector's eyes were slightly closed, and an expression of extreme enjoyment appeared on his face. It seemed that this process brought him extremely intense pleasure. This went on for 2.5 minutes. He had fused a rather large amount of essence blood in those 2.5 minutes. After the fusion was complete, the protector slowly opened his eyes. A wisp of blood-colored essence blankness flickered from within his eyes. Swish! The protector's robe waved, and the essence blood that had been incorporated into his robe actually separated out at this moment. The separated essence blood was like blood-colored threads that began to surge and shoot out towards the outside of the hall. The target was pointed directly at a large altar outside the main hall. And in the center of the altar, there were 3 demonic beasts that had fallen into a fainting state. A wolf, a bear, and a python, respectively. Scarlet threads surged into the altar and connected with it. At once, the entire altar seemed to be activated. Weird, demonic, tyrannical, and all sorts of discomforting auras emanated out. At the same time, the 3 fainting demonic beasts that had passed out opened their eyes at the same time at this moment, awakening from their fainting state. Roar! Ow! Hiss! Agonizing hisses emanated from the mouths of the 3 demonic beasts respectively. Inside the grand hall, looking at the 3 demonic beasts that let out hissing cries of grief, a maniacal expression appeared on the face of the protector who stood on the first place. Ha 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 ha. He let out an unrestrained laugh, his face grimacing as he muttered to himself, Zhao, Zhao, do you think you're the one who you discovered my heavenly beast sect's stronghold and managed to encircle me? It's you old thing that's really surrounded. These 3 demonic beasts, just by absorbing a sufficient amount of essence blood, they can directly gain the strength of the 9th level of the 7th rank. At that time, with me plus these 3 demonic beasts, as well as the 2 7th order 8th heavy demonic beasts that are entangled with you outside surrounding you, let's see if this old thing of yours dies or not. Ha 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 ha. The protector acted as if he was having a seizure, as if he had already seen the scene where Zhao was besieged to death. The reason the heavenly beast sect's stronghold would be discovered this time was precisely because they did it on purpose. The purpose was to bait the Demon Beheading Bureau's 7th ranked martial artists. The plan of the heavenly beast cult was also simple. First, he pretended to be surrounded, and then he went to collect a sufficiently large amount of essence blood in the name of rushing through the gate. Whether it was demonic beast essence blood or human essence blood, all of them could be useful. As a result, every time the Demon Beheading Bureau resisted the heavenly beast sect's charge, all the demonic beasts they killed were doing the heavenly beast sect's bidding. And the Demon Beheading Bureau's defense against the martial artists who died during the rush was, likewise, doing the heavenly beast sect's bidding. Time began to tick away. The blood-colored threads gathered from the essence blood had all been integrated within the altar. The 3 demonic beasts in the center of the altar also stopped their agonizing cries of grief at this moment. The 3 demonic beasts' eyes were scarlet, and they exuded a violent, hideous, and terrifying aura. And these 3 demonic beasts, the python and the wolf among them, their strength had clearly reached the 9th level of the 7th rank. The only one who was left was Bear, whose strength stayed at the 8th level of the 7th order, and was only 1 step away from the 9th level of the 7th order. Watching this scene, the protector on the first place frowned. His impatient voice rang out, "Why aren't Lucia and Rahai back yet?" There was dead silence in the great hall, and no one opened their mouths to reply. All 6 elders had their heads bowed. They also had no knowledge of the whereabouts of the Lu Shi and Lu Hai duo. Humph. Bunch of losers. Seeing this scene, the protector immediately let out a cold snort and flipped his robe sleeves. In an instant, a powerful aura that belonged uniquely to a 7th-ranked martial artist emanated from his body, spreading out towards the surroundings. The 6 elder figures in the hall were all lifted to the ground by this aura. Seeing his plan, he was left with the last step. This protector had lost all patience. Last 10 minutes, within 10 minutes, if Lu Shi and Lu Hai don't come back, you'll take your own essence blood and sacrifice it. The protector's tone was icy cold, not mixing the slightest bit of emotion as he gave an ultimatum. The 6 elders breathing stuttered slightly at the words. However, no one dared to say no. Each of them nodded their heads and answered yes. It was an honor for them to join the Heavenly Beast cult and offer their lives to the Lord Beast God. They had long been prepared for this day to come. The 6 elders, all of them were 6th-ranked martial artists, with a minimum strength of 6th rank 4. However, in response to this protector did not feel the slightest bit sorry for dying just like that. This group of people were nothing more than walking blood that could be sacrificed at any time in his eyes. It was only the 6th rank, as long as it wasn't the 7th rank, as long as there were enough essence vessels, they could create as many as they wanted in the Heavenly Beast sect. The protector took a deep breath, calmed his irritation, and took the seat at the head of the table. Outside the stronghold of the Heavenly Beast cult, a group of members of the Demon Beheading Bureau, armed with weapons, were in a solemn and murderous posture, surrounding the place to death. Boom! 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 One violent battle sound after another resounded from the location of the open space not far away. This place was not originally an empty space, but because the battle was too fierce, everything was leveled. That's what caused this place to become flat. In the center of the flat ground stood an old man with gnarled muscles. The old man was holding a supine sword, with ghostly purple thunder lingering and flickering all over his body. The crackling sound oft thunder was constantly heard. This person was the leader of this mission, the Southern Province Commander Zhao. Chapter 104 Protector of the Heavenly Beast Sect, destroyable with your hand. Zhao stood in the center of the open space, and underneath that calm countenance, he gave off a feeling of unruffled authority. Above his head, the silhouette of a huge-sized green bird kept flying past, setting off gusts of howling wind. Around him, the more dark and ghostly mansions flickered, and a shadow-like demonic beast kept weaving in and out of the range around him. These two demonic beasts, one was a bird-type demonic beast known for its speed, crowning wings. One of them is the underworld wind leopard, which is known for its ability to hide. The two demonic beasts, even though their strengths were both at the 8th level of the 7th rank, were not as good as Zhao, who was at the 9th level of the 7th rank. But one relies on its extreme speed, and one relies on its ability to hide in the shadows at all times while not being slow. This was how he circled Zhao for 3 days. Without resolving these two demonic beasts, Zhao would not be able to order a general attack on this Heavenly Beast Sect stronghold. Within this Heavenly Beast Sect stronghold, there was also a 7th ranked protector. He was entangled by these two demonic beasts and couldn't get out of the way. Once he launched a general attack, that protector was afraid that he would take advantage of the chaos to escape. Boom! Zhao swung his supine moon greatsword, and the curved moon thunder chopped out horizontally, aiming directly at the underworld wind leopard that had just emerged from the shadows. Seeing this, the underworld wind leopard, which had just appeared, hurriedly disappeared into the shadows once more. Boom! The brutal and powerful thunder chop mane once again fell short. Its terrifying power tore a huge gash in the ground where it was struck. The aftermath of the thunder chopping mane began to stir along the ground. Ow! The pained cry of the underworld wind leopard rang out, clearly shaken by the aftermath of the thunder chopping mane. Its form was shaken out of the dark shadows by the aftermath. At this moment, the underworld wind leopard had several large and small wounds on its body from the thunderbolt. These wounds were basically caused by the agitation of the thunder aftermath. Not caring about the injuries on his body, the underworld wind leopard pressed down the pain on his body and hurriedly performed dark escape again, re-entering the shadows. The underworld wind leopard didn't fight hard with Zhao at all, so it just kept sneaking around in the shadows and wasting away with Zhao like this. When Zhao didn't attack it, it would come out and harass Zhao. When Zhao had attacked it, it disappeared into the shadows again as fast as it could. Therefore, if Zhao wanted to attack it, he could only rely on the aftermath of the thunderstorm to blast it when it appeared and disappeared into the shadows once more. 3 days down the line, the underworld wind leopard had also received extremely light injuries. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before the underworld wind leopard died. Once the spectral wind leopard was killed, the sky was isolated from the wings of the vault. 7th rank 8 against 7th rank 9, even if it was extremely fast, then it wouldn't last long and would be decapitated by Zhao. The speed at which the S-ranked consummate 9 Yang burning sky skill absorbed up spiritual energy was really an exaggeration that wasn't enough to fix the situation. After about half an hour of recuperation, the 40% of true Qi that Qi had consumed had been fully restored. Qi Dust walked out of the tent. The battlefield in front of the camp at this point had been pretty much cleaned up. The corpses of more than 300 demonic beasts had disappeared as much as they could. Only the charcoal that had been burned by the flames remained in the same place, telling the story of what kind of tragic battle this place had experienced. Shalio was the first to welcome Qi when he saw him walk out of the tent. He smiled and said, "Little brother Qi, rested so soon, huh?" "Aha!" Qi nodded slightly, his gaze looking deep into the Shoyun forest, where the Heavenly Beast Sect's stronghold was located. The mission he had taken on this time was to guard this pass. After blasting down so many demonic beasts at once, his task of guarding the pass was basically considered complete. It's about time to get in there and take a look around. Now that the demonic beasts and the orientation of this pass have been dealt with to the fullest extent, we are only waiting for the final general attack. Shalio recounted the current situation and inquired. "And little brother Qi, your task is only to guard the pass. May I ask if the two of you are going to wait here and participate in the final general attack, or are you prepared to leave directly?" "Neither." Qi Dian shook his head. "None of them?" Shalio froze. Qi looked deep into the depths of the Shoyun forest and spoke in a flat tone. "I'm going to look inside." "Go inside." Shalio sniffed. Further in, it could be where the stronghold of the Heavenly Beast sect was located. Commander Zhao hadn't given the order for a general attack yet, and Chi-chun wanted to go in now? Where are you going? Lin Yueshi, who had arrived late, did not hear where Chi-chen was going. She asked as she walked up and opened her mouth. Chi-chen glanced at her sideways and reached out to point deeper into the Shoyun forest. You're going to the Heavenly Beast sect stronghold now? Lin Yueshi was also startled after seeing where Chi-chen was going. But on second thought, the 7th rank strength that Chi-chen possessed. Again, she somewhat understood why Chi-chen wanted to go to the stronghold of the Heavenly Beast sect. I'm afraid it's not quite right to go now, is it? To the side, a flash of worry flashed across Xiaoliao's face. He opened his mouth to explain. At this time, the situation inside is not known, and Commander Zhao has not yet ordered the people outside to go in. If we rush in now, will it affect Unity Zhao's plan? Chi-chen possessed 7th order strength, he was aware of that. It was also because of having 7th order strength that he was worried about it. With 6th order strength, going inside probably wouldn't attract much attention. The 7th order, it's a different story. It might cause the protector in the stronghold of the Heavenly Beast sect to become alert, thus causing some sort of change in the siege plan. I have my own measure. Chi-chen waved his hand and casually said. It affects the plan, and that's only if it's not strong enough to do so. What other programs would be affected by having enough strength? Under the multiple enhancements of the S-ranked perfection breathing method and S-ranked psychic ability, plus multiple perfection martial skills. Although Chi-chen was only at the 1st rank of the 7th stage of martial arts, he had absolute confidence in his own strength. That Heavenly Beast sect protector, in my eyes, is just as undistinguished as that Heavenly Beast sect charge just now. But they are all just existences that can be destroyed with a single hand. Zidane voice was flat. But the words were not plain. The words are full of flair and confidence. At those words, Xiaoliao's breath hitched. He took a fresh look at the young man, barely 20 years old. He was less than 20 years old, yet he threatened to say that the Heavenly Beast sect's 7th ranked protector was an age that could be destroyed with his hands. Normally, no matter what young man under the age of 20 said this, Xiaoliao would just take it as a big lie. It's just a youthful, frivolous remark. However, as these words came out of Chi-chen's mouth, he did not have the slightest idea similar to this. There is just inexplicable belief. She dust. It really can be like this, as he said. The Heavenly Beast sect's 7th ranked protector could be destroyed with his hand. Chapter 105 Bold Plan, Dry. The shock in Xiaoliao's eyes was hard to hide. Lin Yueshi was similarly incomparably shocked after hearing Chi-chen's words. The protector of the Heavenly Beast sect can be destroyed with his own hands? The scene of killing the demonic beasts just now is not the limit of this little senior brother. Based on the content of the mission, the Heavenly Beast sect protector here had a strength of at least a 7th order, 7th heavy existence. It might even be the 8th or even the 9th of the 7th order. Chi-chen so flatly and confidently stated that the Heavenly Beast sect protector could be destroyed with his hands. Doesn't this mean that Chi-chen already had the combat power to exterminate the 9th level of the 7th rank? The moment this thought came out, Lin Yueshi's heart was instantly like a shocking wave. 18 years old, with the strength to exterminate a 7th order 9th. Lin Yueshi was incredulous in her heart. Is this what one can achieve? Lin Yueshi did not doubt the veracity of this matter at all. Subconsciously in her heart, she believed that what Chi-chen said was true. Zidane brought her shock again and again. This made Lin Yueshi already inwardly skip the skeptical stage by default and directly enter the final shocking bridge. The duo's shock was ignored by Chi-chen. He took a step towards the depths of the forest after uttering these words. Chi-chen's pace, it didn't look fast. However, he had traveled a distance of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. In the eyes of Xiaoliao and Lin Yueshi, this was simply like instantaneous transportation. Xiaoliao couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he looked at Chi-chen's distant back. The demons he had seen before were nothing compared to Chi-chen. Chi-chen is a true demon like this. Inside a camp tent, Huang Xinghao was unconscious on top of one of the beds. Ahem. Accompanied by a violent coughing sound, the unconscious Huang Xinghao slowly opened his eyes. After scanning around his surroundings, he forced himself to endure the severe pain from the injuries in his body and slowly sat up. After slightly feeling the injuries sustained within his body, a fierce and hostile color surfaced on his face. Daring to injure me like this and make me lose face in front of so many people, I want you dead. Huang Xinghao clenched his teeth and angrily chimed out in a low voice under his breath. With that, he took out a token-like style item. After some fiddling, the token flickered with a burst of white light. Huang Xinghao put the token close to his mouth and spoke, "Grandpa, it's me, Huang Xinghao. The stronghold of the Heavenly Beast cult." The 6 elders within the palace had all disappeared, leaving only the Heavenly Beast sect protector above the first position. Roar! Ow! Hiss! Listening to the roars of the demonic beasts that were constantly resounding outside the palace, an expression of unrestrained joy appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha! Zhao Shinting, I'll see how you old thing can get out of the Shoyan forest alive this time. As long as you're dead and the southern province is without a commander to guard it, the people of my Heavenly Beast cult will be able to take advantage of this and massacre the cities in the southern province. As long as enough essence blood is collected, the Lord Emissary will be able to smoothly descend on the territory of Huaxia. All the same, the day the Lord Emissary descends will be the day you, Huaxia, are overthrown. Ha 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 ha. The protector laughed indulgently, as if he had already seen that scene when his plan was implemented successfully. After the 6 Sixth Order elders plus a dozen deacons and a number of apostles were all turned into essence blood in sacrifice to the altar. That last bear demon also managed to advance to the 9th level of the 7th rank. Wow! The protector waved his robes, and between the flaps of his robes, the prohibition that trapped the 3 demonic beasts on the altar instantly disappeared. The protector whispered out of his mouth, reciting a series of incantations that were obscure and difficult to understand. A strange energy was released from above the protector's blood-colored robe, instantly descending on the 3 demonic beasts outside the main hall. Outside the Great Hall, the 3 demonic beasts that were raging and bloodthirsty instantly became quiet at this moment. The 3 mountain-like demonic beasts successively walked to the main door of the hall, and then made a kneeling gesture in unison towards the protector inside the hall. Zhao Shinting, prepare this protector for death. Looking at the 3 kneeling demonic beasts outside the palace, a flash of demonic cold light flashed through the protector's eyes. After experiencing some more attacks, the spectral wind leopard, which had long been seriously injured, finally reached its limit in terms of body size. Put! The body of the spectral wind leopard collapsed to the ground, and a large amount of black liquid gushed out from its mouth. Zhao Jinting saw the right moment and swung the supine moonsaber in his hand. A curved moon thunder chopping on that was over 10 meters long chopped out. The blast struck the underworld wind leopard, which was no longer capable of dodging. Put! The large body of the underworld wind leopard was easily severed. After successfully decapitating the underworld wind leopard that had been entangled with him for several days, Zhao Jinting raised his eyes to look at the wings of the vault flying in mid-air. Humph! Zhao Jinting snorted coldly. Without this panther's delay, he was confident that this vaulted wing wouldn't last more than a minute at most in his hands. As long as this Cthulhu wing was killed, the final general attack on the stronghold of the Heavenly Beast sector could be launched at that time. Roar! Ow! Hiss! However, just as Zhao Jinting was preparing to resolve this pale wing in the sky with a thunderous strike, 3 demonic beast roars suddenly rang out beside his ears. Immediately afterward, a strong demonic beast's fury instantly enveloped towards his bearing. Feeling this intense demonic beast fury, Zhao Jinting frowned. He turned his head, his gaze looking in the direction from which the demonic beast's fury came. Only to see the 3 demonic beasts, wolf, bear, and python, walk out from inside in the direction of the gate of the Heavenly Beast sect's besieged stronghold. 3 demonic beasts of the 9th level of the 7th rank? Feeling the aura emanating from the 3 demonic beasts, Zhao Jinting had a rough judgment of the strength of these 3 demonic beasts at the first moment. No! But immediately afterward, he shook his head and gave a more accurate judgment. The breath is vague, this isn't a true 7th Order 9. Did you forcefully raise it up by that means again? Zhao Jinting murmured in a low voice and guessed. At the same time that Zhao Jinting discovered the 3 demonic beasts, the 3 demonic beasts also discovered Zhao Jinting. After the 3 demonic beasts saw Zhao Jinting, a sudden surge of violence appeared above their originally somewhat dull faces. Roar! Ow! Hiss! Without the slightest hesitation, the 3 demonic beasts hissed and charged towards Zhao Jinting at the first opportunity. The rest of the Demon Beheading Bureau personnel were ready to attack after seeing this scene. Seeing this, Zhao Jinting hurriedly spoke out to stop it. Leave these 3 demonic beasts to me, you guys guard the gate of the Heavenly Beast sect stronghold, don't let the Heavenly Beast sect protector inside take advantage of the chaos and run away. Upon hearing this, the group of demon slaying bureaus stopped their poised attacks, and their targets fell back inside the stronghold. Zhao Shinting didn't feel the slightest bit of surprise at the 3 7th order 9th grade demonic beasts that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. After so many days, it would be strange if that heavenly beast sect protector inside didn't make some moves. With a final glance at the heavenly beast sect's stronghold here, Zhao Shinting sneered in his heart. If this is your last resort, then just be prepared to wait for death. Wish you could make something bigger for me. If not, it would seem a bit of a loss for him to only be able to kill one of your heavenly beast sect protectors after coming with such fanfare this time. While Zhao Shinting was pondering in his mind, the 3 demonic beasts had already attacked in front of him. Zhao Shinting lifted his crescent moon sword and battled the 3 demonic beasts without panic. For a time, the ghostly purple thunder collided with the blood-colored demonic fury. Powerful might stirred out, and the sound was incomparably appalling. The terrifying aftermath would instantly destroy everything in the vicinity. A terrifying battle that belonged exclusively to the 9th level of the 7th rank unfolded. Nearly 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, a pair of clear eyes gazed at the battlefield that emitted a destruction-like aura. Is that Zhao Shinting? Shi Chen looked at the old man fighting with the 3 demonic beasts and guessed. Shi Chen's gaze only lingered here for a moment before he shifted his attention. These 3 demonic beasts were not his target. His target was that heavenly beast sect protector. Shi Chen looked toward the open door of the heavenly beast sect stronghold. Shi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his right hand rubbing his chin as he pondered. These 3 demonic beasts should be the strongest fighting force of the heavenly beast sect. The 3 demonic beasts were fighting with Zhao Shinting, so the interior was bound to be empty, and there probably wasn't any decent battle force present. The strongest, I'm afraid, is only that heavenly beast sect protector. If you go in yourself while this is going on. In the midst of his thoughts, Shi Chen took one last look at Zhao Shinting, who was fighting the 3 demonic beasts. It's dry. Chapter 106. Let me die. Do you have the strength? Rumble. Rumble. The power of thunder continued to blast down from the air under Zhao Shinting's traction. The 3 demonic beasts had a clear division of labor and cooperated well with each other. One was responsible for fending it off, while the other 2 went to launch an attack on Zhao Shinting. Under this tacit cooperation, Zhao Shinting gradually fell into the wind. There's already a slight hint of being overwhelmed. However, even in this condition, Zhao Shinting still sensed something. The movements of his hands to fend off the 3 demonic beasts' attacks continued, but his gaze glanced elsewhere inadvertently. That's... Zhao Shinting looked at the location close to the gate of the heavenly beast sect stronghold, and his gaze gazed up slightly. A flash of doubt flooded his mind. Where did that youth come from? And he was going to enter the interior of the heavenly beast sect stronghold alone? Inside the great hall of the heavenly beast cult stronghold. Feeling the sky-crushing energy aftershocks from the battle between the 3 demonic beasts and Zhao Shinting. Jia. The heavenly beast sect protector let out an evil and eerie laughter from his mouth. Old thing, under the siege of 3 7th rank 9th grade demonic beasts, I'll see how long you can hold out. He hadn't thought that Zhao Shinting would be killed by these 3 demonic beasts. All he wanted was to use the hands of these 3 demonic beasts to wear down Zhao Shinting's true chi energy. In the end, for Zhao Shinting's kill, it was up to him. Suddenly, the heavenly beast sect protector's laughter came to an abrupt end. He looked over to the large hall door that had been tightly closed and frowned slightly. After feeling it carefully, his furrowed brow soon spread out again. He had an interested expression on his sinister face. It seems there's a little bug slipping in. Before killing this old thing Zhao Shinting, I didn't expect that there would actually be bugs for my amusement. How interesting. With a playful grin on his face, he took a slow step down from the top of the ladder in the first place. Anyone out there? Community warming. The protector of the heavenly beast sect had just stepped down all the steps when he suddenly heard a penetrating voice coming from outside the main hall door. He flinched slightly. Community warming? What the hell? Before he could react, he heard a loud explosion. The blood-colored temple door was blasted open, and a slender figure stood in front of it. With his gaze, he was surveying everything in the temple. After a quick glance, his gaze finally landed on the protector of the heavenly beast sect. Looking at the youth standing in front of the temple door, a flash of surprise flashed across the face of the heavenly beast sect protector. What's going on? Among his perceptions, hadn't this person just entered the gate of the stronghold? How did you suddenly appear directly in front of the main hall? The entire heavenly beast sect, you're alone? Just as the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector was astonished, Qi Chen's inquiring voice rang out. Qi Chen's words caused the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector to feel a clear offense and insult. It's not. It's fine for you to break into my Heavenly Beast Sect's stronghold alone. Moreover, judging from your aura, your strength is at most at the first level of the 7th order. It was far inferior to his 7th rank and 7th weight. How dare you ask that in this situation? Obviously you're the weaker party, why do you make it sound like the weaker party is like him? That's not treating him like a human being. Even though he can no longer be called a complete human being. For a time, the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector looked at Qi Chen as if he was looking at a little cutie. General. No wonder it was an existence that dared to break into his Heavenly Beast Sect alone. There really is something wrong with the brain. A smirk appeared on his face at the thought. Brainy little cutie. It's what's funniest. Normal points are a bit boring. I'm the only one here. The protector of the Heavenly Beast Sect frankly nodded his head. Hearing these words, a glint of obvious disappointment flashed across Qi Chen's eyes. It's a bit of a shame that this guardian is all that's left. Seeing this reaction from Qi Chen, the smirk on the protector's face increased. Sure enough, I'm out of my mind. What, too few people? Of course. A ghostly cold aura flickered on the protector's face as he said, if you think there are too few people. I do know of a place with a lot of people. Where? Qi Chen raised his eyes curiously. The protector of the Heavenly Beast Sect stretched out his arm hidden under his bloody robe. There was a hideous distortion above his arm. It gives an incredibly eerie feeling. He stretched out a twisted finger and hooked it at Qi Chen, saying, come over here, I'll talk to you. Good. Qi Chen nodded, and just as he took a step, he suddenly stopped. He gazed at the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector and said, you'd better not lie to me, I'm a person who doesn't like to be lied to. Don't worry, promise not to lie. I hope so. Qi Chen's words fell, and without further ado, he took a step towards the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector. At the same time, a demonic blood color flashed through the eyes of the protector of the Heavenly Beast Sect. His gaze stared straight into Qi Chen's eyes and his tone was full of compulsion. Come on over, I've got a lot of people here. There's all kinds of people here, you'll see them when you come over. As he spoke, his blood-colored robe unfolded. Within the blood-colored robes, one bizarre blood-colored face after another emerged. There were demonic beasts and humans. These faces kept repeating what the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector had said. Come on over, I'm a big crowd here. At this moment, Qi Chen had already walked close to the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector. Looking at one bizarre face after another on these bloody robes, Qi Chen stopped in his tracks. Looking at Qi Chen, who had suddenly stopped in his tracks, the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector, whose eyes were still flickering with a demonic blood color, was stunned for a moment. What I want is not these people. Qi Chen's calm voice rang out. At the location of its dantian, there was a hot, fiery red light shining. Qi Chen's eyes were clear and cold as he stared at the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector, and his tone was slightly icy as he said, you lied to me. Hearing Qi Chen's words, the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector had a shocked expression on his face. He exclaimed out in great surprise, how come you're not controlled by my compulsion? Qi Chen shook his head and his tone returned to a flat one. You lied to me, so have you figured out how you're going to die? Die? The Heavenly Beast Sect Protector froze once more at Qi Chen's words. After reacting, a sneering expression appeared on his face. In a rather disdainful tone, he said, to be able to resist my compulsion, I admit that you are somewhat capable, but wanting me to die, with your strength of the first level of the 7th rank, do you deserve it? Do you have that strength? Chapter 107 Crushing. The Bizarre Altar. As he spoke, the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector put down the blood-colored robe that he had lifted. He stared at Qi Chen with a mocking expression. A mere 7th order 1st rank could actually say something like letting a 7th order 7th rank die. You can't say something like that without having some brain problems. He lost his smile and shook his head, and was about to continue to tease Qi Dust by saying a few sarcastic words to him, when suddenly, radiant flames of light erupted from Qi Dust's circumference. Rolling waves of heat instantly swept away. Hot flame true Qi erupted from Qi Chen's body. The flame true Qi formed a terrifying fire domain in a blink of an eye. The fire domain expanded rapidly, enveloping towards the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector. Feeling the terrifying might contained in this flame true Qi, the originally bland expression of the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector instantly changed drastically. He stared at the youth in front of him in horror. How could the energy might released by a 7th order First Order be so terrifying? It was too late to think carefully, the true chi fire domain was already near his eyes. Ho! With a low gulp from his mouth, a bizarre blood-colored baleful aura was released from the blood robe. The blood-colored baleful aura instantly condensed and formed a barrier in front of him. The incoming fierce flame true chi was successfully resisted by this suddenly formed blood-colored barrier. Before the protector, who had successfully blocked the flame true chi, could even catch his breath, he suddenly realized that Chi Chen's figure had disappeared from its original position. When he reappeared, he had already come close to the blood-colored barrier and was only one person away from him. Chi Chen's right fist was accompanied by destructive flame energy as it blasted towards the blood-colored barrier. The force wrapped in this punch was immense. Boom! The terrifying force blasted on top of the blood-colored barrier. Click click click. The blood-colored barrier didn't even last 2 seconds before it shattered apart. After shattering the blood-colored barrier, Chi Chen's punch went towards the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector's face without losing momentum. When the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector saw this, his pupils suddenly contracted. Obviously he hadn't expected that this blood-colored barrier of his would actually be shattered so easily. He hurriedly poked out his arms within his blood-colored robe. Arms crossed and blocked in front of his face. Boo! Searing flames blossomed, and the powerful punch directly blasted the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector's body backwards. Boom! The Heavenly Beast Sect Protector's body that flew backwards blasted straight on top of the rear steps. The Dao steps were shattered by his bodyguard crashing into them. The rubble crumbled, and the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector's body was directly blasted into the hole made by the impact. The Heavenly Beast Sect Protector's arms drooped helplessly to the ground. Cough! A coughing sound came out from its mouth. The coughing was accompanied by blood spilling from his mouth. Not caring about the arms that received this punch hard and thus directly fractured. His eyes stared incredulously at the youth standing where he had originally stood, and his heart had already set off shockwaves. How is that possible? The youth in front of him was only a mere 7th rank one, how did he burst out with such a terrifying force? Is this ING 7th Order one? At this moment, the protector of the Heavenly Beast Sect had no doubt that he was the one who had looked away before. This was a farting 7th rank one, or at least the same rank as him. He took a fresh look at the youth in front of him. Only, before he could take a detailed look, he suddenly stared with wide eyes. At this moment, Chi Chen's flame true chi surged out from around his body like a tidal wave. Pounds of majestic flame true chi metal converged behind Chi Chen, and the shadow of a large sun slowly emerged. The flame true chi continued to condense, and the great sun's shadow gradually grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 10 meters in size, almost reaching the extreme height of this palace. The temperature in the great hall suddenly began to climb. At this moment, the protector of the Heavenly Beast Sect only felt as if he was in a boiling hot furnace. The great sun void shadow was not as huge as the one Chi Chen had cast for the first time, though. However, its power could be no weaker than that of Chi Chen's when he first cast it. Feeling the destructive might emanating from within the shadow of the great sun, the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector's heart had been shaken to an incomparable degree. What the hell is this? This time, there was no more presence of the Flame Fury Dragon within the Great Sun Void. It was only because Chi Chen didn't want to use the Flame Fury Dragon to attack the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector this time. He was going to give this Heavenly Beast Sect Protector a big one. Chi Chen's arms were raised high, and the Great Sun shadow behind him was suddenly in a posture of being lifted up on top of his palms. Chi Chen swung his arms and blasted the Great Sun shadow held above his palms down towards where the protector of the Heavenly Beast Sect was. The Great Sun carried a roaring momentum, and wherever it passed, the air heated up dramatically, and layers of distorted ripples rose in space. It seemed to be melting at high temperatures. Facing such a great sun smashing down towards him, the eyes of the protector of the Heavenly Beast Sect glared round, and an oily fear arose in his heart. If he were to be hit by this strike like this, he would certainly not survive. Boom! The intense bloodbath aura rippled out from its circumference. The blood-colored robes flipped, and the countless bloody faces inside reappeared. Ah! Harrowing and eerie screams emanated from a bloody face. Strange black gas with a putrid odor emanated from the mouths of several bloody faces. The black chi condensed in front of the protector of the Heavenly Beast Sect, forming a pitch-black, deep red, dragon roll-like giant vortex. A weird whistling sound was faintly emitted from the interior of the whirlpool, which seemed to be countless grievous spirits struggling. The black and crimson vortex resisted in front of the heavenly beast sect protector. Boom! It was also in the moment when the vortex had just formed that the great sun smashed down with a loud bang. The terrifying energy carried by the great sun suddenly stirred up. The entire palace produced a violent tremor at this moment. The black and crimson vortex collided with the great sun, creating a crackling and popping explosion. The flaming energy aftershocks stirred up by the great sun swept out towards the entire hall. For a moment, the great hall, which was already trembling and shaking violently, suddenly collapsed inch by inch at this moment. The vortex, which was fronting against the great sun, began to shake violently at the same moment. It was like a flickering candle in the wind, seemingly ready to be crushed by the great sun at any time. However, it was at this moment that the pitch-black crimson vortex, which seemed to be about to be crushed, suddenly began to twist and distort. It was actually, or as a hideous ghost face, began to tear and gnaw at the great sun that was bombarding it. The burning flames of the great sun were being continuously torn and devoured by the ghost face. This scene lasted a full 30 seconds. Although the light of the great sun had dimmed somewhat, the destructive flame energy contained within was still abundant. Consumption like this can continue for a long time. However, the countless hideous ghost faces that were devouring the energy of the great sun flame had been annihilated for the most part at this moment. This didn't continue for too long. The countless hideous ghost faces that were tearing and devouring the great sun flame completely collapsed and annihilated. Without any blockage, the great sun blasted straight onto the heavenly beast sect protector. Within the great sun, the flames that contained the mighty power of burning the sky and boiling the sea engulfed the protector of the heavenly beast sect. Ah! The heavenly beast sect protector's miserable cries rang out as the flames that burned the heavens and destroyed the earth continued to wash over his body. The terrifying energy aftermath instantly spread and swept through the entire hall. The great hall, which had originally collapsed inch by inch, completely collapsed away under the spread of this aftermath aura. Chi-Chen leapt forward, and the erect body technique wind walking miles was executed. The figure leisurely disappeared in place, snatching away from the great hall before it collapsed. Chi-Chen's figure was like an instantaneous flash as he appeared outside the temple, beside the huge altar that emitted a bizarre aura. This bizarre altar, Chi-Chen didn't pay any attention to it at all. His gaze was dead set in the direction of the great hall that had become ruins. That day when the beast sect protector was struck by the great sun he smashed out, Chi-Chen confirmed 100% that he was still alive. So certain, all because the system's beep didn't go off. Just as Chi-Chen was about to go forward to investigate the specifics, the interior of the altar beside him suddenly emitted a thick bloody aura. Immediately afterward, a palpitating energy emanated from within the altar. The sudden change finally caught Chi-Chen's attention. He turned his head to the bizarre altar beside him that he had been ignoring. Chapter 108 Undercard? I have one too. Above the entire large altar, there was suddenly a demonic red light flashing. The demonic red light connected into a red thin line, swoosh, shot toward the palace that had already collapsed into a piece of rubble. The ultimate target was none other than the protector of the heavenly beast sect who was buried in the rubble. At the same time, above the sky, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. The majestic cloud converged and gradually formed a vortex. Boom! A low rumbling sound as dull as a nuclear bomb explosion rang out. One could only see a vast, powerful energy, carrying an infinite sense of oppression, descending from the vortex condensed by the cloudy clouds in the sky towards the huge bizarre altar. Boo! A violent explosion suddenly arose from the ruins of the collapsed palace. Immediately afterward, the heavenly beast sect's body, which was covered in bloodstains and a large area of charcoal, burst out from it and eventually hovered in midair. The vast energy that descended on top of the altar, through the altar as a medium, began to be channeled towards the heavenly beast sect protector who was suspended in midair. Empowered by this vast energy, the large swaths of bloodstains as well as charcoal on the heavenly beast sect protector's body were gradually washed away and dissipated. The head that had been drooping down feebly was now raised. That blast of the great sun almost took this life of his. If he hadn't eventually executed the heavenly mysteries, I'm afraid that he would have really died under that great round of sun. After being empowered by this heavenly mystic technique, his 5 internal organs that were nearly destroyed by the flames regrouped. At the same time, a surge of breath was ushered in. The original strength of the 7th level of the 7th rank had skyrocketed to the 9th level of the 7th rank in just a few breaths. However, even that hasn't stopped yet. He raised his eyes to Chi-Chen, his eyes filled with increased evil. The gaze that stared at Chi-Chen was filled with endless anger. You deserve to die for hurting me like this. The Heavenly Beast Sect Protector, at this moment, was incomparably hateful towards Chi-Chen. This heavenly mystic technique, after being performed, would bear an extremely serious price. If it's light, you'll become an invalid, or if it's heavy, you'll perish on the spot. He had originally thought of saving this heavenly mystic technique to use to kill Zhao Zhenting. Killing Zhao Zhenting would be equivalent to making a great achievement for the Heavenly Beast Sect. At that time, the serious consequences of casting the heavenly mysteries would not only be resolved for him by the Heavenly God Lord, but he would also give him an even more generous reward. Perhaps he would be able to use this reward to break through the 7th Order God Refining Realm and reach the 8th Order Dan Condensing Realm in one fell swoop. As a result, it was because of Chi-Chen's appearance that all his plans were disrupted. The heavenly mystic technique, which was intended to be used for proactive attacks, had to be used to save his life. His hatred for Chi Dust had reached a level of certain death. His eyes gazed at Chi-Chen, and there was anger burning in his eyes. The intense killing intent was almost thick enough to become substance, enveloping towards Chi-Chen. Ruining my plans, I want you dead. Chi-Chen's eyes gazed at this Heavenly Beast Sect Protector with some surprise in his heart. What is this secret method? Not only can it heal serious and near-death injuries, but it can also usher in another breakthrough in one's strength. At this moment, the aura around the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector as well was still growing. It seemed like he was about to break through to the 8th ranked martial artist level at any time. But, again, something seemed to be missing, never getting the final breakthrough. It stayed at a level of a peak 7th Order 9th level. Chi-Chen ignored what the Heavenly Beast Sect said about wanting himself to die as he turned his head to look at the altar that was still feeding energy to the Heavenly Beast Sect's Protector. The one thing that could make the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector obtain this kind of energy was this altar. It wasn't that Chi-Chen hadn't thought about going over and destroying the altar during the period. Only the altar was enveloped by that descending vastness of energy. It was difficult for Chi-Chen to get close at all. The layers of this energy were far beyond the level he was at. Chi-Chen felt that the tier of this energy was most likely of the 9th rank. Even 10th Order. Facing the strength of the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector at the peak of the 9th level of the 7th rank, Chi-Chen did not care. What layer of 8th Order martial artist was up, and what kind of strength it possessed, Chi-Chen had not seen. Therefore, as long as it was less than the 8th rank, he could fight. Healing the injuries, plus making their own strength surge, should be the bottom card of this Heavenly Beast Sect Protector. The Heavenly Beast Sect Protector could no longer afford to take the lead in using his bottom card. But, Chi-Chen's bottom card hadn't been used yet. Right in the middle of Chi-Chen's dark thoughts, the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector's hands withdrew a cold and putrid black air current. The airflow twisted like a substance, as if it were countless tiny black snakes, pouncing towards Chi-Chen with teeth and claws. Chi-Chen raised his right palm. Whoosh! 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 Flame beams instantly burst out from his palm, meeting the black thin snake that came tearing towards him. Zip, zip, zip. The flame collided with the black airflow, and the two cancelled each other out while emitting a zippy, ear-piercing sound. After the collision blow, Chi-Chen had a rough judgment of the strength of the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector. The current him, at full strength, should be able to reach a 50-50 situation with this Heavenly Beast Sect Protector. Only, to do the killing, it was not even close. It seemed that he would have to find an appropriate time to use his bottom card as well. At the same time as the great battle inside the stronghold of the Heavenly Beast Sect, outside the stronghold of the Heavenly Beast Sect, Zhao Zhenting was still entangled with the 3 7th Order 9 plus the one in the sky, the vaulted wings. The battle between one person and 4 demons was incomparably fierce. However, what the onlookers didn't know was that Zhao Zhenting appeared to be going all out to deal with the siege of the 4 demonic beasts. In reality, his attention could have never been much on these 4 demonic beasts. Instead, he was always keeping an eye out within the stronghold of the Heavenly Beast. His heart was filled with curiosity about the youth who had sneaked in earlier, namely Chi-Chen. He could see that Chi-Chen was not simple. At less than 20 years old, he possessed the strength of a 7th Order 1st rank. The reason why he didn't make a move to stop him was precisely because he wanted to see what Chi-Chen was trying to do by sneaking in. Just now, Zhao Zhenting clearly heard the sound of a violent explosion coming from within the stronghold of the Heavenly Beast Sect, and the intense flame glow emanating from the interior. For a moment, this made him even more curious about what was going on inside. Zhao Zhenting glanced at the 4 demonic beasts that were entangled with him, and some disdain showed in the depths of his eyes. If only the thing he was waiting for hadn't shown up. These 4 demonic beasts had long since become 4 corpses. Just as Zhao Zhanting was pondering in this manner, a sudden vision suddenly appeared in the sky above the heavenly beast sect's stronghold. Immediately afterward, vast, powerful energies descended within the stronghold of the heavenly beast sect from the visionary vortex born in the sky. Seeing this, Zhao Zhanting's pupils suddenly shrunk. This is... Immediately afterward, a look of satisfaction appeared on Zhao Zhanting's face. The bigger surprise he was waiting for had finally arrived. In that case... He turned his head and looked at the demonic beasts. Boom! An even more powerful aura exploded from its circumference. The sudden and strong impact directly blasted the huge bodies of several demonic beasts flying out. Old me has accompanied you long enough? A majestic voice came out from Zhao Zhanting's mouth. Chapter 109 Meteorite Scorching Flame. I've been playing with you guys long enough? Zhao Zhanting's muffled voice fell, and the berserk and rampant thunder was released, traveling above the crescent moon greatsword. Damn it! Zhao Zhanting selected the earth tyrant bear amongst the 4 demonic beasts. With a low shout from his mouth, the supine moon sword swung and chopped. Boom! The brilliant thunder chopping ons, carrying a destructive and terrifying might, were swung out. The thunder chopping mans whistled, and their speed was not at all on the same level as those chopping mans that Zhao Zhanting had wielded earlier. The earth tyrant bear, who had just climbed up from the ground, wanted to dodge when he saw this chopping mane whistling at him, but it was already too late. Put! The thunder chopping mane struck the earth tyrant bear's body, directly cutting the earth tyrant bear across the waist. No blood splattering scene appeared, nor did the cries of the earthstorm bears howling in pain come out. There was just the crackle of thunder. Ghostly purple thunder crackled from the waist of the earth tyrant bear. Boom! In the next moment, only a violent explosion was created in the body of the earth tyrant bear. Ghostly purple thunder ons flashed, and the earth tyrant bear's body was enveloped in a terrifying thunder explosion energy. The thunder on dispersed, and the figure of the earth tyrant bear was long gone from the original spot. Not even the residual value crumbs of its corpse were seen. The earth tyrant bear, which had originally trembled with Zhao Zhanting for nearly half an hour, hadn't even managed to last 10 seconds after Zhao Zhanting completely stopped hiding. Zhao Zhanting's cold gaze glanced at the remaining 3 demonic beasts. As he did, 3 more thunder-chopping manes followed in succession, resolving the remaining 3 demonic beasts one by one. After casually resolving these 4 demonic beasts, Zhao Zhanting didn't stay too long. After giving the order to the Demon Beheading Bureau's crowd, who were dumbfounded by witnessing this scene from the side, to wait for orders in place, they directly rushed inside the stronghold of the Heavenly Beast sect. Inside the stronghold of the Heavenly Beast sect, in front of the collapsed Great Hall Palace, Qi Chen once again condensed a great sun shadow and fought with the Heavenly Beast sect protector. Qi Chen and the Heavenly Beast sect protector engaged in a fistfight. The great sun shadow was hovering behind Qi Chen. Every now and then, a flaming dragon of fury sprang out from within towards the Heavenly Beast sect protector and blasted away. The Heavenly Beast sect protector who was fighting with Qi Chen was shocked in his heart. At this moment, he had the strength of a peak 7th rank. But the youth in front of him was still able to do a 50-50 situation with him. And after experiencing a series of collisions, the protector of the Heavenly Beast sect had already confirmed that Qi Chen's strength was just the first level of the 7th rank. The first level of the 7th rank, yet he possessed a strength comparable to the peak of the 7th rank. When did the Demon Beheading Bureau even hide such a monster? If the first level of the 7th Order had this kind of combat power, wouldn't it be possible to cross over and fight against an 8th Order martial artist when it reached the peak of the 7th Order? No. The protector of the Heavenly Beast sect even felt that it might not be necessary to be at the peak of the 7th rank for Qi Chen to cross over and take on an 8th ranked martial artist. The Heavenly Beast sect protector was horrified in his heart. The appearance of such an existence in the Demon Beheading Bureau was a great threat to their Heavenly Beast sect. Today, no matter how great the cost, he was bound to kill Qi Chen here. At this moment, the Heavenly Beast sect protector's desire to behead Qi Chen had far surpassed beheading Zhao Zhanting. Zhao Zhanting was nothing more than an aging 7th Order 9th heavy martial artist. It's not even certain if you can get to the 8th Order in the future. But, the youth in front of him was different. The hot flames and the bizarre black fury Qi collided with each other. The sparring match between Qi Chen and the Heavenly Beast sect protector was incomparably intense. The spreading aftermath, stirring the surrounding space to send out bursts of explosions, seems to be hard to be torn apart in general. However, right at this moment, there was a lanky figure carrying rolling thunderbolts in the distance that sped towards the side. From a long distance away, the sound of crackling thunder could be heard around its body. The sparring match between Qi Chen and the protector of the Heavenly Beast sect both came to a halt because of this speeding figure. Both sides silently stopped their hands, and their gazes looked at the visitor in unison. The person who came was no other than Zhao Zhenting. The moment he saw Zhao Zhenting arrive, the Heavenly Beast sect protector's eyes instantly widened. A look of utter disbelief appeared on his face. Zhao Zhenting. How did he get in? Shouldn't he be being delayed by those 4 demonic beasts? The Heavenly Beast sect protector's pupils trembled as he looked at Zhao Zhenting, and at this moment, he was extremely unsettled inside. It was as if a shock wave had been set off. For an idea had sprung up from the bottom of his heart. For Zhao Zhenting to appear here at this time, there was only one outcome. Those 4 demonic beasts were resolved by Zhao Zhenting. It was not only the Heavenly Beast sect protector who was inwardly shocked and puzzled by this. Qi Chen's heart was similarly a bit surprised. Earlier, when he had observed Zhao Zhenting's battle with those 4 demonic beasts, it had presented a state of barely even strength. According to that situation, it would take at least a long time to fight. But as it turns out, how long has this been going on? And that's the difference between a winner and a loser? Zhao Zhenting watched as the two of them silently stopped fighting, and both gazed at him in astonishment. He waved his hand, signaling, "Don't mind me, you guys keep fighting yourselves, I won't interfere." At those words, there was a flash of suspicion on the face of the Heavenly Beast sect. Stay out of it? What is this Zhao Zhenting up to again? Just as the protector of the Heavenly Beast sect was in a state of shock and uncertainty, his afterglow suddenly caught a glimpse of a scene that made him extremely familiar. Only to be seen was the great sun shadow behind Qi Chen, which was once again hurled out by him and slammed down towards the Heavenly Beast sect protector. Facing Qi Chen, who had made a sudden move, the Heavenly Beast sect protector was obviously caught off guard. The Heavenly Beast sect protector who had experienced the power of this strike of the great sun did not dare to slack off at all. His face sank up and his twisted arms swung quickly. In a flash, a layer of cold, dark green light rose around him. The dark green light was like an eerie curtain of water covering his entire body, giving off a creepy aura. The dark green water curtain flowed, and all the weird energy inside converged in front of him, forming a dark green barrier. Boom! The great sun blasted on top of the dark green barrier, and the terrifying flame energy exploded, and the fire shot straight up into the sky, forming a mushroom cloud made of flames. The Heavenly Beast sect protector's body was once again swallowed within. To the side, Zhao Zhenting, who had finished telling the duo to continue fighting without him, couldn't help but be stunned as a whole when he saw this scene. After reacting, he couldn't help the corner of his mouth from twitching. He's just making a casual remark, and this is really for him to ignore and go straight for it? Before Zhao Zhenting could think more, he saw Qi Chen make a move once more. Only Qi Chen's eyes were slightly closed as he gazed at the sky, as calm as an abyss. The spiritual energy in his body was like a rushing river, surging towards his Dantian location. Buzz, buzz. Immediately afterward, at the location of the Dantian, the red flame firelight began to flicker, as if a round of obsidian was being birthed in it. A terrifying aura gradually flowed and spread out from Qi Chen's body, and the object that flickered like obsidian at the location of the Dantian began to rush upwards along Qi Chen's meridians. Through the meridians of the entire body, it flowed through Qi Chen's arm. When the object that flashed like the obsidian sun finally reached Qi Chen's palm, Qi Chen violently opened his eyes. A blazing fire suddenly burned up in his originally clear eyes. The fire burned and took over Qi Chen's eyes, outlawing the original black pupils. Qi Chen turned his right hand palm up. Only a ball-shaped flame was seen silently suspended on it. The flames were all blue, like the swirls of a quiet deep sea. In the midst of the ghostly blue wasn't a blinding arc of golden light bursting out, as if a giant beast hidden in the deep sea was gulping down thunder and lightning. Surrounding it was a circle of crimson flames that encircled it, weaving intricate and brilliant flame patterns. With the slight shaking of Qi Chen's palm, a splendid fiery tail was revealed. It's like the magnificent wake left by a meteorite as it cuts through the vastness of the universe. The flame quietly hovered in Qi Chen's palm, and the temperature of the surrounding space suddenly rose. Space was all scorched and twisted out of shape because it couldn't withstand its scorching heat. This is Qi Dian's S-class ability. Meteor Scorch Flame. Chapter 110 shocked Zhao Zhenting. Gazing at this flame suspended above Qi Chen's palm, Zhao Zhenting's eyes revealed a deep shock. It actually sensed a terrifying aura amongst the flames that caused his heart to palpitate incomparably. Receiving this flame attack head-on and hard, even he would be injured. And it's not even a minor injury. Within his shocked eyes, some doubt immediately followed. This flame. What is it? How come it's somewhat similar to that heavenly spirit flame? But, there are just some similarities. The heavenly spirit flame, he had seen it before. This flame was completely different from the true heavenly spirit flame. Suddenly, he thought of the flickering flame glow at Chi-Chen's Dantian location earlier. Murphy. A thought that Zhao Zhenting himself found unthinkable was born from his mind. This can't be an inner elixir that can only be condensed at the 8th stage of the Dan condensation realm, can it? He hastily resumed his re-examination on Zidane. After some scrutiny, he found absolutely nothing new. Chi-Chen's strength was indeed only at the first level of the 7th rank. It wasn't at all the case that he had thought that he had reached the 8th rank. Without reaching the 8th stage of the condensed Dan realm, it was impossible to condense an inner elixir within one's body. Moreover, the inner elixir condensed from the 8th rank could not be taken out like this. Then what was this flame that appeared from the Dantian location? For a while, Zhao Zhenting was deeply puzzled in his heart. Other side. The flames that had once again engulfed the protector of the Heavenly Beast sect had dispersed as much as they could, and the protector of the Heavenly Beast sect's figure reappeared. Only, his figure was as wretched as it could be. But it wasn't like the last time, when he was covered in blood and charcoal and couldn't find a good spot. Seeing the right moment, Chi-Chen flung the meteor scorching flame on the palm of his right hand forward. The meteor scorching flame trailed a brilliant meteor fire tail, instantly whistling towards the Heavenly Beast sect. Before the protector of the Heavenly Beast sect could catch his breath from the attack, he suddenly saw that a ball of flame trailing a brilliant meteor fire tail was whistling towards him. The flame was not large, only a circle larger than an egg. However, the protector of the Heavenly Beast sect sensed a terrifying energy from it that was enough to threaten his life. The Heavenly Beast sect protector's face changed greatly, and he hastily cast a response once more. Red light flashed as the Heavenly Beast sect swung its hands rapidly. Daoin red energy quickly condensed and gathered in his palms. Boom! The protector of the Heavenly Beast sect pushed both palms horizontally. Instantly, 2 crimson and blood-colored palm imprints appeared and blasted towards the meteorite scorching flame that floated towards him. The meteor scorching flame did not display much of a magnificent attack under Chi-Chen's control. There is, just the most unassuming and unadorned bombardment of smashes. Facing these 2 blood-colored palm imprints, the meteor scorching flame smashed straight towards them. Bang! Bang! As the 2 came into contact, 2 explosions rang out. The 2 blood-colored palm imprints were like fragile paper and were easily crushed. After defeating the 2 blood-colored palm imprints, the flames continued to plainly strike towards the Heavenly Beast sect protector. Seeing that his attack was easily defeated by this flame, the Heavenly Beast sect protector's eyes instantly widened. What the is this again? How was it that the attack he had executed with all his might was as brittle as paper in front of this thing? It didn't even manage to block it for a second, and it was crushed in an instant. The meteor scorch flame was getting closer and closer to him. The palpitating feeling within the Heavenly Beast sect protector grew heavier and heavier. He couldn't think about it and hurriedly began to coalesce a new attack in an attempt to parry. Various crimson bloodbath attacks were cast. The results were all without exception, all of them were easily crushed the moment they came into contact with the meteorite scorching flame. All these attacks from the Heavenly Beast sect were like eggs touching stones. Seeing that the meteor scorching flame was already close to his eyes, the Heavenly Beast sect protector at this moment realized. With his current strength at the peak of the 7th rank, he couldn't block the roaring flames at all. Recognizing the current situation, the protector of the Heavenly Beast sect gritted his teeth and leapt forward in an attempt to avoid the attack of the meteor scorching flame. As a result, to his surprise, it was accompanied by a long jump away from him. That meteorite scorching flame, under Chi-Chen's control, actually also reversed its direction and continued to pursue towards him. The Heavenly Beast sect protector's eyes were rounded. This nifty with a chase feature? What the hell is this? The Heavenly Beast sect protector inwardly cried out madly. This was the first time he had ever seen something so bizarre. While his mood felt horrified, he also had to leap up and continue dodging the attack of this meteor scorching flame. Before he could jump and dodge a few times, his afterglow suddenly caught a glimpse of Chi-Chen's figure, who was still manipulating the meteorite scorching flame to the side to chase him, suddenly disappearing. Who? The sound of a howling wind came from beside the ear of the protector of the Heavenly Beast sect. The face of the Heavenly Beast sect protector, who was listening to the sound of this gust of wind ringing out, suddenly changed. Immediately afterward, he saw Chi-Chen's figure appear in front of his eyes as if it was instantaneous. Before he could react, Chi-Chen was already slapping out his palm. This palm, without any hindrance, slapped him in the chest position. The protector of the Heavenly Beast sect, who was already prepared to be slapped away, was surprised to find that the palm did not seem to contain any force. It looked fierce, but it was like it was gently pressed against his chest. However, it was this situation that caused an extremely unpleasant feeling to arise in the heart of the protector of the Heavenly Beast sect. In the next moment, the shadow of the word yin appeared from above Chi-Chen's palm. Hot and terrifying flame energy rolled and swept. Boo! Only a popping sound was heard as the raging and surging flame true chi exploded from his chest position. Boom! The flesh and blood of the Heavenly Beast sect protector's chest was instantly blown apart by this explosion. Zip la la! The blood gushing out from the interior, in contact with the remnants of the flames, made a tinkling sound. His entire body was blasted straight out. In the end, the Heavenly Beast sect protector's figure flew straight backwards for tens of meters before falling to the ground. After going through several tumbles, this stopped. He hadn't been able to take a breather from the violent explosion, when a familiar palpitating aura came from beside him abruptly. Forcibly enduring the sharp pain in his chest position, the Heavenly Beast sect protector turned his head sideways. Then, he saw the meteorite scorching flame was hovering in the air above his side, as if it had been waiting for him for a long time. Looking at the meteorite scorching flame that had appeared, the Heavenly Beast sect protector's breathing stuttered and his brain fell into a brief letdown. Upon reacting, despair welled up and filled all parts of his heart in no time. Done. Chapter 111 Killing the Protector of the Heavenly Beast Sect. Under the Heavenly Beast Sect Protector's expression filled with despair, that meteor scorching flame smashed down towards him, who was lying on the ground. Even though the meteor scorch flame didn't smash down very fast. However, the Protector of the Heavenly Beast Sect, who had received a burst of flame break from Chi-Chen in his chest area, was also no longer able to dodge. He could only witness the meteor scorching flame smashing down towards his chest position. Put! The meteor scorching flame slammed straight down. This plain and simple attack directly pierced through the Heavenly Beast sect protector's chest position. The Heavenly Beast sect protector's pupils suddenly contracted. The meteorite flame that pierced his chest flew out with a whoosh. Ah! Miserable howls came out of his mouth. The location where his chest was pierced through had a pain like a million ants devouring his heart emanating from it. The intense pain caused the Heavenly Beast sect protector's expression to become hideously twisted. He began to struggle and keep rolling on the ground. As if that would alleviate some of the pain from the location of the hole in his chest. Buzz, buzz. The meteorite scorching flame remained at the location of the blood hole, with something similar to a spark that shone with a bit of crimson light. The sudden abnormality that arose within the bloody hole in his chest caused the Heavenly Beast sect protector, whose body was constantly rolling over, to pause for a moment. I can't believe it doesn't hurt anymore. The Heavenly Beast sect protector was extremely surprised in his heart. Only, the sight didn't last 2 seconds. More miserable screams rang out. The piercing and burning pain went straight to the heavenly spirit, and the Heavenly Beast sect protector's body began to twitch from the pain. The sparks that remained within that bloody hole suddenly coalesced together. Boom! As the sparks coalesced, a fiery red flame blaze burned from within the blood hole. Ah! The screams of the Heavenly Beast cult resounded. Under his miserable screams, the flames that burned up from the location of the bloody hole in his chest wrapped his entire body. The flames engulfed his body. At the same time, his miserable screams echoed in the nearby space. Chi-Chen casually beckoned and recalled the meteor scorch. He stood silently watching the scene. Also watching the scene was Zhao. Only, compared to the calmness in Chi-Chen's eyes. For his part, he was unusually shocked in his heart. Zhao averted his gaze from the Heavenly Beast sect protector who was engulfed in flames and gazed at the ghostly blue flames suspended in Chi-Chen's right hand. After witnessing Chi-Chen use the meteor scorching flame to kill the protector of the Heavenly Beast sect, he became more and more curious about what the meteor scorching flame actually was. This massive flames, throughout, did not perform any flashy attacks. There was, just the most unassuming of crashes. As a result, this was the situation, but the Heavenly Beast sect protector was heavily injured. Right now, the death of the Heavenly Beast sect protector, who was engulfed by the blazing fire, had only become a matter of time. This seemingly not very eye-catching mass of ghostly blue flames actually contained this kind of terrifying energy. What was the origin of the youth in front of him? seeing that he was still wearing the attire of the Demon Beheading Bureau. It should be the Demon Chopper Bureau. It was just that, in the Demon Beheading Bureau, if there was such an appalling existence, it was by no means possible that he had never heard of it. Some doubts arose in Zhao Jinting's mind. Murphy. Is it the geniuses who are hidden and protected? Absolutely. As soon as this thought came out, Zhao Jinting subconsciously affirmed it within his heart. With regards to the talent and means that Qi Chen had currently displayed, he was definitely considered an existence that needed to be hidden and protected. A 7th ranked first level at less than 20 years old, plus possessing the means to easily crush a 7th ranked peak. As well as there was also a means of attack that resembled a flame like the fire of the heavenly spirit. This kind of news if it gets out. Not to mention foreign powers. Even the heavenly beast sect within China alone would not be able to sit still and come out to strike at Qi dust. A 7th rank one would be able to manage to easily blast the peak of the 7th rank. If such an existence was allowed to grow, it would be an absolutely devastating blow to the heavenly beast sect in the future. Ding! Killed 7th Order, 7th Heavy Martial Artist Ma Kai Feng, total lifespan 966 years, remaining lifespan 40 years, has acquired all remaining lifespan. Listening to the system beeps ringing in his ears, Qi Chen then put away the meteorite scorching flame floating on his right hand. Qi Chen was not very surprised that this Ma Kai Feng had only 40 years of life left after nearly 1,000 years of life. Cults are normal. Boosting strength is all about consuming life. The group of people from the Heavenly Beast cult that he had killed generally had only half of their total remaining lifespan. Even less. Qi Chen's main goal in killing Ma Kai Feng this time was also not for the demonic beast lifespan. Simply to gather the soul of Ma Kai Feng. Only after the Heavenly Beast sect protector was completely dead did Qi Chen turn to look at Zhao Jinting. To be honest, Zhao Jinting didn't make a move and let him come alone to kill the Heavenly Beast sect protector. This was something that Qi Chen was still quite surprised by. However, this was exactly what Qi Chen wanted. Ahem. Seeing Qi Chen looking over, Zhao Jinting gave a heave before opening his mouth to introduce himself. I am the commander of the South Province, Zhao Jinting, as well as the main person in charge of the siege of the Heavenly Beast Sect's stronghold. After he spoke, Zhao Jinting asked with a smirk on his face, presenting himself as kindly as possible. What's your name? Are you from the Demon Chopper Bureau? Qi Chen nodded his head and replied in an unassuming tone, Qi Chen is from the Demon Beheading Bureau. After hearing Qi Chen say his name, Zhao Jinting quickly recalled it in his mind. After some recollection, Zhao Jinting realized that the name Qi Chen was indeed the first time he had said it today. Such a genius and someone from their Demon Beheading Bureau, and he didn't have the slightest impression of the name. For a moment, Zhao Jinting's heart became more confirmed. Qi Chen was the demonic genius that the Demon Beheading Bureau had secretly protected. Zhao Jinting, who thought he had understood everything, smiled and nodded his head, indicating that he knew. Regarding the questions about seeing all sorts of things in Qi Chen that surprised him, he didn't even choose to pursue them further. Geniuses, all of them have their own secrets that they can't tell, which are uniquely private. All people have their privacy, not just geniuses. To speak or not to speak was up to its individual, and he had no right to force the other to speak. As the Demon Beheading Bureau commander, the only and inevitable thing he needed to do was to confirm that the other party's identity information was not a member of an organization that stood in opposition to Huaxia one bit. Wait for me. After saying that, Zhao Jinting walked straight to that weird altar. Qi Chen's gaze looked curiously, somewhat puzzled as to what Zhao Jinting was trying to do. Only Zhao Jinting walked over to the bizarre altar in CIR. Cled around it before finally stopping in front of one of the 3-meter-tall pillars. This should be the one. After some inspection, Zhao Jinting nodded his head in confirmation. Between murmurs, Zhao Jinting's right fist lifted up, and thunder aura wrapped around it as it slammed into this stone pillar. Boom! Boo! The strong punch directly blasted the stone pillar with rubble. The 3-meter-high stone pillar broke into two under this punch. After the stone pillar broke, its internal scenery was revealed. The seemingly firm stone pillars are not solid, but hollow. Who? Just then, wisps of black gas emanated from inside its stone pillar. Instantly, the vast, powerful energy from earlier reappeared. An extremely strong sense of oppression then pressed out horizontally. Qi Chen felt this energy that he had felt in the beginning reappear, and in his heart, he became even more curious about what Zhao Jinting was doing. Only Zhao Jinting's right palm was spread out, and crackling ghostly purple thunder circled above his palm. Dao of ghostly purple thunder ons intertwined with each other on it, eventually weaving a thunder net. Go! Zhao Jinting flung the thunder net woven in his hand into the interior of the stone pillar. The thunder net entered the interior of the stone pillar, and before long, an ear-piercing sound of zizi resounded from the interior. An even denser black aura emanated from within the stone pillar. This went on for close to 2 minutes before it stopped. Zhao Jinting looked inside the stone pillars that were no longer moving and reached out. That thunder net then flew out from inside the stone pillar. Only, it wasn't just the thunder web that flew out. In the middle of the thunder net, there was also a black object wrapped around it. Chapter 112 Dragon Scale. True Purpose. The thunder net dispersed and the black object landed in Zhao Jinting's hands. Zhao Jinting took the black object in his hands, and after slightly surveying it, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This big move to surround the Heavenly Beast sect was not the ultimate goal of this plan at all. This black object in his hand was the ultimate goal of this plan. After Zhao Jinting carefully put away the black object, he retraced his steps back to Qi Chen's side. Seeing the curious expression on Qi Chen's face, Zhao Jinting took the initiative to ask, "Want to know what that one was just now?" Qi Dian nodded unapologetically. Zhao Jinting chuckled, "That thing, it's a dragon scale." Dragon scale. Qi Chen was shocked at his words. Dragon. This kind of creature, no matter which world it was in, was an extremely mysterious existence. In the midst of this high martial world, the number of known dragons in the world is also extremely small. And all of the known dragons are invariably extremely powerful existences. Therefore, even if it was a piece of dragon scale on its body, that was an extremely treasured existence. And the thing that Zhao Jinting casually took out from within the stone pillar was actually a dragon scale. Qi Chen felt surprised and puzzled at the same time. How could there be dragon scales within this stone pillar? Seeing Qi Chen's doubts, Zhao Jinting continued to speak out and explain. The owner of this dragon scale is the heavenly god that the Heavenly Beast cult believes in. Every congregation of the Heavenly Beast sect above the protector pole will obtain such a dragon scale. As for the function of this dragon scale, it serves as a medium to carry the energy of that demon dragon and transmit it to the Heavenly Beast cultist who holds it, thereby forcing their strength up over a period of time. Afterward, due to this energy being too strong, the Heavenly Beast cultists who endured it would all suffer an extremely severe backlash. In the light case, the Meridians will be destroyed and lose their martial arts rank. In the heavy case, they will die horribly on the spot. The main purpose of this mission is also for this dragon scale, and the purging of the Heavenly Beast sect's strongholds is nothing more than a casual endeavor. After Zhao Jinting's explanation, Qi Chen's understanding of the Heavenly Beast sect became a bit more comprehensive. The god of heaven that the Heavenly Beast cult believes in is actually a dragon. This was something Qi Chen hadn't been able to think of before. At first, Qi Chen thought that the heavenly god of the Heavenly Beast sect would be some kind of demonic beast that sounded extremely evil. Words of the dragon. Qi Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. According to common sense, demonic beasts in the category of dragons were much stronger than normal demonic beasts. Since that was the case, the lifespan it possessed was also more than the average demonic beast, right? I hope I don't let myself down before I do. This mission is a success, let's go. Zhao Jinting walked over to Qi Chen and put one hand on his shoulder, smiling. Qi Chen, this time you belong to the ones who have taken the credit. As Zhao Jinting's words fell, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Inside, he had long since set off waves of shock. This bone age. Just turned 18? By touching his bones and based on his bone age, Zhao Jinting managed to determine Qi Chen's exact age. He was greatly shocked. A 7th-ranked martial artist who just turned 18? Zhao Jinting had thought that Qi Chen would be at the age of 20 or close to it. He had not expected at all that Qi Chen's age would actually be at the level of just turning 18. A martial artist who just turned 18, what kind of concept is that? It is important to realize that the only way to cultivate is to awaken your psychic ability at the age of 18. Without the awakening of psychic abilities, it was completely impossible to cultivate. Without awakening the supernormal ability, he could just rely on the massive resources to pile up and raise some of the qi and blood in his body. This meant that Qi Chen had gone from the 1st rank to the 7th rank in just a month or two. Zhao Jinting was shocked beyond words. His heart, which hadn't been beating violently for a long time, was actually beating violently again at this moment. A genius with this kind of talent, and where did the Demon Beheading Bureau get this monster out of hole? A month or two, from the 1st to the 7th rank. If he kept up this rate of advancement, wouldn't he be able to reach the 9th rank in less than 5 years' time? Such geniuses should indeed be protected in secret. This is if it's not protected in secret and instead identity information is released. Zhao Jinting couldn't imagine what kind of assassination Qi-Chan had to go through. Feeling Zhao Jinting's hand that had been placed on his shoulder for a long time without moving away, coupled with Zhao Jinting's face that froze with a smile and turned into a shocked expression. Qi-Chan's eyes flowed, and in his heart, he had almost guessed what Zhao Jinting was doing. This is touching your bones, right? After all, you look young in your own likeness. It did seem to be quite a rare thing for someone of that age to be able to do what he did. Zhao Jinting, who was in a state of shock, detected Qi-Chan's gaze as he looked over. He realized at once that he had lost his temper a little. Ahem. He withdrew his hand from above Qi-Chan's shoulder and coughed lightly. Let's get out of here first. Good. Qi-Chen nodded slightly. The two walked side by side. There was something troubling in Zhao Jinting's mind. He didn't know in what capacity to treat Zidane. It was clearly inappropriate to take the position of a senior. Although Qi-Chen's martial arts grade was only at the first level of the 7th rank, Zhao Jinting didn't doubt for a second that the strength it possessed was already no weaker than him, who had crossed 1 foot into the 8th rank. As far as that ghostly blue flame was concerned, Zhao Jinting didn't have enough certainty that he could handle it. In the world of martial arts, strength was valued more than age and seniority. Qi-Chen already had a strength that wasn't weaker than his. Moreover, geniuses like Qi-Chen should all have their own pride. He also dislikes it when people put up a front in front of him, doesn't he? After some brief contemplation, Zhao Jinting finally made his decision. What with the senior stand going out the window? Just think of it as peers. As the two of them walked down the road, Qi-Chen couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and asked, Zhao Tonggu, where did those demonic beasts that surrounded you before go? Qi-Chen thought that if these few demonic beasts were not dead, he could go and kill them himself. A mosquito's leg is meat too. Don't waste it. Those demonic beasts? When Qi-Chen asked about this, Zhao Jinting didn't look too concerned. He just blurted out, I killed them all. Killed? Qi-Chen was a little surprised in his heart. What he had seen at first was the image of Zhao Jinting trembling together with those 4 demonic beasts. The two sides are indistinguishable. Trying to do a kill, in such a short period of time, was absolutely impossible. Unless Zhao Jinting had the strength to crush those 4 demonic beasts. Thinking of this, Qi-Chen revealed a surprised expression. He opened his mouth with a tentative inquiry, Commander Zhao, are you hiding your strength as well? That's right. Zhao Jinting smiled and nodded, a slightly smug expression on his face. My strength, I made a breakthrough long ago, half a year ago, and although the breakthrough wasn't at the 8th rank, it's still close to being out of the 7th rank. The current situation is considered to be the point where one foot steps into the threshold of the 8th order, while the other foot steps out from the threshold of the 7th order and prepares to step into the threshold of the 8th order, I guess. Zhao Jinting's analogy was extremely graphic, and Qi-Chen heard it thoroughly. Right now, Zhao Jinting could be seen as more than half of an 8th ranked martial artist. Commander Zhao, then why did you hide your strength before instead of taking care of those demonic beasts with a thunderbolt and thus directly launching a general attack on the heavenly beast sect stronghold? Qi-Chan asked again. Or because of that dragon scale? That dragon scale? Qi-Chen's face was puzzled. That dragon scale has a story? I only heard Zhao Jinting explain in detail, the dragon scale, before it was activated, was no different from an ordinary stone. Only when activated can it be called a true dragon scale. And the method of activation, as you have seen, is that it requires the heavenly beast sect protector to communicate with that demonic dragon, thus causing that demonic dragon to descend its energy within this dragon scale. Earlier, I hid my strength to make sure that the heavenly beast sect protector used the increased energy to deal with me instead of using it to escape. If he is bent on escaping with the dragon scales after his strength has been boosted, speaking of the various bizarre methods of the heavenly beast sect, it will be difficult to stop him. It doesn't matter if he runs away, the dragon scale must ensure that it is left behind. After hearing this explanation, Qi-Chen's mind gradually became clearer. What a plan within a plan within a plan. The intention was to watch the Demon Beheading Bureau round up the strongholds of the Heavenly Beast cult. Behind the scenes it is true that the Celestial Beast cult is going to counter the plan to encircle the Demon Beheading Bureau. What turned out to be the case was that Zhao Jinting of the Demon Beheading Bureau had long since seen through everything. He hid his strength and pretended to fall into the siege of the Heavenly Beast sect, coming up with a trick. Chapter 113 wrapping up, the Huang family comes. The two had already walked out of the Heavenly Beast sect's stronghold as they spoke. Zhao Shanting ordered a quiet room to be prepared for Qi-Chen, so that Qi-Chen could go down and rest and relax. He went on to take care of the closing of this mission. At first, Zidane was agreeable. But suddenly, it occurred to him that the finishing touches appeared to be killing the demonic beasts involved here. The thought of killing demonic beasts immediately energized Qi-Chen. The large amount of true Qi that had been used earlier to fight the Heavenly Beast sect protector could not be bothered to recover. Straight away, he volunteered to join the closing as well. True Qi can be restored at any time. The demonic beasts within the Shoyun forest, gone can be really gone. Right and wrong are light, Qi dust is still clear. At first, Zhao Shanting had persuaded Qi-Chen to go and rest, but subsequently, seeing Qi-Chen's resolute attitude, he stopped persuading him. He just handed Qi-Chen a superb elixir called Spirit Breath Pill and urged that this elixir could quickly restore the true Qi in his body. The exact amount of recovery depends on the thickness of the true Qi in the body of the taker. Holding the spiritual breath pill in his hand, Qi-Chen sized up the difference between the top-grade pills. The elixir was round and full with a clear color. Just by holding it in his hand like this, Qi-Chen felt the thick spiritual Qi coming out. Without realizing it, the potion breath even began to tickle the true Qi running inside Qi-Chen's body and began to recover on its own. Feeling the changes within his body, Qi-Chen was pleasantly surprised. This was really good stuff, worthy of being a top-quality elixir. Qi-Chen didn't hesitate and immediately chose to swallow it down. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, and a warm current assaulted all of Qi-Chen's limbs and bones. A warm and cozy sensation emanated from his body. This sight lasted for about 5 minutes or so before it disappeared. After the warm sensation disappeared, Qi-Chen meticulously felt the changes within his body. The true Qi that was originally depleted to a mere 20% had recovered to 50% under the effect of this spiritual breath pill. It wasn't a lot, but it was enough to deal with what came next. Just like that, Shijian joined in the work of wrapping up together. Inside the pass previously guarded by Qi-Chen. All of the people who were guarding this place, after learning that the news of the successful completion of the mission had come from the front line, each and every one of them revealed an expression of excitement. Shelio was inside a tent, doing a summary of this mission. While doing the mission report, he couldn't help but see Qi-Chen's figure in his mind. This time, they were able to hold down the final wave of the Heavenly Beast sect's charge here without any casualties, thanks to Qi-Chen. Without even needing them to make a move, Qi-Chen alone blew away all of the Heavenly Beast sect that had rushed through the barrier. Therefore, Qi-Chen definitely belonged to the head honors in this mission summary. Thinking about it, Charliao's mind began to stifle its divergence. Qi-Chen hadn't gone to the front line for a long time before news of the successful completion of the mission came from the front line. Could the successful completion of the mission this time have anything to do with Zidane? How much would it matter if it did? It wouldn't be the same as this place pass. Qi-Chen belonged to be the absolute main force, right? This idea was only born in his mind for a moment before it was vetoed by Shaliao. That's ridiculous. The front line was guarded by the 7th-ranked 9th-ranked Zhao Tonggu. Where can Qi-Chen take his turn? Maybe Qi-Chen had just stepped in from the side to help out while Zhao Tonggu was fighting the Heavenly Beast sect protector. The main force must still be Zhao Tonggu. Humph. Where are the town guards here? Get the hell out of here. Right in the middle of Shaliao's thoughts, a loud and angry voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire township camp. Listening to this voice that suddenly rang out, Shaliao frowned. By the sound of his voice, it was obvious that he was coming from a bad place. Just who would come here to cause trouble at this present moment? Don't you know that the Demon Beheading Bureau is on a mission here? Shaliao put down the mission summary he was working on in his hands and took a big stride out of the camp. Then he saw that the visitor was a burly man. His upper body was naked, his chiseled muscles exposed, and a sense of vigorous power emanating from beneath his bronzed skin. His figure floated in mid-air, and he scanned the crowd at his feet with angry eyes. Shaliao was just about to go forward and ask for clarification when he saw Huang Xinghao dragging his heavily injured body and walking out of the tent with difficult steps. As he walked away, he wailed. "Uncle, you're finally here." Chapter 114 Huang Sheng's anger. Starhawk? Seeing the pale-faced Huang Xingchen walking out of the tent within the camp, his body still carrying extremely obvious injuries, the lanky man visibly froze. Before he came, he was aware that Huang Xinghao was injured. But after all, I didn't meet the real person. How hurt he wasn't sure. But he figured it probably wouldn't be too heavy. Leaving aside the fact that Huang Xinghao had all the strength of a 6th order 5th level. Just based on the background of Huang Xinghao's identity. The consequences of seriously injuring him were not something that just anyone could easily bear. Also, right now, it's the key for the Demon Beheading Bureau to carry out its mission. Even if there was a fight, it would be a minor friction at best. A big fight should be out of the question. This would have been all the lanky man thought to himself on his way here. However, when he saw this miserable state of Huang Xinghao, he realized that he was wrong. At this moment, Huang Xinghao's face was pale, his breath was withered, and there was an obvious depression in his chest and abdomen. This nympho was already more than just badly injured. This is already hurting the roots. If you don't handle it well, you'll mostly have to scrap it. With a whoosh, the burly man's figure swept towards Huang Xinghao. He came in front of Huang Xinghao, frowning and asking in a deep voice, "Who did this?" Underneath his voice was suppressed extreme anger. Huang Xinghao was the most talented batch of existence of their Huang family. Now it has suffered such a big blow, which called him this Huang family people how to endure. Spurt of anger spread in a single burst in its heart. Yes. Ahem. Huang Xinghao was just about to open his mouth. Only, just after the words were spoken, it seemed that he coughed violently due to the words pulling the injuries on his body in general. Xinghao. The burly man was startled at the sight. He hastily reached out to assist Huang Xinghao. "Here, eat this first." The burly man took out an elixir within the spatial ring in his hand and handed it to Huang Xinghao. Huang Xinghao took it and put it in his mouth without hesitation and swallowed it. After consuming this elixir, his complexion eased slightly. However, miserable whiteness still occupied Huang Xinghao's face. The burly man gently patted Huang Xinghao's shoulder and said, "You go back to rest first, I'll find out for myself what happened and why." "Trouble you, Uncle Huang." Huang Xinghao nodded gently. The burly man waved his hand at his words, "We are all family, why are you still polite with me?" "Alright, go back and rest, I'll take care of the rest." Aha! Huang Xinghao turned around and walked back towards the tent. The moment he turned around, a faintly unrecognizable smile appeared on his face. Upon seeing the visitor, he knew that this wave was definitely stable. The person who came, named Huang Shang, was from the Huang family, an elder from his grandfather's lineage. A strength as high as the 9th level of the 7th order. The strength of Zhao Zhenting, who was in charge of this mission for the Demon Beheading Bureau this time, was only at the 9th level of the 7th rank. What's more, he wasn't the one who took the lead this time. In other words, their Huang family was the one that definitely had the upper hand. Irrationally, his Huang family is still not afraid. Now it makes sense, lol. Huang Xinghao couldn't help but laugh grimly in his heart. Dare to hurt him like this, I'll see how you die this time. No. Letting you die would be a mercy. This time, you won't be able to die even if you want to. Huang Shang turned around and looked behind him at Sha Liao, who had walked in towards him. He asked grimly, "Are you the town guard here?" Through the conversation between Huang Shang and Huang Xinghao just now, Sha Liao had already guessed the identity of this person. Yes. He nodded, "My name is Sha Liao, and I'm the..." Here. Sha Liao was about to make a self-introduction first, however, he was interrupted by Huang Shang, who was extremely impatient. "I don't care if you call it sand arm or kill something, I'm only asking you, who moved to injure Xinghao like that?" Huang Shang's words made Sha Liao feel deeply offended. However, in the face of this person in front of him who had a thick aura and was clearly stronger than him, Sha Liao was not in a good position to show any dissatisfaction. He could only smile and say, "Don't be angry for now, I think there should be some kind of misunderstanding here." Misunderstanding? Ha! Huang Shang sneered and angrily questioned, "What kind of misunderstanding could hurt Xinghao like this?" "I don't want to listen to your nonsense, I just need to know who injured Xinghao like this and that's enough. If you know what's good for you, tell me now, if not." Huang Shang angrily scanned the entire camp, as if there were flames burning in his gaze. Extreme anger had already filled his heart after seeing Huang Xinghao's appearance. "I'll have to fight it myself then." Huang Shang's words were full of threats. At this moment, Sha Liao had no doubt that he would really let Huang Shang, who was now in a state of rage, search for him personally. Inside the camp. Definitely made a few deaths. As much as he didn't want to say it, for the sake of the safety of the people in the camp, Sha Liao could only say, the person who injured Huang Xinghao wasn't in the camp. Not at the camp? At that, Sha Liao frowned. What do you mean? After that person injured Xinghao, he feared retaliation from my Huang family and ran away early? No. Xiaoliao shook his head and pointed deeper into the Shouyun forest. He went inside. Relying on the people inside the camp, no one can check and balance this Huang Shang anymore. Right now, the only one who might be able to suppress Huang Shan was Zhao Tonggu. Xiaoliao placed all his hopes on Zhao Jinting. He hoped that Zhao Jinting would step in and help Qi Chen through this crisis. Humph. Huang Shang snorted coldly. After learning where Qi Chen had gone, he stopped wasting time with Xiaoliao. Just as he was about to go inside to check out the specifics, he heard a woman's voice ring out. Stop. Hearing the sound of this chirping voice, Huang Shang froze for a moment. At this time, who was so ungrateful as to dare to tell him to stand still? Is it too long to live? Huang Shang turned his head to follow the sound, only to see that the person who spoke was none other than Lin Yueshi. At this moment, Lin Yueshi was staring at Huang Shang with a face full of indifference. Lin Yueshi's vermilion lips lightly opened as she continued to speak. At the moment, it is the critical moment for the Demon Beheading Bureau to carry out its mission. According to the Demon Beheading Bureau's iron law, idle personnel such as you have no right to enter. Knowing that she was not as strong as Huang Shang, Lin Yueshi chose to take the Demon Beheading Bureau's regulations to suppress Huang Shang. Huang Shang stared at Lin Yueshi and said disdainfully, "Where did the stinking girl come from? Live with impatience and say it straight." What iron laws he didn't know. All he knew was that right now he was the strongest. And, really, when it comes to the iron law, he wasn't the one who broke it first, was he? Lin Yueshi's words, however, caused Xiaoliao to react. He hastily echoed, "Yes, right now is the critical time for the Demon Beheading Bureau to carry out its mission. After the mission is resolved, how this matter wants to be resolved, our Demon Beheading Bureau will engage in a series of cooperation with your Huang family. The key right now is to stabilize Huang Shang first. What comes after that comes after that." According to Qi Chen's talent, Xiaoliao felt that the Demon Beheading Bureau wouldn't do anything to him. At most, a light punishment at most, to make an appearance to the Huang family. After all, no matter what, Huang Xinghao was still alive, wasn't he? There is always room for things to be salvaged. The big deal is that the Demon Chopper Board is giving some compensation. Match? Huang Shang's cold gaze swept over Lin Yueshi as well as Xiaoliao respectively. The anger contained in his gaze seemed like it was about to spurt out at any moment. Starhawk has suffered such severe injuries that he might even have damaged his foundation. How is your Demon Beheading Bureau going to cooperate with such an ending that makes my Huang clan's geniuses possibly fall? I'm here on behalf of the Huang family. I'll leave it here. This person, my Huang family will take. Boom! As the words fell, a majestic and powerful aura like a tidal wave spread out from his body. Rushing true qi gushed out, and the earth near the camp trembled slightly as a result. Anyone who dares to stop me, dies. Huang Shang's monstrous killing intent surged out around him, his aura raging around him. His words shouted chillingly and piercingly into the ears of everyone present. Chapter 115 Lin Yueshi's background shocked Xiaoliao. Xiaoliao was standing right next to Huang Shang. The powerful aura released from Huang Shang's body oppressed Xiaoliao's body so much that he couldn't move. Even the legs were a little unsteady. And after feeling the strong killing intent released by Huang Shang's follow-up, Xiaoliao's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This kind of horrifying oppression was something that Xiaoliao had only ever felt on Zhao Jinting. Huang Shang turned around and left. This time, he didn't think any more ungrateful ones would dare stop him. Stop! However, once again, the pouting voice that was so familiar to him rang out. Huang Shang's freshly stepped footsteps paused. When he looked at Lin Yueshi, his eyes looked like they were ablaze with two clusters of fire, burning as if they were about to spew out fire at any moment. His chest was heaving violently. Good. Very good. The anger that Huang Shang hadn't intended to unleash right here was finally too much for him to bear after being called out twice in a row by the same person. His figure suddenly disappeared in place. When he appeared again, he had already appeared in front of Lin Yueshi. He smiled with anger. "I can see that you are blocking me like this. You must have nothing to do with the person who seriously injured Xinghao. Then the matter must have something to do with you as well. Just in time, this time, I will bring you back to my Huang clan together to investigate." With those words, Huang Shang probed out a hand, ready to capture Lin Yueshi. Just as this hand he was probing out was only less than 5 centimeters away from Lin Yueshi, it suddenly stopped. Only in Lin Yueshi's hand, a gold medal appeared. After seeing this gold medal in Lin Yueshi's hand, Huang Shang gritted his teeth. After a moment's hesitation, the hand was lowered. It wasn't enough to be a gold medal genius of the Demon Beheading Bureau just by being skeptical. He cannot be moved easily without sufficient evidence to prove it. However, if there was evidence to prove it, even if he was a gold medal genius of the Demon Beheading Bureau, that would be useless. I said, how dare you stop me, so it is because you have this iron lump in your hand. Huang Shang turned around after glancing icily at Lin Yueshi. Just because I don't move you doesn't mean I'll never be able to move you, and you'd better not have been involved in this. If this matter also has you in it, that lump of iron in your hand won't save you. And just so you know one thing, that lump of iron of yours can't order me around. After dropping a sentence that was very disdainful with a bit of sarcasm, Huang Sheng directly left this place. Towards the depths of the Shouyun forest. This time, Lin Yueshi wasn't doing any blocking. It's not that she doesn't want to anymore. Rather, she realized that with the gold medal in her hand, she would not be able to scare Huang Shang. Lin Yueshi's fists clenched up tightly, lightly biting her thin lips as if she was hesitating about something. Miss Lin, don't worry for now, there's Zhao Tonggu over there, even if this person goes overboard, he won't ignore Zhao Tonggu. Shalia walked up and spoke out to Lin Yueshi to comfort her. Ugh. Lin Yueshi sighed deeply and stated what she was most worried about. I'm just worried that Unified Zhao won't choose to step in after learning about this. Shalio didn't retort. Because he couldn't be sure. The one who made the first move was Qi Chen after all. If Zhao Tonggu chose to help reason rather than family, then Qi Chen would be in danger. Let's hope that Commander Zhao can see that terrifying talent of Qi Chen and thus come to his aid. Shalio also had to pray in his heart in this way. Ugh. Shalio sighed along with him. He said with a face full of helplessness, right now, there is no other better way. Lin Yueshi pursed her cherry lips. Eventually it seemed to make some kind of determination, I have another idea. Shalio raised his eyebrows at the words and said in surprise, what method? Lin Yueshi did not inform, but only asked, Chief Sha, can you find me a quiet tent, preferably the kind where I won't be disturbed by anyone? Shalio froze for a moment, then nodded, yes. Shalio began to wonder what Lin Yueshi was trying to do by finding such a quiet tent. Come with me. He didn't ask what he was going to do, and directly led Lin Yueshi to a tent that was more remote from the camp's location. It's a family secret what to do. Lin Yueshi wanted him to himself, and he would know for himself. Walking inside the tent, Lin Yueshi took out a crystal-clear diamond-shaped crystal. Shalio looked on curiously. Seeing that Lin Yueshi did not ask him to evade, Shalio simply stayed. Only to see that under Lin Yueshi's manipulation, the diamond-shaped crystal immediately emitted a burst of icy blue light. Shalio's mind grew more and more curious. What's this about? Swish. In the next moment, light points like icy blue dots of starbursts emanated from above the diamond-shaped crystal. Ice blue star-ons gradually converged above Lin Yueshi. Eventually, a figure with only the upper half of its body coalesced. The moment this figure coalesced, its eyes were closed. And after waiting for a moment, the figure's eyes slowly opened. Immediately afterward, his slightly puzzled, vicissitudes voice rang out, you sure? To the side, Shalio looked at the figure, his eyes instantly glaring as his pupils contracted dramatically. Some kind of has endless dismay and shock. His body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, his brain buzzed, as if there were thousands of bees flying in it. His mind seemed to go blank at that moment. The voice in front of him was like a boulder smashing into the lake of the heart. It sent huge waves through his mind. Chen. General Chen? The knot in his throat rolled and two words came out of his mouth with difficulty. Chen Shirshuan sniffed and was drawn to attention, his eyes turning as he looked over. Seeing Chen Shirshuan look at himself, Shalio was instantly flabbergasted. He hurriedly kneeled down on one knee and respectfully worshipped, Southern Province Tianyang City General, meet General Chen. He. Chen Shirshuan let out a light laugh and said, get up. Yes. Shalio stood up and stood straight. It's not at all as scattered as it was at the beginning. The man in front of me is the general of the Shanhai Pass. Ninth Order General. This was an existence that he was afraid that he would never be able to see the other side in real life in his entire life. And on this day, he actually saw it. It's not quite a real person, but it's already so much better than videos or photos like this. At the same time, he glanced at Lin Yueshi very incredulously. He had never expected that Lin Yueshi actually had a relationship with Chen Shirshuan, the Jingguang of Shanhaiguan. And, by the looks of it, the relationship isn't shallow at all. Xiaoliao sighed a little in his heart for a moment. With General Chen as a background, this Huang family, it really kicked the bucket. Maybe, after this incident, the southern province Huang family will exist or not are two different things. Chapter 116 Zhao Zhenting's exclamation. The two sides confronted each other. After some finishing touches, the large number of remaining demonic beasts had been removed as much as possible. In this, Qi Chen had undoubtedly contributed the most. He killed demonic beasts, not caring at all about the consumption of his own true qi. The moves are wide open. A single flame going down would be able to blast a considerable number of demonic beasts to death. Qi Chen alone had encompassed most of the remaining demonic beasts. Not only did it save Zhao Zhenting a lot of effort, it also saved the other Demon Beheading Bureau personnel who were performing this task a lot of effort. And this time around, Qi Chen again had almost 150,000 years of demonic beast lifespan to his name. Qi Dust could be said to be pulling in satisfaction for this trip. Now, it was just a whole S-ranked martial art cultivation away. Zhao Zhenting looked at Qi Chen, who was standing beside him, in slight surprise. With such a streak of exertion, young people just stand up to being tossed around. Unlike his old bones, he was probably in bed by now after all this tossing and turning. At the same time, he sighed a little. Worthy of being a genius secretly cultivated by the Demon Beheading Bureau. That kind of selflessness is so rare. If this were to be put on an ordinary person, after a big battle, where would he be like Qi Chen, who took the initiative to still come and participate in the closing work? You know, Zidane involvement in wrapping things up is not just talk. He's really putting in an effort. He had seen with his own eyes that Qi Chen had stopped the people who wanted to help him, choosing to deal with the hordes of demonic beasts alone. This kind of selfless spirit is really worth learning from everyone present. Including him, the old man. To think that Qi Chen could actually do this for the Demon Beheading Bureau. And after living for more than 100 years, he ended up being worse than a child who was only a fraction of his age. LOL. What a shame. If all the people in the Demon Beheading Bureau had the same qualities as Qi Chen, perhaps the Demon Beheading Bureau would have gotten through its current difficulties a long time ago. Zhao Zhenting sighed repeatedly in his heart, while at the same time, he was highly appreciative of Qi Chen. Qi Chen's evaluation in his mind began to skyrocket. Of course, Qi Chen didn't feel that he had such an unselfish spirit. He just simply enjoyed killing demons. Well, yes, it's simply like that. After some exclamations, Zhao Zhenting smiled. Qi, this time you have made a first-class achievement, say it, what kind of reward do you want? On behalf of the southern province, I'll reward you directly. After Qi Chen pondered for a while, he didn't rush to say what he wanted, but asked, Commander Zhao, what do I get for all the merits here? Zhao Zhenting thought for a moment and began to count down what Qi Chen had done this time. Slaying the 7th-ranked protector of the Heavenly Beast sect and helping me to take down a crucial dragon scale, and following along afterwards to deal with the remaining demonic beasts controlled by the Heavenly Beast sect. Right. Saying that, he suddenly thought of something and asked, when you came, you also made a move to intercept the Heavenly Beast sect's rush at your side of the pass, didn't you? Qi Chen responded and said, it's all settled in passing. Regarding Qi Chen's words, Zhao Zhenting had no doubt. With this kind of strength, solving that level of rushing was really just smooth. Zhao Zhenting nodded deeply. All of this adds up to the fact that even if you want an SS-ranked breathing method, it won't be a problem. Hearing this, Qi Chen didn't hesitate and directly said, then let's go with the SS-grade breathing technique, preferably with the fire attribute. Okay. Zhao Zhenting also agreed readily. He spoke up and reminded, but I can't give it to you if I do now, that SS-ranked breathing method isn't in my possession. If you're not in a hurry you can wait here for some more time, and I'll send someone to fetch it for you as fast as I can. No problem. Qi Chen also agreed readily. It's just time. It's the last thing he needs. Just as Zhao Zhenting was about to find a place for Qi Chen to rest for a while, he suddenly sensed something. Brows furrowed as he gazed in a certain direction. At the same time, Qi Chen also sensed something. The gaze was generally in the same direction as Zhao Zhenting's. That's... Zhao Zhenting murmured under his breath. Only to see that in this direction, there was a figure that was rapidly flying in the air towards their side. True Qi was released, and an aura of the 9th level of the 7th rank was unabashedly released. Seeing this, Zhao Zhenting stared up, his heart puzzled. This man is clearly coming from a bad place. And this was the time when their Demon Beheading Bureau was on a mission. Who dares to come here and interfere? Zhao Zhanting leaped, his body rising up into the air to meet the voice head-on. Chi-chan followed closely behind and followed. As the distance got closer, Zhao Zhanting saw the other party's appearance. It's him? The person who came, Zhao Zhanting recognized him after some recollection. In the entire southern province, martial artists above the 7th rank and with famous names, he naturally had an impression of all of them as the southern province commander. Zhao Zhanting was incredibly puzzled in his heart. What are the Huangs doing here at this hour? The Huang family, relying on the fact that the family had multiple 8th rank existences. It can be extremely unsettling in the southern province. Things like not putting the demon beheading bureau in their eyes had happened more than once. I'm afraid that it's not a good thing for the people of the Huang family to come aggressively this time. Zhao Zhanting guessed in his heart as he approached. It wasn't long before Zhao Zhanting met up with the raging Huang Shang. The two stood opposite each other. Zhao Zhanting didn't give Huang Shang any good looks. His voice questioned without the slightest emotion, the Demon Beheading Bureau is carrying out a mission. What are you, the Huang family, doing here? The Huang family, for the Demon Beheading Bureau, had long belonged to the kind of existence that was a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh. If it wasn't for the fact that the Demon Chopper Bureau really couldn't spare any hands at the moment. In terms of what the Huang family had offended, exterminating him would not be a problem. Thus, there was naturally no need for Zhao Zhanting to give the Huang family any good looks. Huang Shang also knew what the situation was between the Huang family and the Demon Beheading Bureau. He wasn't the least bit surprised by Zhao Zhanting's smelly face. Of course, he wouldn't be afraid of Zhao Zhanting as all. All of them were 7th order 9th ranked martial artists, so they were afraid of nothing. He, and even the entire Huang clan, did not know about Zhao Zhanting's further advancement in strength. However, he didn't ignore Zhao Zhanting too much. With an existence like Xiaoliao, there was no need to reason. However, when he encountered an existence like Zhao Zhanting, who was on the same level as him, it was a different story. Humph. He snorted coldly and said, someone has broken the rules of your Demon Beheading Bureau, openly provoking infighting during a mission. And beat the other party to the point of serious injury, even to the point of damaging the foundation, and the one who was beaten to the point of serious injury was none other than my Huang clan's Huang Xinghao. Such blatant disregard for the Demon Beheading Bureau's regulations is a bad behavior. Could it be that you, Commander Zhao, are going to harbor this? Huang Shang's eyes stared deathly at Zhao Zhanting as he questioned in a deep voice. After hearing the matter recounted by Huang Shang, Zhao Zhanting was also visibly stunned. It was the first time he had ever heard of it. This is really quite egregious if true. And the person who was injured was still Huang Xinghao of the Huang family. This is something that can be more than just egregious. If the Huang family used this time to pressure him with the Demon Beheading Bureau, he would really have nothing to do. For a moment, Zhao Zhanting felt a bit of a headache. LOL. He sighed inwardly and asked, who is that man you speak of? Ha! Seeing Zhao Zhanting reveal an expression of resignation, Huang Shang couldn't help but sneer. And just as he was about to speak, a cool voice suddenly sounded. It's me.